Family, I just pulled off a great Buddha palm in the world of One Piece and directly sent a pirate ship flying. I woke up and found myself in this world, binding a multiverse role-playing system, and I drew Fahai with an initial role-playing degree of 40 and a 5-fold ability enhancement. I just wiped out the pirates and was planning to go to Sabedi Archipelago for some devil fruits when I got into trouble again. Let me tell you, you should have seen that scene. A pirate captain was boasting about how his boss was the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. Guess what? I directly said, "How dare you, you monster," and pulled off a great Buddha palm. Boom. The whole ship, people and all, went flying. Wasn't that exhilarating? Hey, I know you're confused about how a monk landed in the world of One Piece. This story is long, and it all started when I woke up. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on a beach with an endless sea before me. At that moment, I thought, who is it? Who thinks so highly of me that they went through the trouble of cross-border kidnapping? What do they want with a nobody like me? While I was helplessly shouting, suddenly I heard a ding. Congratulations, host, you found a multiverse role-playing system. Family, who understands? After 20 years of hardship, this fortune finally came to me. I was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "System, hurry up, I'll draw a prize." The system was also straightforward, opening a beginner's gift pack with a random character draw. I silently prayed for a tough character, please not some weakling. The next second, Duong, a shiny, bald, muscular man appeared in my mind. Left hand holding a Zen staff, right hand holding prayer beads with an aura of righteousness. Jingshan Temple, Fahai. Let me tell you, I was trembling with excitement. This is Fahai. The system even gave me a super buff, an initial role-playing degree of 40, and enhanced my abilities 5-fold. Isn't that like taking off? If the original Fahai had the strength, he would probably be saying, with one great Buddha palm, I shall rule the West from now on. Without hesitation, I directly entered character. The next second, a miracle happened. My body began to change. My hair disappeared in a flash. I donned a red kasaya, and I also had a Zen staff and prayer beads. Wow. With the great Buddha palm's tattoo, I was now a social figure. To get into character, I started brainwashing myself. I am Fahai. Fahai is me. Guess what? This trick actually worked. My role-playing degree increased by 1. I was becoming a master of method acting. Alright, since I became Fahai, I had to find some achievements to accomplish. I looked up and saw a ship floating in the distance, flying a blood skull flag. Isn't this a coincidence? Eliminating evil starts with me. I soared into the sky and flew towards that ship. The pirates on board were still popping champagne, celebrating their recent plunder of an island. The captain was holding a strangely shaped fruit, clearly a devil fruit. The lackeys were cheering loudly, saying things like, "Captain, don't forget us when you become one of the 4 emperors." The captain, feeling high, was about to shove the fruit in his mouth. Just then, a lookout rushed over, rolling and crawling. "Captain, someone is coming." The captain's excitement was interrupted, and his face darkened. Before his subordinate could finish speaking, he pointed in terror behind him. The captain, being experienced, reacted quickly, pulling out a gun and turning around for a barrage of shots. Bang, bang, bang. All the pirates on board opened fire, turning a wooden door into a sieve. "Let me see who dares to disturb us." The captain licked his lips, thinking the person behind the door must be heavily injured, and pretended to send a subordinate to scout. The subordinate opened the door and saw it was empty. "Captain, no one here." The captain panicked. He trusted his instincts that someone was definitely on the ship. "Search." Just as he shouted, a dignified voice rang out behind him. "Are you looking for me?" This scared Captain Mark so much that he lost his wits, turning around and shooting wildly again. When the smoke cleared, I was shining with golden light, completely unharmed. Do you understand the worth of the Buddha's protective golden body? How could this be? He was utterly flustered and asked who I was. I smiled slightly, a murderous aura rising. "I am a monk from Jingshan Temple. My Dharma name is Fahai." Upon hearing this, he was dumbfounded. He probably ran through all the powers in this sea area and had never heard of Jingshan Temple. There was no other option for him but to start shaking his allies, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the Don Quixote family emblem, threatening me that his boss was Don Quixote da Flamingo. I couldn't help but chuckle. So this was the world of One Piece. Don Quixote da Flamingo? Who are you trying to scare? My eyes turned cold. "How dare you, you monster!" With a wave of my hand, great Buddha palm. Boom! With just one move, everyone on the ship, along with the ship itself, was sent flying, crashing onto a distant island, not knowing whether they lived or died. I actually held back, otherwise these guys would have turned to dust long ago. Just as I was about to leave, the system chimed in, saying it detected an energy source from another world, that being the devil fruit, and absorbing it would increase my role-playing degree by 3. I was thrilled. I quickly flew over and snatched the fruit from the nearly unconscious captain's pocket. The system said I didn't need to eat it. As I held it, a cool sensation flowed into my body, and the fruit turned to powder in my hand. I opened the panel and saw my role-playing degree shot up to 44. This was way faster than me acting by myself. What was there to hesitate about? Were there more devil fruits in this world? The Celestial Dragon's home, Mariehua, or the Navy headquarters, Marineford, were too risky. That left only one place, the underground auction house of Sabeti Archipelago. Off I go. I tossed my Kasaya into the air, sat cross-legged, and flew straight to Sabeti. Of course, I had flown away, but that Captain Mark wasn't actually unconscious. He struggled to get up and pulled out a mini snail phone to call Doflamingo, crying about how a monk named Fahai had taken him down and stolen the fruit. After hearing this, Doflamingo laughed and said he would pay attention to this Fahai from Jingshan Temple. Huh, a warlord. Am I supposed to be afraid of him? I flew quickly and soon spotted the tiny black dot of Sabeti Archipelago. Accelerate. My Kasaya transformed into a streak of red light and shot forward. However, upon arriving at the island, wow, it was a complete mess, unprecedented chaos, with 11 supernovas all gathered here, the air thick with gunpowder. Dressed as a monk, I turned heads like crazy, with passersby whispering, guessing if I was a Celestial Dragon's envoy. While I was searching for the auction house, I heard a loud shout from afar, mixed with gunfire. Celestial Dragons are out, kneel down. Immediately, several bullets came flying toward my face. I couldn't even be bothered to respond. I activated my golden body, and the bullets bounced off. That Celestial Dragon got furious. Lowly commoner, how dare you still be alive? I looked and saw that this was the infamous fool, Saint Charlos, riding on a slave with a face that begged for a beating. He saw I dared to make eye contact with him and got so angry that he shouted, "Guards, kill him." Several guards charged at me with spears. Family, could I endure this? My temper as Fahai was already bad, let alone being called lowly commoner. I thought at that moment trash should stay in the trash heap. The Buddha, do not save trash. I lifted my Zen staff and gently waved it in the direction of Charlos. Boom! With a loud crash, the whole Sabeti trembled 3 times. Surrounding buildings were flattened, and the supernovas were stunned, thinking a Navy admiral had arrived. I patted my behind, and left such trash made me nauseous just by looking at it. After this move, my role-playing degree increased by another 1. Awesome. What I didn't know was that with just a wave of my hand, I directly blew up the Navy headquarters. Although St. Charlos did not die, he was taken away by CP0, and the news quickly reached the world government. Admiral Sengoku was overwhelmed and immediately sent Admiral Kazuru over. As I was savoring the feeling of my power growth, a lazy and cheeky voice floated over from a distance. Yo, monk, did you take action against the Celestial Dragons? As soon as the words fell, a flash of light appeared, and the owner of the voice directly appeared in front of me, none other than Admiral Kazuru Borsellino. I looked at him, expressionless, neither sad nor happy. Kizaru wore his usual lazy expression on his lewd face, asking me why I attacked the Celestial Dragons. I coldly replied, trash should stay in the trash heap. This left him speechless, and he probably wanted to curse the Celestial Dragons too, haha. But he couldn't do anything about it, he was just doing his job. There's no choice, I'm here to handle this matter. I can't leave without taking action, he said, but the next second he disappeared, reappearing behind me and launching his signature move. Have you been kicked by light? Aiming a kick at the back of my head. But he was overthinking it. As soon as I activated my diamond body, when his foot kicked me, it made a duong sound, like he had kicked the hardest object in the world, causing him to grimace in pain, blood oozing from his foot. His expression was one of utter shock. He backed away and asked me with a gloomy face, Hey, is your head made of sea prism stone? I thought it was about right and replied, you could say that. Well, this completely pissed him off. His lazy personality couldn't tolerate my dismissive attitude. Yada no Kagami. Furious, Kizuru unleashed his ultimate move, transforming into light and hovering in midair, unleashing a torrent of laser projectiles that rained down on me like a storm. Facing this world-destroying attack, I showed no fear and tore off my robe, throwing it into the air. Guess what? My robe unfolded like a celestial canopy. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Kizaru's overwhelming laser projectiles were caught by my precious robe like hailstones, clinking and clanking. Not a single one got through. At that moment, his expression was one of sheer disbelief, as if his eyes were about to pop out, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, and his jaw nearly dislocated. He had likely served as a grand general his entire life, and had never encountered such absurd defense. Finally, he ceased his nonchalant demeanor and earnestly inquired, Who on earth are you? I thought this was hardly a secret and calmly replied, Jinshan Si, Fahai. The moment the words left my lips, my Zen staff surged forth with a humming sound. expanding like a towering pillar and emanating a terrifying Buddhist light aimed directly at his face. This old fellow still wanted to play games with me, attempting to elementalize himself, as if hoping I would simply strike into emptiness. But did he forget who I am? The radiant light of the Buddha encompasses all, specifically designed to counter such flamboyant tricks. With a resounding bang, I struck him solidly, sending him hurtling far into the sky. His face bore a colorful expression, akin to someone who had just encountered a ghost, filled with disbelief at the impossibility of it all. Let me tell you, at this moment, Huang Yuan was utterly unsettled. His mind was racing, wondering who this person could be that could overpower him without any display of dominance. If such power fell into the hands of the four emperors, what hope would the Navy have? He quickly realized that this situation needed to be suppressed. He had to find someone to take the fall for the celestial dragons. Thus, the unfortunate supernovas on Sabeti Archipelago unwittingly became scapegoats for this incident. While he was engaged in brainstorming, I casually strolled over. To my surprise, this old fellow backed down, suggesting we meet another day. I thought, you serve the scum of the celestial dragons and still wish to escape? No way. With a single hand gesture, Ibegan chanting, da wentian long, shi zundizang, boruotsufo, boruobia, maon. I tell you, with each word I uttered, the pressure on his lecherous face intensified, a sensation only the four emperors could induce. Realizing he was in over his head, he gritted his teeth and drew his sword. Ten Kong Yun, charging at me. I couldn't help but laugh. Such petty skills dare to show off in front of me. As I finished my incantation, the power of Dewei Tianlong erupted, my robe billowing dramatically, casting a shadow over the sky and trapping him in a small dark room from which he could not escape. With a flick of my wrist, I scattered my prayer beads, creating a celestial array. Countless beads shot forth like guided missiles, each possessing a power rivaling his lasers. Now, Huang Yuan was genuinely panicking, cursing the celestial dragons in his heart while contemplating an escape. Noticing his intent to flee, I unleashed another attack, the Ming Wang de Shou Yin, a colossal hand descending upon him. Terrified, he unleashed an ultimate, invincible version of the eight-fingered Qiong Goyu, managing to blast a hole through my robe, transforming into a beam of light and darting away. I retrieved my artifact, shook my head, and thought, is this really the might of a Navy admiral? Meanwhile, Huang Yuan, having suffered defeat at my hands, was seething with frustration. And guess what he did? He went off to beat up those supernovas, whether it was Urij, Apu, or Drake. He treated them all as punching bags. Can anyone understand? These supernovas were simply minding their own business when calamity struck from above, truly the most unfortunate workers of 2025. As for me, I was looking to find an underground black market to exchange for some devil fruits. But guess what? Love struck at the corner. I happened to stumble upon Huang Yuan assaulting Hawkins, a laser barely missing my face. Upon seeing me, he jolted, thinking I was there to hunt him down. I shot him a glance. You think too much. I merely seek directions to the black market. This left him dumbfounded. Hawkins, however, was quick-witted and promptly informed me of the location. I pulled Hawkins by my side, instructing him to lead the way right in front of Huang Yuan, before throwing a parting shot at Huang Yuan. What a waste. His face turned a shade of green with anger. Later, I discovered that Hawkins was also somewhat clueless about the exact location. I had no choice but to grab someone at random for guidance, and lo and behold, I caught the notorious Rayleigh. He was equally startled by my sudden appearance. I got straight to the point, expressing my desire to find a devil fruit. Rayleigh, being a decent fellow, candidly advised me, don't bother. The fruits at the trading post have already been claimed by Kaido. Kaido? Well, that was quick on his part. With no fruits in sight, I felt no reason to linger. I exchanged pleasantries with Rayleigh and tossed my robe into the air, sitting cross-legged to fly away, leaving him gazing at me as if he'd seen a ghost, likely believing I was the reincarnation of the Golden Lion. Just as I landed on an island, a notification pinged in my mind, warning me. It stated that I was too fixated on the devil fruits, risking the collapse of my character persona. At that moment, enlightenment struck. My friends, I realized I had been so focused on learning Fahai skills that I forgot to embody his heart. This fixation was detrimental. I quickly sat down, casting aside all those chaotic thoughts. As for the devil fruits, let it be. To my astonishment, once my mindset cleared, my persona skyrocketed to 50%. It then dawned on me what I should do. The Marineford War, right? I needed to intervene, but not to steal anything, rather to prevent this disastrous war. The Buddha teaches the equality of all beings. If you wage war and cause the deaths of so many, I cannot condone it. If peaceful negotiation fails, then do not blame me. There is nothing that the great Wei Tianlong cannot resolve. However, charging in recklessly would be futile. I was well aware of the formidable presence of the entire Navy headquarters, with 3 admirals, Garp, and Sengoku, each a heavyweight in their own right. If I rushed in alone, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Thus, I had to wait, biding my time for the perfect opportunity, waiting for little oars to charge in, stirring the waters, at which point the balance of power would reach a delicate equilibrium, and I would make my grand entrance. That would be true professionalism. For the next few days, I remained on a nearby island, assuming the guise of a high monk to build my reputation. Surprisingly, the locals genuinely embraced this act, praising me as a living bodhisattva. Just as I was about to make my move, the Navy headquarters erupted. Sengoku slammed his hand on the desk in his office, instantly reducing it to dust. Why? Because Impel Down had been breached. I tell you, this was indeed my doing. I had kicked Luffy into Impel Down, and this rascal had created havoc, pushing the plot's progress bar to its maximum. Sengoku's face turned dark with fury, nearly losing his composure despite being known for his intellect. Meanwhile, Garp, seeing an opportunity, suggested, "Old buddy, let me check on Impel Down," secretly wishing to avoid witnessing his grandson's execution while also worrying about Luffy. However, Sengoku flatly refused, stating, "You cannot leave. You are a hero of the Navy, our anchor. You must be present or morale will plummet." His words effectively fried Garp's brain. Master Feli employing moral coercion. Garp had no choice but to slump on the sofa, pulling out a pack of senbei, crunching them down in a frenzy to convert his frustration into appetite. With the time drawing near, I infiltrated Marine headquarters at Marineford. "Friends, you must understand. I found an empty house in the Navy's family quarters, relying on the darkness beneath the lamp." The next day, the war officially commenced. The scene was overwhelming. With 100,000 elite Navy troops standing in formation, a sea of black uniforms, the 3 admirals stationed, and the 7 warlords lined up, the entire Marineford so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ace was brought to the execution platform, and Sengoku seized the Den Mushi, immediately stirring the pot. "Ace, reveal your father's name." Ace grit his teeth and shouted, "Whitebeard." Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. "Incorrect." Then before the entire world, he exposed Ace's lineage as the son of Pirate King Roger. I was astonished in the attic, marveling at Sengoku's cunning, transforming the execution into a purging of evil bloodlines, instantly inflating the Navy's morale as they surged forward like they were on adrenaline. Just as the Navy was roaring, the waters of the inner bay suddenly shifted. Then, with a thunderous boom, the Whitebeard pirate's flagship, the Moby Dick, emerged from the depths like a submarine. Followed by 3 accompanying ships, the Navy was left utterly dumbfounded. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at Ace on the execution platform, his eyes reflecting a blend of anguish and authority. Ace, unable to contain himself, burst into tears. Without uttering a word, Whitebeard assumed a formidable stance and struck the air with both hands. With a resounding crack, the atmosphere shattered like glass. Instantly, colossal tsunamis rose from both sides of the sea, threatening to engulf the entirety of Marineford. Akiji swiftly intervened, freezing the tidal waves with an Ice Age attack. However, Whitebeard had anticipated this move. The icy surface was precisely the battlefield he desired. He retaliated with a shockwave punch that left Akiji spitting blood, transforming the inner bay into an expansive ice rink, upon which Whitebeard's fleet charged forward, igniting the flames of war. Chaos erupted all around, punctuated by cries of battle. Mihawk, likely feeling restless, unsheathed his black blade and unleashed a devastating slash towards Whitebeard. Yet, Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division, bravely intercepted the strike with his own body. What formidable strength the captains of the Yonko possess. Shortly thereafter, the cunning Kizaru began raining laser beams from the sky, attempting to ambush Whitebeard. Yet, Marco, the captain of the First Division, transformed into a phoenix and effortlessly intercepted all the beams, kicking Kizaru away while chiding him. "How can you attack our captain so brazenly?" Observing the scene, I realized that the admirals, Kong and Sengoku, had yet to move while Whitebeard was merely warming up. I could not afford to delay any longer. Time was of the essence. My goal was clear: to rescue Ace. If I could remove the catalyst for this war, the conflict would not ignite. As I prepared to act, Sengoku suddenly sensed something amiss, likely due to his exceptional observation haki. Without adhering to the rules of engagement, he ordered, "Proceed with the execution." Whitebeard's fury erupted instantly, and he shouted at Marco. Then came the most explosive moment of the entire encounter. Marco transformed into the Phoenix once more, and Whitebeard leaped onto his back, soaring towards the execution platform. I was left astonished, akin to an elderly subway rider engrossed in his phone. What a divine maneuver! Was this some kind of physical cheat? In midair, Whitebeard unleashed a shockwave towards the execution platform, knocking the executioners unconscious. Sengoku's face turned pale. He had calculated countless possibilities, yet never anticipated that Whitebeard could fly. However, the admirals were not to be underestimated. Akainu transformed into a magma beast, soaring into the sky to confront Whitebeard with a fiery blast. Lava rained down like a torrential downpour, causing devastation among the Marines in the plaza. Seeing this, Whitebeard leapt from Marco's back to engage Akainu on the ground. I seized the opportunity. All eyes were on the clash between Whitebeard and Akainu. In a flash, I appeared on the execution platform. Sengoku was startled, immediately shifting into his golden Buddha form, casting a radiant light over the entire plaza. He bellowed, "Who are you?" Ignoring him, I knew he was waiting for Carp to flank me. I merely smiled, and in the next moment, I teleported to Ace's side, producing my golden bowl to envelop him. In an instant, Ace was drawn inside. Holding the bowl, I addressed the bewildered Sengoku. "It is quite simple. Hand this man over to me, and the war shall cease." Sengoku trembled with fury, having failed to comprehend my actions. The Buddha's wrath, the Buddha's impact, a colossal golden hand, infused with a cataclysmic force, descended towards me, causing the execution platform to collapse instantly. As the dust settled, I floated unscathed in mid-air. Gazing down at a panting Sengoku, I laughed. "Mr. Sengoku, is this what you call the Buddha's wrath?" My voice echoed throughout the plaza. "Today, allow me to demonstrate what true Buddha's wrath entails. Great King of Light, Earthly Bodhisattva, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Permitha." As I recited the incantation, I sensed an unusual energy surging through me. It felt as though pure, warm energy was charging into me from Sengoku's golden Buddha form, like a power bank being plugged in, causing my progress to surge dramatically. Sengoku could not withstand it any longer, sinking to one knee as the golden light dimmed, his spirit seemingly deflated. At that moment, my perception of Sengoku shifted. He was no longer the Marine Admiral, but rather my personal, colossal power bank. The old man was clearly terrified, his skin crawling in disbelief as he realized his strength was nearly depleted. He turned to Carp, exclaiming, "Carp, it's your turn. I need to recharge." What a convenient way to shift responsibility. Carp immediately locked his gaze on me, rushing forward with the intent of eliminating the greatest unforeseen variable of the day. Simultaneously, the sly Kizaru also lost his composure, having kicked Marco away, now charging towards me, murmuring something, likely still irked from our previous encounter. With the combined might of Kizaru and Carp, he believed capturing me would be a matter of moments. Whitebeard, recognizing the situation, saw that while my sudden appearance startled him, two of the three admirals were now barreling towards me like rabid dogs, making it evident that I was not an enemy. He decisively shouted to Marco, "Marco, go assist that monk." "On it, old man." Marco understood the assignment immediately, flapping his wings and turning to pursue Kizaru. I noted the gathering of powerful figures converging upon me. It was as if they were drawn to a marketplace. Yet, I remained unperturbed, for this was all part of my grand design. Internally, I reflected, enough of this farce, it's time to conclude. With a swift motion, I cast off my robe, and the magical garment expanded, enveloping the entire Marineford Plaza. My next move was to unleash my ultimate technique, utilizing the Great Wheel of Light to purify the area, compelling all to lay down their weapons and place their faith in me. Upon witnessing my stance, Kizuru turned pale, shouting at Akainu, who was still locked in combat with Whitebeard Sakazuki. "Ignore that old man. Come here. We must deal with this one first. Delay, and we risk losing everything." Having just unleashed a torrent of magma, Akainu distanced himself from Whitebeard, casting a cold glance at Kizuru. "Borsellino, are you commanding me? At this time, you still wish to assert your authority?" There was no time to explain. Kizuru, frantic, realized the urgency. If he did not act soon, the Marine's reputation would be obliterated. He surged forth, leaving Marco in his dust. Noticing Kizuru's frantic demeanor, Akainu recognized the gravity of the situation. Whoever could provoke such a reaction from Kizuru was undoubtedly more formidable than Whitebeard. He transformed entirely into magma and unleashed a hellhound attack directed at me, carving a molten path across the ground. Whitebeard, sensing the urgency, attempted to intercept Akainu, but as he raised his hand, he suddenly coughed up blood, staggering as old wounds resurfaced. "Old man!" Marco's eyes widened in horror. His greatest fear had come to pass. Just as he was about to return, Whitebeard's thunderous voice commanded him, "Forget about me. Go assist that monk." But Marco was torn, caught between his father and a newfound ally. Who could bear such a dilemma? "Do not forget why we are here." Whitebeard's roar jolted Marco back to his senses. Yes, they came to rescue Ace. With a worried glance at Whitebeard, Marco gritted his teeth and sped back towards me. At that moment, the attacks from Akainu and Kizuru had reached my face. One came from the side, bringing with it a scorching wave of heat. The other surged from below, sparkling with lethal brilliance. I let out a cold laugh, not even glancing their way, and wielded my staff in a sweeping motion. With a resounding crash, my staff struck Akainu's physical form with tremendous force. Without the protection of his elemental transformation, he was sent flying, his face etched with disbelief, unable to comprehend how I had managed to hit him. Naturally, I specialized in countering those ostentatious abilities of yours. Below, Kizuru cursed under his breath, realizing his mistake in not sharing my information with Akainu in time. "Now it's your turn." Having successfully landed my strike, I narrowed my eyes, swinging my staff around and aiming it at Kizuru. He was taken aback, not expecting such a swift response. Just a second ago, I was engaged with Akainu, and now it was his turn. He quickly crossed his arms, attempting to use the Hakushaku no Kagami to reflect light and make his escape. How naive! A smirk crept across my lips as my staff buzzed, transforming into a towering figure, blocking all potential escape routes. Trouble. Kizaru's face drained of color. There was truly no way out now. He could only disperse the Hakushaku no Kagami and brace himself to take my strike head-on. Just as my earth-shattering blow was about to reduce him to a pulp, a pair of iron fists suddenly emerged from the air, striking my massive staff and sending it flying. The force was so great it nearly knocked me off balance. Regaining my composure and focusing, I saw an elderly man in a naval uniform with a shock of white hair yet vibrant spirit standing there, shouting at me. "Kid, do not be so arrogant." My heart sank at that moment. It was the hero Monkey D. Garp. He had finally made his move. After all, with two admirals suffering defeats at my hands, broadcasted globally, he could not simply sit back and watch the Navy's reputation falter. "Kid, you are indeed powerful, but the justice of the Navy cannot be desecrated." Garp fixed a serious gaze upon me. I smiled and slowly replied, "Hero Garp, you misunderstand. I am here to quell the war, not to take sides. Whether pirate or Navy, to me, all beings are equal." These words fell upon the crowd like a heavy silence. Everyone regarded me with expressions akin to that of a madman. "Kid, such rhetoric is perilous." Garp's expression became grave. I merely smiled, uninterested in explaining further. At that moment, Kizuru moved closer to Garp, relaying my abilities in detail. Garp fell silent, finally grasping why Sengoku had faltered. It was because I was naturally adept at countering them. Seeing the opportunity arise, my staff began to hum. The robe enveloping the sky flickered with an eerie red light. The next instant, my voice echoed throughout the plaza. Great wheel of the King of Light. All human suffering lies within the delusions of the six desires. Instantly, those Navy personnel and pirates lacking strength felt a tremor in their hearts, the murderous intent in their eyes vanishing as they entered a state of sage time. Of course, formidable figures like Doflamingo and the Empress were unaffected, but all attention converged upon me. My objective was accomplished. The purification of the lesser beings sufficed. Yet at that moment, a fierce shout rang out, "Scum! This is the Navy headquarters." Akainu had returned. This man was truly a model of diligence for the Navy, seeing his subordinates cease fighting. He was frantic, roaring as he charged at me with another attack. I had anticipated him, executing a spell. Great might heavenly dragon. The beads around my neck disintegrated instantly, transforming into countless rays of light aimed at Akainu. Akainu was astonishingly fierce. He simultaneously blasted my beads with magma projectiles while charging at me, intending to incinerate me with molten lava. How naive. I raised my hand and unleashed a massive swastika hand seal. Buddha, King Xidigarba's great hand seal. Boom! The hand seal struck Akainu solidly, forcibly ejecting him from his magma form. Yet, true to his status as an admiral, upon losing his elemental transformation, he was enveloped in haki, his fist bracing against my hand seal. "Break it for me," he roared, and my hand seal began to crumble under the pressure of his haki. A shiver ran through me as I understood. My Buddhist techniques were disproportionately effective against devil fruit users, but against pure haki, their efficacy diminished significantly. No wonder Garp could send my staff flying with a single punch. This was bad. My weakness had been exposed. I had to retreat. Without hesitation, I swung my staff, slicing a gash across Akainu's shoulder, using the momentum to propel him away while preparing to escape. However, just before he hit the ground, Akainu summoned all his strength to shout a chilling statement. "Haki! This will work on this guy." I sighed, realizing that his battle instincts were astoundingly sharp. With his shout, the gazes of all the powerful figures in the plaza shifted, filled with murderous intent, particularly Kizaru, whose eyes conveyed a message of certain doom. "Fahai, trying to run now is a bit late, isn't it?" Kizaru's nonchalant yet menacing voice sounded as countless dark energy projectiles, enveloped in haki, rained down upon me. Good heavens, this kid truly had a knack for drawing connections. I could only use my staff as a windmill to shield myself. Seizing the opportunity, Kizaru transformed into light, appearing beside me, wielding a sword of light covered in haki, and swung down at me. "Fahai, let's see you block this." I was utterly enraged. "Borsellino, you really are testing my patience." I activated my diamond body, disregarding the light sword entirely, and threw a punch. Boom! In the midst of Kizaru's astonished expression, his light sword shattered instantly. Before he could react, my golden fist loomed larger in his vision. Bang! Kizaru was struck from the sky to the ground, creating a massive crater in the plaza, momentarily losing consciousness. The crowd erupted. The Navy's vice admirals were dumbfounded. 2 admirals, the Navy's peak combat power, had been so easily defeated. Just then, Garp reappeared before me, his face marred by fury. "Mr. Garp, you have ultimately made your move." My expression turned grave. I knew I was in deep trouble. "Kid, you are strong, but your weaknesses are equally pronounced." Garp's gaze bore into me as his dark haki enveloped his body, transforming him into a demon from the depths of hell. Before he could finish his sentence, his fist was upon me. The speed and force were on an entirely different level compared to Kizaru. I quickly summoned the virtual image of the King of Light to defend myself. With a tremendous crash, his fist collided with my spiritual form, the shockwave blinding everyone. Immediately afterward, Garp's fingers joined together, unleashing countless haki-infused finger guns aimed at my vital points. I was terrified, hastily dodging as those finger guns missed their mark, turning the distant Navy fortress into a sieve. I gasped, realizing this was merely the force of the air. If they struck me, it would be disastrous. I had only one thought: escape. I swung my staff at Garp while leaping onto my robe to flee. Trying to escape, Garp executed a swift step in midair, hanging upside down, and unleashed a barrage of kicks at me. Rumble kick. I nearly lost my composure. The air was filled with cutting waves, each imbued with hockey, like a torrential rain of blades, overwhelming me. This old man was truly escalating the intensity. I could only raise my robe defensively, shouting, unmoving as a mountain. The dark storm of kicks relentlessly battered my robe, shaking it to its limits, yet I barely managed to withstand the onslaught. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Garp's voice suddenly rang out behind me. Kid, you cannot afford to be distracted in battle. Your inexperience is your greatest weakness. What? I turned back just in time to see Garp's fist approaching at a treacherous angle, too fast for me to evade. There was no escape. Then let us clash. A fierce battle ignited within my eyes, as the luminous figure of the Ming Wong prepared to absorb the impact of the incoming fist. At that critical moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Entering immersive role-playing state. Progress increased by 10. Current total progress 60. My spirit soared. My strength surged instantaneously. Carp, sensing something amiss, realized that the ethereal shadow behind me had solidified exponentially, its aura transforming drastically. Yet his assault did not waver. Instead, he struck with even greater speed and ferocity against my manifestation. At the moment of impact, my eyes flew open as if golden light radiated forth, and the golden dragon tattoo on my back seemed to come alive. I bellowed, Great might, heavenly dragon, Earthstore's sutra, Ming Wang's form, I alone shall reign supreme. With each utterance, the figure behind me grew increasingly solid, until it bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being. Mr. Carp, are you prepared for defeat? With a mere thought, my manifestation parried Carp's attack, while another colossal hand lunged directly at his true self. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and a figure was sent flying. It was Carp. The Navy was left in utter disarray. Their invincible hero had been struck and was now spitting blood. Upon landing, Carp sprang back to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes not filled with rage, but rather excitement. Have you grown stronger? Kid, you truly have some skill. Cool me. Let's fight with gusto. With that, he tore off his shirt, revealing a muscular torso adorned with scars. I was taken aback. This old man was quite the battle enthusiast. We fought with such intensity that no one dared approach within 100 meters. Yet, I was acutely aware that my stamina was waning. If this continued, I would be exhausted to death by this old warrior. I managed to push Carp back, creating distance, and gasped. Mr. Carp, our battle has lost its significance. Carp paused, then burst into laughter. A fight is a fight. What significance does it need? As long as it feels good, does it not? I was at a loss for words, realizing this old man was beyond saving. Just as he prepared to charge once more, suddenly, a warship descended from the sky, accompanied by the shout of Ace, I'm here to rescue you. As Luffy and a group of companions plummeted from above. Upon seeing them, I felt a surge of hope. My savior had arrived. I immediately turned to Carp and said, Look, your grandson has arrived. If we continue fighting, it would be disastrous for the innocent. I deliberately emphasized the words innocent, making my meaning crystal clear. Do not push me. Otherwise, I shall involve your grandson. Carp indeed halted, his attention captivated by Luffy. Seizing the opportunity, I inhaled deeply and proclaimed with a voice that resonated throughout the battlefield. Fire Fist Ace is now in my possession. This war has lost all meaning. All eyes turned toward me, and Luffy, who had just been rescued from the sea, looked utterly bewildered, shouting, Hey, give Ace back. I smiled faintly and replied, Straw Hat, you have arrived too late. With that, I commanded my robe to transform into a streak of light, preparing to depart this place of turmoil. However, just as I took flight, a colossal shadow enveloped me. I looked up to see an enormous, terrifying hand descending from the heavens, aimed directly at me. How could I forget? In this battlefield, there were also those formidable foes. These formidable figures were none other than Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Accompanied by a band of ruthless individuals extracted from Impel Down, he stood atop a high wall, wearing an amused expression. His raucous laughter sent a chill down my spine. He had chosen the perfect moment to appear, waiting until Whitebeard and Sengoku had exhausted each other in battle. ready to seize the opportunity. My anger flared. Who understands my plight? Just as I was about to take ace and end this disastrous war, he chose to interfere. I was clocking out after a long day, and he presents me with a new project? Teach looked at me in astonishment. You're not hurt? Not hurt. I was in a dire situation. In response, I unleashed a barrage of skills. Great Might, Heavenly Dragon, Earthstore's Sutra, Mingwang's form. I hurled everything I had at him. Buddha beads, a Zen staff, my robe, a radiant display of golden light, all aimed at him. Teach crew was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how I could unleash such a fierce assault after being struck by that massive warship. Teach himself was bewildered, attempting to use his dark fruit to defend. But guess what? It was utterly futile. His dark waters and currents were rendered ineffective in the face of my radiant light. His recently freed companions, including Shiryu of the Rain, stood agape, exclaiming that their captain could not withstand my onslaught. Teach, now frantic, roared, "Stop him. This monk is just a 3-move wonder. If we endure, we shall win. Do not forget our agreement." Though his temporary allies hesitated, they steeled themselves for Teach's grand vision, barely managing to withstand my explosive attack. However, they were left battered and bruised. I pointed at Teach's nose and demanded, "How do you wish to perish?" Teach recoiled, thinking my fury had subsided, but little did he know this was merely the appetizer. To my astonishment, he actually attempted to negotiate, saying, "Monk, you go your way. I will not impede you." I was incredulous. Where was this sentiment when he initially obstructed my departure? The moment had passed. I raised my hand and unleashed another great might, Heavenly Dragon. In response, Teach, realizing he could no longer play nice, resorted to brute force. "You all charge." But guess what? His minions, cunning and shrewd, shouted their charge while skillfully evading my attacks, leaving Teach alone, bewildered, as I struck him squarely, sending him flying. Teach scrambled to his feet, furious, yelling at Shiryu and the others. "Have you forgotten our pact?" Shiryu, leisurely smoking, replied, "Captain, we have yet to see the promised reward. We do not wish to fight for nothing." I was astounded by the realism of this team. Just as Teach was about to explode with rage, I had already approached him step by step, understanding that he had to eliminate me to salvage his plans. He unleashed the full power of the dark fruit, enveloping the area in darkness as a colossal sphere of shadow formed above him, believing it to be a sign of awakening. However, before me, this manifestation was utterly inadequate. I planted my Zen staff forward, delivering a mighty handprint of Mingwang. The all-consuming sphere of darkness, upon contact with my golden handprint, dissipated like melting ice. Teach was left in utter despair. He had spent decades seeking this fruit, touted as the bane of all abilities, only to find it utterly ineffective against me. He stood there, dazed, as the handprint approached. Just then, his most loyal muscle-bound ally, the champion Basis, charged forth with a roar, his arm enveloped in armed haki, delivering a powerful elbow strike that shattered my handprint. In that instant, Teach grasped the reality. My attack was a magical assault, designed to counter flashy abilities, but against a brute with pure physical prowess and overwhelming haki, its effectiveness waned significantly. He approached me with a sinister grin. "Monk, your end is nigh." An expert in physical combat himself, he had identified my weakness and believed he had the upper hand. My heart raced as I contemplated whether to engage him or retreat. However, just as Teach prepared to strike, a far more furious and terrifying figure materialized behind him. It was Whitebeard. Old Man has shaken off the constraints of the warring states and has personally come to clear his domain. The old patriarch. Tiki was so frightened that his soul fled, his body became stiff. Whitebeard seized Tiki's head, his voice thunderous. "The vengeful spirit of Saki shall be avenged with your blood." Tiki, still attempting to argue, pleaded, "Father, I am your son. I do not have a monster as a son." Whitebeard bellowed, waves of tremors manifesting in his hand as he crushed Tiki's skull. I thought this would be the end, yet Tiki, with a vitality akin to that of a cockroach, astonishingly did not perish. Whitebeard, taken aback, hurled him into the air, preparing to unleash a final strike to obliterate him. But at that moment, lo and behold, Akainu, that scoundrel. He transformed into magma and charged along the ground, aiming directly at the unsuspecting Whitebeard. I yelled urgently, "Whitebeard, watch out below!" Too late. Akainu executed a move called Hellhound, landing a devastating blow to Whitebeard's chest, creating a gaping wound. Following that, another move, Dogbite Red Lotus, poured magma into the injury. Whitebeard spat a mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee. Marco and the others rushed to assist, but were firmly held back by the Marine Admirals and the Warlords of the Sea. In that moment, Tiki, who had been reduced to a living corpse, surprisingly rose again, approaching Whitebeard with maniacal laughter. "Father, you can rest in peace. I shall inherit your powers and territory." Can you believe it? Even in such a state, Whitebeard extended a hand from the flames, once again seizing Tiki by the throat. He gazed into Tiki's eyes and said, "You alone shall not be spared." Terrified, Tiki drew a gun and frantically fired at Whitebeard's head, but to no avail. He called upon his minions for assistance. Observing the situation, I unleashed a powerful attack that sent his lackeys flying, coldly stating, "Ba, it would be best for you all to watch quietly." I contemplated how to save Whitebeard after he took his revenge. At that moment, Whitebeard erupted. He awakened the full potential of the Tremor fruit. The entire Marineford Island cracked beneath his feet, the sky and sea riddled with fissures. He concentrated this cataclysmic power into a minuscule sphere of light, named the Tremor Source, and began to press it into Tiki's head. He aimed to erase Tiki at molecular level. Tiki's crew desperately assaulted Whitebeard, but it was futile. As Tiki faced obliteration, Whitebeard's body finally could not endure any longer. He trembled violently, his grip loosening, and he fell backwards. Lafitte, quick on his feet, snatched up the now incapacitated Tiki and fled with the remaining crew. Marco and the others rushed to Whitebeard's side, using the flames of the phoenix to revive him. The old man opened his eyes, summoning his last strength to say, "Ace must be rescued." Marco was thrown into chaos, torn between saving his father or Ace. I told him directly, "Leave Ace to me. You take Whitebeard and retreat immediately." Marco hoisted Whitebeard, leading the crew in a full retreat. Akainu pursued like a rabid dog, shouting, "You won't escape." Suddenly, Crocodile emerged, momentarily halting him with a sandstorm, but Akainu quickly broke free, closing in on Marco. Just then, Sengoku shouted in alarm, "Watch out behind you, Sakazuki." Akainu turned, his face paling in terror. I had appeared behind him, my golden staff mere centimeters from his skull. I smiled benevolently at him. "Greetings, Akainu." He reacted swiftly, countering with a hellhound covered in haki. But I was even quicker. Too late. Dawei Tianlong. At the moment he unleashed his ability, my staff came crashing down upon him. His meager powers were insignificant in my presence, and he was driven like a nail into the ground. The sight left Marco and the others dumbfounded, their expressions conveying, "Dude, are you fighting an admiral? Why does it look like you're disciplining our disobedient pet?" Let me tell you, Akainu is indeed tough. He crawled out of that massive pit, blood streaming from his head. I couldn't help but praise him, truly worthy of being the strongest admiral. Your resilience is remarkable. To my surprise, he lost his composure, howling like a demon, retreating in a frenzy, fearing another blow from me. At that moment, Sengoku and Akiji arrived, surrounding me. Sengoku, surprisingly courteous, even apologized to Akainu, implying that I had ambushed him. But who understands? It truly wasn't his fault. Just now, while observing Whitebeard in battle, my progress had surged, unlocking a new skill, the Buddhist movement, the Great Sumeru Step. With one step, I could traverse 3,000 Buddhist realms, practically a spatial leap. Of course, this skill consumes immense stamina. In peak condition, I could use it about 10 times. Having used some during the ambush, I was left with only 4 uses. But they were unaware of this. Seeing that he could not best me in direct combat, Akainu resorted to dirty tactics. He turned to the warlords and shouted for them to intercept Whitebeard, warning of dire consequences otherwise. These individuals, who usually act so arrogantly, now had no choice but to comply. Kizuru, ever the sly one, brought along a group of pacifists, adhering to the mantra, "As long as I run fast, the law won't catch me." Only Carp remained stationary, observing from a distance, his grandson in mind, realizing that in this moment, doing nothing was the greatest assistance. Akainu's underhanded strategy infuriated me, and just as I was about to explode, suddenly, a commanding voice resonated throughout the battlefield. This war must come to an end. I turned, astonished. Shanks had arrived. Sengoku and the other's eyes nearly popped out. Wasn't it said that he had been battling Kaido just days ago? How had he appeared at Marineford so swiftly? Without uttering a word, Shanks drew his sword, pointing it and declaring, "Whoever hasn't had enough, I am ready to engage." His crew materialized alongside him, Beckman immediately aiming a gun at Kizaru's side. Kizaru, instantly cowed, raised his hands. Oh dear, how frightening. Seeing the situation, Sengoku sought to retreat, telling Akainu that dealing with this monk was already troublesome enough. Adding Shanks would lead to the complete annihilation of the Marine headquarters today. But Akainu, ever stubborn, refused to heed advice, believing that if he did not take Whitebeard's head today, the Marine's reputation would be tarnished. The next moment, he vanished, charging from beneath the ground directly at Marco and Whitebeard. Shanks shouted desperately for someone to protect Whitebeard, but it was too late. In that critical moment, I leapt forward, activating the great Sumeru step. "Akainu, have you forgotten about me?" I instantly flashed behind him, startling him. Yet he had gone mad, extending his arm, a molten dog head lunging at me. I unleashed my ultimate move, Ming Wing Fashin. A gigantic golden arm immediately shielded Whitebeard. Akainu, like a rabid dog, pounded against my golden form, even causing it to crack. I retaliated with a few swift strikes, and he, capitalizing on momentum, surged toward Jinbei and the others. Jinbei, a true man, met him with a powerful punch, only to be scorched by Akainu's attack. Yet he did not yield, just as he appeared on the verge of collapse. I waved my hand, a beam of Buddhist light supporting him. "Well done. Now leave the rest to me." Once more I stood before Akainu. He was so furious he could hardly speak, his body erupting with magma, intent on transforming the surroundings into hell. I merely smiled lightly, unleashing my Buddhist light, purifying his volcanic effects entirely. "Your fruit ability is ineffective against me." Akainu was utterly despondent, for he understood that as long as I was present, he could not lay a single finger on Whitebeard today. With a fierce declaration, he proclaimed, "Demon Monk, one day, I shall eradicate you from this world." Yet, as he intended to flee, I could not suppress my amusement. It was 2025, and there were still those who dared to boast and then run before me. How naive! I swiftly unleashed a powerful strike, sending him hurtling away. Strangely, he did not retaliate. Instead, he rose and positioned himself beside Sengoku. A trap was afoot. Just as I prepared to deliver a finishing blow, Carp suddenly appeared before me, declaring he did not retaliate. "If you make another move, I shall confront you." Very well. I conceded to the formidable Iron Fist Carp. At that moment, Shanks began his own dramatic appeal. "Everyone present, grant me a favor." Sengoku, seeing the opportunity, declared the war concluded. Not wanting to linger any longer, I tossed aside my robe and ascended into the skies. Behind me, the naval officers exhaled in relief, as if they had just evaded a plague. Only Akainu, with a gaze that could pierce through flesh, looked as if he wished to consume me alive. As I soared through the air, I turned back and smiled at him, nearly provoking a heart attack. In mid-flight, a notification chimed in my mind, indicating that I had successfully prevented a war, granting me a 10-point increase in progress, now totaling 75, along with the reward of a summoning skill. I could summon someone from Fahai's abode, which piqued my interest, though I decided to refrain from using it immediately, lest I inadvertently summon an inconsequential bystander. Soon, I caught up with Whitebeard's ship. Upon boarding, I promptly released Ace. The moment Luffy saw Ace unconscious, he was ready to confront me. But I merely stated that Ace was simply asleep. That simple-minded creature immediately believed me and even bowed in gratitude. Sincerity is indeed paramount. I then approached Whitebeard, who was on the verge of death. I offered to save him, but the price would be the loss of most of his Gura no Mi abilities. Without hesitation, he agreed, stating that family was more important than power. Thus, I led him to a chamber and, through a series of operations using a minor causality technique, restored him to health, while simultaneously absorbing the majority of his fruit's power. Subsequently, I decided to play a small prank on them. I emerged with a solemn expression, shaking my head and sighing. The crew instantly crumbled, with a behemoth named Jozu charging towards me, his eyes reddened with emotion. Just as his fist was about to strike my face, a large hand emerged from the doorway and firmly grasped him. "Foolish child, dare you lay a hand on my benefactor?" Whitebeard strode forth, his vitality restored. The crowd erupted into tears. Jozu immediately knelt before me, banging his head against the ground. I relented, saying, "Enough, enough. He insists on punishment." "Very well," I complied. "Dawei Tianglong." With a resounding slap, I sent him tumbling into the sea. I then explained to Whitebeard that while he had regained his health, I had absorbed his powers. My apologies. Surprisingly, Whitebeard thanked me, expressing that he felt 20 years younger. They insisted on repaying me, inquiring what I desired. I replied, "Nothing else, just a few dozen devil fruits to start." Their expressions shifted. They informed me that they currently possessed only 3, but would certainly assist in procuring more. Excellent, I thought. In his jubilation, Whitebeard declared, "Let us hold a feast." Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere had plunged to an icy chill. Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally presided over a meeting, officially initiating a session to denounce me. The scene was nothing short of extraordinary. The legendary Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, commanded the room with a glare that seemed to lower the temperature by another 10 degrees. And guess what? Sengoku was the first to stand, slamming his insignia of rank upon the table. "I take full responsibility for this. I resign." What a spectacle. The Fleet Admiral resigning on the spot? But wait, it did not end there. Carp, that old dog, stood up as well, declaring, "Count me in. I resign too." At that moment, every naval officer in the room was left dumbfounded. The Fleet Admiral and the Navy hero, the two pillars of strength, both abandoning their posts. How could the Navy function now? The silence was so profound I could hear my own heartbeat, akin to the end of the world. Finally, old Sengoku sighed. "Is it really necessary for you too?" Sengoku, stubborn as ever, retorted defiantly, "It is indeed necessary. With such a defeat, the Navy has lost all face. Someone must take the blame. Who else but me?" Seeing his resolute attitude, Sengoku ceased his attempts to dissuade him and sighed again. Then, the pivotal moment arrived. He slammed my bounty notice and my handsome portrait onto the table, causing the teacups to rattle. He pointed at my image, enunciating each word with conviction. "The key reason is this demon monk, Fahai. We have engaged in battle with Whitebeard for so long, with 2 admirals and a fleet admiral involved, only to be thrown into chaos by him alone. Our intelligence on this individual is scant. All we know is that he hails from Jinshan Temple, and nothing else. This is a disgrace. Listen closely, listen closely. How smoothly he has shifted the blame. The Fleet Admiral issued the highest command. Investigate him. Dig 3 feet into the ground to uncover his background. Should an opportunity arise, the entire Navy shall mobilize for immediate execution." All the officers stood at attention, proclaiming yes. Fleet Admiral. At that moment, Akainu, the rabid dog, suddenly interjected, "Fleet Admiral. What if we cannot defeat him? What then?" A thought-provoking question indeed. The room fell silent once more. After all, I single-handedly could confront their 3 highest combatants. Would they sacrifice themselves to eliminate me? The Fleet Admiral stood, his presence commanding, towering at nearly 2 meters and 80 centimeters. He spoke with a grave tone. "If it comes to that, I shall take action myself." Wow. This declaration left everyone on edge. Sengoku and Carp, resembling dutiful sons, protested. "No, Fleet Admiral, you are the commander. Should anything happen to you, the world government would crumble." Yet, the old man had made up his mind, waving his hand dismissively. "Enough chatter. I refuse to believe that my old bones cannot handle a mere Fahai. The decision is made. You are to execute it." He then added, "Ensure someone keeps a close watch on Whitebeard's territory. Do not grant him a moment's respite." With that, the old man strode out, leaving the room filled with bewildered expressions. They were unaware that Whitebeard had already been restored to his former vitality. As the meeting gradually dispersed, only the 3 admirals remained. The level of drama within the Navy was no less than that outside. Akiji was the first to slack off, exclaiming that it was too hot, and he was leaving, clearly wishing to avoid the fleet admiral's mess, especially not wanting to side with Akainu. In response, Akainu reached out to stop him, magma radiating from his hand. "Stop, Kazan. What is your stance on the position of fleet admiral?" High-stakes business affairs often employ the simplest of methods. The two, one representing ice and the other fire, stood in confrontation, the tension palpable. Akiji shrugged off his hand, moving to the door and leaving behind a parting remark. "Anyone can take the position, as long as it is not you." With that, he vanished from sight. Akainu's face darkened with rage as he gritted his teeth. "Very well. Let us compete then." Meanwhile, Kizuru remained aloof, seemingly unbothered, perhaps contemplating a cup of goji berries, thinking to himself, "Oh dear, looks like overtime is upon me. How terrifying." While chaos reigned in the Navy, I found myself in a state of leisure aboard Whitebeard's ship, sailing through the New World. The atmosphere aboard was lively, with a feast underway and the aroma of grilled meat wafting for miles. Marco, clutching a piece of roasted meat, insisted on feeding me. "Master, just one bite. This meat grilled with the flames of my immortal phoenix is incredibly delicious." I chuckled, pushing his hand away. "Benefactor, I am but a monk. I cannot partake." "I cannot partake." Whitebeard, now revitalized, was as joyful as a child weighing 200 pounds, raising a bowl the size of a basin to toast me. I quickly cautioned him, "You've just recovered. Take it easy." He nodded enthusiastically, heeding my advice. In a cacophony of laughter and joy, I spotted Icy sitting alone in a corner, withdrawn and despondent. The poor child, upon awakening, learned that his father had nearly lost his life in a desperate attempt to save him, and he was unable to reconcile this burden, spiraling into a morose state. I contemplated that healing a troubled heart requires a remedy from the heart itself. Slowly, I approached him and sat cross-legged beside him. Upon seeing me, he regarded me with the utmost respect, akin to a primary school student encountering their teacher. He then began to lament. "Master, am I a harbinger of disaster? Because of me, my father Luffy, Grandpa Kapu, and so many brothers. Perhaps I should never have been born into this world." As he spoke, this grown man wept uncontrollably. I waited patiently for him to exhaust his tears before gently offering him some heartfelt advice. I said, "Young one, life is not solely for oneself. It is about protecting those you cherish. In war, there are no absolute rights or wrongs, only differing stances. Your task is to grow stronger, strong enough to safeguard everything you hold dear." My words left him in stunned silence. After a moment, he abruptly stood and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, "Thank you for your guidance, master." To my surprise, a notification chimed in my mind, indicating that my progress had increased by 1%, now standing at 77%. How delightful it was to realize that serving as a life mentor could enhance my progress. I see, having gained clarity, eagerly joined the revelry, and the atmosphere aboard the Whitebeard pirates reached a fever pitch. Just then, Luffy emerged from seemingly nowhere, and Icy embraced him, proclaiming, "Luffy, come be my brother. Join our crew." To which Luffy responded with a disdainful expression, sticking out his tongue, "No way. I am destined to become the Pirate King." The entire ship erupted in laughter. Amid the merriment, a seagull delivering newspapers swooped down, dropping a bundle without even waiting for payment before hastily retreating. One of the crew picked it up, and his face turned ashen, the alcohol-induced stupor instantly vanishing as he stumbled toward Whitebeard, exclaiming, "Dad, this is bad." Whitebeard took the newspaper, and his expression darkened ominously, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. The headline screamed in the largest font, "Marineford War. Whitebeard pirates suffer catastrophic defeat. Emperor Whitebeard severely wounded and near death." Such a severe attack on reputation was indeed ruthless. Yet, the true shock lay on the back of the paper. A full page was dedicated to my visage, emblazoned with the title, "Yaosing Fahai, Bounty, 1-784, 390, 000 berries. Dead or alive, captured doubles the bounty." At that moment, I noticed a peculiar expression on Whitebeard's face, as if he wished to speak but was at a loss for words. Sensing something amiss, I inquired about the matter. He handed me the paper, pointing to the reverse side. "Master, you are looking at it upside down." When I flipped it over, I was utterly astounded. I counted the figures. 1,784,000,000? With such precise numbers, was the Navy composed of demons? Was this my bounty or merely my phone number? This was indeed troublesome. It was not fear of being hunted that weighed on me, but rather concern, with a face branded as that of a heinous criminal. How could I venture forth to enlighten the masses and accumulate progress? Who would believe a bounty of 1,784,000,000 attached to a so-called good soul? It seemed the identity of Fahai would have to be temporarily set aside. I needed to find a place to absorb those 3 devil fruits, reach 80%, and unlock a new character template. The world erupted due to my bounty. The formidable Big Mom drooled at the thought of making me her next husband. Kaido on Onigashima, inebriated, brutally dispatched a messenger, likely oblivious to the newspaper's content, and Shanks gazed at my bounty with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, on Doflamingo's end, he pointed to my bounty, chuckling at the unfortunate soul I had previously robbed of a fruit, saying, "The esteemed Fahai in the heavens does not permit another emperor to emerge." I found myself with Whitebeard and his crew on a deserted island, their treasure trove. Honestly, when I beheld their method of hiding treasure, I was rendered speechless. They merely piled the loot in a cave, marked by a massive Whitebeard pirate's flag, as if to announce to the world that treasures lay within. I asked Maruka, "Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" With an expression that suggested I lacked understanding, he replied, "With our flag here, who would dare? If it were stolen, it would undoubtedly be the other emperors. We would simply confront them one by one." I glanced back at Whitebeard, who gave Maruka a thumbs up. "Very well, your logic as brigands is indeed impressive." Maruka dove into the pile of gold coins, digging for what felt like an eternity, and finally emerged with a box. Upon opening it, I discovered 3 devil fruits with peculiar patterns. A notification chimed. System detected 3 devil fruits. Each can increase progress by 1%. This was it. With these, I could surge to 80%. I accepted the fruits, declining Whitebeard's offer to stay and lay low. I was currently a mobile buster call attractor. Staying would only bring trouble. Farewell. May fate bring us together again. I clasped my hands in farewell and swiftly summoned my Kasaya. Soaring away as they called out, "Master, take care." I sped across the ocean, searching for a remote location devoid of human presence to enter seclusion. At last, I spotted a small rocky island, merely a few hundred meters in circumference. Perfect. I controlled my Kasaya to land steadily on the island. Once my feet were firmly planted, I wasted no time in retrieving the box containing the devil fruits. The system's prompt resonated in my mind. "Would you like to absorb?" "What question?" I shouted, "Absorb." Immediately, the fruits disintegrated into a fine powder and swiftly entered my body. The progress bar in my mind skyrocketed. 78, 79. Ding! 80%. Congratulations to the host for achieving progress. You have earned 1 character draw. I was so exhilarated that my hands trembled slightly as I opened the panel, watching the draw button illuminate, my heart racing with anticipation. Yet, I remained composed, calmly inquiring of the system if I switched to a new character. "Can I revert to the Fahai identity?" The cold electronic voice responded that I could switch freely, albeit with a cooldown period. The new identity had no cooldown, but if I was to switch back to Fahai, I would have to wait 3 days. 3 days? I pondered, realizing there was no significant loss. I pressed further. "Can the summoning card I previously drew be used with the new character?" "Yes," came the reply. Everything was set. I laughed with delight. In Fahai's world, to be honest, the mortals were far too numerous, and their combat prowess was hardly worth noting. Now that I had the chance to assume a more formidable identity, I had to seize it. "System, let me draw." The moment I uttered the command, my mind transformed into a cinematic reel, countless figures flashing before me. Those who understand this sensation can relate. It felt akin to unboxing a surprise. I clasped my hands in prayer, fervently wishing, "Please give me something powerful, something extraordinary, and not a comedic character." The scene finally froze on a solitary, aloof black figure. My eyes widened in astonishment, my heart racing with excitement. The unique hairstyle, the cold and proud demeanor, the Zanpakuto at his waist, and the grand six-character emblem on his back. It was none other than Yukitake Jushiro. Renowned in the world of Shinigami as one of the most well-rounded fighters, he is known for techniques such as Senbenzakura Kageyoshi and Bankai. There are no souls left. The system chimed again. New character, Yukitake Jushiro. Would you like to begin playing? To be honest, I hesitated. If I had drawn Yamamoto, I would have merged without a second thought. However, for Yukitake, I needed clarification. System, how is Yukitake's power enhancement calculated? Is it 5 times like Fahai? The system informed me that, based on my previous performance, I had been upgraded for this occasion. The initial combat power of Sumu Bai Zai is an astonishing 8-fold enhancement, and with every subsequent 10% increase in performance, it doubles once more. I couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Is it truly possible to play this way? It feels akin to activating a VIP status. An initial 8-fold power. Fusion. Immediately. Without hesitation. What more is there to contemplate? With an 8-fold combat power, a single use of my Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, could potentially envelop the entirety of the Grand Line. Couldn't it? As I commanded, I sensed the aura of a sage belonging to Fahai swiftly fading from my being. A flash of white light enveloped me. And when I opened my eyes again, I had transformed into the strikingly handsome Sumu Bai Zai, exuding an air of elegance. I quickly accessed my interface and confirmed that I had indeed taken on the role of Sumu Bai Zai, with an initial progress of 30%, translating to an 8-fold combat power. As for the Fahai character, it had already faded from view and was in cooldown mode. 30% means I currently possess just over twice the peak strength. I calculated that with this power, I could likely evade an admiral, but encountering a monster like Garp would still result in a beating. Nonetheless, the potential for growth is immense. Moreover, the most exhilarating part is that I no longer have to feign compassion. Bai Zai's personality is aloof and free-spirited. This is the true lifestyle a man should embrace. I could hardly contain my excitement as I unsheathed my Zanpakuto, positioning it before me, and in a tone I found undeniably cool, softly intoned. Scatter, Senbenzakura. With a flourish, the blade transformed into countless cherry blossom petals, swirling around me in the sea breeze. I must say, the scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, these petals not only looked stunning, but also formed an absolute defense within an 85-centimeter radius around me, preventing anyone from approaching. It was nothing short of turning combat into an art form. As I marveled at the spectacle, I suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful battle intent, intertwined with an intimidating sword aura emanating from the nearby sea. Who could it be? I immediately became alert and turned to the ocean, only to find my pupils constricting in shock. A small sailing ship, resembling a coffin lid, was lazily drifting toward me. On board was a man clad in a wine-red floral shirt, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, making it difficult to meet his eyes. The massive black sword on his back announced his identity without a word. The warlord of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. No way. I had just switched characters and encountered a top-tier version T0 character. This plot is exceedingly hardcore. I became fully alert, sensing that the battle intent emanating from him was nearly palpable. Soon, Mihawk's small boat reached the shore, and he jumped down. His eagle-like eyes fixated on me and the swirling cherry blossoms around me. I could feel that upon seeing me for the first time, he was already thinking, "This guy is formidable." Without hesitation, he slowly drew the black sword, Yoru, and with a hum, an unparalleled battle intent erupted, charging directly toward me. "Might I request a duel with you?" he stated plainly, his eager gaze reminiscent of a 30-year-old bachelor encountering a stunning woman. At that moment, I shifted into the persona of Bai Zai, my expression as frigid as ice, and calmly inquired, "What brings you here?" He said nothing in reply, merely expressing his intent through action, drawing his sword to challenge me. I thought to myself, why engage in a pointless fight? I retorted, why? There is no benefit in fighting you. What reason do I have to engage? Mihawk appeared momentarily taken aback, perhaps surprised that someone would refuse him. I was indifferent to his thoughts, having just escaped the gaze of a navy, It would be foolish to engage in a battle with a warlord of the sea and expose myself. I'm not a fool. Battles without reason do not appeal to me. With that, I sheathed Simbinzakura, turned, and walked away, unwilling to entertain him further. Wait, my hawk called out from behind. I halted, turning to face him. He was undeterred, seriousness etched on his face as he asked, "Do you truly not wish to fight me?" As a swordsman, encountering an equally matched opponent is a rare opportunity. His excitement grew as he raised his black sword, pointing it at me. "Fight me, you unknown warrior." At that moment, I thought to myself, is this man perhaps unhinged? I simply dismissed him with a curt boring and turned to leave. What a joke. I would not serve as his experience fodder. To my surprise, he was unfazed by my dismissal and continued to follow me at a distance. His persistence was almost unnerving. Frustrated, I called out, "Shuinpa," and instantly vanished from his sight, using my spiritual pressure to run through the air. I glanced back at the stunned Myhawk on the island, thinking I had finally shaken him off. Yet I was still too naive. Upon witnessing my ability to walk in the air, Myhawk's excitement surged, and his battle intent reached a boiling point. He leapt onto his small boat and pursued me across the sea. As I traversed the skies, several pirate crews spotted me and were left awestruck. "Captain, am I seeing things? Is someone flying in the sky?" One exclaimed, only for another to retort, "Don't be ridiculous. Only Captain Don Quixote da Flamingo can fly." But before he could finish, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Indeed, I was flying. He collapsed in shock and ordered a retreat back to their paradise. However, just as their ship turned around, a massive green slash flew from behind, cleaving their vessel in two. It was Myhawk. He casually obliterated a ship to clear his path. The remaining pirates, terrified, jumped overboard, but Myhawk paid them no mind. His gaze unwaveringly locked onto me above. I stared back at him, and the atmosphere grew tense. How bothersome. I cursed inwardly. This man was truly relentless. I immediately increased my spiritual pressure output and executed an advanced version of Shuinpa, disappearing entirely from his line of sight. I thought I had finally succeeded, but Myhawk stood resolutely on his small boat, drawing his black sword and unleashing a colossal slash toward the ocean. Remarkably, he utilized the recoil from the slash to launch his small boat like a rocket. The speed was astonishing, gliding just above the surface of the sea. He stood at the prow, eyes brimming with battle intent, as if to say, "You cannot escape." At that moment, I was utterly disheartened. Here I was, a being capable of flight, being pursued by a mere rower. Was there no justice in this world? It felt as though Myhawk had implanted a GPS tracker on me. No matter where I flew, he could always find me. Unable to bear it any longer, I simply hovered in midair, waiting for him. He paddled over, stopping beneath me, looking up with a smirk. "Have you come to your senses, unknown warrior?" I shook my head. "No, I have no interest in combat. But if you truly wish to spar, I have a method that doesn't require us to engage in physical conflict." His interest piqued immediately. "What method?" "Follow me to your residence." I descended from the sky onto his small boat, claiming the only seat available. He gazed at me, his battle intent intensifying, yet ultimately he subdued it, steering the boat toward his home. Thus this peculiar duo, sailed across the sea. However, I soon discovered that a certain unscrupulous reporter had captured our moment and plastered it across the front page of the newspaper, with the headline reading, "Eagle Eye and Mysterious Warrior Secretly Team Up, Aiming for the Throne of the Four Emperors." I was reclining on the boat, admiring the sea view when a newspaper plummeted from the sky, hitting me in the face. I picked it up, initially noticing the news of Akainu and Akiji vying for the position of Fleet Admiral. Just as I was about to discard it, I flipped it over and was struck dumb. In the photo, Myhawk stood at the bow, exuding an intimidating presence, while I was lazily reclining in the only seat. Who on earth took this photo? Who dared to publish this newspaper? I was so enraged that I nearly activated my Bankai on the spot. I went to great lengths to change my appearance and hide, yet I was still exposed by these unscrupulous journalists. At that moment, I contemplated jumping ship and fleeing, but I feared it would only create a greater uproar, so I endured. The esteemed Ingyen observed my face, which fluctuated between pale and flushed and feigned concern. inquiring if I felt unwell. I curtly informed him, I am known as Shiomu Baizai, not some unfamiliar powerhouse. Upon hearing this, his gaze towards me grew even more peculiar, filled with admiration and appreciation. A chill ran down my spine. Does anyone understand? That gaze, it was unsettling. Reflecting on the original text, where he and Pailuna had cohabited for an extended period without any sparks, and his persistent search for Hongfa, I felt a pang of anxiety. Could he be harboring ulterior motives? Instantly, I became wary, my demeanor shifting from indifference to vigilance. This person was too dangerous. Yet, upon noticing my wariness, he misinterpreted it as a mental sparring session, and his gaze became even more admiring, as if proclaiming I was his idol. I could not take it anymore. I stood up, ready to flee, but the thought of those journalists immobilized me. To leave or not to leave, I was utterly distressed. Just as I wrestled with my dilemma, Yin unexpectedly sat cross-legged, entering a so-called state of readiness. Noticing his lack of further action, I decided to endure until we reached his abode. Meanwhile, at our destination, Klaikana Island, Sirlong was hopelessly lost in a castle, tormented repeatedly by Paluna's negative specter. I felt utterly useless, longing to transform into a fungus. The lament of being human echoed throughout the castle. Finally, our small vessel halted at a boundary of calm waters. Yin informed me that crossing this point would lead us to his home. I seized the opportunity, pointing towards the nearby red Earth continent. I solemnly declared, "You traverse the calm belt, while I shall cross over and await your arrival on the other side." Without waiting for his response, I unleashed my spiritual pressure, sprinting through the air towards the red Earth continent, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. I had finally escaped this clingy individual, my hawk. As I soared halfway to the red Earth continent, I glanced back and noticed Yin's figure had vanished from the sea, and a weight lifted from my heart. First, I needed to find a place to settle and expedite my progress in the role of Shiomu Baizai. I must confess this task proved challenging. My cosplay progress as Shiomu Baizai was stuck, utterly stagnant. You see, this Baizai embodies the archetype of a high and aloof man, devoid of desires, with only lingering thoughts of his deceased wife and concern for his sister-in-law Rakia. Where could I find suitable scenarios for him? I was utterly perplexed. Does anyone comprehend? This stagnation in my performance progress left me as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Of course, I possess a system. In times of uncertainty, I should consult the system. I quickly called out in my mind, System, I beseech you, how can I advance the progress of Shiomu Baizai? And guess what? The ethereal voice of the system drifted through, uttering a singular phrase, engage in actions that align with the character's personality. Well, I thought, I might as well observe an elderly person on the subway, engrossed in their phone. Yet, I was uncertain of his personality, and here you are, engaging me in a roundabout manner? My mind was aflame with sarcasm, while I maintained a polite facade. Could you be a tad more specific? The system fell silent for a moment, perhaps taken aback by my inquiry, before reluctantly elaborating. Shiomu Baizai, captain of the 6th Division of the Godi 13. His demeanor is composed, and he possesses an unwavering sense of familial duty. The emphasis on unwavering resounded with conviction, and then there was silence, implying I should figure it out myself and cease bothering it. Very well, familial duty. I pondered, as I'm all alone now, where could I seek out a family? I cannot simply find someone and produce a bunch of children on the spot to establish the Shiomu clan from scratch. That would be an insurmountable undertaking. However, upon further reflection, a family, in essence, is merely companions, kinfolk, is it not? The most expedient method would be to form a pirate crew. But just as this thought emerged, I quashed it. No, I had just brushed shoulders with Yin, and now the entire world would know we had teamed up. If I were to immediately pivot and establish my own pirate crew, wouldn't the Navy and the world government mark me as public enemy number one and keep a close watch on me? Too conspicuous. Eureka! I would employ a strategy of working in shadows. I would find a well-known pirate crew, conceal my identity, and leverage their reputation as a facade, quietly amassing wealth. I mentally reviewed the roster. The 4 emperors? No, I had barely escaped from Whitebeard. I wouldn't retrace my steps. Among the supernovas, Luffy S. crew is far too conspicuous, while Kid S. crew possesses decent combat strength, albeit with some lacking intellect. As for Law, he is too burdened with thoughts. Associating with them would be exhausting. After much contemplation, I realized the most suitable option was the Shichibukai. But returning to Ingyin? Absolutely not. I had just managed to extricate myself from that battle-hungry maniac. I would not return to the jaws of the lion. The Shichibukai, an epiphany struck. Without hesitation, I turned and soared towards the opposite side of the Red Earth continent. I must tell you, my aim was exquisite. Within the calm belt lies an island known as Jioshi Island, the land of women. Upon my arrival, I fortuitously stumbled into a chaotic scene. In the palace, an elderly woman, whom I later learned was known as Zapapa, was fiercely scolding an extraordinarily beautiful woman. That woman was none other than the Empress Han Kyuk. Han Kyuk, I can no longer allow you to act so willfully. Zapapa trembled with fury. Han Kyuk's two younger sisters hastily intervened, urging, "Grandmother, please do not be angry. Our elder sister is only considering the nation." Considering the nation? Zapapa's voice rose even louder at this critical juncture. To relinquish the position of Shichibukai is to invite disaster. The Navy already intends to abolish the Shichibukai system, and you wish to step forward as the scapegoat? And guess how Han Kyuk responded? With icy shards in her captivating eyes, she coldly retorted, "I do not covet the position of Shichibukai. Should they wish to take it, I shall welcome them at any time." At that moment, as I listened from the shadows, a single word encapsulated my thoughts. Fierce. Zapapa, now at her wit's end, sighed and was assisted away by her two sisters. Before leaving, her younger sister turned back and advised, "Sister, you must truly consider Zapapa's words." Once everyone had departed, Han Kyuk stood alone, her eyes reddened, murmuring softly, "Have I truly erred?" An opportunity had presented itself. I stepped forth from the shadows, adopting the cool demeanor befitting by Zai, and stated, "You have not erred." "Who?" Han Kyuk gasped in surprise, evidently unprepared for someone to approach her silently. Upon seeing me, a stranger and a man, she instinctively formed a heart shape with her hands, unleashing a pink ray of light towards me. Sweet scents wafted through the air. The light passed through my body, yet I remained unaffected. I assure you, I was calm as can be. What a jest. I am Shiomu by Zai, with only Hizana in my heart. What allure could your beauty hold over me? Han Kyuk was utterly astonished, her expression akin to one witnessing a ghost. How can this be? I leisurely found a seat and coolly stated, "Do not waste your efforts, Snake Princess. Your powers are ineffective against me." Noticing her continued wariness, I deduced that this woman, having not encountered Luffy, was now suspicious of all men. I chose not to dwell on her apprehension and began to analyze. I say you are not wrong, for it is only a matter of time before the Navy and the Shichibukai part ways. However, your error lies in the timing. This statement piqued her curiosity. Timing error? Indeed. I nodded, commencing my performance. The Battle of Marineford has just concluded, and the Navy is in disarray, their reputation at an all-time low. They are currently striving desperately to save face. If you were to suddenly declare your resignation, would it not be akin to delivering a resounding slap across the Navy's face in front of the entire world? If you were in the Navy's position, how would you respond? Hancock instinctively murmured, "Eliminate the loudmouth." Indeed, I snapped my fingers, and she fell silent, pondering the pros and cons of my words. After a prolonged silence, she abruptly tossed her hair, reverting to her haughty demeanor. "So what? Regardless of what I do, I will be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful." At that moment, I was left speechless. Goodness, this woman's thought process is truly peculiar. Can beauty fill one's stomach or serve as currency? I could no longer contain myself, my tone turning icy. At this juncture, as the Empress, shouldn't you consider what will happen to your subjects in Kuja after resigning from the Shichibukai? How did you ascend to the throne? Fool! Hancock was left dumbfounded, likely having never been spoken to in such a manner before. Once she regained her composure, her expression darkened. "Who do you think you are to dare to defy me?" Barely had she finished speaking when a fragrant kick was aimed at my face. With a resounding explosion, The spot where I had been seated erupted into splinters. Upon believing I had perished, she scoffed disdainfully, then picked up her telephone bug. "Mary, I wish to bathe." Not satisfied, she approached the pile of debris and delivered a few more kicks before striding contentedly toward the bath. As she walked, she began to shed her clothing, and by the time she reached the edge of the pool, she was left with but a few garments. I, however, had already utilized Shumpa to evade. Just as she was preparing to immerse herself in the water, I emerged from behind her, employing her earlier logic to turn the tables. "You might want to sunbathe a bit more. That way, no one will call you a fool." She turned around, her gaze murderous. "You saw it, didn't you?" I understood. She was not referring to her body, but rather the mark on her back. I bluntly pointed out, "It's merely the mark of the celestial dragon, the brand of a slave. There's nothing to conceal." Observing her astonished expression, I added a final blow. "Those fellows will not enjoy their freedom for long. Annihilation is inevitable." Upon hearing this, Hancock was utterly stunned, unable to believe her ears. "You dare to speak of exterminating the celestial dragons?" In her mind, the celestial dragons were invincible deities. I felt her scrutinizing me, as if I were some rare creature, and I implored her not to look at me that way. I was merely stating the truth. "They will undoubtedly be exterminated." She stood there in silence for a while, before seemingly concluding that I was insane, waving her hand dismissively. "You may leave. Let today's events be forgotten." With that, she plunged into the water. "Hey, are you trying to dismiss me?" I was flabbergasted. "Sister, I didn't come all this way just to chat with you." She emerged from the water, wearing an expression that suggested I should be grateful for her mercy. "Letting you go is already a favor. What more do you desire?" "Quite simply, I wish to join your Kuja," I stated matter-of-factly. She appeared taken aback. "Is that all? What will happen after you join us? What can you bring to the Kuja? Or how will you prove your worth?" I smiled, then turned serious, gazing intently at her. "I will help you seek vengeance." "Vengeance?" she exclaimed, rising from the water in excitement, disregarding her exposed form, her gaze fixed on me. I tilted my head slightly. "You've already guessed it. Why bother asking?" Her heart was thoroughly shaken. I extended 3 fingers. 3 months. If I fail to exact vengeance within that time, you may dispose of me as you wish. I calculated in my mind. 3 months would suffice for me to raise my progress to 70. Killing a celestial dragon would then be a trivial task. "Very well." She agreed with determination. "You shall have 3 months. If you fail to achieve vengeance, you will endure the harshest punishment of the Kuja." A pact was made. I nodded, seizing the initiative. "During this period of vengeance, all matters concerning the Kuja must heed my command, including yours." "Agreed," she replied. "Good," I smiled. "My first decree is that you must not resign from your position as a Shichibukai. This is a crucial element for avenging you." I agree to this. "Excellent," I said, satisfaction washing over me, before my demeanor shifted to that of a cold, refined individual. "Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kachiki Byakuya, captain of the 6th Division of the Godiai 13. She paused, clearly unfamiliar with this organization, but did not inquire further, simply stating, "Welcome, Byakuya." After a moment's thought, she added, "Your identity as a man may be inconvenient in the Kuja. Thus, you shall slightly disguise yourself. From now on, you will serve as my bodyguard." "Bodyguard?" "Very well. I suppose it's similar to what I used to do." I casually tore down a nearby curtain and draped it over myself, all concealed. Hancock likely had never witnessed such a lackadaisical disguise, yet she said nothing, returning to the pool to leisurely bathe. I must say, the atmosphere was so awkward that I nearly broke down, mentally repeating to myself, "I am Kachiki Byakuya. I'm a married man." When she finally finished bathing, she suddenly called out, "Bodyguard, fetch me my clothes." I frowned. "Not going to happen. Get them yourself." What a joke. Did she truly believe I was her servant? She let out a cold laugh. Hypocritical. Men truly are all the same. She then commanded her snake to retrieve her clothing. After dressing, she passed by me, coldly instructing, "Come with me. Let us meet the people of Kuja." As I followed her out, the moment the door opened, her sister, Marigold, rushed in. Upon seeing me, her eyes widened in shock. "Who are you?" She thrust a tail imbued with haki toward me. "Not an enemy, Marigold," Hancock interjected just in time, causing the tail to halt a mere half-centimeter from my nose. I stood completely still throughout the encounter. Hancock led us to her residence, summoning her sister, Sonia, and her grandmother. She publicly declared, "From this day forth, this person is my bodyguard of equal status to you." This declaration ignited an uproar. "Sister, have you lost your mind? What right does a bodyguard have?" Hancock was too apathetic to explain. I, however, cleared my throat and detonated the situation. "I have joined the Kuja at the cost of exterminating the celestial dragons." Instantly, the room erupted in chaos. Their grandmother was the first to react, nearly fainting. "What did you say? You're trying to doom the Kuja." Her two sisters began shouting, demanding I be expelled. Trembling in fear, Marigold, seeing my silence, struck first. "Sonia, let us take him down together." In an instant, they transformed, one with fiery hair and the other with serpentine locks, lunging at me. I remained firmly in place, exuding calmness. Just as they were about to strike, I vanished. They gasped in shock, completely unaware of my movement. The next moment, my black cloth, serving as a cape, descended from above, obscuring their view, while my voice resonated. "Bakudo no Rokujuchi, Rokujikoro." With a swift motion, 6 beams of light appeared, binding them tightly in place, rendering them immobile. Finally revealing myself, I observed the two ensnared and feigned an apology. "Phew, I'm a bit rusty after not using that for a while." Their grandmother's eyes nearly bulged out. A man. It was then she realized I was male, rushing to Hancock. "What do you feel for him? Answer me." Hancock, looking disgusted, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, you old hag?" The grandmother sighed in relief, then pointed her cane at me. "Kid, I don't care what agreement you have with Hancock. Leave the Kuja at once. This is no place for you." I regarded her coolly. "Elder, I understand your concerns. But rest assured, such a situation will not occur. Moreover, I will handle the matters concerning the celestial dragons alone, without involving the Kuja." The words I uttered caused a momentary wavering in the resolve of Ja Papa, yet her skepticism remained. "What is your purpose in doing this?" After a brief pause for contemplation, I resolved to provide them with a small shock. I gazed at them and proclaimed a statement that would forever baffle them. For Demacia, Ja Papa was left utterly bewildered. "What is that? A force behind you?" "You may interpret it as such." I nodded in affirmation. The atmosphere became chaotic. "Demacia? Where is that? I've never heard of it." Hancock, however, pieced together my words, believing that the guardian I spoke of was indeed the protector of this Demacia, and her gaze towards me shifted, filled with newfound respect, as if I were backed by an extraordinary power. Recognizing the opportune moment, I decided to retreat strategically. "I've explained everything I needed to. If you choose not to believe me, then so be it. Consider my presence here today a mere inconvenience." With that, I turned to leave. "Wait," Hancock exclaimed, clearly anxious not to let go of the chance for revenge. I turned back with an expression of calm indifference. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" After a moment's hesitation, she surprisingly spoke in a soft tone. "You may remain. Let us continue our collaboration." I chuckled lightly, gesturing towards Ja Papa and her companions, who still glared at me. "Don't deceive me. In this atmosphere, I would live in constant fear. How could we discuss cooperation?" Without a backward glance, I continued toward the exit, silently counting 3, 2, 1. As expected, just as I reached the door, Hancock's polite voice called out, "Mr. Baizai, please wait a moment." I felt a surge of joy within, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor as I turned. "Is there anything else?" Hancock clenched her teeth, and driven by intense hatred, she ultimately chose to lower her proud head, bowing deeply to me, her voice laden with regret. "Mr. Baizai, on behalf of the 9 snakes, I apologize for everything that has transpired." Her 2 younger sisters were taken aback, thinking, "No, your majesty." In their minds, the haughty empress had never humbled herself before anyone. Yet, recalling the suffering inflicted upon them by the celestial dragons, they understood. Observing this scene, I knew my objective had been achieved. "In that case, I accept your apology. However, I have a condition. While I shall accept your apology, mere words without action are meaningless. Thus, you shall point out a celestial dragon, and I will assist you in eliminating him. as a gesture of my joining the 9 snakes. At this, the Empress was utterly stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. And after a lengthy pause, she finally managed to utter a name, Trux, the eldest son of the 8th family of the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, I replied, understood. I shall await your news. No sooner had I spoken than I vanished, my spiritual pressure paving the way for my ascendance, concealed in anonymity. At that moment, I too was bewildered by my sudden bravery. I later realized that my progress had surged from 30 to 40 due to that earlier confrontation, my power multiplying ninefold. When I inquired about this with the system, it responded cryptically, cold exterior, warm interior. Those who understand know that playing the proud bee king can indeed elevate one's battle prowess. Embracing this contrasting charm, I decided to play the part. I swiftly arrived at the Red Earth continent, a place known as Mary Geos, a realm unfit for human habitation. Its exterior gleamed with opulence, yet adjacent to it lay a vast garbage dump, yet not refuse, but humanity. A group of guards was callously discarding slaves they had grown tired of, while one sadistic individual experimented with the latest model of explosive collars, causing one slave's neck to explode with a sickening pop. He cackled maniacally, reveling in the fear he instilled, just as he prepared to clear out the remaining slaves. I made my entrance. I deemed it unnecessary to engage him in conversation. One swift strike sent him into a convulsion, his soul obliterated. With a single move, I unleashed a flurry of cherry blossoms, severing the collars from the remaining captives' necks. A small girl asked if I was sent by the gods, but I ignored her, pointing toward the path for them to escape. As I surveyed this hellish scene, one thought consumed me. Killing a celestial dragon? Not nearly enough. Far from sufficient. I quickly stripped the armor from the fallen wretch, disguised myself as a guard, and blended into the city. Just as I entered, I encountered a colleague of his, known as Number 7. This fellow was perceptive, sensing something amiss with me. My heart raced, but fortunately, my skills prevailed. Drawing from the memories of that unfortunate soul, I spun a tale that left him completely oblivious to my altered voice. What followed was astonishing. He led me to the residence of a celestial dragon named Yakos. This rotund individual had a decidedly peculiar penchant for effeminacy. To my dismay, Number 7 was his longtime companion, regarding me as a rival. Upon entering, the corpulent figure ordered us to disrobe, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation as he approached me, querying if Lenner, my little darling, was feeling shy. My stomach churned violently at the thought. Who could endure such an affront? Just as his filthy hand reached for me, I retaliated with a swift strike, severing it cleanly. He barely registered the shock before my blade flashed, and his head rolled to the ground. Number 7, witnessing the loss of his ally, descended into madness, screaming that I had ruined his lifelong ambitions. I thought, is that what you call ambition? Off you go to join him. Another strike silenced the chaos, and tranquility returned to the scene. After I tidied up, I managed to deceive the guards waiting outside and slipped away, only to collide with another female celestial dragon named Lilith. This woman seemed to possess a sixth sense akin to radar. She insisted I remove my helmet due to my hoarse voice. How could I? Revealing my handsome visage would spell my doom. After much back and forth, her impatience grew, and the guards aimed their weapons at me. With no alternative left, I unveiled my true self, unleashing my full spiritual pressure. The majority of those present were rendered unconscious, save for a few skilled individuals. One guard captain, remarkably resilient, charged towards me, but with a swift motion, I cast a powerful spell, sending him flying. Alarms blared throughout the Holy Land, and people surged from all directions. I released my shurkai, scatter, Sembenzakura. Countless blades erupted from the ground, creating a storm of bloodshed as I carved a path to freedom. Just as I escaped from my pursuers and caught my breath, guess who I encountered? Mihawk. This man, driven by fervor for battle, stood before me, his black sword in hand, eyes gleaming with combativeness. It seemed the Navy had tipped him off. I attempted to explain that I had no time, but he dismissed my words, believing I was merely trying to deceive him. Without further ado, he swung his blade. The clash of steel echoed as we battled fiercely, the ground shaking beneath us. Yet, I was pressed for time. The shouts of my pursuers drew ever closer. If I delayed any longer, even an admiral would arrive. My hawk persisted, claiming I was not using my full strength, and demanded to witness my true abilities. With a sigh of resignation, I thought, very well, since you wish to see, and since you all refuse to let me go, allow me to demonstrate what true despair looks like. I lowered my sword, and the surrounding cherry blossoms rushed into my hands, coalescing into the form of my blade, Senbenzakura. My hawk's eyes widened in anticipation, his senses heightened as he braced for the ultimate confrontation. Then, in a shocking moment, I simply released my grip on the sword. To his astonishment, the blade fell with a soft splash, embedding itself into the ground and vanishing. My hawk was left dumbfounded, and before he could collect his thoughts, I uttered a few words, Bankai, scatter, Senbenzakura, Kageyoshi. I assure you, the spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. From my center, countless identical long swords surged from the ground, forming an intricate forest of blades. With a gentle sweep of my hands, every blade exploded into a myriad of cherry blossom petals, each one a razor-sharp edge. The power surged exponentially. Eagle Eye, this fellow, truly lives up to his reputation as a top-tier martial artist. Upon witnessing my extraordinary abilities, which could easily be mistaken for a cheat, he displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he nodded appreciatively, uttering compliments about my prowess. Naturally, such abilities would be considered T0 level in any game. Yet, he himself is akin to a cheat, so he has no need for such things. With a swift motion, he entwined his conqueror's haki around his black blade, which appeared so dark it seemed capable of absorbing light, evoking a sense of unease in anyone who gazed upon it. He was the first to strike, unleashing a black slash imbued with his conqueror's haki that tore through the air towards me. I observed, thinking, during the Marine-Ford War, you were indeed slacking off. Had you unleashed this technique earlier, even Whitebeard would have given you a nod of approval. I responded without hesitation, with a flicker of thought. Countless cherry blossoms coalesced into a massive slashing attack, which surged forward to meet his. The clash of our powers created a resounding impact, yet instead of an explosion, it emitted a grating sound reminiscent of metal grinding against metal. In the midst of this, a vacuum zone formed, causing the ground surrounding us to crack and splinter. Eagle Eye, with his keen sense for battle, quickly perceived the stalemate and launched another slash. He had seen through my intention to escape amidst the explosion's shockwave. Very well, if you insist on preventing my departure, I called out, Kojo. In an instant, all the cherry blossom petals converged into a colossal sphere that sped towards his second slash and his very being. His attack was promptly scattered by this cherry blossom sphere, which continued its relentless advance toward his face. Eagle Eye, taken aback, leaped into the air, attempting to cleave the sphere in two. How naive! At the moment he swung his blade, the cherry blossom sphere erupted into an expansive net, enveloping him from all sides. Those who understand can appreciate that this technique is specifically designed to counter single-target burst-type fighters like him, rendering him powerless. He grew frantic, gathering strength mid-air, and unleashed his most powerful technique, the Black Blade, Extreme Slash. The sheer force seemed to dim the heavens. He shouted at me, declaring that if I could withstand this attack without being defeated, he would relinquish his title as the world's greatest swordsman to me. Brother, at a time like this, why are you still quibbling over titles? I sighed, realizing I had no choice but to unleash my full power. I slowly uttered 5 words. Zhongjing, White Emperor's Sword. In that instant, all the swirling cherry blossoms, billions of blades, returned to me, my spiritual pressure fully unleashed, and a pair of dazzling white wings erupted from my back. The sight was so stunning that even I wanted to capture the moment for social media. Eagle Eye stood dumbfounded, his unwavering conviction as the strongest swordsman faltering for the first time. His slash was upon me, and I brandished the White Emperor's sword in response. The clash of our black and white attacks sent tremors throughout the Holy Land, shaking the very ground beneath us. The 5 elders atop the mountain, engaged in their meeting, were jostled from their seats. Who dares to fight in the Holy Land? Quickly summon Akainu and Kizaru. These normally stoic figures could no longer remain seated, swiftly deciding to eliminate both me and Eagle Eye. On the battlefield, I conceded that Eagle Eye's strongest strike was indeed formidable. But who am I? I'm a cheat. I deftly combined the techniques of Kojo, and Zhongjing into a singular ultimate technique, the White Emperor's Annihilation. With a seemingly ordinary swing of my sword, Eagle Eye's world-shattering attack shattered like glass, disintegrating into fragments. Eagle Eye stood there, enlightened, as if he had unblocked his meridians, frozen in place, questioning his very existence. I exhaled deeply, my energy nearly depleted. This battle had been truly precarious. Suddenly, I sensed a disturbance. Akainu and Kizaru were rapidly approaching. The 36 strategies dictate that retreat is the best option. I hastily activated my Shunpa and made my escape, silently wishing Eagle Eye good fortune. Brother, fend for yourself. I foresee a leading role in a prison drama for you. As I fled, Akainu and Kizaru arrived at the scene. They surveyed the chaotic aftermath and the dazed Eagle Eye, both bewildered. Kizaru, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor, cheekily inquired, "Oh, my hawk, were you the one causing trouble here?" Eagle Eye ignored him, still lost in contemplation of my strike. Akainu, lacking patience, waved his hand. Arrest him, strip him of his warlord title. Yet, the Navy personnel were paralyzed with fear, for this was Eagle Eye. Reluctantly, Akainu instructed Kizaru to remain and continue the search while he returned to interrogate Eagle Eye. Kizaru, grumbling about the mess he had to clean up, transformed into a beam of light and began searching the city. Meanwhile, I had already slipped into an opulent palace. Goodness, these celestial dragons truly know how to indulge. With the outside world in chaos while inside, the atmosphere was filled with decadent music. As I stealthily navigated, I overheard sounds of whips cracking and scolding from the adjacent room. Upon peering inside, I witnessed an elderly celestial dragon mercilessly whipping a child for showing compassion toward a commoner. The child, resilient, bore the punishment while defiantly proclaiming the equality of all beings. I was astounded. This was indeed a moment of awakening among the celestial dragons. Once the old man grew weary and departed, I revealed myself. The child remained cautious. Asking who I was, I introduced myself, and upon hearing my name, he recognized me as an outsider. Observing his injuries, I decided to tease him. You celestial dragons truly have a peculiar sense of play. To my surprise, the child retorted, asking what price I would pay to take him out to see the world. I was at a loss for words. This child was far too mature. Seeing him on the brink of losing consciousness, I abandoned my playful banter and stated that I was searching for someone named Trucus. The child's response rendered me speechless. He said, Trucus is one of the highest decision-makers among the celestial dragons, known as the Five Elders. At that moment, my mind reeled. I had initially thought I was facing a minor boss, but now I was confronting one of the ultimate bosses. The difficulty of this task had escalated from simple to hellish. Moreover, syncing the timeline, 14 years ago was precisely when the Empress was captured. I found myself at a crossroads. To act or not to act. If I pursued this course, it would mean a global manhunt with no turning back. If I refrained, my mission to rescue the Empress would fail. I steeled myself, echoing the sentiment of a popular saying from 2025, rather than engage in mental turmoil. Why not unleash chaos upon the world? I would take the plunge. I inquired of the child where the Five Elders resided. He, named Florigor, informed me that even if he told me, I could not enter, for it was heavily guarded. This was indeed a clue. I thanked him, gazing out the window to pinpoint the most fortified structure atop the Holy Land. I advised him to tend to his wounds and swiftly made my exit. Disappearing in a few quick Shumpa steps, I stealthily approached the vicinity of that building, observing the heavy defenses. CP0 agents were everywhere, and the Navy appeared less than competent, surpassing even the headquarters in their absurdity. As I pondered my method of entry, a flash of golden light caught my eye. Kizaru had appeared at the entrance, scanning the crowd with his trademark lazy demeanor. A sense of dread washed over me. With him present, nighttime infiltration was out of the question. I needed to devise a plan immediately. As my mind raced through potential strategies, I felt a piercing gaze upon me. Trouble. Just as I contemplated my next move, Kizaru's figure materialized not far from me, locking eyes with me. He squinted at me with his lifeless eyes and lazily remarked, "Young man, you don't seem to be a guard. Could you be a celestial dragon?" Although I had made slight alterations to my hairstyle prior to my arrival, my noble demeanor was unmistakable. I lowered my voice, internally cursing while maintaining a facade of confidence. I replied with 2 words, "Guess." That old rascal's eyes darted around me, clearly unconvinced. Noble demeanor? Yes, but unfamiliar face. His gaze scrutinized me as if he were a security scanner, seeking to peer into my very soul. He forced a smile and spoke, "Young man, please state your family name." What a surprise. He was beginning to probe. The family name of the Tenryubido is not something that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry would know. This seasoned veteran was attempting to dupe me. My heart skipped a beat, but I had to maintain an air of nonchalance. My mind raced, contemplating what name to concoct. Suddenly, inspiration struck. A smirk spread across my lips, exuding arrogance as I declared, "Listen well. My name is Zyboer Tangyuk Lucy." At that moment, I felt as if I owed a bow to the esteemed Tom Cruise. "I apologize for borrowing your illustrious name, but I simply could not think of anything else." To my astonishment, upon hearing Zyboer, Huang Yuan was momentarily stunned. He actually believed it to a great extent. It turned out that Zyboer was indeed a newly prominent family, with its leader being one of the 5 elders. My sheer luck was nothing short of divine. He hesitated, murmuring, "Tang?" I instantly embraced my role, furrowing my brow and retorting, "Call me Lucy." The pride I felt in my name was almost convincing even to me. Huang Yuan immediately donned an apologetic expression, bowing slightly. "I apologize, Saint Lucy. I am currently investigating suspicious individuals and mean no offense." "Offense?" I scoffed coldly, my aura fully unleashed. "Even if you are an admiral, you better think twice. Is our dignity as Tenryubido something you can offend?" My outburst left Huang Yuan visibly shaken. Who understands this? To speak so boldly to a Navy admiral, aside from a few emperors of the sea, only a true Tenryubido could do so. His doubts dissipated by 90% in an instant. With a huff, I turned to leave, concealing my achievements and name. But just when I thought I was in the clear, Huang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of me as if he had teleported. His eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, narrowed to slits, sending a chill down my spine. "What do you intend to do?" My heart raced, but I had to appear defiant. "Young man," he resumed his characteristic lewd tone, "you almost managed to slip by unnoticed." My heart nearly skipped a beat, yet I maintained my composure. "Huang Yuan, do you know who you're speaking to?" "I'm a Tenryubido." "Tenryubido?" Huang Yuan erupted into laughter. "Young man, your performance is quite impressive. Do you still think you can deceive an old man like me?" I was utterly baffled. Where had I slipped up? Surely my acting merits an Oscar? Huang Yuan, seeing my persistent facade, revealed the riddle. "Do you not know that whenever a Tenryubido appears, they are always accompanied by CP members?" My heart sank. That was it. Because I was alone. But I retorted, "I am in a foul mood today. Can't I just send them away?" I glared at him, attempting to overwhelm him with my presence. Still putting on a brave face, Huang Yuan's smile suddenly turned icy. "Indeed, Tenryubido are typically accompanied by CP members, but that is only when they are out and about. In the holy land of Mariehua, Tenryubido do not have CP members in attendance." He leaned closer, enunciating each word. "Old man, I am merely toying with you." No sooner had he finished speaking than a flash of golden light erupted. This old rascal acted without warning. A classic line echoed in my ears. "Have you ever been kicked by light?" Good grief. This old man fights dirty, launching a sneak attack. I had no time to ponder. I executed a swift retreat. The light-speed kick grazed my scalp and slammed into the ground behind me, sending dust flying. What to do? Fight him? In this holy land, he could summon 1,000 men, and beside him stood the even more formidable Akainu. Was I seeking certain death? While I was lost in thought, Huang Yuan strolled out from the smoke, lazily addressing the surroundings. "Dear Tenryubito, I will be engaging in battle here. Please evacuate to a safe distance." Upon hearing this, the other Tenryubito hastily fled under the protection of soldiers, grumbling about the commoners. Huang Yuan rolled his wrist, looking at me. Young man, do you wish to counterattack? I mimicked him, responding with 2 words. You guess. I did not enjoy playing word games. His hands began to glow, and I realized he was serious. He recognized me as the one who had previously battled with Mihawk. Truly, the legendary Hachi Shikangu. What a spectacle! A barrage of projectiles filled the air, and they were even imbued with haki. This old man had managed to learn my previous combat style as Fahai. Incredible. In 2025, and yet stealing techniques is still in vogue? Is this not akin to the learning capabilities of AI? A confrontation was inevitable. It was time for swift resolution. I drew my Qianbening and declared, Scatter, Qianbening Jingyan. I initiated my Bankai. There was no other choice. I was facing an admiral. With a flourish, petals of cherry blossom blades collided with the yellow beams of light, illuminating the sky in a dazzling display of pink and black, the sound of explosions ringing out. Huang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, likely pondering the nature of my devil fruit ability. I could not afford to grant him the luxury of time for contemplation. Jianjing, Qianben, Jingyan. With a whoosh, countless physical blades erupted from the ground, encircling him. Upon seeing the physical blades, Huang Yuan exhaled in relief, thinking it manageable since it was not a Logia type. How naive! Those blades instantly transformed into billions of cherry blossoms, converging before me. Kungjing. A colossal sword composed of countless blossoms materialized before me, resplendent yet lethal. Huang Yuan mistakenly believed I had awakened my devil fruit ability. He was calculating, intending to strike me when I became momentarily rigid after the awakening. Who understands this? He insisted on waiting until my ultimate move's casting time concluded before rushing in to offer himself up. What new form of puff behavior? An opportunity. Seeing my colossal sword take shape, he transformed into a beam of light and charged towards me. I was momentarily stunned. What was he thinking? Young man, take a break. Huang Yuan's voice dripped with arrogance, as if victory was already assured. However, the massive cherry blossom sword was far swifter, sweeping horizontally towards him. Huang Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. This was not according to script. Where was the expected rigidity after awakening? I gripped the sword hilt and swung fiercely at the spot where he had been struck, unable to resist the urge to comment. You seem to have a serious illness. A thunderous crash reverberated, shaking the entirety of the Holy Land. Even the building housing the 5 elders seemed on the verge of collapse. On the rooftop, an elderly man was startled awake. Upon looking down, his pupils trembled. Amidst the flurry of cherry blossoms, a figure was sent crashing down, rolling several times. It was Huang Yuan. I gazed at the disheveled Huang Yuan below, puzzled at how he could be so fragile. One strike had breached his defenses? Huang Yuan rose, battered and torn, his sunglasses shattered. He fixed a fierce gaze upon me and suddenly asked, Young man, what is your relation to that Fahai? I abruptly halted midair, my face a mask of confusion. Huh? I have no connection with that bald man. Nonsense. Huang Yuan rarely cursed, trembling with rage. How can your attack ignore my elementalization if you have no connection? Oh, so that was it. I understood now. It seemed that every character my system provided was a natural enemy to elementalization. Why did they not mention this sooner? Why would I have any fear then? Let's go for it. I quickly adjusted my hair ornament back onto my head, restoring the aloof demeanor of Hakuba Byakuya, transitioning into character mode. My current persona was Hakuba Byakuya. Excellent. It was time to showcase my acting prowess. Zungjing Baidijan. I unleashed my ultimate move. Pure white spiritual wings sprouting from my back, looking incredibly dashing. Huang Yuan was stunned. You can awaken again. Holding the Bai Di Jian, I gazed down at him, returning his previous words verbatim. Take a break, Huang Yuan. Just as I was about to bring my sword down, a searing wave of heat surged from a distance. I paused. Huang Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Reinforcements had arrived. How embarrassing, Borisolino. The figure of Chi Inu was engulfed in molten lava, leaving a scorched earth in his wake, resembling a moving volcano. I cast a glance at him, feeling overwhelmed by the heat, which I found distasteful. Then, much to the incredulity of Huang Yuan, I swung the Baidi sword downwards with great force towards him. How foolish would I be to wait for the two of them to team up against me? First, I would incapacitate one of them. You dare! Chi Inu bellowed as he charged forward. Huang Yuan quickly responded, enveloping himself in the maximum extent of armed haki, concentrating all his defenses at a single point, and shouted, Iron block! Was it effective? The Baidi sword descended, and Huang Yuan withstood the blow. Truly, he was an admiral, with a physique that was undeniably resilient. However, the price he paid was evident as his body was riddled with cuts from the sword's energy, resembling a bloodied figure. When one attack failed, I was ready to strike again, but Chi Inu's hellhound already approached. This lava was truly bothersome. I utilized a Shuinpa to create distance. Chi Inu's ability could alter the terrain, and even if I could counter his true form, engaging him in combat would be restrictive. Chi Inu stood beside Wang Yuan, his gaze coldly fixed on me. Huang Yuan gasped for breath and remarked, Sakazuki, this guy is like that demon monk. His attacks can ignore elemental transformation. Chi Inu's expression instantly turned vigilant. The two admirals positioned themselves, one to the left and the other to the right, preparing to strike in unison against me. Having just expended my Baidi sword, my stamina was severely depleted, making my situation precarious. Should Isamon Fahai? No, that would completely expose my identity. Just as I was caught in my dilemma, I suddenly remembered I had an ace up my sleeve. I swiftly pulled up the system panel, nearly forgetting about that tool. Seizing the opportunity as I distractedly contemplated, Chi Inu lunged at me with his dog-bite Red Lotus technique. I swiftly threw the Baidi sword, transforming it into a flurry of cherry blossoms to obscure his vision. Chi Inu burrowed underground, emerging beneath me, launching a hellhound strike towards my head. Yet to his surprise, I not only did not evade, but wore a smirk as if mocking his folly. Just as his fist was about to strike me, a glint of cold light descended from the heavens, slicing his lava-imbued arm cleanly in two. The blade's momentum remained unyielding, aiming directly at Chi Inu's face. Who? Chi Inu exclaimed in shock. A wild voice responded, Your father. My goodness. Kinbaki had made his grand entrance. I quickly interjected, Kinbaki, tone it down. Kinbaki instantly complied, yet his bloodthirsty gaze remained fixated on Chi Inu and Huang Yuan. Master, may I slay these two? Chi Inu's face darkened. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Huang Yuan, on the other hand, was preoccupied with another thought. Noticing I had the number 6 behind me, and Kinbaki had the number 11, realization struck him. Were we part of the same organization? Were there more than 11 of us with such strength? His face paled. I disregarded his thoughts and warned Kinbaki, be cautious. Understood. Kinbaki grinned, and in the next moment, charged towards Chi Inu, eager for battle. Let the fight commence. The two clashed instantaneously, Kinbaki engaging recklessly, exchanging blows without regard for his safety. Observing this, I realized this was my opportunity. A VIP lane had been opened for me. While they were occupied with Kinbaki, I executed a Shuinpa and ascended to the top floor of the 5 Elders building. Chi Inu and Huang Yuan, realizing my intentions, roared in fury. But Kinbaki firmly obstructed them. The battle continues. Where do you think you're going? I swiftly reached the rooftop, where a gold-haired elder in a suit glared at me menacingly. To come here means you are prepared to seek death? I had no time for idle conversation. Directly asking Trulux, the elder paused, glancing instinctively behind him. Following his gaze, I spotted a bespectacled bald elder cautiously polishing a knife. It was him. However, the other elders chimed in, and you wouldn't believe what they said. Young man, you possess considerable strength at such a young age. Would you be interested in serving us? Seize the opportunity, young one. My expression resembled that of an elderly subway passenger engrossed in their phone. I had come to confront them, yet here they were, engaging in workplace PUA, attempting to recruit me. The bald elder spoke in a monotonous tone, Come sit. I remained rooted in place, a myriad of questions swirling in my mind. What schemes were these old fellows concocting? Then, the elder wearing a beret fixed his deep-set gaze on me, akin to the Mariana Trench, and asked, Young man, what brings you here? The elder beside him, sporting 3 white whiskers, chimed in casually, as if inquiring whether I had eaten yet. I must say, these old geezers had remarkable psychological fortitude. Before I could respond, the golden-haired elder abruptly stepped forward, and with a thunderous crash, his foot struck down, creating a massive crater in the marble floor, causing the entire building to tremble thrice. Who among my peers understands his core strength? Surely, he must have been practicing daily with Lu Gung-hong. My heart skipped a beat, judging by that force. This elder was likely a transformed giant. Youngster, the moment you stepped in here, your fate was sealed. The golden-haired elder's voice was frigid, and as his suit tore apart, his muscles bulged like dough rising. He continued, "You have only two choices, death or death." No sooner had he finished speaking than he vanished. I couldn't emphasize enough how fast he was. His speed was akin to instantaneous movement. My heart screamed in alarm. How fast? Indeed, none of these elders were to be underestimated. By the time I regained my composure, the golden-haired elder had already appeared behind me, his voice echoing, as if from the depths of hell, "Prepare to die." A powerful punch, accompanied by a sonic boom, aimed directly at the nape of my neck. I dare say, the force of this punch rivaled that of Old Man Carp. If it landed, I would either perish instantly or be paralyzed. Every hair on my body stood on end as I activated my Shuanpa to its maximum, vanishing from my spot in the mere millisecond before his fist struck. Boom! The ground where I had stood was he did not even attempt to evade. Enveloped in the armor of Busashoka Haki, he plunged headlong into my sea of blades. He foolishly believed that his formidable defense would enable him to withstand the assault, but he was gravely mistaken. Terribly so. The instant he made contact with the Sakura blade, his face blanched. His once proud defenses were instantly riddled with countless cuts, and what was worse, those Sakura shards seemed alive, burrowing into his wounds and wreaking havoc within his body. Cough! The golden-haired elder spat a copious amount of blood, his gaze fixed on me with intensity. He could feel those blades relentlessly assaulting his innards. This ability was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Confidence is a virtue, but excessive pride can lead to one's downfall. I looked at him, a rare smile gracing my lips. I had deftly seized upon his arrogant weakness, catching him completely off guard. "Qianbin Ingjing Yin, Kongjing," I shouted, and in an instant, countless Sakura blades enveloped him, forming a colossal pink sphere that mercilessly sliced at him from every conceivable angle. "Minced to pieces, I desire your demise." The sphere echoed with his frantic roars as he attempted to break free, but the sheer number of blades left him with no option but to defend himself. I feigned nonchalance, claiming I would speak further once he emerged, but internally, I felt no relief. Controlling this pink disco ball was immensely taxing, and having dealt with one adversary had already pushed me to my limits. If the remaining ones decided to engage, I would be in dire straits. I watched the 4 remaining elders warily, only to find them observing the spectacle as if it were mere entertainment, showing no inclination to assist. Among them, the elder in a small cap, leaning on a cane, leisurely rose to his feet. "Young man, to force Chigo One to such a state, you are quite formidable," he remarked, revealing that the golden-haired man was named Chigo One. He regarded me with a gentlemanly demeanor, introducing himself. "I am Gordon." "Young man, remember this name." "Why?" I pondered, sensing that this elder posed a far greater threat than the previous golden-haired one. "Because you shall perish at the hands of its master," he stated calmly, delivering the most lethal words in the gentlest tone. The moment the words left his lips, he moved. His speed surpassed that of Chigo One by several magnitudes. I could only glimpse a fleeting shadow as my body instinctively twisted, and in the next moment, an agonizing pain erupted from my right arm. His cane pierced through me, blood gushing forth. "Young man, impressive reflexes," Gordon remarked, his expression unwavering as he yanked his cane free, discarding the blood upon it. He had aimed to pierce my artery, but I had narrowly evaded it. A singular thought consumed me. He was astonishingly powerful. "Next time, there will be no opportunity," Gordon stated coolly, his gaze fixed upon me. I remained silent, aware that his words held the truth. Suddenly, his voice rang out, reminiscent of a death knell, "To your left." In the blink of an eye, he vanished again. I strained to discern his movements, but could only catch a fleeting trace. His cane, like the scythe of death, lunged toward my left chest, aiming directly for my heart. Bakud no sanhichi, aki. I could not afford to remain passive, seizing the brief opening. I conjured a sphere of crimson light in my right hand and hurled it toward his cane. I was still a moment too late. His cane struck my body first, but fortunately I managed to shift at the last moment, avoiding a direct hit to my heart. Instead, it embedded itself in the rib beside it. "Oh, you could still react," Gordon said, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Next time, there truly will be no chance." He attempted to withdraw his cane, but I would not allow him such satisfaction. I gripped his cane tightly with one hand, my gaze icy as I declared, "Old man, your cane is impressive. I shall take it. Want it? Let us see if you possess the ability." Gordon was taken aback by my audacity to seize from him, and he shifted his grip from pulling to thrusting, aiming to pierce me directly. Would I let him succeed? At the moment he exerted force, my other hand shimmered with ominous black light. Bakud no kihni, side kurokan. At my command, an immense, pitch-black coffin materialized behind Gordon. "Enter," I bellowed, pivoting sharply and colliding into him, sending him stumbling toward the ominous coffin. This was my ultimate sealing technique, immensely draining. Once inside, escape would be impossible. As Gordon teetered on the brink of falling in, an earth-shattering roar erupted behind me. "Scum, I will slay you." It was the golden-haired Chiga one. He burst forth from my Sakura sphere, drenched in blood. In my efforts to confront Gordon, my control over the Sakura sphere had weakened, allowing him to escape. This was disastrous. I mentally cursed, realizing that a 2-on-1 scenario would spell my doom unless I changed the tide. What to do? In the fleeting moment, I clenched my teeth, resolved, and advanced instead of retreating, hurling myself forcefully toward Gordon. Today, I must secure a scapegoat. "Young man, you are courting death." Gordon was enraged, astonished at my reckless determination to engage him in combat rather than flee. He swiftly discarded his cane, attempting to distance himself from me using speed. This was the moment I had awaited. The instant he released his grip, I executed my utmost moonwalk, flashing behind him, my arms locking around him tightly, channeling all my strength to propel us both toward the looming black coffin. I roared, "Let us enter together." "You dare." Gordon felt the chill of dread. He had never been so closely approached before. He began to frantically elbow me, striving to throw me off. Cough. I spat blood from the force of his blows, my insides feeling as though they had been rearranged. Yet I refused to loosen my grip, my eyes aflame with madness. "Come, let us perish together." Thud. We both plunged into the black coffin. But at that instant, Chiga Win's fist was upon us. His explosive punch was mere moments away from crashing into me. "Do not strike. Save me." Gordon bellowed in desperation from within the coffin. Chiga Win hesitated. His desire to obliterate me was strong. Do not forget the task assigned to us by that esteemed individual. Gordon's words darkened Chiga Win's expression, and he retracted his punch, landing a blow on my arm while grasping for Gordon, attempting to pull him free. "None shall escape. You both shall remain," I declared coldly. I withstood Chiga Win's punch, my arm nearly shattering, but I gritted my teeth, my legs clamping around Gordon like a vice, rendering him immobile. Then, my spiritual energy surged forth, and a tempest of sakura petals coalesced into a colossal sword, matching the coffin's entrance in size, aimed squarely at Chiga Win's back. Chiga Win's face paled. He was caught in a dire predicament. Either release his grip to evade my sword or be sealed alongside us. Fear gripped him. He shouted to the remaining 3 elders, "Hurry, assist." At last, the 3 elders sprang into action, their combined might shattering my Sakura longsword. "Brat, you shall surely perish." Chiga Win sneered, relief washing over him as he glared at me. Too late, I scoffed, having anticipated their intervention. The moment Chiga Win let his guard down, a flash of red light erupted from my left hand. Akaho. A single shot of Akaho struck precisely at Chiga Win's ankle. Chiga Win screamed, losing his balance and toppling backward. "Come with me." I seized the opportunity, yanking him forcefully into the black coffin. Just then, the attacks from the other 3 elders arrived. Yet the coffin's entrance slammed shut with a resounding thud, vanishing from sight, their strikes landing harmlessly. Only my cold voice echoed in the chamber. Await your turn. You shall be next. Inside the black coffin, silence reigned. Time flowed at an accelerated pace compared to the outside world. A mere moment for an ordinary person could equate to a lifetime. The two elders, Chigo I and Gordon, huddled in a corner, desperately resisting the erosion of time. Their earlier bravado now diminished. Meanwhile, I, endowed with the physique of death, fared far better than they. Gwydion, that old fox, realizing that a forceful approach was futile, began to soften his tone. Young man, there are no deep-seated grudges between us. Why not join forces and escape? Surely, you do not wish to be confined here for eternity? I couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. After all that circling around, it was quite evident that he merely wished to survive. I looked at them and enunciated clearly. I went to great lengths to bring you here, and I have no intention of allowing you to leave alive. You are now my prisoners, do you understand? Do not present yourselves with an air of superiority. You do not deserve it. The two of them were left speechless. I could not be bothered with them any longer and began searching for a way out of this dark space. At that moment, a chime echoed in my mind. The system had issued me a quest to form the 6th Division. I was at a loss for words. Was the system playing a joke on me? Here I was, locked away in a small dark room, and it expected me to recruit people. As I grumbled, I suddenly spotted a glimmer of white light at the end of the darkness. An exit. I was elated and unleashed my ultimate move. Final scene. White Emperor's Sword. I struck towards the beam of light with all my might. With a resounding crash, the space before me shattered like glass, revealing a gap leading to the outside world. Just as I was about to make my escape, two figures lunged at me from behind. It was Gwydion and Kaijwen. These two old codgers had been concealing their strength, waiting for this very moment. Scoundrels, remain here forever. Kaijwen's fist and Gwydion cane sealed off all my avenues of retreat. I snorted coldly, having anticipated their move. Just as Kaijwen sneered, asking how I wished to die, a celestial bell suddenly resonated throughout the space, and a golden light enveloped everything. In that instant, my demeanor transformed, shifting from an aloof nobleman to a wrathful deity. I gazed at them, my voice turning authoritative and frigid. Bold fiends, how do you wish to meet your demise? The two old men were left dumbfounded, their expressions shifting from malice to terror as they stammered. What? How can this be? You are that demon monk, Fahai. Indeed, it was I. Who else could it be? A surprise for you. I had no desire to engage in further conversation. With a swift motion, I swung my Zen staff towards them, shouting a fitting line. Wretched beings, do not resist the law. To my astonishment, a colossal figure of the King of Light materialized behind me, its golden arms descending alongside my staff, creating an imposing aura. With a thunderous crash, the two old men were sent flying like bowling pins, performing a 360-degree spin in midair while spewing blood. Kaijwen clutched his chest, staring at me as if he had seen a ghost. Why, you have two identities. Gwydion looked equally bewildered, likely pondering whether I had consumed some dual fruit of the devil. Did I really need to explain myself to them? In their wildest dreams, I unleashed a powerful handprint of the King of Light, intending to send them both on a pilgrimage to the west. But guess what? Gwydion, sharp-eyed as he was, noticed the rift behind me was closing and bellowed for Kaijwen to flee, attempting an extreme sprint to escape. You think you can leave? Not a chance. I swiftly tossed my robe, which expanded in the wind, transforming into a vast net that blocked his path. As he turned, he found me approaching with a cold smile. I clasped my hands together, and the beads around my neck shot forward, exploding into a shower of golden light that thoroughly ensnared the two of them. Gwydion, now entirely panicked, began to negotiate. Master Fahai, let's discuss this. We harbor no significant enmity. It is all a misunderstanding. Release us, and I shall revoke the bounty on your head. While speaking, he covertly signaled to Kaijwen, who began to stealthily inch towards me, attempting a sneak attack. I couldn't help but chuckle. Will they try to play me for a fool? I feigned great interest, stroking my bald head, and said, "Oh, do continue." Sensing my interest, he grew emboldened. Not only that, I can offer you a position among the 7 warlords, allowing you to dominate the seas. I thought to myself that he was painting quite the enticing picture. Seeing a glimmer of hope, he upped the ante. What is being a warlord compared to this? With your prowess, we could even negotiate a position of admiral. At that point, one would stand above all others at the pinnacle of power. I stifled laughter as I observed his fervor, then glanced back to expose his ruse. All this talk is merely to allow that wretched fiend behind me to ambush me. Isn't it? No sooner had I spoken than my Zen staff was thrust against Kaijun's nose, rendering him pale with fright. This lot seemed to believe they could orchestrate everything, even when death loomed, completely disregarding my power. My voice turned icy as I unleashed my ultimate move, Great Might of the Celestial Dragon. I must tell you, the spectacle that ensued was extraordinary. My robe beads and staff all activated in unison. The robe loomed like a massive pot lid, trapping them both, rendering them unable to flee. Countless beads, imbued with immense force, rained down upon them, forcing them to cower in abject terror. But that was merely an appetizer. The true killer blow was my staff. With a single strike, the sound of cracking bones echoed sharply. Kaijun, who stood closest, had his chest caved in, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Having concluded my assault, I expressionlessly retrieved my golden bowl. No, it was the sealing bowl. Pointing it at them, a flash of golden light emanated from its mouth, and a tremendous suction force began to draw them in. At that moment, the two of them exchanged glances and surprisingly ceased their struggle. Gaduin sighed. Old 3, it seems we cannot escape. Kaijun, lost in nostalgic recollections, even mentioned some figure named Emu. They then shared a knowing smile and ceased their resistance, willingly entering my bowl. How generous of them to feed me some dog food before their demise. However, just before Gaduin was fully absorbed, he seemed to crush a communication bug, likely signaling someone. I stowed away my magical artifacts and observed the rift, which was beginning to heal, feeling a twinge of unease. Winning this time felt like sheer luck. The oppressive nature of this place had weakened them, combined with my sudden transformation catching them off guard. Had this been outside, the outcome may have been entirely different. I dismissed such thoughts and stepped through the rift. Upon solid ground, I found myself on an unfamiliar island. The golden sands were beautiful, yet I had no idea where I was. My mind was consumed with thoughts of Jinba, feeling a pang of guilt for leaving him behind in the Holy Land. I needed to find a newspaper to ascertain the situation. To my surprise, I flew to the Shangbodi archipelago, heading straight for Shachi Esbar to gather information. Upon seeing me, Shachi gasped and immediately called out Fahai's name. I got straight to the point, expressing my desire to purchase intelligence regarding the battle in the Holy Land. Shachi lit a cigarette, her expression becoming particularly complex as she said, "You wish to inquire about someone named Jinba, correct?" I thought to myself, excellent. But her next words left me utterly stunned. 2 years ago, after the battle in the Holy Land, Jinba was imprisoned and impelled down. It is said that the world government constructed a 7th level beneath the 6th, solely to contain him. My mind went blank. 2 years. Who could understand the weight of that? I felt as if I'd only spent 2 months in that wretched coffin, yet 2 whole years had passed outside. The flow of time was swifter than the quantum computer I had purchased in 2025. I immediately grasped that my reckless fighting had disrupted the temporal flow. The thought that Jinba had been confined in a dark, sunless prison for 2 years because of me pierced my heart like a knife. Xiaoqi observed my troubled expression and continued, "In the past 2 years, the world government has nearly gone insane trying to locate you. The 7 warlords and all the marine admirals have been deployed for a worldwide search. 6 months ago, the situation escalated to the point where a war almost broke out with the 4 emperors in the New World." As I listened to her, a singular thought echoed in my mind. I must immediately go to impel down and rescue Jinba. I expressed my gratitude to Xiaoqi and rose to leave, only to have her reach out, demanding an information fee of 500 million berries. I was taken aback, thinking, where on earth could I procure such an amount? Even selling myself would not yield that price. Just as I was caught in an awkward moment, a familiar voice interrupted, "Xiaoqi, cease your jest. This master is my friend. I turned around to see none other than the infamous Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh approached with a jovial demeanor, inviting me to sit and drink. He mentioned having met Whitebeard and knowing that I had healed my father's ailments. As we chatted, his eyes lit up. "Master, do you think you could also improve this old body of mine?" I contemplated. After all, he was the first mate of the Pirate King, and I felt compelled to assist. I agreed, considering it a fair trade for the 500 million berries. I placed my hands on his shoulders, invoking a minor causality technique, and a radiant light enveloped him. In the time it took to enjoy a meal, all of Rayleigh's old wounds healed, his hair darkened significantly, and he appeared rejuvenated by 20 years. He was overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing deeply and pledging to assist me at any time. I helped him back up, stating our debts were settled, and I needed to depart quickly. However, just as I reached the door, Rayleigh chased after me with a serious expression, calling out, "Master, don't leave just yet. The world government is making significant moves, and they are coming for you." I was not surprised by this revelation, but his grave demeanor indicated the matter was serious. He lowered his voice and emphasized, "Master, remember my words. Whatever you do, do not go to Mariewa." I had no intention of going there. It was clear Rayleigh was suggesting a fate worse than death. My priority was to head to Impel Down and rescue someone. Yet, I pondered, given my current appearance as Fahai, would Jianba even recognize me? Transforming back to Bai Zai would take another 2 days, and honestly, attempting to infiltrate Impel Down in that form would be akin to courting disaster. I decided to cast aside my worries, trusting that a solution would reveal itself when the time came. I donned my robes and ascended high into the air, the marine observation points below appearing as mere specks. The closer I approached Impel Down, the more my heart raced. The fortress's defenses had been upgraded significantly since 2 years ago, resembling a formidable stronghold. Several warships surrounded the area like a swarm, and 5 or 6 notable marine vice-admirals, led by the infamous Mole, were present. Charging in recklessly would not be bravery. It would be pure folly, akin to throwing oneself into the flames willingly. Circling around Impel Down, I contemplated various strategies. Suddenly, my gaze was drawn to a turbulent stretch of sea behind the fortress, where the underwater currents threatened to capsize nearby ships. At that moment, inspiration struck. The saying goes, "Fortune favors the bold," and I resolved to take my chances where danger lurked. I withdrew my robes, performed a great Sumeru step, evading the overhead surveillance, and plunged into the water. The splash was nearly imperceptible, and just as I thought I had achieved a perfect stealth entry, a massive maw, resembling a mountain, opened wide before me. Before I could react, I was swallowed whole by a gigantic sea king. As I slid down its gullet, the nauseating stench filled my senses, and my only thought was, as a formidable monk of Fahai, I could not possibly re-emerge as organic fertilizer, could I? What would become of my reputation? I had to escape, yet I could not rely on brute force. A punch would create too much noise and attract the entire marine contingent. Thus, I opted for a more spiritual approach. I sat cross-legged within its stomach, radiating my aura to shield myself from the vile gastric acids, and began chanting the heart mantra of the Vajra Bodhi. Initially, the beast seemed to enjoy the experience, mistaking my actions for a complimentary spa treatment. However, upon hearing my intention to escape, it turned hostile, diving deeper into the ocean. My temper flared. If it chose to remain obstinate, I would respond with strength. Grasping my staff, I struck fiercely against its stomach wall, creating an explosive rupture. The creature, overwhelmed by pain, succumbed to fear. I coldly declared, "Wretched beast, I grant you one last chance. Release me." This time, it complied, attempting to expel me. I quickly instructed, "Wait. First, take me to the building on the far right." It trembled in fear, warning me that the toxic King Magellan guarded that area, and it dared not approach. Acknowledging its awareness, I stepped back, allowing it to deposit me on a nearby rock face instead. In the next instant, I felt an immense force draw me upward, and with a splatter, I was expelled along with a multitude of unidentifiable substances. The creature's eyes reflected sheer terror, and I waved it off, watching it flee with unprecedented speed. likely forever haunted by the encounter. Standing on the rocky outcrop, I surveyed the underwater prison. The 7th level appeared newly constructed, and Jianba was surely confined there. I identified the junction between the 6th and 7th levels, where the rock was fortified with sea stone, impenetrable to most. Yet, for me, it posed no challenge. I thrust my staff into the crevice, channeling my energy from within. With a resounding explosion, a massive boulder shattered, and torrents of seawater rushed in, flooding the 6th level in chaos. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly slipped inside. The alarms of Impel Down blared in a cacophony as the newly appointed director Hannibal, frantic and agitated, had no choice but to summon his predecessor, the current Vice Director Magellan, to manage the crisis. Sensing an intruder, Hannibal grasped a den mushy to call for reinforcements, but I materialized silently behind him. Greeting him with an eerie, a humble monk extends his respects. Hannibal nearly jumped out of his skin upon recognizing me, clutching the den mushy tightly. I urged him to remain calm, but instead he tossed the device at me and attempted to flee. Naive, I caught the den mushy with one hand and swiftly positioned myself in front of him. Dealing with such a single-minded champion of justice required no dialogue. I would resort to my method of enlightenment. Surprisingly, this man possessed immense willpower. Under the radiance of my aura, he struggled for quite some time before eventually succumbing, his eyes rolling back as I successfully brainwashed him, leading him to refer to me as Master. I inquired about Jianba's whereabouts, and he dutifully revealed that Jianba was on the 7th level, under the direct supervision of Sengoku and the previous warden. Sengoku? How audacious of him to show up, unaware that his devil fruit abilities were inherently countered by me. I had him find me a prison guard's uniform to wear while preparing for the journey. However, to my astonishment, he managed to break free from my influence, relying on his formidable willpower, pretending to still be under my control. He led me while secretly clutching a miniature black den mushy, intending to ensnare me within a trap. I had seen through his ruse and remarked, "Your will is commendable. I, a humble monk, am impressed." His face paled as he turned to flee. Would I allow him to escape? With a swift strike of my staff, I knocked him unconscious, placing him before his desk in a pose of deep contemplation. Then I began rummaging through the drawers and finally found the blueprint for the advancement city. Just as I got my hands on it, a colossal figure appeared at the doorway. It was Mazelin. My heart leapt to my throat. In a flash, I launched into an impressive vocal imitation, mimicking Hannibal's tone and claiming I was poisoned and unwell, successfully deceiving him. At that moment, I felt like the champion of Shengru Ren Xian in 2025. Once Mazelin departed, I quickly made my escape. Finding a secluded corner, I opened the blueprint and was immediately overwhelmed. The sole passage to the 7th level required some ridiculous special pass, and it was guarded by the jailer beasts. How was I supposed to sneak in? A spark of inspiration struck me. I would deliver food. I stealthily made my way to the dining hall, only to discover that, aside from the head chef, the food deliverers were also jailer beasts. As I pondered my next move, the jailer beasts began to brawl over the food, creating quite a commotion. My eyes landed on a small, bull-headed beast, who appeared far more intelligent than the others. I immediately cast a spell to communicate with him, and he became my new ally. Let me tell you, this newly recruited, bull-headed beast was a powerhouse. With my blessing, he sprang up from the ground, wielding a hefty hammer and knocking down the other beasts with ease, swiftly establishing himself as the new leader of the dining hall. He trained the other jailer beasts to follow his commands and then eagerly motioned for me to climb into an empty metal barrel. I thought that was the end of it. How naive. As soon as I climbed in, my loyal companion directed his subordinates to fill the barrel with a thick, foul-smelling broth made from unidentifiable entrails. I nearly lost my composure from stench. Had I not reacted swiftly and shielded myself with a protective aura, I would have been bathing in that refuse. Thus, cloaked in a barrel of horrid odor, I was pushed forward by the bull-headed beast, leading a procession of jailer beasts toward the only passage between the 6th and 7th levels. Our journey was relatively smooth until we reached the entrance. Guarding the passage was a massive creature with a lion's head and a bear's body, a pro-max version of the jailer beast, a prize creation of Bei Jiaopeng. With a roar, the beast caused the jailer beasts behind my ally to tremble, several fainting on the spot. My bull-headed companion was incensed. How could he tolerate such provocation? He brandished his hammer and prepared to challenge the opponent. The lion-headed jailer beast regarded him with disdain, hardly acknowledging his presence. Furious, the bull-headed beast swung his hammer toward the lion's head. The wind from the swing whistled past, just as the hammer was about to connect. A sudden thought struck me about my brother still bathing in the barrel. I abruptly halted the hammer's tremendous force. However, the gust it created still left a cut on the lioness' face. The lion-headed beast was momentarily stunned, blood dripping from his paw. He couldn't believe his eyes, while his companion, another lion-headed beast, mocked him as if to say, "Is this really happening? Humiliated by an inferior jailer?" This was a hornet's nest stirred. The lion-headed beast erupted in fury, his fur standing on end as he lunged at my bull-headed companion, just as my ally was about to retaliate. He recalled the brother still in the barrel. Anyone who understands knows that for the sake of my instructions and our agreement, he released his grip on the hammer, closed his eyes slowly, and presented himself as if to say, "Go ahead and kill me. I will not fight back." Watching from the barrel, my heart tightened. This foolish child had only known me for a short time, yet he regarded me as a true brother. The jailer beasts behind him looked stunned, as if questioning, "What are you doing, big brother? Fight back." The lion-headed beast's claws shimmered dangerously, ready to slice the bull-headed beast's throat. Suddenly, a mysterious sound of Buddhist chanting reverberated throughout the area. The lion-headed beast froze, his claws halting mere millimeters from the bull-headed beast's neck. Everyone was dumbfounded, except for my bull-headed ally, who understood. Big brother has intervened. I chuckled, using my thoughts to communicate with him from the barrel. "This one is mine. Now go." My Buddhist light would not hold the lion-headed beast for long. With a roar, the bull-headed beast obeyed, picking up the hammer and rallying his comrades as they cautiously pushed my refuse barrel toward the 7th level's passage. Interestingly, the lion-headed beast's companion stood frozen like a wooden post, unable to move. I later learned he possessed bat genes, granting him heightened sensitivity. My Buddhist sound resonated in his ears like divine retribution, paralyzing him with fear. Thus, aside from the unfortunate beast knocked out by the hammer, we all successfully slipped into the 7th level. The bull-headed beast quickly lifted the lid of my barrel, excitedly bellowing to claim his victory. I emerged from a heap of unidentifiable substances, dusting myself off, and affectionately ruffled his head. "You've done well." To be honest, I was quite moved, reinforcing my resolve to take him with me. I asked him, "Once we finish our business, will you leave this place with me?" Upon hearing this, he became so exhilarated that he embraced me tightly, nearly lifting me off the ground. I urged him to set me down, then discreetly marked him with a spiritual seal for future identification. I instructed him, "Take your comrades back and wait for me." Although he appeared puzzled and reluctant, he obediently led his jailer beast companions away, glancing back repeatedly. I waved goodbye, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will come for you." Watching them disappear, I turned my gaze to the enormous stone door leading deeper into the 7th level. I placed one hand against the door and exerted force. With a creak, the door emitted a piercing sound as it slowly swung open. I stepped inside, my aura illuminating the darkness of the passage. I was puzzled. Hadn't Hannibal mentioned that Zhangguo and the previous warden were observing Kenpachi here? Where were they? The eerie silence suggested something was amiss. I felt little apprehension toward Zhangguo. My aura could counter him. However, I knew nothing of the previous warden's abilities, which required caution. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying aspect. As I traversed the passage, I soon arrived at the deepest part of the 7th level. In the distance, I spotted a grand prison, undoubtedly the place where Kenpachi was held. Although excitement surged within me, I remained composed and approached cautiously. I knew that something was off. The absence of any presence indicated a trap. I retracted my aura and concealed myself in the shadows, observing intently. Minutes ticked by, and just when I suspected Hannibal was toying with me, the prison door creaked open. Two figures emerged. One was an elderly man of formidable stature, his weathered face etched with a fierce determination to eradicate evil. blood still staining his body. Following closely was Zhanghua. It became evident that this elderly man was the former warden Pikeman Shilio, a blood relative of Shilio, and the strongest member of the Shilio family. Known as the Butcher of Justice, with strength rivaling that of a peak general. I overheard Zhanghua lamenting, "Pikeman, weren't you a bit too aggressive just now?" I quickly grasped the situation. These two had just engaged in a fierce battle with Kenpachi. It was the most primal of confrontations, each of us landing blows without retreat, testing who would falter first. Pikeman's voice was steady, starkly contrasting his frail appearance. "No worries, I possess the power of the fruit." Zhanghua fell silent, exasperated. That's not how abilities should be utilized. What if you inadvertently slay Jianba? How shall we catch the big fish then? Pikeman interrupted him directly. "Have no fear. Jianba will not perish. His vitality surpasses even mine." Concealed in the shadows, I began to comprehend the situation. Pikeman was a formidable powerhouse, and he was an old acquaintance of Zhanghua, speaking without a shred of decorum. This predicament was becoming increasingly complicated. I swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, restoring my physical state to its zenith, preparing for an impending fierce battle. Soon, I completed my recovery. A glint of coldness flashed in my eyes, and I was ready to strike. With a swift motion, I executed a grand sumi step, instantly appearing beside Zhanghua, and brought my staff down forcefully upon his forehead. "Be careful." Zhanghua was still in a daze when Pikeman, the elder, issued a warning. The long sword at his waist unsheathed with a swift motion, as quick as lightning, and directly slashed towards my staff. "Break it!" Pikeman roared, and his sword moved as if it had a life of its own. Curving around my staff's body, the tip aimed directly at my wrist. I was taken aback. Such reflexes, such combat intuition. Even Karp would have to commend him. I hastily shifted my stance, striking my staff forcefully towards the tip of his sword. The two weapons collided mid-air, producing a sound as deep as two mountains crashing together. In that moment, I understood. This elder's strength was undoubtedly on par with the 5 elders, surpassing that of a marine admiral. "Yao Xing Fahai." Zhanghua finally reacted, his face a mask of astonishment. He likely could not fathom how I had silently approached this place. I paid him no mind. My entire focus was on Pikeman. To me, he was the greatest threat. As for Zhanghua, his abilities were thoroughly countered by mine, rendering him insignificant. Just as I was preparing to unleash my full strength to eliminate Pikeman, the most audacious maneuver occurred. Pikeman unexpectedly sat down on the ground, conceding the battlefield to Zhanghua. "Fahai, you seem well." Zhanghua's voice echoed with fervor throughout the 7th level. I was momentarily taken aback, warning him, "Zhanghua, you are no match for me. Perhaps join forces with your companion." "No worries, I shall not fall to you again," Zhanghua replied, his voice low, filled with the resentment of having lost in the Summit War. This further fueled my suspicion. How could he be so reckless, knowing his attributes were countered? Just as I pondered this, a bell tolled, and a radiant light emanated from Zhanghua, revealing his Buddha form. "Very well, if you insist on offering yourself. I shall not refuse." I hefted my staff and unleashed a series of fluid strikes. "Dewei Tian Long. Shi Zundi Zang. Boaduo Zun Efo. Bazuo Ba Ma Home." With each strike, I recited a phrase, and by the time I completed the final utterance, the colossal Zhanghua had been entirely smashed into the earth, his body deeply embedded in the ground, causing the entire advancing city to tremble violently. "Zhanghua, you're no match for this monk." I gazed at the pit below and turned my serious gaze towards Pikeman. "It is your turn." "Not necessarily." Pikeman shook his head, his eyes fixed on the pit where Zhanghua lay. "Fahai, your battle with Zhanghua is far from over." "Oh." I raised an eyebrow. "It is not over." Pikeman retorted sharply. "I have an agreement with him. As long as he does not concede, he has not been defeated." As his words echoed, movement stirred within the pit. Zhanghua leaped from the depths, exuding a chilling malevolence. The once gentle Buddha visage had transformed into a fearsome demon, as if intent on annihilating all. My eyes widened. I realized this old fellow had developed his fruit ability to such an extent. The other side of Buddha is none other than the demon, the Rakshasa. "Fahai, Zhangguo's voice, now imbued with a demonic resonance, echoed as if it emerged from the depths of hell. His innermost desires surged forth, yet in his view, nothing was more important than defeating me. I regarded him with calmness, bowing slightly. The duality of Buddha and demon. I am in awe. Enough talk, prepare to die. Zhangguo's eyes narrowed, and his 4 arms extended from within, launching a ferocious assault upon me. His body was enveloped in hellish purple flames, and the spirits entwined around his arms. The shockwaves produced were no longer the impact of Buddha, but rather the onslaught of a Rakshasa. His 4 arms encircled me, closing in with the intent to crush me. My expression hardened. Golden light radiated from my being, and the Buddhist beads around my neck scattered, surging towards his 4 arms. Simultaneously, my cassock unfurled, transforming into a vast red cloth, enveloping him. Zhangguo, to turn from Buddha to demon is easy. To return from demon to Buddha is hard. I advise you to turn back. As long as I can defeat you, what does it matter if I turn to demon? Zhangguo had completely succumbed to madness, showing no response to my admonitions. He swung his arms, shattering my Buddhist beads one by one, and withstanding the onslaught of purple flames, he forcefully attempted to breach my cassock. Does anyone understand this familial grudge? Is it worth it? I was somewhat speechless. It seemed there was but one method to subdue him. I would infuse my Buddhist essence into his body, triggering an explosion of his own Buddha fruit ability, allowing the 2 forces to clash within him, causing his Rakshasa form to self-destruct. So be it, I declared, retracting my cassock. Zhangguo descended from the air, his face twisted into a wicked grin. Fahai, your abilities are useless against me. This time, you shall surely lose. Is that so? I replied with a calm smile, advancing towards him. Da Lunming Wang Fa Vyang, Budong Ming Wang. A colossal figure of the King of Light emerged behind me, raising its fist to strike him. Come at me. Zhangguo's expression grew even more frenzied as he raised all 4 arms, managing to withstand the attack of my manifestation. Alas, has he truly lost his mind? I sighed, and the figure behind me became more solid, 8 arms suddenly appearing. Fa Xiang Xing Bia Bi Fu Mo Luoan. My 8-armed Luo Han let out a light cry, each arm wielding a sacred artifact. The Fumo staff, the demon-subduing rod, the Buddhist Sound Sutra, each a treasure of the Buddhist order. The artifacts radiated brilliant Buddhist light, casting upon Zhangguo, causing wisps of white smoke to rise. He let out a pained howl, the demonic flames on his surface slowly dissolving under the Buddhist light. Luo An Fu Mojin. I seized the opportunity, shouting as the 8 arms rained down upon him like a tempest, inflicting grievous wounds, the demonic flames swirling violently. Fahai, I will make you pay. Zhangguo's voice was filled with desperation. His 4 arms barely managed to defend, incapable of countering my assault. There was no opportunity left. I observed him halting my attacks. 8 sacred artifact images soared from my hands, circling before me, gradually merging into a turbulent energy sphere. Zhangguo, return to your true form. The demonic path does not suit you. The moment my words fell, a radiant beam shot forth towards Zhangguo, shaking the heavens. The entire 7th level was illuminated. Jianba, confined in his cell, raised his head in disbelief. Then a surge of fervent battle intent surged in his eyes as he murmured, so powerful. I truly wish to engage him in combat. Within the beam, Zhangguo howled in agony, the demonic flames being consumed inch by inch, his form gradually reverting to that of the Buddha. Yet his face still bore the conflicting visages of Buddha and Rakshasa, clearly still in turmoil. Do you still cling to your obsessions? I sighed, brandishing my staff as I soared above him, bringing it down with force. Sky's dominance, shatter for me. This strike appeared immensely powerful, yet as it landed upon Zhangguo's head, it was as light as a falling leaf, passing through him and releasing a wisp of black mist. The black mist seemed to possess consciousness, emitting a cry identical to Zhangguo's pained howl. Wicked thoughts. I observed the swirling black mist with a cold huff. This was the very source of Zhangguo's demonic transformation. But truth be told, Does this phenomenon appearing in the realm of Hai, Ji, Wang not seem rather beyond the scope of reason? The plot has become increasingly abstract, even more so than the fingers depicted by AI. The dark energy coalesced into the form of Zhonghua, roaring at me. Fahai, I shall not spare you. Huh, you have no chance left. With a faint smile, I formed the purification seal with my hands and pressed it toward the dark energy. In a state of sheer terror, it fled frantically, but to no avail. A flash of white light instantly purified it completely. In contrast, at the moment the dark energy left his body, Zhonghua's eyes regained their luster. He looked around at the devastation, then at me, and finally at the nearby Pei Command. His expression one of astonishment. Pei Command? What has happened to me? Pei Command inquired about the situation, and he, in a daze, responded, I do not know. It seems I was dreaming. I could see, yet I could not control my body. As he spoke, he even gave Pei Command a thumbs up. Fahai. How did you end up here? Did Pei Command capture you? Truly impressive. I admire you. Pei Command's face darkened, and he retorted, No one is paying attention to you. Find a place to rest. Oh. Remarkably, Zhonghua obediently sought a spot to sit, watching us with curiosity. Only then did Pei Command slowly draw his longsword, approaching me with a cold voice. Fahai, I have honored the agreement with Zhonghua. Now, it is my turn. Remember this face. It shall be the one that confines you to an underwater prison. Night Spirit slash. Before his words could fade, he swung his sword, unleashing a dark slash that howled toward me. The momentum was such that I felt it surpassed even that of Ying Yan. Unmoving Ming Wang body. I roared, channeling the power of unmoving Ming Wang, and swung my staff to strike firmly against the slash. With a thud, the slash dissipated into nothingness. Yet my entire hand numbed from the impact, and a notch was left on my staff. Mind you, this is a sacred artifact. Pei Command offered me no respite. His form akin to a leopard, contorting into an unimaginable arc before launching at me with an explosive force. His long sword aimed to deliver a chilling blow. I swiftly hurled my staff, now immensely enlarged by the blessing of Buddha's light, to block his path. Futile, Pai Kai Man murmured, and his sword surprisingly locked in a stalemate against my gigantic staff. He stepped upon the void, employing the moon's step for a second burst of power, and with a creaking sound, his sword slowly began to penetrate my staff. I was utterly bewildered. Could he be wielding a divine weapon of similar caliber that could damage my sacred artifact to such an extent? As I pondered, the staff was abruptly pierced. Pei Command, with an unstoppable force, tightened his grip on the long sword and lunged at me once more. With my staff destroyed, a rare surge of killing intent welled up within me. The Fahai, Pei Command bellowed, as his sword was poised to strike me. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded. I closed my eyes, palms pressed together, adopting an air of surrender. Surrendered? Pei Command was perplexed, but the sword in his hand showed no sign of hesitation, continuing its deadly trajectory toward my head, aiming to end the battle in one fell swoop. But at the very moment the sword tip grazed my head, an unexpected event occurred. I tell you, in an instant, I opened my eyes wide, my entire being radiated with golden light, resembling an enraged Vajra. And with a clap of my hands, I caught that scoundrel's sword with my bare hands. That fellow named Pei Command was so stunned he shouted in alarm, attempting to retract his sword. Too late. My grip felt as though it were forged from Hailu stone, his face turning a shade of deep purple, the sword utterly immovable. He broke down, shouting at me. Who exactly are you? I raised my head, the light in my eyes likely blinding him, and coldly sneered. I am your Buddha. He still did not believe, shouting accusations of my pretensions. Well, it seems one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin, does it? I unleashed a surge of power, compressing my internal energy, enveloping myself entirely. Do you understand what the Arhut's golden body entails? With the system's eightfold enhancement, I felt as though a single punch could pierce through this wretched prison. I retaliated with a powerful strike, the Ming Wang Great Hand Seal, sending him flying several meters away. He landed on the ground, spitting blood, still in shock as he questioned my identity. My friend, do you suffer from amnesia? Did I not just inform you? I could not be bothered with him, retrieving my damaged staff and summoning the true flame of Buddha, performing a public display of equipment enhancement right before his eyes. In mere moments, a brand new staff, even more resilient than before, emerged. It was all about killing while seizing the heart. Yet, this fellow proved quite resilient, wobbling back to his feet, now wielding a newly fashioned sword made from wild grass. Upon seeing it, I realized he was not merely a plant person, but a plant-based ability user. No wonder he could recover so swiftly. He shouted something about slashing the heavens, dragging a trail of green light as he charged toward me. At that moment, I understood. This fellow possessed a vitality akin to that of someone using cheats. Very well, let us then collide. Gripping my recently upgraded staff, I recited the classic line, De Wei Tian Long. The light of Buddha upon my staff was the nemesis of his flora. Upon contact, they turned to ash. Yet he, being a fierce one, charged forth despite the luminous assault, and we collided with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire impel down as if atop a colossal massage chair. The Marines above and below were left bewildered, and that old rogue Huang Yuan, upon hearing the commotion, hastened his pace, slinking toward me while secretly reporting to the five elders. The entire impelled down descended into chaos, with Hannibal and Magellan rushing to the 7th level. But at that moment, I had no time to concern myself with such matters. I discovered Pei Command was akin to an indestructible cockroach. For every wound I inflicted upon him, the greenery would regrow almost instantaneously. This was untenable. If I delayed any longer, the Marine reinforcements would arrive to encircle us like dumplings. And I needed to conclude this swiftly. In truth, he was beginning to panic. His infinite recovery had a limit, and I had already exhausted it over 80 times. More than during his encounter with Ing Yen. Continuing this way would deplete his stamina. We both seemed to have reached a mutual understanding, preparing to unleash our ultimate moves to take the other down. I channeled all the remaining power of my Arhut golden body into my staff. He even more fiercely conjured 2 swords, coating them in a layer of black lacquer. No, it was the armed color hockey, crafting the legendary black blades. The aura he exuded felt no less formidable than that of Ing Yen. He roared at me, Fahai. The next move will determine victory or death. I coldly chuckled. That suits me perfectly. Just then, a commotion was heard at the entrance. It was Huang Yuan arriving. This was akin to a starting gun, and we both moved simultaneously. With a resounding boom, my staff, having undergone recent enchantments, was already half a divine artifact. As I chanted my incantation, the light of Buddha surged forth, accompanied by a dramatic score. His 2 pitiful grass swords could not withstand it. With a crunch, they shattered into fragments. Then, I brought my staff down upon his crown. He reacted swiftly, twisting at the last moment, and the staff struck his shoulder, shattering half of his body, sending him crashing into the wall like a deflated sandbag. I even tempered my force. Otherwise, I would have demolished the 7th level. I am, after all, a benevolent soul. With him subdued, I directly headed toward the cell containing Jianba. Initially, I felt a twinge of guilt toward Pei Command. After all, we were merely on opposing sides. However, upon seeing Jianba in a state that was neither human nor ghost, my guilt dissipated instantly. When dealing with enemies, one must indeed eradicate them thoroughly. The battle-hungry Jianba did not greet me with gratitude, but rather with the inquiry, Master, when shall we fight? What can I say? My comrades? I was utterly exasperated. I quickly unlocked his chains, and with a flick of my hand, used my Buddhist powers to heal him, for otherwise he would be finished the moment he stepped outside. I repeatedly cautioned him not to lose his head and to prioritize escape. Yet, upon exiting, to my astonishment, Huang Yuan, Magellan, and Hannibal, along with a throng of Marines, had completely blocked the entrance, creating a scene reminiscent of a fan meeting. Magellan, that fellow, is quite the pragmatic individual. He immediately unleashed 3 venomous dragons into the cell, presuming we were still trapped within. Following that, he unleashed some colossal toxic weaponry, mercilessly hammering away at the cell, intending to suffocate us with poison gas. Meanwhile, the naval officers below were celebrating with champagne, convinced of our demise. Little did they know, I had already discovered an air vent using a map pilfered from Hannibal and had executed a clever escape with Kenpachi, slipping away unnoticed. We perched on the beams, observing the farcical scene unfolding beneath us. This maneuver was akin to a non-Newtonian fluid. The more they attacked, the swifter our evasion became. By the time they realized we had vanished, Kenpachi's furious roar echoed from the exit. "Get out of my way!" It was only then that Magellan recalled the schematics I'd stolen, causing an enraged Kizaru to erupt in curses. In an attempt to rectify his blunder, Magellan was the first to dash out. Kizaru and his comrades remained stationary, believing I was still on the 7th level. Little did they suspect that I had utilized a secret technique from the Buddhist scriptures to shrink myself to the size of a figurine, concealing myself within Kenpachi's embrace as we made our escape. Concealed in the shadows, I directed Kenpachi's movements while he charged ahead. Upon reaching the 6th level, I leaped from his grasp, returning to my original form, and instructed him to create a commotion. Kenpachi nodded and dashed off, while I turned to flee in the opposite direction. Just as I departed, Magellan appeared, surrounded by swirling poison, his fury palpable as if he intended to dissolve the entire 6th level. But alas, he grasped at empty air. I must say, the old scoundrel's face turned a shade of green with rage as he brandished a black telephone bug, shouting as if mourning a lost father. "Lock all the doors. Not a single fly shall escape." He naively believed that closing the doors would suffice. How naive, my friend. I remained hidden, relishing the situation, knowing that there was only one entrance to impel down, a trap he had set for me and Kenpachi. However, little did he realize this turtle could dig. If necessary, I would tunnel through the seabed, initiating an aquatic escape. I disregarded his lockdown entirely and proceeded to locate my little minotaur. We had separated to facilitate our plans. My task was significantly simpler. Following the marks I had left, I swiftly found my little companion. He was adorably waiting at the dining hall entrance, utterly clueless. To aid my stealth, I had shrunk down to a minuscule size, like a figurine, and stealthily landed on his shoulder to greet him. "Hey, what are you looking at? Your father is right here." My little minotaur jumped in surprise, glancing left and right, completely puzzled. After I called out again, he turned his head and, upon spotting me the size of a grain of rice on his shoulder, erupted in joy. I inquired about his comrades, to which he animatedly gestured, and I understood that his fellow guards had been summoned to the 7th level, leaving him as the sole guardian. I reassured him that their absence was advantageous, as it spared me the trouble of incapacitating each one individually. His spirits lifted instantly, and he chuckled gleefully. I declared, "Let us go. I'll help you escape." However, midway through our escape, we encountered an unexpected adversary, a towering figure clad in white, unmistakably an officer. He pointed an accusatory finger at my little minotaur, bellowing, "Number 17? Where do you think you're going? You're a defective product that shouldn't exist." My little minotaur trembled in fear, his head bowed low, too terrified to utter a word. The officer, seeing his silence, grew even more incensed, brandishing a whip and striking my little minotaur mercilessly. The barbed whip drew blood with each lash. Who understands the plight of the underdog? I was enraged. It was as if he were trampling on my dignity. My little minotaur urgently transmitted a message to me, urging me to stay hidden for fear of my safety. My heart warmed at his concern, but seeing the bloodstains accumulating on his skin, I could no longer contain my fury. With a mighty roar, I leaped from his shoulder, instantly reverting to my original form, and struck the officer with a resounding slap. The man couldn't even utter my name before crashing to the ground, his teeth mingling with blood as he plummeted like a cannonball into the concrete, completely unconscious. I turned to my little minotaur, who was in tears, and coldly declared, "Remember, you are mine. Should anyone dare to harm you in the future, this will be their fate." My little minotaur moved, sobbed uncontrollably. We continued our flight, but as we approached the 5th level's exit, I was taken aback. There at the exit of the 5th level, Kizaru stood with a cadre of naval admirals blocking our path. My heart sank. Confronting them with my little minotaur seemed perilous. My mind raced, and suddenly, a bold idea struck me. I asked my little minotaur, "You're not a devil fruit user, are you?" He shook his head frantically. That simplifies matters. A mysterious smile crossed my face as I turned and fled. I led him to the junction between the 6th and 7th levels, brandished my staff, and summoned a blinding light, channeling my power into it. With a mighty blow, the prison's rocky wall crumbled to dust, allowing the sea to rush in. Kizaru on the 5th level likely heard the commotion, utterly bewildered, unprepared for my surprise maneuver. We swam through the opening, and the sea creatures outside barely acknowledged us. I later discovered that the large hammer my little minotaur carried was embedded with hockey. Upon reaching the surface, I tossed my robe onto the water, transforming it into a flying carpet for him to stand upon. My little minotaur hesitated, fearing he might damage it. "It's all right, hop on, it's sturdy." He finally leaped aboard, discovering that it was indeed safe, and began to joyfully dance on it. I told him I must return to rescue my brother. "You go to a safe place and wait for me." He wished to accompany me back to fight, but I swiftly denied him that opportunity, controlling the robe to send him away. Watching him soar farther into the distance, I turned and plunged back into Impel Down. Just as I re-entered, the system chimed. Ding! New mission triggered. Rescue Kenpachi in the guise of Byakuya. Reward, 20 identity points. I tell you, who could resist such a reward? 20, coupled with another task. I was on the verge of unlocking a new identity. I had to seize this opportunity. I immediately transformed into Byakuya, donned the uniform of a guard, and swaggered through the main entrance. At that moment, the first level was crowded with Navy personnel and guards, the atmosphere tense. Just then, an admiral shouted through a megaphone, "Mr. Kizaru has issued orders. All personnel to the 3rd level for reinforcement." My heart raced as I discreetly blended into the throng, following them to the 3rd level. Something felt amiss. Logically, the Navy's reinforcements should have arrived by now, yet the level was devoid of high-ranking officers. Upon reaching the 3rd level, I was met with utter chaos. The ground was riddled with craters, and convicts lay frothing at the mouth, clearly the work of Magellan. At the center of the battlefield, Kenpachi, that madman, was relentlessly pursuing Magellan, the toxic fiend. As our reinforcement unit arrived, the lead admiral promptly commanded, "Put on masks. Tech squad, prepare laser cannons. Fire." Countless beams of light, reminiscent of Kizaru's lasers, shot toward Kenpachi. To Kenpachi's delight, he laughed heartily. Finally, I was getting tired of that turtle shell. With a swift motion, he charged into the tech squad, decimating them as though they were mere sheep. Unfulfilled, he scoffed, not enough to satisfy my appetite. Just as I was at a loss for words, a beam of yellow light shot toward Kenpachi's head. He tilted his head, effortlessly deflecting the beam with a single slash, then grinned. "Hey there, yellow-clad fellow, you still want to fight me?" Kizaru's languid voice floated over. "There's no choice. If you escape, the higher-ups will hold me accountable." Amidst the throng, I stood in awe, utterly captivated by the audacity of Jianba. With blade in hand, he strode confidently between Huang Yuan and Mazelin, casting a cursory glance at both before unleashing a fierce swing of his sword. A torrent of scorching spiritual pressure erupted forth, igniting the very air around him into a crackling inferno. Enough with the pleasantries. He bellowed, "You two, come at me together." Remarkably, even before his words had settled, that madman Jianba launched himself like a cannonball towards his target. Mazelin, one swift stroke, and the poisonous defenses crumbled like parchment, evaporating in an instant. Mazelin barely had time to evade, receiving the full force of the blow and being sent hurtling across the ground, tumbling several times. Jianba, observing the spectacle, burst into laughter, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "Ha! The turtle shell is cracked." He prepared to follow up with another strike, his instinct for battle unparalleled, swiftly eliminating a key adversary. Struggling to regain his footing, Mazelin gritted his teeth, his rage boiling over as he unleashed his ultimate attack, roaring Doomsday. Final judgment. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal figure, enveloped in venom, wings unfurling like a harbinger of terror, resembling a judge of the underworld in his fearsome appearance. Jianba, now even more exhilarated, remarked, "Oh, you have his trick up your sleeve? How intriguing. You wish to judge me? Do you believe yourself worthy?" While he taunted, his blade remained unrelenting, thrusting toward Meizelin's heart. At this critical juncture, Huang Yuan's languid voice interjected, "Hey, we won't let you eliminate our high-ranking combatants so easily." With a crackle, the Tenran Yunjian glimmered ominously. "You dare!" Jianba's expression darkened as he swiftly redirected his blade towards Huang Yuan. The force of his strike generating a gust that momentarily stilled Huang Yuan's movements. In his mind, Huang Yuan must have been cursing, truly formidable. He hastily elementalized, transforming into a mass of particles of light to evade the lethal blow. Attempting to escape, Jianba's lips curled into a cruel grin as he shouted, "Sword pressure!" The blade's glow surged, expanding into a massive sword, relentlessly pursuing the gathering of light particles. "D!" he roared, his intent unmistakable, to claim half of Huang Yuan's life. Just then, Meizelin's chilling voice cut through the chaos. "Jianba, have you forgotten me?" His towering form swung a fist, coiling with poisonous energy, aimed squarely at Jianba. Remarkably, Jianba did not even glance back, calmly retorting, "I indeed forgot you." With a deft flick of his wrist, the colossal blade, initially aimed at Huang Yuan, veered like a boomerang, hurtling back toward Meizelin. As Huang Yuan reformed into human shape, he paled upon witnessing the unfolding scene, shouting, "Avoid it, Meizelin!" It was too late. Jianba cackled. "My target has always been him." Those aware of the strategy, an audacious feint, could scarcely believe their eyes. The blade collided with Meizelin's fist, and Jianba's eyes gleamed with determination as he thundered, "Sword pressure, break!" The enormous blade erupted with a resounding explosion, fragmenting into countless shards that rained down upon Meizelin like a torrential storm. From my vantage point, it was clear Meizelin's colossal form had nowhere to hide, forced to withstand the onslaught. To Jianba's delight, as Meizelin assumed a defensive stance, he appeared before him in a flash, seizing the suspended blade and bringing it down upon Meizelin's shoulder. "D!" he commanded. The strike cleaved from shoulder to abdomen, creating a wound deep enough to expose bone. Meizelin coughed violently, a torrent of blood spilling forth, his massive form unable to maintain its size, collapsing onto the ground. "Vice Admiral!" The surrounding Navy personnel were left dumbfounded. Jianba sheathed his sword, wearing a triumphant expression, yet surprisingly refrained from delivering a finishing blow. After sustaining such grievous injuries, merely surviving could be considered a stroke of luck. Huang Yuan's face darkened with fury, humiliated at the sight of his comrade's defeat, questioning how the Navy could possibly save face in such a situation. "Hakishaku Kogayaku." In a fit of rage, Huang Yuan clapped his hands together, unleashing a deluge of light projectiles upon Jianba. Jianba deftly maneuvered through the barrage, evading the onslaught with ease. Huang Yuan, left with no alternative, intensified his assault while summoning a nearby rear admiral to assist. The commanding officer, visibly anxious, likely pondered the futility of charging into a conflict where he would merely serve as cannon fodder. Yet, as the military hierarchy dictated, he steeled himself, rallying the troops with a fervent cry, "Soldiers, it is time to prove yourselves." The call was loud, yet few responded. After all, why would anyone willingly charge into a divine battle? To meet an untimely demise? Just as uncertainty hung in the air, I, Lin Feng, made my grand entrance, bursting forth from the crowd, shouting for justice. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing my lead, the Navy soldiers surged forward with renewed vigor. The rear admiral, nearly in tears, looked at my insignia, recognizing me as a mere private, overwhelmed with emotion as he shouted, "Soldier, you are the pride of our Navy." I gestured back with a dramatic flourish, embodying the spirit of self-sacrifice. Had he known my intentions for the next moment, he might have had a heart attack on the spot. As I dashed towards Huang Yuan, my speed exceeding his expression morphed into one of confusion, likely questioning when the Navy had produced such a formidable individual. Just as I reached within mere meters of Huang Yuan, I abruptly increased my velocity, executing a reverse maneuver. Scatter, Senbin Sakura Kageyoshi. My Bankai enveloped him in a flurry of pink Sakura blades, momentarily stunning Huang Yuan. who was unprepared for the treachery within his ranks. The entire navy stood frozen, as though the play button had been pressed. The rear admiral, who had just praised my valor, fainted upon recognizing my face. I ripped off my navy uniform and shouted to Jianba, "Keep an eye on Huang Yuan. I'm going to finish off Mazelin." With that, I charged towards the fallen Mazelin. Jianba, thrilled at my arrival, lunged at the encircled Huang Yuan, sword raised high. Reaching Mazelin, I found him gasping for breath, fury etched upon his face. I imagined he would never comprehend how I had infiltrated the navy. Yet, he remained defiant, closing his eyes and stating, "Make it quick, don't prolong my suffering." I pursed my lips, guiding the Sakura blades to burrow into his wound. "Ah!" he screamed, a cry filled with anguish. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at me. "You've gone too far." I feigned innocence, replying, "Hey, don't look at me like that. I merely wish to render you incapable of fighting back." I had no intention of killing him. Keeping him as a hostage would be far more advantageous. Alas, he proved to be quite fragile, succumbing to dual assault of physical and psychological trauma, and promptly lost consciousness. Observing the fallen Mazelin, I felt a twinge of disbelief. He fainted so easily? How pitiful. After dealing with that situation, I glanced back to find Huang Yuan, a testament to his prowess, still trading blows with Jianba, even while ensnared by my Bankai. Yet, I was acutely aware that Jianba was not utilizing his full strength. He was simply reveling in the thrill of combat. "Jianba, enough games. We must retreat." I hoisted the unconscious Mazelin and sprinted towards the exit. Jianba, heeding my call, forced Huang Yuan back with a strike, and with a lingering desire for more, declared, "Next time we meet, I'll take you on, yellow-clad brat," before following closely behind. We zipped through the crowd like streaks of light, with all Navy personnel parting to make way. Yet, an ominous premonition gnawed at me. The forces it impelled down could not be so easily subdued. Where were Kainu, Karp, and the others? Just as I neared the exit, an elevator descended slowly, revealing a familiar figure clad in a crimson suit, the current fleet admiral, Akainu. This was the last person I wished to encounter. I shouted to Jianba, "Charge ahead. We must leave immediately." Jianba, invigorated, surged forward, swinging his blade at Akainu. "You in the red. Plapala to die." Akainu merely scoffed, elementalizing into magma, deftly evading Jianba's strike as he barreled directly towards me. Jianba, quick to react, executed a Shuanpa, positioning himself before Akainu and swinging his sword towards the magma hound's neck. However, Akainu's extensive combat experience allowed him to twist his body mid-air, biting down on Kenpachi's sword while his claws lunged at him. "Get out of the way," I urgently warned, simultaneously directing the Sakura blade to strike. Akainu intends to play a game of exchanging wounds. He has lost his mind, but Kenpachi is even more deranged. Auxilarating. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his other fist raised to smash directly against a magma claw. The collision of fist and claw generated a shockwave that cracked the walls. Akainu reverted to his human form, one hand grasping Kenpachi's sword while the other engaged in a struggle of strength. At that moment, my ethereal voice rang out behind him. "Red Dog, have you forgotten me?" A flurry of cherry blossoms instantly sliced his back, leaving it drenched in blood. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, glaring at me, Fahai. My heart sank. My identity was exposed. He continued, "That esteemed individual has already made a move. You will spend every day from now on in fear." That esteemed individual? The only one who could make Akainu refer to them as such, aside from the one in Mariehua, was undoubtedly someone significant. I immediately grasped the answer. This Red Dog is also a cunning fox. While he spoke to me, he managed to eliminate the Sakura blade that had penetrated his body. "Kenpachi, eliminate him. Since the mask has been torn, we must first take down a general." Kenpachi responded with a shout and tore off his eye patch. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted instantaneously. He licked his lips. "Apologies, red-clad brat, but my master has decreed that you must die." As soon as he finished speaking, he was before Akainu, delivering a downward strike. Akainu had not even seen the movement clearly before instinctively attempting to elementalize and evade, but it was too late. A scream echoed, and blood gushed from his entire right arm. Akainu was left in shock, unable to comprehend why Kenpachi was so strong now. He was unaware that during the past 2 years, Kenpachi had been analyzing their techniques daily in prison. My sense of unease intensified as I shouted, "Kenpachi, finish him quickly. Let's send the Red Dog to the heavens together." We joined forces once more, launching a fierce assault on Akainu. He was pushed back relentlessly, and just when it seemed he could no longer withstand our onslaught, he suddenly shouted into the darkness, "If you don't come out now, I will truly perish here." As soon as he finished speaking, several shadows sprang forth. One of them, wielding a fist brimming with haki, charged toward my face. The wind from the punch howled. I focused my gaze and recognized a scarred face and short hair. Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. My heart sank, but what shocked me even more was what came next. Turning my head, I saw the figure blocking Kenpachi, a black blade, a floral shirt, and eagle-like eyes, Dracul Mihawk. I was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? How is Mihawk collaborating with the Marines? This script is all wrong. Mihawk even smiled at me. Long time no see. I cursed silently. Garp was indifferent to my confusion, throwing punch after punch, each one lethal, while shouting, "Fahai, you will not leave here today." I was thrown into disarray from his relentless assault, cursing internally. This was Kenpachi's grudge. Why was he hitting me? Kenpachi attempted to assist me, but he was firmly entangled by Mihawk. To make matters worse, Akainu, having regained his composure, also rejoined the fray, targeting me. "Inunomi, Magu Magunomi." Accompanied by Akainu's voice, an intensely hot stream of magma surged towards Lin Feng. "Red Dog." Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. He already faced a significant gap in strength against Garp, and the addition of Akainu generated immense pressure. He believed that it would not be long before he was undoubtedly defeated. What to do? Lin Feng maintained a composed expression, defending against the attacks from both opponents while contemplating his next move. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Magellan in the distance. "How could I have forgotten about you?" Lin Feng thought to himself, activating Shuanpa and dashing towards Magellan. Chapter 79, The Eerie Garp. "Block him, Mr. Garp," Akainu called out, realizing Lin Feng's intentions as he turned to Garp. Hearing this, Garp did not respond but pressed closer to Lin Feng, his pitch-black fist poised to strike. At that moment, Kenpachi, engaged in combat with Mihawk, witnessed this scene, let out a low growl, and at the cost of taking a hit from Mihawk, swung his sword towards Garp, unleashing several slashes. Stop! Swish! 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 Kenpachi's strikes were earth-shattering, causing the ground to erupt wherever they landed, as if anything could be destroyed. However, Garp merely glanced at Kenpachi, not diminishing his momentum toward Lin Feng. His dark fist bore down on Lin Feng's vital points. Simultaneously, a golden flash shot in from afar, heading straight for the attacks Kenpachi had unleashed. It was Kizaru. "Kenpachi, do not interfere with Mr. Garp." Kizaru's voice remained languid, yet the underlying malice was evident. Damn it! Kenpachi gritted his teeth. With Kizaru in front and Mihawk behind, he found it impossible to assist Lin Feng. Was he left with no choice but to use his Bankai? Kenpachi mused, truly reluctant to resort to his Bankai unless absolutely necessary, as that state would not distinguish between friend and foe. If he inadvertently harmed Lin Feng, it would be a loss too great to bear. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, facing Garp's overwhelming strike, did not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he charged toward Magellan. He understood that at this moment, only by taking down his opponent could he and Kenpachi have a chance of survival. "Semizakura Kageyoshi Shinkai Hakutiken," Lin Feng roared, the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand radiating brilliant white light as he lunged toward Garp. This is, for the first time, surprise flickered across Garp's face at Lin Feng's attack. He hastily sidestepped, recognizing the might of the White Emperor's sword. Even he had to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng activated Shuanpa, swiftly lifting Magellan from the ground and placing him at a distance. "Garp, let us go." Lin Feng's expression remained cold, his gaze fixed on Garp, exuding a palpable killing intent. "Is this your plan, Fahai?" Garp regarded Lin Feng with a detached gaze, his eyes shifting toward Magellan. "Indeed," Lin Feng replied solemnly. Though somewhat despicable, your Marines should not disregard the lives of your comrades. This is my bargaining chip. Either you let me and Kenpachi go, or Magellan dies here. As he spoke, Lin Feng pressed the white Emperor sword against Magellan's throat, the threat unmistakable. Fahai. Garp pondered, remaining silent. He understood he could not ignore his comrade. This was a characteristic shared by all seasoned Marines, valuing loyalty and camaraderie, unlike Akainu and others, who were driven solely by a near-twisted sense of justice. Very well, I will let you go. Ultimately, Garp sighed, voluntarily stepping aside to grant Lin Feng passage. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Mihawk also ceased his assault on Kenpachi, standing still. It was evident that Garp held the dominant position among them. However, at that moment, Akanu's voice echoed, his face twisted. Mr. Garp, if you let Fahai go so easily, my master will not be pleased. He then lunged at Lin Feng, but was halted by a massive hand. Zakatsuki, Magellan cannot die. Garp's expression darkened. He embodied the justice of Impel Down. Do you wish to bring shame upon this place? In the face of Garp's inquiry, Akainu, though reluctant, extinguished the magma in his hands, silently glaring at Lin Feng. Garp was correct. Magellan represented too much. Someone had to uphold the justice of Impel Down. And that person was Magellan. Although the other party has taken responsibility and been demoted, those with discerning eyes understand that he is the very soul driving the advancement of the city. As long as he remains, the criminals here will not cause unrest. Have you reached a consensus? Lin Feng gazed at Garp and the others, his tone neutral. If you have, Jinba, and I will take our leave. As he spoke, Lin Feng cautiously moved towards Jinba, wary of Akainu and Kizaru intervening to rescue Magellan. When he finally reached Jinba's side, he let out a sigh of relief. Garp seemed unperturbed, but Lin Feng genuinely feared Akainu's intervention. He understood the terrifying nature of the distorted sense of justice that weighed heavily on the other party's heart. We are leaving, Jinba. Lin Feng signaled to Jinba, who understood and positioned himself behind Lin Feng to prevent an ambush from Akainu and the others. The two observed everyone present, gradually making their way towards the exit. Just as they were about to reach it, Garp's voice rang out. Fahai, wait a moment. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression tightened as he guardedly looked at Garp. The blade, Qianben, inched closer to Magellan's neck, clearly conveying a threat. It was as if to say, should you dare to act, I will not hesitate to slay Magellan. Relax, I will not go back on my word. Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, Garp gestured for him to stay calm and continued, you may leave. However, how can you guarantee Magellan's safety? How can I trust you? Garp's meaning was clear. He feared that Lin Feng would change his mind and eliminate Magellan once safety was assured. You have no choice. Lin Feng discerned Garp's implication, his words unwavering and his attitude unmistakable. No. Hearing this, Garp shook his head slowly, saying, we have choices. It is you who lacks options. Although Magellan is important, he is insignificant compared to you. I merely agreed to your departure out of concern for potential turmoil in the city. Conversely, should Magellan perish, it would not be impossible for a naval hero to take his place in guarding the city. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was rendered speechless. He never anticipated that Garp would harbor such thoughts, causing a cold sweat to break out along his spine. Akainu, Kizaru, and the others exchanged incredulous glances at Garp's words. Is this truly the rigid Garp we know? How could he utter such sharp words? Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Garp extended 2 fingers and said slowly, Fahai, I offer you 2 choices. First, bring Jinba over for an exchange. When you are safe, you may retrieve Magellan in return. Impossible. Lin Feng replied firmly, resolute in not allowing Jinba to fall into peril once more. In that case, Garp was not surprised by Lin Feng's reaction and continued slowly. Then the second option remains. You must sever an arm, thereby diminishing your combat ability, so that I can feel assured about Magellan's safety in your hands. At this, Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock. He felt as though he was facing a different Garp entirely. The Garp from the original narrative would never utter such words. Who are you? Lin Feng exclaimed, voicing the confusion in his heart. Ah, you've caught on. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Garp's expression turned oddly enigmatic. Yet he chose not to linger on the topic. He then spread his hands and said nonchalantly, Fahai, choose. It is only fair to have two options. Fair? Lin Feng scoffed inwardly, thinking, fair my foot. You want me to become Yang the hero by severing my own arm? Choose, Fahai. I will grant you 10 minutes. Carp fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, the same enigmatic expression resurfacing on his face. After 10 minutes, a naval hero will guard the city. You. Lin Feng's expression darkened. The choices presented by Carp were indeed difficult to answer. Either surrender Jianba or sever an arm. Choosing either would place both Lin Feng and Jianba in peril once again. Why not take a gamble? Lin Feng pondered. He still had a backup plan. If necessary, he could abandon the system's mission and confront them as Fahai. Though the outcome may not be glorious, at least he could ensure his and Jianba's safety. In the midst of his thoughts, Jianba's voice gently echoed in his ear. Master, agree to the first option. What? Lin Feng stared incredulously at Jianba, exclaiming, Jianba, what are you thinking? Would I once again throw you into the enemy's hands? He had long been troubled by the events at the Holy Land, which, though unavoidable, weighed heavily on him. The hardships Jianba endured over the 2 years in the city were all due to Lin Feng. For this, Lin Feng felt immense guilt and vowed never to let such a thing happen again. Jianba, sensing Lin Feng's thoughts, grinned broadly and said, Master, do not dwell on the past. Without you, where would I find such a worthy opponent? And how could I fight so exhilaratingly? Jianba's words only deepened Lin Feng's unease. Just as he was about to speak, Jianba interrupted him. Master, do not think further. Let me be given to them. Jianba spoke softly, then assured Lin Feng, Rest assured, I will be fine. I can swear to that. Sayu. Seeing Jianba's insistence, Lin Feng sighed, then solemnly declared, Jianba, if anything happens to you, I will raise the naval headquarters in revenge. Oh dear. Speaking such sentimental words, a few people alone cannot kill me. Zianba Chukka. At that moment, Carp's voice broke through. Have you made your decision? You have 3 minutes left. Shouting for nothing. I am coming out now. Hearing Carp's words, Jianba took a step forward, sheathing his sword and approaching Carp. As he moved, Akainu and the others became extremely vigilant, closely observing Jianba's actions. Finally, Jianba stopped just a meter away from Carp, sat cross-legged on the ground, and said casually, I am here to be the hostage. Jianba's actions left everyone present in a state of shock. To be a hostage so unabashedly was indeed peculiar. Mr. Carp, this. Kizura looked at Jianba, seated on the ground, momentarily unsure of how to proceed, glancing at Carp for guidance. It's fine. Go disarm him and find a sea stone shackles to bind him. Carp's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. Understood. Kizura nodded, his form vanishing in an instant, only to reappear moments later with a sea stone chain in hand. However, Kizura did not directly touch the chain, but instead wore gloves. Yet even so, the sea stone still exerted some effect on him. Kizuru then approached Jianba, intending to disarm him. Here, take it. Upon hearing Carp's previous words, Jianba tossed his Zanpakuto without waiting for Kizuru to act, leaving the latter momentarily at a loss. However, he quickly regained his composure, tightly binding Jianba with the sea stone shackles and dragging him before Carp. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng nearly crushed the Qianben Ying in his hand, revealing his current emotional turmoil. For the second time, Jianba had fallen into enemy hands. Lin Feng thought to himself, the naval headquarters will pay for this. Once I am free, I shall sink the new Marin Fander into the sea. All right, Mr. Carp. After completing all of this, Kizaru spoke slowly. Carp nodded, then turned to Lin Feng, saying coolly, You may leave. Once you reach the outskirts of the city, we will proceed with the exchange. I hope you do not go back on your word. Lin Feng spoke in a low voice and swiftly moved toward the exit, closely followed by Carp and the others. Soon, Lin Feng emerged from the depths of the push-forward city, stepping into the outer realm. The sky had turned ominously dark, with heavy clouds casting a suffocating shadow over the land, signaling the imminent arrival of a storm. Enemies on high alert. At the moment Lin Feng appeared, the remaining guard teams at the entrance of push-forward city instantly prepared for battle, all artillery aimed directly at him, poised to launch an attack. However, upon seeing the Magellan in Lin Feng's hand, they all halted. Caution! The Vice Director Magellan is in their grasp. Do not act recklessly, the team commander shouted, signaling his men to avoid any accidental harm to Magellan. He then took out a loudspeaker and shouted at Lin Feng, "Release Vice Director Magellan." Unmoved by the commander's roar, Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the exit of Push Forward City. Before long, several figures emerged from inside. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, the tip of his sword pressing against Magellan's neck, his demeanor icy. "Put down your weapon." The commander, now tense, shouted at Lin Feng. But in the next instant, he stood dumbfounded as he recognized the figures that stepped out. Mr. Karp, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizuru, and is that Mihawk and Kinpachi? The commander was bewildered. He was only surprised by Kizuru's presence, while the appearance of the others sent shockwaves through him. He was perplexed as to when these formidable figures had arrived at Push Forward City. Moreover, when had Kinpachi been captured, he had received no word of such events. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked toward Lin Feng, a tempest of realization stirring within him. Could it be that these great figures had come for him? With the earlier arrival of Mr. Sengoku, Warden Pecoms, and other vice admirals, this assembly was even more extravagant than the Marineford War 2 years prior. Who on earth was this individual? In his contemplation, the commander was utterly flabbergasted, his mouth agape as he attempted to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. At that moment, Kizuru approached Lin Feng, his languid voice cutting through the tension. "You have done well. Now I command you to assemble the remaining navy and prison guards and have them enter Push Forward City to manage the battlefield there." "Igriegajis, Admiral Kizaru." The commander finally managed to voice the words stuck in his throat and then shouted to the stunned soldiers, "The Admiral's orders. Everyone, enter Push Forward City." "Understood." The soldiers, initially taken aback, quickly made their way into Push Forward City, realizing that the battle did not require their involvement. Once they departed, Karp's voice rang out, a peculiar expression on his face. "Fahai, release Magellan first, and I will let him go afterward." "What do you say? Are you jesting?" Lin Feng replied coldly, pushing the tip of his sword, Qian Bening, forward, drawing a line of blood across Magellan's throat. "Either you release him, or Magellan dies here. You are courting death." Karp remained silent, but Akainu's furious voice erupted. "Courting death? You can certainly try." Lin Feng did not flinch, the blade of Qianben grazing Magellan's neck, blood trickling down the sharp edge. "Do you dare?" Akainu hissed, unable to believe that Lin Feng would go through with it, unless he was unconcerned for Kinpachi's fate. "Why would I not dare?" Lin Feng chuckled coldly, further pressing the sword, the tip piercing slightly into Magellan's flesh, threatening his life with just a slight push. "You!" Akainu was at a loss for words, shocked that Lin Feng truly had the audacity to act, questioning whether he truly cared for Kinpachi's survival. Amidst his thoughts, Kizuru had already summoned the Amaterasu sword, directing it toward Kinpachi. At that moment, Karp interjected, "Fahai, as per our agreement, you have already extricated yourself from peril. Now release Magellan. Do you wish for Kinpachi to accompany him in death?" With that, Karp waved his hand, and Kizuru's sword lunged toward Kinpachi. "No!" Lin Feng shouted anxiously, ready to retract Qian Bening, but the next scene left him dumbfounded. The tip of Kizuru's sword met Kinpachi's body, seemingly halted by an unseen force, unable to penetrate. "Yellow-clad boy, do you think you could draw my blood?" "Save your breath," Kinpachi grinned, a mocking expression on his face. How could this be? Kizaru was perplexed, having not exerted much force initially. He then summoned all his strength to strike at Kinpachi, the air swirling with tension, revealing the Admiral's full power. Yet, to his astonishment, despite his might, the sword still could not penetrate. This is quite awkward. Kizaru's face flushed with embarrassment. What on earth is happening? I am an admiral, and I cannot breach the defenses of a bound opponent. What are you doing, Borsellino? Akainu watched, his fury igniting. He believed Kizuru was intentionally holding back to avoid provoking Lin Feng. A sword of molten lava formed in Akainu's hand, driving it toward Kinpachi. Breakthrough. Akainu growled, but, like Kizuru's attack, the molten sword halted at Kinpachi's surface, as if something was obstructing its advance. What the hell is this? Akainu seethed, realizing that Kizuru had not been lenient. Meanwhile, Kenpachi remained unfazed, his expression one of disdain. Red-clad boy, you two are incapable, even less effective than the yellow-clad one. Truly. Much ado about nothing, Kenpachi jeered. You. Akainu was seething, retracting his molten sword, smoke rising from his body. Kenpachi, what did you say? I said, you're all thunder with little rain. Is there an issue? Kenpachi replied, completely indifferent to Akainu's rage, a hint of derision on his face. The Infanapa. Kenpachi's words incited Akainu's fury, prompting him to unleash his full wrath to obliterate Kenpachi completely. Enough. Do not make a fool of yourselves. Carp's voice cut through the tension, his tone icy. Upon hearing this, Akainu halted his assault, burying his fury deep within. Lin Feng, observing the unfolding events, was taken aback. When had Akainu become so compliant with Carp? There was something amiss. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued regarding Kenpachi's defense. While others may not have noticed, he discerned the potent spiritual energy enveloping Kenpachi's body. This defensive maneuver astounded Lin Feng. It was neither a Aikido nor a binding technique of any sort. He surmised it was likely a new technique developed by Kenpachi himself. Contemplating this, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. No wonder Kenpachi had earlier insisted on being sent out. With such a technique, dying would be a formidable challenge. As Lin Feng mused, he remained unaware that this defense consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. Although Kenpachi appeared calm, he was already exhausting the majority of his energy just to withstand Kizuru and Akainu's attacks. With only 2 more uses left, Kenpachi's defense would soon be breached. At that moment, Kenpachi's life was in peril. Fahai and Kapu glanced at Lin Feng, a smile gracing their faces. No wonder you chose Kenpachi as a hostage. Likewise, you two wish to eliminate me here. Do not deny it. I can sense your murderous intent. Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly, having felt Kapu's killing intent several times just moments ago. Such an aura had never been present before. To Lin Feng, it was a presence that did not belong to Kapu. If truth be told, he had only experienced it in the presence of the Wu Laoxing. Had he been impelled down, Lin Feng would have lacked confidence, but now the circumstances had changed. Though he was uncertain how the system made its judgments. The instant Kenpachi appeared outside the gates of Impelled Down, a notification indicating task completion abruptly resonated. To Lin Feng's astonishment, his role-playing percentage surged from 40 to 60%, with his combat power increasing from 9 times to 11 times. At that moment, he was momentarily taken aback, but managed to conceal his elation well. Subsequently, it was this very reason that emboldened him to confront Magellan. After all, strength is a currency in itself. Lin Feng's words elicited a laugh from Kapu, who seized Kenpachi from the side and tossed him toward Lin Feng. Kapu, you. This action caused a palpable tension among Kizuru and the others, as they wondered if Kapu truly intended to hand Kenpachi over so casually. Did he not fear Lin Feng would tear up the agreement with Magellan? Ignoring their bewildered expressions, Kapu's gaze shifted back to Lin Feng, and he calmly stated, Fahai, it is your turn. Lin Feng was indeed taken aback by Kapu's unexpected action of tossing Kenpachi over. Did he harbor no concern for Magellan's safety? Or perhaps Kapu had never worried for Magellan's well-being and had orchestrated everything to facilitate his own escape. Unlikely, Lin Feng mused. If he truly wished to release himself, it would have been more prudent for Kapu to have let loose from the outset rather than waiting until now. Moreover, the attitudes of Akainu and Kizuru towards Kapu were profoundly thought-provoking. After all, he was an admiral, and regardless of Kapu's might or prestige within the military, it was unusual for 2 admirals to treat him thus. As these thoughts swirled in Lin Feng's mind, a daring hypothesis emerged. Was it possible that Kapu was under someone's control, his mind entirely occupied by another? If that were indeed the case, who could be the one in control? Perhaps the Lord Akainu spoke of? Before Lin Feng could delve deeper into his thoughts, Kapu's voice once more pierced through, pulling him back to reality. Fahai, you wouldn't dare to breach our agreement, would you? Kapu's tone was nonchalant, yet his voice carried a strong resonance, as if he were whispering directly into Lin Feng's ear. Chapter 82. Escape from Impel Down. Fear not. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow as he unbound Kenpachi, subsequently lifting Magellan and hurling him toward Kapu. However, the moment Lin Feng released Magellan, a strange smile spread across Kapu's face, and he vanished from sight. This is bad. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a chill run through him, grasping Kenpachi and moving swiftly toward the sea. The moment he departed, the ground beneath erupted violently, the tremendous force causing the stone bridge to tremble precariously. Soon after, a shadow clad entirely in black emerged from the chaos. It was Kapu. Fahai, you run quite swiftly indeed. At that moment, Kapu emanated an aura entirely unfamiliar to Lin Feng, savage, cruel, and bloody. These words flashed through Lin Feng's mind. You are not Kapu. Standing atop the ethereal foundation he had conjured, Lin Feng gazed down at Kapu, his expression grave. Oh! A smile crept across Kapu's face, revealing menacing teeth as he looked up at Lin Feng suspended in midair. I never claimed to be Kapu. It is merely your assumption. As he finished speaking, Kapu's body contorted into an unimaginable arc, one foot raised high to deliver a kick toward Lin Feng. Storm leg. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Countless dark slashes erupted from Kapu's foot, densely raining down upon Lin Feng. Thousand cherry blossoms annihilation. Lin Feng unleashed his thousand cherry blossoms, myriad blades appearing at his sides. He then swung his arms, proclaiming ultimate technique. 1 by 1,000 blades. Whoosh! An overwhelming number of colossal blades descended like a storm, even more densely packed than Kapu's storm leg slashes. Kapu's storm leg strikes were immediately neutralized, yet their momentum remained undiminished as they surged toward him. This technique was Lin Feng's first deployment, a lethal move unlocked only when his role-playing percentage exceeded 50%. No matter who you are, this attack is sufficient to test your combat power. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. His objective was not to defeat Kapu or the others, but to gauge their strength, to ascertain the nature of the adversaries he faced. Furthermore, based on Lin Feng's understanding of Kapu, under the 1 by 1,000 blades, even if he could not be vanquished, Kapu would gain nothing advantageous. Oh dear! Faced with the deluge of gigantic blades, Kapu's expression remained unchanged, though a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. What a peculiar technique, Kapu remarked, gazing at Lin Feng with indifference. With his words, Kapu sprang into action, his foot crashing down with such force that it nearly shattered the stone bridge. In the next moment, he soared into the air, swinging his fists wildly against the oncoming massive blades. Boom! The sounds of explosions echoed as Kapu's punches flew with a speed that was almost terrifying, each strike shattering a multitude of blades, reducing them to fluttering petals. How is this possible? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had anticipated Kapu's formidable strength, but had not expected it to reach such heights. At that moment, Kapu resembled a humanoid behemoth, instilling fear. Is this all you are capable of, Fahai? Just as Lin Feng was astonished, Kapu's voice resonated, tinged with a hint of disappointment. While Lin Feng was unfazed by Kapu's taunt, Kenpachi could no longer contain himself, his temper flaring as he shouted, "What are you posturing for? I will take you on." With that, he brandished his sword, ready to confront Kapu. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed inwardly, swiftly pulling Kenpachi back. Ancestor, we have only just rescued you. Let's not create further trouble. Master, he is mocking you. Are we not going to retaliate? Kenpachi's confusion was evident as he pointed angrily at Kapu in the distance. No, we must retreat first. Lin Feng shook his head, and without further ado, he dashed away, leaving Kenpachi momentarily stunned. Though reluctant, Kenpachi chose to follow suit. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from Kapu and the other's sight. Kapu, do you require my assistance? Kizaru inquired, addressing Kapu in midair. No need. Kapu shattered the last blade and leaped down to the ground, declaring to Kizaru and the others, "At present, you are still no match for him." Kizaru and the others exchanged glances, a look of shame washing over their faces. There is no need for such measures. I shall undoubtedly defeat Fahai. Kapu spoke solemnly, having formed a clear understanding of Lin Feng. Strong as he may be, he was not overwhelmingly so. Kapu was confident that he could defeat and even kill him. That would be the best outcome. Observing this, Kizaru and the others nodded in agreement. They then began to spread the word, claiming that Fahai had suffered severe injuries during the prison break and was in imminent danger. Yes, Kapu. As Karp gazed toward the direction where Lin Feng had departed, he murmured, Fahai, we shall meet again one day, and that day is not far off. However, as soon as Karp uttered these words, his body trembled violently, as if struck by a heavy blow, before he collapsed to the ground. To everyone's surprise, Huang Yuan and the others did not rush to assist him, rendering the atmosphere peculiarly tense. Meanwhile, Lin Feng made his way out of the confines of Push Forward City, heading towards the location of the small Nyoto. Along the way, Kinbaki incessantly grumbled in his ear, insisting that when they next encountered Karp, he would be beaten to a pulp. Otherwise, he would not be called Kinbaki. Despite this, there was a hint of grievance in his words, as if he were expressing discontent over Lin Feng's retreat. Lin Feng, however, remained speechless, for it was not that he lacked the desire to engage. Rather, he did not possess absolute confidence in defeating Karp and the others at this moment. Furthermore, Karp's current state was undoubtedly suspect, his demeanor starkly contrasting with that of his former self during the Marineford incident. Although age may have rendered him susceptible to dementia, Karp's recent behavior did not entirely align with that affliction. His combat prowess was such that even binding him with Kinbaki would not suffice to withstand his might. Enough, Kinbaki. I shall reclaim this situation. For now, let us find a place to recuperate. Lin Feng interrupted Kinbaki's ramblings. All according to the master's wishes, Kinbaki replied promptly. Soon, Lin Feng followed the guidance provided by the Kasaya to arrive at a desolate island, where he spotted the small Nyoto digging in the ground nearby. This piqued Lin Feng's curiosity, and he approached the Nyoto, who, being too engrossed in his task, did not notice his presence. Upon getting closer, Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar. The Nyoto had excavated 2 pits, one large and one small, but that was not the crux of the matter. The significant detail was that there was a wooden board in front of the smaller pit, upon which a distorted image of a person was drawn, resembling a monk, albeit in a bizarre manner, as the figure held what appeared to be a popsicle stick-like staff. Is this a tombstone? Lin Feng pondered, utterly speechless, realizing that even in death, he had not yet met his end, yet a monument had already been erected. He could not fathom what thoughts occupied the Nyoto's mind. Hey, master, this seems to resemble you, Kinbaki suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the board. He glanced at Lin Feng, exclaiming, You must admit, the likeness is striking. It resembles your monk persona perfectly. Such a likeness indeed, Lin Feng replied darkly, rarely cursing in the guise of Baizai. The actions of Lin Feng and Kinbaki caught the Nyoto's attention, and it leaped out of the pit, its face adorned with wariness as it emitted a series of hostile sounds. Upon witnessing the Nyoto's reaction, Lin Feng smiled and reassured, It is I. There is no need for alarm. The Nyoto, still cautious, continued to scrutinize him, evidently failing to recognize Lin Feng's true identity. How can you not recognize me? Lin Feng sighed, then began to transform, swiftly adopting the appearance of Fahai. Although maintaining this form would require 3 days, it was particularly straightforward for Lin Feng. The Nyoto's expression shifted from disbelief to excitement upon discerning Lin Feng's identity, and it let out an ecstatic cry as it lunged toward him. With a joyful moo, the Nyoto enveloped Lin Feng in its embrace, its large head nuzzling against him in a display of affection. All right, Lin Feng smiled as he patted the Nyoto's head. I am fine. There is no need for such exuberance. The Nyoto nodded, stepping back from Lin Feng while casting wary glances at Kinbaki, emitting low growls in response. It sensed considerable pressure emanating from Kinbaki, which instilled a sense of trepidation within it. Haha, this little creature is quite amusing, Kinbaki remarked, grinning at the Nyoto's reaction, finding it rather entertaining. He had concealed his aura entirely, and the fact that the Nyoto could perceive the difference indicated that it was not an ordinary being. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have felt nothing. There is no need for concern. Although Kinbaki may appear fearsome, he is on our side, Lin Feng assured the Nyoto. Upon hearing this, the Nyoto relaxed somewhat, yet its inherent wariness lingered, for in its eyes, Kinbaki resembled a ferocious beast exuding an aura of danger, far more perilous than anyone had encountered before. Recognizing the Nyoto's ongoing apprehension, Lin Feng refrained from further reassurance, understanding that the creature required time to adjust. He then approached the two pits, a peculiar expression on his face as he inquired, "What is the purpose of digging these two pits? I understand the smaller one is for me, but what about the larger one?" Pointing to the larger pit, Lin Feng wondered if it was intended for Kinbaki. If that were the case, Kinbaki would be infuriated. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, upon hearing his question, the Nyoto fervently shook its head and stepped into the deeper pit, lying down within it while emitting a series of moo sounds. Its intent was unmistakable. The larger pit was prepared for itself, in case Lin Feng never returned, thus creating a grave for both. This clearly illustrated the Nyoto's deep feelings for Lin Feng. "Ah, I see." Lin Feng stroked his chin, feeling somewhat relieved. He had initially thought the larger pit was meant for Kinbaki, but it seemed he had misjudged the situation. "Get up. You can't lie in a grave." Lin Feng waved his hand at the Nyoto. With a moo, the Nyoto sprang from the pit and settled quietly beside Lin Feng, occasionally glancing at Kinbaki with continued vigilance in its eyes. "Kinbaki, I plan to remain in hiding for a while to evade the current storm. What are your thoughts?" Lin Feng addressed Kinbaki as he sought to avoid the relentless pursuit of the Marines and the government, intending to lay low for a time. After all, countless eyes were currently scrutinizing every move made by Lin Feng and his companions. For Lin Feng, lying low was the most prudent course of action under such circumstances. Hearing this, Kinbaki scratched his head, finding Lin Feng's suggestion difficult to comprehend. In the past, he would have insisted on charging forward. However, he now understood the threat posed by Carp and the others to Lin Feng. The idea of attacking was one he could not voice. As time passed, Kinbaki contemplated deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, revealing the pressure Lin Feng's proposition had placed upon him. After a considerable pause, Kinbaki seemed to arrive at a conclusion and spoke to Lin Feng. "Master, I believe this approach is not very secure." "Pray tell." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating Kinbaki's insights. In all honesty, when it came to combat, Kinbaki was unparalleled. Yet, he lacked considerably in the realm of strategy. In the past, he would have been unbothered by a lack of ideas. Following the battle with Carp, Lin Feng came to a profound realization. To overthrow the Navy headquarters and the world government, mere brute strength would not suffice. One must possess a certain degree of wisdom. Thus, Lin Feng aimed to encourage Jianba to engage in deeper contemplation and research, rather than fixating solely on combat. He understood that at times, intellect could surpass sheer force. Knowledge transforms the world, an immutable truth throughout the ages. "Master," Jianba began slowly, his expression unusually grave, as if he had conceived a remarkable plan. "Fear not, speak freely. There are no outsiders here." Lin Feng encouraged, his gaze filled with anticipation. Under Lin Feng's expectant gaze, Jianba rose and fixed his gaze into the distance, declaring, "Let us first unleash chaos upon the Navy headquarters. Some individuals must be instilled with fear through death. Only then will they truly fear you. Let us strike fear into the hearts of those who dare to oppose us." Jianba's impassioned words revealed his inherent bloodlust, evoking a chilling dread in those who listened. The nearby Nyoto stood frozen, his fur bristling with palpable terror. Upon hearing Jianba's fervent declarations, Lin Feng felt a jolt of awakening, his expression momentarily dazed. Jianba's assertions were indeed accurate when faced with adversaries. Instilling fear through decisive action ensured that no one would dare provoke you. Perhaps having played his role for too long, Lin Feng had neglected the ruthless side of this world. He had always believed that living well was paramount, dismissing everything else as mere illusions. Yet, Jianba's words had finally unleashed the long-suppressed beast within Lin Feng's heart. "Did I say something wrong, master?" Seeing Lin Feng's prolonged silence, Jianba scratched his head nervously, fearing he had offended Lin Feng. "Not at all," Lin Feng replied slowly, shaking his head. His gaze bore into Jianba, fierce and intense. "You have not erred. On the contrary, you are profoundly correct. I have long harbored compassion for this world, but it appears that such sentiments are unnecessary. With a pause, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with cold intensity as he continued. As long as we instill fear into the hearts of our foes, our tribulations will naturally resolve themselves. At that moment, Lin Feng resembled a fallen deity, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The heavens dimmed, as if quaking in fear of Lin Feng's current state. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned to Jianba and Nyoto, his voice chillingly reminiscent of the depths of the abyss. Our target is the Navy headquarters. Let's deliver a punishment to those scoundrels. With a grand gesture, Lin Feng's robe floated in midair as he stepped forward. Jianba and Nyoto exchanged glances, both perceiving the fear reflected in each other's eyes. As you command, master, Jianba growled, excitement outweighing his fear. He stepped onto Lin Feng's robe, followed closely by Nyoto, who obediently complied with Lin Feng's orders. Let us proceed. Seeing their resolve, a smile crept onto Lin Feng's face, and he let out a hearty laugh as the robe sliced through the air towards the new Navy headquarters. On their way to the Navy headquarters, Lin Feng's demeanor remained calm, though his eyes radiated a chilling brilliance. Master, how shall we take our revenge? Shall we simply annihilate them, or? Jianba inquired, his excitement palpable, for no one relished battle more than he did. Let them know the consequences of provoking me, Lin Feng replied coldly, then closed his eyes as if to rest. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, informing him that to fulfill Bai Zai's mission, he must recruit members in Bai Zai's form. Lin Feng paid little heed to this, knowing he would have ample time to complete it after today. Presently, he was intent on making the world government aware of the dire consequences of crossing him. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Akainu and Kizaru's fleets returned, inciting cheers from the naval personnel in the harbor. However, Mihawk and Carp did not share a ship with Akainu. Their vessel trailed behind the fleet. Carp stood on the deck, gazing at the new Navy headquarters with a solemn expression, his thoughts unknown to all, while Mihawk stood silently behind him. Mihawk, with this, your dealings with the government are concluded. What are your plans moving forward? Carp inquired, his gaze imbued with deeper meaning. I have not yet decided, Mihawk replied, shaking his head coolly, fully aware of Carp's implications. According to the government's high-level decisions, the title of Warlord of the Sea would undoubtedly be revoked. Should that occur, Mihawk would find himself at odds with the government, a situation Carp sought to avoid. Why not join my side? Carp suggested nonchalantly, yet his words caused Mihawk's pupils to contract sharply. I prefer my freedom. I am not fond of constraints, Mihawk said slowly, looking at Carp, his heart racing. Oh, what a pity, Carp feigned regret, but the chilling aura of his words sent a shiver down one's spine. Mr. Carp, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My identity as a pirate restricts my movements here. Mihawk bowed to Carp and leaped from his ship to his smaller vessel. How cautious indeed, Carp mused, narrowing his eyes as he observed Mihawk's retreating figure. His words faded into a near inaudible whisper, yet Mihawk seemed to sense something. Glancing back at the warship, Carp, Mihawk murmured softly before steering his boat away, without looking back. On the warship, Carp's eyes sparkled with a cold light, fixating on Mihawk's departing form, his fists darkening ominously as he pondered. Perhaps I should give Shanks a favor. After all, he is one of them. With that, Carp seemed to come to a decision, murmuring to himself as he made his way to the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions encountered some unexpected trouble during their flight. They were intercepted by a group led by a man with a scar over his left eye and blood-red hair, one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, standing aboard his ship. Shanks shouted into the air toward Lin Feng. Fahai, I wish to speak with you. Speak? Lin Feng's expression darkened. How Shanks had found them was no longer important. The fact that he wished to converse at this critical juncture was clearly intentional. What could we possibly discuss, Shanks? Lin Feng stood upon his robe, looking down upon Shanks with a cold demeanor. While I am unaware of how you track my movements, I hope this is the last time. With that, Lin Feng prepared to command his robe to depart. Wait, Shanks called out urgently. We truly need to talk. This concerns the world's situation. Lin Feng smirked, veins pulsing at his temples. What concern is the world situation to me? You have attempted to thwart me time and again. Do you think I will not retaliate? As he spoke, Lin Feng's staff erupted with blinding light, and Jianba and Yodo swiftly assumed defensive stances. A great battle was imminent. Why must it come to this? At this moment, the red-haired pirate let out a deep sigh and spoke. Fahai, I truly harbor no ill intentions. With a swift motion, he drew the renowned sword, Guli Fun, casting a long gaze towards Lin Feng. Fahai, I implore you, grant me the courtesy of a conversation. Lin Feng chuckled coldly, recognizing that the unsheathing of the sword signified their opposition. There was nothing left to say to an enemy. He would unleash the mighty Da Wei Tian Long. A radiant aura enveloped Lin Feng as he swung his staff, its tip expanding to an enormous size, resembling a colossal hammer, leaving the crew of the red-haired pirate in a state of astonishment. What on earth? If that strikes down, the entire ship would surely be obliterated. The likes of Jesus swallowed nervously. At this juncture, Beckman approached red-haired, his expression grave. Captain, if it comes to that, we might have to compel him. Red-haired cast a glance at Beckman and shook his head. No, we must clarify matters with him. Acknowledging red-haired's steadfastness, Beckman understood further persuasion would be futile. Stepping back to stand beside the captain, both now facing Lin Feng. Red-haired, I offer you one last opportunity, step aside. Lin Feng had completed his preparations. With a mere flick of his hand, he could likely reduce their vessel to rubble. Yet, Lin Feng hesitated, recognizing the deep ties between red-haired and Rayleigh, and the indirect favors he had received from the latter. The warnings regarding Jianba and other insights were likely orchestrated by red-haired. Initially, Lin Feng had felt gratitude, but upon arriving at Impel Down, his perspective had shifted drastically. The scheme that lured him into Impel Down was one so clandestine that even the likes of Director Hannibal, an insider in the Navy, remained oblivious. How could Yonko's whereabouts be concealed? This was only one aspect. Moreover, every scene within Impel Down had nearly led Lin Feng to his demise. Had Karp and his associates not arrived later than expected, he would have already been captured by the Navy. On the whole, Lin Feng concluded that red-haired, by way of Rayleigh, had informed him of Jianba's confinement, which was a critical maneuver by the Navy targeting him. This was a calculated conspiracy, thoroughly devised and presented under the guise of assistance, rendering it impossible for Lin Feng to pinpoint any faults. Such intricate scheming was commendable. Nonetheless, despite all that transpired, the fact that Lin Feng had benefited from red-haired was irrefutable. Thus, he afforded red-haired the chance to reconsider. Fahai, I will not step aside. We must converse. In the face of Lin Feng's unwavering stance, red-haired chose not to retreat, his expression remaining resolute, as if he genuinely sought a dialogue. However, Lin Feng was resolute in his mistrust. Having been deceived once already, he would not grant a second opportunity. Say farewell to your ship. Lin Feng spoke with indifference, as his massive staff descended towards red-haired with thunderous force. Fahai, red-haired's expression darkened, gripping Guli Fun tightly, his eyes fixed on the incoming staff. Even he, a formidable opponent, had to proceed with caution against Lin Feng, a being capable of rivaling the Navy's apex strength. Abandon ship, red-haired commanded sharply, determined to confront Lin Feng's staff alone. Yet, none aboard heeded his order. The crew gathered around him, intent on standing together against the threat. How could we abandon our captain and flee? Our captain is a Yonko. What adversities has he not faced? Can one Fahai alone vanquish us? The crew regarded red-haired with unwavering resolve, displaying no signs of fear. At a loss for words, red-haired's face broke into a smile as Guli Fun soared through the air, lunging towards Lin Feng's staff. The conqueror's haki enveloped the sword's tip, as if it sought to pierce through the very heavens. Lin Feng, aware of the gravity of the situation, summoned his own power, the energy surging as his staff expanded to envelop the vision of red-haired and his crew. Boom! The initial clash between Guli Fun and the staff sent shockwaves that startled both Lin Feng and red-haired. Red-haired had not anticipated finding himself at a disadvantage in their inaugural encounter, while Lin Feng was astonished that a strike capable of toppling an admiral could be withstood. Is this truly the might of Yonko? Lin Feng pondered, exerting greater force as he executed the Da Su Mi step to its utmost potential. Leaping from his robe towards Red-Haired, he relinquished the staff, opting for primal hand-to-hand combat. De Wei Tianlong, his golden fist, radiated an overwhelming sense of peril, leaving Red-Haired momentarily breathless. Yet Red-Haired, ever decisive, enveloped Ge Li Fun in a dark aura, transforming it into a shadowy blade, deftly deflecting the staff away with a flick of his wrist. With the staff now bereft of Lin Feng's control, Red-Haired executed his maneuver with remarkable fluidity. In quick succession, he sidestepped and swung Ge Li Fun to counter Lin Feng's golden fist. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, sending Red-Haired hurtling across the deck, crashing heavily to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth. "Captain! Shanks!" The crew erupted in fervent cries, brandishing their weapons at Lin Feng, filled with righteous indignation. "You are no match for him. Stand down." Beckman and Jesus Bu attempted to rally for an attack, but Red-Haired's voice resonated behind them. "Captain, what of Fahai? We are the Yonko." Jesus Bu retorted defiantly, his sniper rifle aimed at Lin Feng. Bang! In an instant, before Red-Haired could intervene, the bullet from the Sniper King's rifle rocketed towards Lin Feng's head. Jesus Bu was confident that even an admiral would hesitate to confront such a shot. Images of Lin Feng's demise flashed in his mind. Yet, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Lin Feng neither dodged nor flinched, a blinding golden light emanating from him. Just as the bullet was about to strike, a massive hand intercepted its trajectory, crushing it effortlessly in his grasp. Lin Feng then opened his palm, revealing the crumpled bullet, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Jesus Bu. "Is this what you call a Sniper King?" Lin Feng's voice rang out, igniting a flush of embarrassment on Jesus Bu's face. The treachery he had attempted was already disgraceful enough. Had he succeeded in slaying Lin Feng, it would have been one matter. However, his ambush not only failed but was met with Lin Feng's merciless mockery. In that moment, Jesus Bu wished he could vanish into the shadows. "Red-Haired, it seems the strength aboard your vessel is rather lacking." Lin Feng surveyed the crew of the Iron Wall pirate crew, once deemed the most balanced by Sengoku. To him, they seemed rather ordinary. "Most balanced? Spare me. Among Red-Haired's crew, there are plenty who are merely coasting. In my eyes, few possess true strength." Fahai. Unbeknownst to him, Red-Haired had approached Jesus Bu's side, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Feng, enunciating a phrase that had ensnared Luffy. "You may do as you wish to me, but to insult my comrades will incur a grave price." As his words fell, an overwhelming conqueror's haki surged forth from Red-Haired, unsettling the previously gloomy sky. The heavy clouds above Red-Haired suddenly parted, sunlight streaming through the fissure to illuminate him, casting an entirely different aura. Biwang Lin Feng maintained his composure. Yet upon witnessing the current demeanor of Hong Fa, the title Biwang was difficult to utter. Although somewhat cliché, it aptly described Hong Fa at this moment. The nation of Gyurifan. Hong Fa swung his obsidian blade towards Lin Feng with a fierce strike, the conqueror's haki enveloping the blade, exuding an aura of invincibility. A timid soul would have succumbed to the overwhelming pressure at the moment of Hong Fa's attack, falling into unconsciousness. However, who was Lin Feng? The conqueror's haki had little effect on him. He merely gestured to summon his staff. He met Hong Fa's assault head-on. The clash between the dark blade and the staff erupted in a violent collision, sending shockwaves that rendered the surrounding trainee crew members unconscious. Beekman and Yesub were forced to watch, unable to intervene in the fierce battle between Hong Fa and Lin Feng. Even if they wished to join, a pair of battle-hungry gazes from above had already locked onto them. Any slightest movement would provoke a thunderous attack from Kenpachi. "Young calf, we shall descend." Kenpachi declared to the little calf, a title that incited great displeasure in the latter, who bellowed in anger. "Isn't it just a name? What's wrong with it?" Unfazed by the little calf's fury, Kenpachi leaped down from the robes, landing on the ship. "Moo!" The little calf roared in response, following suit and landing behind Kenpachi, ready to strike with his hefty hammer. Yet at that moment, Kenpachi's voice rang out. "Young calf, you may strike me, but not at this moment." Kenpachi stated nonchalantly, turning to the little calf with a fierce glint in his eyes. Once this battle concludes, we shall have ample time to spar. Moo. The little calf, terrified, turned pale. Realizing too late the dangerous nature of Kenpachi, an exceedingly combative individual. Ignoring the little calf's appearance, Kenpachi surveyed Beekman and the others, ultimately fixing his gaze on Yesub. Was it you who just ambushed my master? He inquired ominously, licking his lips. Yesub's heart sank. Instinctively, he felt a twinge of fear in response to Kenpachi's aura. But recalling it was his territory, he steadied himself. It was I. What do you intend to do? What do you intend? Kenpachi smiled, drawing his Zanpakuto and pointing it at Yesub. I hope when I cut you down, your tone remains so defiant. With that, he unleashed his initial release, instantly releasing his spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, Kenpachi vanished, utilizing his Shuinpa with remarkable finesse. Chapter 86. Kenpachi strikes, frightening Beekman. The pressure of the sword. When Kenpachi reappeared, he was already beside Yesub, his Zanpakuto poised for a devastating blow. Not good. Yesub's expression shifted. His body turned cold as a figure emerged before him. Beekman. Hey, your killing intent is overwhelming. It's truly terrifying. Beekman, wielding a long spear forged from an unknown metal, struck at Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. A thunderous clash erupted as Beekman managed to hold his ground against Kenpachi, the two weapons locked in a stalemate. I'm curious, how did you perceive my movements? Kenpachi queried, grinning at Beekman. It was known that Kenpachi's Shuinpa had reached extraordinary heights. He could match, if not surpass, even the speed of Kizaru. At such velocities, one would think no one could evade his onslaught. Yet Beekman had perceived it and blocked him, piquing Kenpachi's curiosity. As I mentioned, your killing intent is too strong. Beekman replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. From a moment Kenpachi boarded the ship, he had been exceedingly cautious. When the attack was launched, Beekman had already anticipated Kenpachi's target and positioned himself next to Yesub, resulting in the earlier confrontation. TCH, Kenpachi scoffed, finding Beekman's explanation dismissive, and he shifted his blade, aiming for the other side. What? Beekman was taken aback. He had not expected Kenpachi to alter his attack. He swiftly retreated to avoid the strike. However, Kenpachi was relentless. For every step Beekman took back, Kenpachi advanced, maintaining the pressure. The situation appeared exceedingly tense. At that moment, Beekman made a bold decision, standing his ground and allowing Kenpachi's blade to approach. Get away, Beekman! The crew members of Hong Fa gasped in alarm. Kenpachi, too, was bewildered. Was Beekman truly surrendering? He did not seem the type. Kenpachi's gaze sharpened. Regardless of Beekman's intentions, he would show no mercy. His Zanpakuto, imbued with immense spiritual pressure, aimed for Beekman's vital spot. This is it. Just as the Zanpakuto descended, Beekman's eyes gleamed with intensity, his form twisting in an extraordinary manner reminiscent of the life restoration on Justice Island. His contorted body evaded the attack of the Zanpakuto, and in an astonishing display, Beekman floated several meters away. With his firearm, he pulled the trigger repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of flames, one of which silently targeted the ground. Not good. Kenpachi's gaze narrowed as he crossed his Zanpakuto in front of him, unleashing a flurry of strikes to block the incoming bullets. These individuals were indeed formidable. Kenpachi murmured, believing he had successfully thwarted all bullets, only to feel a sharp pain in his right arm, crimson blood trickling down. This disbelief stemmed from Beekman, who had managed to land a hit despite Kenpachi's defense. Unbeknownst to Kenpachi, as Beekman twisted his body, he had stealthily placed a bullet on the ground. The earlier shots were merely a diversion. The real threat lay in the bullet on the ground. During the exchange, one of the bullets struck the one on the ground, propelling it toward Kenpachi's vital spot. But to Beekman's astonishment, Kenpachi could still react at such close range, deflecting his attack, resulting in the ground bullet merely grazing his shoulder. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have surely succumbed to such an injury. Kenpachi, indeed, matched the monstrous reputation he had garnered. Beekman observed Kenpachi, whispering to himself, the brief encounter providing him with a clear understanding of Kenpachi's formidable strength. like a beast. At that moment, Kenpachi shook off his shock, the pain in his arm igniting his desire for battle. Are you prepared to face your demise? A bloodthirsty expression emerged on Kenpachi's face, every cell in his body screaming for combat. At that moment, he was fully immersed in the thrill of battle. Yet, just as he prepared to charge a Beekman, a disturbance in the battle between Lin Feng and Hong Fa halted him. Not just him, but Beekman and the others also paused, their expressions tense as they turned to observe the clash between Lin Feng and Hong Fa. Lin Feng stood resolutely, holding the Zen staff with one hand, facing off against the red-haired adversary. The long knife in his opponent's grasp shimmered in a deep shade of purple-black, a manifestation of the legendary Black Blade, an epitome of a swordsman's utmost prowess. The term Black Blade does not refer to a type of sword, but rather to a swordsman who wields a knife, achieving the pinnacle of armed color, harmonizing with his weapon. Only upon entering such a state can one truly be worthy of the title of swordsman. Fahai, our conflict serves no purpose. I implore you to allow me to explain. The red-haired man, clutching the griffin, sought to clarify with Lin Feng. Now understanding the root of Lin Feng's hostility, an outcome of the message conveyed by Rayleigh. During their skirmish, the red-haired man attempted multiple times to elucidate this misunderstanding. Yet Lin Feng offered him no respite for explanation, relentlessly employing De Wei Tianlong, forcing his opponent into a corner. There is nothing to explain. For the sake of Mr. Rayleigh, I shall grant you one more chance. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, extending a finger toward the red-haired man, his voice cold and resolute. Depart or perish. The choice is yours. With a deep sigh, the red-haired man earnestly replied, Fahai, this is indeed a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Lin Feng scoffed, not permitting further words from his adversary. His Zen staff moved with purpose, an ethereal manifestation appearing behind him, fingers weaving intricate seals. De Wei Tianlong, Skizundizank, Bo Aduo Zuefo. With each incantation, Lin Feng's aura intensified, the spectral figure behind him solidifying further. Ultimately, the blindingly blue and benevolent figure of the King of Hell emerged from the void, stepping forth to wield a colossal sword against the red-haired man. Instantly, the entire realm was suffused with the incantations of the king, resonating with transcendent Buddhist tones. The red-haired man was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from the immovable figure. It was a sensation akin to a life-and-death crisis. In that moment, he comprehended that Lin Feng's earlier declarations were not mere fabrications. His opponent possessed the genuine capability to end his life. The king slays evil, the sword severs the mundane. The immovable figure of the King of Hell emitted Buddhist chants that shattered the red-haired man's psychological defenses. As the whispers of the figure echoed, the immense azure sword descended, and in that fleeting moment, the red-haired man envisioned his own demise. No, I cannot perish yet, at least not before Luffy claims his throne. His eyes narrowed. The instinct for survival, previously shattered by the figure's force, reignited within him. The mission bestowed upon me by the captain remains unfinished. I cannot die. The red-haired man roared, the ultimate conqueror's color enveloping the griffin, striking towards the incoming colossal sword. Just then, a figure emerged between the king and the red-haired man, arms crossed over his chest. The atmosphere began to fracture, a powerful shockwave dispersing the attacks of both Lin Feng and his foe. Chapter 87. The Unexpected Arrival of Whitebeard, Lin Feng's Doubts. Boom! The techniques of both combatants were thrust aside, crashing onto the distant sea, unleashing a destructive force that rendered the ocean tumultuous. In that instant, towering waves surged, as if to engulf Lin Feng and others. At that moment, the earlier figure swung one arm down towards the tsunami with great force. Crack! Crack! The atmosphere shattered like glass upon impact, and the towering waves, seemingly vanquished by this individual shockwave, transformed into a torrential downpour of rain. Master, I hope you're well. After executing this feat, the figure bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, his demeanor exuding reverence. With a crescent-shaped beard and a dark headscarf, his identity became unmistakable. It was Edward Newgate, the infamous Whitebeard, heralded as the strongest man in the world. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng regarded him coolly, his expression devoid of any ripple. Speaking in a grave tone, "Whitebeard." "Master, I have come to put an end to this senseless conflict," Whitebeard replied, his tone filled with respect and a hint of a smile. "Senseless conflict?" Lin Feng murmured, suddenly breaking into a laugh. "You deem this battle senseless? Is seeking vengeance after being wronged truly meaningless? When an unexpected force arises, obstructing you without reason, is that also meaningless? If so, then very well, Whitebeard. Enlighten me on what constitutes meaning." Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet the underlying fury was unmistakable. Whitebeard, taken aback by the intensity of Lin Feng's anger, hastily replied, "Master, that was not my intent." "Then what is your intent?" Lin Feng replied, raising a finger towards the red-haired man not far off. "Are you here to protect him, or to join forces against me?" "No, master. How could I dare to do that?" Whitebeard fervently shook his head, recalling that his life was saved by Lin Feng. He would never conspire against him, for such treachery was the antithesis of a pirate's code. Whitebeard would never stoop to such levels. In truth, he had come specifically to assist Lin Feng at Impel Down. Aware of the Navy's impending schemes against Lin Feng, he felt a deep-rooted concern, thus gathering his forces and heading to this location to offer support. However, he was caught off guard by the alliance of the other two emperors, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, who had either received this information from an unknown source or were incited to join forces against him. Yet, these two were no match for the fully recovered Whitebeard. After several skirmishes, Whitebeard, facing both adversaries, fought fiercely and managed to break their encirclement single-handedly. Recognizing that continuing the battle would incur heavy losses and harboring no intent to kill Whitebeard, Linlin and Kaido allowed him to depart. It was then that Whitebeard hurriedly rushed from the New World, only to find Lin Feng already having rescued Kenpachi. Realizing the urgency, Whitebeard contemplated returning to the New World, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the confrontation between Lin Feng and the red-haired man. Their relationship was not trivial. Lin Feng was a savior to him. After reflecting on this, Whitebeard approached to mediate, unaware that his words had sown seeds of suspicion in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng, oblivious to Whitebeard's circumstances, regarded him and said, "If that is not the case, then are you here to act as a mediator?" Whitebeard hesitated. Lin Feng had accurately pinpointed his role as a mediator. Yet, observing the current situation, Whitebeard sighed internally, realizing that being a mediator would not be an easy task. After a moment's thought, he slowly articulated, "Master, though I am unaware of the grievances between you and the red-haired man, from my perspective, this location is hardly conducive to combat." "How so?" Lin Feng inquired with indifference, curious to see what Whitebeard would propose to persuade him to stand down. "Master, consider this. We are perilously close to the Navy. Should Sengoku, Akainu, and others arrive, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, and you would find yourself in grave danger. Should anything happen to you, it would be a great loss. Do you not agree?" Upon concluding, Whitebeard gazed at Lin Feng, his once dignified visage now tinged with a hint of supplication. Lin Feng nearly choked in disbelief. Was this truly the invincible Whitebeard? Or had someone assumed his guise? Contemplating, Lin Feng scrutinized Whitebeard closely, gravely asking, "Whitebeard, when did we part ways and what were our final words?" Master, why are you asking such questions?" Bai Huja was perplexed by the question posed by Lin Feng, uncertain as to the reasoning behind it. "You may speak freely. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else," Lin Feng intoned gravely, having discreetly readied himself for battle. Given that Carp could be controlled, it was highly probable that Bai Huja could also be under someone else's influence. Thus, one must remain vigilant. "Master, please wait a moment. I need to ponder this," Bai Huja replied, beginning to recollect the last encounter he had with Lin Feng. As time slipped by, it was unclear whether Bajik had simply aged or if, as Lin Feng suspected, he was indeed being manipulated. For a moment, he found it difficult to recall the details of their final meeting. "Where did I last see the master? Why can't I remember?" After some contemplation, he turned to Lin Feng, slightly embarrassed, and remarked, "I am getting old, and my mind is not as sharp as it once was. Could you perhaps provide a hint?" In an instant, Lin Feng became cautious, his gaze chilling as if it could freeze. At that moment, he was uncertain whether Bahidik truly could not recall or if he was indeed under control. After a moment's reflection, Lin Feng offered a clue, a small island, a cave. Hearing this, Bahujar fell into deep thought, and suddenly, a joyous expression illuminated his face. "I remember now," he exclaimed. "The last time I met the master was on the deserted island discovered by Marco. I even gifted you something then. We had intended to throw a party, but you declined, and after exchanging a few words, you departed. I recall you left on a robe, and, at that moment, I wondered when we would meet again. Little did I anticipate that this parting would last over 2 years." As he spoke, tears welled up in his aged eyes. Seemingly moved by the reunion with Lin Feng, observing in such a state, Lin Feng's wariness dissipated significantly. It was a relief that he was not under control, for it would have made it exceedingly difficult to act against him. After all, he and Bahudik shared a bond, one that was not insubstantial. "Master, have I said enough?" "I truly cannot recall the details," Bahudik said, noticing Lin Feng's silence and fearing he had omitted something significant. Chapter 88. Both sovereigns stunned. Lin Feng's proposition. Tian easily dispatched several security guards, stretching his limbs before departing with Lu Xianxian. Isn't this person supposed to be useless? Could the rumors be mistaken? Indeed, we have all heard about the useless scion of the Han River Lu family. Could it truly be him? I sense discrepancies in the rumors. He certainly does not appear inept. Isn't someone without money considered worthless? This statement rang true. To the affluent, those without wealth were often regarded as lesser than refuse, indeed akin to the useless. Meanwhile, Lu Xianxian and Tian had already reached the airport, and she glanced slyly at Tian, chuckling. "All right, are you still angry?" It was merely a question. Merely a question? The way those individuals were staring at you resembled famished wolves eyeing their prey. Just thinking about how they looked at you infuriates me. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xianxian laughed, recognizing that Tian's only uncontrollable emotion was jealousy. She linked her arm with his and said, "All right, from now on, whenever I travel for work, I promise to bring you along, okay?" At the entrance of the Han River Lu family company stood a handsome young man, a candy dangling from his mouth as he scanned the surroundings. "Brother-in-law, sister." He hurried over, panting, "What's the news? Has Long Tongue been dismissed? Can we recruit some talent?" The two were somewhat bewildered. The Long family would not stoop to seek employment elsewhere. "I understand your concerns. After Long Tongue was expelled from the Long family, he was furious and has decided to sever ties with them. As predicted, following the management style of Long Xiaoyu, the company would undoubtedly become a pariah in the eyes of all. Let us not rush. We will consider it later. Long Tongue is ambitious, a man of iron will. He will not easily bow his head, nor casually choose a company. Everything remains uncertain. He must come to us." Lu Xianxian was determined to expand the company. Now that Lang Yuan was unwilling, she set her sights on Nanshe, which, in comparison, was still a lucrative opportunity. She resolved to convene a board meeting to allow everyone to voice their opinions. "However, sister, the Tan family and some forces from the Zhou family are also in Nanshe. Will we face backlash? With Zhou Song gone, even if the Zhou family in Nanshe attempted to raise a ruckus, they lack a strong leader and are scattered. They will not pose a significant threat. Ever since Zhou Song's demise, news from the Zhou family in Nanshe had been scarce. Su Rue had managed to streamline the Han River Zhou family's business efficiently. Truly, heroes often emerge from youth. It dawned on Lu Xianxian that the Zhou family was powerful, not only within Han River, but also in Nanshe, and she pondered whether it could be resolved in advance. "It is a concern. We need personnel to conduct an assessment. Let us proceed to the meeting." At each board meeting, Tian would attend, albeit seated quietly in the corner, silently absorbing their ineffectual discussions. Today, only current employees of the Lu family attended, and the elders were notably absent. "Do any of you have opinions regarding our expansion into Nanshe?" Once the question was posed, several older employees shook their heads gently, preferring to stick to the status quo. They lacked the courage to even attempt the ventures Lu Xianxian proposed. The senior employees held some prestige within the company, and their dissent silenced the remaining staff. Lu Xianxian stood up, encouraging everyone. We cannot merely focus on immediate gains. The Lu family's pharmaceutical sales cannot be confined to the Han River region. If we can break into other markets, elevating our family's status will be within reach. Her impassioned speech, however, fell on ears still attentive to the older employees' opinions. Sonia proposed, "Indeed, we are well acquainted with our current model. Should the company remain stagnant, it will inevitably be eliminated by society. To my knowledge, the pharmaceutical industry in Han River is thriving, and we face considerable competition." Byrony, the planning department head and a confidant of the matriarch, sipped his tea and stated nonchalantly, "While your reasoning is sound, our pharmaceutical company is not suited for expansion. We are not engaged in novel industries that necessitate it. We merely need to focus on our herbal products. As for business philosophy, we can discuss that later." Byrony's stance was clear. A pharmaceutical company should concentrate on developing quality products, dismissing the need for business strategies. According to the wisdom of the older generation, this viewpoint held merit. However, market competition existed. If the Lu family aimed merely to live out their days in comfort, there was little more to say. Ultimately, the next generation would see the Lu family reduced to mediocrity. Employees nodded in agreement, aligning with Byrony's sentiments, as pursuing market expansion implied increased labor over time, and potentially sacrificing their rest. Uncle Bai makes a valid point. We are a herbal company, primarily focused on providing trustworthy medicine to our clients. Yet, we are also a company. Since we possess the finest products in all of Huaxia, why not promote them? Lu Xianxian's remarks, however, failed to elicit enthusiasm. Employees voiced their opinions, some even scoffing in disbelief. Ji Tian stood up and tapped the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, should the pharmaceutical company from Nanshe establish itself in Hanjiang and monopolize the medical industry here, I hope you all will continue to uphold the quality of our medicinal materials with the same spirit as now." Byrony glared fiercely, resembling a bowstring drawn taut. "Since I am unaware, is the Lu family now under your command? Let the Nanshe company come and see. Do not let others' ambitions overshadow your own prestige. Our Lu family has relied on medicine for generations. Do you think we will relinquish our stronghold in Hanjiang based on your mere words? Where does this notion arise from? We have merely expanded into Nanshe. There has been no talk of abandoning Hanjiang. However, Byrony has always looked down upon Ji Tian, and now he seemed to have found leverage. Uncle Bai, Ji Tian does not mean it that way. Our main efforts remain in Hanjiang. We are merely exploring new markets. Every family is expanding their reach. We cannot fall behind." Byrony, clutching his laptop, turned and left, showing no regard for the ongoing board meeting. Employees exchanged glances, each seeking excuses to depart. "Lu Zong, we must take our leave. Lu Zong, there are still business matters to discuss. Lu Zong, we haven't yet completed our work. We bid you farewell." Lu Xianxiang had just entered when he noticed the employees leaving one by one. Puzzled, he asked, "What are you all doing? Have you concluded so soon? Were we heading to Nanshe?" Chapter 89. The Demon-Suppressing Dharma Image. The red-haired one submits. Fahai, I sincerely wish to discuss matters with you. Please do not present such an attitude. The red-haired man fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, feeling slighted by the indifference shown towards him. Yet he could not tolerate the disregard for his companion. "You have 3 seconds. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, his voice as frigid as snow. "You." Hearing this, the red-haired man was momentarily speechless, incensed by Lin Feng's demeanor, which was indeed quite displeasing. 2 seconds. Lin Feng paid no heed to the red-haired man's state, continuing in a calm tone, while simultaneously a brilliant light erupted from his staff. The prayer beads circled around Lin Feng, each bead radiating immense power. 1 second. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, the staff buzzing in his hand, as the Buddhist power transformed at an astonishing speed into the strength required to solidify the Dharma image of the King of Wisdom. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated as a phantom of the King of Wisdom appeared behind Lin Feng. Unlike the immovable king, this one possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm wielding a sacred Buddhist instrument: a knife, a sword, a demon-suppressing pestle, a glazed bottle, a golden Buddha umbrella, and various other tools tightly gripped in hand. The identity was unmistakable. He was the demon-suppressing king, the master of extermination in the Buddhist realm. What is this? The appearance of the demon-suppressing king instilled profound psychological pressure among the onlookers, as if a thick fog had enveloped their hearts. Fahai, who exactly are you? The red-haired man stared at the phantom of the demon-suppressing king in the air, terror flashing in his eyes. This was the first time he felt fear towards Lin Feng. What kind of force could cultivate such a being? In that moment, the red-haired man completely capitulated, not for any other reason, but because he sensed an invincible aura emanating from Lin Feng. This feeling, aside from Lin Feng, he had only experienced once in his life. Lost in thought, the demon-suppressing king advanced towards him, exuding an aura of insurmountable might. I agree. At the moment, the demon-suppressing king launched his attack. The red-haired man's urgent voice broke through, filled with desperation. Too late. Lin Feng regarded the red-haired man with indifference and stated slowly, I already granted you an opportunity, which you chose not to cherish. I merely wished to converse amicably, yet you treated me as if I were easy to negotiate with. Truly ignorant of your own folly. With that, the 6 arms of the demon-suppressing king moved in unison, the sacred instruments in hand radiating with brilliance, forming a colorful ring at his chest. This was the demon-suppressing technique, an exquisite skill passed down from the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, known to be wielded only by a select few, like the demon-suppressing king, within the entire Buddhist realm. Being struck by this technique would condemn one to the Avicii hell, eternally trapped in the cracks of the 6 realms, where time does not exist, nor does sensation, until one completely loses oneself. Fahai, I have agreed. What more do you want? The red-haired man anxiously shouted at Lin Feng, a hint of terror evident in his eyes. He sensed heart palpitations from the colorful ring, and although he did not comprehend its nature, intuition warned him that being struck would lead to his disappearance from this world. Lin Feng, however, disregarded the red-haired man's pleas and commanded the demon-suppressing king to hurl the colorful ring towards him. Just as the ring was about to be released, a voice rang out from a distance, causing Lin Feng to hesitate momentarily. Master, the red-haired lad has agreed. Please spare him. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned to see that the speaker was none other than Bai Huzi. At that moment, Bai Huzi's face bore a hopeful expression as he gazed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not respond immediately, but instead inquired, Bai Huzi, after all this for the red-haired one, are you not afraid of inciting my wrath? Bai Huzi was taken aback by the question, falling into silence, before a glimmer of insight crossed his eyes as he replied, Master, you are of a compassionate heart. How could you possibly be angry? Furthermore, you and I are eternal friends. Who would quarrel with their own friend? Wouldn't you agree, Master? By the end of his statement, Bai Huzi wore a smile, gazing at Lin Feng with a jovial demeanor. Seeing this, Lin Feng also smiled, appreciating Bai Huzi's words, and with a wave of his hand, he dismissed the demon-suppressing king. As the image dissipated, Lin Feng's voice resonated. Very well, Bai Huzi, I shall grant you this favor. Hearing this, Bai Huzi rejoiced and bowed deeply to Lin Feng, expressing his gratitude. There is no need for such formality. Lin Feng replied with a smile. In this world, he had few friends, and since Bai Huzi regarded him as a friend, he could not allow his friend to lose face. The red-haired man sighed in relief, cold sweat soaking his back. He had braced himself for death, never expecting Bai Huzi to advocate for him. Logically, their relationship did not warrant such intervention. How could this be? Contemplating, the red-haired man fell into deep thought, reflecting on his encounters with Bai Huzi, the sense of surviving a calamity sharpening his mind. Memories of past events flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Feng's voice reached him. Red-haired one, you have 1 hour to recuperate. We depart for Xi Ma Lin Fan Duo in 1 hour. At his words, the red-haired man returned to reality, nodding in acknowledgement of Lin Feng. Seeing his response, Lin Feng paid it no further mind. Being threatened with force is uncomfortable for anyone, especially for a dignified emperor. With that, Lin Feng leaped beside Bai Huzi and casually remarked, protecting the bloodline of the former captain must be quite arduous. Bai Huzi instinctively nodded. Then, as if struck by a thought, He quickly shook his head, tossing it about like a rattle. He then stared at Lin Feng as if he were a monster, astonishment evident in his eyes. "Master, what did you say? I don't quite understand." Bai Huzi stammered, his voice trembling. "It is nothing. Consider it a jest." Lin Feng chuckled, patting Bai Huzi's robust arm to soothe his emotions, then found a spot to sit cross-legged. Upon witnessing the scene, Jianba and Xiao and Yo Tu swiftly leaped from a distance to stand beside Lin Feng, one on the left and the other on the right, resembling the guardians of a Buddhist temple. "There is no need for such formality. Just sit down," Lin Feng remarked with a smile, noticing that Jianba and Xiao and Yo Tu had deepened their respect for him due to the earlier incident. "All right, master," Jianba replied, feeling at ease, and promptly seated himself next to Lin Feng. In contrast, Xiao and Yo Tu remained standing, perceiving his position beside Lin Feng as a mark of honor. "Moo!" Xiao and Yo Tu disdainfully glanced at Jianba, as if to say that the latter lacked insight. This calf, Jianba thought, recognizing Xiao and Yo Tu's implication, his face betraying a hint of annoyance as he silently cursed under his breath. Chapter 90. Startling Discovery. A Secret Hidden for 40 Years. "Moo!" As if sensing Jianba's thoughts, Xiao and Yo Tu let out a low growl directed at Jianba, as if to declare that he was the true calf, and that his entire family were calves as well. "Oh, are you still unconvinced?" Jianba exclaimed, suddenly rising to his feet and drawing his Zanpakuto. "Come, let us spar." He attempted to pull Xiao and Yo Tu toward an open area for a few rounds of practice. "Moo!" Xiao and Yo Tu resisted vigorously, aware that if he allowed himself to be dragged away, the outcome would be predictable. Thus, the two were locked in a standoff. Xiao and Yo Tu was unwilling to leave, while Jianba was concerned about Lin Feng's potential anger, thus using only half of his strength, which resulted in the stalemate. "Enough!" Lin Feng's voice rang out, causing both Xiao and Yo Tu and Jianba to quiet down significantly, their faces displaying tension as they looked towards him. "Master, it was this calf who initiated the conflict. I was merely forced to resist," Jianba explained, taking advantage of Xiao and Yo Tu's inability to speak. This provoked a series of disgruntled moo sounds from the latter. "You." Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, addressing Jianba. "You are just taking advantage of Xiao and Yo Tu's silence." "Master, you are mistaken. I have not bullied him," Jianba insisted, pointing at Xiao and Yo Tu. "Just look at him mooing all day. If he could speak, it would be utterly tiresome." "Moo moo." Xiao and Yo Tu protested with his enormous hammer, then affectionately nudged Lin Feng with his large head, as if to say that he was quite obedient. "A bull of your size still resorts to acting cute. How utterly absurd," Jianba remarked with disdain, then glanced down at Xiao and Yo Tu with a mischievous grin. "Being so melodramatic, you must be a female cow, right?" "Moo." Jianba's words infuriated Xiao and Yo Tu, who swung his hammer at Jianba in retaliation. "Come on." Jianba's eyes glinted as he dodged Xiao and Yo Tu's attack, mocking, "Your strikes are weak. You must be a female cow." With that, he jumped toward a nearby deserted island. "Moo!" Xiao and Yo Tu, now furious, pursued Jianba relentlessly, vanishing from Lin Feng's sight in a flash. Lin Feng chuckled, refraining from intervening, as he recognized Jianba's intention to enhance Xiao and Yo Tu's combat skills, ensuring that he would be able to defend himself in the upcoming battle. At that moment, Bai Huzi approached Lin Feng and silently sat beside him. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Feng inquired, casting a casual glance at Bai Huzi. "Aye." Bai Huzi attempted to speak, but his voice caught in his throat, as if some unseen force impeded his words. This was a result of immense nervousness. "Do not be anxious. If you have something to ask, feel free. I shall speak candidly with you," Lin Feng gently reassured, his calm tone alleviating Bai Huzi's tension considerably. "Well," Bai Huzi began slowly, as if having made a decision. He addressed Lin Feng. "Master, how did you discern it?" "Discern what?" Lin Feng feigned ignorance, well aware that Bai Huzi was inquiring about his earlier remark regarding the arduous task of safeguarding the captain's bloodline. "Master, please do not feign ignorance with me. It is unbecoming," Bai Huzi replied with a hint of resignation. Then, as if recalling something, his voice trailed off about protecting the captain's bloodline. "How did you come to know?" "I guessed," Lin Feng replied truthfully, his gaze drifting toward the distant red-haired figure. Such a keen intuition. Truly worthy of the title master, Bai Huzi remarked, feeling helpless as Lin Feng's response was as vague as it was revealing. Do not be so disheartened, Bai Huzi. In truth, this matter is not difficult to deduce, Lin Feng stated, looking at Bai Huzi. Not difficult to deduce. Bai Huzi was taken aback, feeling somewhat exasperated. Master, are you implying that I am lacking in intelligence? A matter kept secret for over 40 years, and you say is not difficult to guess? Ha! Lin Feng laughed heartily at Bai Huzi's expression, adding, it is indeed quite a feat to keep such a secret for 40 years. Sigh, Bai Huzi fell silent, his gaze fixed on the distant red-haired figure, as if he could discern another's likeness within. A figure that was powerful, unhinged, and willing to destroy everything in their path. Do not sigh. Rest assured, I shall keep this matter confidential, Lin Feng consoled Bai Huzi, then continued, in truth, I had not realized it at first, but your actions betrayed you. You and the red-haired one are both emperors of the sea. By all accounts, it would not be an exaggeration to describe you as enemies. Yet, you went so far as to provoke my ire, acting as a mediator, which undoubtedly indicates something amiss. Initially, I did not delve deeper into the speculation, as your close friendship with Roger may have played a part. With every word Lin Feng spoke, Bai Huzi's expression shifted. Then, Master, how did you arrive at this conclusion? Bai Huzi fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, sensing a newfound fear, not of physical prowess, but of psychological insight. In that moment, Lin Feng emanated the aura of an ancient sage, each word striking at the core of Bai Huzi's understanding. Time, Lin Feng stated, glancing at Bai Huzi with a smile, then returning his gaze to the distant red-haired figure. According to my understanding, it has been precisely 38 years since the fall of that individual in the Valley of God. The age of the red-haired one should be between 38 and 39 years. Coupled with your demeanor toward him, I deduce that he is most likely the offspring of that individual, if not directly related, then certainly connected in a significant manner. Otherwise, why would you, as an opposing sovereign of the seas, treat him with such regard? Upon finishing, Lin Feng looked at Bai Huzi, his smile unwavering, unaware that his words struck Bai Huzi like a hammer to the heart. Bai Huzi stared blankly at Lin Feng, uncertain of what to say, before finally managing to utter, Are you so certain? Not certain. Lin Feng shook his head, clarifying, as I mentioned earlier, all of this is merely conjecture. He paused momentarily, his smile returning. However, based on your reaction, it seems I must be correct, am I not? You. Bai Huzi was rendered speechless, suddenly realizing that Lin Feng had indeed stated at the outset that it was all speculation. Had he not pressed further, he may never have compelled the master to assert his own suspicions so confidently. All right, Bai Huzi, I will keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, I simply wish to understand why you protect him, and nothing more. With that, Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet, stretching lazily. He had not lied. He genuinely sought to comprehend Bai Huzi's motives for defending the red-haired individual. The events surrounding Captain Carp had planted a seed of mistrust within Lin Feng, leading him to harbor doubts about everyone in this world. Lin Feng must comprehend the motivations of Bai Huzi, otherwise he would remain unsettled. Bai Huzi gazed at Lin Feng, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke with utmost seriousness. It is of no consequence. Lin Feng chuckled softly, assisting Bai Huzi to his feet, his expression tinged with regret. Ultimately, it is I who should express gratitude, for delving into matters too deeply is a fault of mine. Chapter 91. The Evaluation of Hong Fa. Combat power surpassing that of the kings. Kulala. At the sound, Bai Huzi smiled, the gloom in his heart dissipated by Lin Feng's words. After all, the matter was exceedingly obscure. Should Lin Feng choose to divulge it, he would be powerless to prevent it. If that were the case, Hong Fa would likely face the wrath of the other four emperors. Ling Ling and Kaido would not hold any regard for the so-called bond of captaincy. Having previously been targeted aboard the ship, time is of the essence. You should inquire whether Hong Fa is prepared, Lin Feng urged Bai Huzi. Based on the timeline, the other party should be nearly ready. Very well, Bai Huzi nodded, rising to approach Hong Fa. Bai Huzi's imposing stature placed considerable pressure on Beckman and the others. Their gazes fixed upon him. "Relax. I harbor no ill intentions," Bai Huzi said slowly, then turned to Hong Fa, inquiring about his preparations. "To relay a message to the four emperors. This Fahai indeed has some influence." Hong Fa remained silent, while Yasubu beside him expressed his displeasure audibly. "Did I inquire?" At the sound of Yasubu's words, Bai Huzi's eyes narrowed, the aura around him suddenly formidable, a stark contrast to his demeanor before Lin Feng. The mercy of a lion is contingent upon the individual. In Lin Feng's presence, Bai Huzi regarded him as family and benefactor. Thus, his attitude remained indifferent. However, the members of the Red Crew were different. Apart from Hong Fa, Bai Huzi had little rapport with the others. Of course, there is no need for concern. Yasubu, startled by Bai Huzi's imposing presence, felt a chill in his heart. The world's strongest man was not someone he could mock. "Yasubu, step back." At that moment, Hong Fa's voice rang out, admonishing Yasubu, before turning his attention to Bai Huzi. Although he was uncertain why Bai Huzi had come to his aid, he recognized the kindness behind his actions. "My apologies, Bai Huzi. My companions have yet to recover from recent events, and their words may carry resentment. Please overlook it." Observing Hong Fa's demeanor, Bai Huzi shot a glare at Yasubu, his anger dissipating significantly. "Please inform Fahai that the entire Red Crew is prepared and ready to act at any moment," Hong Fa continued. "Understood," Bai Huzi nodded, preparing to leave when Hong Fa called out to him. "Wait." Hong Fa's penetrating gaze scrutinized Bai Huzi, his expression enigmatic. "Is there something else?" Bai Huzi slowly turned to face Hong Fa, his heart skipping a beat. Could it be that this young man has discerned something? Bai Huzi pondered, yet he did not shy away from Hong Fa's gaze, meeting it directly. Nothing of great significance. Hong Fa studied Bai Huzi for a while before slowly shaking his head. "I merely wish to formally thank you for speaking on my behalf during that time." "No need for thanks. I acted out of respect for Roger, wishing only that his trainee does not vanish into the sea," Bai Huzi replied nonchalantly, using Roger as a pretext. He concluded the conversation before Hong Fa could inquire further and turned back towards Lin Feng. Once Bai Huzi departed, Hong Fa glanced at Beckman beside him and whispered, "Beckman." There is a mix of truth and deception in Bai Huzi's words. Beckman remained silent, his gaze following Bai Huzi's retreating figure as he contemplated. After a moment, he replied, "It is difficult to ascertain. Considering his status, you should be his rival. His actions are rather opaque. One thing is certain, Bai Huzi harbors no malice towards us. But the intentions of that Fahai remain uncertain. This individual is exceedingly powerful, and with his frenzied ideas, he could very well become the next monarch to stir the seas. Could he be the next emperor?" Hong Fa fixed his gaze on Lin Feng in the distance, then shook his head. "No, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the next pirate king." Upon hearing this, the Red Crew was astonished. The evaluation given by Hong Fa was indeed exceedingly high, bordering on absurd. At this moment, Beckman interjected, "Indeed, if we assess solely based on combat prowess, he can certainly be deemed a pirate king. However, the position of pirate king is not determined by strength alone." Hong Fa spoke slowly, his tone flat. As a former member of Roger's pirate crew, no one held greater authority than he in this matter. He added, "That said, Fahai's strength has reached an astonishing level. It is likely that even during Captain's prime, he would have struggled to contend with him." This revelation elicited expressions of disbelief not only from Yasubu and others, but even from Beckman. Is he truly so formidable that even Mr. Roger in his prime could not rival him? Hong Fa glanced at Beckman, who remained silent, slowly nodding in affirmation. Indeed, Hong Fa's silence signified his tacit acknowledgement of Lin Feng's strength. This left the members of the Red Crew increasingly restless. Collaborating with such an individual was akin to partnering with a tiger. Should anything go awry, they would find themselves at the mercy of their counterpart. At that moment, someone stepped forward to dissuade Hong Fa. "Captain, now that you have nearly recovered, why don't we?" The speaker, adorned with a monkey atop his head and dark circles under his eyes, appeared rather intimidating. Though his words trailed off, everyone understood the implication. Either eliminate Lin Feng or hastily depart. Unnecessary. Hong Fa waved his hand dismissively. He had his own thoughts. Although collaborating with Lin Feng was not his desire, he was more keenly aware of how to deal with those in Merigios. After all, he had a transaction pending with them. Understanding their strength would greatly aid him on his forthcoming journey. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated, unreserved as he surveyed the crowd. Set sail, destination, the new Marine headquarters. Upon finishing, he summoned his Kasaya and prepared to ascend with Xiao Nyoto and Jianba. Wait, Master. Baihuzi abruptly interrupted Lin Feng's actions. What is it, Baihuzi? Lin Feng looked at him puzzled, wondering if the other intended to retract his words at such a critical juncture. However, his concerns were unfounded. Baihuzi produced a transponder snail and whispered, and in an instant, a colossal pirate ship emerged from the depths of the sea, heading towards Lin Feng's direction. It was none other than the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, symbolizing freedom. Master, the Kasaya is too conspicuous. Come aboard my ship. After completing this, Baihuzi addressed Lin Feng with a smile. Oh, very well. Lin Feng, taken aback, nodded in agreement, feeling an inexplicable sensation that Baihuzi intended to take him under his wing, leaving him with a sense of awkwardness. Master, it has been a long time. On board the Moby Dick, Marco was the first to spot Lin Feng, transforming into his phoenix form and soaring towards him. Chapter 92. The Secret Mission Named Salvation. Marco. As Lin Feng caught sight of Marco soaring above the sea, a smile graced his face, the distinctive pineapple hairstyle leaving a lasting impression. Old man. Marco landed before Lin Feng, first greeting Whitebeard, then turning to Lin Feng with a cheerful expression. Master, it has been quite some time. Indeed, it has, Lin Feng replied, equally smiling. Master, where have you been these past 2 years? Do you still desire the devil fruits? I have gathered quite a few. Marco was genuinely delighted, his questions about Lin Feng's recent endeavors flowing incessantly. Marco, let us not dwell on the past. I shall recount the master's actions once we return to the ship. Whitebeard interjected, sensing Marco's eagerness to chat. All right, understood. Marco nodded, promptly closing his mouth. Let us proceed, Master. At that moment, the Moby Dick had docked beside the red-haired pirate's ship, and Whitebeard gestured to Lin Feng, indicating they should head in that direction. Lin Feng acknowledged with a hum, following closely behind Whitebeard, ascending onto the Moby Dick under the gaze of the red-haired crew. Subsequently, the grand vessel began to set sail, gliding toward the new Marine headquarters. A sigh of relief escaped the red-haired crew, and the man adorned with a monkey around his neck remarked, Captain, now that Law has departed, you see. Fendi, no need. Red-haired Shanks interrupted, waving his hand with a tone of slight chill, compared to leaving. I am far more interested in witnessing how the Marine headquarters will deal with the Yonko alliance. Captain, upon hearing this, Fendi's face reflected tension, and he was about to step forward to dissuade him when Beckman stopped him. Shank's decision is final. We must comply, as you well know. We cannot sway him. Fendi sighed deeply, shaking his head, choosing silence. Just as Beckman stated, they could not contest Red-Haired's resolution. Let us go, regardless of the outcome of this battle. The world's dynamics will undergo a significant transformation, Shanks declared solemnly, his imposing aura unmistakable, his gaze resting on Lin Feng aboard the Moby Dick. He was the orchestrator and initiator of this conflict. In a certain sense, the fate of the world now lay firmly in his hands. After these words, the red-haired ship also commenced its departure, closely following the Moby Dick. The white and red crews set sail in succession. Yet none noticed a seagull equipped with communication devices peeking out from where they had departed, before soaring into the distance. Simultaneously, at the Marine headquarters in New Marine Ford, a meeting convened by Admiral Akainu quietly concluded. This assembly saw the attendance of all naval officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above, without exception. The meeting room was packed, yet not a single soul dared voice a complaint, for present were not only Akainu, but also the Fleet Admiral Kong, overseeing the proceedings. Their sole purpose was to discuss the elimination of Law, also known as Lin Feng. The meeting endured for quite some time. and each participant bore an expression tinged with shock. No one knew what Fleet Admiral Kong had articulated, but it was clear that following this meeting, Lin Feng had been placed on the Marine and government's kill list. A covert directive was discreetly issued. First, any Navy personnel who discovered Law's whereabouts would be promoted one rank, excluding those of Vice Admiral rank and above. Second, those participating in the encirclement of Law would receive tenfold compensation in the event of their demise. Third, an assault on Law must be executed with the presence of 3 admirals or equivalent force to ensure that he could not escape. As these 3 directives were announced, the military erupted in uproar. In the admiral's office, Fleet Admiral Kong sat resolutely, surrounded by the ranks of vice admirals. They did not depart upon the meeting's conclusion, but remained in Kong's presence. All were acutely aware that Law's threat transcended mere words. In addition to the previously issued directives, I must add another, Kong stated, surveying the assembly as he gradually produced an object resembling a bomb from behind him. This item was a weapon newly developed by Vegapunk, its power capable of rivaling the full force of any high-level combatant. What? The naval officers gasped in shock, incredulous that such a weapon could be conceived by human hands. Sir Kong, does this thing possess any drawbacks? Kizaru cautiously inquired, voicing the concerns of the assembly. Acknowledging Kizaru's insight, Kong responded gravely, "You are correct, Borsellino." Subsequently, to the horrified expressions of those present, he hurled the object outward with immense strength, sending it soaring almost to the clouds. Time passed, and the anticipated explosion or shockwave did not materialize, leaving the crowd bewildered. "Sir Kong, is this thing malfunctioning?" A voice queried, but before he could finish, a thunderous sound erupted, shattering every window in the vicinity due to the shockwave from the explosion. Everyone turned to gaze outside, witnessing a mushroom cloud ascending from the heights, at least 10,000 meters away. This left the commanders dumbfounded. To possess such power at that distance could yield unimaginable consequences if detonated in close proximity. "Sir Kong, with this weapon in our arsenal, annihilating the pirates is merely a matter of time," the enthusiastic volcanic flame exclaimed, envisioning a world at peace. Yet, the others regarded him with incredulity. "What, am I mistaken?" Volcanic Flame retorted angrily. At this juncture, the usually silent Tsuru interjected succinctly time. Upon hearing this, Volcanic Flame realized Tsuru was correct. The time required for this device to activate was excessively long, echoing Kizaru's earlier question. The flaw lay in its time constraints. Tsuru spoke the truth. The device's demands on time were near exacting, and it could only be activated by human intervention. Kong scanned the assembly and slowly declared, "The directive I am issuing is that all vice admirals must each possess one of these devices. When engaging Law in battle, they must detonate it." Kong's words struck like a winter chill, leaving the hearts of those present feeling ice cold. "Sir, are you implying?" The mongoose stared at Kong, an expression of profound gravity etched on his face, an ominous premonition swelling within. "What I mean is, when necessary, you may choose to perish alongside Law," Kong stated with chilling seriousness. Indeed, the mongoose mused, his speculation confirmed. Kong intended to deploy the vice admirals as a suicide squad. After all, ordinary naval officers could not hope to contend with Lin Feng. Only those of moderate strength among the vice admirals could shoulder such a task. This directive was named Salvation. None could defy it. Chapter 93. The Contents of the Bag. Yes. Faced with Kong's resolute declaration, the assembly could only acquiesce, albeit with trepidation. Notably, Kizaru Akainu and other frontline combatants viewed Kong's orders with less concern, given their own formidable strength, while the expressions of the remaining naval stalwarts, particularly the older vice admirals like the mongoose, were far less favorable. "Since there are no objections, I hereby declare this salvation operation effective immediately." Kong proclaimed, surveying the room before solemnly concluding, "This meeting is adjourned." After the conversation, the first to depart was the leader. Witnessing the departure of the key figures, Akainu and Kizaru, along with others, also made their exit. Only the seasoned vice admirals, including Shizuka, remained in the room, lingering in contemplation. "Shizuka, do you believe Mr. Kong's actions this time are deliberately targeting us?" Volcanic Blaze whispered as he leaned closer, his voice barely audible. "Speak no meaningless words." At this, Shizuka's expression darkened, and he fixed a cold glare upon him. "As members of the Navy, we must be prepared to sacrifice ourselves at any moment. If we lack even this basic awareness, how can we uphold the justice that resides in our hearts?" With that, without waiting for Volcanic Blaze's response, Shizuka turned and left. Following Shizuka's departure, the other vice admirals also began to exit, leaving Volcanic Blaze alone in the conference room. Watching Shizuka's retreating figure, Volcanic Blaze sighed deeply. "You're not wrong, but if justice undergoes a certain distortion, does it still remain the justice we strive to uphold? How shall we navigate this twisted version of justice in the future?" His voice trailed off into a whisper, and shaking his head as if to release his pent-up frustrations, he too slowly departed, leaving the conference room enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Lin Feng and the Whitebeard pirates discussed their objectives. The crew fell into a moment of stunned silence. Their expressions varied, some excited, others anxious. Yet none displayed any signs of fear. They were the elite among pirates, accustomed to grand spectacles. Their gazes soon turned to Whitebeard, the meaning clear wherever Old Man went. The spearheads would follow. Facing the scrutinizing eyes of Marco and the others, Whitebeard proclaimed with fervor, "Children, are you afraid?" "Not afraid. Wherever Old Man goes, we shall meet our fate." Marco and the others responded in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, scattering the clouds above. "Good." Whitebeard's iconic mustache quivered as he erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha. If that is the case, let us cause a ruckus at Marineford." "Yes, Old Man." The Whitebeard pirates responded with a roar that echoed across vast distances, startling the fish beneath the sea. Grateful, Lin Feng observed the scene. After all, Whitebeard's agreement to head to the new Marine headquarters did not necessarily indicate the entire crew support. It was worth noting that Marco and the others had just endured a fierce battle against Kaido and Big Mom, and their condition was far from optimal. Yet, upon hearing of the impending battle at Marineford, they exhibited not a single complaint, instead radiating a spirited battle enthusiasm, which was quite rare. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, this willingness was not solely due to Whitebeard's influence, but also tied to the gratitude they felt towards him from the past. With matters concerning the Whitebeard pirates resolved, Lin Feng turned his thoughts to the red-haired pirates. After all, Shanks had been coerced by him, making defection during battle a significant possibility. However, Lin Feng's concept of defection extended beyond mere betrayal. It encompassed the ambiguous relationship between Shanks and the Five Elders. This deeply concerned Lin Feng. Should the old men join the fray alongside the Navy, the battle could tilt unfavorably. It was essential to acknowledge that each of those five elders possessed formidable strength, arguably on par with the Emperors of the Sea, and there was a strong likelihood that they exceeded even that, coupled with the enigmatic Im Sama behind them. Should they appear at the Marine headquarters, Lin Feng's side would not merely be at a disadvantage. They would be teetering on the brink of disaster. To put it bluntly, it would be akin to courting death. "Master." Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, Marco's voice broke through, holding a large, bulging bag. "Marco, what is it?" Lin Feng responded, glancing curiously at the bag in Marco's hand. "Guess what I have?" Marco feigned mystery, his expression matching his pineapple hairstyle, which was quite endearing. "How could I possibly guess?" Lin Feng chuckled. "It wouldn't happen to be our lunch, would it?" "Not that mundane." Marco pretended to be offended, as if Lin Feng's assumption had embarrassed him. "Inside this bag lies a great treasure." "Ah!" Lin Feng was taken aback by Marco's assertion, utterly unable to fathom what lay within the bag. However, his curiosity was piqued, and he urged, "What treasure?" "Allow me to see." With that, he lunged toward the bag, but Marco deftly evaded him. "Master, we cannot resort to thievery." Marco steadied himself, addressing Lin Feng. "Let me tell you, if what's inside is damaged, it will be your sorrow." "A treasure that can cause me sorrow?" Lin Feng's curiosity intensified, his palms shimmering with gold as he focused intently on the bag, ready to seize it. "Master, do not act rashly. We cannot afford to play with violence." Marco, realizing Lin Feng's determination, knew he couldn't protect the contents should Lin Feng decide to act. After considering, Marco said, "Let us make a deal. I will give you a hint. If you guess correctly, I will give you everything inside the bag." "Speak," Lin Feng replied, his gaze unyielding upon the bag. "All right, here it goes." Marco Nadith cleared his throat and said with utmost seriousness, "Inside lies the power to change the world." "The power to change the world?" Lin Feng pondered. Given Marco's statement, could it be advanced weaponry? However, shaking his head, Lin Feng deemed it unlikely, as the pirate world, despite its breakthroughs in machinery and genetic engineering, did not equate to world-altering power. Could it be a devil fruit? A sudden realization struck Lin Feng, combining Marco's earlier words about something that could cause him sorrow. He surmised that the bag likely contained devil fruits. Only something that could change the world and evoke such feelings could be that. With renewed interest, Lin Feng looked at Marco and slowly uttered, "Devil fruits." Chapter 94. Consuming the devil fruit. The transformation of the little bullhead. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a look of helplessness crossed Marco's face. "Master, you shouldn't guess so accurately." Lin Feng merely smiled at Marco, silently thinking, "With such obvious hints, if I couldn't guess, I would be a fool." "Now, master." Unaware of Lin Feng's thoughts, Marco tossed the bag toward him and added, "We all exerted tremendous effort over 2 years to find this." Lin Feng caught the bag, his face lighting up with excitement, completely missing Marco's words as he hastily opened it. To his astonishment, 7 fruits lay quietly inside. 2, 4, 6, 7 fruits, Marco said nonchalantly, adopting a casual demeanor. "Do not deem them few. After all, devil fruits are known as the treasures of the sea. In the realm of piracy, the acquisition of a single fruit could transform an ordinary individual into a formidable being, a coveted treasure that every pirate dreams of possessing. Its value is immeasurable within the Grand Line. Yet Lin Feng finds himself in possession of not 1, but 7 of these extraordinary fruits. 7. Such a quantity could easily form a squad of capable individuals, a team that would be immensely tempting even to top-tier pirate crews like the White-Beard Pirates. Yet, Marco willingly presents these fruits to Lin Feng, a testament to the esteemed position Lin Feng holds in their hearts. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Feng gazes upon Marco as if he were a divine figure, nearly compelled to bow deeply in reverence. These 7 fruits promise to elevate his capabilities significantly. However, the dilemma arises. Should these fruits be utilized to enhance his impersonation of Fahai or of Baizai? With an 80% effectiveness for Fahai and 60% for Baizai, Lin Feng muses that the former would yield the best cost-benefit ratio. Nevertheless, the allure of Baizai's more developed impersonation also beckons him. As he ponders, Marco notices Lin Feng's sudden silence after receiving the fruits and inquires about his thoughts. Lin Feng snaps back to reality, attempting to conceal his excitement, and formally expresses his gratitude. "Thank you, Marco." It's nothing. We promised to assist you wholeheartedly, didn't we?" Marco responds with a hearty laugh, surprised yet pleased by Lin Feng's formal demeanor. "Do not underestimate yourself. Master, you are our benefactor, and these fruits pale in comparison to what you have provided us." Marco quickly adds, aware of the weight Lin Feng's gratitude carries. "Let us keep our debts separate." Lin Feng smiles, sensing Marco's hesitance. Realizing the conversation's gravity, Marco concedes, "All right, master, we shall keep our grievances distinct." Indeed, Lin Feng nods, and a bold idea stirs within him. "Please summon Kenpachi and Little Bull for me." Marco agrees and departs promptly. Shortly thereafter, Kenpachi and Little Bull approach, each clutching a jug of liquor, seemingly inebriated yet jovial. "What is it, master?" Kenpachi asks, his cheeks flushed from the drink, while Little Bull's eyes take on a dazed yet endearing expression. Lin Feng, sensing the impending battle, refrains from reprimanding them, recognizing the need for relaxation before the storm. "It's merely a small matter," Lin Feng replies, unveiling the 7 devil fruits from the bag and arranging them neatly before Kenpachi and Little Bull. "Here lie 7 devil fruits, the greatest treasure in this world." "A treasure?" Kenpachi gazes curiously at the bizarre fruits, unable to fathom how they could be deemed as such. "Indeed, a treasure," Lin Feng confirms, activating the system to assess the fruit's capabilities. 3 are paramecia 2 are Zoan, and 2 are Logia. His intention is clear. He wishes for Kenpachi and Little Bull to consume these fruits and harness their powers, thereby amplifying their combat strength for the forthcoming confrontation. Choose one and consume it. Lin Feng instructs, withholding the specifics of each fruit's abilities, believing that their potential lies in the hands of the consumer. There is no absolute power. Only those adept at utilizing it can unlock its true potential, a sentiment Lin Feng firmly believes in. Are we truly to choose? Kenpachi's expression turns skeptical as he regards the fruits with disdain, convinced that his strength comes from rigorous training rather than external aids. In contrast, Little Bull, with a sense of determination, swiftly grabs a Logia fruit and prepares to eat it. Upon consumption, Little Bull's countenance contorts, as if he is overwhelmed by the taste. Excellent, give it a try and see what ability you acquire, Lin Feng encourages with a smile. Little Bull responds with a low, rumbling sound and begins to channel his newfound energy. Instantly, a tempest brews around him, fierce winds whipping through the air, causing everyone to squint against the gusts. What is happening? Is that guy coming? Marco and the others exchange worried glances, while even Whitebeard narrows his eyes, readying himself for action. It's from Master. Jozu reassures the group as he observes Little Bull's transformation and breathes a sigh of relief. It's fine, let us continue. With this, tension eases among the crew. Meanwhile, Little Bull is enveloped in crackling electricity, a miniature storm swirling above him, barely noticeable yet ominous. The thunder fruit? Lin Feng ponders, intrigued. Yet he fails to discern the true nature of the storm above, mistakenly believing it to be the result of the thunder fruit's powers. As he contemplates, Little Bull emits a low growl, and the storm above him intensifies, swelling into a formidable force, as if threatening to engulf the entire ship. Oh my goodness! Chapter 95. The hammer is broken. Little Bull goes berserk. Little Bull bellows, his presence now radiating an overwhelming force, resembling a divine bull of destruction. The storm looms above him, while his body crackles with electricity. Is this truly a Logia fruit? Lin Feng is taken aback. For the fruit Little Bull selected should undoubtedly be a Logia, yet the circumstances defy all logic. Who has ever seen a Logia fruit that combines multiple energy forms? He muses, utterly bewildered. Little Bull then absorbs the tempest above him and taunts Kenpachi, incessantly mooing as if to challenge him to a duel. Damn it! Kenpachi, roused from his stupor, draws his sword and charges at Little Bull with a fierce strike, determined to engage. Blade pressure. Kenpachi unleashes a powerful attack. Attempting to temper its intensity, yet even at a reduced force, it remains far beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. Unexpectedly, Little Bull stands his ground, spinning a miniature storm in one hand and hurling it towards the incoming strike with remarkable force. The clash is imminent. A dull sound reverberated through the air as the storm unexpectedly engulfed Kenpachi's slash, yet its ferocity remained undiminished as it surged towards him. How could this be? Kenpachi was astonished. Normally, the little bull-headed creature was easily bested by him, but merely consuming an unknown fruit had elevated its combat prowess to such an extent. Kenpachi dared not dwell on this, for the storm was already upon him. You little brat, how dare you? Kenpachi growled, instantly unleashing his Bankai. The blade of his Zanpakuto, resembling neither axe nor sword, cleaved through the incoming tempest, dispersing it with remarkable force. Moo! Upon witnessing this, the little bull let out a low growl and hefted its massive hammer, charging at Kenpachi with wrath. The hammer was encircled by several storms, wielding tremendous power. Make way! Kenpachi faced the oncoming hammer head-on, refusing to believe that the little creature, which he had previously toyed with, could now contend with him on equal footing. Boom! The Zanpakuto struck the hammer with such speed that it produced a sonic boom. Yet, even so, the little bull's hammer held its ground, bolstered by the tempest, and stood against Kenpachi's might. This unnerved Kenpachi. He roared, increasing the force behind his strike. Get out of my way! The friction between the Zanpakuto and hammer produced a chilling sound, ultimately resulting in Kenpachi's blade cleaving the hammer in two. Moo! In an instant, The little bull's mournful cry echoed as it knelt before the remnants of its beloved hammer, eyes filled with sorrow. This hammer had been its companion since childhood, and now it lay in ruins, a testament to Kenpachi's strength. Kenpachi stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Little brat, I didn't mean it. How about I give you my sword? Kenpachi awkwardly offered, struggling to find the right words. It was this very statement that ignited the little bull's fury. Moo! It glared at Kenpachi with hatred, unleashing a roar as a strange aura enveloped its body. The surrounding air swirled violently, transforming into a raging tempest above the little bull, crackling with lightning and emitting a piercing sound. This spectacle drew curious gazes from onlookers. Hey, what's going on over there? If this continues, our ship will be damaged. Joza mumbled through a mouthful of an unknown beast's thigh. Beside him, Whitebeard remained silent, acutely aware of the destructive power lurking within the tempest above. As Jozu had stated, if this persisted, the Moby Dick would surely succumb to the depths of the sea. Yet, Whitebeard showed no inclination to intervene, his gaze fixed on the figure near the little bull. He had faith in Lin Feng, within the red-haired pirates. The crew was taken aback by the storm swirling above the Moby Dick. What has happened over there? Is it another trick of Fahai? It certainly seems so. That monk is no ordinary foe, the crew speculated, attributing the tempest to Lin Feng, believing that only he could conjure such chaos on Whitebeard's ship. Shanks, what do you think? Will it affect us? Beckman sidled up to Shanks, inquiring quietly. It will be fine, Shanks replied with a smile, shaking his head as he gazed at the storm. At this critical moment, Fahai would not engage in such folly. Indeed, Beckman nodded. His curiosity piqued as he too focused on the tempest, pondering how Lin Feng had managed to summon such a phenomenon. Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed the enraged little bull and then glanced at Kenpachi, his expression one of resignation. What had begun as a simple spar had escalated into this chaos. A testament to their fervor, Lin Feng understood Kenpachi's silent plea for assistance, recognizing that while Kenpachi was capable of defeating the little bull, he was reluctant to truly harm a comrade. After unleashing his Bankai, Kenpachi had lost control. Any injury caused would be regrettable. With a heavy sigh, Lin Feng resigned himself to the task of mediating the situation. He swiftly moved to stand before the little bull, placing a hand upon its head. The Buddhist calming chant commences. In an instant, the furious little bull regained its composure, looking up at Lin Feng and emitting gentle mooing sounds. Fine. Little bull, how do you feel? Lin Feng inquired, shaking his head in concern, worried that suppressing the little bull's abilities might lead to backlash. Moo! The little bull joyfully exclaimed, as if declaring it felt better than ever. However, it then cast a resentful glance at Kenpachi, nostrils flaring with steam. It was clear that the little bull remained troubled by the destruction of its hammer. Kenpachi wasn't intentional. Don't take it to heart, Lin Feng consoled with a smile, assuring the little bull that he would find it a superior weapon, one that would surpass the old. Moo! Upon hearing this, the little bull beamed with joy. Lin Feng's promise dispelling the clouds of despair over its lost weapon, nuzzling affectionately against him. All right, Lin Feng chuckled, feeling somewhat exasperated by the little bull's affectionate antics. The creature, unaware of its own strength, was pressing its head against Lin Feng with considerable force. Had it been anyone else, they might have been sent flying. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physique was fortified by his Buddhist training. At that moment, Kenpachi's voice rang out. Master, may I choose one too? The impact of the little bull had indeed affected him. Initially, he had dismissed the significance of the devil fruit. Yet, after witnessing the little bull's transformation, he realized that even without using his Bankai, he lacked complete confidence in defeating it. This substantial enhancement stirred Kenpachi's interest. Feel free to choose from those over there. Lin Feng gestured toward the remaining devil fruits scattered on the ground. All right, Kenpachi nodded, striding over to the fruits. He leaned down to inspect a peculiar-looking fruit. Curiosity etched on his face as he wondered if this would truly enhance his strength. Without hesitation, Kenpachi took a hefty bite of the fruit, causing the little bull to cover its eyes in shock. Even though it had some grievances with Kenpachi, it couldn't help but admire his audacity. How brave! The little bull thought to itself, contemplating the fruit's unpalatable nature. Lin Feng, observing the scene, gave Kenpachi a thumbs up, fully aware of the fruit's notorious taste. Meanwhile, Kenpachi's expression darkened as the moment the fruit touched his tongue. He felt as though his mouth was numbed. The flavor was a cacophony of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty, an indescribable mixture. Kenpachi could swear it was the most repugnant thing he had ever tasted. Noticing Kenpachi's reaction, Lin Feng asked with concern, "So, how does it taste?" "Kenpachi? Any sensations?" "Disgusting." Jianba, with a grim expression, replied, "I know it tastes bad. What I mean is, has there been any change in my body?" Lin Feng inquired, intrigued by the fact that Jianba had consumed a paramecia-type devil fruit. "Change." Jianba pondered, then summoned all the cells in his body to sense any transformations. In the next moment, Jianba underwent a startling metamorphosis, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that shot toward the heavens. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the breath of Lin Feng and the others turned into visible mist. At that moment, Jianba was unrecognizable, with numerous barbs erupting from his body and a sinister mask resembling a demon manifesting on his face, resembling a true hellish fiend. Exhaling, Jianba, now transformed into a demonic figure, felt an extraordinary surge of power coursing through him. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to having a perpetual motion machine installed within him, providing an unending supply of strength. "Master," Jianba looked at Lin Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips, clearly satisfied with the fruit's effects. Demon fruit, or perhaps the Shura fruit. Observing Jianba's transformation, Lin Feng contemplated that paramecia-type fruits could bestow unique forms upon their hosts, infinitely amplifying their abilities based on individual potential. Based on Jianba's transformation, it was likely either the demon fruit or the Shura fruit. "Master, let's have a spar." Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, Jianba proposed a duel to test his newfound strength. However, Lin Feng would certainly refuse. Engaging in combat at this moment would be a waste of energy. "We can fight once we reach the Navy headquarters," Lin Feng stated calmly. Jianba, taken aback by Lin Feng's unwavering refusal, shifted his gaze to the young, bull-headed creature nearby. "You there, let us have a match." Jianba gestured toward the young, bull-headed one, inviting it to battle. The young bull, however, would not relent, letting out a roar and charging toward Jianba, only to be intercepted by Lin Feng. "Enough. Once we reach the Navy headquarters, we will have ample time to expend our energy." Upon hearing this, Jianba fell silent, instantly retracting from his transformed state and returning to his original appearance. As Jianba's powers dissipated, the surrounding temperature normalized once more. The young bull also reverted to its previous state, the small tempest it had conjured vanishing, gazing innocently at Lin Feng with big eyes. Lin Feng, speechless, thought to himself that this creature was not as cute as it seemed. He then turned his attention to Jianba and the young bull, assessing their conditions. The young bull appeared to possess a composite natural-type fruit ability, harnessing both storm and a hint of lightning. Previously, it had only been capable of combat at the level of a rear admiral, but with the fruit's enhancement, it could now potentially contend with someone of Kizuru's caliber in their normal state. Although defeat was likely, its combat prowess had significantly improved. As for Jianba, he seemed to have acquired a paramecia-type fruit ability akin to Sengoku's, evident from his altered appearance and the aura he radiated, likely identifying him as either a demon or Shura. Lin Feng surmised that Jianba's current combat strength was the strongest among them, rivaling even the likes of Shanks and Whitebeard, perhaps even surpassing many. "Jianba, take the young bull and rest. We still have a ways to go before reaching the Navy headquarters. You need to conserve your energy for the impending battle," Lin Feng instructed Jianba. "Understood." Jianba nodded in agreement, beckoning the young bull to follow him as he headed toward Whitebeard and the others. "Come along, young bull." The young bull seemed somewhat reluctant, but, respecting Lin Feng's command, trailed behind Jianba. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the remaining devil fruits. Excluding those consumed by the young bull and Jianba, 5 remained. "System, please evaluate how these fruits can enhance my impersonation level." Lin Feng focused his mind and began communicating with the system. After a brief pause, the ethereal voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. According to the classification of fruit abilities, the following effects will be achieved based on different impersonation states. Fahai, impersonation level increased by 7. 3. Byakuya Kachiki, impersonation level increased by 21. Please select which character to apply this to. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng did not respond immediately, but deliberated internally. If he utilized the fruit on Fahai, it would undoubtedly result in a qualitative transformation of his strength, which would be highly advantageous for the upcoming battle. However, the benefits of enhancing Byakuya were equally significant. His impersonation progress had already reached 60. Adding 21 would breach the 80 threshold, unlocking the next character. This prospect was a considerable temptation for Lin Feng. Who should I use it on? Lin Feng found himself at an impasse when the system's voice chimed in again. Special reminder: enhancing impersonation progress requires consumption in the presence of the respective character. Only then will the enhancement be realized. After hearing the system's words, Lin Feng promptly made a decision to use it on Fahai. Although switching from Fahai to Byakuya later would incur no cooldown, given the current situation, having an additional character seemed inconsequential, and progression would have to restart regardless. Furthermore, who knew what character he might summon next? If it turned out to be a weakling, it would be a loss. In the present circumstances, Lin Feng was not willing to gamble. System, absorb them all. I wish to enhance Fahai. Understood. Chapter 97. Progress enhanced. The chant of thousands of deities. As the system's voice faded, the devil fruits on the ground began to disintegrate, transforming into ethereal abilities that slowly entered Lin Feng's body. Impersonation level increasing. 81, 82, 87. 3. Enhancement complete. In the instant the impersonation level reached its peak, Lin Feng felt as though a spiritual mountain of enlightenment had emerged within him. Thousands of deities were chanting and whispering, ushering him into an entirely new realm that he had never experienced before. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he could shatter the void and enter the ethereal realm of Buddhism, achieving the status of an arhat and beyond. En les existence. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Although he was impersonating Fahai, he could not allow the character to dominate him. If he succumbed to the Buddhist realm, everything he had accomplished here would amount to nothing, a fate Lin Feng was unwilling to accept. I am both Fahai and Lin Feng. The Buddhist realm shall not claim me. Lin Feng roared, resisting the call of the Buddhist realm as a radiant light enveloped him, suppressing the chants of the deities deep within his core to prevent detection. This was easier said than done. Suppressing those deities proved to be a formidable challenge, and Lin Feng's physical exertion was akin to engaging in a fierce battle. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, falling to the ground. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and persisted, gradually suppressing the chanting voices, but his stamina plummeted dangerously. Dad, what's wrong with Master? Should we check on him? At that moment, Marco, observing Lin Feng's anguished expression from a distance, inquired of Whitebeard, wanting to offer assistance but was stopped by Whitebeard. Do not act rashly. With a profound gaze, Whitebeard, seasoned by experience, discerned that there was likely a dilemma within Lin Feng. Allowing Marco to approach now could complicate matters further. Marco hesitated, and without Whitebeard's consent, he dared not move, his anxious gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Father, is everything truly all right? I perceive that the master does not seem to be in good condition, remarked Xiaozi, concern etched upon his face. Let us wait and see. Should anything be amiss with the master, I shall intervene, Whitebeard responded, understanding the sentiments of those present with a heavy sigh. Upon hearing his words, the group fell silent, their gazes fixed anxiously in the direction of Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Kenpachi and the Minotaur were in a state of heightened urgency, eager to assist Lin Feng at once, yet he halted them. Kenpachi, summoned by Lin Feng, felt an innate connection to him, receiving his thoughts clearly from within a certain distance. Do not move. I will manage this, were Lin Feng's exact words. Observing this, Kenpachi restrained himself and conveyed Lin Feng's message to the Minotaur. Thus, the two remained steadfast in their positions, calming their minds. At this moment, Lin Feng was battling the overwhelming chants of myriad deities within him, managing to suppress a significant portion. The summons from the ethereal Buddhist realm had also weakened considerably. That was close. I almost departed for the afterlife. He exhaled, his gaze drifting into the void. He had not anticipated that the absorption of the fruit would wield such profound influence, even drawing the Buddhist summons into this realm. Fortunately, it was the world of pirates. Were it Blue Planet or another realm, he might have found himself in the afterlife by now, potentially even as a minor deity. In truth, if it were not for his grievances with the Navy, Lin Feng might have accepted the summons and become a true monk in the afterlife. However, the current circumstances did not permit such a course of action. At the very least, he needed to resolve the latent threats posed by the Navy before contemplating other matters. I wonder if my current strength is sufficient to overcome Carp and those behind him, Lin Feng pondered, sensing the unusual power coursing within. Based on his combat prowess, defeating Carp should not pose a problem. Yet, he harbored uncertainties regarding those who stood behind him. The unknown is always daunting. Without fully assessing Carp's backing, Lin Feng could not make a definitive judgment. However, he could affirm that in this world, there were virtually no individuals capable of bringing her to her demise. If such a being existed, they would undoubtedly hail from her own realm. This was precisely what troubled Lin Feng, as Carp's condition suggested he had been possessed or taken over. Yet, this remained merely Lin Feng's conjecture, regardless of the truth. One certainty prevailed. The events surrounding Carp transcended the bounds of this world's understanding. I shall wait until we reach the Navy headquarters to ascertain the truth. Lin Feng murmured, uncertain of what had transpired with Carp, resolving to evaluate the situation later. At that moment, Kenpachi and the Minotaur approached Lin Feng. Master, what happened to you just now? The aura surrounding you was of a nature that even I found unsettling. Kenpachi expressed first, concern evident in his demeanor. Moo. The Minotaur echoed in agreement, voicing his worry for Lin Feng. I am fine, Lin Feng replied slowly, shaking his head. He did not wish to burden them with the turmoil within him. As long as you are well, Kenpachi said, noting Lin Feng's reluctance to elaborate, but nonetheless committing the earlier occurrence to memory. Master, regardless of what transpires, I shall remain your sharp blade, ready to sever any enemies that dare approach. Kenpachi silently vowed. Very well, return to your rest. We shall soon arrive at the Navy headquarters. Lin Feng instructed Kenpachi and the Minotaur, wishing for them to rejuvenate their spirits for the impending battle. Understood, Kenpachi replied without further ado, leading the Minotaur toward the ship's resting area. As they departed, Whitebeard and Marco approached Lin Feng's side. Master, is your body truly unharmed? Whitebeard inquired. Concern etched on his face as he recalled Lin Feng's earlier distress, including the beads of sweat and expressions of pain. It is nothing to worry about, Lin Feng assured, warmth filling his heart. Unlike Kenpachi and the Minotaur's loyalty, Whitebeard's concern stemmed from personal sentiment, for which Lin Feng felt grateful. Before Whitebeard could respond, Marco interjected, a look of fear on his face. I'm relieved to hear that. Master, you nearly frightened us to death. I thought something serious had occurred. Haha, fret not. I am quite well, Lin Feng chuckled, finding amusement in Marco's expression. Indeed, it is a relief. Whitebeard nodded in agreement, then continued, Master, we are less than an hour away from the new Navy headquarters. I have dispatched several captain-level personnel to eliminate any hidden sentries. Excellent. I appreciate your efforts, Whitebeard. Lin Feng responded, acknowledging the thoroughness of Whitebeard, a seasoned pirate. It is nothing, Whitebeard replied, shaking his head. Having chosen to engage in battle with the Navy, it is imperative that our preparations are meticulous. Just then, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he turned toward the bow of the ship. What is it, Master? Whitebeard asked, adopting a defensive posture, his voice low. An acquaintance approaches, Lin Feng replied, retracting his gaze and moving toward the ship's bow. An acquaintance? Whitebeard and Marco exchanged glances, pondering if the Master had other acquaintances in this world besides them. Contemplating this, they followed Lin Feng's lead toward the bow of the ship. Chapter 98. Encountering Hawkeye again. A definitive overwhelm. What is this? Upon reaching the bow, Whitebeard's eyes widened as he beheld a small vessel floating in the nearby sea. The boat bore 2 dim candle flames at its bow, an eerie contrast to the surrounding environment. The figure upon the boat caused Whitebeard to gasp in astonishment. How could he be here, especially at such a critical moment? Whitebeard's voice grew heavy as he fixed his gaze upon the individual on the small boat. The warlord. Hawkeye, my hawk. Indeed, the figure appearing in the nearby waters was none other than Hawkeye, who had recently departed from the Navy headquarters. He bore a red-haired indicator to facilitate future encounters. Yet, he was taken aback to find himself alongside Whitebeard. Shanks, what exactly are you plotting? Hawkeye's eyes glinted with intrigue as he struggled to comprehend his friend's intentions. At that moment, the red-haired pirates, who had been trailing behind the Moby Dick, caught up and sailed alongside them. Shanks stood at the bow, gazing at Hawkeye on the distant boat. As if aware of something, he spoke softly. I knew you would come, Hawkeye. Shanks! Hawkeye exclaimed upon spotting the red-haired captain. With a surge of energy, he leapt from a small boat onto the deck of the red-haired pirates. Suddenly, a figure soared from Whitebeard's ship, draped in a robe. It was Lin Feng. His enhanced perception had evolved significantly, transcending mere sensory awareness to what could be deemed divine consciousness. It was this heightened awareness that enabled Lin Feng to sense Hawkeye's approach. Fahai. In an instant, Yin recognized Lin Feng's identity. The black blade behind him was drawn, taking a defensive posture. What a coincidence, Lin Feng said slowly, floating in mid-air, while Yin, employing the moonwalk technique, also hovered above. However, in contrast, Lin Feng appeared remarkably calm, whereas Yin's face was etched with seriousness. He could distinctly sense that Lin Feng's strength had escalated to an entirely new level. Without further ado, Yin swung his black blade towards Lin Feng. The black slash cleaved through the void, hurtling towards Lin Feng with even greater force than during his encounter with Jinba. It was evident that Yin was prepared to fight with all his might, knowing that his opponent would not spare him, especially after the considerable hindrance he had posed to Lin Feng's rescue operation within Impel Down. Yin did not believe Lin Feng to be magnanimous. Thus, he struck first. In battles among the powerful, seizing the initiative is of utmost importance. Truly formidable, Lin Feng mused as he sensed Yin's strike. Previously, when Yin had threatened his life within Impel Down, Lin Feng had been skeptical, but now it seemed far from mere rhetoric. Under such a terrifying slash, even a formidable Whitebeard would likely suffer significant consequences with a moment's carelessness, let alone his former self. It is worth noting that, at that time, Lin Feng's Baizai progress was merely at 40%, and even with a 9-fold enhancement, it only matched a Marine Admiral. Had he not completed his mission upon exiting Impel Down, raising his progress to 60% and achieving an 11-fold battle power increase, he would have likely fallen to Jinba or others like Carp. Yet, that was merely in the past. Now, Yin posed a minimal threat in Lin Feng's eyes. De Wei Tianlong. As the slash approached, Lin Feng casually unleashed a beam of Buddhist light, upon which a colossal dragon spiraled. This technique, having evolved post-enhancement, finally revealed its true essence, an authentic De Wei Tianlong, vastly different from his prior attacks. With a roar, the Buddhist light dragon surged towards the slash. The moment the dragon, composed of Buddhist light, collided with the slash, the anticipated explosive sound of a violent impact did not resonate. Nevertheless, all present witnessed a scene they would never forget. The Buddhist light dragon remarkably grasped Yin's slash in its jaws, its serrated teeth tearing at the attack. The entire arena was left in shock. Father, am I dreaming? The black blade slash was effortlessly neutralized by the master, and that is Yin. Jozu could hardly believe the spectacle before him, wiping his eyes to ascertain whether it was an illusion. He well understood the terror of his opponent. The memory of battling Yin felt like yesterday. Had it not been for his diamond-like natural defenses, he doubted he could withstand a single strike. Had Yin targeted him during that encounter, Jozu shuddered to think of the consequences. Understanding Jozu's astonishment, Whitebeard remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Lin Feng in midair. His heart filled with profound shock. Yin's swordsmanship was universally acknowledged as the strongest, even surpassing that of the red-haired Shanks. A hard fact. Not to mention, Whitebeard himself had to approach their confrontation with utmost caution. The slash Yin had just unleashed was even more powerful than any he had previously witnessed. To treat it with the same ease as Lin Feng was utterly impossible. Master, how strong have you become? Whitebeard could not help but swallow hard, silently grateful that he had intervened to prevent Lin Feng from clashing with Shanks. Otherwise, that man would have certainly met his end. With these thoughts, Whitebeard tilted his head to glance at Shanks. The shock on Shanks' face was no less than that of Whitebeard. Although he knew Lin Feng was formidable and could defeat him at full strength, he still found it hard to believe the events unfolding before him. When Yin appeared, Shanks had assumed that their side had gained a significant combat advantage, allowing him to adopt a firmer stance against Lin Feng. He did not seek to overpower his opponent, but thought that an equal footing would not be difficult to achieve. However, witnessing Lin Feng's confrontation with Yin shattered all of Shanks' expectations. "Captain, what we are witnessing cannot be real," Yasop murmured, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng in midair, his face a mask of astonishment. Others shared similar sentiments. Except for Beckman, shock was etched across their faces, some even displaying signs of fear. Yin, who had sparred with Shanks for years, knew better than anyone the extent of his opponent's strength. He was someone who could suppress their captain in swordsmanship, and not long ago, he had even improved, taking his skills to new heights. At that time, Shanks had asserted that if he were to clash with Yin again, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Such a formidable individual, whom they could not even measure up to, was now being overwhelmingly dominated by Lin Feng. The members of the Red-Hair Pirates found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yin, engaged in battle with Lin Feng, wore an increasingly grave expression. He had just unleashed his full power, only to find it effortlessly countered by Lin Feng, who appeared to exert no effort at all, sending a chill down Yin's spine. "Am I to perish here?" Yin whispered to himself, for the first time genuinely grasping the concept of terror. Chapter 99. Awe and Yin's speculation. Yin, surrender your resistance. "I shall not allow you to die here," Lin Feng said slowly. Although Yin's voice was faint, Lin Feng, with his heightened perception, heard every word. Fahai. Yin's expression grew even more somber. Lin Feng's intention was not merely to defeat or kill him. What could it possibly be? Yin could not fathom, and the more he speculated, the more unsettled his heart became. As he pondered, Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared before him, his gaze piercing. "Yin, you have just emerged from the Marine headquarters? Haven to you?" Lin Feng inquired, then continued, "Tell me, which commanding officers are currently stationed at the Marine headquarters?" Lin Feng spoke rapidly and unexpectedly, startling Yin into retreating multiple steps. Once he felt a safe distance from Lin Feng, Yin cautiously replied, "Why do you ask these questions?" Fahai. As he spoke, Yin glanced down at Whitebeard and Shanks, a shocking hypothesis forming in his mind. "Could it be that you intend to attack the Marine headquarters?" The latter part of his thought remained unspoken, for it was simply too astonishing. The notion of uniting the two emperors to assault the Marine headquarters was unprecedented. If true, this battle alone would solidify Lin Feng's influence and societal standing. At that point, the entire world would be upended by this confrontation. Historically, there had been two instances of pirates attacking the Marine headquarters. The first was the legendary pirate Jean Shur, who fought valiantly against the then-admirals Sengoku and Carp. That battle raged on for an extended period until half of Marineford lay in ruins before a victor emerged. The second occurred 2 years ago during the Marineford War, where the Whitebeard pirates waged a historic battle to rescue Ace against the Marines' elite forces. Both sides deployed countless elite warriors, resulting in numerous casualties. Strictly speaking, the Marineford War was the only instance where pirates and Marines brought their utmost strength to bear against one another. As for Jean Shur's attack, it was more akin to a surprise assault than a full frontal attack. However, if Yin's speculation were to hold true, and Lin Feng indeed sought to assault the Marine headquarters, the arrival of the two emperors has brought forth a lineup that surpasses the brutality and bloodshed of the battle at the peak. There is no need for speculation. It aligns precisely with your thoughts. Lin Feng gazed indifferently at Yin, articulating the unspoken thoughts of his counterpart. For Lin Feng was aware that Yin was no fool. The destination of the route traversed by himself and the Baihong and Ertuan had only two endpoints. The first was the nation ruled by Charlotte Lin, known as Wanghua. Deploying 2 emperors to assault them seemed excessively wasteful. Moreover, Lin Feng held no personal grievances against Big Mom. Even if they were to attack Wanghua, it was unlikely that Yin would believe it. The second destination of their route was, in fact, the new Navy headquarters. The enmity between himself and the Navy was better understood by Yin than Lin Feng himself. The destination was unmistakable. Yin fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately directing his attention toward the distant figure of the red-haired Shanks. It was as if he wished to inquire why Shanks allied with this madman to assault the Navy headquarters. In the face of Yin's scrutinizing gaze, Shanks chose silence, fully aware that any further explanation would be futile. The assault on the headquarters had become an irrevocable decision, one that none could thwart. Yet, perhaps there existed a means to prevent it. If Lin Feng were to be slain on the spot, the instigator's demise would quell the impending attack on the Navy. However, this option was evidently impractical, for in Shanks' estimation, there were few in this world capable of surpassing Lin Feng. Moreover, those who could do so were unlikely to arrive in time to impede his advance. The world was on the brink of transformation. With a deep sigh, Shanks realized the assault on the Navy headquarters had become an irreversible course of action. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated once more. Yin, I ask you again, how much high-end combat power remains within the Navy headquarters? Lin Feng regarded Yin with an indifferent demeanor, yet his tone bore an unmistakable intensity, imbued with an irresistible momentum. Yin refrained from answering, instead glancing at Shanks, who nodded slowly, as if signaling something. Only then did Yin exhale, sheathing his black blade and calmly facing Lin Feng. Fahai, I cannot provide a comprehensive answer to your inquiry. What do you mean? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, responding coolly. When I departed the Navy headquarters, Carp and the Yellow Monkey had not yet left. I cannot ascertain which high-end combatants remain within the headquarters. However, I can confirm that at least Carp, all the admirals, as well as Akainu and Sengoku were present in the headquarters. Yin elucidated, revealing all that he knew. Carp, Sengoku, Akainu, Lin Feng murmured, gaining a clearer understanding of the Navy headquarters' combat strength. The forces Yin mentioned constituted the foundation of the Navy headquarters, and numerous unknown variables likely remained, including those like Vice Admiral Tsuru and the enigmatic Grand Commander known as Sora. In the original work, Oda had never disclosed the extent of their strength. However, it could be surmised that someone capable of commanding peak-era Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa in battle would undoubtedly possess formidable power. Even accounting for age and other factors, Lin Feng believed that this individual would at least match the peak strength of an admiral, if not exceed it. Lost in thought, Yin's voice broke the silence. I have divulged all that I know, Fahai. Now, will you kill me, or... His voice trailed off into inaudibility as he cast a final glance toward Shanks, as if bidding farewell. The monk has stated he will not allow you to die. Do you think I would go back on my word? Lin Feng inquired, smiling as he regarded Yin. Then will you let me go? Yin was taken aback, having not anticipated that Lin Feng harbored no intent to kill him. No. Lin Feng shook his head, turning his gaze toward Shanks. Your presence here is entirely due to Shanks, is it not? Yin's eyes narrowed, falling into silence. There is no need to deny it. I have not suggested any ill will toward you. Lin Feng regarded Yin with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Yin secretly exhaled, his fingers trembling slightly. This subtle gesture did not escape Lin Feng's notice. His eyes narrowed, revealing that the relationship between Yin and Shanks was not merely that of close friends. If it were, Shanks would have intervened when Lin Feng made his move. Yet he did not. This nuance was profoundly intriguing. Lin Feng observed Yin for a moment, contemplating the true nature of his relationship with Shanks before slowly speaking. I say I will not kill you, yet I cannot allow you to leave. Stay here and remain on Shanks' ship. Upon finishing, Lin Feng disregarded Yin's potential reactions and soared toward Whitebeard's vessel. Fahai, What exactly are you planning? Yin did not move, but instead focused on Lin Feng's retreating figure, an expression of deep apprehension surfacing in his eyes. Upon landing on the Moby Dick, Lin Feng immediately found a spot to sit cross-legged, indifferent to whether Yin remained or fled. For Lin Feng was confident that even if Yin escaped, he possessed the means to pursue and eliminate him. Moreover, during their conversation, Yin had glanced at Shanks several times. Although subtle, Lin Feng had noticed. While he was uncertain about the nature of their communication, Lin Feng was certain that Shanks would not permit Yin to depart. At least at this juncture, Shanks would not assist Yin in fleeing. For if Shanks aided Yin, it would signify hostility towards Lin Feng, Whitebeard, and others. Yin, as Lin Feng speculated, descended onto Shanks' ship after a brief contemplation. Following a short exchange with Shanks, they entered a secluded chamber together, the content of their discussion shrouded in mystery. Of course, Lin Feng was unconcerned. What mattered to him was that the two did not engage in any underhanded dealings during the impending battle. Master, when did your strength become so? At that moment, Whitebeard's voice resonated, tinged with curiosity as he struggled to articulate Lin Feng's prowess. Merely a slight improvement, nothing of consequence. Lin Feng waved his hand, naturally diverting the conversation. He then inquired, "Have the Navy's spies been dealt with?" Whitebeard, recognizing Lin Feng's intent to shift the topic, did not dwell on it, responding slowly, "Most have been taken care of, though some require Marco's intervention to eliminate." Marco's intervention? Lin Feng expressed surprise. Is it truly necessary for Marco to handle mere Navy spies? This is rather unusual, he mused. Are those spies of such caliber that they possess the strength of Navy vice admirals? Noticing Lin Feng's astonishment, Whitebeard chuckled and clarified, "Do not worry, Master. Those spies are government informants, and it is safer for Marco to handle them." "Very well, and where is he?" Lin Feng nodded, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Marco. "He has already left, just as you engaged with Yin," Whitebeard explained. "I see," Lin Feng nodded. "How long until we reach the Navy headquarters?" "Half a day," Whitebeard replied, then reconsidered, adding approximately 5 hours or so. "Understood," Lin Feng replied solemnly. "Make sure to rest well in preparation for the battle that lies ahead." As Lin Feng paused, he turned to look seriously at Baihuzi and said, "Though it may sound somewhat trite, I must express my gratitude, Newgate." With a hearty laugh, Baihuzi replied, "Master, there is no need for such formalities between us. If you wish to stir up some excitement, I shall gladly join you in revelry." His tone was filled with a proud arrogance, and the nonchalant demeanor he exuded left Lin Feng in awe. Afterward, Baihuzi issued the captain's orders, directing the white crew to prepare for battle while allowing all but essential personnel aboard the ship to rest. Having completed these tasks, he bid farewell to Lin Feng and headed to his quarters to prepare for some rest. "Thank you," Lin Feng silently expressed in his heart as he watched Baihuzi's retreating figure, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. At that moment, Bista, who had not spoken to Lin Feng throughout the journey, approached him with great respect and bowed, addressing him as master. "Oh, Bista, what is it?" Lin Feng inquired, his tone calm. "Ace is on his way to Wano," Bista stated, leaving Lin Feng momentarily bewildered. "Wano? Ace?" It suddenly dawned on Lin Feng that he had not seen Ace since boarding the ship. He had assumed Ace was simply resting in one of the cabins. Given the vastness of the Moby Dick, it was understandable not to have spotted him. Moreover, Ace was somewhat of a heavy sleeper, so Lin Feng had not thought much of it. However, now it seemed that was not the case. What could Ace be doing in Wano? Was it to seek revenge for Odin, or perhaps to fulfill a promise to Yamato? Regardless of the reason, Ace's journey to Wano would undoubtedly lead him to encounter Luffy. If the two brothers were to meet, it would be a clash of titanic proportions. Kaido would certainly have his hands full. Lin Feng felt a flicker of anticipation, contemplating whether he should first witness the formidable alliance of Ace and Luffy. The spectacle of the two brothers battling Kaido would indeed be a grand affair. Yet, after some contemplation, Lin Feng suppressed his impulsive desires, deciding to resolve the issues at the Marine headquarters before seeking out Ace and Luffy. He then inquired, "Does Whitebeard know of this matter?" "Old man is unaware," Bista replied honestly, confirming that Whitebeard was as oblivious to Ace's departure as Lin Feng, believing him to be napping in a cabin. Whitebeard's ignorance surprised Lin Feng, and he felt a heaviness in his heart as he cast a cold glance at Bista, asking in a chilling tone, "How do you know of this if Whitebeard is unaware?" As he spoke, Lin Feng directed his formidable presence entirely toward Bista. Bista stammered, startled by Lin Feng's sudden intensity. "Master, please don't misunderstand. Ace specifically instructed me not to inform the old man, which is why I refrained from mentioning it." "Is that so?" Lin Feng expressed his skepticism, employing his spiritual awareness to discern the truthfulness of Bista's words. His heightened senses could detect the faintest changes, such as a pause in breath or an accelerated heartbeat, indicators of deceit undetectable to ordinary perception. As he scrutinized Bista, Lin Feng found no signs of falsehood. Thus, he relaxed his imposing aura. Bista, drenched in sweat, exhaled deeply, having never encountered such an overwhelming pressure before, not even from Roger. After a moment, he sighed in relief, saying, "Master, please refrain from such sudden displays in the future. It could easily frighten someone to death." "I apologize," Lin Feng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His heightened anxiety stemmed from their previous encounter with Carp at Impel Down, and he had grown wary of whom he could fully trust. Lin Feng then turned to Bista and asked, "Are you sharing this information with me, so that I may inform Whitebeard?" Bista nodded, indicating that he wished for Lin Feng to relay the news about Ace to Whitebeard. Understanding the old man's temperament, Bista believed it would be better for Lin Feng to communicate the message, as Whitebeard might react explosively if he were to hear it from Bista himself. "Very well, I understand," Lin Feng acknowledged, making his way toward Whitebeard's quarters. As he walked, he pondered that if Whitebeard were to react too strongly, he would prioritize ensuring Ace's safety over the impending assault on the Marine headquarters. In the room, Whitebeard wore a heavy expression as he grappled with the implications of Ace's departure, concerned for Ace's well-being and the impending battle at Marine headquarters. He felt uncertain how to proceed. "Whitebeard," Lin Feng said softly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Perhaps you should take Marco and others to support Ace and ensure his safety." "Master, Whitebeard hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He was genuinely worried about Ace, yet with the battle looming, withdrawing his forces now could significantly impact their strategy. The Marines were no fools. They would undoubtedly react upon realizing their secret scouts had been eliminated. Moreover, their intelligence network was astute, and they would surely pick up on any unusual activities. Lin Feng's position could become precarious if they failed to act decisively. Whitebeard silently chastised himself for even contemplating putting Lin Feng in danger for Ace's sake. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Lin Feng interjected, "Newgate, do not worry about me. Ensure Ace's safety first." "Master, attacking the Marine headquarters is no simple task. If we withdraw midway, the repercussions for you would be immense," Whitebeard insisted, deeply concerned for Lin Feng's safety. "It is all right," Lin Feng reassured him, shaking his head confidently. "If I wish to leave, the Marines cannot hope to detain me." Whitebeard was left speechless, aware of Lin Feng's formidable strength. Though reluctant to admit it, he understood that even at his peak, he would struggle to match Lin Feng in combat. Nevertheless, the thought of sending Lin Feng alone to face Shanks at Marineford made him uneasy. Caught between the safety of Ace and Lin Feng, Whitebeard found himself in a difficult position. After much contemplation, he sheepishly suggested, "Master, perhaps we could pause our plans for a day? Let me find Ace first before we attack the Marine headquarters." The moment the words left his mouth, Whitebeard regretted them. Opportunities were fleeting, especially when it came to assaulting the Marine headquarters. Who could predict what might occur in a day? Should the Marines bolster their defenses, their subsequent assault could become dire. To jeopardize Lin Feng's safety for his own concerns. Was he even human? Burdened by guilt, Whitebeard wished to retract his statement, but Lin Feng's voice resonated with conviction. "Very well." Lin Feng gazed calmly at Bai Huzi and nodded slowly, agreeing to postpone the attack on the Marine headquarters by a day, as suggested. Lin Feng understood the significance of Ace to Bai Huzi. The latter wished to cultivate Ace as the next leader of the pirate generation, the future pirate king. From any perspective, Ace must not come harm. Lin Feng's words left Bai Huzi at a loss for words. Ha! There's no need for such formality, Bai Huzi. You all go rescue Ace, and I shall await your news aboard the red-haired ship. With a chuckle, Lin Feng turned and exited the room, calling out to Jianba and Xiao Niu too, and the three of them swiftly made their way towards the red-haired ship. Upon seeing Lin Feng leap from Bai Huzi's vessel towards them, the members of the Red Crew wore expressions that resembled wilted eggplants. What's going on? Why isn't Fahai staying on Bai Huzi's ship and instead coming over here? I don't know. Quickly notify the captain. I hope nothing unexpected happens. The Red Crew regarded Lin Feng with trepidation, fearing he might act in a detrimental manner. Master, what has happened? Why aren't we staying on Bai Huzi's ship? Upon landing, Jianba inquired of Lin Feng. It's nothing. Bai Huzi has some matters to attend to, and we will take refuge here for the time being. Lin Feng replied slowly, offering no further explanation as he watched the Moby Dick turn its bow in the opposite direction. Be cautious, Bai Huzi, Lin Feng silently urged in his heart. He chose not to accompany them to Wano Kuni out of concern that his presence would attract the Marines' attention towards Bai Huzi's crew. After all, Lin Feng and his companions were operating from the shadows, while the Marines were in plain sight. Revealing their location would not bode well for either the Red Crew or himself. Moreover, Lin Feng believed that Bai Huzi could handle Kaido alone. At that moment, red-haired Shanks, called by his subordinates, observed Lin Feng from a distance with an inexplicable smile. Lin Feng noticed Shanks as well, glanced at him without speaking, and instructed Jianba to settle Xiao Niu too into an empty cabin. He then turned to Shanks in the distance, stating, "We will rest here for the night and await Bai Huzi's return." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Red Crew darkened. "Who do you think you are to command our captain? Fahai. I will fight you to the death. Damn it, I can't endure this." Of course, these thoughts only echoed in the minds of the Red Crew and were not openly expressed. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he sat down to meditate, completely disregarding the peculiar gazes from the Red Crew. Red-haired Shanks pondered, observing Lin Feng in silence, and ultimately decided to heed Lin Feng's words, instructing the crew to remain in place for the night. He then returned to the captain's quarters, casting a deep glance at Lin Feng as he departed, his eyes glinting with an unknown intention. The beauty of the ocean's night was mesmerizing, with the bright moonlight cascading over the sea's surface, illuminating the water in a stunning glow. However, the members of the Red Crew had little inclination to appreciate this splendid sight. Apart from the lower-ranked personnel, the elite officers of the Red Crew were all gathered in the captain's quarters, engaged in discussions with Hawkeye and Shanks about pressing matters. "Captain, are we truly going to attack the Marine headquarters alongside Fahai?" Jesus Burgess asked Shanks, his face reflecting a reluctant expression. He was the first to oppose Lin Feng's coercion for them to assault the Marine headquarters, yet he felt powerless against Lin Feng's overwhelming strength. "Shanks, attacking the Marine headquarters is a grave matter. Any misstep could lead to disaster for our crew," Beckman concurred, and indeed, it was not just these few individuals. Nearly everyone in the crew disapproved of Shanks collaborating with Lin Feng for the attack. Although they feared Lin Feng's strength, they reasoned that if Shanks refused to go, Lin Feng would have no recourse. They could not all perish at sea, could they? If that were the case, they would fight back fiercely, even if it meant their demise, ensuring Lin Feng would suffer as well. Listening to the crew's opinions, Shanks remained silent with his eyes closed, as did Hawkeye beside him. After a while, Shanks opened his eyes, a determined light sparking within them, and slowly declared, "The decision to assault the Marine headquarters is made. Whether due to Fahai or other reasons, my resolve is set." The crew was taken aback, and they began to protest fervently. "Captain, you must reconsider, Shanks. The Marines are not the same as they were 2 years ago." Panic spread among them as Beckman added, "Shanks, based on Hawkeye's assessment of the Marine strength and deployment, this battle will be perilously dangerous. It will be wiser to confront Fahai." Beckman's rationale was simple. Facing annihilation was a greater risk than daring to seize a slim chance with Lin Feng's assistance. With Hawkeye's involvement, they might not suffer such a catastrophic defeat. While the Red Crew deliberated, they remained unaware that Lin Feng stood just outside the room, his piercing gaze seemingly able to penetrate the walls and fall upon Shanks. "You and TB so foolish, Shanks," Lin Feng thought, narrowing his eyes. He was not concerned about the discussions among the Red Crew. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Shanks, fully aware of Lin Feng's might, could not afford to betray him at this critical juncture. However, if he chose to do so, Lin Feng would have no choice but to summon Xiao Niu Tu and Jian Ba to dismantle the Red Crew. Naturally, he intended to spare Shanks' life, having promised by Huzi, but the fates of the others would depend on their actions. Contemplating this, Lin Feng decided not to linger outside any longer and turned to leave. At that moment, Shanks within the room caught a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Fixating on the direction Lin Feng had vanished. "Indeed, he has noticed me," Shanks mused. "Let us gamble, just as Beckman said. It's better to fight back than to become mere pawns," Jesus Burgess said to Shanks, his face set with resolve, as though he could already envision Lin Feng being defeated by them. "Words are unnecessary. My mind is made up," Shanks replied heavily without accepting their suggestion. Seeing their attempts to dissuade him fail, Jesus Burgess and the others turned their attention to Hawkeye. "My Hawk, you should persuade Shanks." Hawkeye cast a glance at Jesus Burgess and shook his head in silence. This elicited a grim expression from Jesus Burgess, who, filled with rage, shouted, "Are we truly unable to handle just one Fahai with our strength?" At his words, the others fell silent, seemingly resigned to this statement. Yet it was indeed a fact. With the combined strength of the Red Crew and Hawkeye, they were uncertain they could defeat Lin Feng. Had Xiao Niu Tu and Jianba not consumed the devil fruits earlier, they might have had a chance. But now, with their significantly enhanced powers, the duo alone could pose a serious threat to the Red Crew, let alone with Lin Feng joining them. The outcome was all too clear. "You all." Seeing the silence among the crew, Jesus Burgess's face turned ashen as he raised his finger to point at them, as if about to voice something, but ultimately refrained, slumping back down into his seat and staring at the ceiling. He understood that if the Red Crew did not take action against Lin Feng now, there would be no opportunity left. The meeting concluded amidst Jesus Burgess's hopeless expression. The Red Crew did not resolve to confront Lin Feng. Instead, Shanks remained steadfast in his intention to assist Lin Feng in attacking the Marine headquarters. Such actions left the members of the Red Group somewhat perplexed. However, with the captain's orders given, they had no choice but to comply. After the meeting concluded, everyone departed, leaving only Xiang Kusi and Ying Yan in the room. "Hong Fa, your decision may very well incite turmoil across the world," Ying Yan remarked, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. "I am aware." Xiang Kusi sighed, slowly lifting his head to meet Ying Yan's eyes, countering, "Mihuaku, if I do not assist Fahai, will the world not be thrown into chaos?" Ying Yan fell silent. Indeed, Xiang Kusi's assertion held merit. Even without Xiang Kusi's support, Lin Feng's resolve to assault the Navy headquarters would remain unchanged. A confrontation was inevitable. Only the timing required consideration, and it would not be long. Once Whitebeard returned, a battle with the Navy was destined to unfold. Mihuaku, since an attack on the Navy headquarters is a foregone conclusion, why not lend a hand to the tide? Xiang Kisi stated deliberately. Once the conflict erupts, regardless of which direction the world tilts, it shall bear no detriment to either of us. Hearing this, Ying Yan fell into contemplation, then gave Xiang Kasi a deep glance, cautioning, "Do not forget. You are bound by a pact with that esteemed individual. Once war breaks out, how will you account to them?" Mentioning that esteemed individual cast a shadow over Xiang Kasi's expression, his gaze fixating on a singular point, lost in thought. After a while, he turned to Ying Yan, his tone resolute. "Do not concern yourself with that. After this battle, should Fahai emerge victorious, I shall sever the alliance forged with that esteemed individual." "Are you mad?" Ying Yan exclaimed, his face betraying unease. "Xiang Kusi, you must consider the consequences of betraying that esteemed individual." "I am fully aware." Xiang Kusi countered firmly, undeterred by Ying Yan's fervent tone, nodding emphatically. He continued, "I have witnessed something within Fahai that does not belong to this world. With his potential, should he continue to grow, he could undoubtedly vanquish that esteemed individual. You. Ing Yin was taken aback, observing the seriousness etched on Xiang Kexi's face. His heart sinking as he realized his counterpart was not jesting. Before Ing Yin could respond, Xiang Kexi pressed on. Will you assist me in this plan, Ing Yin? His voice was soft, yet each word weighed heavily upon Ing Yan's heart. The terror of that esteemed individual had reached unfathomable heights. It was not merely about defeat. Even Ing Yin, with his current strength, could not maintain the most basic clarity in their presence. It was a suppression that stemmed from bloodlines, or perhaps a higher dimension. To put it succinctly, that esteemed individual's power existed on a plane far removed from the beings of this world, transcending several tiers. Should that esteemed individual break free from their shackles and depart from Mali Qiaoya, no power apart from the Navy headquarters would remain in the world. Under the near-invincible might of that esteemed individual, Xiang Kexi contemplated a bold strike against the tiger while attempting to swallow the wolf. Such a notion was utterly reckless, more so than a mere trifle. Xiang Kexi, have you truly thought this through? After a lengthy silence, Ing Yin finally emerged from his shock. Looking at Xiang Kexi, what do you think? Xiang Kexi smiled, his demeanor far more relaxed than Ing Yan's tension. Yingqiang grasped Xiang Kexi's meaning. Nodding gravely, and after a moment of silence, he retorted, Xiang Kexi, you are truly a madman, an unadulterated lunatic. Haha, Xiang Kexi left heartily, knowing that Ing Yin had acquiesced to his plan. Subsequently, Xiang Kexi approached Ing Yin and patted him on the shoulder, saying, old friend, in years to come, you shall be grateful for this decision. Get lost. Ing Yin rolled his eyes, retorting, how did I not see you were a madman earlier? Ha ha! Xiang Kexi roared with laughter, placing a hand on Ing Yan's shoulder. Those who aspire to great deeds are seldom devoid of madness. Indeed, Ing Yin mused, glancing helplessly at Xiang Kexi. The two exchanged knowing smiles before clasping shoulders as they exited the room. Unbeknownst to them, hidden in the shadows outside, a pair of eyes slowly emerged. Lin Feng. He repressed his aura, remaining motionless in his concealment. Do they intend to use me as a pawn? Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with brilliance, akin to two great dragons swirling in his gaze. He had absorbed every word exchange between Hong Fei and Ing Yan, and although he was unaware of the true might of that esteemed individual, he understood that if Hong Fei intended to manipulate him, he must also be prepared for the risks of such a weapon firing unexpectedly. Chapter 103. The Hope of Life. In the blink of an eye, a sleepless night passed. The morning glow spilled over the sea, painting the waters in vibrant hues, a mesmerizing spectacle for the eyes. Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes from a light slumber, having spent the night in meditation. Ever since learning of the plans between Hong Fei and Ing Yin, he had been pondering one question. Who was that esteemed individual? At first glance, Lin Feng instinctively thought of Yimu. Yet, based on the reactions of Hong Fei and Ing Yin, he felt uncertain. If it were Yimu, then Ing Yin's reaction would not have been so pronounced. From their tone, Lin Feng discerned a plethora of emotions, dread, terror, and anxiety, among others. The person capable of evoking such feelings in Ing Yin must be immensely powerful. Yimu was certainly among them. Yet according to Lin Feng's understanding, Yimu should not possess the strength to instill such fear in Ing Yin. Pondering this, Lin Feng immersed his thoughts into the Jinbo. Qi Gu 1 and Gu Dun were still bound within, which was why Lin Feng had refrained from using the Jinbo extensively. If he lost control of its power, it could potentially release the two of them, resulting in a dire situation. As Lin Feng delved into the Jinbo, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered Qi Gu 1 and Gu Dun huddled in separate corners, staring intently at the infinite expanse of gold before them. It was evident that they had relinquished hope for survival, yet lacked the courage to end their own lives, hence their retreat into isolation. Such is human nature. After the initial impulsiveness wanes, hope for life persists. After all, no one truly desires to seek death. Moreover, individuals like Qi Gu 1 and Gu Dun, who had long occupied positions of power, often yearn for hope more than the average person. For humanity, death is not frightening. Rather, It is the absence of hope that induces true fear. Gedun, Lin Feng's voice suddenly resonated within Gedun's mind. Fahai. In an instant, Gedun's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he scanned his surroundings, yet he found no trace of Lin Feng, piquing his curiosity. However, curiosity could not afford to linger. Gedun's voice rang out immediately, knowing Lin Feng could hear him. Release me from this place. I will agree to any terms. Whether it be secrets of the Holy Land or the D clan, I will comply. I would even betray the world government, if necessary. Just let me go. Gedun's tone was filled with urgency, having awaited Lin Feng's communication. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng remained silent, finding Gedun's behavior exceedingly peculiar. In stark contrast to their earlier encounters, Lin Feng felt a sense of wariness arise within him. He spoke coolly, "How can I trust you?" Anticipating Lin Feng's demeanor. Gedun clenched his teeth and declared, "Fahai, I can swear by the name of the ancestors of the Tenryu people." Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully. "A vow by the ancestors of the Tenryu? What worth does that hold? It would be more practical to come equipped with a self-destruct collar." Lin Feng mused, unaware that nearly all Tenryu held a profound respect for their ancestors, a sentiment bordering on obsession. To invoke the ancestors in an oath signified that Gedun had relinquished all dignity. "Do not attempt to deceive me with such words. In my eyes, the name of the ancestors holds no value." Lin Feng stated flatly, "I will pose but one question to you. Answer well, and I shall grant you your freedom within 10 years. 10 years. Gedun felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. To remain here for a decade would be more tormenting than death itself. 1 year. Gedun bit back, drastically reducing the term. "Huh." Lin Feng coldly laughed, "Old man. You must comprehend the current situation. I am not bargaining with you. 10 years is 10 years. You." Gedun was momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Feng's words. Although anger simmered within him, Lin Feng's assertion was indeed a fact. He was at the mercy of Lin Feng, with no substantial cards to play in negotiations. Gedun took a deep breath to steady his emotions and said, "Fahai, first state your question, and then we shall discuss the terms of the time frame." Despite his words, Gedun had already plotted in his mind. Once Lin Feng revealed his query, he would feign difficulty regardless of the matter, hoping to negotiate better terms. Lin Feng, observing Gedun's thoughts with clarity, smiled lightly. He was aware that during their conversation, he was simultaneously communicating with Qigong. Initially hoping for them to undermine each other, Lin Feng was taken aback to find their attitudes remarkably aligned. Even their manner of speaking was strikingly similar. It seemed Gedun and Qigong had prearranged their dialogue and approach before his arrival. This method was commendable. As long as they maintained a unified front, they could survive. "Gedun, you are quite astute," Lin Feng remarked, believing such a strategy to be the work of Gedun, the composed thinker, rather than Qigong, the brash individual. "What do you mean?" Gedun feigned ignorance, fully aware that he could not concede at this juncture. To admit it would mean the collapse of his prior scheming. "Nothing of significance," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly before presenting his question. "Are there any individuals among the 5 elders, aside from Imu?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, Gedun and Qigong in the distance were visibly taken aback, their pupils contracting sharply. "Where did you hear the name Imu?" Gedun could scarcely contain his astonishment. After all, very few in this world were aware of Imu's existence. After a moment, Gedun composed himself, given Lin Feng's prowess. It was plausible that he had already penetrated the ranks of the elite. Discovering the name of Lord Imu was not entirely unexpected. However, what perplexed him was why Lin Feng sought information about individuals beyond Imu. "Answer me. Aside from Imu, are there others above you?" Seeing Gedun's silence, Lin Feng's tone turned icy once more. Gedun hesitated, uncertain whether there were others above Lord Imu. Yet, observing Lin Feng's demeanor, he sensed that Lin Feng was convinced there existed others beyond Imu. Just as he contemplated how to navigate this predicament, Qigong suddenly erupted, his tone savage. "Fahai, if you seek to uncover the Tenryu's secrets, I would rather die than divulge anything." With that, Qigong raised his fist to strike his own head. "No." Gedun's eyes widened in horror, with only Qigong as his companion in the Golden Bowl. The death of the latter would strip him of most of his hope for survival. In this moment of crisis, a voice of calmness echoed. As Qigong was about to strike, time seemed to freeze within the golden bowl, and Lin Feng's spiritual form gradually manifested. Fahai, you insolent fool! Both Geduin and Qigong turned their gazes towards Lin Feng, their emotions a tumultuous mix. Do not be overly agitated. Did you not claim that you could answer any question I posed? Lin Feng stepped towards Qigong, gently nudging his hand away from his head, then pointed at Geduin. Instantly, Geduin's body was drawn uncontrollably towards Lin Feng. Terror flooded the eyes of both Geduin and Qigong. Such power was utterly unprecedented. In contrast, Lin Feng remained unfazed. For within the realm of the Golden Bowl, he was akin to a god. Only those stronger than him could resist his will. Otherwise, they were subject to his command. Chapter 104. Possessing the power to overcome all. Fahai. Geduin stared at Lin Feng in shock, disbelief evident in his eyes. Such abilities, such techniques, were even more terrifying than those of that esteemed figure. This led Geduin to ponder the extent of Lin Feng's power during his time of captivity. Although he could not ascertain Lin Feng's exact strength, it was evident that he had transcended the realm of ordinary comprehension. Still contemplating how to deceive me, Lin Feng bound Geduin and Qigong before him, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Geduin broke into a cold sweat, frantically rolling his eyes. Without Lin Feng's permission, he could not speak, resorting to expressing himself solely through his gaze. What are you looking at? You are making me dizzy. Lin Feng remarked with mild disdain before waving his hand to release Geduin from his bindings. As for Qigong, Lin Feng chose not to lift his restraints. A person like him could not be swayed by mere life and death. The previous scene had made that abundantly clear. Qigong's unwavering adherence to his beliefs was evident. Otherwise, he would not have considered self-harm nor refused to answer Lin Feng's inquiries. In comparison to Qigong, Geduin appeared far more composed. Even in captivity, his attire remained immaculate. A person who valued their appearance would never genuinely wish for death. Lin Feng seized upon this detail, releasing Geduin from his constraints. Without a doubt, Geduin would divulge all his earlier inquiries once liberated. Lin Feng's aim was to push Geduin to the brink of despair before presenting him with hope, ultimately leading to his breakdown and the revelation of the information Lin Feng sought. As anticipated, the moment the bindings were released, Geduin's voice erupted. Fahai, I will tell you everything. I will reveal all. Geduin was genuinely afraid, terror-stricken under Lin Feng's bizarre abilities. The last bastion of his defenses crumbled. Ha! Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle, a chill in his gaze as he directed his attention towards Geduin. Do you believe I can still trust what you say? As he spoke, a radiant light emanated from his hands, and a murderous intent enveloped his countenance. Upon witnessing this, Geduin's heart trembled, rendered speechless. Indeed, the initial words he exchanged with Lin Feng had been premeditated, intended to lull Lin Feng into a false sense of security while he and Qigong sought a means of escape. Lin Feng's recent display of power left Gordon utterly astonished. Faced with such formidable strength, he felt no sense of hope for escape alongside Qigong. Was he truly destined to perish here? A heavy expression clouded Gordon's face. He did not wish for death. Having experienced desperate circumstances, he yearned for life more than anyone else. He cast a pleading gaze towards Lin Feng, a look that had never before graced his countenance. Fahai, grant me one more chance. Chance? Lin Feng scoffed at Gordon's demeanor. Opportunities are reserved for the honest, not for you. You may rest eternally. Dying by my hand would not be in vain. With that, Lin Feng raised his hand, the Buddha light intensifying, prepared to strike down upon Gordon. Just then, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Gordon's eyes as he shouted, Fahai, there are others above Lord M. Oh! Lin Feng halted his movement, a playful curiosity lighting his gaze upon Gordon. Continue. Gordon, nervously swallowing hard as the Buddha light loomed closer, continued, before I speak of that esteemed individual, allow me to clarify the relationship between Lord M and ourselves. It is widely known that the supreme governing body of the world government is the Five Elders. However, that is merely the external designation. Within our circle, individuals like myself and Chiga when are referred to as the Divine Guards. And we are governed by Lord M, who is called the Divine Messenger. Divine Guards? Divine Messenger? A glint of intrigue sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes, for such titles easily spark the imagination. Divine Guards? The guardians of a deity? And who is the messenger of this god? Before Lin Feng could ponder further, Gordon's voice rang out again. You can surely deduce, without my prompting, that the individual you inquired about is indeed the deity we serve. Deity? Lin Feng burst into laughter, dismissing the notion of divine beings existing in the world of pirates. Even if his arrival had stirred some uncertain effects in this realm, it was improbable that such transcendental entities existed. Is what you say true? Lin Feng scrutinized Gordon, his eyes narrowing as the Buddha light flickered ominously in his hand. It was clear that a dissatisfactory answer would lead to dire consequences. Fahai, at this juncture, I have no reason to deceive you. Gordon cast a glance at Lin Feng, deeply sighing. You should be thankful that for some reason, that deity cannot leave Mary Joa. Otherwise, only one force would dominate the world, and that would be the Navy. Do not doubt, for that esteemed individual possesses the power to sweep away all. Gordon's voice rose, seemingly an outlet for his frustrations towards Lin Feng. Yet beneath that discontent lay profound fear. Power to sweep away all? Upon hearing Gordon's words, Lin Feng's expression darkened, and he gradually lowered his hand as the Buddha light dissipated. Due to his inherent awareness, Lin Feng could not dismiss the veracity of Gordon's claims. Furthermore, in conversations with the red-haired Hawkeye, there had been repeated hints of dread regarding that mysterious figure. Lin Feng sensed a bone-deep apprehension. Power to sweep away all. He mused internally. If what Gordon spoke was indeed true, what force could bind such an individual within the Holy Land? Who truly was this so-called deity? Had the world altered due to his arrival? Lin Feng reflected, recalling everything since his arrival in the pirate world. Fahai, I have said all that I needed to. Please, grant me a path to survival. Observing Lin Feng lost in contemplation, Gordon slowly spoke, then sank to the ground. To utter these words took immense resolve. Absent the threat of death, he would never have revealed such truths. At this, Lin Feng emerged from his reverie, regarding Gordon with a blank expression. I shall not harm you. You and Chiga may live here forever. With that, Lin Feng's ethereal form gradually faded from the realm of the Golden Bowl. Upon his departure, the restraints binding Chiga were also undone. He glared at Gordon, fury etched upon his face. Gordon, in your quest for survival, you divulged the esteemed individual's secrets to Fahai. Do you not feel even a shred of honor as a celestial dragon? Apologies. In response, Gordon offered no further explanation, merely letting two words escape his lips. Chapter 105. The White Crew in Peril, Lin Feng's Choice. Emerging from the Golden Bowl, Lin Feng cast his gaze towards Mary Joa, murmuring, what could the power that sweeps the world possibly be? To be candid, Lin Feng had previously harbored little concern about the world government. After all, with his current strength, figures like Akainu and Kizaru posed minimal threats to him. However, the revelation of an unknown, powerful figure from Gordon instilled an unsettling premonition within Lin Feng, one he had never felt before. At that moment, Kenpachi approached from a distance, his expression grave. Master, trouble is afoot. What is it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The gravity of Kenpachi's demeanor indicated something significant. Whitebeard is gravely injured. Kenpachi enunciated each word deliberately. He possessed the den mushi left by the White Crew during their departure. Just moments ago, it had rung out, delivering such alarming news. What? Lin Feng exclaimed, incredulous. Given Whitebeard's prowess, it seemed implausible that he could be injured, even against the combined might of Big Mom and Kaido. How could this happen? Noticing Lin Feng's astonishment, Kenpachi recounted the entirety of the message relayed through the den mushi. It turned out that after the White Crew located Ace, everything had proceeded smoothly. Despite engaging in several battles with Kaido, Whitebeard's overwhelming strength had led to the swift defeat of Kaido's 3 calamities. Even Kaido himself had sustained significant injuries. However, as the White Crew prepared to return home, Big Mom suddenly appeared, clashing with Whitebeard. Yet, even at that moment, Whitebeard stood firm, confronting the two emperors single-handedly. causing the very heavens to tremble. Although it was a strenuous endeavor, Whitebeard could have escaped had it not been for the unforeseen arrival of Fujitora and Kazu, who had somehow appeared in the waters surrounding Wano. As if premeditated, they wasted no time, launching their offensive upon the white crew with a clear intent. In an instant, the white crew found themselves in peril. Whitebeard, battered and broken, fought valiantly against the two emperors to protect his crew, his fate now uncertain. Fujitora? Kizaru? Linfeng's eyes narrowed. Why were these two present near Wano? He was perplexed. In the original narrative, Wano did not belong to the world government's affiliated nations. Logically, the Navy should never appear there. Linfeng struggled to comprehend the Navy's motives for allying with the emperors. At that moment, Shanks approached from afar. Kenpachi instantly exuded a battle intent beside Linfeng. There's no need for that. I harbor no ill will. Shanks raised his hands in a gesture of peace. His expression one of resignation. He had no desire to engage in battle with the unpredictable Kenpachi at such a time. What brings you here? Linfeng lifted his gaze to meet Shanks, his tone measured. Well, I heard that Whitebeard is in dire straits, Shanks replied, a smile gracing his lips. I merely wanted to inquire whether the assault on the Navy headquarters would proceed. At the moment his words fell, Linfeng's hand shimmered as a Zen staff directly pressed against the jaw of the red-haired one, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired. How'd you come to know about this? Faced with Linfeng's Zen staff, Shanks' countenance changed dramatically, and he hurriedly explained, do not be like this, Fahai. It is not difficult to leave a spy on the enemy's ship. Spy? Linfeng questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. According to the style of the White Tuan, if there were spies from other emperors aboard, they would surely be discovered. Unless it was a deliberate act by Whitebeard. Contemplating this, Linfeng slowly withdrew the staff from under the red-haired one's chin. With a sigh of relief, Shanks addressed Linfeng, Fahai, with such matters arising from Whitebeard. Shall we attack the Marine headquarters? We must abandon that notion. Without hesitation, Linfeng's tone grew serious. Compared to assaulting the Marine headquarters, he was far more reluctant to lose a friend like Whitebeard. Moreover, the information he had gleaned from Gordon made Linfeng somewhat apprehensive. Striking the Marine headquarters now seemed to be a case of risking far more than could be gained. At this moment, the previously silent Kenpachi suddenly spoke, Master, I believe we should indeed attack the Marine headquarters. Linfeng raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze towards him. Pray, elaborate on why we should attack. Kenpachi pondered for a moment before stating, according to the intelligence from Whitebeard, two of the Marines' formidable forces are absent from the headquarters. An assault on them now would undoubtedly be advantageous for us. Even without Whitebeard's assistance, our chances of victory remain substantial. Moreover, Kenpachi added with an air of mystery, casting a peculiar smile towards Linfeng. Furthermore, my power has grown immensely. The opponent would need at least 4 admirals to halt our advance. Kenpachi spoke with confidence. But it was also the truth. In the absence of devil fruit enhancements, he could single-handedly contend with the 5 elders alongside Kizaru and Akainu. Now, with his powers soaring, claiming that 4 admirals could restrain him was perhaps an understatement. Listening to Kenpachi's words, Linfeng found himself in a quandary. On one hand, there was the crisis involving Whitebeard, and on the other, an unparalleled opportunity. To be frank, he did not wish to overlook either. After considerable contemplation, Linfeng's eyes sparkled with determination as he regarded Kenpachi, suddenly asking, if I were to entrust you, along with the little bull and the red tuan, do you have the confidence to crush the Marine headquarters? Upon hearing this, Kenpachi appeared unfazed, but Shanks could not contain his discontent. I only agreed to assault the headquarters based on your prowess. Fahai. Now you wish for this individual to lead me? What difference is that from sending me to my doom? Before he could finish, Kenpachi interjected, is that not simple? My great sword has long been longing for action. With fierce battle intent gleaming in his eyes, Kenpachi felt that if Linfeng were not present, he could unleash his Bankai without concern for collateral damage to Linfeng. This was an immense blessing for Kenpachi. However, it was a different story for Shanks, whose expression darkened significantly. He believed in Linfeng's strength. Yet he harbored no trust in Kenpachi. In his view, even a strong person like Kenpachi did not possess the capability to lead him in a successful assault on the Marine headquarters. Fahai, is it still possible for me to withdraw? Shanks grimaced, casting a glance at Lin Feng, genuinely regretting his earlier decision. What do you think? Lin Feng regarded Shanks with amusement, his meaning unmistakably clear. Should the other dare to withdraw at this moment, he would undoubtedly face Lin Feng's wrath. Shanks discerned Lin Feng's implication, his expression growing even grimmer as he muttered, I shall return to prepare, before turning to leave. Watching Shanks depart, Lin Feng's demeanor turned grave as he addressed Kenpachi. Kenpachi, you must remember, if the red-haired one makes any ill-advised moves during the assault on the headquarters, do not show mercy. Though Lin Feng did not say it outright, Kenpachi comprehended the underlying message. Should Shanks harbor any intentions of betrayal, he must be dealt with decisively. Master, rest assured, Kenpachi replied earnestly, then handed Lin Feng the phone bug from the White Tuan. Very well. Lin Feng nodded, accepting the phone bug, summoning his robe, and soaring towards the Wano country. Chapter 106. Breaching the Land of Nations, Battling Big Mom. After Lin Feng's departure, Kenpachi summoned the little bull, disregarding whether the creature could comprehend him, and began whispering in its ear. Little bull, remember the task left by my master before he departed. You are responsible for monitoring the Red Tuan's every move. Moo! The little bull, somewhat averse to Kenpachi's address, immediately brightened at the mention of Lin Feng's command, nodding vigorously as if to convey, leave it to me, you can trust me. Good. Kenpachi nodded in approval, leading the little bull towards Shanks' captain's quarters. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having parted from the Red Tuan, encountered numerous rumors regarding the battle at Wano. Some spoke of Whitebeard's demise, while others claimed the conflict was specifically aimed at him, seeking to bury all knowledge of his existence. There were even whispers of a tumultuous relationship between Whitebeard and Big Mom, the latter turning from love to hatred, teaming up with Kaido and the Marines to exact vengeance on Whitebeard. Hearing these tales, Lin Feng could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment. Indeed, gossip was ever present. Regardless of the world, the information was a mixed bag, with all sorts of claims circulating. However, amidst this chaos, Lin Feng managed to discern a crucial piece of news. The Marines had long been lying in wait around Wano, having set their ambush a day prior. This revelation sent a jolt through Lin Feng's heart, for he had just been strategizing with the White Tuan on how to assault the Marine headquarters a day earlier. It was astonishing to consider that the enemy had mobilized their forces at that time. Subsequently, Whitebeard ventured to Wano to aid Ace. The sheer coincidence of it all was disconcerting, raising alarms within Lin Feng. If it were merely coincidence, it would not be particularly alarming. What truly troubled him was the possibility that all of this was part of someone's scheme to manipulate them like puppets. The more Lin Feng pondered, the more apprehensive he became, prompting him to hasten his pace, propelling himself towards Wano with increased urgency. Before long, Lin Feng traversed the seas of the Land of Nations, a critical passage on the way to Wano. While he could have chosen to circumvent this route, he knew that Big Mom, the ruler of the nations, was one of the principal instigators against Whitebeard. There were numerous questions he wished to extract from her lips, which motivated his deliberate approach to this location. At that moment, the Land of Nations was on high alert, having raised its defensive measures to the utmost level, anticipating Whitebeard's retaliation. However, to their surprise, instead of encountering Whitebeard, they were met with Lin Feng, whom they regarded as a harbinger of calamity. Charlotte Linlin, come fort. Lin Feng hovered above Cake Island, enveloped in a radiant aura, his expression grim. His voice resonated far and wide, echoing for miles. You scoundrel, who dares to utter my mother's name so brazenly? Perispero, with his signature long tongue, stood atop the walls of Cake Island, glaring at the figure in the sky with indignation. The audacity of people today is astounding. Someone dares to call for my mother within the Land of Nations. Once I capture them, I will surely dismember them, Perispero thought to himself. But as he discerned Lin Feng's visage, a whirlwind of shock surged through him. Fahai. Peiwa's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. He had heard of Lin Feng's accomplishments, single-handedly battling numerous Navy forces during the Pinnacle conflict and subsequently retreating safely alongside Whitebeard, showcasing an unfathomable power. In his estimation, Lin Feng's strength was at least equal to that of Whitebeard at his peak, and unlike the latter, who was in his twilight years, Lin Feng was in the prime of his youth, brimming with vitality. Should a confrontation arise, victory seemed unlikely for him, and defeat could be quite harrowing. Contemplating this, Philosopho unusually altered his tone, a smile gracing his face as he called out to Lin Feng, "Mr. Fahai, what brings you to our Wangwa?" Hearing this, the expressions of his subordinates turned peculiar. As the eldest son of the Yonko Big Mom, even upon encountering Kaido, he remained firm. Yet here he was, addressing a monk in such a manner. Although Lin Feng possessed considerable power, they were still the Yonko's forces, the overlords of the New World. The subordinates brimmed with confidence, recalling that not long ago, one of the Yonko had been toyed with by Lin Feng. They wondered what expression he would wear now. Lin Feng regarded his unchanged demeanor and coldly stated, "I have nothing to discuss. Bring that crazy woman out." Upon hearing this, Pei Luo's expression darkened instantly. While he harbored concerns regarding Lin Feng's combat prowess, it did not equate to fear. His choice of words was merely to avoid provoking a formidable enemy for Wangwa at this juncture. After all, the battle with Whitebeard had left Big Mom considerably injured, even with Kaido and the Navy's assistance. This was the reason for Pilo's attitude towards Lin Feng. "Fahai, do you truly believe you are a person of significance just because I grant you some face?" Pilo declared, his face darkening. As he spoke, Katakuri and the other commanders appeared, coldly fixing their gazes upon Lin Feng in midair. Lin Feng observed Katakuri below. His curiosity piqued, as it was his first encounter with the real Katakuri, dressed in attire reminiscent of a biker, coupled with an aura of coldness. He was indeed as mysterious and formidable as depicted in the original narrative. While Lin Feng scrutinized Katakuri, the latter was also examining Lin Feng. Possessing the power of Conqueror's Haki, Katakuri bore a solemn expression as black lightning crackled around him. His heightened observation Haki informed him that engaging in battle with Lin Feng would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. An inexplicable pressure enveloped Katakuri, a sensation he had never experienced in his life. At this moment, Lin Feng slowly spoke, directing his gaze toward Katakuri. "I won't do anything. Go summon Big Mom. I have matters to discuss with her." Katakuri remained silent, his eyes gleaming with foresight. With a sigh, he gradually turned and made his way deeper into Cake Island. "Wait for me, Fahai," he left behind, vanishing from sight amid the puzzled expressions of those present. "Big brother, what does Katakuri mean by this? Should we fight or not?" The crowd was momentarily at a loss, glancing toward Tefilko for guidance. "Wait for Katakuri," Pilo exclaimed, uncertain of Katakuri's intentions. Casting an angry glance towards Lin Feng, he understood that without Katakuri's presence, confronting Lin Feng would lead to certain defeat. "Yes, big brother Pilo," the others echoed, cautiously eyeing Lin Feng. Soon, a furious roar erupted from the depths of Cake Island. These young folk truly do not understand their limitations. They dare to intrude upon my Wanhua, believing they can hold their own against an admiral. As the words fell, a colossal figure emerged, stepping upon Zeus and wielding a massive blade, charging out from the depths of Cake Island in a fit of rage. It was none other than one of the Yonko, Charlotte Linlin. Wei Guo. With a powerful swing, Big Mom unleashed a cutting attack toward Lin Feng, a secret technique of the giant race she had learned during her youth in Elbaf. Its might was tremendous, significantly contributing to her ascent as one of the Yonko. In contrast, Lin Feng emitted a cold huff in response to the mountain-like Wei Guo slash. Instantly, his staff expanded, surrounded by countless golden Buddhist lights, descending heavily upon the incoming attack. "Give it to me," Lin Feng roared, the staff wielding an unmatched force that shattered Wei Guo, sending fragments of the slash flying far and wide, creating chaos upon the island. Fahai. Upon witnessing this, Big Mom's fury intensified. The fiery sphere, Prometheus, was pressed against her hair, igniting a blazing soul flame. Zeus, enveloped in numerous bolts of lightning, altered the weather around them, and a storm brewed in an instant. Following the battle in Wano, Big Mom had reclaimed Zeus from Nami, and the power of Zeus had become even greater after being retrieved. Zeus! Big Mom bellowed, swinging Napoleon in her hand. Yes, Mama. Zeus immediately understood her intent, a portion of his body wrapping around Napoleon. The massive blade crackled with lightning, emanating an aura that sent chills down the spine of onlookers. Emperor's sword. One slash of eagle. The lightning-infused cut erupted from Big Mom's hand, shattering the ground and creating a deafening friction in the air. It was evident that this strike was far more powerful than an ordinary eagle, both in strength and speed. Da Wei Tianlong. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's expression remained icy as a golden dragon materialized above his staff, charging toward the enhanced Wego. Ho! The golden dragon, almost corporeal, opened its massive jaws and bit down upon the lightning-laden cut, much like it had against Hawkeye earlier. The dragon savagely tore at the attack, each bite ripping away large portions of the slash. Ultimately, to the astonishment of all present, the formidable cut was entirely consumed by the golden dragon. Wait, what just happened? That was one of Mama's ultimate techniques. It was devoured just like that. It must be an illusion. Mama is holding back, wanting to toy with Fahai. That has to be it. Yes, Mama is holding back. The crowd of Wanhua, initially in disbelief, gradually shifted to self-reassurance, their expressions returning to normal. However, this perspective was limited to those of lesser combat prowess. Those like Katakuri and the other commanders bore expressions of gloom. They recognized that Big Mom had already exerted a significant portion of her power, while Lin Feng appeared remarkably at ease. If this continued, their defeat was inevitable. Katakuri. Think of something. Pei Luo looked to Katakuri, his face grave. If Big Mom were to fall, he doubted Lin Feng would spare them. There's nothing to be done. Katakuri glanced at his comrades, slowly shaking his head. His foresight revealed much. Even with his assistance, Big Mom's defeat was assured. With no glimmer of hope, they could only pray that Lin Feng would refrain from inflicting fatal harm upon Big Mom. In the midst of the battle, Big Mom gazed at the golden dragon devouring her cut, her expression darkening. While she might be somewhat deranged, she was far from foolish. As a formidable fighter, she possessed the necessary combat instincts and awareness. In fact, due to her own physicality, Big Mom's battle instincts surpassed those of anyone else. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that she discerned a message emanating from Lin Feng. Unbeatable, so powerful as to be invincible. Such sensations had long since dissipated from Dama's being. The first time she experienced this feeling was over 30 years ago, when she encountered the formidable Captain Rox. To this day, Dama still recalls Rox's disdainful demeanor. Little girl, shall we create a ruckus together? Undoubtedly, Rox's strength was unparalleled. Had it not been for the surprise attack by Carp and Roger at God Valley, coupled with the interference of another individual, Rox would not have met his demise so easily. The sensation unique to facing Rox unexpectedly resurfaced within Lin Feng, leaving Dama momentarily bewildered, marking her first lapse in focus during battle, a potentially fatal error. Were you thinking, Charlotte Linlin? At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated as the golden dragon consumed all slashes, charging towards Dama with an overwhelming presence. Mom, be careful. Mom. Spyro and the others watched in horror. It was the first time they had seen Dama lose her composure in combat. Suddenly alerted by their cries, Dama reacted. But it was too late. The golden dragon's gaping maw descended upon her. With a crunch, the dragon's teeth created a metallic clash as Dama, in a moment of desperation, thrust Napoleon towards the dragon's mouth. Thanks to Napoleon's hardness, she narrowly avoided the attack, albeit at a great cost. Napoleon shrieked under the dragon's might, feeling a tremendous force attempting to rend it apart. Mom, save me. Napoleon cried out for Dama's assistance. Fire from the heavens. Dama's eyes widened as she swiftly retrieved Prometheus and directed it towards the dragon. A vibrant flame, seemingly capable of touching the soul, ignited upon the dragon's form. Letting out a pained roar, the dragon appeared almost alive, releasing its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Dama rescued Napoleon from the dragon's jaws and soared away on Zeus. Lin Feng, observing this scene, let out a soft sigh. After all, she was one of the four emperors. He had initially thought to deal with Dama in the same manner as he did with Hawkeye, but it seemed he had underestimated her. Return, Lin Feng commanded, and the golden dragon transformed into a radiant light, retreating into the staff. In an instant, Lin Feng's feet moved, executing the great Sumeru step to appear before Dama. Fahai. Dama's face reflected sheer terror as she attempted to swing Napoleon at Lin Feng, but it was already too late. The moment Lin Feng appeared, the Dharmakaya of the Great Wheel King manifested alongside him, 6 arms brandishing various Buddhist relics, symbolizing the 6 desires. Buddha's wrath, Lin Feng bellowed, and the Great Wheel King's arms came alive, attacking Dama from various angles. Each strike left scars upon Dama's impervious skin. Dama went berserk, the intense pain nearly driving her to madness, as the injuries sustained from her battle with Whitebeard flared new. Blood drenched her form, even staining her signature pink dress a deep crimson. Yet, even in this state, Dama remained vigilant, seeking an opportunity to retaliate. In the intervals between the 6 arms, she found her chance. With Napoleon surrounded by Zeus and Prometheus, the 3 homies united for the first time. Emperor's sword, heavenly fire, and thunder. The blazing sword, infused with heat and lightning, struck towards Lin Feng, causing the clouds above Cake Island to part, revealing the azure sky. The initial fusion attack of the 3 homies was immensely powerful. The one who best felt this terrifying force was none other than Lin Feng, who faced the oncoming attack. Nevertheless, his expression remained calm. As the attack neared, a brilliant light emanated from his hand. The Dharmakaya of the Great Wheel King seemed to come alive, merging its 6 arms to meet the oncoming Emperor's sword. The clash of Buddha's fury against the soul's assault erupted with tremendous force. In an instant, all on Cake Island were toppled by the resulting shockwave, save for a few formidable generals. Is the apocalypse upon us? A slightly stronger pirate sat on the ground, trembling at the sight of Lin Feng and Dama's battle. The clouds, no, in that moment, the heavens seemed to be pierced by such might. Nearby, Spyro stood in stunned silence, terror evident in his eyes. He had never imagined Lin Feng could be so powerful as to force Dama to merge 3 homies. Yet, even so, no advantage was gained. The Emperor's sword, under the assault of the Great Wheel King, developed a slight crack. Napoleon's pitiful cries echoed around. "Mom, I'm going to break. Mom." Dama's expression grew grave as she realized that if this continued, Napoleon would surely shatter. However, if she withdrew it, she would have to confront the direct onslaught of the Dharmakaya. Despite her innate defensive prowess, she dared not face it head-on. The wounds from earlier still oozed blood. If she were to retract Napoleon now, she would undoubtedly find herself in a life-threatening predicament. Weighing all these factors, Dama ignored Napoleon's pleas. The flames and thunder of Zeus and Prometheus intensified. Regardless of whether Napoleon could endure, she poured all her power into the blade, combining it with her own conqueror's haki. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, Dama swung towards the Dharmakaya. Emperor's sword, nation-crushing. A dark conqueror's haki radiated with unparalleled brilliance, as the soul's fire and world-destroying thunder unleashed from Napoleon. In that moment, the heavens and earth transformed. The merger of the 3 homies was already formidable, and with the addition of Conqueror's haki, their power soared. Faced with such an onslaught, even Lin Feng had to take it seriously. A surge of Buddha's light emanated from within him, and once again, the Dharmakaya rose behind him, representing the immovable force of judgment against evil. The moment the Dharmakaya appeared, it solidified into a tangible form, stepping forth from behind Lin Feng. Confronted by the towering presence of the Dharmakaya, Dama steeled herself, ignoring Napoleon's desperate cries. She hurled it towards Lin Feng. "No, Mom!" Napoleon screamed in terror as it followed the strike towards Lin Feng, foreseeing its inevitable shattering. In response to Dama's successive lethal attacks, Lin Feng merely waved one hand, and the Dharmakaya's right hand moved, the sword of judgment meeting the incoming strike in Napoleon. This was Lin Feng's first serious invocation of the Dharmakaya since enhancing his strength. In an instant, the sword of the Dharmakaya clashed with a nation-crushing strike. Surprisingly, The anticipated violent explosion and aftershock did not manifest. As the Dharmakeya's sword descended, that lethal blow simply vanished in a thin air without a sound. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Napoleon's eyes widened in disbelief. No, a profound fear propelled him to break free from the control of Mama, forcing him to veer away from the trajectory aimed at Lin Feng. With a resounding crash, he shot off into the distance, his formidable power demolishing countless structures before finally coming to a halt. This spectacle left the onlookers in sheer astonishment, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Had Napoleon truly betrayed them? What extraordinary ability was this? A monster indeed. The faces of many pirates within the Mama crew reflected sheer terror as they frantically fled the scene, desperate to escape the impending doom. Among them were Mama's own children. In the face of death, familial bonds seemed trivial. Soon, only Mama's immediate family remained on Cake Island, including Spiro and Katakuri, while the rest had fled to distant seas to evade the calamity of death. Mother has been defeated, Spiro muttered, seated on the ground, his gaze vacant as he observed Mama suspended in the air alongside Lin Feng. Katakuri remained silent, his expression still cold. He had foreseen this outcome long before Mama engaged Lin Feng in battle. His concern now centered on whether Lin Feng intended to annihilate them entirely or had other plans. In the air, Mama stared blankly at Lin Feng and the two mighty Dharmakeyas slumped atop Zeus. At that moment, she had been utterly vanquished. After a brief silence, she spoke, her voice hoarse. Fahai, do you intend to kill me? Before Lin Feng could respond, she added, you may kill me, but please spare my children. She cast her gaze towards Spiro and Katakuri below, her eyes reflecting an emotion they had never witnessed from her before. In the face of death, this once tyrannical queen, Charlotte Linlin, revealed the glimmer of maternal instinct. Upon hearing Mama's words, Spiro and the others felt tears welling up in their eyes. For years, they had only known her as a despot, domineering and oppressive. Such sentiments had been unheard of. Mother, you will not die, Spiro declared defiantly, wishing to rescue Mama, but was halted by Katakuri. What are you doing, Katakuri? Spiro exclaimed in anger, shooting a fiery glare at him. Mother will not die. Katakuri ignored him, slowly uttering those words. What? Spiro was taken aback. Wasn't the opponent here for their mother's head? As if to answer his confusion, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out. I never said I would kill you. Huh? Mama's face displayed disbelief. In that moment, not only she, but everyone present wore expressions of confusion. Not killing Mother? Then why did you storm into whole Cake Island with such ferocity? Was it merely to give her a beating? That hardly seems worthwhile. Truly, you do not intend to kill me? Mama scrutinized Lin Feng, uncertainty clouding her judgment. I will not kill you, Lin Feng affirmed, nodding slowly. He then withdrew the two Dharmakeyas and approached Mama, gazing down at her. Tell me, where is Whitebeard? After your battle with him, where did he go? Upon hearing this, Mama's eyes widened in realization, her gaze directed at Lin Feng as if understanding that the reason for her beating was revenge for that old man, Whitebeard. Only for this? Mama appeared incredulous. I fought you both fiercely, and it turns out it was all because of Whitebeard. I thought I had some personal vendetta against you. Speak quickly. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he spoke coldly, his staff shimmering with radiant Buddhist light, as if to remind Mama of her precarious situation. I will tell you, Mama exclaimed, raising her hands, her demeanor shifting to that of a compliant elder. Just as she was about to divulge information, Lin Feng interjected with a sudden question. Fahai, what is your race? Huh? Lin Feng's countenance turned icy as he met Mama's curious gaze, feeling a wave of disgust. Dewei Tianlong. Without further ado, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful strike towards Mama, two golden dragons flashing forth and forcefully knocking her off Zeus. With a resounding crash, the robust Mama slammed into the ground, creating a crater that showcased her formidable physique. Spiro and the others rushed over, working together to pull Mama from the deep pit. Mother, are you all right? Spiro's face was etched with concern as he beheld Mama, bloodied and battered, a surge of anger bubbling within him. Yet, he dared not voice his feelings with Lin Feng silently observing nearby. Now how can we speak? Lin Feng's gaze bore in on Mama, his tone frigid. I will tell you, Mama hastily replied. After the battle with Whitebeard, I parted ways with Kaido, each nursing our wounds in our respective abodes. Whitebeard was gravely injured by us, and was subsequently pursued by Fujitora and Kizaru. Mama recounted her tale at a measured pace, causing Lin Feng's expression to darken further. Am I conversing with you like it's a casual chat? Mama felt a chill as Lin Feng shot her a fierce glare, and she quickly condensed her explanation. When I left, Whitebeard was indeed severely wounded, but where he ultimately fled, I do not know. Then, sensing an overwhelming killing intent, she hastily altered her tone. However, it is certain that Whitebeard is still alive and very likely rescued by that damn Straw Hat. Straw Hat? Luffy? Lin Feng pondered, recognizing the possibility that Luffy could have saved him, especially since he was also in Wano at that time, coupled with the bond between Ace and Whitebeard. He would not let someone die before his eyes. Is that all? Lin Feng's icy glare pierced through Mama as he inquired. That's all, Mama replied, shaking her head, appearing as a compliant elder. Humph. Lin Feng snorted disdainfully. Now, tell me how you allied with the Navy. Mama looked bewildered at Lin Feng, blurting out, I did not ally with the Navy. Did not ally. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized Mama, his voice icy. Then recount how you encountered the Navy's intelligence. Fine. Upon hearing, Mama nodded and recounted the events to Lin Feng. Her narrative closely mirrored the original tale. She had pursued Zeus, who had been taken by Nami, and unexpectedly encountered Whitebeard coming to Ace's aid, engaging in a fierce battle with Kaido and his crew. Initially, Mama had no intention of intervening, but seeing Luffy among Whitebeard's ranks compelled her to act. On one hand, she had a decent rapport with Kaido due to their shared history with rocks. On the other, she was determined to reclaim Zeus. Otherwise, she would not have voluntarily participated in the fray. However, amidst the clash, Kizaru appeared from nowhere, accompanied by Fujitora and a host of marines. Unexpectedly, Kaido flatly refused. At this moment, Kizaru suddenly proclaimed that they bore no malice. Their target was Whitebeard. Subsequently, Big Mom and Kaido took advantage of the situation to join forces with Admiral Kizaru and Fujitora to besiege Whitebeard. Strictly speaking, they were not truly allied, as Big Mom was still somewhat dazed during the battle. Her objective was clear, to reclaim Zeus and give Luffy a taste of the terror of the Yonko. The ensuing battle was rather chaotic. After listening to Big Mom's explanation, Lin Feng fell into silence, as he initially believed that she and Kaido had proactively allied with the Marines. However, it turned out to be a mere coincidence. Yet, this coincidence was exceedingly strange. Why did the Marines appear in Wano at that precise moment? No one could elucidate this matter. One thing was certain, though. The Marines' target was either Whitebeard or Ace, with Luffy being an incidental target. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Big Mom dared not utter a word. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and said to Lin Feng, By the way, Kaido left just after me. He might know more. After speaking, Big Mom contemplated that she could not be the only one to endure this beating. She must bring Kaido along as well. Little did she know that Lin Feng possessed a keen sense to perceive her thoughts. Lin Feng cast a cold gaze at Big Mom, questioning her tone. Is that so? Yes, that fool Kaido. No, that guy Kaido left after me. Upon hearing this, Big Mom appeared extremely anxious, clearly having been completely subdued by Lin Feng. Observing this, Lin Feng remained silent, coldly regarding Big Mom, and ultimately did not argue with her. With a cold snort, he turned and sailed away toward Wano, draped in his kasaya. Though Big Mom had intentions to divert hatred, she did not lie, which was why Lin Feng did not press her further. Finally, Lin Feng departed. Seeing him leave, Spiro let out a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that Big Mom's words might provoke Lin Feng, ultimately implicating everyone. He then turned to Big Mom, saying, Mama, let's return and tend to your injuries. Just then, Big Mom uttered a statement that left everyone in shock. I want to marry Fahai. What? All present were petrified, their astonishment surpassing the moment Lin Feng defeated Big Mom. Katakuri was the first to recover from his shock. Even he, usually composed, was considerably rattled by Big Mom's declaration. Lin Feng was their enemy one moment, and the next, Big Mom had designated him as a candidate for marriage. This unexpected twist left Katakuri at a loss for words. He stared blankly at Big Mom, and after a long pause managed to stammer, "Mama, are you serious?" "Yes," Big Mom replied, nodding gravely at Katakuri. She continued, "Such a powerful person cannot remain a monk. It would be a great pity. He must have a lineage to carry on." As she spoke, Big Mom wore a grin reminiscent of a disastrous scene, then patted her rather unseemly bosom, declaring with grandiosity, "And I am the one destined to bear this heavy responsibility." Upon hearing this, the others, who had just regained their composure, were once again rendered speechless, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Katakuri stared at Big Mom for a long time before finally sighing, "Mama, we respect your choice." He then tilted his head back, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, on his way to Wano, was sneezing repeatedly, feeling somewhat perplexed. Yet, perhaps even Lin Feng himself was unaware of the immense trouble he would provoke after defeating Big Mom. Chapter 110. The Misfortunate Kaido Soon. Lin Feng arrived in Wano after traversing through the nations. The war-torn Wano had become desolate, while Onigashima, where Kaido resided, was vibrant with lights and shouts, starkly contrasting the gloom of Wano. In the heart of Onigashima, Kaido was discussing the division of Whitebeard's territory with his three calamities. He was confident that Whitebeard, having endured attacks from both himself and Big Mom, would inevitably fall, especially with the Marines now involved. The territory left behind by Whitebeard would be a significant prize, not only yielding vast resources, but also positioning himself as the foremost among the Yonko. At that point, the throne of the Pirate King would be within his grasp. However, while his dreams were grand, reality struck Kaido like a thunderclap, just as he was mapping out his grand blueprint for the future with the three calamities. A voice echoed from above Onigashima. "Kaido, come out and face me." The voice belonged to Lin Feng, who floated quietly in the air, awaiting Kaido's arrival. "Boss, they're looking for you," Queen, heavily intoxicated, mumbled as he gazed drowsily at Kaido. Beside him, Jack couldn't help but hold his head in despair. Just as he sighed, Kaido's Kanabo came crashing down on Queen. Boom! Queen's massive frame was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. The immense pain jolted Queen awake, and he quickly sprang up from the pit, rushing towards Kaido. What kind of reaction is this when someone is attacking? Kaido reproached Queen, who had been knocked away, though, ironically, he was no less inebriated himself. "Yes, boss, my fault, Queen hurriedly apologized, not daring to argue with the drunken Kaido. Then, Kaido glanced up at the sky, locking onto Lin Feng's position, transforming into his dragon form, and charging toward him. Roar! The colossal dragon obscured the sun, casting a terrifying shadow over Onigashima. However, such intimidation clearly had no effect on Lin Feng, who coldly regarded Kaido and slowly spoke. "Kaido, where's Whitebeard?" "Hick, who are you?" Kaido, now in dragon form, hiccuped, seemingly forgetting his purpose for being there, and stared at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression, as if contemplating Lin Feng's identity. Ba. Wine and meat passed through the intestines. Lin Feng uttered a phrase of Zen, without a trace of superfluous dialogue, and swung his staff directly at Kaido. "Great might, heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store." Boom! Two golden dragons suddenly appeared, lunging toward Kaido, followed by Lin Feng's staff imbued with a fierce aura. Encountering kin, perhaps? Kaido, instead of evading the attack from the two unfamiliar golden dragons, mistook Lin Feng's moves for those of allies. Kin? Lin Feng found this amusing, increasing the force in his strike, which landed first on Kaido's head. Boom! The staff erupted with a radiant light, knocking Kaido down from the sky with a resounding crash, causing the entire Onigashima to tremble. "Kaido, are you all right?" The three calamities and other members of the Beast Pirates, witnessing this, were jolted awake and rushed toward Kaido's fallen direction. Though they moved swiftly, Lin Feng was even faster. With the great Sumeru steps, he appeared before Kaido, seizing his dragon horns. He then effortlessly lifted Kaido up. The crowd was first taken aback, followed by a frenzy of shouts. "What do you want? Stop! Let go of Lord Kaido!" as Jean and Quinn, along with their companions, rushed towards Lin Feng. Their eyes wide with determination, an array of attacks was unleashed. Yet, before these assaults could reach Lin Feng, the two golden dragons surged forward, roaring towards them. With a thunderous roar, the golden dragons opened their massive jaws. Damn it! Jean's gaze darkened as he spread his wings to intercept the golden dragon, shouting to the others, "I will hold off the golden dragon. You must assist Lord Kaido." With that, Jean darted towards the golden dragon like a bolt of black lightning. Meanwhile, Kuei-en and Jieka, heeding Jean's command, frantically hastened towards Lin Feng, eager to aid Kaido. "Get your hands off Lord Kaido. Do you wish to vanish from his world?" Facing their threats, Lin Feng merely smiled calmly, lifting Kaido and leaping into the air, effortlessly tossing Kaido's colossal frame aloft. This scene left everyone in shock, pondering the sheer strength required to hurl Kaido like a mere ball. Yet before their astonishment could fade, what followed shattered their composure entirely. Lin Feng swung his hand, the Zen staff in his grip radiating a brilliant light, its tip magnifying infinitely as he brought it down upon Kaido with tremendous force. A gust of wind followed, as the staff descended, poised to strike Kaido. The crowd below shouted warnings in a frenzy. "Lord Kaido, wake up! That bald man is about to send you flying." In midair, Kaido stirred at the shouts of his subordinates. Deservedly called the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, he bore Lin Feng's blows with little visible damage. As he groggily opened his eyes, intending to respond, he was met with a massive shadow descending upon him. Lin Feng's staff. What the hell? Due to his intoxication, Kaido's confusion clouded his vision, prompting him to rub his eyes vigorously. Upon realizing it was the Zen staff, it was too late. The staff struck his head with overwhelming force. In an instant, Kaido experienced an unprecedented sensation, darkness enveloping him as if a mountain had crushed his skull. Subsequently, like a sack of rice, his enormous body plummeted to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, cracking beneath him, as Kaido lay crumpled a short distance away. A grotesque lump swelling on his head, one of his dragon horns broken, leaving only a solitary horn to stand on his head. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as they gazed at Lin Feng, struggling to swallow their astonishment. What kind of power could reduce their formidable Kaido to such a state? Before they could recover, Jean emitted a lamenting cry. Under the assault of the two golden dragons, his wings were reduced to mere stubs, leaving him shockingly bare. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, expressionless, descended from the air, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembly. No one dared to breathe. Slowly, Lin Feng approached the incapacitated Kaido, remaining silent as he raised his staff, ready to strike again. At that moment, the previously quiet Quinn summoned his courage and shouted, "Have mercy!" Hearing the voice, Lin Feng paused mid-motion, tilting his head towards Quinn. "Do you wish to join in?" Chapter 111. Target. Shout. Upon hearing this, Quinn froze in place. Terror etched across his face. "No, that's quite all right. Please continue." Lin Feng cast a glance at him, remaining silent as he brought the staff crashing down upon Kaido's head. Boom! 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 The ground shattered beneath the relentless strikes, causing the very island of Onigashima to tremble, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Yet, it must be said, Kaido's resilience was formidable. Despite enduring such heavy blows, he remained alive, only moaning in pain on the ground. However, Lin Feng was not satisfied with this. A radiant light emanated from his hand as he activated a healing technique. Instantly, Kaido's injuries began to mend at an observable rate. Slowly, he opened his eyes, still dazed, gazing at Lin Feng. This was not drunkenness. Rather, the blows had left him seeing double. Unable to clearly discern Lin Feng, Kaido instinctively felt gratitude towards the one healing him. Thank you," he expressed, his face showing appreciation. At this point, he had reverted to his human form and was about to rise when once again, a massive shadow loomed in his vision. Once again, Kaido thought, recognizing the shadow as Lin Feng's staff. Boom! The tremendous force sent Kaido stumbling, crashing heavily to the ground. "Friend, is there a misunderstanding here?" Lin Feng's strike left Kaido bewildered. "Weren't you healing me?" Why are you attacking me again? Yet before he could finish his thought, the staff descended once more. Boom! 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 Lin Feng struck repeatedly until Kaido fell into unconsciousness, finally relenting. Thereafter, Lin Feng employed the healing technique again, the light slowly mending Kaido's wounds. Witnessing this, Ken and the others broke into cold sweats, struggling to swallow, gazing at Lin Feng with a monstrous fear, their hearts chilled. This is too cruel. To beat someone into a near-death state only to heal them afterward. What deep-seated grudge could this be? Master, I've never seen you before. What grievance do you have with our captain? Kuin, unable to bear Kaido's continued suffering, bravely inquired of Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng halted his actions, casting a cold glance at Kuin, slowly uttering 4 words, to avenge another. At this, Kuin was at a loss for words, realizing Lin Feng's words had misled him. Deep down, he thought, so he is a hired hand. It seems that even in pursuit by the government, life is not easy. Subsequently, Kuan scrutinized Lin Feng, contemplating how such strength could be utilized for their beast pirates. Conquering the world would no longer be a mere dream. With this thought, Kuan cautiously approached Lin Feng, saying, Master, how about we negotiate? What is your fee? Our crew can offer you tenfold to join us. Faced with this unexpected olive branch, Lin Feng did not respond, merely casting a disinterested glance at Kuan as he continued to strike Kaido. Time passed until Lin Feng had sufficiently avenged Whitebeard, subsequently using his healing technique to restore Kaido partially. The unfortunate king of the beasts remained utterly bewildered, not comprehending the reason behind his unwarranted beating. He shook his dazed head and turned to Lin Feng, just as Lin Feng's voice broke the silence. Where's Whitebeard? Huh? Kaido stared blankly at Lin Feng, suddenly realizing that this beating was in response to Whitebeard. Yet before Kaido could answer, Kuan's voice rang out nearby. Whitebeard was pursued by Kizaru and others. The last time we saw him was in Zou. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng ignored Ken and turned his attention back to the collapsed Kaido. I do not know. At this moment, Kaido felt an overwhelming frustration within, unwilling to respond to Lin Feng's inquiries. Who doesn't have a temper after being beaten so thoroughly? Yet, here he was compelled to divulge information about Whitebeard. Why didn't you ask me earlier? Had he done so, I would have readily informed you. Would I have had to endure this beating otherwise? Observing Kaido's obstinate expression, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before sighing, realizing that his efforts to subdue him had been in vain. With that, Lin Feng raised his staff, preparing to strike Kaido once more. Wait! Kaido shouted urgently, and at the sight of Lin Feng's demeanor, his anger dissipated entirely. Who on earth is this person? A monk, yet he cannot adopt a more civilized approach. Kaido found himself utterly exhausted. Do you have any final words? Lin Feng inquired coolly, his gaze fixed on Kaido. The gravity of this question rendered Kaido utterly unsettled. It was clear that Lin Feng's intentions exceeded merely delivering another blow. The implication of leaving behind a final message suggested a dire fate was at hand. After a brief contemplation, Kaido quickly replied, The last time I saw Whitebeard was at Zou. Very well. Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod before delivering a sharp strike to Kaido's head with his staff. The sound of impact resonated, and Kaido was momentarily dazzled, stars filling his vision as a lump formed on his head. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes as he lamented, I've already told you everything. So why strike me again? Lin Feng coldly remarked, Your time wasting has incurred interest. He added, Should you squander any more of my time, I shall not hesitate to strike you again. The aura of the staff glowed ominously, prompting Kaido to swiftly close his mouth. At that moment, Quinn, with a rather opportunistic expression, approached Lin Feng and said, Master, about the matter I previously mentioned, perhaps you could reconsider? Reconsider? Lin Feng chuckled, and without hesitation, struck Quinn's round face with his staff, sending him flying a considerable distance. I am here to avenge Whitebeard, not to engage in trade with you. Having concluded this encounter, Lin Feng summoned his robe, leaped into the air, and discerned the direction of Zou, setting off towards it, leaving Kaido and the others in stunned silence. He simply left? Kaido stared at the direction Lin Feng had departed, speechless for a long time. before suddenly bursting out with a curse. So he came merely to beat me? He gone. At that moment, Quinn, sporting dark circles under his eyes from the staff's impact, approached Kaido with a serious demeanor. At least we VE preserved our lives, Quinn said, attempting to console him. You? Kaido was at a loss for words, raising his spiked club as if to strike Quinn evenly. Just then, all subordinate rushed over, holding Odenden Mushi. Boss, urgent call. Who is it? Kaido snapped, still seething with anger. It's Big MOM. The trembling subordinate replied, fear evident in his voice, aware of the tumultuous history between their captain and her. What? Kaido's expression twisted in confusion. Why would the old hag contact him at this juncture? He snatched the din mushi, shouting into it. What do you want, old woman? Ha ha ha, Kaido. How'd it feel to be beaten by Fahai? The din mushi displayed Big Mom's mocking expression, igniting Kaido's fury. How do you know? Kaido roared at the din mushi, then, as if struck by a realization, gritted his teeth and accused. You brought him here, didn't you? Ha ha. It seems you're not entirely foolish. Big Mom's laughter echoed, her expression gleeful. Kaido's response revealed much. It appeared he had been thoroughly pummeled by Lin Feng. Let us go to war. As Big Mom reveled in her amusement, Kaido's temper flared even higher, and he shouted into the din mushi, damn it. If I can't defeat Fahai, do you think I can't handle you? Enough talk. Let us declare war. At that moment, Big Mom's voice softened. Kaido, my boy, stop shouting and look at the battlefield. Do you not perceive the gravity of the situation? What? Kaido's demeanor shifted as he sensed an unusual undertone in her words. The world is about to change. The situation is dire, Big Mom continued gravely. You have witnessed Fahai's strength. His power rivals that of Captain Rock's, possibly even surpassing it. What do you mean? Explain yourself, Kaido demanded, envisioning the formidable presence of Rock's. In that era, Rock's had indeed been unmatched. Had it not been for Roger and Garp's despicable tactics, their captain would not have been so easily defeated. Do you still not understand my meaning? Big Mom's eyes gleamed with intensity. Speak, or I'll hang up, Kaido shouted, though deep down, he had already formed a vague yet unsettling notion, one too insane to contemplate. The resurgence of the terror of the Rock's pirates. Recreate the horror of the Rock's pirates. Big Mom articulated slowly, her tone ominous, as the din mushi emitted an unsettling glow, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie silence. Are you out of your mind, old hag? Recreate the terror of Rock's? Kaido's countenance darkened. Captain Rock's was dead. How could one possibly recreate such terror? Just as he began to voice his thoughts, a flash of Lin Feng's image crossed his mind. Could it be that this old hag intends to recruit that mad monk to revive the terror of Rock's? As he mulled this over, Big Mom interjected, seemingly reading Kaido's thoughts. You're correct. My choice for captain has already been made. It's Fahai. Old hag, have you lost your senses? Kaido shouted into the din mushi, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. While Lin Feng was indeed incredibly powerful, he had just beaten Kaido senseless, and now she wanted him to join forces to make Lin Feng their captain? If word got out, what would happen to the beast pirate's reputation? People would assume he had been subdued by Lin Feng. Kaido, I'm not insane, Big Mom insisted gravely. If you're not a fool, you should see that the world is in turmoil. If we do not unite with a formidable ally, we will be lost to history. Upon hearing her words, Kaido felt a weight in his heart. She spoke the truth. The current state of affairs was indeed volatile. The world government was making moves, both overtly and covertly, against their cadre of emperors. Additionally, amidst the encirclement of Whitebeard, Kaido sensed a dangerous undercurrent. Why were the two marine admirals present? And why were they targeting Whitebeard alongside him? These matters were exceedingly difficult to decipher, all pointing to the world government and the Marines orchestrating a significant upheaval that would engulf the entire world. Even as he contemplated this, Kaido still held reservations about Lin Feng. Rubbing the swollen lump on his head, he grumbled, must it really be that mad monk? We could ally with Shanks instead. While his combat strength is average, the overall strength of his crew is more balanced and could be a suitable partnership. Kaido believed that his analysis was well-founded, yet he unexpectedly drew the ire of the matriarch. Fool! Her expression twisted with anger as she exclaimed, can the red hair be compared to us? How can he defeat both of you in succession? Would it not be better to think this through? Perplexed, Kaido could not comprehend her fury. He thought his reasoning was sound. After all, alliances were merely alliances. Moreover, partnering with the red-haired would preserve their status instead of allowing that lunatic Lin Feng to take the lead. Kaido, did you damage your brain when you committed suicide? The matriarch admonished sharply. Please, think with your horns. Can that little brat be compared to Fahai? Kaido still did not grasp her intent. Yushi continued, her temper cooling somewhat after many years of dealing with Kaido's occasional foolishness. She endeavored to temper her tone, stating, Kaido, the focus now is not on alliances, but on bringing Fahai to our side. With his formidable strength, we can remain unscathed even amidst global turmoil. Do you understand, you horned fool? By the end, she could not contain her emotions, cursing once more. Realizing her point held some merit, Kaido felt a sudden clarity. However, he could not shake the feeling that it was too forward to seek an alliance with someone who had just bested him in battle. It might appear as though he had been subdued by Lin Feng. Suddenly, an excellent solution struck him, one that would preserve his dignity while achieving the goal of an alliance with Lin Feng. Crazy woman, you represent us in discussions with Fahai. I shall refrain for the sake of recovery, Kaido said in a grave tone, ensuring that the matriarch would take the lead, thus avoiding direct involvement. This way, he could maintain a balance of interests. On the other end, silence enveloped the communication device for a moment. After a while, the matriarch's voice pierced through. Kaido, are you trying to absolve yourself of responsibility? Taken aback, Kaido turned his head aside, awkwardly responding, I am not. I simply need to recuperate. Heh, the matriarch scoffed. After all these years, I know exactly what you are like. Wait for me. You must make an appearance regarding the alliance. With that, she abruptly ended the communication. That crazy woman, Kaido thought, dismayed that his scheme had been uncovered. With a scowl, he tossed the device to a subordinate and limped toward the depths of Onigashima. He was not lying about needing to recover. That part was indeed true. Meanwhile, in the skies above Zou Island, Lin Feng sat cross-legged in his robe, gazing down at the colossal figure of the elephant, marveling at its grandeur. Truly magnificent. Not even the most revered beings of the Buddha realm could rival such magnificence. With that, he descended from his robe, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest as he set out to track the whereabouts of Whitebeard. Upon landing in the forest, Lin Feng navigated among the trees, amplifying his senses to detect any signs of life. If Kaido was correct, there must be news of Whitebeard and his entourage. Soon, Lin Feng halted, spotting a massive, severed paw resting upon a rock, where a large cat sat, gazing into the distance with a sorrowful expression. It was none other than the king of the fur tribe, the cat viper, who, just as Lin Feng pondered whether the creature might possess information about Whitebeard, the cat viper's eyes narrowed, and it growled menacingly towards Lin Feng's location. Realizing he had been detected, Lin Feng chose not to hide any longer and approached the cat viper. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, the cat viper launched an offensive, its sharp claws capable of rending anything asunder. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he summoned the light of the Buddha to counter the assault. The clash resounded, producing a sharp sound as their forces collided, with Lin Feng's fist proving too formidable, causing the cat viper to tremble. Impressive. The cat viper leaped backward, maintaining a cautious distance while eyeing Lin Feng with astonishment. Noticing the cat viper's hesitation, Lin Feng slowly revealed his identity. I am Fahai, not your enemy. Fahai? The cat viper's face contorted with confusion, as the name seemed entirely foreign in the isolated fur tribe. What brings you here? It interrogated, skepticism evident in its demeanor. I seek Whitebeard, Lin Feng replied, unaware of the fur tribe's outdated communication methods and their ignorance of his identity. Seeking Whitebeard, the cat viper's expression darkened further, convinced of Lin Feng's antagonistic intentions. Since Whitebeard's confrontation with Kaido, many had come searching for him, eager to claim the head of the world's strongest man to prove their dominance over the seas. To the cat viper, Lin Feng was merely another among them, neither the first nor the last. You wretches only dare approach when Whitebeard is wounded. Despicable, the cat viper sneered. its gaze fixed on Lin Feng as it let out a howl, summoning countless members of the fur tribe from all directions to encircle Lin Feng. Realizing he had been misidentified, Lin Feng prepared to explain, but the fur tribe's assault was already upon him. You shameless one! The cat viper roared, launching the last of its claws toward Lin Feng. Surrounding members of the fur tribe attacked with both ranged and melee weapons. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng summoned his robe, creating a protective barrier that deflected all incoming attacks. He understood that these fur tribe members were allies of Whitebeard, which is why they acted thus. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. However, his defensive maneuver only deepened the cat viper's misunderstanding, leading it to believe Lin Feng was afraid to confront them directly. Summon Duke Inuyarashi. Together we shall eliminate this detestable human. A young girl with antlers responded to the cat viper, bounding deeper into the forest to fetch the other leader of the fur tribe, Duke Inuyarashi. Covered by the protective robe, Lin Feng sighed once more, realizing that the misunderstanding regarding his identity had become irrevocable. He then called out to the cat viper, "Great cat, I truly am not your enemy. Is there a member of Whitebeard's crew here? Bring him forth, and the truth will be revealed." "Oomph," the cat viper retorted, its anger mounting. "Indeed, there are members of the Whitebeard crew here, but they're gravely injured, unable to even move. Your actions suggest you wish to lead them to their doom. You despicable one, I will not allow you to succeed." With that, the cat viper unleashed a swift strike, its claws slicing through the air toward Lin Feng's robe, the immense force creating a gash upon impact. Indeed, the situation remained precarious. Observing that his full-fledged assault had yet to breach Lin Feng's defenses, Mao Fu she let out a silent sigh. The true potential of the cat smile could only be fully realized under the state of the moon lion. Yet in the daylight, he was unable to unleash even 1/5 of his original strength. In contrast, upon witnessing a gap torn in his Kasaya by Mao Fu Shi, Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. His restraint toward the large feline was due to his regard for the old man with the white beard. However, this did not imply that Lin Feng was easy to deal with. Since the opponent had shown such aggression, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. He promptly withdrew the Kasaya, draping it over himself, and summoned his staff, swinging it around him with great force. The powerful shockwave sent the surrounding fur tribe members flying. Only the slightly stronger Mao Fu she managed to withstand the onslaught. Was he truly this formidable? Lin Feng's strength left them in considerable awe. With just one swing, he had defeated the warriors they took pride in. "Big cat, I shall inquire once more, where are the members of the Baituan?" As Mao Fu she remained lost in astonishment, Lin Feng stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and spoke with indifference. "What?" Startled, Mao Fu she instinctively retreated, beads of sweat trickling down his fur. He hadn't even registered Lin Feng's movement before he found himself in close proximity. If the other party were to strike, the consequences would be dire. As this thought crossed his mind, a shiver of fear coursed through him. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice echoed again, "Big cat, I ask you one last time, where are the members of the Baituan?" Lin Feng's tone bore a quality reminiscent of a Buddhist persuasive voice, lingering in Mao Fu Shi's mind. Just as Mao Fu she began to contemplate revealing the whereabouts of the Baituan members, a sudden resolve flashed in his eyes as he drove his claws fiercely into his severed arm. Blood gushed forth. With the clarity he could muster, Mao Fu she executed this act to awaken himself. "I nearly fell for your deceit, demon monk," he gasped, the sharp pain in his arm bringing him back to reality, though it also imposed considerable pressure. Lin Feng observed Mao Fu Shi with admiration. Few were willing to go to such lengths for their comrades. Subsequently, Lin Feng released a beam of Buddha light that descended upon Mao Fu Shi's injured arm. "What is this?" Fear etched across Mao Fu Shi's face as he attempted to shake off the Buddha light, only to find it inescapable. In the next moment, a shocking event unfolded before him. The injury on his severed arm began to heal at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, the bleeding ceased. However, that was not the most astonishing aspect. He noticed that fresh tissue was beginning to sprout from the old injury. "What have you done, demon monk?" Mao Fu Shi exclaimed, suspicion clouding his mind. "I harbor no ill intentions. Lin Feng replied, slowly shaking his head while maintaining his indifference. Then he added, I'm a friend of the old man with the white beard. If you do not believe me, you may summon the members of the Bai Tuan to verify. A friend of the old man with the white beard? Mao Fu Shi remained skeptical, but upon glancing at the injury on his arm, he squinted. Reflecting on his encounters with Lin Feng, he realized that based on Lin Feng's strength, it would be exceedingly easy for him to eliminate Mao Fu Shi. It would be pointless to deceive him. Yet, despite this realization, doubts regarding Lin Feng's identity lingered in his heart. He understood that he needed to describe Lin Feng's appearance to the members of the Bai Tuan for proper identification. With that thought in mind, Mao Fu Shi addressed Lin Feng, saying, Monk, please wait for me here. With that, he swiftly disappeared into the depths of the forest, followed by the other members of the Fur tribe vanishing from sight. Chapter 114. Punished for millennia, alone in the sea of isolation. Watching Mao Fu Shi depart, Lin Feng settled against a nearby rock, awaiting his return. Due to his heightened sense of awareness, Lin Feng discerned that Mao Fu Shi was indeed truthful. He was truly instructed to wait here. Although Lin Feng contemplated searching for them himself, the unfamiliar faces and the current state of the island could easily lead to conflict with the Fur tribe. While he himself was unconcerned, harming the Fur tribe members would be troublesome. Hence, Lin Feng opted to remain in place, waiting for Mao Fu Shi. Back already? That was quite swift. A moment later, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest, rising slowly. He had not anticipated that this large cat would be so efficient. As he pondered this, he began to walk in that direction. Just then, a sharp arrow shot forth from the forest, aimed directly at Lin Feng's vital points. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, catching the arrow with one hand and tossing it aside, turning to face the direction from which it came. At that moment, the young deer maiden, who had been dispatched by Mao Fu Shi to summon Duke Quanlan, bounded out from the forest. Duke Quanlan, it's over here, she called out behind her. Thank you for your efforts. Duke Quanlan's imposing figure emerged from behind the young deer, ruffling her hair with a warm smile. Instantly, Duke Quanlan noticed Lin Feng not far away and turned to the young deer maiden, saying, Is this the enemy you spoke of? Yes, yes. The young deer maiden nodded vigorously, then turned to Lin Feng, declaring, Outsider, surrender quickly. Our Lord Duke Quanlan is extraordinarily powerful, and with Lord Mao Fu Shi, you stand no chance of victory. As she spoke, the young deer maiden paused, then began to scan her surroundings. Her face suddenly contorted with fear as she pointed at Lin Feng. You, what have you done to Lord Mao Fu Shi? I can't sense his presence at all. Upon hearing this, a shadow fell across Duke Quanlan's face. Moments ago, he had been puzzled by Mao Fu Shi's absence. Now, it appeared highly likely that the individual before him had eliminated Mao Fu Shi. Young deer, step back, Duke Quanlan warned, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. Lord Duke Quanlan, you must avenge Lord Mao Fu Shi. The young deer maiden began to cry as she retreated. I will, Duke Quanlan vowed with determination in his eyes. If the person before him had indeed slain Mao Fu Shi, he would risk his life to avenge him. Lin Feng observed the unfolding scene with a grim expression. He understood that this dog likely misunderstood him, and he needed to clarify matters immediately. Just as Lin Feng was about to explain, Duke Quanlan's voice rang out, filled with intense hostility. Stranger, what have you done to that large cat? Duke Quanlan assumed a combat stance, scrutinizing Lin Feng's every movement. His instincts warned him that the person before him was not to be trifled with. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed softly, explaining, You want to help me find the members of the Bai Tuan. What? At this revelation, Duke Quanlan's expression darkened even further. He thought to himself, could that large cat have betrayed them? The members of the Bai Tuan were of paramount importance to them, and any exposure was intolerable. Those who approached with intentions of claiming the heads of the Bai Tuan members had been repelled at great cost. Despite this, they had never revealed the location of the Bai Tuan members. If not for Mao Fu Shi's betrayal, why would the other party be so certain that the Bai Tuan members were in their midst? In contemplation, Quanlan aimed to test Lin Feng's resolve by deliberately suggesting that he depart. If Lin Feng chose to leave, it would imply that the cat viper had not betrayed them, merely presenting a one-sided narrative. Conversely, if Lin Feng remained, it would indicate a substantial likelihood of betrayal by the cat viper. "Stranger, I grant you the opportunity to leave," Quan Lan stated, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Lin Feng paused momentarily, and under the influence of his spiritual awareness, he could discern Quan Lin's intentions. Such a test was futile in his eyes. "Very well, I shall take my leave," he replied, not wishing to complicate matters, and turned to seek a tranquil spot to await the return of the cat viper, avoiding any unnecessary conflict with Quan Lan and his companions. "My lord, shall we simply let him go?" one of the furry clan members remarked, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure with a dark expression. He had overheard the earlier words of the young deer. The monk held significant suspicion for having potentially slain the leader of the cat viper. To let him depart unchallenged was unacceptable. With that thought, the furry clan member knocked an arrow and aimed it at Lin Feng's back. He drew the bowstring taut and released in one fluid motion. Before Quan Lan could react, the arrow was already on its way toward Lin Feng. "What are you doing?" Quan Lan exclaimed, fury etched across his face. The fate of the cat viper remained uncertain, and he could not ascertain whether Lin Feng was an enemy. Such reckless aggression would yield no good for anyone. Just as he spoke, the arrow hurtled toward Lin Feng's vital point. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he swung his staff in the direction of the incoming arrow. In an instant, the arrow was shattered mid-air by a surge of Buddhist light. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward Quan Lan and the others, coldly stating, "Out of respect for the venerable old man, I had no intention of engaging in conflict with you." With that, he stepped forward, his aura rapidly intensifying, instilling considerable pressure upon Quan Lan and his companions. How is this possible? The furry clan member who had launched the arrow was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom Lin Feng's overwhelming presence. Under such pressure, he was the first to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's advance continued, his formidable aura suffocating those around him. "You have gone too far. Such an attack would have claimed the lives of countless ordinary individuals. Do you think me easy to bully?" The last sentence erupted from Lin Feng's mouth like a roar, echoing through the surroundings. Even the Elephant Lord sensed Lin Feng's wrath, and for the first time in years, his eyes opened, radiating a brilliant light. "Moo!" The Elephant Lord's voice was both high and deep, carrying an ancient aura that felt like a reprimand toward the furry clan. "Elephant Lord," Quan Lan exclaimed, shock evident on his face as he turned toward the source of the voice. It had been many years since the Elephant Lord had shown any sign of life, and the anger in his voice seemed to be directed at them, as if he were aiding the monk before him. "Who are you?" Quan Lan murmured, fixating on Lin Feng. Regaining his composure, he quickly added, "I apologize. This may have been a misunderstanding." Lin Feng ignored him, his fury dissipating in the wake of the Elephant Lord's voice. He recognized that the Elephant Lord was offering him assistance, and within the sound of the Elephant Lord's voice, Lin Feng discerned many other messages. Punished for countless years, wandering alone in the sea, Lin Feng murmured, his tone tinged with sorrow. He understood that the Elephant Lord had been condemned, forced to traverse the ocean without the ability to set foot on land. Yet, the nature of the offense that led to such punishment, or the identity of the one who imposed it, remained a mystery to the world. All that was known was that for eons, the Elephant Lord had drifted solitary upon the waves. "I apologize, we misunderstood you." Quan Lan and the furry clan approached Lin Feng, bowing in apology. The Elephant Lord's unusual behavior had profoundly impacted them, and they realized that anyone recognized by the Elephant Lord could not possibly be a villain. Hearing this, Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance at them, remaining silent as his gaze fixated on the Elephant Lord's head. Then he leapt forward, propelled by an instinct that the Elephant Lord harbored a significant secret. "My Lord Quan Lan, what should we do?" the young deer girl asked, her innocent eyes wide as she looked to Quan Lan after Lin Feng had departed. Quan Lan, his expression grave, replied, "Follow him." With that, he began to chase after Lin Feng, and the rest of the furry clan followed suit. Before long, Lin Feng arrived above the Elephant Lord's head. The moment he stepped onto this spot, an inexplicable wave of sorrow enveloped him, stirring his emotions. What kind of being would willingly accept such punishment? Lin Feng murmured, pressing one hand to the ground. "Moo!" Lin Feng's words seemed to resonate with the Elephant Lord, who emitted a long, mournful cry that echoed into the heavens. Every living being could feel the palpable sorrow that pervaded the air. Is this the promise left by ancient times? Tears glistened in Lin Feng's eyes as he sensed a profound connection of causation emanating from the Elephant Lord. It was this connection that allowed him to empathize with the Elephant Lord's current emotions. Moo! The Elephant Lord continued to cry out, as if responding to Lin Feng's sentiments. After so many years, someone had finally grasped his feelings. This release brought the Elephant Lord immense relief. Do not worry. I shall assist you in severing this causation. Lin Feng delved into his consciousness, communicating with the Elephant Lord. With that, a brilliant light of Buddhism erupted from Lin Feng's palm, adorned with the marks of causation. This was a gift Lin Feng had prepared specifically for the Elephant Lord, intending to eradicate the causation that resided within him. As Lin Feng pressed his hand against the Elephant Lord, an overwhelming surge of Buddhist light streamed forth, enveloping the Elephant Lord. Moo! The Elephant Lord trembled, releasing a long cry as the marks of causation released by Lin Feng intertwined with his own. Lin Feng's brow furrowed in surprise. The envisioned scene of his causation devouring that within the Elephant Lord did not materialize. Instead, they became entangled within the Elephant Lord's essence. This unexpected development led Lin Feng to contemplate the possibility that the one who had left the causation within the Elephant Lord might still be alive. At that very moment, deep within the holy land of Mary Geos, a figure sat upon a cold throne, possessing blood-red eyes devoid of any human emotion. Who dares to disturb the relics of our ancestors? The figure's gaze drifted toward the horizon, slowly speaking, with the focal point resting upon the Elephant Lord's location. How intriguing. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed the figure's face, the corners of his lips curling in amusement, as though he had stumbled upon a remarkably fascinating toy. Then, narrowing his eyes, he murmured, "To unravel the ancient contract is no simple task." With that, the figure slowly raised his hand and gently waved it toward the direction of the Elephant Lord. "The contract shall not be broken. The promise endures." These two statements seemed to possess an enchanting power, lingering in the air long after they were spoken. Meanwhile, in Zhao, as the figure uttered those words, the Elephant Lord appeared to respond to some unseen stimulus, his timeless form trembling as if stirred from the depths of eternity. Around him, the area inhabited by the Mafru was shaking violently, with the animals displaying evident terror as they scurried about, seemingly in fear of something unfathomable. "Xiangzhu, what is happening?" Yet, Lin Feng remained undistracted by the tumult surrounding him. At that moment, he felt an almost ethereal connection with Xiangzhu through the radiance of the Buddha. He could distinctly sense the emotions of the other party, who appeared to be provoked by some indescribable force, causing a profound disturbance. With a low growl filled with palpable fear, Xiangzhu did not emit a long howl this time. "What are you afraid of, Xiangzhu?" Lin Feng inquired, grounding himself in the moment. The response from Xiangzhu was silence, as if the object of his fear was terrifying beyond comprehension. "Curse it," Lin Feng growled lowly, reasoning that his karmic mark should not elicit such a strong reaction from Xiangzhu, indicating interference from an external force. However, without Xiangzhu's revelation, Lin Feng was left in the dark regarding who was responsible. What is happening? At that moment, the sound of a cat viper echoed from a distance, and behind him, a limping figure emerged. It was Marco, cat viper. Lin Feng acknowledged with a glance, remaining silent, while Duke Quanlan spoke first, pointing at Lin Feng. "This monk feels the call of Xiangzhu." The call of Xiangzhu? Marco's eyes widened in disbelief in his understanding. Only the previous masters of the kingdom of He could sense such a call. It was common knowledge that others could not. Perceiving Marco's confusion, Duke Quanlan recounted the events in detail. "I see," Marco replied, casting a glance at Lin Feng. Even if the latter's Buddhist radiance could communicate with Xiangzhu, it was still astonishing. "Master," Marco spoke, limping toward Lin Feng to pay his respects. "No need for such formality," Lin Feng said with a rare smile. Surprised to find Marco here in Zhou. With Xiangzhu unable to communicate, Lin Feng decided it would be best to fully heal Marco's injuries. With that thought, he summoned the radiant energy of the Buddha, releasing a small karmic technique upon Marco. The radiant light enveloped Marco, and his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, with bandages falling to the ground. The members of the Mafuru looked on in astonishment, mouths agape at the miraculous sight, a true miracle among miracles. Unlike the others, Marco was accustomed to such wonders and bowed deeply to Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. There's no need for thanks. Tell me what happened after you encountered Huang Yuan and the others. Also, where's Whitebeard now?" Chapter 116, Bad News. Whitebeard captured. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Marco's face contorted with resentment and anger. Old man. They have likely been captured by Huang Yuan and the others and taken back to the Navy headquarters. What? Lin Feng exclaimed in fury, gripping Marco's collar. What did you say? Whitebeard captured by Huang Yuan. Are you jesting? We know too well his strength. If he wished to leave, who could stop him? Huang Yuan and Fujitora alone? Impossible. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his outburst inciting strong discontent among Marco and others. Hey monk, let go of Marco, they warned, drawing their sharp claws, ready to take action. To them, although Lin Feng was acquainted with Marco, such treatment was unacceptable. Get lost, Lin Feng shouted, his temper flaring, showing no regard for their threats. Monk, who do you think you were speaking to? Coldness flashed in Marco's eyes as Lin Feng's attitude ignited his anger. Duke Quanlin's expression mirrored this chill. Hold on, cat and dog. Marco interjected, trying to de-escalate the situation. The master means no harm. He is merely agitated. They snorted, retreating their claws slightly at Marco's intervention. Now, tell me what transpired. Marco, realizing his own impulsiveness, Lin Feng found a rock to sit upon and turned to Marco for answers. Very well. Marco nodded and began narrating the encounters of the white team. Initially, they had sought out Ace but arrived to find Ace and Luffy engaged in battle with Kaido alongside a host of supernovas. Upon witnessing this, Whitebeard had decisively chosen to assist. In the beginning, the white team had the upper hand against Kaido and his crew, but as Big Mom joined the fray, the battle grew increasingly stalemated. Ultimately, with the arrival of Huang Yuan and Fujitora, the tide turned against the white team. They fought while retreating, causing the entire pirate crew to scatter. Marco and a portion of the members ended up stranded in Zou, while the whereabouts of the other captains remained unknown. As for Whitebeard, he was relentlessly pursued by Huang Yuan and Fujitora and vanished without a trace. Marco speculated that Whitebeard had likely been captured, but it was merely conjecture, yet a plausible one, particularly since he had been gravely injured when they parted ways. I see, Lin Feng pondered deeply. According to Marco, the likelihood of Whitebeard being captured by Huang Yuan and the others was indeed significant. In his prime, Whitebeard would be untouchable. However, if Marco's claims were true and Whitebeard was in a weakened state, the situation would be dire. Marco, besides you, who else is there? Lin Feng formulated a plan, intending to gather allies, and inquired of Marco. The captain's strength lies only with me. The rest are crew members, Marco replied honestly. Let's go. Take me to the other crew members. I will heal their injuries first, Lin Feng affirmed, nodding at Marco. Really? Thank you, Master. Marco's face lit up with excitement. He had been worried about his crew's injuries, but was uncertain how to approach Lin Feng, considering he had just healed him and might be fatigued. However, now that Lin Feng had offered assistance, it made all the difference. With that, Marco led Lin Feng toward the encampment of the Mafuru, where the other members of the white team were recovering. Lin Feng followed closely, casting one last glance at Xiangzhu, murmuring, "Do not worry. I shall eradicate the karmic ties within you." After a final, deep look at Xiangzhu, he turned and departed with Marco. Marco, does Whitebeard have transponder snail? As they walked, Lin Feng retrieved the transponder snail that Kenpachi had given him earlier, hoping to contact the remaining members of the white team once more. Though he had attempted to use it several times, he had been unable to reach anyone. As time passed, Lin Feng nearly forgot about this matter. By chance, he encountered Marco and inquired, wondering if the members of the Bai Tuan had specific means of contact. Upon hearing the mention of the telephone bug, Marco's expression grew solemn as he recognized the device in Lin Feng's hand. This telephone bug was intimately familiar to him, belonging to the renowned bladesman Bista. Hand it over. Master, Marco urged, extending his hand after a moment of contemplation. All right, Lin Feng nodded, passing the telephone bug to him. Marco took it carefully and began to manipulate it, dialing a number. Bairu. Before long, the telephone bug was answered, and a frail voice came through. Hello, who is it? It was indeed the voice of Bista. It's me, Marco exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Bista, where are you right now? How is father? Marco's demeanor was fraught with urgency, his eyes bloodshot with concern. In stark contrast, the voice on the other end sounded significantly weaker. Marco? I don't know Father's location. There were too many Marines. I was surrounded. By the time I realized, there were corpses of our people everywhere, and father was nowhere to be seen. Upon hearing this, both Marco and Lin Feng fell into a heavy silence. Bista's words struck them like a hammer to the heart. Corpses everywhere. Such a description left all present momentarily breathless. Bista, where are you now? After a brief pause, Marco regained his composure and asked hoarsely. I'm in Dressrosa. Bista replied. Good, I understand. Wait there. Master and I will arrive shortly. Marco said firmly. Master? Bista's face lit up with excitement. Is the master with you? Yes, Marco nodded. At that moment, Lin Feng interjected, Bista, I am here. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Bista could no longer hold back his emotions, his voice cracking with distress. Master, you must save father. Bista trembled as he spoke, having initially withheld his worries to spare Marco's feelings. But now, with Lin Feng's formidable presence, he could no longer suppress his turmoil. Rest assured I will, Lin Feng declared solemnly. For now, focus on recuperating. I will hasten my journey to you. All right, I shall await your arrival, master. With that, Bista ended the call. At this moment, Marco suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Master, father's safety relies entirely on you. He even knelt before Lin Feng. There's no need for such formality, Lin Feng said, gently lifting him up with one hand. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have done the same. Thank you, Marco replied, his eyes glistening with gratitude. Now, let us tend to the injured crew members before heading to Dressrosa. Lin Feng reassured him. Yes, master, please follow me. Marco nodded earnestly and led Lin Feng towards the Mink tribe's base, with Nico Mamushi and Inu Erishur following closely behind. Chapter 117. Unexpected Event. Red Hair captured. Soon, Lin Feng accompanied Marco to the Mink tribe's base. Contrary to his expectations, there were only a handful of Baituan members recuperating here, merely a few dozen in number. Master, I appreciate your assistance, Marco said respectfully to Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng acknowledged, observing the Baituan members. Despite their numerous injuries, he discerned that none bore life-threatening wounds. At once, he summoned a surge of divine light, employing Shaoying Guishu to its fullest extent, creating a visible barrier around them. Within this barrier, the injuries of the Baituan members began to heal at an astonishing rate. Not only that, even Nico Mamushi and Inu Erishur saw improvement in their arm injuries as new tissue sprouted, giving the illusion that they might regrow an entire limb. Before long, Lin Feng had healed all the Baituan members. Although their injuries were not fatal, the effort had taken a significant toll on him. Healing one person was manageable, but treating dozens at once proved to be taxing. Thank you, master. The healed Baituan members knelt before Lin Feng, one knee touching the ground, their faces filled with gratitude. There's no need for such reverence. It is my duty as a monk, Lin Feng said, waving his hand to lift them up. He then turned to Marco and said, let us take a moment to rest before we head to Dressrosa. Yes, master, Marco replied earnestly before approaching the others to inform them of Bista's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lin Feng began to contemplate the whereabouts of Whitebeard. During this time, he had been tirelessly researching news regarding him. Logically, if Whitebeard had indeed been captured by the Marines, it would soon be reported in the news. The absence of any updates from the Marines suggested that Whitebeard had likely not been apprehended yet. He might be recuperating on some unknown island or possibly cornered by the Marines. Both scenarios were plausible. Whitebeard, you must not come harm, Lin Feng thought, his gaze drifting to the distance, imbued with a unique emotion. In this world, the number of people Lin Feng trusted and considered friends was exceedingly few. Whitebeard was among them, and thus Lin Feng hoped he would remain safe. As he pondered, a seagull appeared above him, dropping a newspaper that landed nearby. Lin Feng observed the cover of the newspaper, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. With a swift motion, he grasped the paper, unfolding it to reveal the front page. Upon reading the headline, his eyes widened in shock. It clearly stated that the Yonko Shanks and the fearsome Kenjutsu Master Yamamoto had breached Marineford, engaging in a fierce battle against the Kainu, Carp, and others, lasting a full day and night, with heavy casualties on both sides. Accompanying the text were photographs of Yamamoto in combat, his bloodthirst evident as he fought fiercely, one hand hanging limply by his side. Nearby, the Minotaur also appeared, surrounded by a tempest of storm and lightning, a striking sight. Below the photographs, a line of text sent chills down Lin Feng's spine. Commander Sengoku intervened. The fearsome Kenjutsu Master Yamamoto has been gravely injured and is missing. The Yonko, red-haired Shanks, and Mihawk have been captured. In that moment, Lin Feng's heart trembled, not out of concern for Shanks and Mihawk's capture, but rather for the alarming news regarding Yamamoto. Lin Feng had initially believed that with Yamamoto, the Minotaur and the Shanks, they could turn Marineford upside down. Yet he had not anticipated that Commander Sengoku would intervene. Lin Feng understood that this individual had been leading the Navy against powerful foes since the previous era, serving as a guiding force for veterans like Carp and Sengoku. His strength unfathomable. Feeling a sense of oversight, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Just then, Marco had finished settling the remaining Baituan members and, noticing Lin Feng's grave demeanor, inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Without a word, Lin Feng handed him the newspaper. "What is this?" Marco asked curiously, taking the paper, only to see his expression freeze in shock. Red-haired and Mihawk have been captured, and Yamamoto is gravely injured and missing. Such news struck Marco's heart like a thunderbolt. "Master, did we not agree to wait for others before launching an attack on Malinfantu?" Marco looked at Lin Feng, his voice trembling. It was a mistake. Lin Feng offered no further explanation and replied in a low tone. Indeed, it was at Lin Feng's behest that Kenpachi and the others targeted Malinfantu. Initially, he believed it would deliver a significant blow to the Navy. However, he never anticipated that the enemy could incapacitate Hong Fa and Kenpachi in the absence of the two admirals. Hong Fa was captured and Kenpachi gravely injured. Undoubtedly, all of this fell upon Lin Feng's shoulders. Marco was at a loss for words, then inquired, "Master, what shall we do next?" Lin Feng remained silent for a moment, then solemnly stated, "Our course remains unchanged. We shall first proceed to Dressrosa." Marco pondered this. He had thought Lin Feng would first seek out Kenpachi and the others, as they were Lin Feng's trusted allies. As if sensing Marco's thoughts, Lin Feng slowly remarked, "There is no need to worry about Kenpachi. I am well aware of his strength. Even in his injured state, not just anyone can defeat him. To bring Kenpachi down, at least two admirals are required." Lin Feng's words were imbued with confidence, a testament to his acknowledgement of Kenpachi's prowess. "Very well, then let us inform the others and seek out Bista first." Upon hearing this, Marco felt reassured, nodding before making his way towards the white team members, with the likes of the Cat Viper following closely behind. Only Lin Feng remained, pondering to himself, "Hong Fa, can someone like you truly have been captured?" From the moment he laid eyes on the newspaper, he could not believe that Hong Fa had been taken. Even if he could not rival Lin Feng, he belonged to the upper echelons of power. Coupled with the assistance of Mihawk and Beckman, his combat capability was not inferior to that of Kenpachi and the Little Bull. If Kenpachi had evaded capture by the Navy, how could Hong Fa have fallen into their hands? The ambiguous relationship between Hong Fa and the elders further troubled Lin Feng. He hoped that you were merely captured, for then I would still have reason to rescue you, Lin Feng murmured, his gaze drifting toward the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, on an unknown island in the Grand Line, an unforgiving cold gripped the surroundings. A robust figure, battered and bruised, leaned against a rock, gasping for breath. The frigid air pierced his lungs, igniting a jolt through his entire being, akin to plunging into an ice cellar. Beside him, the Little Bull wore a concerned expression, emitting low growls. "Moo, damn it. Can you refrain from making noise? I am not dead yet. The figure was none other than Kenpachi, who at that moment was cursing at the little bull with a grimace. Moo! Surprisingly, the little bull exhibited no anger. Instead, his face remained etched with concern, tinged with guilt. Sighing, Kenpachi patted the little bull's shoulder and said, "Do not dwell on it. It is not your fault." Who could have foreseen that those bastards would pull such a stunt at a critical moment? As he spoke, images of the encounter at Malin Fantu flashed through Kenpachi's mind. Initially, he, along with the little bull and Hong Fa, had been executing Lin Feng's orders smoothly, eliminating Navy officers of admiral rank and above. However, unexpectedly, those three old men and that burly figure descended from the sky, shattering their front lines. Upon recognizing the old men, Hong Fa had abruptly turned his aggression toward the little bull, launching a surprise attack. In a bid to protect him, Kenpachi unleashed his full power. Yet even so, Kenpachi and the little bull could not withstand Hong Fa's betrayal and the onslaught of the Navy's elite forces. Reluctantly, Kenpachi chose to retreat, employing the moonwalk to escape with the little bull. The injuries he bore were a testament to the struggle during their withdrawal. As for the claims of Hong Fa's capture reported in the papers, they were nothing but fabrications. Moo! The little bull, filled with guilt, understood that had it not been for him, Kenpachi would not have emerged with such grievous wounds. Damn it, can you stop mooing? Go find me some food. Chapter 118. Arrival at Dressrosa. Upon hearing this, the little bull plunged into the endless expanse of white in search of sustenance. Sigh, what a troublesome calf. Watching the little bull's retreating figure, Kenpachi sighed, then shifted his focus to himself. The injuries he sustained could only be described in 4 words: utterly tragic. Scalding burns, multiple gashes from sharp blades, and a wound that nearly pierced through to his internal organs. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have surely perished by now, buried 6 feet under. It was only due to the immense spiritual power within him that he was able to suppress such terrifying injuries. Suddenly, the exertion triggered a cough of blood from Kenpachi, and his gaze drifted into the distance, filled with concern. Like Lin Feng, he had no one else in this world to rely upon. Previously, Lin Feng was the only person Kenpachi could trust, and now, the somewhat dim-witted little bull barely qualified as a companion. "Master, I will be waiting for you," Kenpachi murmured, slowly closing his eyes, preparing to harness his spiritual energy to mend his wounds. Given that Kenpachi's spiritual energy lacked significant healing properties, this repair could take an indeterminate amount of time. On the other side, Lin Feng and Marco had already embarked on their journey to Dressrosa. Before their departure, Lin Feng had made a point to communicate with the elephant god. The latter still harbored residual causality within. Although Lin Feng wished to assist, he found himself powerless, as the causal energy within the elephant god repelled him vehemently. "Rest assured, one day we shall eradicate the causality within you." Lin Feng left this promise as a commitment to the elephant god. Subsequently, he departed Zhou with Marco and the others, heading towards Dressrosa. Contrary to the unfolding narrative, Dressrosa had not yet fully severed its ties with Don Quixote Doflamingo's control. Luffy and Law had merely made a brief stop there before proceeding with Ace to confront Kaido and Wano. At the time, Law was reluctant to go, but Luffy assured him that after helping Ace defeat Kaido, he would certainly assist Law in defeating Doflamingo. With Luffy's promise, Law finally acquiesced. Little did they know, this journey would nearly cost them their lives. But that was a tale for another time. Presently, Lin Feng was approaching Dressrosa, soon to set foot in this kingdom ruled by the 7 warlords. "Marco, communicate with Bista to ascertain our precise location," Lin Feng instructed. Marco promptly complied. "Retrieving Odenden Mushitu Kontoste Bista." Unexpectedly, after several attempts, he was unable to reach him, which caused Marco's expression to darken. "What is the matter, Marco?" Lin Feng noticed the change in his demeanor and inquired. "It is nothing, Master, just that I cannot get in touch with Bista. There may be some communication issues." Marco replied, shaking his head. "Is that truly all?" Lin Feng was not convinced that it was merely a communication problem, especially since they had been able to reach him earlier. The sudden inability to connect seemed illogical. Based on Lin Feng's deductions, it was highly probable that something unfortunate had befallen Bista. Enough with the attempts, Marco. We shall disembark immediately. Lin Feng addressed Marco, who had yet to relinquish contact, as he summoned his Kasaya and leaped upon it, swiftly gliding toward Dressrosa. Observing this, Marco called out to his crew aboard the ship, hastening to match Lin Feng's pace. In an instant, the vessel raced across the ocean with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already arrived at Dressrosa, landing directly at the kingdom's pinnacle. Upon descending, he surveyed his surroundings and concluded that discovering a means to contact Bista would be quite simple, by reaching out to the royal family of this nation. In Lin Feng's recollection, King Riku and Rebecca would likely be amenable to conversation. However, unbeknownst to him, this kingdom had yet to break free from the tyranny of the Don Quixote family. Who goes there? Just as Lin Feng was surveying the area, the elite patrol of the Don Quixote family spotted him, aiming their weapons at Lin Feng and growling menacingly. Hearing the commotion, Lin Feng turned to face them, noticing the jester emblem emblazoned upon their garments, causing him to furrow his brow. Could it be that the jester had not been vanquished by Luffy and his allies? A question mark loomed in Lin Feng's mind. At that moment, the elite members of the Don Quixote family, seeing that Lin Feng remained silent, brazenly opened fire. Anyone who dares to trespass here, regardless of who you are, shall face the penalty of death. As the words left their lips, the dark muzzles erupted with bright flames, and several bullets were unleashed toward Lin Feng. Unperturbed, Lin Feng slowly raised his hand and gently pointed at the incoming bullets. In the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The space seemed to freeze, and the bullets inexplicably halted before Lin Feng, unable to advance even a fraction. What? The assailants were struck with terror, their faces contorted in fear. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for them. Trembling, they inquired, "Who are you?" "Me?" Lin Feng replied with a hint of amusement, then continued nonchalantly, "You are not worthy of knowing my name. Summon Doflamingo to meet me." Upon hearing Lin Feng address their boss by name, the fear within their hearts intensified. In their perception, Lin Feng was either an ally of Doflamingo or a formidable enemy. With this thought, their demeanor shifted to one of courtesy, and they spoke to Lin Feng, "Please wait, I will summon our boss immediately." They then turned to head toward the building behind them. However, at that moment, a figure appeared before them, accompanied by a haughty tone. "Rix, who scared you like that?" Upon hearing the voice, Rix halted in his tracks and looked up, his eyes widening in shock. "Master Marco?" Indeed, the sudden apparition was none other than Marco, one of Doflamingo's trusted subordinates, who had initially discovered Lin Feng. Rix, pointing towards Lin Feng in the courtyard, trembled as he addressed Marco. "Master Marco, do you know this person?" "Who?" Marco replied dismissively, glancing towards the courtyard, only to be struck with overwhelming dread. "You." He pointed at Lin Feng, his eyelids twitching as a chill surged from his toes to his heart. Panic engulfed him as he realized, what is he doing here? He must be seeking revenge. After all, I had offended him back then. The bravado he once possessed evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. At this moment, Lin Feng sensed something amiss and cast a glance in Marco's direction. Just a fleeting look nearly caused Marco to faint. "It's over. He has noticed me. What should I do? I am doomed." Marco's mind raced, leaving him paralyzed with uncertainty. "Master Marco, what is wrong?" Rix, unaware of Marco's state, inquired hastily. Yet, Marco had no time to respond. Gritting his teeth, he dashed towards Doflamingo's location, thinking, as long as I notified Doflamingo first, I should be able to save my life. But just as he took a step, Lin Feng's voice resonated behind him, laced with curiosity. "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Upon hearing this, Marco felt as though he had been struck by a paralysis spell, standing frozen as cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. "You must be mistaken. I've never left this place. How could you have seen me?" Faced with Lin Feng's inquiry, Marco managed to utter a clumsy lie. Little did he know, Lin Feng possessed keen insight, capable of piercing through his deception with ease. Is that so? A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he realized he had unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance here. "Why, yes, I have no reason to lie," Marco stammered, his teeth chattering in fear before Lin Feng. "Ha!" Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Then a coldness crept across his visage as he scoffed. "You dare to lie in my presence?" You truly underestimate me. Great Buddha Dragon. At the mention of the familiar phrase, Marco's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Lin Feng paused momentarily, having intended merely to startle him. He hadn't anticipated Marco would lose consciousness, reflecting a rather concerning lack of composure. Sighing softly, Lin Feng prepared to stride toward the interior of the tall building. Just then, a voice pierced the air beneath his feet, gratingly sharp. You dare to harm our family and still wish to leave. What gives you the audacity? Audacity? Lin Feng laughed heartily, for in this world, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. He then raised his foot and forcefully stomped down. Boom! 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 The ground around him instantly shattered, and the structure above him crumbled. The sheer force of Lin Feng's foot was nothing short of terrifying. How dare you treat this place with such disrespect? The earlier voice rang out again. Though the tone remained impolite, anyone could discern the fear lurking beneath. Lin Feng's display had clearly unsettled him. Disrespect? Lin Feng chuckled once more, gripping his staff firmly, and without a glance, he swung it into the fissure below. Swish! The staff shot downward like a beam of light. And soon thereafter, terrified voices echoed from within. What is this? The assailant's face was filled with astonishment as he exerted all his strength to harness his abilities. Yet he found himself unable to halt the staff's velocity. Instead, the aura emanating from the staff chilled him to the bone. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from beneath, sending debris flying and shaking the very ground of Dressrosa. The commotion sent shockwaves through the entire kingdom. What is happening? Is something amiss in the palace? Could it be an enemy attack? That cannot be. Our king bears the title of warlord. Indeed, who would dare to provoke our king? Amidst the murmurs, a commanding voice rang out. Everyone remained calm. This is merely the king testing a new weapon. In a short while, everything will return to normal. Upon hearing this, the crowd's anxiety subsided, and they collectively exhaled in relief. So that's the case. I thought as much. Who would be foolish enough to stir trouble here? Indeed, our king is Doflamingo. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the royal palace, a profound silence enveloped them, each person resuming their own tasks, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the individual who had initially calmed the masses found himself in a precarious situation, for he was acutely aware that this was not merely an experiment with so-called weapons. The palace was indeed under attack. His statements had been dictated by the higher-ups, primarily aimed at soothing the public's fears. Meanwhile, within the palace, Lin Feng stood in the courtyard, peering into the abyss below. A brilliant light flashed from the depths, which he grasped tightly in his hand, the Zen staff. The staff was stained with a considerable amount of blood, lending it a rather unsettling appearance. Pika's abilities are truly lacking, Lin Feng mused, shaking his head slightly. He had long since deduced the identity of his opponent, although he was puzzled as to why Minggu had not been defeated by Luffy and his companions. Driven by curiosity, he had intended to gauge Pika's combat prowess, yet he was taken aback by the ease with which his opponent had been incapacitated. A single strike from his Zen staff had rendered Pika incapable of fighting back, which he found somewhat disappointing. Surely, the original narrative did not depict such weakness. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from above Lin Feng. You, the demon monk Fahai, what wind has blown you to my domain to harm my subordinate? A figure descended from the sky, adorned with sunglasses and a distinctive outfit, unmistakably revealing his identity. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Ming Yi Ayid Lin Feng Verity. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Clown, Lin Feng remarked, his tone casual. He was not surprised by Ming Ji's appearance, as it would have been rather unexpected for the main character to remain absent when Lin Feng had arrived at his doorstep. Iarbo no intentions. I merely wish to inquire about a matter, Lin Feng stated softly, yet the blood on his staff suggested otherwise. Oh, just a question? Ming Yi's Ayid tweet shit. You incapacitate my top combatant for a mere inquiry? That seems a hefty price to pay. Though frustration simmered within him, Minggu refrained from displaying it, knowing that Lin Feng's combat capabilities far surpassed his own. Engaging him in combat would spell the end of the underground empire he had painstakingly built. Speak. What can I assist you with? Minggu fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, slowly articulating his response. Lin Feng, discerning the anger beneath Ming Ji's calm exterior, remained unfazed and replied, "This is your territory. Assist me in locating someone." "Who?" "Captain Whitebeard, Bista." "Bista?" Ming Yi is pupils contracted. With his celestial dragon background, he was acutely aware of the Navy's significant movements. The two admirals were currently scouring the world for Whitebeard and his crew. However, he was taken aback that members of the Whitebeard pirates had ventured into his domain without his knowledge. Truly impressive, he thought to himself, acknowledging Bista's remarkable ability to remain hidden. "I will assist you, Fahai, but I have one condition," Minggu stated. "A condition?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the rare audacity to propose conditions to him. "Go on," he encouraged, eager to hear what Minggu would suggest. "En alliance." Ming Ji's words were startling, leaving Lin Feng momentarily speechless. "En alliance? With me?" Lin Feng questioned, perplexed. Would forming an alliance with him not invite scrutiny from the Navy? Was Minggu truly so naive? "Let me clarify," Lin Feng reiterated. "You wish to ally with me, correct, clown?" "You are not mistaken," Minggu replied earnestly, sensing that Lin Feng's power had reached an extraordinary level. However, Minggu was also gambling, basing his wager on fragmented information from the celestial dragons regarding Lin Feng's strength. Should he win this gamble, an alliance with Lin Feng could propel him toward his ambition of unifying the underground world. "Why? What compels you to propose an alliance with me?" Lin Feng inquired, intrigued. Thus far, no one had approached him with such intentions. Minggu, sensing the opportunity, elaborated. "It is simple. Fahai's strength is unrivaled across the seas. You fought valiantly against numerous admirals and the fleet admiral during the Marineford War. Furthermore, you breached the Holy Land alongside the infamous Zoro, causing the loss of 2 elders. Who would not desire to ally with someone of your caliber? In a world where weakness is a sin, aligning with you is beneficial in every conceivable way." He continued, "Moreover, only you can assist me in achieving my goals." "Goals?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Indeed, the goal of unifying the underground world," Minggu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor beneath his sunglasses. With Lin Feng's support, the dream of ruling the underground realm would soon be within reach. To Minggu, figures like Kaido and the other emperors would pose no threat. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice pierced through Ming Ji's reverie like a splash of cold water. "What benefit would an alliance with you provide me?" Lin Feng regarded Minggu with a knowing gaze. Having discerned that Minggu had gleaned information about his strength from the celestial dragons and sought to leverage it for his own ends. Yet, Lin Feng pondered what he would gain from such an arrangement. He was not inclined to become merely a shield for Minggu. Before Minggu could respond, Lin Feng interjected, "Do not suggest that helping me find Bista is your sole offer. Even without your assistance, I would locate him. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary complications." In response, Minggu found himself at a loss for words, momentarily speechless. Indeed, while he would gain immense strength from Lin Feng, he was uncertain of what he could offer in return. In Ming Ji's worldview, favors were the least valuable currency, far less substantial than a single belly. Considering this, Minggu fixed his gaze on Lin Feng and, with deliberate enunciation, proposed, "I can aid you in infiltrating the Holy Land. If you intend to confront the celestial dragons, I would be a significant asset." "What?" Lin Feng was taken aback, astonished that Minggu would dare to invoke the specter of the celestial dragons, a childhood trauma, as a bargaining chip. Before Lin Feng could fully process this revelation, Minggu continued, "Fahai, to my knowledge, you are already at odds with the elders. A confrontation with the denizens of the Holy Land is inevitable. Moreover, your subordinate recently clashed with the Navy at Marineford and suffered a crushing defeat. Do you believe it was solely due to the capture of the red-haired pirates?" Ming Ji's expression bore a mocking intensity, his eyes gleaming with madness as if recounting a tale long suppressed by the world. "What did you say?" Upon hearing the sound, Lin Feng instantly appeared before Minggu, his golden glowing hand firmly grasping the latter's throat. "Cough, cough." Minggu struggled to breathe due to the force exerted by Lin Feng's arm, coughing violently. However, he paid it no mind, instead gaining a clearer understanding of Lin Feng's combat prowess. Few in the world could bind him in such a short span of time. Gulf, Fahai. Do not get too agitated. Everything I say is verifiable. Minggu coughed again, forcing out a statement. His voice was soft, yet it resonated in Lin Feng's ears like a thunderclap. Lin Feng never anticipated that the red-haired would betray him. Although there might have been some connection to the five elders, it was merely that, a connection. Lin Feng had dismissed it, especially after overhearing the conversation between the red-haired and Hawkeye outside. He was even more convinced that the red-haired would not turn traitor, which was why he allowed Kenpachi to accompany him to the Marine headquarters. To his astonishment, this individual chose to betray him at such a critical moment. The anger ignited in Lin Feng's heart was palpable. Speak of all that you know, Minggu, Lin Feng said coldly, demanding to understand the full reason behind the red-haired's betrayal. Cough, cough. Fahai, please release me. Such dialogue is rather inappropriate. Minggu coughed twice, a smile gracing his face. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng exerted his grip, and in an instant, Ming Ji's head exploded. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no gruesome display of flesh and blood. Instead, it transformed into countless threads, scattering in the air. Subsequently, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a certain spot within the palace, a chill evident in his eyes. Minggu, if you do not emerge, your true form shall follow. No sooner had he spoken than a figure stepped out from within the palace, accompanied by Ming Ji's distinctive laughter. Fu 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 fu, as expected, Fahai. You can see through my doppelganger. Ming Ji's true form emerged from the palace, looking at Lin Feng with a strange expression, his eyes reflecting horror. After this probing, Minggu was even more certain of his intention to ally with Lin Feng. Decisive, ruthless, and deeply loyal, such a person was undoubtedly an excellent candidate for an alliance. Spare me the pleasantries. If you do not speak, your true self shall perish, Lin Feng said coldly, as he had no time to waste on idle chatter. He was anxious to uncover why the red-haired had turned against him. Fu 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 fu. To evoke such a profound emotional response from the formidable Fahai. It appears the red-haired's betrayal weighs heavily on your mind, Minggu remarked with a peculiar laugh, but his voice was abruptly cut off. At that moment, Lin Feng had already appeared before him, his staff, glowing with a divine light, pressed against Ming Ji's throat, emanating a palpable aura of death. Minggu understood that any further superfluous words would surely lead to his demise. I implore you, do not be too agitated, Fahai, Minggu said nervously, then hastily redirected the conversation back to the red-haired. In the battle at Marin-Fander, 3 of the 5 elders appeared. They engaged in a fierce battle against the red-haired and your subordinate, the ruthless Kenpachi. However, for reasons unknown, during the skirmish, the red-haired redirected his attack towards Kenpachi. At that moment, Kenpachi was already engaged with a Kainu and Carp, caught off guard and grievously wounded. The subsequent reports indicated that Kenpachi had gone missing, presumably fleeing from Marin-Fander. After speaking, Minggu noticed Lin Feng deep in thought and cautiously moved the staff away from his throat. Seeing Lin Feng remain still, he instantly felt relieved. At this moment, the other subordinates gathered around Minggu, with Baby 5 stepping forward to offer comfort. Young master, are you all right? Minggu tilted his head to regard her, a frown crossing his face. Joking aside, who would be fine when threatened by something that could take their life at any moment? Yet, out of consideration for his companion, Minggu chose to respond. I am fine. You all may leave now and fetch Pika. I need to speak privately with Fahai for a while. Young master, Fahai is far too dangerous. How can you be left alone with him? Baby 5 exclaimed, but her words were cut off by Minggu. Enough. Upon hearing this, Baby 5's face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes as she choked out, Woo-woo, I'm not needed anymore. Young master does not want me. Sigh. Seeing this, Minggu was at a loss for words, merely signaling to Tori Bull, who understood and promptly pulled Baby 5 away. He then instructed Senor to retrieve Pika before leading the subordinates out of the courtyard. Once they departed, the atmosphere in the courtyard fell into silence. Lin Feng stood motionless, seemingly in contemplation in Ming Ji's eyes. Yet in truth, after hearing Ming Ji's words, he immediately focused his mind and entered the world of the Golden Bowl. He sought to inquire with Godin and Chigo 1, aiming to extract everything they knew about the red-haired. Initially, Lin Feng believed the red-haired posed no real threat. However, it was now evident that a certain agreement had been forged with the five elders. Otherwise, betrayal during the assault on Marin Fander would be inconceivable. Lin Feng was confident that he could instill as much fear in the red-haired as the five elders. Yet, the fact that he chose to betray at that moment indicated some deeper intrigue at play. Chapter 121. Secrets, the true identity of the red-haired. The connection between the red-haired and us. In response to Lin Feng's inquiry, the expression on Godin's face was nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Godin, his countenance turning slightly frosty. What ties does he have with you that would compel him to betray me at the risk of incurring my wrath? This, Godin cautiously glanced at Lin Feng, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. Lin Feng did not rush to force Godin to divulge everything about the red-haired. Instead, he spoke thoughtfully. The reason behind the God Valley incident's initiation was likely not as simple as Rock's kidnapping the Celestial Dragon. Compared to the kidnapping, the defilement of the Celestial Dragon would surely be of greater severity. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Godin and his companion's pupils dilated, their fists clenching, betraying their inner tension. However, they managed to conceal their anxiety well, showing no outward signs. Yet, under Lin Feng's keen perception, all was in vain. Sensing the intense, emotional fluctuations from the two, Lin Feng cast a glance at them and continued. The female celestial dragon assaulted by rocks later gave birth to a child. This child was raised as a secret weapon by the world government and subsequently sent aboard Roger's ship for training. At this point, Lin Feng observed that Godin and his companion were drenched in sweat, their eyes betraying their fear. Lin Feng slowly leaned down, fixing his gaze on them. I trust you understand what comes next. Fahai. Godin lifted his head to meet Lin Feng's gaze, the weight of Lin Feng's words shattering his final silence. He sighed deeply, expressing a sense of resignation. Since you are already aware, why then do you inquire of us? Is it merely to slap our faces? It is not. Lin Feng shook his head slowly, the shadows on his face dissipating entirely. In truth, these were merely Lin Feng's conjectures. He knew that Godin would not easily disclose the truth about the red-haired. Although he was unaware of who was orchestrating this grand play, it was certain that the red-haired played a crucial role within it. Hence, Lin Feng laid out all he had gleaned from Whitebeard, along with some of his own speculations. If these words did not evoke any emotional turbulence in Godin and his companions, one could thus conclude that the true identity of Hong Fa, or the tasks he undertakes for someone, remain unknown to them. Consequently, the ensuing dialogue need not squander time. Ultimately, this is a gamble for Lin Feng, wagering on Godin's awareness of Hong Fa's identity. Even if they refrain from speaking, their emotional fluctuations cannot deceive anyone. Godin, you are an astute individual, far superior to that brute over there who resolves matters solely through brute force, Lin Feng remarked, gesturing towards Chigo 1 in the distance. Individuals of your caliber ought to cherish the preciousness of life. What do you truly wish to ask? Godin, unsettled by Lin Feng's words, realized that if the other could discern Hong Fa's identity, he would undoubtedly also grasp the nature of their connection with him. Yet, Lin Feng hesitated to voice this, which was a torment for Godin. It matters not. Now that Hong Fa's identity is established, his actions become comprehensible, Lin Feng stated with a smile, though any observer could perceive the underlying ominous intent behind it. It was a murderous intent so restrained that once unleashed, it would incite boundless fury. Stay here calmly. I shall pay you visits from time to time, Lin Feng casually informed Godin and his companion before withdrawing from the Jinbo world. Upon his return to the external realm, Lin Feng, having just re-entered his own body, discovered Minggu surrounded by Marco and others. Mao Mao Shi and Quan Lan confined Minggu from either side, while the cadres of Ming Ji's family had all appeared, the atmosphere thick with tension, poised for imminent conflict. Marco, I merely seek to collaborate with Mr. Fahai. I harbor no ill intentions. Furthermore, I genuinely do not know the whereabouts of Bista. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Fahai, Minggu fixed his gaze on Marco, his voice cold, suppressing his ire. He had been patiently awaiting Lin Feng's response in the courtyard, only to be caught off guard as Marco, leading dozens, stormed in from the palace, demanding Bista's surrender. Until today, Minggu had just received news of Bista from Lin Feng. It was absurd to expect him to hand anyone over. Inquire with the master? Marco scoffed in anger. Mentioning Lin Feng only intensified his rage. Upon his arrival, Marco immediately spotted Lin Feng, standing in the courtyard. He hastened to greet him, but Lin Feng, having immersed himself in the Jinbo world, paid him no heed, leaving Marco flustered, assuming that Minggu had somehow manipulated Lin Feng. Tian Yi Xihia. You want to ask the master? Marco glared fiercely at Minggu, his eyes aflame with fury, and transformed into his immortal bird form. Instantly, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Whether among the cadres or the Mao Mao Shi and Baituan members, expressions tightened, swords drawn. Everyone knew that their combat powers were nearly equal. Should a confrontation arise, the worst outcome would likely be mutual destruction. Yet, while Marco and his group sought to locate Whitebeard, Minggu aimed for an alliance with Lin Feng. A conflict would benefit neither party. Just then, Lin Feng's voice resonated from behind Marco. There is no need for tension. Everyone may lower their weapons. Master. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Marco was overwhelmed with excitement, the blue flames enveloping him extinguishing instantly, returning to normalcy. Meanwhile, Ming Ji's faction exhaled in relief. Lin Feng cast a glance at Marco, smiled, and then turned his gaze towards Minggu in the distance. Feeling Lin Feng's scrutiny, Minggu grinned widely, a glimmer of anticipation in his tone. Fahai, have you considered my proposal? Lin Feng nodded and continued. I am amenable to collaborating with you. Upon hearing this, Marco, standing beside Lin Feng, furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of Don Quixote Doflamingo's character, ambitious and reckless. There seemed to be nothing in the world that he would shy away from. Partnering with such an individual left Marco perplexed regarding Lin Feng's intentions. Although he harbored concerns for Lin Feng, he refrained from voicing them. Make your choice, Fahai. In stark contrast to Marco's expression, a look of unbridled joy spread across Ming Ji's face. Yet before he could revel in it for long, Lin Feng interrupted him. Do not be too hasty in your elation. My words are not yet concluded. Lin Feng spoke slowly. I have a condition. A condition? Speak. Chapter 122. The collaboration established. Minggu eagerly anticipated collaborating with Lin Feng, mentally resolving to acquiesce to any conditions he might propose, provided they were not excessively burdensome. However, Lin Feng's subsequent request rendered Minggu momentarily speechless. Assist me in investigating the 5 elders and their behind-the-scenes associates. Additionally, aid me in locating Whitebeard and Kenpachi. As he spoke, Lin Feng fixed his steady and earnest gaze upon Minggu, stating, if you agree to these terms, I shall collaborate with you. This revelation left Minggu pondering, as Lin Feng's conditions were indeed quite challenging. It is essential to note that he was a king of a nation, and with the celestial dragon's influence, the government turned a blind eye to his affairs. However, should he encroach upon the domain of the 5 elders, he would undoubtedly face their wrath. Furthermore, if the matter were to be exposed, the dark forces he had carefully cultivated would be uprooted by the government's machinations. This realization instilled considerable apprehension within Minggu. Contemplating this, he gazed at Lin Feng, his voice unusually grave. Fahai, can you guarantee that my forces will not be eradicated by the government? Lin Feng remained silent. He had yet to derive any tangible benefits from Minggu and could not address the question. Moreover, this collaboration was initiated by Minggu. Lin Feng merely proposed conditions, and whether a partnership would materialize was of little concern to him. He viewed Minggu merely as a potential trump card. Should this card prove effective, he would, of course, offer protection. However, it was premature to make any promises at this stage. Observing Lin Feng's silence, Minggu recognized that he had yet to offer any substantial benefits for collaboration. Presently, the partnership was solely based on Ming Ji's unilateral demands. Minggu, contemplate this carefully. Once you reach a decision, shatter the bead, I shall be aware. Noticing Ming Ji's conflicted expression, Lin Feng removed a prayer bead from around his neck, dissipating its spiritual energy and tossing it towards Ming Ge. Having done so, Lin Feng proceeded with Marco and others into the city to seek Bista's whereabouts. As for why he did not enlist Ming Ji's assistance, Lin Feng believed that their collaboration had yet to be established. Requesting his help would have been somewhat premature. Ming Ge accepted the prayer bead, his eyes widening in astonishment. He was acutely aware of the residual power contained within it. Had it truly grown to such formidable levels? Fahai. Ming Ge gazed at Lin Feng's departing figure. His heart stirred. The impulse to collaborate with Lin Feng surged within him once again. However, he was still suppressed by Ming Ge, for he understood that once he boarded Lin Feng's ship, it would mean declaring enmity with the world. Although Ming Ge was fearless in nature, he was not prepared for a confrontation with the entire world. At that moment, Treble, who was nearby, spoke up, stating that Fahai was exceedingly dangerous. Should they choose to collaborate, he felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from the other party. Working with such an individual required even more caution than allying with Kaido. Treble did not articulate the rest of his thoughts, yet everyone present grasped the implication. A slight misstep could lead them to an irreversible fate. The assembled officers fell into silence, their gazes collectively fixed upon Ming Ge. Despite the immense risks associated with collaborating with Lin Feng, the officers had resolutely decided to follow Ming Ji's judgment. With a mere word from Ming Ge, they would charge into the depths of peril without hesitation. This exemplified the cohesion of a team. Ming Ge, aware of the officers' sentiments, sighed deeply and posed the question. If I decide to collaborate with Fahai, what will you do? We will follow your lead. The officers replied in unison, their tone infused with profound respect. Good. Ming Ge nodded, his gaze drifting towards the distant direction of Mariewa. Celestial dragons, you may be astonished. The anomaly you once scorned may very well be the one to topple you from your pedestal. I am eager to witness your expressions at that moment. A peculiar glint flickered Ming Ji's eyes as he slowly proceeded towards Lin Feng, with the officers trailing closely behind. At this juncture, Ming Ge had reached a decision. Master, I actually do not favor our collaboration with the clown, Marco said gravely to Lin Feng. As a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, he was acutely aware of the danger posed by the individual in question. Oh, Lin Feng mused lightly. Please elaborate on why we should not collaborate with the clown. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Marco stated the full name with weight, further elucidating, you may find the surname Don Quixote unfamiliar, but it belongs to one of the 20 royal families that originally founded the world government. Da Flamingo is the one cast aside by this royal lineage. In essence, he is a celestial dragon. As Marco spoke, his tone grew increasingly serious. Master, if we collaborate with Ming Ge, it is difficult to conceive that he would not disclose our whereabouts to the world government, given his intricate connections with them. Upon hearing this, the crowd was collectively taken aback. While Ming Ji's identity was not entirely a secret, it was known only to a select few of the most dominant figures at sea. Common members of the Whitebeard Pirates and others were unaware. Marco, are you speaking the truth? Exclaimed the snake-eyed man in astonishment. Indeed, Marco confirmed with a nod, then turned to Lin Feng, saying, Master, Ming Ji's identity is far too sensitive. We must carefully contemplate the prospect of collaborating with him. Lin Feng smiled gently at Marco's caution. I am well aware of these matters. You need not worry about collaborating with Ming Ge. I can assure you that once we ally, he will not betray us. While I cannot divulge everything, I can tell you that Ming Ji's animosity towards the celestial dragons has transcended all bounds. Animosity? Marco queried, perplexed as to why Ming Ge, being a celestial dragon himself, would harbor such intense hatred for that group. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, about to elaborate when suddenly he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and turned to look behind him, only to find Ming Ge had appeared there unexpectedly. Have you made up your mind? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Yes, Ming Ge replied with a firm nod, inhaling deeply before stating in a tone devoid of emotion. Fahai, I accept your terms, but in exchange, you must guarantee our protection should our situation become compromised, shielding us from the wrath of the Mariewa inhabitants. Is that all? Lin Feng said nonchalantly. Yes, Minggu affirmed, his voice resolute. He valued family over ambition. Very well. We have a deal. Chapter 123. Shocked by the news of Whitebeard. All right. Minggu gritted his teeth, fully aware that a monumental conflict between Lin Feng and the world government was inevitable and not far off. The reason Minggu agreed to Lin Feng's conditions was that he was gambling, wagering on who would emerge victorious between Lin Feng and the world government. Should Lin Feng prevail, the world's landscape would undergo significant transformation, and Minggu would become a leading figure of this new era. I will hasten to gather information regarding Whitebeard. You will be notified immediately upon any developments. Also spoke Ming Ye Tu Sid finally crafted and then Mushi, bearing his unique insignia. This device will prevent naval interception. We shall use it for communication henceforth. Having said that, Minggu turned to leave. Watching him depart, Lin Feng understood that Minggu had genuinely resolved to collaborate with him. The quest for Whitebeard and Kenpachi was not a task that just anyone could accomplish. With the Navy pursuing Whitebeard, his fate remained uncertain. The conflict between pirates and the Navy had escalated to a critical point. At this juncture, those who dared to involve themselves in such matters were few indeed. Furthermore, Lin Feng had presented Minggu with an almost impossible condition: to investigate the individuals behind the Gorosei. Should there be even the slightest error, Minggu and his forces would face a ferocious backlash from the world government. Even their identity as celestial dragons would not withstand the wrath of the world government. Master, can you be trusted? Marco pondered, harboring his own calculations. He believed that Minggu's agreement to collaborate with Lin Feng at this point surely stemmed from some significant demand. After all, who would wager their life on the morrow? Yet Marco was unaware of what that demand might be. He can be trusted, Lin Feng replied, gazing at Ming Ge's retreating figure, nodding slowly. He understood Ming Ge's ambitions and desires. He sought to become a pivotal force in this transformative era. Let's proceed. We have lingered here long enough. Bista should be seeking us out shortly. Lin Feng remarked to Marco as he began to walk toward the palace exit. Marco and the others promptly followed suit. Indeed, as Lin Feng had predicted, Bista had long awaited them at the palace entrance. However, he appeared to be in a rather poor state. His arms were wrapped in bandages, and two renowned swords hung forlornly at his waist, devoid of their sheaths, presenting a rather dismal sight. Bista. Marco was the first to notice him, calling out as he rushed to Bista's side. After assessing Bista's injuries, his expression darkened. He realized that Bista had sustained several new wounds since their last parting. The Navy will pay dearly for this, Marco declared coldly, clenching his fists in a fit of rage. Marco, Bista said, feeling a pang of guilt as he saw his comrade's concern for him. In the face of the Navy's encirclement, merely managing to escape was a stroke of fortune. At this moment, Lin Feng approached Bista, casting a glance at his injuries. He then spoke slowly, suggesting they find a more secluded location, as the current setting was rife with onlookers. Soon, Lin Feng led the group to the northern coast of the island. Subsequently, a radiant aura of Buddha manifested in his hand and was directed towards the still unsteady Bista. Instantly, Bista experienced an unprecedented sensation. His body began to heal remarkably, mending both old and new wounds with astonishing vigor. Master, this is... Bista exclaimed, astonished as the bandages on his arms fell away, revealing his hands restored to their former state. Just a minor causality technique, Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile, explaining that Bista's injuries were not too severe, facilitating such a swift recovery. Thank you, Master. Bista expressed his gratitude with a slight bow, sincerity shining in his eyes. There's no need for such formality, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly before inquiring, when did you part ways with Whitebeard? I don't know, Bista shook his head, a look of guilt crossing his face. At that time, we were all scattered. The Navy's strength was overwhelming, and they wielded a new type of weapon. It was black and round, resembling a grenade, yet it was not. Its explosive power rivaled that of a full-force attack from an admiral. As he spoke, a flicker of terror crossed Bista's eyes. The mere thought of such a weapon sent shivers down his spine. A black, round weapon with the might of an admiral's full strike? Lin Feng pondered, finding it utterly unfathomable that the Navy possessed such armaments. Could it be that Vegapunk has developed nuclear warheads? He quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that had nuclear warheads been created, the world order would have shifted dramatically, leaving the Navy as the uncontested dominator, rendering the four emperors irrelevant. Yet, even if they were not nuclear weapons, such devices still posed a significant threat. One might be manageable, but if 50 or 60 were launched simultaneously, it would equate to the combined might of several admirals. The ensuing destruction would be so formidable that even a true master would have to tread carefully. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng asked, "Does this weapon have any drawbacks?" Vista fell into thought, embarrassment dawning on his face. At that time, we were all caught off guard and didn't pay attention. Lin Feng murmured softly, then turned to Marco, seeking insight into this weapon's limitations. Marco shook his head, his expression one of discomfort. I was among the first to be scattered. I can't describe that weapon either. Just then, a glimmer of recollection sparked in Vista's eyes. Master, I just remembered. That weapon has a brief delay before activation and is not a directional weapon. Only those with significant strength can wield it. Oh, Lin Feng's interest peaked. This information was exceedingly valuable. A brief delay and non-directional. That simplifies matters. He felt a surge of relief at the thought that the weapon was not targeted. Had it been so, Whitebeard would likely have perished long ago, and there would have been no need for a rescue. A mere monument would suffice. Suddenly, an unusual sound interrupted his thoughts. Lin Feng glanced into his pocket, retrieving the din mushy that had been given to him by Ming Gu. So soon, news of Whitebeard? He thought, a smile breaking across his face as he answered the call. Hello, is this Fahai? Came Ming Ji's voice, though it carried a heavy tone. It is I. Lin Feng replied, a jolt of unease coursing through him at the gravity of Ming Ji's tone. Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace are to be executed in a joint operation on the 10th at Lowtown. Ming Ji's words detonated like a bomb within the hearts of those present. What? How could Father and Ace? Marco exclaimed, disbelief and agitation flooding his expression as he rushed to the din mushy, demanding answers. Are you lying to us, Tian Yacha? I have no reason to deceive you. Ming Ji's voice was icy, reflecting his own shock rather than anger. Source of this information? Unlike Marco and the others, Lin Feng maintained a degree of composure, seeking to ascertain the truth of the situation. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Volcano Burn. Volcano Burn? Lin Feng was taken aback. You must be mistaken. Isn't he called Fireburn Mountain? The din mushy captured Ming Ji's momentary confusion, followed by an uncommon embarrassment. The name is irrelevant. What matters is that Whitebeard is about to be executed. I've relayed the information. What you do next is your concern. And remember our cooperation. I'm certain I will soon require your assistance. With that, Minggu hastily hung up, aware of the need for discretion even with a secure line. Master, Father is about to be executed. What should we do? Marco's face was clouded with worry, recognizing the immense difficulty of a rescue, given their current strength. Do not fret. Lin Feng reassured them with a calm smile. Had I not known the execution location, the situation would be dire. Now that we are aware, I will not allow Whitebeard to be taken by the Navy so easily. All right, since we know where Whitebeard is to be executed, let us set off for Lowtown. Along the way, we should spread word of his impending execution. This will ensure that the scattered members of the Whitebeard crew will converge, sparing us the effort of searching for them individually. Agreed, Marco nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Lin Feng's plan. If the captains learn of Father's execution, they will undoubtedly rush to Lowtown without hesitation. Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed, adding, moreover, our objective should not be overly ambitious. We ought to divide our forces. Divide? The suggestion startled the group. Splitting up at such a critical juncture seemed to present the Navy with opportunities to pick them off one by one. Rest assured, Lin Feng reassured them, sensing their apprehension. The execution of Whitebeard is a significant event, and the Navy will exercise extreme caution. Therefore, dispersing their forces to engage us seems impractical. Besides, without at least half of their elite forces deployed, do you truly believe they can vanquish me? Lin Feng's confidence resonated through the group, revealing his formidable strength. True, they nodded in agreement, acknowledging that at this moment, their focus should be on the Navy rather than on themselves. In other words, the Navy was in the open while they operated from the shadows. Dispersed action would indeed provide them with considerable advantages. Since there are no objections, I will assign the teams, Lin Feng declared, pointing towards the Mink tribe and others. Big Cat and Big Dog, you will accompany Bista. Humph. The way Lin Feng addressed them irked Cat Viper and Dogstorm, but they held their tongues, merely responding with a huffy sound. Understood, Master, Bista replied in affirmation. Subsequently, Lin Feng turned to Marco and remarked, your responsibilities are rather significant. Significant responsibilities? Marco questioned, perplexed. How has it become my burden to act independently? Lin Feng then elucidated. Marco, you must be in the spotlight. You cannot refrain from disseminating the news of Whitebeard's execution. And you must also take charge of the scatter captains. A heavy weight settled in Marco's heart. If such an arrangement were to be made, it would expose him entirely to the Navy's gaze. Should any ill intentions arise from their side, his life would be in peril. Despite the peril, his bond with Whitebeard transcended this danger. Very well, I shall do it, Marco replied solemnly. I would gladly sacrifice my life for father. Do not be overly anxious. I will ensure your safety, Lin Feng reassured him. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Lin Feng slowly continued, removing the string of prayer beads from around his neck. Detaching each bead with care. Take these, Lin Feng offered Marco a handful of beads. There are 5 here, each imbued with my Buddhist power. Should you encounter an emergency, cast them against your foes. Marco examined the beads meticulously, struggling to discern any significant power within them. Yet, out of trust for Lin Feng, he responded, I understand, Master. Huh, Marco, do you doubt the efficacy of my artifacts? Lin Feng chuckled, casting a knowing glance at him, his senses attuned to Marco's thoughts. No. How could I ever doubt you, Master? Marco hastily waved his hands in denial. Still skeptical, Lin Feng sighed, then grasped one of the beads, addressing everyone, watch closely. With that, Lin Feng hurled the bead toward the distant horizon. Whoosh! The bead shot forth like a laser, slicing through the air, and upon striking the ocean's surface, it unleashed a tremendous uproar. The once tranquil sea was suddenly upheaved by an inexplicable force. The violent explosion triggered a tsunami that engulfed a nearby island. In an instant, silence enveloped the gathering. All gazes, filled with astonishment, turned toward Lin Feng. What on earth was that? A single bead comparable to Father's full power? Amidst the crowd's shock, a hint of dissatisfaction crossed Lin Feng's face. It fell short of his expectations, but it would have to suffice. He had not infused it with all his Buddhist power, hence the diminished potency. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Was that merely a slight display of power? An island annihilated in the blink of an eye is hardly trivial. Among the most astonished was Vista, recognizing that such beads were on an entirely different level from the weaponry employed by the Navy. If such items could be mass-produced, Vista shuddered to contemplate the potential consequences. The seas might soon be rife with individuals wielding prayer beads, unleashing chaos. Master, how many times can this bead be utilized? Marco cautiously inquired, recovering from his astonishment. Lin Feng pondered. For me, there is no limit. For you, however, he extended his hand, a maximum of 3 times. After that, the power within the beads will be nearly depleted. But do take care not to lose them. They are quite rare. 3 times. Marco's face displayed sheer shock. His mind fixated on that singular number. 3 opportunities to unleash such power implied that each of them could potentially wield strength on par with that of a Yonko at least 3 times. Master, grant me a few more. I wish to reduce Marineford to ashes. Marco exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. With such artifacts, he felt invincible. That is not feasible. Lin Feng slowly shook his head, dispelling Marco's enthusiasm. The beads are only effective for 5 days, insufficient for your journey to Marineford. Furthermore, the previous display of power was due to my usage. If you were to employ them, the strength would likely be at most that of a peak commander, or even lower. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Marco's expression turned slightly despondent. Noticing this, Lin Feng smiled and surveyed the group. Well then, let us dispense with the excess chatter. I possess a total of 108 beads. Excluding the captains, Each of you should receive one without issue. Marco, please handle the distribution. With that, Lin Feng handed all the beads to Marco for allocation. Soon, the white team and the Ming tribe each received at least one bead. At that moment, a voice rose beside Lin Feng, laced with indignation. Hey, Fahai, why did only I and Inuyasha receive just one? Do you doubt her strength? Lin Feng turned to glance at Cat Viper, responding, your combat ability is too inconsistent. I feared wasting resources by granting you more. You, Cat Viper's frustración surged. Eager to retort, but at a loss for words. The truth of Lin Feng's statement was undeniable. Without the Moon Lion's enhancement, their combat prowess was indeed significantly lower than that of a typical captain, let alone compared to elite fighters like Marco and Vista. Realizing this, Cat Viper seethed in silence, glaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, paid him no mind. Their connection was tenuous at best. Were it not for Marco's presence, Lin Feng would have been disinclined to bestow any beads upon him. Has everyone received their share? Then let us proceed with our respective tasks. Lin Feng announced to the group. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his Kasaya and stepped upon it. Master, are you leaving? Marco asked. Concern etched on his face, worried that Lin Feng might venture alone into Rogue Town. Do not fret. I will not act recklessly, Lin Feng smiled, his gaze drifting toward the distance. With Whitebeard's safety resolved, the Navy would not pose an immediate threat. I am now on a quest to locate Kenpachi's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Marco felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Indeed, Lin Feng had been tirelessly searching for their father, while no news had surfaced regarding Kenpachi's fate. In that case, Master, please take care. We shall await you in Road Town. With that, Marco bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude, a sentiment echoed by the members of the white team behind him. Haha, there's no need for such formalities between us, Lin Feng chuckled, waving his hand to uplift Marco and the others before soaring into the distance upon his Kasaya. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Marco and the others' sight. Watching Lin Feng depart, Marco sighed softly, then turned to his companions. Let us honor the master's efforts and head to Rogue Town. Yes, the members of the white team responded in unison. After parting ways with Marco, Lin Feng flew swiftly on his Kasaya, elevated several dozen meters above the ocean surface. Kenpachi, little bullhead, how fare you now? Lin Feng murmured, his eyes fixated on a specific location. Prior to separating from Kenpachi and the others, he had left a trace of Buddhist power within Little Bullhead and Kenpachi's bodies, intending to facilitate their retrieval. However, for reasons unknown, the connection with that strand of Buddhist power had been sporadic. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had finally sensed the precise locations of Little Bullhead and Kenpachi. Not far from Lin Feng, likely at the junction of Wu Feng Dai and Dian Dao Shan, he whispered, Wait for me, Jianba, Xiaoniu Tu. With renewed determination, Lin Feng accelerated, swiftly heading towards the location of Xiaoniu Tu and the others. On an unnamed island, within a cavern, Jianba lay supine on a bed of straw, his eyes tightly shut. Xiaoniu Tu vigilantly stood beside him, unwavering in his watch. For days on end, Jianba remained ensnared in slumber, while Xiaoniu Tu steadfastly guarded his side. Not far from Xiaoniu Tu, a deep pit lay, marked by a wooden tablet inscribed with haphazard, ghostly characters, undoubtedly the handiwork of Xiaoniu Tu himself. Worry etched on his face, he gazed anxiously at Jianba, contemplating that if not for the faint sign of breath, he might have been compelled to bury Jianba. Xiaoniu Tu's expression reflected his concern, as visions of Lin Feng flickered in his mind, filled with longing. He was uncertain when Jianba would awaken or whether Lin Feng could locate them amidst the vast ocean. A discordant sound suddenly shattered the somber atmosphere, causing Xiaoniu Tu to glance at his belly. He had not ventured out for sustenance in several days, since the last foraging trip. When he found Jianba in a state of deep sleep, he had not strayed from his side. Silence enveloped Xiaoniu Tu as he contemplated Jianba's unconscious form and his own hunger. Torn between the desire to seek food and his loyalty to Jianba, he ultimately succumbed to hunger's call. Gritting his teeth, he gently dragged Jianba into the prepared pit, covering him entirely except for his head, ensuring he would not suffocate. Then, harnessing the power of lightning, he ignited the straw, creating a fire to maintain warmth within the cavern. With one last worried glance back at the buried Jianba, Xiao Niu exited the cave, determined to search for food amidst the endless expanse of white snow. Not long after Xiao Niu departed, several figures emerged from the swirling snow, clad in heavy fur coats and wielding sharp bows adorned with the emblem of a pirate crew, though the fierce storm obscured their identities. One among them spotted the cavern where Jianba lay and exclaimed with delight, "Everyone, there is shelter here. Let us take refuge until the blizzard passes." Indeed, the group responded, hastening toward the cavern where Jianba rested. "Oh, there is a fire. It seems someone resides here," the first to enter noted, spotting the remnants of Xiao Niu's fire. "If the owner returns, let us be amiable and avoid conflict." "Rest assured, Marguerite, we shall," replied a robust figure in a deep voice, ambiguous in gender. "Very well, let us rest," Marguerite nodded, addressing her companions. Though her mind drifted back to the grave orders issued by Snake Princess before their departure from Nine Snake Island. "Marguerite, Daisy, and Jishan Hua, each of you lead a team to seek news of Whitebeard. Upon discovery, report back to me immediately." "Understood," Marguerite mused, wondering why Snake Princess placed such importance on Whitebeard's whereabouts. Just then, a piercing scream echoed within the cavern. A ghost! Instantly, the group fell into a defensive stance, turning toward the source of the sound. "What is it, Guoluana?" Marguerite inquired gravely. There's a ghost," Guoluana stammered, pointing toward the depths of the cavern. Chapter 126. Conflict. Lin Feng arrives. "Is that so?" Marguerite murmured, slowly drawing her serpent bow and knocking 3 arrows, her expression grave as she advanced toward Jianba's resting place. The other members of the Nine Snake crew followed suit, arrows at the ready. "Lower your weapons," Marguerite whispered, sensing an intense wave of danger emanating from Jianba. The group fell silent, crouching low as they trailed behind Marguerite. As she approached Jianba, her eyes widened in alarm. The source of the ominous aura was undeniably emanating from him. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. Marguerite's first impression of Jianba, though he lay in deep slumber, was one of foreboding. Extremely dangerous, not to be trifled with. Every cell in Marguerite's body screamed in warning, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. "What is it, Marguerite?" the members of the Nine Snake crew asked, sensing her unusual demeanor. Lacking Marguerite's acute instincts, they remained oblivious to the perilous aura surrounding Jianba. "Withdraw, leave this place." Marguerite quickly assessed the situation, though she could not fathom the reasons behind Jianba's state. She sensed that should he awaken violently, they would all perish without exception. "Marguerite, what is happening?" The group pressed, noticing her distress. "Just trust me, retreat," Marguerite ordered, her voice a low growl as she led the 9 snake members out of the cavern, their expressions reflecting the relief of having narrowly escaped a threat. "What on earth?" Only after the group had fully exited did they observe Marguerite's expression, sending a shiver down their spines. "Let's leave this place." Marguerite's gaze lingered on the depths of the cavern, fear flashing in her eyes. As she prepared to lead her warriors away, Xiao Niu returned, clutching the corpse of an unknown creature, presumably for roasting. Xiao Niu immediately noticed the 9 snake crew surrounding the cave entrance, his eyes flashing with thunderous intensity as he appeared at the cave's mouth, startling Marguerite and her companions. "What is this creature? Is it a pet or companion of the one within?" They speculated, noting its resemblance to the beasts used by the impelled down guards, wondering if it belonged to the Navy. Simultaneously, Xiao Niu cautiously regarded them. Under normal circumstances, he would have attacked without hesitation. However, after the battle at Marineford, he had become more cautious. Marguerite sensed the formidable power emanating from Xiao Niu, which restrained her from making a rash move. In her estimation, this minotaur possessed strength rivaling that of the individual within the cave. Thus, they stood at an impasse, neither party daring to act recklessly. "What are we to do, Marguerite?" Guoluana queried, tilting her head toward her leader. Naturally timid, she felt utterly drained amidst the blizzard. "Wait, do not act hastily," Margaret responded in a hushed tone. her gaze fixed intently on the young Minotaur, her palms slick with perspiration from anxiety. At that very moment, an arrow whizzed past her face, aimed at the Minotaur. Who was that? A shiver ran down Margaret's spine as she shouted at the crowd behind her, only to find a young girl, seemingly no older than a teenager, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. My hand slipped, the girl murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, on the verge of tears from sheer tension. Fortunately, the arrow missed the Minotaur and struck the corpse in its grasp instead. However, this only incited the Minotaur's wrath. It glanced at the pierced body and let out a low growl. A small tempest began to swirl above its head, crackling with thunder. Everyone be cautious. The enemy is about to attack. Margaret shouted urgently to the others, while knocking her bowstring, her eyes locked on the Minotaur. The Minotaur emitted a low roar, and the tempest descended rapidly toward Margaret and her companions. Scatter. Form the second formation. Seeing the storm approach, Margaret reacted swiftly, and the members of she hastily dispersed. In the next instant, they arranged themselves into formation. Swish, swish, swish. A torrent of arrows rained down upon the Minotaur, overwhelming and relentless. Each arrow was imbued with armed color, their power akin to small cannonballs from standard warship, astonishingly formidable. Yet, all these attacks appeared feeble against the Minotaur's storm. The tempest swept through as if it were nothing, obliterating the arrows and continuing its unrelenting assault toward Margaret and her companions. How can this be? Shock washed over Margaret's delicate features. She had sensed the Minotaur's strength, but never anticipated it to be this formidable. A mere skirmish had left them utterly defenseless. Are we to perish here? I have failed to uphold Lady Snake's trust. As the storm loomed ever closer, Margaret slowly closed her eyes. Memories of departing from She Island flashing through her mind. Yet, as time passed, the anticipated impact of the tempest did not come. Confusion filled her heart, and she cautiously opened her eyes to gaze towards the Minotaur. To her astonishment, a man had appeared before the Minotaur. The once fierce creature now knelt before him, tears shimmering in its eyes, its expression one of utter grievance. This scene left Margaret utterly astounded. To elicit such emotion from the Minotaur, who was this man? Not only she, but the members of she were equally taken aback, staring in disbelief as the Minotaur wept in the man's embrace. Do not cry. I have come, the man said softly, gently stroking the Minotaur. He had followed the guidance of the Buddha's light to this place, discovering the conflict between the She and the Minotaur. Out of respect for Lady Snake, he waved his hand to dissipate the storm, thereby saving Margaret and her companions. Hey, Margaret, doesn't this man seem somewhat familiar? One of the she murmured. I feel the same way, another responded. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, I remember. He is Fahai, that demon monk, Fahai. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Margaret and the members of she swallowed hard. Incredulity etched on their faces as they gazed at Lin Feng. Their minds spun with disbelief. Who was Fahai? Surely, no one on the Grand Line was unaware of him. Chapter 127. Bring me back to life. He fought valiantly against 3 generals and a commander, clashing with a legendary naval hero in the Battle of Marineford. Although the world government sought to suppress these events, even amidst such cover-ups, a force like she would still possess knowledge of Lin Feng's actions. Suddenly, Margaret recalled a newspaper she had seen not long ago, detailing the Battle of Marineford. No wonder that Minotaur looks so familiar, she thought, her eyes narrowing as she observed the kneeling Minotaur before Lin Feng. She then shifted her gaze deeper into the cave, having realized the identity of the person buried there. It was the notorious Kenpachi, Jianba. In an instant, Margaret comprehended the connection between Lin Feng and both the Minotaur and Jianba. It turned out that the mastermind behind the assault on Marineford was Fahai. Margaret whispered, the revelation hitting her like a thunderclap, while the outside world speculated about the alliance between the red-haired and the demon. The source of this alliance was now glaringly evident. Without a doubt, it was orchestrated by Lin Feng. At this moment, Margaret's heart trembled. She feared that once Lin Feng learned she knew these truths, he might eliminate them all. Cold sweat soaked her heavy fur coat as her mind raced, contemplating how to escape this perilous situation. It's all right. I have come, so stop your tears, Lin Feng softly reassured the Minotaur, his expression gentle. The Minotaur bellowed several times, as if releasing the grievances and sorrow it had endured. "All right, take me to see Jianba," Lin Feng said, patting the Minotaur. "Since you are unharmed, Jianba should be fine as well." The Minotaur responded with an excited call and led the way into the cave. Clearly, Jianba was within. Lin Feng smiled and followed the Minotaur into the cave. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Lin Feng glanced back at Margaret and the others, who immediately froze, afraid to breathe. "Return and inform Lady Snake that I will be visiting shortly." Without waiting for their reactions, he stepped into the cave. As Lin Feng entered, a collective sigh of relief escaped Margaret and the others. Yet it was swiftly replaced by an unprecedented sense of pressure. Fahai was coming to visit Jiushi Island. This was far from a favorable development for them. They were also uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions. Were they malicious, or did he have other motives? They could not fathom. "Margaret, what should we do?" The group turned to her for guidance. Margaret, too, was puzzled by Lin Feng's actions. With a heavy sigh, she looked toward the cave, her expression grave. "We have only one task now. We must return immediately and inform Lady Snake." With that, Margaret led the others through the wind and snow, embarking on their journey back to Jiushi. Meanwhile, within the cave, Lin Feng wore an odd expression as he beheld Jianba, buried with only his head protruding from the ground, at a loss for words. "You buried him?" Lin Feng glanced at the Minotaur with a questioning look. The Minotaur's face suddenly lit up with pride, as if to say, "See, I buried him well. He can breathe, and he won't die. It's perfect." Lin Feng could sense the Minotaur's emotions, his expression growing even more perplexed. With a sigh, he remarked, "Indeed, I imagine Jianba will commend you once he awakens." He emphasized the word commend with particular weight. However, it was evident that the little Nyoto did not grasp the underlying meaning, as a proud expression remained on its face, continuously mooing. Observing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of amusement within. It was likely that after Jianba awakened, the little Nyoto would bear the brunt. Subsequently, Lin Feng signaled for the little Nyoto to be quiet and approached Jianba to inspect him closely. A strand of Buddhist light flowed from Lin Feng's fingertips into Jianba's body. In the next moment, Lin Feng's countenance turned ashen, for under the illumination of the Buddhist light, he could see the full extent of Jianba's injuries. The state of Jianba's body could only be described as a patchwork of wounds. His body was riddled with countless gunshot wounds, and the slashes from blades were innumerable. Moreover, there were several penetrating injuries that could prove fatal, one of which was particularly gruesome, having pierced directly from Jianba's lower abdomen to near his lung. Such injuries would likely have led any ordinary person to the gates of Yama. It was only due to Jianba's extraordinary physique, coupled with the otherworldly spiritual energy, that he could barely cling to life. "Well, Lao Xing, Hong Fa, I vow to make you pay," Lin Feng growled, having anticipated the severity of Jianba's injuries. Yet not to this extent. At that moment, the little Nyoto also sensed Lin Feng's fury and displayed a sorrowful expression. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, striving to quell the anger within, employing the minor karmic technique to its utmost. Instantly, the cave was suffused with an abundance of Buddhist light, causing the entire island to exhibit unusual phenomena. "Bring Jianba back to life," Lin Feng shouted, pushing the minor karmic technique to its limits, sparing no expense. He had initially intended to use the major karmic technique, but the ferocity of its Buddhist power was too overwhelming for Jianba's current state to withstand. Time became indeterminate as the minor karmic technique was relentlessly channeled, the cave aglow with Buddhist radiance. Finally, Jianba's injuries began to improve. He suddenly coughed violently. Cough. Then, his distinctive voice emerged. "Why is it so hot? Little calf, are you trying to cremate me?" Although Jianba's voice was feeble, it rang in Lin Feng's ears like celestial music. "Jianba," Lin Feng cried out, instantly amplifying the Buddhist power, unleashing the major karmic technique in succession. "Master." Upon hearing Lin Feng's call, Jianba slowly opened his eyes and gazed at him. "Do not speak yet. Allow me to heal your wounds first," Lin Feng commanded. At the sound, Jianba gently closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of Buddhist light healing him from within. Soon, After Lin Feng had expended everything using the major karmic technique, Jianba's internal injuries were nearly healed. Yet, Lin Feng remained uneasy, continuing until he had completely exhausted his Buddhist power. It is done. Lin Feng released a long sigh of relief. The unceasing use of karmic techniques had taken a significant toll on him, leaving his internal Buddhist power depleted. In contrast, Jianba appeared vibrantly alive. The first thing he did upon emerging from the pit was to deliver a severe beating to the little Nyoto. Little calf, I knew you had ill intentions. Yet you buried me in a pit. You could have just cremated me, turning me to ash and feeding the fish. Jianba exclaimed as he struck. It still felt unsatisfied. In the end, he unleashed a flurry of blows until the little Nyoto was thoroughly subdued. Chapter 128. The Concerns of a Matriarch. Observing Jianba's actions, the little Nyoto not only refrained from retaliating, but also, unusually, did not exhibit anger. It merely allowed Jianba to strike, tears welling in its eyes. The little Nyoto understood that the majority of Jianba's injuries were due to its own actions. Had Jianba escaped alone from Malinfondua, such a calamity might have been averted. Contemplating this, the little Nyoto embraced Jianba tightly, tears streaming down its face, mooing incessantly. This left Jianba at a loss, vigorously pushing the little Nyoto away while cursing. Is the little calf not learning well? Stay away from me. I have no such inclinations. Yet as he pushed, Jianba's movements suddenly halted. He sensed the little Nyoto's current emotions and, breaking into a smile, said, Do not be sad. Am I not alive again? Hong Fa and those Navy scoundrels are waiting for my revenge. Upon hearing this, the little Nyoto eagerly agreed, its gaze resolute, mooing affirmatively. Witnessing their exchange, Lin Feng's previous gloom dissipated, replaced by a smile. Jianba, please elaborate on the battle at Malinfondua. How did Hong Fa betray us? Yes, master. Jianba gradually recounted everything that transpired during the battle, including the circumstances surrounding Hong Fa's betrayal. Lin Feng listened intently, his mind racing. Jianba spoke at length, growing increasingly agitated. Master, that scoundrel Hong Fa must be in league with those old geezers. Otherwise, why would he choose to betray us when the enemy appeared? Jianba's face was filled with rage, recalling how his comrades turned against him at a critical moment, leading to catastrophic consequences. Anyone would be incensed. However, Lin Feng's attention was not on that matter, but rather puzzled over how Jianba had come to know the term old geezers. Master, now that you are here, let us together deal with those Navy scoundrels and Hong Fa, Jianba exclaimed, ending with an interaction with the little Nyoto. Moo. The little Nyoto nodded vigorously, its gaze unwavering, affirming Jianba's sentiments. Revenge must be taken, master. Jianba, invigorated by his own words, regained his composure only to find Lin Feng lost in thought, staring blankly as if pondering something. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, clearing his throat as he spoke. You are correct. Revenge must be taken. However, what is it, master? Jianba inquired. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed softly and continued, Well, you were gravely injured. Baihu and his crew were captured by the Navy, preparing for execution in Rouge Town. Jianba was taken aback. He was well aware of Baihu's formidable strength, and the thought of such a person being captured was utterly unfathomable. Observing Jianba's astonishment, Lin Feng added, Calculating the time, it should be in 4 days. 4 days. Jianba fell silent, his expression turning cold as he grinned. Master, then what are we waiting for? Let us directly rescue Baihu and teach those scoundrels a lesson. Moo. The little Nyoto raised its hands, gesturing fervently. Jianba understood the little Nyoto's intent and gritted his teeth. Yes, and that Hong Fa too. Witnessing Jianba's fervor, Lin Feng's own anger was ignited. Yet, now was not the opportune moment to rescue Baihu. Before embarking on the rescue mission, Lin Feng needed to make thorough preparations to avoid a repeat of Jianba's earlier plight at Malinfondua. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He then handed Jianba 2 den mushi, saying, Take this one. What is this? Jianba asked, confusion evident on his face as he accepted the den mushi. Lin Feng explained, The black one is a den mushi for a direct line of communication with a collaborator of mine. Should any matters arise, you may contact him. As for the white one, it is used in communication with Mark. Jianba recognized the implication in Lin Feng's words and paused momentarily before saying, Master, are you going to? Lin Feng's actions were conveying a signal to Jianba. He might be about to undertake a significant endeavor. Lin Feng spoke slowly, stating that there was no rush regarding the rescue of Whitebeard, as there were still 4 days remaining. Right now, I need to prepare a gift for the Navy. A gift? Jianba responded with mild curiosity. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, a grand gift, one that the Navy cannot refuse. With that, Lin Feng rose slowly, intending to prepare this grand offering for the Navy. Jianba had already perceived that Lin Feng intended to act alone and hurriedly expressed his desire to accompany him. However, Lin Feng declined, instructing him to go with Xiao and Yodo to Mark, assuring them they would reunite in Luoga town. After speaking, without waiting for Jianba's reply, he turned and departed from the cave, summoning his robe and vanishing into the sky. Xiao and Yodo watched Lin Feng's departing figure with reluctance. Jianba patted Xiao and Yodo on the shoulder and sighed. All right, stop moaning. Let's go. Heed the master's words and follow me to Mark. Xiao and Yodo nodded in agreement. Thus, the pair departed, leaving behind only the remnants of the fire in the cave, a testament to their existence. After parting ways with Jianba, Lin Feng headed towards Amazon Lily. This marked the first step in preparing his gift for the Navy. Within the Nine-Snake Palace, the Snake Princess sat upon her throne, her delicate features betraying neither joy nor sorrow. She listened quietly to the report from Marguerite, and when Lin Feng's impending arrival was mentioned, a noticeable tremor passed over her face, though she concealed it well. Is Fahai coming to our Nine-Snake? The Snake Princess inquired, striving to calm her inner turmoil. Do we have a specific time for his arrival? No, Lady Snake Princess, Marguerite replied honestly. He only mentioned that he would come, but did not specify a time, saying he would return to pay a visit after a while. The Snake Princess nodded. Very well, I understand. You may return to rest. Yes, Lady Snake Princess. Marguerite and the others bowed to the Snake Princess and slowly exited the palace. Once they departed, Granny Za stepped out from behind the throne, leaning on her snake-shaped cane. Snake Princess, Fahai is coming. We must exercise caution. He is an exceedingly formidable presence, Granny Za stated solemnly, clearly aware that he possessed much information about Lin Feng. However, what she did not know was that Fahai was none other than the decayed Woodbye Zai, who had previously been entangled with him. Had Granny Za known, she would have been shocked to the point of dropping her cane. I am aware. The Snake Princess cast a glance at Granny Za, her tone remaining icy. You. Seeing the Snake Princess's demeanor, Granny Za felt a wave of frustration. She worried that the Snake Princess's attitude might provoke Fahai, bringing calamity to Nine-Snake. At that moment, a voice resonated. This humble monk, Fahai, has come to pay a visit. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng's figure materialized within the palace, locking eyes with the Snake Princess from a distance. Fahai! A look of astonishment crossed Granny Za's face. She had never anticipated that just as they mentioned Lin Feng, he would appear at Nine-Snake. Sonia and Mary beside her also exhibited surprise. However, unlike Granny Za's astonishment, they regarded Lin Feng with a hint of something unusual, their emotions stirring with excitement. The Snake Princess on the throne was no different. Her emotional fluctuations were even more pronounced than theirs. The three sisters had long been aware that Fahai was indeed by Zai. During Lin Feng's 2-year absence, they had been searching and ultimately decided to leverage the Navy as a breakthrough point. They transformed their previously lukewarm stance towards the world government, actively participating in the Shichibukai meetings and fully cooperating with various Navy affairs. Their efforts bore fruit, as the Snake Princess finally learned of this secret from a vice admiral. Fahai, what brings you to my presence? The Snake Princess raised her head, gazing at Lin Feng, striving to suppress her emotions. In her eyes, Lin Feng's figure began to overlap with that of Bai Zai. Lin Feng, oblivious to the fact that the Snake Princess had uncovered his secret, sensed the instability of her emotions through his awareness. Yet even so, he did not contemplate the implications of his identity being discovered. instead smiling and saying, "This humble monk has come to discuss a collaboration with you." Collaboration? Upon hearing the word, the snake princess's delicate face immediately turned icy, thinking to herself, "How could I worry for you so much, and now you still pretend with me? Just wait until I deal with you." Though she contemplated this internally, on the surface, she appeared entirely composed, lazily reclining on her throne, showcasing her captivating figure, and said languidly, "Do tell, how does the esteemed monk Fahai wish to collaborate with me?" Lin Feng felt a strange sensation, as if the snake princess's current demeanor was somehow alluringly inviting. Clearing his throat to calm his emotions, he articulated, "As you know, I bear a grudge against the Navy." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the snake princess. "And what does that have to do with me?" The snake princess's pearly teeth glimmered as her sky-blue eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. This left Lin Feng utterly bewildered. "Big brother, I am Fahai, the one feared by the world. Is this how you choose to speak to me? Can you at least show me some respect?" Suddenly, Lin Feng's thoughts shifted. Could it be that the snake princess was aware of his other identity? It was quite possible. He silently nodded, realizing that if his identity had not been leaked, the snake princess would not dare to speak to him so boldly. "I am Fahai now, the one who commands great power." With this thought, a smile graced Lin Feng's face, and in an instant, he vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he stood directly before the snake princess. "How dare you? Do you think this is a place for the likes of you?" The scene nearly terrified Granny Za, but for the sake of Nine Snakes' dignity, she summoned her courage and shouted at Lin Feng, "Granny Za." Hearing her words, Lin Feng turned his head, smiling at Granny Za. This smile left her utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend why Lin Feng was smiling at her. Was it a devilish smile? A harbinger of death? Just as Granny Za pondered this, Sonia and Mary suddenly assisted her in moving towards the exit. "Let go of me. Are you mad? The snake princess is in danger." Granny Za struggled, her frail body exhibiting an unexpected strength as she nearly broke free from Sonia's grasp. Sonia quickly tightened her hold, reassuring her, "Granny Za, it will be fine." "How can it be fine? He is Fahai. That demon monk, Fahai." At that moment, Granny Za could not absorb Sonia's words, shouting, "If something happens to the snake princess, how will Nine Snake continue? Have you thought about the consequences?" Sighing, Sonia exchanged glances with Mary. Leaning in close to Granny Za's ear, she whispered something. Instantly, Granny Za ceased her struggles, her eyes filled with intense shock, her hair standing on end. In disbelief, Papa gazed at Sonia and Mary, her voice trembling. "Are you truly speaking the truth?" "Indeed." Sonia nodded affirmatively. "It is absolutely true. Otherwise, how could we possibly reassure the elder sister?" Mary echoed, "Yes, Papa. How could we deceive you?" Hearing their words, Papa's emotions finally stabilized, allowing the two to assist her as they departed. At the moment of leaving, Papa cautiously glanced back at Lin Feng and Shiji, her eyes reflecting a peculiar sentiment. An idea involuntarily formed in her mind. Can a monk marry? After Papa and the others departed, the vast palace was left with only Lin Feng and Shiji. Lin Feng leaned against the throne's armrest, nearly brushing against Shiji's delicate fingers, which startled her, causing her to retract her hand swiftly, resembling a frightened kitten, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected of a national leader. Fahai, be mindful of your identity. I am a member of the Seven Warlords. Shiji struggled to calm her tumultuous emotions, speaking coldly, although her tone was resolute upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze. Her imposing aura seemed to diminish by half. "Seven Warlords?" Lin Feng mused playfully. "What? Have you resigned?" "You." At his words, a ringing sound echoed in Shiji's mind, her eyes reddening instantly. Indeed, it was he. The matter of her resignation from the Seven Warlords was known to only 5 individuals in the world. Completely confirming Lin Feng's awareness of her circumstances, Shiji could no longer contain her emotions, her heart still troubled by Lin Feng's 2-year absence. In a fit of pique, she retorted, "What are you talking about? I cannot understand." "Cannot understand?" Lin Feng responded with amusement, his perception revealing the significant emotional fluctuations within Shiji. The young lady was still attempting to feign ignorance. Who does not know the art of feigned restraint? Lin Feng thought to himself, taking a step back to create distance between them. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he said, I may have misremembered. I apologize for my presumptuous words. Farewell. Without looking back, Lin Feng exited toward the palace's entrance. This caused Shi Ji to panic, hurriedly calling out to him, Clarify your words. What do you mean you misremembered? Hearing her voice, Lin Feng turned around, regarding Shi Ji with a playful expression. The Buddha states it is unspeakable. You, Shi Ji, filled with anger, recognized that Lin Feng was deliberately provoking her, fully aware of her identity. Me? Lin Feng feigned innocence. What is wrong with me? I have been quite well. Observing Lin Feng's demeanor, Shi Ji could no longer maintain her composure, tears streaming down her face. Leave. Just go away and never come to see me again. Lin Feng was taken aback. Having been a reclusive individual for over 30 years, he was unaccustomed to dealing with a woman's tears. Staring at Shi Ji, who resembled a weeping flower, he momentarily felt at a loss for how to respond. What are you dawdling for? Leave, Shi Ji shouted through her tears, releasing the pent-up longing and grievances she had harbored for Lin Feng over the past 2 years. Had she not sought Lin Feng's whereabouts, she would never have resigned from the 7 warlords. If not for her search for him, how could she have smiled in front of those despicable men? After investing so much, all she received in return was his departure. Anyone would feel sorrowful in her position. Lin Feng, observing Shi Ji, who was nearly collapsed upon the throne, felt a pang of sympathy. Through his perception, he was acutely aware of the emotions she concealed. To his surprise, he held such a significant place in Shi Ji's heart. Sighing deeply, Lin Feng approached her, and with each step, his form began to change. By the time he stood before Shi Ji, he had transformed into the likeness of Xiangmu Bai Zai. I apologize for causing you worry, Lin Feng murmured softly, gazing at Shi Ji's delicate visage. You, Shi Ji, looking at the person who had appeared countless times in her dreams, could no longer hold back and threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace. Where have you been? Do you know how hard I've searched for you? I thought you had died in Mary Geos. As she spoke, her emotions intensified, clinging to Lin Feng while tears flowed freely. Witnessing Shi Ji's distress, Lin Feng's heart softened. Gently caressing her back, he spoke softly, But I have returned, so please do not cry. His tone was unexpectedly tender, so gentle that he himself could hardly believe it. Damn it. Have I truly become this person after being a recluse for over 30 years? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Shi Ji gradually calmed. Though her face remained streaked with tears, she clung tightly to him, fearing he might vanish once more. You won't leave again, will you? Shi Ji lifted her head from his embrace, gazing into Lin Feng's eyes. Her exquisite beauty, coupled with her sky-blue eyes, momentarily captivated Lin Feng. He instinctively felt compelled to agree. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, he suddenly remembered that Whitebeard was awaiting his rescue, and swiftly altered his answer, no. Seeing Lin Feng's response, Shi Ji pouted, her cheeks inflating with indignation. I knew you would say that. Men are truly all the same. Lin Feng found her reaction astonishing. It was curious how this young lady did not behave in such a manner towards Luffy. Why had she transformed so drastically in his presence? As he pondered, Lin Feng noticed a small booklet in a corner of the throne, prominently labeled Male Strategies. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. It turned out that all of Shi Ji's behaviors were derived from that little booklet. I knew she seemed like a different person. Lin Feng chuckled to himself, realizing Shi Ji must have invested considerable effort in her endeavors. Meanwhile, Shi Ji, tightly embracing Lin Feng, was secretly contemplating how this did not align with the manual's instructions. Why had he not agreed to her? Was it that she was not beautiful enough? Or perhaps he had someone else outside? As she thought, Shi Ji cautiously glanced at Lin Feng, only to meet his teasing expression. Oh no, have I revealed my thoughts? Shi Ji felt extremely uncomfortable under Lin Feng's gaze. He merely observed her, raising an eyebrow slightly, signaling her to look behind her. What? Confused, Shi Ji followed Lin Feng's gaze, her face suddenly flushing as she nearly wished to find a crevice to hide in. She had spotted her Male Strategies booklet. In an instant, Shi Ji withdrew her hand from Lin Feng's embrace, turning to clutch the booklet to her chest. Immediately, two hues of crimson appeared on her cheeks as she nervously addressed Lin Feng. That is not mine. It belongs to Mary. Just the other day, Mary was searching everywhere for it. It seems it ended up in my possession. I must return it to her. Ha ha ha. As she spoke, Shi Ji forced a laugh while cautiously observing Lin Feng. Yet, she found him maintaining his expression, revealing no sign of understanding. Realizing her cover had been blown, her face turned bright red. Witnessing Shi Ji's reaction, Lin Feng found it exceedingly amusing. Indeed, love has the power to influence one's intelligence. Lin Feng slowly began to speak. I have received your sentiments, but now is not the appropriate time for such discussions. What? Shi Jie was taken aback, believing Lin Feng had rejected her, leaving her frozen in place. What should she do? Did this signify the failure of her confession? Would he look down upon her? Panic surged within Shi Jie as her thoughts became a chaotic jumble, unsure of how to proceed. Observing her state, Lin Feng offered a faint smile. Choosing not to say anything further, fully aware that Shi Jie had a tendency to overthink matters of the heart, he knew that, given some time, she would return to her usual self. As he anticipated, after a brief moment of contemplation, Shi Jie recalled the information from a male-oriented strategy book. Clenching her small fists, she turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Do you mean to say you reject my affections?" "No." Lin Feng gently shook his head, pulling Shi Jie close. Feeling his presence, so near yet so distant, her cheeks flushed deeper, her thoughts becoming increasingly frantic. What are you planning to do? I do like you, but isn't this moving too fast? Besides, we're in the palace, and Mary and the others are still outside. Lin Feng's actions led Shi Jie to misinterpret the situation, and she spoke in a flurry. Lin Feng chuckled softly, playfully tapping the tip of her nose before settling her upon the throne. Shi Jie, thinking Lin Feng might have ulterior motives, felt her face ignite with embarrassment, her mind racing. This is not appropriate. Mary and the others are still outside. Her voice trembled, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze, her heart quaking with uncertainty. Was she to lose her innocence here? Shi Jie shyly pondered. But Lin Feng's next words left her utterly bewildered. After placing Shi Jie on the throne, Lin Feng spoke in a gentle tone. It's cold. Be careful not to catch a chill. Drink more hot water. Drink more hot water? Shi Jie was left dumbfounded, given the circumstances. She expected more than such a mundane suggestion. I could drink to the very end. Yet, that was not the end of it. Lin Feng then revealed his intentions. The Navy plans to execute Whitebeard in Rogue Town. All factions will be present, and you 7 warlords will surely be summoned. What does that have to do with me? Shi Jie pouted, her lips nearly curling upwards in annoyance. It has everything to do with you, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. I intend to return and rescue Whitebeard. Hearing this, Shi Jie felt a tightening in her chest. Despite Lin Feng's earlier demeanor, she couldn't shake her concern for him. Shi Jie was no fool. Lin Feng's rejection was undoubtedly for a reason. Now that he mentioned the rescue, she understood the gravity of the situation. Attempting to save Whitebeard was fraught with peril. Historically, the execution of someone of Whitebeard's stature had only happened once, with the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, who had surrendered himself, allowing for a smooth execution. Now, with the Navy preparing to execute Whitebeard, they would be fully equipped to counter Lin Feng and the pirates under Whitebeard's command. Is it because you want to rescue Whitebeard that you did not respond to my feelings? Shi Jie gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with longing. Sighing, Lin Feng admitted, you are correct. His earlier actions conveyed that very sentiment. After all, rescuing Whitebeard was exceptionally dangerous, and Lin Feng harbored no absolute assurance of survival. Thus, he refrained from offering Shi Jie a definitive answer. Sometimes, ambiguity was preferable for both of them. Chapter 131. Offering Lin Feng's sigh echoed throughout the palace, resonating deeply within Shi Jie's heart. She understood that his sigh was an implicit acknowledgement of her words. I understand, she said, striving to steady her emotions. What do you need me to do? Lin Feng gazed intently at her, a myriad of feelings swirling within him. Unexpectedly, Shi Jie broke into a smile, illuminating the entire palace with her exquisite beauty. There's no need for such formality. After all, you have not outright rejected me. This signifies that I still possess a chance. Once Whitebeard is rescued, I shall cling to you every day, leaving you no opportunity to refuse me, she declared with playful defiance. A charming huff escaping her lips that nearly made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. Ahem, you have a point, Lin Feng coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, steering the conversation elsewhere. The news of Whitebeard's execution will likely be conveyed to you by the Navy soon. Indeed, I will accept the Navy's invitation, Shi Jie nodded, interjecting before Lin Feng could finish. But what else? You did not come to see me solely for these matters, did you? Of course not, Lin Feng smiled, extending the sword Senbenzakura towards her. Once you arrive in Rogue Town, find an opportunity to deliver this to Whitebeard. You must be mad, Shi Jie exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She understood Lin Feng's current state. Without his weapon, he would be at a significant disadvantage. I am fine, Lin Feng reassured her with a smile. Just ensure that you give Senbenzakura to Whitebeard, and he will understand. All right, Fine. Seeing Lin Feng's determination, Shi Jie ceased her objections, accepting Senbenzakura and marveling at its beauty. What a stunning sword. With a hum, she drew Senbenzakura from its sheath, her expression shifting to one of confusion. You can't possibly expect me to hand over such a conspicuous weapon directly to Whitebeard, can you? Lin Feng chuckled, pointing at Senbenzakura in her grasp. With a ripple in the air, Senbenzakura gradually transformed into a flurry of cherry blossom petals, resting delicately in Shi Jie's hands. What? This ability to transform a sword into petals is something I have never encountered before. Shi Jie marveled, cautiously touching the petals with intrigue. Isn't it a bit extravagant to give this to Whitebeard? Her face reflected reluctance as she gazed at Lin Feng. Could you keep it for me? As a token of our bond? Though she did not voice the latter part, her meaning was clear. Lin Feng firmly rejected her, his expression resolute. No, if it is not handed over to Whitebeard, our subsequent plans cannot proceed. Humph. Frustrated by Lin Feng's steadfastness, Shi Jie huffed and gazed at the petals in her hand. If you won't give it to me, then why make so many excuses? Despite her words, she carefully tucked the petals away, her eyes glinting with mischief as she approached Lin Feng, her gaze filled with a distinct desire. Considering the effort I have expended to assist you, is there no reward? A reward? Lin Feng was taken aback, having not contemplated what reward to offer Shi Jie. After some thought, he removed the hairpin from his hair and offered it to her. This is all I have on me right now. If you do not mind, I do not mind. Before she could finish her words, the hairpin in Lin Feng's hand was snatched away by Shi Jie, who joyfully toyed with it. This must be a token of affection, Shi Jie mused as she played with the hairpin. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Shi Jie made a bold move. Bai Zai, she called out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng instinctively looked up in response, only to be taken aback by the sensation of her lips against his. In that instant, he froze in place. Meanwhile, Shi Jie had somehow returned to her throne, curled up like a kitten, evoking an irresistible urge to protect her. Blushing, she stole a glance at Lin Feng, recalling the words from the male strategy manual. According to the manual, the third rule states that one must leave an indelible mark in the heart of the other. By doing this, I must have left my mark, Shi Jie whispered to herself, cautiously eyeing the still-stunned Lin Feng. Lin Feng, utterly dumbfounded, gazed incredulously at the Shi Jie who resembled a small cat on the throne. Does this mean I was just forcibly kissed? My first kiss, Lin Feng pondered, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he extended his tongue to lick his lips where she had kissed him. He smacked his lips and, almost unconsciously, remarked, "It's a bit sweet." The moment those words escaped his lips, a rush of crimson flooded Shi Jie's cheeks, nearly rendering her utterly mortified. Covering her face with her hands, her heart raced, as if it would leap from her chest. Is this what love feels like? Shi Jie thought silently, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. She could only peek at him through the gaps between her fingers. At that moment, Lin Feng realized that his earlier actions were somewhat inappropriate, and his own face turned shade of red. The atmosphere in the palace became palpably awkward. The embarrassment was so intense that it conjured a melody from his past life on Blue Star, the familiar tune resonating in his mind. Summer quietly passes, leaving behind little secrets. Keep it in your heart, Keep it in your heart. I cannot tell you. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng dispelled those errant thoughts and addressed Shi Ji on the throne. I'm leaving now. Don't forget about the matter with Bai Huzi. Without waiting for her response, he activated his instant step, maximizing his spiritual energy, and vanished from the palace. Shi Ji watched Lin Feng disappear, laughing heartily. She could tell that he was just as shy as she was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted that way. Once she confirmed that Lin Feng had completely left, Shi Ji slowly rose from her throne, her eyes sparkling as she mused aloud. So adorable. No wonder I have my eyes on him. Once the matter with Bai Huzi is settled, I will do everything in my power to win him over. Bai Zai, you cannot escape my grasp. With that, Shi Ji delicately lifted the male strategy manual like a treasured gem and began to study it diligently. Judging by Lin Feng's reaction, she felt even more assured of the wisdom contained within the book. Meanwhile, Lin Feng raced across the ocean, utilizing his instant step to its fullest potential. Like a streak of white light, he zipped across the vast expanse of water. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally halted, glancing back to find that Jiushi Island was no longer in sight. Phew, women are truly not to be underestimated, he sighed. To be honest, when it came to dealing with a woman like Shi Ji, he felt utterly at a loss. After all, in his previous life, Lin Feng was a recluse, completely clueless when it came to matters of the heart. With a sigh, he gazed towards Jiushi Island, hoping that Shi Ji would keep her promise and deliver Qian Bening to Bai Huzi. This was a crucial step in Lin Feng's plan to rescue Bai Huzi. Qian Bening was renowned for its comprehensive defensive capabilities. When Shi Ji handed it over to Bai Huzi, combined with Lin Feng's guidance, he was confident he could ensure the safety of Bai Huzi and his crew, even in the face of the Navy's preemptive actions. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng set his sights on a distant point in the ocean. It was time to prepare a grand gift for the Navy. He whispered softly, unleashing his immense spiritual energy once more and speeding away towards his destination. In the New World, at the Land of Nations, after formulating a strategy with Kaido, Big Mom departed from Onigashima, content to recuperate within her own territory. Mama, here is today's dessert. Please enjoy, Spilaro said, wobbling as he entered with a large cake, presenting it to Big Mom. Despite the effort it took to carry, a beaming smile adorned Spilaro's face ever since he had heard Big Mom utter those heartwarming words. The attitude of Spilaro and his siblings towards Big Mom had gradually transformed from fear to affection. Well done, Spilaro. Big Mom grinned widely as she took the plate, her smile being as intimidating as ever. Only those accustomed to her presence, like Spilaro and his siblings, dared to respond without fear. Quite delicious, she soon declared after finishing the cake, offering a compliment. Really, Mama? Spilaro replied, having thought the cake would not taste very good since he and his siblings had made it together. Big Mom's praise took him by surprise. Indeed, although the cake's flavor is rather ordinary, I sense the deep love you all put into it. It is delightful, Big Mom said with a smile. Those words nearly brought Spilaro to tears. This is what family is, he thought, recalling the past instances of Big Mom's tyranny. The despotic queen was a thing of the past. The Land of Nations had transformed into a harmonious family. Mama, Spilaro cried, embracing Big Mom. As long as you like it, we will make it for you every day. Ah! Big Mom paused, her expression suddenly shifting to one of discomfort. You need to make it every day. Once a month will suffice. Why? Spilaro looked up in confusion. It's unappetizing, Big Mom replied reluctantly. Ah! Spilaro was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking, you were just so touched, and now you say it tastes bad? Despite these thoughts, Spilaro understood that Big Mom had still eaten the cake, regardless of its taste. This indicated that she had indeed changed. A change for the better. For a moment, Spilaro was unsure whether to thank the monk from earlier or to resent him. Just as he was lost in thought, Big Mom's expression suddenly shifted, and an overwhelming aura surged from her, her gaze fixed on the distance. What's wrong, Mama? Spilaro asked, feeling an unshakable tremor within, fearing that Big Mom might revert to her former tyrannical self. It's nothing. Go and stay with Katakuri and the others. Do not come out without my permission. Big Mom gently instructed, shaking her head. With that, Zeus appeared beneath her feet, carrying her as she hastily departed. What was happening? Spilaro stood frozen. But he remembered Big Mom's parting words. In an instant, I rushed toward the location where Katakuri was situated at the edge of the world. Lin Feng gazed at the approaching shadow, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, they had come, and it was worth the effort to use spiritual energy for communication. Who are you? Big Mom, standing firmly on Zeus with Napoleon tightly gripped in her hand, coldly regarded Lin Feng. Just moments ago, she had received a transmission from him. Though she was unaware of the nature of his ability, she hastened to this place. Moreover, the message compelled her to come, as it revealed that she had once been a member of the Rocks Pirates. This secret was known to only a handful of individuals. Who exactly are you? Big Mom glared at Lin Feng, her tone chillingly harsh, laced with an unmistakable intent to kill. Should Lin Feng's response fail to satisfy her, he would surely face a tempestuous onslaught. Me? Lin Feng pointed at himself, smiling faintly. You truly have a short memory. I was here just a few days ago, and you've already forgotten me? Upon hearing this, Big Mom's eyes narrowed sharply. Only Fahai had visited a few days prior. Could this person be Fahai? No. Judging by his aura and the pressure he exerted, he could not possibly be the same individual. As she contemplated, Big Mom scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, her murderous intent unabashed. Speak. Who are you? In that very moment, she was prepared for battle, Napoleon poised for action in her grip. Seeing her readiness, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. The only downside to changing roles was that he had to explain himself to everyone he encountered. I am indeed Fahai. A few days ago, I came to inquire about Whitebeard and incidentally gave you a beating. Only a few know of this matter. That should validate my identity, no? You are truly Fahai? Big Mom scrutinized Lin Feng closely, suspicion still etched on her face. It was clear that she remained uncertain of his identity. This is troublesome, Lin Feng sighed. Due to the constraints of the system, he could not yet switch to Fahai. He continued, after dealing with you, I went to Kaido, where I broke off one of his horns. No one knows about this. If you doubt me, you may inquire with him. Just as he finished speaking, Big Mom lunged towards Lin Feng, her eyes taking on a heart shape as she exclaimed, Darling, at last, I can see you again. At this moment, Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He pushed the limits of his Shuanbu technique. No, he had surpassed them, racing away into the distance. What do you intend to do? Lin Feng stammered, nearly paralyzed with fear as he glanced at Big Mom in the distance. Big Mom, realizing she had missed her target, turned her gaze towards Lin Feng, a rare blush gracing her cheeks. A man as powerful as you deserves only me. Since you are here today, we shall marry immediately. Marry. Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that Big Mom would utter such words. In an instant, he felt tears welling up. What was happening? Why had she taken a liking to him? Did she perhaps suffer from delusions of persecution? He stammered, monks are not permitted to marry. I cannot accept your proposal. Monk? Big Mom laughed heartily, her eyes playfully sweeping over Lin Feng. I see no trace of a monk in you. Come, let us wed without delay. Accept my love. With that, she lunged at him once more, and Zeus echoed, Marry Mama, and you will be happy. Get away from me, Lin Feng shouted, his face darkening as he evaded her embrace while cursing. However, just as his words faded, the system's warning blared in his mind. Beep, beep, beep. Friendly reminder. Please do not act contrary to the character you are portraying. Curse you. Lin Feng silently cursed the system, which always seemed to appear at the most inconvenient times. Meanwhile, Big Mom continued to charge at him, her face alight with excitement. Let's get married, Fahai. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Feng roared. He had initially sought collaboration with Big Mom, hoping to approach her in a more amicable manner. But at this juncture, he could not afford such a luxury. If he did not resist, he would likely spend the rest of his life ensnared in the embrace of a giant, weighing nearly 2 tons and towering several feet high. Such a fate was unacceptable to him. I still have Snake Princess, Lin Feng thought to himself. In comparison, although Snake Princess could be a bit melodramatic, she was infinitely preferable to Big Mom. Without further ado, Lin Feng took action, his hands forming a prayer as he unleashed the full power of his Chihua cannon towards Big Mom. The cannon erupted with dazzling light, striking her squarely and causing her to stagger. Fahai, you refuse to accept my love. Big Mom trembled as she stood unsteadily from Zeus, gazing deeply at Lin Feng. Are you serious? Lin Feng nearly retched at Big Mom's heartfelt confession. Setting aside her appearance, she was old enough to be his grandmother, with countless descendants. Was it appropriate for her to pursue someone so much younger? Despite his thoughts, Lin Feng refrained from voicing them. Instead, he met Big Mom's gaze earnestly. We could be friends and collaborate, but marriage is truly out of the question. Out of the question? Big Mom paused, a look of sorrow washing over her face as she regarded Lin Feng. It seems my feelings were unrequited after all. A man like you is beyond my reach. Seeing her distress, Lin Feng secretly sighed in relief and said, we can be friends and work together, but marriage is simply not feasible. He paused, wishing to extinguish any lingering hopes she might have, adding, because I already have someone I cherish. Someone you cherish? Big Mom's eyes widened in shock. The bloodthirsty impulse within her reignited by his words. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he only wished to dissuade her from the idea of marriage, continuing, yes, I have someone I love, and I will soon marry her. Marry her? Lin Feng's declaration only intensified the turmoil within Big Mom. She slowly raised her head to face him, her eyes now blood-red, teetering on the brink of a violent outburst. However, Lin Feng was oblivious to her state, mistakenly believing she had abandoned her thoughts of marriage after hearing him. Yes, I will marry her, and I will invite you. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, hurtling towards him. Oh no! Lin Feng shouted and swiftly leaped into the distance. At the moment he departed, a cacophony of thunder descended, with countless bolts striking the very spot he had just vacated. In the next instant, the ocean's surface erupted violently, resonating with a series of explosive sounds. Numerous marine creatures surfaced, their bodies charred and lifeless, as if they had been utterly annihilated by the force of the thunder. Yet this was not the end. The moment Lin Feng touched the ground, Dama-wielding Napoleon charged toward him. The weapon was engulfed in searing flames, seemingly intent on incinerating everything in existence. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng reacted instantaneously, his hands moving in intricate patterns before his chest as he invoked spells. Breach and bind consecutively. Breach number 93, Myriad Forces Break. Bind number 87, Nine Heavens Light Formation. Myriad Forces Break, as its name suggests, possesses immense power that is difficult for ordinary beings to withstand. Under Lin Feng's command, it surged toward Napoleon. Dama nearly lost her grip on the weapon under the overwhelming force. Simultaneously, as Myriad Forces Break was unleashed, the Nine Heavens Light Formation enveloped Dama in a sweeping motion. Countless rays of light bore down upon her with an irresistible momentum. Completed encasing Dama in an instant. This technique ranks second only to the Soul Reaper's Black Coffin in terms of binding prowess, capable of sealing away even the most formidable of foes in the Soul Society. The myriad light formations ensnared Dama's limbs, instantly restricting her movements. Breathing a sigh of relief at having restrained Dama, Lin Feng felt a sense of accomplishment. Achieving this without the use of his Zanpakuto was already a testament to his limits. Fahai, release me. I want to marry you. Dama shouted frantically, her massive form struggling in midair. At that moment, the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki surged forth, assaulting Lin Feng's psyche. What? The impact of the haki sent a tremor through Lin Feng's mind. This was utterly beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated that Dama, in her current state, could emit a Conqueror's haki so potent that it caused him to shudder. Indeed, a Yonko is still a Yonko. Without Senbenzakura, was he truly overreaching? Observing Dama's imminent escape from the binding spell, Lin Feng thought to himself, could he only resort to that? Chapter 134. Do you think the blackfish is throwing seeds? Merime, Fahai, Dama bellowed, her desperation causing the Nine Heavens Light Formation to waver. Marriage, she insisted, her gaze fixated on Lin Feng, one hand grasping the formation as if she were about to rend it apart. It seemed he had no choice. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he raised his hands, gently sketching the activation array of the Soul Reaper's Black Coffin in the air. Everything in this world shall come to an end. The destination of life will be but an illusion. By number 92. Soul Reaper's Black Coffin. With the incantation resonating through the air, a coffin as dark as ink slowly materialized behind Lin Feng. Indeed, it was the Soul Reaper's Black Coffin. I apologize. You must enter and calm down. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the ever-escaping Dama and vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already behind her. With a powerful kick aimed at Dama, he intended to send her into the black coffin. However, upon making contact, he realized he had gravely miscalculated. The raging Dama's body was as hard as iron. Lin Feng felt a jolt of pain shoot through his leg, nearly rendering him numb. Is she truly this formidable in her berserk state? Lin Feng's eyes widened, and Dama's attention was drawn toward him as she turned her head. "Fahai, let us marry," she exclaimed, her mouth stretched wide, her expression frenzied. The intensity of her struggle against the bindings increased, as if she could break free at any moment. This is a disaster. What now? Lin Feng's heart sank as he realized that if he were to be ensnared by Dama in his current state without Senbin Zakura, the outcome was all too predictable, certainly not favorable. Moreover, there was a high chance she would drag him back to the world government for a wedding. What should I do? Should I flee? For the first time, Lin Feng contemplated retreating. He glanced at the mad Dama, letting out a deep sigh. It seemed he had no choice but to wait for her to regain her senses before attempting to communicate with her. Just as he resolved to depart, a familiar, ethereal voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Current role-specific task activated. Indomitable Spirit. Task description. Kurosaki Byakuya remained devoted throughout his life, only able to accept or reject the affection of one woman. Task objective. As Kurosaki Byakuya, explicitly refuse or agree to Dama's proposal. Completion reward. Role-play progress elevated to 80% and all other tasks reset. Note, this task has no time limit, cannot be refused or abandoned, and must be expressed in full to complete. The system's voice faded almost instantly, leaving Lin Feng in a state of bewilderment. Gazing at the task panel that had materialized in his mind, he finally muttered a traditional phrase. System, are you trying to drive me to my demise? Warning, warning. Do not deviate from the character's persona. Please exercise caution, host. The system's warning resonated in Lin Feng's mind before tranquility returned. Damn it, Lin Feng cursed inwardly, realizing that the task bestowed upon him shattered his dreams of being surrounded by admirers. Only able to accept the affection of one woman? Why didn't this task manifest during the Nine-Snake arc? Had it appeared then, would he not have unlocked the next character template by now? There had been no need for this mental duel with Dama. No, the current situation could hardly be deemed a battle of wits. It was more akin to being forced into marriage. As Lin Feng pondered, Dama's Nine Heavens light formation was indeed torn apart by her. This sight sent chills down Lin Feng's spine. She could do that. Lin Feng stared in disbelief at Dama, who was terrifyingly capable of rending the binding spell. It was well known that even the mightiest of hollows in Hueco Mundo would be restrained for an extended period if caught in such a binding. Let alone, Lin Feng had several times their power. By all logic, the Nine Heavens light formation should not be this fragile. Lin Feng considered this, but was unaware that the Nine Heavens light formation, as a top-tier binding technique, was specifically designed to restrain souls and hollows. Its effectiveness against ordinary beings was significantly diminished. Fahai, you cannot escape. Come back and marry me. Dama continued to struggle, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, her eyes reflecting a frenzied intensity that was utterly chilling. Lin Feng felt a cold dread creep into his heart as he instinctively wanted to flee. However, the thought of the system's task halted his steps. Would a refusal suffice? It seemed easy enough. Lin Feng murmured to himself, then turned to Dama, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He truly feared that if she heard his rejection, she might be further provoked into a more volatile state. What should I do? To act or not to act? Lin Feng pondered, then gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I possess the instant step, if worse comes to worst. I can just leave when this woman goes berserk. Once she enters that unconscious state, her speed should be no match for mine. With that thought, Lin Feng decisively approached the formidable woman, his expression dark. As the woman, still struggling, noticed Lin Feng standing before her, a more intense madness flickered in her eyes. Unconsciously, she unleashed her armament haki, reaching out for the remaining 9 heavens light array on her body. While grasping, she shouted at Lin Feng, "Fahai, wait for me. Once I get out, we shall marry. A man with your powerful bloodline must not be wasted. We shall have 100 or 80 children, spreading our bloodline throughout the Grand Line." Faced with her grandiose declarations, Lin Feng felt a twinge of discomfort in his lower back. 100 or 80 children. Even the old sow of a production team couldn't give birth to that many. Does she think she has a black fish spawning eggs? 100 or 80. I feel like giving her 100 or 80 slashes instead. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Her words truly shattered his worldview. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng made an effort to calm his emotions and then raised his head to shout at the woman, Charlotte Lingling. "What's this, Fahai? Have you agreed?" Upon hearing his voice, the woman looked at Lin Feng, her expression a mix of madness and anticipation. "I agreed to your sister." Lin Feng cursed inwardly but did not voice his thoughts. Instead, he replied earnestly, "You are a good person, but..." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "I'm sorry, you're not my type. I hope you can find someone better." In response to Lin Feng's threefold compliment, the woman stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Chapter 135. A reliable system to enhance strength. Seeing her statue-like stillness and the system's lack of response, Lin Feng was uncertain if he had completed the task or what might follow. Given the system's nature, he doubted it would be so simple. Just then, to his surprise, the ethereal voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. "Congratulations, host, for completing the exclusive character task. Reward: role-playing degree increased to 80%. All other tasks have been reset. Ding. Host's current character role-playing progress has reached 80%, unlocking the next character barrier. You have gained 1 draw opportunity. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving more than 2 accomplishments. Reward: removal of character switch restrictions." As the myriad notifications from the system resonated in his mind, Lin Feng found himself momentarily stunned. Was this it? I merely completed a character task, and yet I received so many rewards? Could be a trick? As his thoughts shifted, he suddenly felt a change within himself. Instantly, a brilliant radiance surged forth from his body. No way. Lin Feng was astonished. He had merely wished to transform into Fahai, yet he truly became him. The system's enhancement had manifested, appearing unrestricted. Lin Feng silently rejoiced, realizing that this transformation would significantly bolster his combat abilities and mobility. Imagine Lin Feng in his Shirozai form battling an opponent, surrounded by 1,000 cherry blossoms, only to have a Zen staff descend from the heavens, striking the enemy with tremendous force. What a delightful sensation. System, you have finally accomplished something worthwhile, Lin Feng sighed, when suddenly another notification sounded. Detected that the weapon of Shirozai is not currently with the host. Should it be retained upon character switch? Lin Feng was taken aback and slapped his thigh. He had forgotten that his 1,000 cherry blossoms were currently in the hands of Snake Princess, intended to be delivered to Whitebeard for his safety. What should I do? Would switching characters affect the cherry blossoms? As Lin Feng pondered, the system's prompt echoed again. Retain? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with sudden realization. He had been too anxious to hear clearly, mistakenly believing the system would reclaim the cherry blossoms. But it seemed the system was offering him a choice, not demanding a return. Retain, Lin Feng declared without hesitation. In the next instant, the system's voice resounded. Host has switched to Fahai character. The weapon Shirozai will be retained. Shirozai will enter slumber and will automatically awaken when the host switches back to Shirozai. With that, the system's voice faded, leaving Lin Feng with his excited expression. I've hit the jackpot. Now I'm truly set. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, unable to express his joy, and he began to dance on the spot. However, before he could fully relish his triumph, a shadow rushed at him from behind, moving with incredible speed. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Now embodying Fahai, he was unafraid of anyone and turned to retaliate against the shadow. Boom! Upon collision, an explosive sound erupted in the air, sending ripples across the sea below. Big Mom? After a brief skirmish, Lin Feng recognized the assailant, disbelief etched on his face. The shadow was indeed Big Mom. Yet, for reasons unknown, she now appeared vacant-eyed, her body significantly diminished. Gone was her previous frenzied demeanor, replaced by an unknown state of heightened power. How could this be? Lin Feng cautiously scrutinized Big Mom, marveling at her current condition, narrowing his eyes. Could excessive stimulation have triggered her latent potential? In this state, she seemed to embody destruction itself, living up to her title as the natural destroyer. Before Lin Feng could further contemplate, Big Mom's assault resumed. Flames enveloped her hand as she gripped Napoleon tightly, bringing it down towards him. Not good. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he tightened his grip on the Zen staff to meet her long blade. Clang! The staff met Napoleon with a sound of clashing metal, astonishingly not shattering upon impact. This revelation took Lin Feng by surprise. Moreover, the force from Napoleon coursed through the staff into Lin Feng's hands, leaving them tingling. Such a seemingly simple strike surpassed even that of the previous King of Nations. In this state, Big Mom was truly born for annihilation. Before Lin Feng could regain his composure, Big Mom swiftly withdrew Napoleon and unleashed a powerful punch, shrouded in haki, toward him. Humph! Observing this, Lin Feng snorted coldly. The figure of the King of Hell instantly manifesting behind him as he extended a hand to grasp the incoming fist. The Dharma manifestation encapsulates boundless Buddhist power, effortlessly grasping the formidable fist of the matriarch and lifting her into the air. In the presence of the Dharma manifestation, the matriarch's robust figure appeared no different from that of a child, suspended in midair. Despite her attempts to struggle, the manifestation of the King of Wisdom swiftly extended all its arms, securing her firmly in place. No matter her efforts, they proved futile. Lin Feng gazed at the matriarch, hovering above him, and gradually closed his eyes, placing his hands together in prayer. The serene Buddhist incantation resonated within him. With a hum, it seemed as if countless divine beings were chanting from within his being. At that moment, all creatures, whether soaring birds in the sky or fish swimming in the sea, turned their gaze toward Lin Feng, their eyes filled with reverence as they listened to the sacred recitation. The matriarch, bound by the Dharma manifestation, gradually regained her consciousness under the influence of the divine chants. Clarity emerged in her eyes as she broke free from the state of unconsciousness. Observing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that the Buddhist incantation would be ineffective on her. It now appeared quite effective. At this moment, the matriarch also became aware of her situation, glancing at the manifestation of the King of Wisdom that restrained her, then shifting her gaze to Lin Feng below. Fahai, what is happening to me? She inquired. She only recalled proposing to him, followed by a perceived rejection, after which her memory faded. It's nothing, Lin Feng replied softly, shaking his head. I will explain everything once we reach Wanhua. With that, Lin Feng summoned his Kasaya and steered toward Wanhua. Chapter 136. The Matriarch's Conditions. All right, the matriarch, still somewhat dazed, replied absent-mindedly, following Lin Feng toward Wanhua. Soon, they arrived at Cake Island. Spello, along with Katakuri and others, stood atop a high vantage point. Upon seeing the matriarch return unharmed, they collectively sighed in relief. Mama, Spello exclaimed, his face radiating excitement, genuinely relieved that the matriarch had not encountered any misfortune. The matriarch nodded, remaining silent as the effects of the incantation still lingered, leaving her in a less than optimal state. Fahai, Katakuri fixed his gaze on Lin Feng with caution, uncertain as to why he was present. Lin Feng responded with a faint smile, feeling a favorable impression towards Katakuri. What has happened to Mama? Katakuri approached Lin Feng and whispered. He could discern that the matriarch was not in good condition. Few could exert influence over her, and Lin Feng appeared to be one of them. Moreover, considering the matriarch's earlier insistence on marrying Fahai, Katakuri surmised that she must have angered Fahai, resulting in her current state. It's nothing, Lin Feng replied with a casual smile, providing no further explanation to Katakuri. Katakuri's expression hardened, his tone resolute. Do not dare to harm Mama. If I find out, I will ensure you pay the price, even at the cost of my life. Oh. Lin Feng's expression turned playful, surprised by Katakuri's determination. He lifted his gaze to meet Katakuri's eyes and calmly stated, Are you certain? Under Lin Feng's gaze, Katakuri faltered, feeling an overwhelming pressure that seemed capable of tearing him apart. Haha, relax. Just as Katakuri neared his breaking point, Lin Feng chuckled softly, patting his shoulder. Rest assured, I am here solely for collaboration and mean no harm to your queen. With that, Lin Feng moved past Katakuri and approached Spello. Let us go. Take me inside for a look. I didn't have the chance to appreciate it properly during my last visit. Sure. Spello, momentarily taken aback, stiffened and replied, leading Lin Feng into the depths of Cake Island. Meanwhile, Katakuri knelt on the ground, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, burdened with concern. Fahai, what exactly do you intend to do? He understood that Lin Feng's visit was not merely for sightseeing. It surely bore some ulterior motive that could potentially alter their future course. Upon entering the interior of Cake Island, Lin Feng was immediately struck by the stunning decor. Luxurious and cozy, the ambience was one that transcended mere visuals. It seems you all possess exquisite taste in living, Lin Feng remarked, surveying the surroundings. Not bad, not bad. Spello, the eldest son of the four emperors, nodded vigorously in agreement, like a devoted attendant. At this moment, the matriarch began to emerge from the effects of the incantation. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, overwhelmed with shame, she approached Lin Feng and offered her apologies. Fahai, I apologize for our inability to control our emotions. Upon hearing this, Spello and the others were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Mama is actually apologizing? Is the world coming to an end? They thought. How could this be? Even if Lin Feng is stronger than Mama, it shouldn't come to this. You are four emperor. Spello silently cried out, visibly affected by the matriarch's apology. In truth, it was not just him. The other family members also bore expressions of astonishment. Lin Feng, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, It's all right. No need to take it to heart. Hearing this, the matriarch nodded appreciatively, relieved that Lin Feng accepted her apology. She then inquired, What did you seek me for? Though her temperament was somewhat peculiar, it must be acknowledged that the matriarch, as one of the four emperors, possessed a keen intuition. Her instincts told her that Lin Feng's visit was not without purpose. In response, Lin Feng spread his hands and slowly stated, Collaboration. Collaboration? The matriarch pondered for a moment. What specifically? To rescue Whitebeard, Lin Feng declared, his gaze resolute. At this revelation, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. To enlist a four-emperor to rescue another four-emperor? What a jest! They should seize the opportunity to divide Whitebeard's territory rather than extend such a grand gesture. The thought of rescuing that old man was preposterous. Spello shared this sentiment, believing that, regardless of the angle considered, aiding Whitebeard would yield no benefits, only detriments. Such a proposition was undoubtedly unacceptable. Yet to their astonishment, the matriarch offered no inquiry and readily acquiesced. All right, when do we depart? What? The crowd was astonished, momentarily forgetting the pressure Lin Feng had brought, and rushed forward to dissuade her. Mama, think carefully. Whitebeard's execution carries immense implications. If we involve ourselves, we will undoubtedly face the Navy's wrath. This sentiment echoed among the group, with Spello adding, Mama, Whitebeard is a relic of the past. His execution is inevitable. Rescuing him will only strain our relationship with the Navy further. You must ponder this carefully. In the end, Spyro nearly shouted, sweat pouring down his face. At this moment, he could not afford to be burdened by the pressure from Lin Feng. Protecting their faction was paramount. Lin Feng observed everything silently, refraining from expressing any opinion. Cooperation is inherently a bilateral affair, and insisting upon it would yield no fruitful outcome. Listening to the words of Spyro and the others, Dama fell into contemplation. She was not only concerned for herself, but also for the entire faction she led, thinking of her family. After a moment of deep thought, Dama turned to Lin Feng, her expression peculiar. Fahai, If I agree, what can you offer me? What do you desire? Lin Feng did not respond to the Ma's inquiry. Instead, he posed a counter-question. An ally, rather than merely a collaborator. Dama stated earnestly. At this declaration, the room erupted in astonishment. The formidable four emperors were seeking allies? Could it be that the world had become so perilous that even the four emperors needed to unite? Before anyone could process this revelation, Dama continued, not just me, but also that fellow Kaido. You must become our staunchest ally. If one of us encounters trouble, the other must come to aid, just as Whitebeard is now. Chapter 137. The Erratic Kaido. An ally? Lin Feng had not anticipated that his only obligation would be this. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that Dama's request was far from simple. Should he truly forge a friendship with her and Kaido? If either of them were to find themselves in a predicament akin to Whitebeard's current situation, he would be compelled to offer assistance, because they would be friends. Viewed in this light, Lin Feng's commitment appeared substantial. The others had yet to grasp the implications of Dama's words. They silently noted that Lin Feng had struck a remarkable bargain. A mere mention of ally could mobilize such a powerful faction. Only Spyro discerned the underlying message in Dama's words. Like Whitebeard, Spyro pondered, a glimmer of insight igniting in his eyes. In that moment, he understood Dama's intentions. She was preparing for their future. The world was in turmoil. Even the veteran Four Emperor Whitebeard had been captured and publicly executed by the Navy. This did not imply that Whitebeard was weak. In fact, compared to them, he was significantly stronger, arguably the mightiest faction among the four emperors. Yet, even such a force had fallen to the Navy. This underscored the Navy's ambitions, which likely extended beyond merely eliminating Whitebeard, potentially targeting any one of the four emperors next. With Red-Haired captured and Whitebeard executed, only they and Kaido remained among the four emperors. The Navy's next target would inevitably be either them or Kaido. In light of this, forming an alliance with Lin Feng would be of immense benefit to them, with no drawbacks. I support Mama's decision, Spyro declared, voicing his support for Dama amidst the bewildered expressions of the others. Spyro, are you being threatened? Do not be deceived by Fahai's formidable strength. If he seeks to intimidate us here, we will never collaborate with him, even if it means death. Yes, we would rather die than ally with Fahai. The voices of dissent echoed, and Spyro's face darkened in frustration, secretly cursing those who could not see the bigger picture. Just as he was about to retort, Dama's voice broke through. Children, quiet down. At her command, silence fell instantly, revealing Dama's esteemed position among them. Yapologitse, Fahai, Dama said to Lin Feng, expressing regret for the rudeness of her subordinates. It is of no consequence. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, his thoughts still occupied with the conditions Dama had proposed. Allies and collaborators are fundamentally different. Collaborators, like Mingguo, engage in a mutually beneficial exchange, an equitable trade. However, being allies entails an undeniable responsibility. To accept Dama's terms would mean he would bear this weight. Fahai, do not feel pressured. My only condition is this. If you agree, you shall gain the friendship of 2 of the 4 emperors. Listening to Dama's words, Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before meeting her gaze. Can you represent Kaido? Yes, I can. Dama nodded, then produced a din mushi from seemingly nowhere, dialing a number in front of Lin Feng. Beep beep. After a few rings, the call connected, and Kaido's gruff voice emerged. Hey, old hag, what is it? Why are you calling me at this hour? Kaido. Fahai is here with me. Dama immediately introduced Lin Feng, and the din mushi fell silent. After a brief pause, Kaido's tone shifted to one of caution. What is Fahai doing with you? Is it about that matter you mentioned earlier? Yes, Dama confirmed. This is of great importance. I cannot explain it over the din mushi. You need to come here so we can discuss it in detail. Kaido instinctively touched his broken horn, feeling the roughness of the surface, and hesitated. Can't we just discuss it like this? Kaido held a genuine fear of Lin Feng. The memory of the incident that led to his broken horn still vivid in his mind. The thought of meeting Lin Feng made him uneasy. If you are confident you can evade the government's intelligence system, then we can proceed this way. But I assure you, as soon as our call ends, At least 2 admirals will be dispatched to intercept you at Onigashima. Do you believe me? Upon hearing Ma's words, Kaido fell into silence. He had witnessed the government's intelligence system firsthand. One of the Navy spies was among his 6 subordinates. It was evident that the Navy's espionage was exceptionally pervasive. All right, Fine. I will come. Weighing the pros and cons, Kaido reluctantly acquiesced. You had better bring your finest troops with you. What? Kaido protested. You want my entire crew to come along? Are you planning to team up with Fahai to eliminate me? Seeing Kaido's silence, Lin Feng's voice interjected at the opportune moment. Kaido, I will not lay a hand on you. You can rest assured of that. With Lin Feng's reassurance, Kaido's tension eased somewhat, but before he could fully relax, Lin Feng continued. But the prerequisite is that you must bring all your elite forces. Otherwise, you might just have to wonder whether a dragon can grow another horn. That should be possible, right? After all, it is a dragon, isn't it? Lin Feng's smile nearly frightened the sweat out of Kaido. This demon monk was after my other horn. Absolutely not. Kaido screamed inwardly, making an immediate decision. I'm on my way, right now, immediately. With that, Kaido hung up the Den Den Mushi, a thunderous roar echoing across Onigashima. You lot, leave a few to keep watch. Everyone else, mobilize. Target, Whole Cake Island. At this declaration, Kaido's 3 calamities exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had caused their captain's sudden change in demeanor. Are you intending to wage war against that lunatic? It is uncertain. It should not be the case, as Kaido and that madwoman share a certain bond. While the 3 disasters were conversing, a dark figure burst through the doorway. It was none other than Kaido. Upon seeing the 3 disasters, a flicker of anger crossed Kaido's face as he bellowed at them. Did you not hear my words? Leave at once. With that, he sped toward the beast pirate's ship anchored on the outskirts of Onigashima. The 3 disasters, bewildered, exchanged glances before rising in unison to follow him. On Cake Island, Kaido's reaction took them by surprise. When did he become so straightforward? Big Mom pondered, then cast a peculiar look at Lin Feng, realizing that Kaido's demeanor was likely influenced by him. Do not look at me like that. I have done nothing to provoke Kaido, Lin Feng hastily clarified. Sensing Big Mom's inhuman gaze, she remained silent, yet her expression grew increasingly odd. Despite Lin Feng's fervent explanations, Big Mom harbored deep skepticism. Kaido, a formidable figure from the Rocks Pirates, had always displayed a reckless nature, even towards Captain Rocks himself. As for Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Silver Axe John, Kaido had never regarded them with any respect. Yet now, he displayed such deference toward Lin Feng, which was indeed unusual. It was likely that he had been intimidated by Fahai, Big Mom surmised, arriving at this conclusion based on her previous conversation with Kaido. Meanwhile, Kaido's swift actions did not go unnoticed by the Marines and government spies stationed around the waters of Onigashima. Quickly inform Admiral Kizaru. The Yonko Kaido is on the move. Based on his trajectory, it appeared he was headed toward the land of Wano. Wano? Could it be that Kaido and Big Mom are forming an alliance? This development was monumental. Notify the fleet admiral. The hidden marine spies observed the beast pirate's ship racing away, their hairs standing on end, knowing that a terrifying era was about to unfold. In the new marine fort, within the fleet admiral's office, Akainu's expression remained as grim as ever, his eyes radiating an unwavering obsession with justice. Admiral Sakazuki, what are your thoughts on this matter? Kizaru handed Akainu the recently received information, his tone languid, as if nothing could pique his interest. Upon hearing the news of Kaido's intentions to head toward Big Mom's territory, Akainu's pupils constricted sharply. Regardless of the reason, the Navy must remain vigilant. You and Fujitora will investigate Kaido's intentions, but ensure that he remains oblivious to your presence, Akainu commanded sternly. Understood, Admiral. Kizaru nodded before swiftly departing. At that moment, Akainu's gaze fell upon a document on his desk concerning the execution of Whitebeard. The document prominently featured 3 names marked in red: Fahai, Edward Newgate, and Portgas Diaz. Regardless of your plans, Whitebeard must be executed, and Roger will be eliminated as well. As for Fahai, as he concluded, the document suddenly ignited, transforming into ashes that scattered throughout the room, infusing the atmosphere with a chilling aura that lingered. On the other side, Kaido's actions had captured the attention of various powerful factions across the world. They were unaware that at the very moment Whitebeard was set to be executed, the Yonko was embarking on a significant venture. Surely he does not intend to negotiate an alliance with that madwoman? Some figures familiar with Kaido's history began to converse. That is unlikely. Both Kaido and Big Mom are Yonko, making an alliance improbable, one countered. I believe a conflict has arisen between them. A conflict? There were murmurs of confusion. What conflict could arise? The treasure of rocks, came the reply, igniting a wave of speculation among them. While it was plausible that Kaido might clash with Big Mom over Rock's treasure, they remained cautious of the unpredictable potential of a Yonko alliance. Should they successfully unite, the most chaotic combination on the Grand Line would emerge. If the two Yonko joined forces, no other power, save for the Marine headquarters, could hope to counterbalance them. The world order would inevitably be reshaped. At Blackbeard's stronghold on Hakenosu Island, after losing the capability to seize Whitebeard, Blackbeard and his crew had been lying low on the island. Captain, Kaido has departed on Onigashima and is en route to Wano. Whitebeard is to be publicly executed. Should we not hasten our plans? Lafitte suggested to Blackbeard, who stood nearby. At this moment, Blackbeard had undergone significant changes compared to 2 years prior. Similar to the original narrative, he sported a beard tied into braids. There is no need for haste. We must prepare thoroughly before the execution of Whitebeard. We cannot allow a repeat of the Marineford War, Teach replied, his eyes glinting ominously. Understood, Captain, Lafitte responded. Just then, Shiryu and others entered the room, addressing Teach. Teach, we have waited 2 years. It is time for results. The others behind him echoed similar sentiments. Teach, you must deliver results today, or I will remove you from your position as captain. Faced with their demands, Teach's expression remained impassive as he scanned the room with a cold gaze. He recognized that Shiryu and the others were pressuring him. Over the past 2 years, due to the failure at Marineford, he had not perfected the abilities of the Dark Fruit, although he had been simulating the process of extracting powers from others. Shiryu and the others were reluctant to become test subjects. Thus, their agreement had yet to be finalized. It seemed today he must either provide a satisfactory response or watch as the Blackbeard pirates disintegrated before his eyes. You're all a bit too eager. The plan is still being refined. Once I obtain Whitebeard's corpse, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory answer, Teach said in a grave tone. Whitebeard's corpse. Shiryu laughed coldly. Are you suggesting that we create a ruckus at Lowtown to assist you in retrieving Whitebeard's body from the Marines? As he spoke, Shiryu's expression turned colder, his face eventually becoming a mask of frost. Shiryu, I assure you that once we acquire Whitebeard's body, Teach began, his voice resolute, I will deliver a satisfactory outcome. Teach, are you jesting with us? At that moment, the voice of the regent echoed, his countenance dark as he cast a scornful glance at Dicky. According to your assertion, without the corpse of Whitebeard, has our previous waiting all been in vain? How dare you speak to the captain in such a manner? Before Dicky could respond, Boschas, who had just entered, angrily shouted at the regent. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if sword were drawn. Chapter 139, Dicky's Plan. Everyone calm down. Seeing the escalating tension, Lafayette quickly intervened. Consider this. Whitebeard is about to be executed by the Navy. This means our plan has already achieved half of its goal. Once Whitebeard is dead, the Navy will surely clash with Marco and his crew. At that moment, we will strike to seize the corpse. The Navy will be too preoccupied to care. We only need to be wary of Marco and his gang. Once the captain obtains Whitebeard's abilities, we shall ascend to become the pinnacle of the Grand Line. Does this result not stir your hearts? Lafayette's tone was calm, yet anyone could detect the anticipation woven into his words. Indeed, after the war at Marineford, they had been lying in wait for the opportunity to rise to greatness. This opportunity must be seized. Good. After hearing Lafayette's words, Shiryu's icy demeanor softened. He lifted his gaze to Dicky and said, Then we shall await your acquisition of Whitebeard's powers. However, if you fail. He left the sentence hanging and turned to depart with the regent and others. Yet, Everyone present understood Shiryu's implication. Should they fail, disbandment was a likely outcome. Shiryu had begun to develop a rebellious spirit. Watching Shiryu's retreating figure, a faint murderous intent flickered in Dickie's eyes. Noticing Dickie's rising wrath, Lafayette quickly advised, "Captain, hold your temper. We shall discuss everything after we secure Whitebeard's corpse." Dickie remained silent, lost in thought, before finally nodding slowly. He then said, "Lafayette, keep an ear out for news regarding Law. I have a premonition that he will be a significant obstacle in our quest to seize Whitebeard's body." Upon hearing Lin Feng's name, Lafayette and the others visibly stiffened, memories of their encounters during the war flooding their minds. At that time, they had been utterly overpowered by Lin Feng. It was precisely because of him that their plans to obtain Whitebeard's powers have been stalled until now. "Rest assured, Captain, I will inform you of any news regarding Law at the earliest opportunity. This time, we must not allow him to thwart our plans." "Very well," Dickie nodded in agreement. Then sighed, "You all may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while." Upon his words, Lafayette and the others exited the room, leaving Dickie in solitude. At this moment, his expression bordered on madness. No one would stop him from acquiring Whitebeard's powers. No one. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind him. With distinctive small glasses and an aura of coldness, the identity of the visitor was unmistakable. It was Admiral Akiji, one of the former highest combat powers of the Navy. Akiji. Dickie was not surprised by his appearance. After the war for the position of Fleet Admiral 2 years ago, the latter had suddenly visited and subsequently remained hidden at his side. "Ah, you haven't given up on seizing Whitebeard's powers, have you?" Akiji spoke indifferently, causing a chill to descend upon the room. Dickie did not respond to Akiji's words, but merely regarded him coolly, saying, "Reclaim your abilities, or they may inadvertently become mine." "Ah, how frightening, Blackbeard Dickie," Akiji replied, though he showed no signs of fear. "Ha ha." Dickie chuckled lightly, unfazed by Akiji's demeanor, his lips curving into a cryptic smile. "So, you come to me seeking to assist in my acquisition of Whitebeard's powers? Don't involve me in your affairs." Akiji waved his hands, indicating his reluctance to participate. "Ha ha." Observing Akiji's reaction, Dickie's expression turned cold as he sneered, "Akiji, the world knows you have joined my ranks. If my plan fails, do you truly believe you can remain unscathed?" Upon hearing this, Akiji fell silent. Indeed, Dickie spoke the truth. If Blackbeard's plans went awry, he would inevitably be ensnared in the fallout. "What a nuisance. Then I shall distance myself from the Blackbeard pirates," Akiji muttered after a moment's contemplation, preparing to leave. It was clear he had no intention of involving himself in Dickie's schemes. "Wait," Dickie suddenly called out to Akiji. "HM, you wish to keep me here?" Akiji turned slowly, one hand already encased in ice. "Relax. As long as we remain within this room, we are still comrades, are we not? It is not the pirates' way to turn against one another," Dickie said slowly, yet the irony in his words was palpable, given that he had gained his own powers through the murder of comrades. Seeing that Dickie had no intention of attacking, Akiji released his abilities and asked, "What do you want?" Unexpectedly, Dickie grinned and replied, "Help me with a task, and consider it a repayment for your prolonged stay here. Once this task is completed, we shall have no further ties, and I will announce your departure from the Blackbeard pirates. What say you?" Akiji raised an eyebrow at Dickie's peculiar expression, curiosity blooming within him. "What task?" Dickie beckoned Akiji closer, and as he leaned in to whisper, his voice was soft, yet the words struck Akiji like thunder. "Are you certain?" After hearing, Akiji stared at Dickie in disbelief. "Certain. This is a task only you can accomplish. Go." Dickie's grin was eerie in the stillness of the room. At that moment, in another part of the Grand Line, a concealed ship sped towards the direction of the land of Wano. The vessel carried only a few individuals. Aside from the essential crew, only 2 remained. Yet, despite their small number, any opposing force would underestimate their significance, for they represented the Navy's absolute combat power, Admiral Kizuru and Admiral Fujitora. "Are we close?" Fujitora asked, sitting at the bow of the ship, slurping on a bowl of noodles. "Almost there. Ahead lies the territory governed by that madwoman," Kizaru's languid voice responded. Fujitora remained silent, focused intently on his noodles, wary of wasting a single strand. Hey, at least acknowledge me with a word. Don't be so aloof, Kizaru remarked, slightly irked by Fujitora's demeanor. They had executed numerous missions together, yet their exchanges could be counted on one hand. Sometimes, Kizaru pondered if Fujitora harbored some psychological barrier that prevented him from engaging in conversation. Chapter 140. You truly are not my master very well. You may eat your noodles first. Noticing that his words were ignored, Huang Yuan sighed and, feeling listless, walked to the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant scenery. Perhaps this would ease his awkward mood, if only slightly. Report. At that moment, a Navy officer approached Huang Yuan respectfully, holding a den mushi. Mr. Huang Yuan, Marshal Akainu is calling. Akainu is calling? Huang Yuan murmured, raising his hand to take the den mushi, uncertain as to why Akainu was contacting him at this moment. Hello, I am Huang Yuan. After picking up the den mushi, Huang Yuan casually greeted, his tone as languid as ever. Is this Huang Yuan? I am Akainu. I know you are Marshal Akainu. I simply do not understand the purpose of your call at this hour, Huang Yuan replied indifferently. Green Bull has made a move, Akainu stated deliberately, his words jolting Huang Yuan from his lethargy into a state of alertness. What did you say? That guy has taken action? Yes. Akainu nodded. We both know that the competition for the marshal position is merely a facade. 2 years ago, that fellow voluntarily proposed to contend for the marshal title and stated that the loser would infiltrate Blackbeard's ranks as a spy. Though I do not comprehend his obsession with Blackbeard, he must have his own reasons. Listening to this, Huang Yuan's expression grew peculiar. He was aware of Green Bull's infiltration, but the specific destination remained a mystery to him. Initially believing it would be under one of the 4 emperors, he was taken aback to learn it was with Blackbeard. Was it truly the case that a defeated party from the Paramount War could capture Green Bull's interest to such an extent? While pondering this, Akainu's voice echoed once more. This time, Green Bull has been entrusted by Blackbeard to go to the land of Wano. Although I do not understand why Kaido wishes to form an alliance at this time, I thought it prudent to inform you in advance. This way, should you encounter Green Bull, you will not find yourselves in conflict. Understood, Huang Yuan nodded, glancing at Fujitora still enjoying his noodles in the distance. His eyes filled with meaning. He then quietly asked Akainu, should this news be conveyed to Fujitora? Upon hearing this, Akainu fell silent. Fujitora's unwavering sense of justice was entirely different from his own. It was precisely for this reason that he had not disclosed various decisions and hidden matters of the Navy's upper echelons to him. The situation concerning Green Bull was no exception. After a prolonged silence, Akainu finally spoke. Let us keep it to ourselves for now. If Fujitora notices anything and inquires, just respond with vague remarks. Huang Yuan was taken aback. It sounded easy to say, but Fujitora had honed his observation haki to an extraordinary level. Did Akainu truly believe he could evade detection before such a formidable opponent? Despite these thoughts, Huang Yuan refrained from voicing them, merely nodding in agreement. Very well, Akainu said in a grave tone. That is all for now. Exercise caution in your actions. As he prepared to end the call, a thought seemed to strike him. And he added, by the way, just ensure you understand Kaido's intentions. Do not engage in conflict with him. The current situation is convoluted. And with the imminent execution of Whitebeard, we must remain vigilant against the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the potential threat from the Marines. We cannot afford to divert our focus to other matters. With that, Akainu hung up the den mushi. Huang Yuan handed the device back to the Navy officer, his mind swirling with thoughts as he gazed out at the vast sea, murmuring to himself, 2 years have passed, and we are to meet at this moment Green Bull. On the other side, as Huang Yuan concluded communication with Akainu, Kaido and his crew had already entered the territory of Wano. Numerous pirate ships sailed robustly across the waters. To the unknowing observer, it might seem they were on the brink of war. Yet only Kaido understood that he had been compelled to draw upon his resources. Boss, we will reach Cake Island in 10 minutes. Queen, one of the 3 disasters, reminded Kaido, standing behind him. Kaido nodded, outwardly appearing calm. Yet inwardly he was on edge. Would that mad monk truly sever my other horn? Kaido, thought to himself, instinctively reaching up to touch the broken horn atop his head. The rough texture sent a chill through him, and he muttered, "It shouldn't happen. I've laid everything bare, and with that madwoman involved, they shouldn't be so reckless." Queen found Kaido's behavior to be exceedingly strange. Ever since they departed from Onigashima, Kaido had taken to unconsciously touching his horn at intervals. This unusual display left Queen bewildered, wondering if Kaido intended to polish that broken horn. Sensing Queen's odd gaze, Kaido's face flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and shouted at him, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone mourning a broken horn?" Kaido's words nearly caused Queen to break down in laughter. He forced himself to suppress his mirth, replying, "No, I've never seen it. Boss, you're truly remarkable." He then gave Kaido a thumbs up. Ahem. Kaido detected the underlying tone in Queen's words and coughed to mask his embarrassment. "Just understand. Relay the order to proceed at full speed towards that madwoman's lair." "Yes," Queen responded loudly. Following this, the Beast Pirates fleet accelerated, racing towards Cake Island as if skimming the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, at Cake Island, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware that due to Big Mom's phone call, the attention of the entire Grand Line had turned towards Wano. At that moment, he reclined on a soft sofa, indulging in exquisite desserts. Originally, Big Mom intended to host a grand feast, but Lin Feng had declined. The reason being that the banquet would primarily consist of meat and alcohol, which was not suitable for a monk. Consequently, Big Mom had transformed the feast into a small tea gathering. The inhabitants of Cake Island gathered around a large round table, relishing the delectable treats. "Come, Lin Feng. Try this." Big Mom cheerfully offered a piece of cake to him, her gesture remarkably intimate. In her eyes, even if Lin Feng had rejected her proposal, the bonds of friendship must still be honored. Lin Feng was taken aback by Big Mom's sudden action, silently pleading, "Oh dear, you truly are not my master. Can you not let me be?" Despite his inner turmoil, he did not outwardly express it, partly out of concern that Big Mom might be provoked into a rampage, and partly to preserve her dignity. I can manage on my own." Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, accepting the piece of cake from her hand and slowly bringing it to his mouth. Chapter 141. Mutual Probing, Clash of the Two Emperors. The moment the cake touched his lips, Lin Feng was stunned. The cake seemed to dissolve into a fluid, gently gliding down into his stomach. It was not overwhelmingly sweet, but rather possessed a unique milky fragrance that lingered in his mouth. This sensation was exquisite, rendering Lin Feng unable to stop, and he found himself genuinely admiring Big Mom's culinary skills. It must be said that when it comes to the culinary realm, the other party undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable figures akin to the King of Pirates. However, this assessment is solely based on the aspect of gastronomy. What do you think, Fahai? Are you taken aback? Observing Lin Feng's rapturous expression, Dama's lips curled into a subtle smile. Excellent. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up, generously showering praise upon her. "This is the most delectable dessert I have ever tasted in my life. Thank you." Witnessing Lin Feng's enthusiastic commendation, a joyous laughter erupted from Dama, reverberating through the air. Those around, including Spei Luo, wore expressions of bewilderment, as it had been ages since Dama had last exhibited such elation. The memory eluded them. "Here, try this piece." With a cheerful demeanor, Dama presented another dessert to Lin Feng. It was a donut, enveloped in a delicate layer of chocolate, emanating a rich aroma that made one instinctively swallow. One could only imagine the delightful sensation it would bring once tasted. "All right," Lin Feng chuckled as he accepted it, savoring every bite. With a crunch, he bit into the donut, and the rich chocolate flavor burst forth in his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The flavor is truly exquisite. Lin Feng sighed contentedly, unable to restrain his admiration. "Your chef is indeed remarkable to create such a dessert." "Absolutely." At the mention of her chef, Dama's face beamed with pride, for she had spared no expense in hiring him from the revered culinary paradise known as the Island of Delicacies. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from the outskirts of the island. Everyone turned their attention toward the commotion. Aside from Lin Feng and Dama, a hint of tension flickered in the eyes of the others, for they were aware that the man had arrived. The Beast King, Known to the world as the most powerful being across land, sea, and air, Kaido had come. Suddenly, a colossal dragon surged toward them from the island's periphery, its immense visage instilling fear in the hearts of all. Crazy woman, I have arrived. Transforming into his dragon form, Kaido loomed over everyone on the island, his expression brimming with arrogance. Coupled with his unique draconic appearance, a veil of apprehension cloaked the hearts of those present. Naturally, this did not extend to Lin Feng, Dama, or the three commanders. At that moment, Dama, still immersed in the joy brought by the dessert, was immediately displeased by Kaido's interruption. Hey, Kaido, are you trying to provoke me with such antics? Dama gazed up at Kaido in the sky, her expression tinged with anger. Haha, crazy woman, what if I am? Let us settle it in combat. Kaido dismissed Dama's stern tone with a sharp retort. Oh, Kaido, have you forgotten who once bestowed such generosity upon you? Dama sneered, promptly drawing Napoleon and soaring on Zeus to confront the airborne Kaido. Wagwa. Dama unleashed a lethal strike, Napoleon carving a dazzling arc in the air as it aimed at Kaido. Crazy woman, Kaido roared, exhaling a blast of dragon fire to counter the approaching Wagwa. Instantly, a small mushroom cloud erupted above Cake Island, the clash of their attacks sending tremors throughout the entire island. The onlookers were aghast. Weren't they supposed to discuss an alliance? Why are they fighting already? Spei Luo observed Dama engaging in a fierce battle with Kaido, feeling the urge to assist, yet uncertain of how to intervene. Relax, Spei Luo. At that moment, Katakuri's voice resonated, his hand resting on Spei Luo's shoulder, instilling a sense of calm within him. Katakuri. Spei Luo glanced at him, then asked with Kaido's aggressive approach. Should we not aid Mama? Katakuri shook his head slowly without uttering a word. Not helping? Spei Luo's expression darkened as he shrugged off Katakuri's hand, his tone laced with anger. Katakuri, you must understand, if anything were to happen to Mama, our pirate crew would be finished. Despite Spei Luo's fervor, Katakuri remained silent. Just as Spei Luo was about to voice further concerns, Katakuri slowly raised a hand, pointing toward Lin Feng. Following his gesture, Spei Luo noticed Lin Feng observing the fierce battle above with keen interest, his expression devoid of worry, seemingly looking forward to something. Confused, Spei Luo asked, What do you mean? Katakuri was taken aback, having thought his message was clear. With a sigh, he clarified, Spei Luo, look at how calm Fahai is while Mama and Kaido are fighting. It indicates that this is not a genuine battle. It is likely just a form of greeting between acquaintances. Huh. Spei Luo remained perplexed, glancing at the two combatants in the sky, sweat trickling down his face. They're fighting so fiercely, and you say it's merely a greeting? What nonsense! What kind of familiarity warrants Mama using Wagwa as a form of hospitality? Though he thought this in his heart, he feigned enlightenment for the sake of his elder brother's dignity, sighing, You make a valid point. Upon closer inspection, it does seem that Mama is not exerting her full strength. It appears she is merely reminiscing with Kaido. The bond among pirates is indeed forged through battle. Spei Luo mused, increasingly convinced of his analysis. Observing Spei Luo's reasoning, Katakuri understood he still hadn't grasped the situation but chose not to press the matter further. As long as Mama was safe, whether Spei Luo understood or not was inconsequential. In the sky, after several exchanges between Dama and Kaido, neither side gained the upper hand, leading to a temporary cessation of hostilities. Crazy woman, your combat prowess is commendable. It appears that giving birth to so many offspring has not diminished your strength. Kaido teased, scrutinizing Dama. Dama shot him a glare, clearly displeased by his words. Then, as if realizing something, she smirked and remarked, You can't compare with me. You must be so powerful that you can't even see your own horns anymore. Otherwise, how could one be broken? Was it perhaps snapped off by someone? Dama's sharp retort landed squarely, causing Kaido's complexion to fluctuate between shades of green and red. Instantly reverting to his human form, Kaido touched the broken horn on his head and scoffed. What do you know? This is called aesthetics. Aesthetics. Dama stifled the laugh. Isn't it the kind of beauty sculpted by Fahai? She emphasized the word sculpted with a pronounced bite. You. Kaido's words faltered, momentarily at a loss. Then, as if recalling something, his expression turned serious as he addressed Ama. Crazy woman, let us be serious. Do you truly intend to collaborate with Fahai? Chapter 142. The Cycle of Heavenly Retribution. Alliance formed. Absolutely. Damar replied emphatically, her expression resolute. In the current climate, only Fahai can provide us with substantial assurance. This is the trend of the times. Damar's tone was unwavering, exuding an undeniable authority. Upon witnessing the scene, Kaido's expression fell, and he remarked with a sigh. The trend of the times. He did not deny Big Mom's words, yet he harbored a deep-seated reluctance to ally with Lin Feng. What? Do you have an opinion? Big Mom cast a glance at Kaido, sensing his apparent disapproval of the alliance. Kaido stroked the cross-section of his broken horn and solemnly stated, Crazy woman. How can you be certain that forming an alliance with Fahai won't lead to actions detrimental to our interests? In this vast ocean, there are no eternal allies, only eternal interests. How can you guarantee that Fahai will safeguard our interests? Kaido's words struck a chord, yet they were undeniably true. In the world of pirates, there are no everlasting allies. The law of survival is one of the strong preying upon the weak. Upon hearing this, Big Mom's expression faltered, and she looked down at Fahai, her face growing awkward. Indeed, she lacked sufficient confidence that Lin Feng would not act against their interests. The world of pirates is not a game where one can restart after death. If Lin Feng were to put them in peril, death would be a finality with no room for reprieve. What, do you lack confidence? Seeing Big Mom silent, Kaido pressed further, spreading his hands and saying, Look, even you lack such faith in Fahai. How can I agree to this alliance? At this point, Kaido's tone shifted, growing colder as he fixed his gaze on Big Mom. Lin, we are pirates, not playing house. I must take responsibility for the rascals under me, and you must be accountable for your family. Do you understand, Lin? Big Mom found herself at a loss for words in response to Kaido's assertions. She wished to retort, but was unsure where to begin. Ultimately, she could only feign firmness, declaring, No, I believe Fahai will not act against us. At least not until Whitebeard is rescued. Humph. Hearing Big Mom's words, Kaido let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with derision as he addressed her. You said it yourself. Not until Whitebeard is rescued. What about afterward? How can you ensure that Fahai will not turn against us? Are you relying on your immense weight or your notorious temper? What makes you think Fahai values you? Kaido's words were sharp, relentlessly cornering Big Mom without giving her a moment to respond. Big Mom stood there, dumbfounded atop Zeus, silent. You see, I knew you would feel this way. Kaido smiled, ready to continue speaking, but just then, Lin Feng's voice echoed from behind him. Kaido, if you do not wish to form an alliance, then leave. Do not sow discord among my allies. Lin Feng's tone was calm, yet Kaido sensed an overwhelming killing intent within it. In an instant, cold sweat broke out along Kaido's spine, soaking his back. I am not sowing discord. I am merely stating the truth, Kaido stammered, his voice trembling slightly as Lin Feng's sudden appearance imposed immense psychological pressure on him. Truth? Lin Feng scoffed, locking eyes with Kaido. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You speak so much merely to withdraw from the alliance I proposed, yet you dare not express it directly. Seeking a breakthrough through Lin instead. By leveraging her words, you could slip away without fear of my retaliation. Lin Feng's words laid bare Kaido's thoughts. You. As Lin Feng spoke, fear flickered in Kaido's eyes, his heart racing. How could the other party know his innermost thoughts? Was Fahai's power so great that it could see into the human heart? While Kaido was still reeling from a shock, Lin Feng slowly raised his hands, pressing them together before his chest, uttering enigmatic invocations. May the deities of the heavens witness, the disciple Fahai, along with Charlotte, Lin and Kaido, shall form an alliance. As long as they do not engage in acts that harm the disciple shall remain unwavering until death. With each of Lin Feng's utterances, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. Countless rays of dawn illuminated the empty clouds, enveloping the skies above Cake Island in the whispers of celestial beings. This spectacle left everyone present in astonishment. The murmurs of divine entities, coupled with the radiant light, could only be described as miraculous. Yet it did not end there. With a resounding chime, the clouds above coalesced into a Buddha figure, resonating with a profound sound. Perfect. This single word reverberated in the hearts of all, as if the divine itself were speaking directly to them. As the sound of the Buddha echoed, Lin Feng bellowed, by the decree of the celestial beings. The curse of reincarnation, bind, buzz. 3 streams of formless Buddha light descended from the myriad rays, settling atop Lin Feng, Big Mom, and Kaido. In that instant, Big Mom and Kaido felt an inexplicable connection to Lin Feng, their regard for him deepening significantly. Even Kaido, who had always regarded Lin Feng with trepidation, found his gaze softening when he looked at him. He sensed that this bond could only be severed upon death, and that his trust in Lin Feng had surged to an unprecedented height. This trust was inexplicable, as if they were destined to believe in Lin Feng throughout their lives. Now, our alliance is free of imperfections. After completing this ritual, Lin Feng turned to Kaido and Big Mom, speaking slowly. The curse of reincarnation, a supreme Buddhist binding spell. Its purpose is to solidify our mutual trust. Should any of us act against one another, we shall face the wrath of the celestial beings and be condemned to eternal reincarnation. What have you done? Kaido stared at Lin Feng, bewilderment etched on his face. At this moment, he no longer felt intimidated by the other party. Instead, he felt an inexplicable kinship. This realization filled Kaido with profound terror. What kind of ability did this monk possess that could alter his very thoughts? Nothing much, merely to solidify the alliance among the 3 of us. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, further explaining, just remember, should any of us act against the interests of the others, we will incur divine punishment. Divine punishment? Kaido murmured. Though confused, he refrained from questioning what such punishment entailed. The mere mention of it hinted at something truly terrifying. Well then, the alliance is established. Let us proceed to the island and deliberate on our future plans. Lin Feng stated calmly as he gradually descended onto Cake Island. Chapter 143. The Great Intelligence? A name that speaks for itself. Upon witnessing this, both Big Mom and Kaido followed suit. Meanwhile, at the center of Cake Island, Quinn and the members of the Beast Pirates had also arrived. Due to Kaido's transformation into a giant dragon, they had been unable to catch up, resulting in their arrival at this moment. However, as soon as they reached this location, Quinn was taken aback by the curse of reincarnation invoked by Lin Feng. What is this? You've summoned deities. Are you planning to dominate the world? Quinn gazed intently at Lin Feng, who was slowly descending from the sky, not daring to breathe. The events unfolding in the heavens were far beyond Quinn's comprehension. Lin Feng, noticing Quinn's gaze, felt quite pleased due to the alliance they had formed, and offered Quinn a smile, believing it to be endearing. However, to Quinn, that smile conveyed an entirely different meaning. What is the meaning of that smile from Fahai? A chill ran through Quinn as he pondered Lin Feng's intentions, leading him to entertain wild thoughts. Could this be the legendary final smile? Appearing amiable, yet truly delivering a death sentence to me? The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became, questioning why Lin Feng, with whom he had no connection, would smile at him in such a manner. This place is no longer safe. I must inform the captain and evacuate the entire crew, Quinn resolved inwardly. At that moment, he spotted Kaido descending from the sky and rushed to his side, his face etched with concern. Captain, we shouldn't linger here. We should leave quickly. Leave? Kaido was taken aback. They had just formed an alliance with Big Mom and Lin Feng, and they had yet to determine their future direction. Where are we supposed to go? If you want to leave, then go. I will not. Kaido regarded Quinn with a puzzled expression. What is the matter? Have you encountered a problem? A problem? Quinn stammered, caught off guard. Well, sort of, I suppose. Oh. Kaido's interest piqued as he looked at Quinn. Do tell. I am curious to hear what issue could trouble my chief advisor. Quinn's face stiffened, nearly on the verge of tears. What time to be discussing this? Without further ado, he grasped Kaido's arm and pulled him towards the outskirts of Cake Island, saying, Captain, let's leave first, and I will explain later, all right? Kaido, intrigued by Quinn's demeanor, was about to inquire further when he noticed Quinn suddenly freeze, staring intently behind him. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated from behind Kaido. Kaido, gather your crew members, especially those who are astute. We need to discuss the matter of rescuing Whitebeard. As he approached Kaido, Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Quinn and casually remarked, "Bring him along. I recall he is one of your 3 calamities, right?" A sharp memory indeed. Kaido laughed heartily and patted Quinn's shoulder with pride. "This gentleman is recognized as our crew's genius. I often seek his counsel on significant decisions. His intelligence is undoubtedly reliable." Genius? Lin Feng was taken aback, having not heard such a term in quite some time. Suppressing a smile, he surveyed Quinn, who appeared robust and wise, and then patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Indeed, a genius, fitting of the name." "Yes, yes, yes," Quinn nodded vigorously in agreement, feeling the weight of both Kaido's and Lin Feng's words. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Before he could decipher the unease, other calamities approached. Captain Kaido, Jin, and Jack greeted him solemnly, nodding as a form of salutation. Their allegiance was to Kaido, so they held little reverence for Lin Feng, though they were somewhat intimidated by his strength. Fortunately, having formed an alliance, they presumed Lin Feng would not act against them. Thus, Jin and Jack behaved accordingly. Lin Feng, perceiving their demeanor as normal, chuckled lightly. "Everyone is here. Let us proceed inside for a detailed discussion." He began walking toward the castle not far away, prompting Kaido, Quinn, and the others to follow suit. Inside the castle, Big Mom utilized her Soru no Mi powers to breathe life into all inanimate objects, transforming the castle into a vibrant spectacle. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. "Everyone, today marks the official establishment of the Double Emperor Alliance. Let the feast commence," Big Mom announced from the highest point, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. The alliance with Lin Feng and Kaido signified a new beginning. If conditions permitted, their future path would lead to the unification of the Grand Line. Such thoughts thrilled Big Mom, though they were solely her own. At that moment, Lin Feng and Kaido entered the castle. Observing the meticulously arranged surroundings, Lin Feng's face broke into a genuine smile. With the assistance of Big Mom and Kaido, the rescue of Whitebeard seemed imminent. Fahai, Big Mom spotted Lin Feng and leaped down from her elevated position, her substantial frame causing the castle to tremble. "The feast is on, Fahai. Let us drink together." Upon landing, she approached Lin Feng with a warm smile. Lin Feng nodded, graciously declining her offer. "I cannot partake in the drink. You all enjoy yourselves first, and I will join you shortly." With that, he found a relatively quiet spot to sit. He understood that in such an environment, Big Mom and Kaido needed to foster a celebratory atmosphere, and he could not impede it. For a feast is a tradition among pirates, particularly in a world of One Piece. Noticing Lin Feng's disinterest in joining the festivities, Big Mom and Kaido exchanged glances, a knowing smile playing at the corners of their lips. "Shall we have a little contest, old hag?" Kaido teased, producing a large cup from seemingly nowhere, his intention unmistakable. "Who is afraid?" Big Mom retorted, pulling out 2 barrels of alcohol and placing them between them, raising an eyebrow. "A cup isn't sufficient. Let us use these." "Very well," Kaido responded, lifting one of the barrels to his lips and drinking deeply. Big Mom, not to be outdone, grabbed the other barrel and began to drink heartily as well, with the captains leading the way. The members of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates joined the drinking competition, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a family reunion, all defenses lowered. Observing the revelry from a corner, Lin Feng's face relaxed with a hint of confidence. In this moment, he truly believed he could rescue Whitebeard. Without the support of Big Mom and Kaido, attempting to save Whitebeard with just himself, Kenpachi, Marco, and others would have been exceedingly difficult. Then, Lin Feng's gaze drifted towards the direction of Rogue Town, whispering softly, "Wait for me, Whitebeard." Chapter 144. So-called justice while Cake Island immersed itself in the celebration. Kizaru and Fujitora had already reached the epicenter of the land of Wano, only a few nautical miles away from Cake Island. It seems the Double Emperor Alliance is indeed coming to fruition. This is quite alarming, Kizaru remarked gravely, standing at the bow of the ship. peering through a telescope at the jubilant atmosphere of Cake Island and the docked ships of the Beast Pirates. He understood that this unprecedented alliance would pose a significant threat to the Navy headquarters. The Shuang-Huang Alliance. Beside him, Fujitora wore a grave expression. Although he could not perceive what Kizaru saw, his keen kin Bunchika haki allowed him to sense many things, including Kizaru's current emotions. What shall we do next, Kizaru? Fujitora inquired, pondering whether, now that the Shuang-Huang Alliance had been established, they as Marine admirals should attack the Yonko or return to Marine headquarters. Unlike Kizaru, Fujitora had already formed an answer in his heart as he spoke. With that, he slowly drew out his long sword, assuming an offensive posture towards Cake Island. This startled Kizaru, who quickly interjected, "Hey, Fujitora, you don't mean to attack the Yonko right now, do you? What, is that not an option?" Fujitora tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. As Marines, it is only natural to combat pirates, especially when they're Yonko. The eradication of such a formidable force would be immensely beneficial for both the Marines and the civilians. Kizaru was momentarily taken aback, gazing speechlessly at his stubborn blind comrade. He explained, "The execution of Whitebeard is imminent. If we engage in conflict with Kaido and the others now, both of US will sustain injuries. And who will guard Rogan Town then?" At this, Fujitora paused, realizing he had not considered this aspect. Slowly, he sheathed his sword, a look of regret on his face. "I apologize. It was my oversight for not thinking this through. Indeed, attacking Kaido and his crew pales in comparison to the urgency of executing Whitebeard." Seeing Fujitora come to his senses, Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as you understand, let us return to Marine headquarters to report." With that, Kizaru directed the sailors on the ship to turn the battleship around, heading towards the new Marine headquarters. However, at that moment, a figure on the sea caught Kizaru's attention. "What is that?" Kizaru exclaimed, then picked up a telescope to get a closer look. The sight that met his eyes made him tense up instantly. They had indeed encountered a familiar presence. Kizaru's expression darkened as he recognized the figure through the telescope and muttered a name, Akiji. Indeed, the figure in the telescope was none other than the former Marine Admiral, Kazan, leisurely riding a bicycle across the sea. His current identity, however, was that of a Marine undercover agent. The Marines. When Kizaru spotted Akiji, Akiji had also recognized Kizaru, seeing the familiar warship emblazoned with the word justice. Akiji sighed internally, wishing he could greet an old friend. However, he understood that he could not afford to do so, as his identity was exceedingly sensitive. The fact that he was an undercover agent must remain undisclosed, especially in the territory of the Yonko. If discovered by the wrong individuals, the consequences would be dire. With that thought, Akiji shifted his gaze from the battleship to the distant Cake Island. His purpose for this journey was essentially aligned with Kizaru's. Both aimed to investigate the legitimacy of the Shuang-Huang Alliance. Additionally, there was another task bestowed upon him by Blackbeard, to recruit the Yonko. While this may seem straightforward in words, the execution proved considerably challenging. To sway such powerful figures, one must present incentives capable of shaking their very resolve. Blackbeard intended to leverage the power of the Devil Fruit to persuade Kaido and Big Mom to assist him in acquiring Whitebeard's corpse. Blackbeard was confident that no one could resist the allure of the abilities granted by the Devil Fruit, not even the Yonko. However, the selection of candidates for recruitment had become a dilemma. While Basis and Lafitte were his trusted subordinates, Blackbeard could not bear to expose them to danger. As for Shiryu and his associates, although they were powerful, they had yet to pledge their allegiance. After much contemplation, Akiji realized that he was the most suitable candidate for this task. With formidable strength and a reputation as a fallen Marine admiral, he could likely navigate perilous situations and emerge unscathed. A multitude of thoughts surged through Akiji as he gazed towards Cake Island. Recruiting the Yonko was far from a simple endeavor. His mission entailed more than mere recruitment. It was, in fact, a strategic maneuver to utilize Blackbeard's name to probe the secrets of Kaido and Big Mom, subsequently relaying this information to the Marines. It was a gamble. Akiji murmured to himself, then pedaled his bicycle towards Cake Island. Watching Akiji's retreating figure, Kizaru stood at the stern of the ship, feeling as if he were in another world. Despite knowing of Akiji's undercover status, he could not help but feel a sense of worry for him. "Take care, Akiji." Kizaru sighed inwardly, then slowly made his way to the rest area. Just then, he noticed that Fujitora had mysteriously left the battleship and was now standing alone in a small boat facing Cake Island. Instantly, an unsettling feeling surged within Kizaru, and he shouted towards Fujitora, "Fujitora, what are you planning to do?" Sensing Kizaru's voice, Fujitora did not turn around but slowly drew his long sword, pointing its tip towards the distant island. He then spoke, his voice low yet unmistakable to Kizaru. "The threat posed by the Shuang-Huang alliance to the world is too great. I cannot stand idly by. Although I cannot see, I still wish to do something for those who are weak." "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Hearing Fujitora's words, Kizaru realized that he intended to take action against Kaido and the others. His body transformed into a flash as he rushed towards him, desperate to intervene. After all, Akiji had just set off towards Cake Island. If Fujitora attacked now, unaware of Akiji's true identity, conflict would surely ensue. The consequences of such an encounter were unimaginable. Kizaru was nearly beside himself with urgency, yet he was still a moment too late. Just as he reached the small boat to stop Fujitora, the sword in Fujitora's hand was already enveloped in the power of his devil fruit. Abruptly, Fujitora raised the sword high above his head and brought it down forcefully in the direction of Cake Island. A hum resonated as countless circular waves of energy surged into the sky, and Kizaru's expression shifted dramatically, his usual nonchalance replaced by alarm. Following his gaze, he beheld a colossal meteor hurtling towards Cake Island, its velocity igniting the very atmosphere around it. The meteor was enormous, surpassing even the size of Cake Island, and its intended target was none other than Cake Island itself. Chapter 145, Crisis. A colossal meteor. Kizaru stared blankly at the sky, then turned to Fujitora with a look of exasperation, unable to comprehend why he would take such drastic measures. He had clearly explained that this was not the time to engage the Yonko. Why couldn't this stubborn old fellow understand? Kizaru, infuriated, was about to unleash his anger upon Fujitora when, unexpectedly, Fujitora spoke first. "I apologize. Please allow me this one act of defiance." Fujitora's voice carried a sincere apology, leaving Kizaru momentarily at a loss for words. "You." Kizaru pointed at Fujitora, wanting to say something, but ultimately resigned, lowering his hand and leaping onto the battleship, shouting to the sailors on deck, "Attention everyone! Evacuate this maritime area with utmost urgency." Upon hearing the sudden command, the naval officers were left bewildered. Yet the gravity of the situation was unmistakable in Huang Yuan's tone. They promptly returned to their posts, exerting every ounce of strength to navigate the warship away from this perilous zone. The vessel surged across the sea, skimming the surface at an astonishing speed. Huang Yuan stood at the stern, watching the distant Cake Island fade from view, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. He then grasped the transponder snail and dialed the marshal's office, intent on reporting this matter to Akainu. Beep beep. The transponder snail rang several times, but no one answered. Huang Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Ultimately, he cast the transponder snail aside and glanced back at the now invisible Cake Island, his heart whispering a silent plea for survival. Akiji. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Cake Island remained blissfully immersed in the revelry of the banquet. The Beast Pirates and Big Mom's crew were all flushed with drink. Even Queen, who had been wary of Lin Feng, appeared rosy-cheeked and dazed from the effects of alcohol. "I tell you, there is nothing in this vast ocean that I cannot comprehend," Queen declared, slurring his words as he draped an arm around Spiro's shoulder, his face beaming with intoxication. Hee, is that so? I must see it for myself one day." Spiro replied with a tipsy smile. "Ha ha, greed." Queen laughed heartily, raising his cup to clink with Spiro's. They both downed their drinks in one go. "Cheers," Spiro echoed, emptying his much smaller cup. "Delightful." Seeing Spiro's enthusiasm, satisfaction spread across Queen's face. Just as he was about to continue their drinking spree, he discovered the barrel was completely empty. "Where's the booze?" Queen exclaimed, discontent evident in his voice. At such a moment, how could the drinking cease? Observing this, Spiro patted Queen's shoulder reassuringly, Don't worry. I'll fetch more. There is plenty. With that, he staggered towards the storeroom for the fine wines. Behind him, Queen's lewd laughter echoed. Haha, I'll be waiting. As Spiro meandered along the balcony, an essential path to the wine storage, he paused to savor the view of the sky, exhaling contentedly, but then noticed something hurtling towards Cake Island through the clouds. What on earth is that? Spiro rubbed his eyes, perplexed by the object in the sky. Huh? Once he discerned its true nature, an expression of disbelief washed over his face. What the hell is that? He gasped in terror. The object soaring through the sky was none other than the meteorite summoned with all of Fujitora's might. However, it still had a considerable distance to travel before reaching Cake Island, thus remaining undetected by most. No, I must notify Mama immediately. Spiro reacted swiftly, the shock of the meteorite sobering him significantly as he sprinted towards the castle. Upon his return, Spiro was spotted by Queen, who chuckled, "Back so soon with the drinks? Impressive speed. Come on, let us continue," Queen urged, waddling toward Spiro. Yet Spiro's mind was far from revelry. He quickly sought out Big Mom, approaching her with a grave countenance. "Mama, we have a serious situation." Huh? Big Mom cast a glance at Spiro, initially intending to tease him, but the gravity in his eyes prompted her to adopt a serious demeanor. "What is it, Spiro? What has happened?" "This." Spiro struggled to articulate the enormity of the meteorite, finally sighing, "Mama, please follow me." He began leading her towards the balcony. Observing this, Big Mom raised an eyebrow. She doubted Spiro would interrupt her over trivial matters, so she followed without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes and gazed skyward, not at the castle, but at the approaching meteorite. "Fujitora?" he murmured to himself. In the entire pirate world, only he possessed such extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Fujitora to be exceptionally promoted to the rank of admiral. Even Akiji, who advanced the fastest, climbed the ranks from a lowly soldier, not attaining admiral status until his 40s. However, Lin Feng knew Fujitora was not impulsive. To unleash such a technique against Cake Island suggested awareness of their impending alliance. What could this mean? Just as Lin Feng pondered these questions, Big Mom's voice rang out from the balcony, laced with an unprecedented fear. "What is it, madwoman?" Kaido, still groggy, approached her, intending to jest. However, upon seeing the colossal meteorite looming over Cake Island, his expression turned serious, shock etching his features. "What in the world is that?" he exclaimed, seeking an explanation from Big Mom. A meteorite of such magnitude, if it struck Cake Island, would not only devastate the island, but potentially obliterate the entire surrounding sea, annihilating all life within. There is no time. Hearing Kaido's urgent tone, Lin Feng rose and strode towards the castle exit. As he stepped outside, he gazed into the sky, his eyes widening in alarm. The meteorite was even larger than he had sensed, more than twice the size of Cake Island. Should it collide with the ground, the repercussions would reach far beyond the islands, likely affecting the entire sea and the Grand Line. Without hesitation, Lin Feng summoned his Kasaya and activated the Mingwang form to its utmost limits, manifesting behind him as he charged towards the meteorite. At the edge of Cake Island, Akiji watched the descending meteorite in shock, drenched in cold sweat. "Navy, what are you planning?" On the balcony, Big Mom and Kaido, who were contemplating how to address the meteorite, spotted a shadow racing from the ground towards it, prompting their confusion. "What is that?" they wondered aloud. As they recognized the figure, astonishment gripped their faces, and they exclaimed in unison, "Fahai." After exchanging glances, a mutual understanding passed between them, and in an instant, Big Mom and Kaido darted towards the meteorite, their speed rivaling Lin Feng's. "You two?" Feeling the energy approaching from behind, Lin Feng turned to see Kaido in his dragon form and Big Mom riding Zeus, his expression momentarily stunned. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Big Mom interjected, "Fahai, a meteorite of this scale is beyond even you, right? What if we join forces?" Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, she swung Napoleon towards the meteorite. At the same moment, Kaido transformed into his half-dragon form, wielding a spiked club as he struck the meteorite. Wagwa, thunderous 8 trigrams. With the enhancement of the thunderous 8 trigrams, the might of Wagwa surged, penetrating through the clouds and hurtling toward the meteorite. The attacks of the two sovereigns intertwined, a spectacle that transcended mere arithmetic. The sheer momentum was palpable. "Shatter it!" Kaido bellowed with a maniacal laugh, his face illuminated by a hint of madness. Beside him, Big Mom displayed an eager expression, anticipating how their joint assault would obliterate the meteorite. Boom! The reinforced Wagwa struck the meteorite with a resounding impact, unleashing a burst of black light at the point of contact. The immense force halted the meteorite's advance, shattering a considerable portion of it into countless fragments that rained down around them, accompanied by the continuous roar of destruction. This thing is nothing but a triviality, merely for show. Observing the effects of their attack, Kaido laughed heartily, believing they had successfully impeded the meteorite. However, Lin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. While Kaido and Big Mom's moves had indeed had an effect, they had merely delayed the meteorite's descent without eradicating the threat entirely. Ugh! Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Kaido's laughter abruptly ceased. He looked up, realizing that their combined assault had only reduced a fraction of the meteorite's mass, with a significant portion still barreling toward the island. Damn it! Kaido's expression darkened as he cursed, then shouted at Big Mom, "Crazy woman, keep going. I refuse to believe we can't smash this thing." With that, he swung his spiked club, charging it with power, the color of Conqueror's hockey swirling around him, an awe-inspiring sight. Big Mom nodded in agreement, brandishing Napoleon and channeling the power of her other homies into the blade, preparing for their most formidable strike. Just as the two were about to unleash their combined attack, Lin Feng's voice rang out, tinged with exasperation. Hey, stop. What? Big Mom and Kaido turned to Lin Feng, confusion etched in their expressions. They were on the verge of destroying the meteorite, and yet Fahai chose this moment to intervene. Sensing their bewilderment, Lin Feng explained, pointing at the meteorite in the sky. Your attacks can indeed destroy it, but the explosion and the debris would be more than enough to devastate Cake Island. You must consider the safety of the crew on the island as well. Upon hearing Lin Feng's reasoning, Big Mom and Kaido exchanged glances, lowering their weapons. Indeed, Lin Feng spoke the truth. Destroying the meteorite was straightforward, yet ensuring the safety of Cake Island during the process was a challenge they could not meet. At least not with their current methods. What then? Are we just going to ignore this thing? Kaido glanced at the approaching meteorite, voicing his concerns. Is there no better way to deal with it? Even if it affects Cake Island, if we don't handle it promptly, not only Cake Island, but the surrounding waters will also be obliterated by the immense impact. I'll take care of it. Sensing Kaido's intentions, Lin Feng replied calmly, a Zen staff appearing in his hand, exuding an unmatched aura. He then addressed Kaido and Big Mom. I will exert all my strength to destroy the meteorite. You too. Focus on managing the falling debris to ensure Cake Island safety. With that, Lin Feng charged toward the meteorite, his speed astonishing both sovereigns. Can he truly manage this? Kaido pondered, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. Do you think someone who can pin you down would be incapable of dealing with this? Big Mom scoffed, recalling how Lin Feng had once bested Kaido in battle. Kaido, upon hearing this, wore a displeased expression and sighed. Hey, crazy woman, must you bring that up? Enough chatter. You handle the east while I take the west, and prepare for the falling debris. Big Mom huffed, then sped off toward the western side of Cake Island. Women are truly troublesome. Kaido sighed, taking off in the opposite direction. At this moment, Lin Feng had already closed in to within 100 meters of the meteorite. He could feel the intense heat generated by the friction between the meteorite and the atmosphere. The scorching temperature caused his clothes to sizzle and emit wisps of smoke. This was troublesome. Lin Feng's expression grew serious as the Buddha's power surged within him, and the figure of the King of Light stepped forth from the void, creating ripples in the fabric of space. Then, Lin Feng positioned the Zen staff across his chest, murmuring, Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Lord of the Earth Kitagarbha, Prajna Buddhas, Pajbiamon. With each utterance, the King of Light's presence intensified, and, as the final phrase left his lips, the previously shut eyes of the King of Light suddenly opened wide. A beam of radiant light shot forth from his gaze, emanating an aura of authority that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul. Great Wheel King of Light, condense. Great Wheel King Seal, establish. Lin Feng roared, and at the moment he shouted the incantation, the figure of the King of Light appeared to gain its own consciousness. Its hands crossed over its chest, mimicking Lin Feng's stance. Thousands of Buddhist chants resonated from the King of Light. Suddenly, the King of Light's hands took on a glass-like appearance, grasping at the void. As a colossal square seal coalesced from the ether, revealing a large swastika before it. This was the King of Light's treasure, the Great Wheel King Seal. As the swastika seal manifested, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor as he shouted at the descending meteorite, "Break for me!" With that cry, the Great Wheel King Seal was hurled toward the meteorite. The seal's momentum was formidable, as if it were breaking the shackles of time itself, striking the meteorite with tremendous force. Chapter 147. Aftermath. Silently and without warning, the Great Wheel King Seal collided with the meteorite, erupting into a blinding white light. In an instant, everyone on the island felt as though they had been struck blind, their vision consumed by an overwhelming whiteness. Big Mom felt it, and so did Kaido. Even those on the island, such as Spiro and Queen, were similarly affected. What the hell is Fahai doing? What's happening? Is this the end of the world? What is this white light? I can't see anything. Panic engulfed the island's inhabitants as the blinding radiance from the Great Wheel King Seal temporarily robbed them of their sight. Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed from the air as the massive meteorite began to shatter upon contact with the King Seal. The seal's power penetrated the meteorite's core, exploding from within and obliterating it. Just then, Big Mom regained her sight and shouted to Kaido in the distance, "Handle the debris. Don't order me around, crazy woman." Kaido bellowed, his gaze fixed on the sky, clearly displeased with being commanded. "Is it not completely shattered?" Lin Feng noted as he watched the meteorite break apart. To his dismay, the meteorite had not disintegrated entirely as he had envisioned, but had instead transformed into countless fragments, still hurtling toward Cake Island. Some of the larger pieces were indeed half the size of Cake Island itself. Should they land on the island, they would still herald a calamity. How infuriating! What on earth are those naval scoundrels thinking? Lin Feng felt a surge of anger as he pondered the Navy's sudden assault on Dan Gao Dao. Had they discovered his whereabouts and sought to eliminate him and Big Mom in one fell swoop? It seemed highly plausible. As he wrestled with these thoughts, the shattered meteorites began to plummet from the sky. With a cold snort, Lin Feng swung his staff, striking the descending rocks with force. "Shatter!" he bellowed, as one end of the staff expanded infinitely, obliterating the meteorites in a fine dust, turning them to ash. Not only, but Big Mom and Kaido also relentlessly attacked the falling debris. Each strike cleared a significant area, yet countless smaller fragments continued to pummel Dan Gao Dao. Instantly, smoke billowed. Numerous buildings were destroyed, engulfed in flames fueled by the intense heat of the meteorites. Almost half of Dan Gao Dao was transformed into a vast inferno. What is happening? Sparren shouted from the balcony, surveying the ravaged landscape below, his heart aching as he recalled the houses he had helped construct. Yelling was futile. They needed to extinguish the fire. At that moment, Katakuri maintained a semblance of calm, addressing Sparren before leaping from the castle to assist in the crumbling structures. "Damn it! Who's behind this? If I find out, I'll make him pay." Sparren cursed, rushing down to join the rescue efforts, determined to minimize the devastation on Dan Gao Dao. He was not alone. Nearly all of Big Mom's crew rushed into the city to offer aid. "Brother Quinn, shall we assist?" Drought Jack, his mind not entirely clear, inquired of Quinn as he observed Big Mom's subordinates rushing to help. "Of course," Quinn replied resolutely. "Why wouldn't we? We are a brotherhood." With that, Quinn propelled his enormous frame toward the raging flames. Jack quickly followed suit. Observing their actions, Jean let out a sigh and flapped his massive wings, diving into the fire in an attempt to extinguish the flames with speed. In midair, Big Mom was nearly driven to madness watching her island ravaged by meteorites. Her eyes bloodshot as she screamed, "Who dares to hurl meteorites at me? I will find you and flay you alive." robbing you of 100 years of life. Witnessing her fury, Kaido flew in from a distance, remarking, "Crazy woman, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to bear the brunt of my wrath?" Big Mom shot him a sharp glare. "No, I never said that," Kaido replied, raising his hands in feigned innocence. "But don't you want to know who attacked you? Do you know who it is?" Big Mom's voice grew icy as she locked her gaze onto Kaido. Of course, Kaido nodded proudly. Understanding one's enemy is a fundamental lesson for pirates. Don't think that just because you are one of the 4 emperors, no one dares to challenge you. The people today are quite mad. "Speak," Big Mom urged, her patience thinning. Just as Kaido was about to respond, Lin Feng's voice rang out from behind him. "The Navy Admiral, Fujitora." "Navy Admiral?" Big Mom questioned, perplexed. What reason would a Navy Admiral have to attack her stronghold? Did they believe that the Whitebeard was not enough to occupy their time, now shifting their focus to her? Were they attempting to execute Whitebeard while simultaneously eliminating the other 4 emperors? "Hey, Fahai, don't interrupt. It's rude to steal someone else's words." Kaido grumbled at Lin Feng, clearly irritated by his interruption. "Apologies," Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging his rudeness. He then addressed the two. "The Navy has acted against us at this moment, indicating they are aware of our alliance and prepared for war against the 4 emperors. It is likely they will strike again after executing Whitebeard. Attack us?" Kaido chuckled derisively. "Let them come. I can handle 2 Navy admirals." "1 against 2? Lin Feng shook his head with a faint smile. "Just dealing with this meteorite has consumed our energy. Do you truly believe you could confront 2 admirals? Do you even believe that yourself?" Kaido was momentarily speechless. Indeed, facing 2 Navy admirals would be a formidable challenge, as the Navy's peak combat capabilities were no mere trifles. "Well, I can at least handle 1, right? I am confident in defeating a single admiral," Kaido declared, mentally envisioning the outcome of such a battle. If he could not defeat even 1 admiral, he would not deserve the title of the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. Lin Feng offered no mercy, stating coolly, "Since the Navy has declared war on us, we have no reason to endure. What should we do?" Big Mom inquired, her displeasure evident as her stronghold lay in ruins. Lin Feng smiled, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Of course we retaliate. How can you tolerate Dangao Dao being destroyed like this? All right, we will strike back." Big Mom's heart resonated with Lin Feng's words as she gritted her teeth. "I will summon my subordinates and attack the Navy headquarters. They will pay dearly for the destruction of Dangao Dao." As she prepared to rally her crew, Lin Feng halted her. "Not so fast. First, we must stabilize Dangao Dao, then head to the East Sea." "To the East Sea?" Kaido asked, bewildered, as their base was under siege. "What business do they have there now?" "First, we rescue Whitebeard. Once he joins us, we will assault the Navy headquarters," Lin Feng explained. "Rescue Whitebeard?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Big Mom and Kaido instinctively wanted to refuse, yet they understood that Lin Feng's purpose in forming an alliance was to save Whitebeard. After a moment of contemplation, they gritted their teeth and agreed, "We will rescue Whitebeard, but upon his rescue, he must join our alliance. The sea needs no other factions." "Of course," Lin Feng nodded. After rescuing Whitebeard, he had indeed intended for him to join the alliance. He believed that once Whitebeard agreed, they would become the most formidable force in the Grand Line, capable of directly challenging the world government. However, all of this hinged on Whitebeard's willingness to join. If he refused, Lin Feng's grand ambitions would amount to mere fantasies. "Very well." Big Mom and Kaido exchanged glances, agreeing, and then shouted to the crew, still battling the flames below, "Gather all combatants. Our destination is the East Sea. Depart." The busy crew members were momentarily taken aback by Big Mom's and Kaido's orders. Why abandon the immediate task of extinguishing the flames to head to the East Sea? Though puzzled, they complied with their captain's commands, swiftly extinguishing the major fire points before beginning to assemble. Set sail. As Dama and Kaido surveyed the assembly of individuals below, they issued the command to depart. Consequently, the 2 of them took the lead, rushing towards the pirate ship beyond the island. The cadre members of both crews followed closely behind, surging towards the ship in a tumultuous rush, stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Feng trailed behind them, his expression calm. However, as they passed the island's perimeter, A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. What brings you here at such an opportune moment? Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a specific location on the island, his face betraying a mysterious significance. He had detected the concealed presence of Akiji within the cake. Has he been discovered? Sensing Lin Feng hovering above him, Akiji furrowed his brow, realizing he had no hope of overcoming Lin Feng, especially with the two emperors backing him. If he were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. What's wrong? Fahai? Dama inquired upon noticing Lin Feng suspended in midair. Nothing. You and Kaido proceed ahead. I shall catch up shortly, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, his gaze still fixated on Akiji's hiding spot. Very well, Dama acquiesced. Then, with Kaido, hastened towards the pirate ship. Boom! As they boarded their respective vessels, Dama's considerable size caused the entire ship to sway upon her landing. Haha, you ought to lose some weight, Ling Ling, Kaido jested, grinning from the bow of the ship. Shut it, Dama retorted, her expression darkening as she glanced at the assembled crew, calling out, destination, Lobe Town in the East Sea. Set sail. Yes, Mama. The crew responded in unison. All hands, follow the Crazy Lady's ship. Yes, Captain, Kaido's crew echoed, and thus, the two ships sailed side by side across the sea towards Lobe Town. Where's Fahai? Ling Ling. Kaido finally realized Lin Feng was absent and inquired of Dama. He said he would catch up with us shortly, Dama replied candidly. Catch up? What's going on? You called for us to head to the East Sea, and now you're leaving him behind? Are you joking? Kaido grumbled, directing his crew, full speed ahead to the East Sea. Yes, Captain, the crew responded. What are you doing, not waiting for Fahai? Dama questioned as Kaido's ship accelerated. Wait for what? Let that bald guy fly to the East Sea on his own. I don't have time to wait for him, Kaido snapped, and his ship sped away, quickly vanishing from Dama's sight. Ha! That guy Kaido, Dama mused, shaking her head. He had always been this way, presenting one face to the public and another in private. In the past, Rox had often reprimanded Kaido for such behavior. It was astonishing that decades later, he remained unchanged, proving that a dog cannot shed its nature. Mama, should we wait for Fahai? Sparrow asked, having overheard the exchange between Dama and Kaido. No need, Dama replied, shaking her head. At his speed, he 1 TB slower than us. Is that wise? Sparrow voiced his concern, fearing that not waiting for Lin Feng might incite his wrath. Noticing Sparrow's apprehension, Dama's expression hardened as she coldly admonished. You weren't like this before, Sparrow. She then called out to her crew, full speed ahead. Let us catch up with that rascal Kaido. Yes, Mama. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, the primary forces had already departed, leaving only a handful of minions loyal to Dama. At one end of the island, Lin Feng descended slowly from the air, landing atop the rock where Akiji had concealed himself, a playful expression on his face. Will you come out on your own, or shall I summon you? Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet Akiji, hidden beneath the rock, heard him clearly. Sighing, Akiji slowly removed the rock above him and emerged. Upon seeing Lin Feng's playful demeanor, Akiji felt a twinge of confusion. A person of his caliber could successfully conceal himself from even the 4 emperors. So how had this monk discovered him? What do you want? Akiji inquired directly, bypassing how Lin Feng had found him and instead addressing his intentions. Akiji understood that Lin Feng must have known of his presence long before, but had chosen to wait until Kaido and the others were gone to approach him. This approach puzzled Akiji, making it difficult for him to discern Lin Feng's motives. Chapter 149. I still do not wish to be a monk, do not be anxious. Lin Feng smiled at Akiji, his attire reminiscent of what he had seen in a previous life, albeit lacking the penguin that could doze off in the water. Huh! Akiji chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent, feeling a profound discomfort. How can I not be anxious? As a former Marine Admiral, Akiji was privy to far more information than many others. For instance, the disappearance of 2 of the Gorosei was likely connected to the individual before him. Although he could not ascertain whether Lin Feng had eliminated them, there was undoubtedly a close connection. The Gorosei, the pinnacle of power in Mariehua. If such individuals could be eliminated, how could he possibly remain calm? Sensing Akiji's emotional turmoil, Lin Feng paid it no mind. He leaped from the rock and approached Akiji, scrutinizing him from head to toe. What do you intend to do? Akiji questioned, feeling a sense of unease as Lin Feng examined him. How shall I put this? Akiji thought Lin Feng's gaze felt akin to that of inspecting livestock. Relax. There is no need for concern. Lin Feng reassured him, circling Akiji before smacking his lips. It is quite surprising that someone of your caliber is still allowed to roam free by the Marines. Surely, there must be some clandestine dealings at play. Lin Feng's expression bore a hint of amusement. The implication sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down Akiji's back. What? He exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. How could Lin Feng have deduced this? Had his undercover identity been exposed? That cannot be. Akiji believed he had mastered the art of subterfuge, ensuring he would never reveal his true self before outsiders. Coupled with the injuries he sustained from his battle with the Kainu, no one would suspect his true identity. Was there some subtle clue that Lin Feng had picked up on? Akiji found himself lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng possessed a heightened perception, capable of discerning the emotions of individuals and uncovering truths hidden beneath the surface. Lies were as flimsy as paper before Lin Feng. Calm down. I have no intention of harming you, Lin Feng said, observing Akiji's grave demeanor before continuing. You were sent by Blackbeard, were you not? Yes, Akiji nodded, unfazed by Lin Feng's knowledge of his association with Blackbeard. This was not a closely guarded secret. Those with a keen interest were likely aware of it. After all, the former admiral's status arouses curiosity about his every move. What have you been sent here for, I wonder? Lin Feng scratched the corner of his mouth, seemingly in contemplation, before casting a knowing glance at Qing Ji and slowly remarked, that fellow, Di Qi, has always harbored grand ambitions. I gather he wishes for you to negotiate a partnership with Ling Ling. What? Qing Ji's eyes widened in shock as he processed Lin Feng's words. How did the other party know about this? But upon further reflection, Qing Ji felt a sense of relief. It was evidently a significant matter that had led Blackbeard to send him, coupled with the execution of Whitebeard. It was easy to deduce that Blackbeard had dispatched him to investigate collaboration. In the current chaotic situation, even the strongest of individuals may seek solace in alliances. This was not surprising. Ignoring Qing Ji's astonishment, Lin Feng continued, speaking to himself. Taking advantage of the impending execution of Whitebeard to rally the four emperors is a clever strategy. Lin Feng nodded, yet his eyes glinted with coldness. Others might be oblivious to Di Qi's intentions, but he was acutely aware. That rascal likely sent Qing Ji to unite with Big Mom and Kaido, offering some compensation to ensure they seize Whitebeard's corpse in Logtown, thus allowing Di Qi to acquire Whitebeard's powers. Such a beautiful aspiration, yet unfortunate for him, as Lin Feng had already allied with the two emperors. Had he been a moment late, perhaps Di Qi's scheme could have succeeded. Di Qi, indeed, was a troublesome figure. With a glint of resolve in his eyes, Lin Feng decided that after rescuing Whitebeard, he would also take care of this nuisance as a means of avenging Whitebeard. Contemplating this, Lin Feng cast a glance at Qing Ji, a former vice admiral of the Navy, who, despite his stature, was entangled with Di Qi. There had to be some hidden circumstances or unsavory dealings at play. Qing Ji. Qing Ji looked up, noticing Lin Feng's peculiar gaze upon him, causing a chill to run down his spine. What do you intend to do? His voice trembled slightly, revealing an underlying fear of Lin Feng. He understood that he was no match for Lin Feng. A desperate struggle might afford him a chance to escape, but such an endeavor would be too costly. Nothing alarming. Lin Feng replied with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes narrowing into slits, uttering a surprising proposition. Regardless of whom you associate with, why not join me instead? What? Qing Ji could hardly believe that Lin Feng dared to recruit a former admiral of the Navy. Did he not fear that he might be a spy for the Navy? Didn't he catch that? Let me repeat. Rather than associating with Blackbeard, you would be better off aligning with me. At the very least, I am far more pleasing to the eye than Di Qi. Working alongside a more dashing individual might elevate your spirits, no? What do you think? Give it some thought. Qing Ji was bewildered by Lin Feng's unique line of reasoning. What did it mean that working with a handsome person would improve one's mood? The statement felt so awkward. How about it? Consider it. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at Qing Ji. Thank you for the kind offer, but I believe I would fare better with Blackbeard. Qing Ji decisively declined Lin Feng's invitation, secretly thinking that at least Di Qi would not utter such bizarre statements. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze on Qing Ji, coldly stating, "Are you implying that you would rather associate with Di Qi than with me? What sets me apart from that fool?" Lin Feng felt insulted. Di Qi could not possibly compare to his amiable demeanor. A discerning person would clearly recognize the difference between them. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled something he had overlooked. He looked at Qing Ji with a strange expression and asked, "You don't think I'm suggesting we become monks together, do you?" Huh? Qing Ji froze, contemplating how to construct a plausible excuse when Lin Feng's words jolted him. He nodded vigorously, "Yes, yes. I am not yet married and do not wish to jeopardize my future so early." Qing Ji emphasized the term future, and any man could discern the implications behind it. Lin Feng was taken aback, smacking his forehead in frustration, cursing internally at Qing Ji. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you wait until I mentioned it? Was he digging his own grave?" Chapter 150. Qing Ji joins, Crisis for the White Group. On Cake Island, amidst the ruins, Lin Feng and Qing Ji found themselves locked in a prolonged stare-down. The reason for their stalemate was simple. Lin Feng sought to recruit Qing Ji for his own purposes, while Qing Ji remained tight-lipped, uncertain of Lin Feng's true intentions. Observing Qing Ji standing rigidly before him, Lin Feng grew impatient and said, "What would it take for you to join me? Name your terms." Qing Ji glanced at Lin Feng, exuding a sense of helplessness. "I have no conditions. I genuinely do not wish to become a monk." "You." Seeing Qing Ji's stubbornness regarding the monk issue, Lin Feng was left speechless. "I've told you countless times. Joining me does not require becoming a monk. Are you deaf or something?" Lin Feng's words had little impact on Qing Ji, who maintained his expression. "Lin Feng, why are you so persistent? Tell me what you find appealing about me, and I might consider changing." "What aspect?" Lin Feng smirked, fixing his gaze on Qing Ji. "I find your very existence admirable. Would you like to change that?" Qing Ji was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling a sense of indignation welling up within him, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. Lin Feng, unconcerned with Qing Ji's distress, declared, "Let me be clear. If you do not join me today, you shall not leave this place." His tone was firm, and his monk-like appearance gave him an air of relentless determination. Kingzi Sige Davidi. Faced with Lin Feng's bizarre demeanor, he realized he was likely at the mercy of this relentless figure. He could neither fight nor flee. Joining seemed to be his only option. After much deliberation, Qing Ji reluctantly nodded in agreement, recognizing that if he further delayed, who knew what this unyielding monk might do. "You agreed?" Seeing Qing Ji nod, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Qing Ji did not confirm outright, but rather inquired, "Will you let me go if I refuse?" "Absolutely not." Lin Feng shook his head vigorously. "Then I suppose that counts as my acceptance." Qing Ji conceded with resignation. "Excellent," Lin Feng replied enthusiastically, thrilled at the prospect of bringing Qing Ji under his wing. As a former admiral of the Navy, Qing Ji undoubtedly possessed invaluable knowledge, including insights into the secrets of some high-ranking Navy officials. Lin Feng's intention was to extract information about the Navy's upper echelons from Qing Ji. As for the two elders under his command, that was a different matter entirely. As the saying goes, those in the field may disregard military orders. The 5 elders may possess vast knowledge, yet it pales in comparison to the profound understanding of the generals on the front lines. Although Qing Ji cannot fully trust himself at this moment, he acknowledges that his actions are akin to forcing a stubborn ox to drink water, with no substantial interests linking him to Qing Ji. Nonetheless, Lin Feng believes that it won't be long before he gathers valuable information from Qing Ji. This thought brings a smile to Lin Feng's heart. As a former Marine admiral, attacking the Marine headquarters in the future will undoubtedly be much easier. At that moment, Qing Ji's voice broke the silence, expressing discomfort at Lin Feng's sporadic, rather inappropriate laughter as he remained stationary. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse in composure. He cleared his throat and said, "No need to worry, just follow me." With that, Lin Feng summoned his Kasaya, stepping onto it and gesturing for Qingji to join him. Is it safe? Qingji expressed his skepticism, eyeing the Kasaya as if it might be swept away by the wind at any moment. Just come aboard, I assure you. You'll be fine, Lin Feng confidently promised, patting his chest. Fine. Qingji reluctantly complied, stepping onto the Kasaya. Hold steady, Lin Feng instructed as he glanced at Qingji. Suddenly, the Kasaya elevated to a considerable height and sped off into the distance at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Lin Feng forcibly pulled Qingji onto his vessel, the white team found themselves in dire straits. Damn it! Who leaked our information? Marco roared, enveloped in azure flames, glaring furiously at the distant enemy. Captain, should we retreat? A team member suggested, echoing the sentiments of the rest. What about Jaws? Marco's face contorted with anguish as he fixated on a nearby structure. Their massive figure was binding Diamond Jaws with ropes. Earlier, they had followed the information provided by Doflamingo to locate Jaws, only to be met with an unexpected assault from unidentified foes. The combat methods employed by the enemy were entirely alien to this world, rendering their devil fruit abilities utterly ineffective. Strong and perilous. Marco had never encountered such adversaries in his life. If he were to describe them, they would be akin to living sea prism stones, completely counteracting their abilities. Let's go. Bista, covered in blood, charged from a distance, yelling at Marco. What about Jaws? Marco repeated his earlier concern, his grip tightening on the prayer beads in his palm. He was intent on utilizing the beads gifted by Lin Feng, but their destructive power was too great. Acting recklessly could endanger Jaws, which is why Marco hesitated to employ them. Hearing Marco's words, Bista's expression mirrored his distress. Indeed, while they could escape, it would mean abandoning Jaws. No, as members of the Whitebeard Pirates, we cannot forsake a comrade. Just then, a shadow lunged from afar, aiming a deadly strike at Marco and Bista. Swish! The long sword unleashed a devastating slash, its might rivaling that of Hawkeye. You dare challenge me? Bista swiftly reacted, employing his swordsmanship to counter the incoming attack. Flower Sword. Bista unleashed his signature technique, causing petals to swirl around them, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Boom! Countless flower swords shattered the approaching slash, which then struck the ground with tremendous force, creating gaping chasms. I blocked it, Bista muttered to himself, but at that moment, an eerie laughter echoed from a distance. Kakik, is this the extent of your flower sword? Not bad. Who are you? Marco and the others gasped in shock, feeling embarrassed that after such a prolonged battle, they still had not seen the true face of their attacker, causing anxiety to swell within them. So you're the infamous Marco, the Phoenix? The sinister voice resonated from all directions, laced with disdain. Show yourself, stop hiding. Marco's fury ignited as the flames of the Phoenix surged outward. Is this all you have? The ominous voice once again mocked Marco, its tone dripping with contempt, as if Marco's assault had failed to meet the enemy's expectations, leaving him visibly displeased. Unfazed by the taunt, Marco scoffed, allowing the Phoenix's wings to slice through the sky. In his half-beast form, the Phoenix soared, retracting its wings of blue flames before suddenly expanding them. Countless azure flames rained down like cannonballs, striking the earth. Boom! 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 The blue flames engulfed the area, illuminating everything in a celestial hue. The fiery inferno of the Phoenix ascended toward the heavens, as if intent on incinerating all in its path. The surrounding heat waves intensified, rendering breathing a challenge for anyone nearby. Kakik, is this truly the extent of the Phoenix, Marco? The sinister voice repeated, unchanged in tone, suggesting that Marco's efforts had not affected him in the slightest. Bista, let's go. Realizing the urgency, Marco wasted no time, grabbing Bista and fleeing toward the distance. That last attack had nearly drained his strength. The disparity between them had become painfully apparent. Marco understood that lingering here could result in dire consequences for him and Bista. Marco, the prayer beads. Bista gazed at Marco, eager to use the beads bestowed by Lin Feng. No, Marco shook his head. The power of the beads was too overwhelming. Using them in this situation would undoubtedly jeopardize Jaws. The enemy was currently incapacitated, lacking even the most basic defensive capabilities. If the beads were detonated, Jaws would surely bear the brunt of it. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they could not be used. The second in command of the esteemed Whitebeard pirates, reduced to fleeing. The sinister voice taunted from behind Marco, exacerbating his frustration. Damn it! Hearing this, Marco's forehead pulsed with veins, his body halting abruptly, poised as if ready to engage in a final confrontation. Control yourself, Marco. Vista urgently cautioned, sensing Marco's anger. Don't fall for their provocation. We must retreat and regroup with the master before returning to rescue Jaws. I understand, Marco replied, his voice strained, revealing the turmoil within him. Suddenly, Marco surged forward at maximum speed, the blue wings tearing through the sky as he and Bista plunged into the thick clouds. Trying to escape? The sinister voice echoed, laced with mockery. As the words faded, a shadow sprang from the ground, darting towards the direction Marco had fled. In an instant, an irate voice pierced through the clouds, emanating from Marco. Get out of here! With a fierce eruption, blue flames exploded within the clouds, sending a dark shadow hurtling away. Emerging from the clouds was a branch, specifically a willow branch. The branch slowly retracted towards the ground, its tip unmistakably stained with blood. One need not ponder long to deduce whose blood it was. You are not faring well either, Marco, said the master of the ominous voice as he stepped forth from the flames, the bloody end of the branch sinking into his grasp. We shall meet again, and that day is not far off. The speaker narrowed his eyes, gazing into the depths of the clouds, his tone chilling. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from behind him, tinged with reprimand. Number 7. You have gone too far in your play. Why did you not eliminate the opponent on the spot? Number 3. The master of the ominous voice, known as Number 7, slowly turned to face him. A fleeting shadow passed across his face as he replied blandly, Our target was never Marco. What harm is there in letting him go? Umph. Detecting the indignation in Number 7's tone, the deep-voiced figure snorted disdainfully. Do not let your past as a pirate show. Do not forget your current identity. Identity? What identity? Number 7 scoffed, a self-deprecating chuckle escaping his lips. We are merely dogs under that lord's command. Have you ever seen a dog with an identity? You. Number 3 was momentarily taken aback by his words. Just as he was about to erupt, he seemed to recall something, forcibly suppressing his anger, and coldly stated, Take care of the matter regarding Chowsy. Clean it up well, and ensure no one suspects anything. With that, Number 3 turned and departed, leaving Number 7 standing alone, a cold expression on his face. Just a step ahead and aligning with that lord, and he pretends to be something special. He sneered, turning and vanishing from sight. Above the clouds, Marco's face bore an uncharacteristic flush, a result of Number 3's attack. He had been suppressing his internal injuries, causing blood to rush to his head. Marco, hold on. We will be on the ship soon. Vista shouted, hanging from Marco's leg, concern etched on his face. Cough. I know, Marco replied, coughing up a mouthful of blood that stained his clothes crimson. Yet, he persisted in his struggle. I see it. We are almost there. Vista exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards a pirate ship anchored at the shore of a nearby island, where the likes of Mamba and Inu were on board. Marco, in a daze, cast a glance and summoned all his strength to plunge towards the pirate vessel. With a heavy thud, Marco and Bista crashed onto the ship. Fortunately, Marco activated his powers just as he landed. Otherwise, the impact alone could have sunk the vessel. Doctor, quickly treat Marco. Bista shouted as they landed. Understood. The crew acknowledged, and a ship's doctor rushed from the crowd to attend to Marco. What happened? Mamba and Inu approached Bista, concern evident on their faces. It's a long story. Our priority now is to locate the master and regroup before the old man faces execution, Bista sighed. Find Fahai. Where on earth do we look for him now? Mamba remarked, his frustration surfacing at the mention of Lin Feng, recalling the preferential treatment he had received back in Dressrosa. Rogue Town, Bista replied solemnly. Though we cannot contact the master, I am certain he will arrive at Rogue Town before us to plan the rescue of the old man. Therefore, we will surely find him there. Very well. In response, Mamba and Inu did not inquire further. simply directing the crew of the Fur Tribe to set sail towards Rogue Town. Chapter 152. The urgency of Akiji as the Whitebeard crew made their way to Rogue Town. Lin Feng found himself in deep trouble. It was not an enemy attack, but rather an issue with Lin Feng himself. The system prompted him to quickly activate the role of the third character to enhance the strength of Baizai. Is it possible to encounter trouble without performing? Lin Feng mused, yet the system's response was unequivocal. It informed him that failing to promptly activate the third character would indirectly affect the combat prowess of the other characters, leading to a reduction starting at 10%. This revelation alarmed Lin Feng greatly. The role of Baizai was manageable, as it did not significantly impact Lin Feng's original power. However, if he delayed activating the third character, Fahai's strength would diminish, causing substantial complications for Lin Feng. Must I perform? Lin Feng weakly protested, but the system's reply was assertive. There is a 3-day time limit. If the host does not activate the third character within this period, the reduction in strength will commence. Ugh, Lin Feng lamented, feeling overwhelmed, cursing his malfunctioning system repeatedly in his mind. At that moment, he truly understood the feeling of being forced into something against his will, akin to Akiji's predicament. As Lin Feng contemplated this, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Akiji, his eyes reflecting a hint of empathetic sympathy. This glance startled Akiji, causing his scalp to prickle with fear. It was rumored that those who renounced the world at sea harbored unsavory habits. Akiji recalled when he was a rear admiral, sent to dismantle a cult led by monks. The experience had left him traumatized. The memories were so vivid that they required a lifetime to recover from. Fearing the return of those memories, Akiji quickly averted his gaze from Lin Feng, terrified of becoming the protagonist of his own past. Unaware of Akiji's thoughts, Lin Feng began to strategize how to expedite the rescue of Whitebeard. The execution was set to commence in 3 days. Should Lin Feng activate the character role then, his strength would inevitably wane. It would be more advantageous to do so now. Whether early or late, activation was still activation. Lin Feng cursed the system and resolved to activate the third character upon arriving at Rogue Town. As he pondered this, he glanced at Akiji, who sat in a corner of his robe. Lin Feng was not concerned about Akiji acting against him. He was more apprehensive about Akiji exposing his third identity. After all, Akiji had not yet fully committed to their cause and did not entirely trust him. Conversely, Lin Feng himself harbored doubts about Akiji. He needed to devise a method to control Akiji. Otherwise, the threat he posed was considerably significant. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Suddenly, the robe surged forward, startling Akiji, who nearly lost his balance. Under normal circumstances, Akiji would never appear so flustered, yet the slightest disturbance had destabilized his composure. Yet, for reasons unknown, his mind was consumed with visions of annihilating the Halloween cult. Such an overwhelming force would be unbearable for any ordinary man, which explained his current state. Steady yourself. Your capabilities seem to have diminished significantly, Sir General. Lin Feng jested, curious about Qingji's condition. No, it's nothing, Qingji replied with a forced smile, avoiding Lin Feng's gaze. Is that so? Lin Feng responded with a faint smile, accelerating once more, causing the speed of the Kasaya to ascend to an astonishing degree, nearly rivaling that of an aircraft from his previous life. The fierce wind stung their cheeks and filled their ears with a deafening roar. Fortunately, both Lin Feng and Qingji were formidable beings. Anyone else would likely have been swept into the sea by the tempest. Soon, propelled by Lin Feng's reckless determination, 2 colossal vessels chasing each other gradually came into view. They were none other than Big Mom and Kaido, who had set sail slightly earlier. The 2 massive ships engaged in a frantic race across the ocean, with Big Mom's vessel evidently lagging behind Kaido's. This was hardly surprising. After all, Kaido's ship was equipped with the technologically adept Queen. Under his modifications, the Beast pirate ship boasted one of the fastest speeds among all known pirate vessels, with only a handful able to compete. Kaido, don't let me catch up to you, or I shall snap off your other horn. Big Mom fumed aboard the Queen Mama Chanter, unable to close the gap with Kaido's crew. She had wagered with Kaido on who would reach Logtown first, with the islands under her command blocking the way. Initially confident in the speed of her own ship, she had not anticipated that the seemingly foolish queen had installed a flame booster on Kaido's vessel. Powered by Kaido's dragon breath, the ship soared with incredible speed. Witnessing this, Big Mom's fury intensified as she activated her Nomi powers, nearly propelling her ship forward with the waves, yet she still could not catch up to Kaido. This prompted her to unleash a stream of curses. Haha, Lin, if you wish to catch up to me, perhaps in your next life. Kaido chuckled from the stern of his ship, partially transformed, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. In his hand was a long, funnel-shaped container, from which he occasionally exhaled dragon breath. With each exhalation, the speed of the beast pirate ship increased incrementally, ultimately being the primary reason Big Mom could not close the distance. Damn it! Big Mom seethed at Kaido's smug demeanor, stomping her foot in frustration. However, unlike an ordinary person, her stomp nearly sent the Queen Mama Chanter into a dangerous tilt. Alarmed, Spyro hurried to reassure her. Calm down, Mama. Our ship cannot withstand your wrath. Hearing Spyro's counsel, Big Mom's expression softened, revealing her deep concern for her children's safety. Even if that scoundrel wins this time, I must not lose next, she declared, her fury gradually dissipating. Observing Big Mom's mood improving, Spyro quickly added, Certainly, Mama. Next time they shall face the consequences. He gestured towards a nearby officer, who approached with a large platter covered by a lid. What is this? Before Big Mom could inquire, Spyro eagerly interjected, top-tier ingredients matched with top-tier craftsmanship. A perfect cake specially prepared for you, Mama. With that, Spyro lifted the lid to reveal a delectable cake. Mama, please enjoy the love from your children. Chapter 153. Throwing the General onto the Four Emperors ship. Wow. Big Mom exclaimed upon seeing the cake, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Aside from giving birth, indulging in delicious desserts was her only true passion. Thank you, my dear children. She managed to suppress the urge to devour the cake in one bite as she addressed Spyro. With a sigh of relief now that Big Mom's attention was fully captured by the cake, Spyro smiled and said, It is our duty. Please enjoy, Mama. Big Mom nodded, foregoing utensils and diving in with her bare hands. The cake was exquisite, melting into a delicate liquid in her mouth, imparting a sensation akin to floating amongst clouds. Bite after bite, she fully embraced her gluttonous phase, relishing the cake before her. In the distance, Kaido noticed Big Mom's ship had ceased its pursuit, piquing his curiosity. He knew her competitive spirit was strong, which made the situation perplexing. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was trailing behind on the Queen Mama Chanter, also found himself intrigued. He had clearly heard Big Mom's loud proclamations and had expected her to utilize some formidable means to catch up, yet she appeared to have stalled midway. This sparked Lin Feng's curiosity. Consequently, the Kasaya accelerated once more, swiftly approaching the Queen Mama Chanter. In Lin Feng's words, he had entered fifth gear. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the sudden surge of speed still took Qingji by surprise. Gazing at the Kasaya beneath him, he felt a surge of dread, pondering whether there was an upper limit to this state. If there were none, it would be truly terrifying. Under such conditions, traversing the Grand Line could be accomplished in mere days. From another perspective, this implied that Lin Feng could pose a threat to all powers on the Grand Line. Should that be the case, it was indeed not merely fearsome, it was terrifying. Qingji fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, wanting to inquire but refraining, knowing this was likely a personal trump card. A sudden question could easily provoke Lin Feng's ire. Is something the matter? Sensing Qingji's scrutiny, Lin Feng glanced over and asked. No, nothing at all. Qingji feigned calmness, though the sweat on his palms betrayed him. Lin Feng caught a glimpse of Qingji's hand, but chose not to comment. Soon, Lin Feng caught up to the helm of Big Mom's ship, the Kasaya gently descending onto the deck. Lin Feng, seeing Lin Feng arrive so swiftly, Big Mom, amidst the chaos, called out to him and gestured for him to join her in enjoying the cake. No, thank you, Lin Feng shook his head. Just as Spyro's icy voice echoed, what brings you here? His words were not directed at Lin Feng, but at the Qingji standing behind him. The presence of a former Marine admiral on the ship of one of the four emperors was indeed astonishing. In that moment, dozens of ministers encircled Qingji, with Katakuri at the forefront, brandishing a trident and glaring coldly at him. The aura of Conqueror's haki enveloped the weapon's tip, exuding an imposing presence. Yet Qingji remained undaunted, emanating waves of chilly air. Although he could not overpower Lin Feng, it did not mean he could not contend with the four emperors. He was confident that, if Lin Feng did not intervene, he could completely destroy Big Mom's ship and escape from the scene. The four emperors? To Qingji, such titles were merely a means to intimidate children. They held no sway over him. Instantly, the atmosphere on the ship turned tense and charged. Sensing the delicate tension, Lin Feng slowly spoke. "Everyone, do not be alarmed. We are allies." Allies? In Katakuri's gaze, a flicker of confusion appeared as he turned to Lin Feng, pondering when the former Marine Admiral had become one of their own. The swiftness of the change was astonishing. Despite these thoughts, Katakuri and his companions remained immobile, still poised for battle. This was primarily because Big Mom had yet to voice her opinion. Although she had allied with Lin Feng and Kaido, it did not imply that they were obliged to heed Lin Feng's commands. In their eyes, the one who still held sway over them was Big Mom, not Kaido, and certainly not Lin Feng. Observing this, Lin Feng understood their mindset and addressed Big Mom, who was enjoying her cake, with a furrowed brow, urging her to finish and speak, chiding the youngsters for their stubbornness. At that moment, Big Mom swallowed the last piece of cake, her face radiating bliss. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, she strode over, still savoring the delightful dessert. It was undeniably one of the most exquisite cakes she had ever tasted, imbued with the heartfelt sentiments of the children. Lin Feng, witnessing Big Mom's euphoric expression, remarked dryly, urging her to refrain from reminiscing and to instead counsel the obstinate children. Upon hearing Lin Feng, Big Mom's expression returned to normal as she turned to Akiji, surprise flickering in her eyes, before raising her hand to signal Katakuri and the others. With Big Mom's tacit approval, Katakuri and Spoloro gradually relaxed their combat readiness, yet their eyes remained fixed on Akiji, brimming with hostility. After all, when Akiji was a Marine Admiral, their comrades were captured by him, with some even imprisoned in the underwater prison, only escaping later due to the intervention of figures like Doflamingo. Big Mom glanced at Lin Feng and then at Akiji, intrigued by the circumstances that had united these two. Coincidence? She did not believe in such notions. In her view, coincidences were merely orchestrated events. Akiji, how did you end up mingling with Lin Feng? Big Mom squinted at Akiji, her tone laced with an icy edge. The innate animosity between pirates and Marines was palpable. Were it not for Lin Feng's presence, Big Mom would have already launched an attack. Feeling the chill in Big Mom's voice, Akiji furrowed his brow, pondering how to explain his association with Lin Feng. Memories of their earlier encounter flooded his mind. What could he say? Should he admit to being coerced by threats and temptations? As a former high-ranking Marine officer, he felt compelled to maintain a certain level of dignity. Just as he was at a loss for words, Lin Feng's voice broke the silence, suggesting it was destiny. Destiny? Big Mom's face wore a mocking expression, for she had never been a believer in fate. Observing Akiji, she surmised he was likely coerced by Lin Feng. Otherwise, how could he be accompanying him on the ship of one of the four emperors? Only someone with a full stomach would act so recklessly. Just as Big Mom was about to press further, Lin Feng interjected, indicating Akiji, stating he would accompany them to Logtown. What? Before Big Mom could respond, Spoloro and the others gazed at Akiji in shock, unsure of how to react. A former Marine Admiral was being left on their ship, so casually? Rest assured, I am not comfortable with this, Spoloro boldly asserted, voicing the collective concern. Lin Feng, this might be going too far. Who knows if Akiji still has ties to Marine headquarters? If so, it would be akin to placing a ticking time bomb on our vessel. I cannot agree to this. Observing the expressions of Spoloro and the others, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, leaving Akiji on their ship felt rather abrupt. However, he could not conceive a better alternative for accommodating him. Just as Lin Feng grappled with this dilemma, Big Mom's voice rang out. No worries. Just leave the ice cube here. A mere admiral cannot stir any significant upheaval on my ship. A mere admiral? Unable to cause a stir? Hearing Big Mom's words, Akiji's lips twitched. After all, an admiral was still a top-tier force. To be reduced to a mere admiral was rather dismissive. Once Lin Feng departs, I will ensure this ship is thoroughly shaken, Akiji thought to himself, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction with Big Mom's remarks. However, just then, a massive figure descended from the sky, and a gruff voice interrupted Akiji's thoughts. Big Mom, it seems quite lively here. Oh, Ice Cube. The speaker was Kaido, who had come to join the commotion after observing the situation through his telescope. He had not noticed Akiji until now, which took him by surprise. This surprise, however, quickly transformed into an urge to battle, as Kaido turned his attention to Akiji. Ice Cube, come and fight me. With that, Kaido instantly half-transformed, brandishing his kanabo with a predatory gaze fixed on Akiji, brimming with a desire for combat. Undoubtedly, he was eager to engage Akiji in a duel. Akiji, under Kaido's intense scrutiny, fell silent. Moments ago, he had felt confident in his ability to cause a ruckus on Big Mom's ship after Lin Feng's departure. However, Kaido's arrival shattered that notion. Kaido was one of the most formidable beings across land, sea, and air. Even Akiji knew that facing him would not bode well. Moreover, Kaido possessed a particularly lethal advantage. He could fly. Indeed, flying was an invaluable asset on the vast sea. It was common knowledge that Devil Fruit users could not swim, and should Akiji engage Kaido and be cast into the sea, defeat would be inevitable. Do not be alarmed, Kaido, he is one of us. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Lin Feng interjected, recognizing Kaido's battle-hungry disposition. While he too was eager to engage in a fierce clash, that was not the time. His priority was to keep Akiji under control and venture to a secluded location to unlock the next character to play. One of us. Kaido licked his bloodied lips, his gaze still fixed menacingly on Akiji, the desire for battle unwavering. He would not easily change his long-held views on the Marines due to a mere statement from Lin Feng. Akiji was one of them. Donotist. Even if Akiji had severed ties with the Marines, the title of Admiral would follow him for life, a permanent mark he could never escape. Seeing that Kaido remained in his half-beast form, Lin Feng sighed. It was evident that gaining acceptance for Akiji among these individuals would take time. A firmer approach was necessary. Lin Feng contemplated that unless he instilled some measure of intimidation in Kaido and the others, they might very well turn on Akiji after he departed. Enough. Lin Feng's voice resonated, the gravity of his tone sending a shiver through all present. If I say he is one of us, then he is one of us. We shall discuss everything once we reach Logtown. Listening to Lin Feng's words, the crowd became noticeably quieter, though some lingering hostility towards Qing Ji remained, albeit less overtly expressed. Their animosity concealed deep within. Kaido, having also transformed into his half-beast form, stood beside them wielding a kanabo. You and Ling Ling keep an eye on Qing Ji. I have some matters to attend to, and we shall reconvene in Logtown. Lin Feng addressed Kaido, and with that he summoned his Kasaya, seated himself upon it, and vanished into the boundless sea. After Lin Feng's departure, the atmosphere aboard the ship shifted subtly. Ice Cube, how did you end up associating with Fahai? Do share, Kaido inquired, scrutinizing Qing Ji with curiosity. Fate, Qing Ji replied coolly, thereafter ignoring the two emperors and nonchalantly settling down to feign sleep. Haha, Big Mom chuckled, her amusement sparked by Qing Ji's words, which mirrored her earlier inquiry. Is it amusing? Kaido shot a peculiar glance at her upon hearing her laughter, finding no humor in Qing Ji's response. Quite the contrary, Kaido held a strong belief in the concept of fate, as nearly all his crewmates were bound by it. After departing from Big Mom's ship, Lin Feng sought refuge on a relatively remote island, preparing to unlock the third character. As was his custom, he focused his mind and accessed the system panel, clicking on the lottery section. With a whoosh, countless silhouettes flashed through Lin Feng's mind. What would he obtain? It was difficult to deny his anticipation. Ideally, he wished for something akin to the Heavenly Emperor or the Fire God to help him sweep through the Grand Line. Lin Feng mused, revealing his grand ambitions. Ultimately, a singular silhouette came to a halt in his mind. As he beheld the figure, an indescribable strangeness washed over him. Ding! Congratulations, Host, on unlocking the third character. System restrictions lifted. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda. Would you like to commence the roleplay? Ding. Given that this is the host's third initiation of roleplay, initial progress has been increased. The system's voice resonated in Lin Feng's ears, leaving him bewildered. Was it truly warranted to unlock a single character? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, the system's notifications finally subsided. His gaze fell upon the character section, where Duanda's name stirred a sense of conflict within him. It seemed somewhat premature to initiate the roleplay at this juncture. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming curiosity regarding Duanda, one of the 9 celestial lords from the ancient epic, whose combat prowess was legendary. He pondered what kind of strength could be unleashed under his command. Forget it. I shall consider it later. Without system restrictions. It is best to rescue Whitebeard first and then explore other matters, Lin Feng murmured, closing the system panel and summoning his Kasaya as he sped towards Logtown. Chapter 155. Danger approaches at the Holy Land. Mariehua, in a spacious chamber beneath the highest edifice, where it delved deep into the red earth. Entry was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals. Even the Gorosei required rigorous scrutiny to gain access. Above, upon a throne, sat a figure indistinguishable in gender, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Below the throne, several figures knelt on one knee, reporting to the individual seated above, among whom were number 3 and number 7, who had previously confronted Marco and others. In terms of order, number 3 knelt in the front row, while number 7 lingered behind. Have you failed to eliminate the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates? The voice from the throne held a tone of barely contained anger, sharp eyes scanning each person as though capable of piercing through their very souls. Lordum, I accept full responsibility for my subordinates' failures. I alone shall bear the blame. One figure stepped forward, trembling as he spoke, revealing the fear he held for the individual upon the throne. Bear it alone? Im chuckled lightly, the voice ambiguous, tinged with amusement. What will you bear when all that you possess is granted by me? I deserve death. Upon uttering this, the others, including numbers 3 and 7, trembled, their garments soaked with sweat. One individual, under immense pressure, finally spoke. Lord Im, the execution of Whitebeard and Straw Hat is imminent. Fahai and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates will certainly seek to rescue him. We are willing to go forth and eliminate them entirely. Oh, at his words, Im chuckled softly, rising slowly from the throne, surveying the crowd, where each individual lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. According to the latest intelligence, Fahai has allied with Kaido and Big Mom, preparing to head to Lowtown to rescue Whitebeard. Among you, there are those familiar with Kaido and his crew, well aware of their combat abilities. With the addition of the troublesome Fahai, what do you believe are your chances of annihilating them? Facing Im's inquiry, the earlier speaker rose, one hand resembling that of Lao Sha, though differing in color. He respectfully bowed to Im and said, My lord, allow me to speak somewhat arrogantly. Not even Kaido, let alone the reanimated rocks, would be our match. Is that so? Im raised an eyebrow, gazing indifferently at the individual, suddenly breaking into laughter. Since you possess such confidence, take numbers 3 and 7 with you to Logtown. Understood, the individual replied solemnly. Go forth. Im waved his hand dismissively. I shall not disappoint you, my lord. The individual responded respectfully, then departed with 5 others. The remaining figures maintained their previous posture, kneeling on one knee, motionless. Im glanced at the departing group, turned away, and returned to the throne, a unique glimmer in his eyes. Do not let me down, Silverhook John. His voice was soft yet lingered in the vast chamber for an extended time. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having unlocked the third character, was en route to Lowtown upon his Kasaya. What is that? In the distance, Lin Feng spotted a pirate ship racing across the sea at an astonishing speed, far exceeding that of a typical warship. Furthermore, it appeared to be headed towards the East Sea, piquing his curiosity. Let me take a look. Lin Feng accelerated the Kasaya, hastening towards the pirate vessel, unbeknownst to him that it carried members of the Whitebeard pirates. On the deck, Vista gazed at the unconscious Marco, his expression grim. Almost a day had passed since Marco had fallen into a coma due to his injuries. Given Marco's constitution and his phoenix-like regenerative abilities, he should have recovered much earlier. Recalling past experiences, even after sustaining severe injuries, Marco could quickly revive within a day. However, with a full day gone and Marco still unconscious, this anomaly caused Vista to take it seriously. Vista sighed deeply, his heart aching for the unconscious Marco, yet feeling powerless to effect any change. This was a torment worse than death. Is there still no sign of awakening? The cat Viper slithered beside Vista and cast a glance at the unconscious Marco. Vista nodded. It had been a day, and Marco had yet to awaken, which was highly unusual. It seemed they could only seek the Master and implore him to utilize his miraculous powers for healing. However, uncertainty loomed regarding the Master's whereabouts in Logtown. Should the Master be absent, how would they address the worsening condition of Marco? Vista's agitation grew, and his eyes turned slightly red, observing Vista's distressed demeanor. The cat Viper felt at a loss for words to comfort him, gently patting Vista's shoulder before turning to leave. At this moment, granting Vista a quiet space was far more beneficial than empty reassurances. Marco, you must hold on. Once we find a Master, everything will be all right, Vista whispered, regardless of whether Marco could hear him, as if uttering these words could fortify his own hopes. Just then, a familiar voice resounded beside Vista. What has happened? Who could inflict such harm upon the horse? The speaker was Lin Feng, who had hurried to catch up. Upon arriving, he beheld Vista on the deck and Marco before him, in a state of unconsciousness. Master, Vista turned, almost overwhelmed with tears. It was as if the heavens had not forsaken them. Lin Feng's presence at this critical juncture was a beacon of hope. Without delay, Vista implored Lin Feng. His voice choked with emotion. Master, please save Marco. Sensing Vista's urgency, Lin Feng offered reassurance. Do not worry. I am here. Marco will recover. With that, Lin Feng approached Marco and summoned a beam of radiant light from his fingertips, directing it toward Marco. What is this? As the divine light entered Marco's body, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Marco's prolonged unconsciousness was not merely due to severe injuries, but rather because a small tree had taken root within him, siphoning his cellular vitality and life force. This was the reason for Marco's persistent state of unconsciousness. However, the most perplexing aspect was that Lin Feng had never encountered such a method before. Who could have reduced Marco to this state? Lin Feng inquired, seeking clarity on the identity of their adversary. I do not know, Vista replied, shaking his head in shame as he recounted the events. He and Marco had not even glimpsed their foe's appearance. They had simply fallen victim to a single willow branch. Chapter 156. Suspected Power of the Four Emperors. Lin Feng observed Marco thoughtfully. After all, he was a combatant of vice admiral level. To be bested by a mere willow branch indicated that the pirate world was even more perilous than previously understood. Contemplating this, Lin Feng utilized a small causal technique, showering Marco with waves of divine light, gradually dissolving the small tree within him. Meanwhile, at a certain height atop the red soil continent, shrouded in clouds and inaccessible to ordinary folk, several figures descended rapidly, seemingly gliding along the rocky surface. Should a common observer witness this, their astonishment would be immeasurable. As they sped along, one individual suddenly slowed, eyes reflecting an unusual glint as they gazed into the distance. To dissolve my parasitic tree. Impressive. Number 7. What are you dawdling for? The leader of the group chided him sharply, their urgency palpable. Nothing, I will accelerate. Number 7 replied, casting one last glance into the distance before rejoining the others, vanishing into the clouds. Meanwhile, at the white group, Lin Feng exhaled deeply. He had not anticipated that merely resolving a single sapling would require such an immense expenditure of his Buddhist power. After employing the small causal technique over a dozen times, he had nearly depleted his energy. Is it done? Vista inquired, glancing at the still unconscious Marco. Almost. The primary issue has been resolved. In no more than half an hour, Marco should awaken, Lin Feng explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. That is good, that is good. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Bista sighed in relief. His worries about Marco's recovery alleviated. In his view, if Lin Feng could not save Marco, then no one could. With Lin Feng's assurance, the weight that had burdened Bista's heart finally lifted. Now tell me in detail what sort of enemy you encountered to end up in the situation. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, once again inquiring of Bista. He felt as though he had missed something crucial in their earlier conversation. Indeed, Bista nodded, not minding Lin Feng's renewed inquiry, and recounted all he knew. We received word from Minggu that Jaws was imprisoned on island. Upon learning this, Marco took me and over 10 crew members to storm that island. Initially, everything went smoothly. There were no complications. However, just as we were about to rescue Jaws, an unexpected turn of events occurred. At this point, Lin Feng could clearly sense the fear flickering in Bista's eyes. This revelation startled him. What manner of enemy could instill such terror in a seasoned crew member of the Four Emperors? Bista continued. I experienced a sense of powerlessness in battle for the first time. It was an overwhelming force that pressed down upon us. Marco and I could not even discern the enemy's appearance before we were driven from the island's interior to the outskirts, and the 10 or so crew members accompanying us fell one after another. Ultimately, when Marco used his abilities to carry me away, the enemy merely whispered something, and a willow branch shot up from the ground, striking Marco and me. With just one blow, Marco was gravely injured. He barely managed to escape with me. Bista stared blankly at the ground, visibly haunted by the memory, revealing the substantial psychological impact that the mysterious foe had left upon him. Having listened to Bista's account, Lin Feng was taken aback. If the enemy could incapacitate Marco with a single strike, their combat prowess must be on par with, or even surpassing that of Carp. Yet, Lin Feng found it puzzling that such strength had not yet been deployed against them. How many were there? Lin Feng asked. How many? Bista pondered, recalling the encounter. Eventually, he confessed with a hint of shame, I'm not sure. It seemed like there was only one. Could it be the elusive Green Bull? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. If it was indeed just one individual, then perhaps there was a chance to speculate further. With the ability to wield willow branches as weapons against foes, coupled with unmatched combat prowess, Lin Feng was acutely aware of only one figure who remained shrouded in mystery, the elusive Marine Admiral, Lunyo. As Lin Feng pondered these thoughts, a violent cough jolted him back to reality. Following the sound, he beheld Marco slowly opening his eyes and rising to a sitting position. How are you feeling? Is your condition any better? Bista rushed to Marco's side, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, Marco replied, shaking his head. He glanced at Lin Feng with a smile. With a master around, how could such minor injuries be of any consequence? That's reassuring. Lin Feng chuckled softly, surprised by the swiftness of Marco's recovery. It was evident that aside from the small causality technique, the powers of the immortal bird had played a significant role as well. Lin Feng then inquired of Marco. Earlier, Bista and I were discussing the strength of the person who injured you. Do you have any insights to share? Perhaps about their identity or any past encounters? Listening to Lin Feng, Marco shook his head. No, I have no recollection of this individual, but one thing is certain. Their combat ability is alarmingly formidable. As he spoke, Marco glanced down at his chest, where, though Lin Feng's healing had rendered it nearly invisible, a terrifying scar remained from the brutal injury that had nearly pierced him. The architect of that injury was none other than the unseen adversary. It was precisely due to that horrific wound that he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Alarmingly formidable. Lin Feng mused, reflecting on Marco's words. There were few on the seas capable of eliciting such a response from him. How does this compare to the peak of Whitebeard's power? Lin Feng suddenly posed, fixating on Marco, eager for his response. In comparison to Old Man S. Prime? Marco pondered, recalling the adversary's might, ultimately delivering an answer that shocked even himself. On par. Though reluctant, Marco provided this assessment. Even Bista, standing nearby, was left speechless in astonishment. He had initially thought Marco's state was merely a consequence of having fought alongside him, but it appeared that was far from the truth. From Marco's implications, it seemed that even alone, he might have met a grim fate against this unknown foe. Opa? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. If what Marco said was true, then the assailant could not possibly be Lin Yo. Even at the peak of an admiral's strength, they could scarcely rival Whitebeard in his prime. Nonetheless, even at that, when the time came to rescue Whitebeard, it would surely be a formidable challenge for Lin Feng and his allies. After all, they would have to contend with a power level that could potentially rival that of an emperor. At that moment, the balance of forces between Lin Feng's group and the Marine headquarters will be drastically altered. Steelbone, Sengoku, Carp, alongside Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Lin Yo. Not to mention Shanks, that rebellious scion, and Mihawk. Adding to this would be the cunning Blackbeard, who thrived in the shadows, as well as multiple other powers that could potentially rival the Emperor's. Contemplating this, Lin Feng felt overwhelmed. If only Whitebeard were a few decades younger, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he burst into laughter. How could I have overlooked this? All this time spent in the pirate world has been in vain. Huh? Lin Feng's laughter puzzled Bista and Marco, who exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if Lin Feng had experienced some sort of shock. Master, are you all right? They inquired with concern. I'm fine. I have wasted so much time. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and turned to Marco, saying, I will be away for a while, but I promise to return before Whitebeard's execution. With that, Lin Feng leaped into the air, soaring away in his robe, taking with him the snail that could connect him to Minggu, leaving Marco and the others in stunned silence. Vista, do you think the master is okay? Marco asked, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. I'm not sure, Vista replied, equally perplexed. They had been engaged in a productive conversation, and this sudden outburst was bewildering. Let us just wait for him at Rogue Town. He must have his own plans. Finally, unable to decipher Lin Feng's intentions, Marco sighed and commanded the ship to hasten its course. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was engaged in a conversation with Minggu via the phone snail. Doflamingo, this information must be precise. I do not wish for Marco's situation to repeat itself. Lin Feng's tone was frosty, causing Doflamingo to break into a cold sweat. He had heard about Marco's ordeal and was taken aback that the intel he provided nearly led to his demise. When Lin Feng called, Doflamingo had anticipated a reprimand, but instead, he sought the whereabouts of a certain individual. Law, I have no intention of betraying our collaboration. Everything prior was merely coincidental. Please believe me, Doflamingo explained solemnly. I certainly believe you, Lin Feng replied coolly, aware that Marco's plight was not Doflamingo's doing. Otherwise, he would likely be sipping tea in Dressrosa at that moment. Hearing Lin Feng's reassurance, Doflamingo exhaled deeply and continued. Rest assured, this time the information is flawless. However, I can't help but wonder why, with Whitebeard's execution imminent, you choose to pursue this minor character. Do you not consider it a waste of time? Mind your own business, Lin Feng replied sternly, a hint of coldness in his voice that rendered Doflamingo momentarily silent. By the way, I have some good news to share. I have allied with Kaido. Having finished speaking, Lin Feng hung up the phone snail and tucked it away. On the other end, Doflamingo's face lit up with elation upon hearing Lin Feng's words. He murmured to himself, he's allied with that monster. It seems my initial choice was not misguided. As he spoke, a glint of excitement flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. He then reached for a phone snail adorned with horns and placed it on the table. Soon, the call connected, revealing a gruff voice on the other end. I can't believe you dare to contact me at this time. Are you seeking a way to compensate for my losses? Hearing this voice, Doflamingo's expression froze, a faint sense of dread creeping in. Suppressing his fear, he replied to the phone snail, I have heard you have allied with Law. I am also one of his collaborators. The words hung in the air, and a heavy silence ensued on the other end before the voice finally responded, State your purpose. Clown. With that, Doflamingo felt a sense of relief wash over him. His eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses as he calmly articulated, My purpose is quite simple. The voice was soft yet resonant, echoing throughout the room. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious to Doflamingo's communication with Kaido. His face bore an expression of elation as he sped towards the location provided by Doflamingo. Xiao, AI Libo and I. How could I have overlooked you? Lin Feng exclaimed, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Many may not recognize this name, but Boanai is also known as the Big Eater, one of the 11 supernovas. boasting a bounty of 140 million berries. Of course, this bounty was merely the figure from 2 years prior. Lin Feng had no knowledge of her current bounty. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that if Lin Feng's aspirations were to materialize, the formidable Big Eater Nico would undoubtedly become one of the most exceptional assets on the Grand Line. It ought to be in this direction. One must not stray off course. Lin Feng murmured, containing the excitement that surged within him as he soared towards Nico's location. The Grand Line, the island of gluttony. The Nico pirates were currently regrouping here. After 2 years, Xiao Ai Nico had finally gathered her scattered comrades. This marked the happiest day of her 2-year journey. Yet, amidst her joy, Nico received disheartening news. "Captain, are we truly heading to Mariehua? That is a sacred land." A burly man beside her earnestly cautioned his captain. "With our strength, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death." He could not fathom why Nico, in such a jubilant moment, would wish to lead them into Mariehua. "Do you think you're a demon or the monk, Fahai? Can one simply go there at will?" Despite his repeated pleas, Nico appeared entranced. Her voice low as she replied, "My comrades, I have compelling reasons to journey to the sacred land." "Captain," the burly man was about to offer further counsel when, at that moment, a gentle voice resonated from above them. "Excuse me, is this the Nico pirates below?" Chapter 158. Unresolved Negotiations. "Who are you?" Hearing Lin Feng's voice, the members of the Nico pirates gazed skyward, momentarily frozen in astonishment, their pupils reflecting sheer disbelief. Fahai. The leader, Nico, could scarcely believe her eyes. What was such a prominent figure doing here? Did someone aboard her ship inadvertently provoke him? Contemplating this, Nico was the first to speak, addressing Lin Feng with heightened vigilance. "We are the Nico pirates, but I am uncertain." Before she could finish, Lin Feng leaped from the air, landing before Nico. He scrutinized her from head to toe, and upon confirming her likeness to his recollections, his eyes shone with fervent intensity. "You are the renowned Big Eater Nico, are you not?" Nico, visibly taken aback by Lin Feng's demeanor, nodded in a daze. "I am." As her words fell, Lin Feng exuberantly swung his fist, expressing his elation. "I was not mistaken." Then, seizing Nico's shoulder, he gazed intently into her eyes and inquired, "Nico, do you possess the ability to alter your age?" "Well, I suppose so." Nico replied, somewhat bewildered. "Excellent." Hearing her response, Lin Feng could hardly contain his joy and, once he managed to compose himself, declared, "I am here to formally invite you to collaborate with me." "Collaborate?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Nico furrowed her brow, puzzled. Why would the formidable Fahai, who caused the Navy considerable distress, wish to partner with her? Could it be that he was attracted to her appearance? Pondering this, Nico shook her head, concluding that Fahai, being a monk, would not indulge in such trivial matters. But if it were not her looks, then what could it be? Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flickered in Nico's eyes as she connected Lin Feng's earlier words and discerned his intent for collaboration. The devil fruit ability. Yes, it must be that he requires her power for some significant endeavor, which is why he sought her assistance. Observing Lin Feng's eager expression, Nico's conviction solidified. Simultaneously, a bold thought emerged within her. If Fahai sought her out, perhaps she could. Nico's mind drifted to the image of a robust and kind figure. Seeing Nico lost in thought, Lin Feng assumed she was deliberating about joining him and promptly stated, "Nico, feel free to voice any demands you may have. As long as it facilitates our collaboration, I shall comply." "Any demands?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Nico snapped out of her reverie and fixed her gaze upon him earnestly. "Anything at all?" Lin Feng, with grandiose assurance, thumped his chest and proclaimed, "As long as it is not an unreasonable request to destroy the world, anything is possible." "Very well," Nico replied, all the while contemplating that with Fahai's support, her rescue plan's likelihood of success would undoubtedly increase. Subsequently, she addressed Lin Feng, "Fahai, let us be forthright. I have but one request, and it is one you must agree to. I am willing to entrust everything to you, including my abilities." Nico's tone was resolute, her eyes gleaming with an unusual intensity. Yet, Her words left Lin Feng momentarily bewildered. I came seeking your abilities. What I need all of you for. Moreover, with your enormous appetite, I cannot bear such a burden. Lin Feng regarded Nico, an odd thought surfacing in his mind, which he then dismissed, shaking his head. Your entirety is too weighty. I cannot shoulder it. All I require is for you to utilize your abilities to assist me. Upon hearing this, Nico's expression shifted uncomfortably, as she assumed Lin Feng's remarks were a veiled reference to her weight. It is well known that discussions regarding weight and physique are taken very seriously by women. Are you implying that I am too heavy? Nico narrowed her eyes at Lin Feng, her tone revealing her displeasure. Lin Feng, taken aback, clarified that was not my intention. Besides, should we not be focusing on our so-called demands? How do we end up discussing weight? That was not my intention, Lin Feng reiterated, then added, moreover, the emphasis of our conversation should not revolve around our requests. You present your demands, and I shall address them, after which you will collaborate with me. It is quite simple. How did we stray into the territory of weight? Nico paused, realizing her misunderstanding, and soon her face flushed with embarrassment as she offered a sincere apology. After regaining her composure, she articulated her request to Lin Feng. Fahai, I wish to venture to Mariehua to rescue someone. If you can assist me in bringing them out, I will agree to anything. Rescue someone in Mariehua? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then slapped his thigh in realization. According to the original timeline of One Piece, this was the moment when the World Conference commenced. Among the significant events was Sabo and others' attempt to rescue Kuma in Mariehua. Although he had not paid close attention, it was likely that Nico would be present during that time and had some connection with Kuma. With this revelation, Lin Feng's thoughts became clearer. Nico's desire for him to travel to Mariehua to rescue someone was likely linked to Kuma. While the act of saving someone was not inherently problematic at this critical juncture, if he were to proceed to Mariehua, there was a risk of being ensnared by those old-timers, potentially delaying the rescue of Whitebeard. Unlike Kuma, who had been transformed by Vegapunk and was now a mere slave, the stakes of delaying Whitebeard's rescue were dire, for the Navy would not wait for anyone's convenience. With these thoughts swirling, Lin Feng found himself ensnared in a dilemma. What is it? The esteemed Fahai cannot even fulfill such a minor request? Observing Lin Feng's inner turmoil, Boney's heart skipped a beat, fearing that he might refuse her. In a moment of impulsiveness, she spoke out. Hearing her voice, Lin Feng raised his head to look at Boney, understanding the implication of her words. However, the crux of the matter was not whether he was willing to help, but rather that he was unable to do so. With a deep sigh, Lin Feng earnestly addressed Boney, suggesting that they should temporarily set aside the rescue operation. He vowed that once she assisted him in resolving his current predicament, he would undoubtedly aid her in liberating the individual from Marijoa. Before Boney could decline, Lin Feng continued, gazing intently at her, imploring her to trust him, asserting that his word was as solid as gold. Boney regarded Lin Feng, contemplating the meaning behind his words, but struggling to decipher them. Nonetheless, this was not the focal point. Since Lin Feng had rejected her request, she felt no obligation to acquiesce to his. If necessary, she could embark alone to rescue Bear. After all, with the imminent execution of Whitebeard, Marijoa would likely deploy a portion of its forces to fortify the defenses of Lowtown. If she exercised caution, she believed she could successfully extricate Bear from his plight. Contemplating this, Boney cast a cold glance at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with resolve. Since he could not fulfill her request, there was no need for their collaboration to continue. With that, she turned and walked towards her companions, signaling them to depart with her. Chapter 159, Deception. And more deception. Watching Boney's retreating figure, Lin Feng was taken aback by her unwavering stance, as she dismissed any notion of cooperation without hesitation. After all, he was Fahai, one of the pinnacle forces on the Grand Line. Surely, a modicum of respect was not too much to ask for. Wait. Lin Feng called out to Boney, feeling the need to negotiate further. In his estimation, her capabilities were crucial for rescuing Whitebeard, and her involvement would alleviate much of the burden. What is it? Boney halted, tilting her head in his direction. Have you changed your mind? Not at all. Lin Feng replied with a wry smile, just as he was about to articulate his thoughts. However, Boney abruptly turned away, uttering two dismissive words, "No need." Without a backward glance, she continued towards her companions. Lin Feng was incensed by Boney's dismissive attitude, nearly losing his composure to vent his frustrations. Yet, recalling that he still needed her assistance, he restrained his anger. "This is troublesome," he sighed, observing Boney's figure. She was truly impervious to persuasion. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. With a swift motion, he appeared before Boney, his speed eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. "What is happening? Is Fahai about to confront our captain?" The large men, led by one particularly burly figure, grew somber as they rushed towards Boney. They were acutely aware that they were no match for Lin Feng, yet they could not stand idly by while their captain was threatened. That would be contrary to the pirate code. "Captain, quickly leave this place. We will hold off Fahai for a moment. Hurry, Captain Boney. Our ship is to the north of the island. Make haste." They positioned themselves between Boney and Lin Feng, their demeanor resolute, as if prepared to sacrifice themselves. Noticing Boney's hesitation, they urged her, "Captain, what are you waiting for? You must escape now." "It's fine." Boney shook her head slowly, responding calmly. "There's no need for alarm. I do not sense any murderous intent from Fahai." Then, she turned to Lin Feng and stated, "Fahai, I've made my position clear. Since you cannot fulfill my request, there is no need for our collaboration. Why is this child so obstinate?" Seeing Boney's impenetrable demeanor, Lin Feng sighed, refraining from continuing the conversation. Instead, he countered her statement. "Do you truly believe that with your current strength, you can rescue someone from Mary Joa?" Boney was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's question. Indeed, she lacked absolute confidence in her ability to rescue Bear. However, even with a mere 1% chance, she felt compelled to act. "You need not concern yourself." Boney shot Lin Feng a frosty glare. "It's nothing. I ask that you leave, as I have no desire to be entangled with someone like you." With that, she maneuvered around him, leading her crew past Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out, laced with intrigue. "What if I told you that I possess a 100% guarantee of being able to rescue him?" "What?" Boney halted, turning to face Lin Feng, her expression one of disbelief. "To retrieve someone from Mary Joa. Surely even you, Fahai, cannot have such unwavering confidence. After all, that place was known as the Holy Land, fraught with dangers that extended beyond just the admirals. There were far more formidable threats." Ignoring Boney's astonishment, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, "I am indeed confident in my ability to secure his rescue, but the condition is that you must first assist me with the task." Seizing upon Boney's need, Lin Feng swiftly shifted the dynamics of their negotiation. Previously, he had sought her help, but now the roles had reversed, altering the nature of their interaction. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Boney hesitated to agree immediately. She was not a fool. What if she assisted him first, only for him to renege on his promise? In that scenario, there would be no place for her to lament her misfortune. Nevertheless, the matter of rescuing Bear tugged at her heartstrings, prompting her to inquire, "How can I trust you?" Seeing her uncertainty, Lin Feng smiled, having already formulated a response. Just as he was about to speak, Boney preempted him. "Do not attempt to placate me with empty promises. In the world of pirates, such assurances hold no weight." With that, Boney fixed her gaze on Lin Feng once more, reiterating, "How can I trust you?" Lin Feng was at a loss for words. He had intended to offer a promise, only to have it thwarted by her unwavering skepticism. With no other option, he racked his brain for a way to earn her trust. Then, an idea struck him. A spark of brilliance lit up his eyes as he reached into his robe. Before long, an object emerged in Lin Feng's hand, which he extended towards Boney. "This is my most treasured possession, signifying my status as the abbot of Jinshan Temple. I will entrust it to you as a token of my sincerity, to earn your trust. Is that acceptable?" This object was none other than the golden bowl that contained the 5 elders. It was the most prestigious item at his disposal. As for whether it was genuinely as valuable as Lin Feng claimed, that was subjective. Furthermore, without Lin Feng's direct intervention, the 5 elders would remain confined within. Additionally, the bowl bore remnants of his Buddhist energy, allowing him to track Boney's whereabouts in real time. It posed no threat to Lin Feng whatsoever. This item, Boney hesitated, recognizing the significance of the golden bowl in Lin Feng's hand. Yet she refrained from accepting it. Instead, she retorted, "Are you certain you wish to offer this item in exchange for my trust?" Indeed, Lin Feng nodded gravely and began to fabricate a narrative. "While this golden bowl was entrusted to me by my master before his passing, I believe it is a worthy exchange for your trust." Upon hearing this, Boney's expression faltered. The weight of Lin Feng's words struck her profoundly. In her mind, she had anticipated that Lin Feng would offer her some belly or other items as collateral. To her surprise, he had presented a golden bowl and claimed it was a relic of his master. This revelation left Boney utterly bewildered. Although she's a pirate, she still holds a certain respect for the possessions left behind by the deceased, as they carry significant meaning. Fahai unexpectedly presented this item in exchange for my trust, suggesting that I might indeed place my faith in him. In her heart, Boney quietly resolved to keep the golden bowl safe, believing in the other party. Just then, Lin Feng thrust the golden bowl in her hands, saying, "This will be entrusted to you. Please safeguard it well for this humble monk." Boney stared at the golden bowl, now resting in her hands, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had initially thought that Boney's hesitance to accept the bowl indicated she had discerned something, which prompted him to place it directly into her hands. Now, seeing her accept it without protest or significant reaction, he felt relieved and assured her, "The golden bowl is now accepted. Once I have resolved my affairs, I will certainly assist you in rescuing your people from Mali Qiaoya." Listening to Lin Feng's sincere words and glancing at the golden bowl, Boney sighed and chose to trust him. "Very well. In that case, I agree to cooperate with you." "Excellent," Lin Feng replied, bringing his hands together in gratitude. "However, I must make this clear. Should I assist you and you break your promise, I shall cast your master's relic into the depths of the Grand Line, ensuring you can never retrieve it." Boney flashed her small canines, her expression amusing. It seemed less a threat and more an endearing display. "Rest assured, this monk is not that kind of person," Lin Feng assured her. That's good to know," Boney huffed, playfully shaking her fist before addressing her crew. "You all heard that. Are you coming with me or not?" Faced with Boney's ultimatum, the crew hesitated. To join her might risk hindering Lin Feng with their lack of strength, yet to abstain felt disloyal, as if they were cowardly. Lin Feng, perceiving their dilemma, intervened, stating, "The matters I must attend to are exceedingly perilous. It would be best for you to remain here." Hearing this, the crew's admiration for Lin Feng soared as they turned to Boney, awaiting her decision. After a moment's contemplation, Boney glanced at Lin Feng and then at her crew, ultimately deciding, "You all stay here and wait for my return." Upon hearing her command, the crew felt a wave of relief, though they still displayed glimmers of reluctance. Some even expressed their indignation. "Captain Boney, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. We cannot be at ease." "Yes, take us with you. While we may lack other skills, we can at least shield you from harm." One crew member clung to Boney's leg, declaring fervently. Witnessing their performance, Lin Feng silently gave them a thumbs up. Truly, this year's Oscars would be unwatchable without them. "Do you really wish to accompany me?" Unlike Lin Feng, Boney was visibly moved by her crew's enthusiasm. Their response left Boney puzzled. This was not the script they had envisioned. According to her expectations, she should have been bidding them a tearful farewell, not soliciting their company. This left the crew at a loss. How should they respond? To go? That was tantamount to courting death. To stay? Then their grand display would be in vain. Just as uncertainty hung in the air, Lin Feng spoke up. "They are already distressed. Let them remain here without presenting them with a choice." He then quietly added, "Moreover, the task I am undertaking is indeed dangerous. Even if your crew accompanies you, they would be of little assistance and could risk their lives." Upon hearing this, Boney observed her crew, their faces etched with sorrow, which touched her deeply. "Listen, my dear crew, I hereby issue a captain's order. Stay put and await my return." With that, Boney stifled her own reluctance, lowering her head as she walked away, fearful that a glance would weaken her resolve. Lin Feng quickly followed her. The crew exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. before someone initiated the previous fervent declarations. "Captain Boney, take us with you. I'll shield you from bullets." Similar cries erupted, creating an unusual spectacle. Hearing their pleas, Boney quickened her pace, soon disappearing from their sight alongside Linfo. As they vanished, the crew collectively exhaled in relief. "Jones, impressive. I never realized you had such acting talent. Get lost. You were crying like it was the real deal, too." Laughter erupted among them. As they lingered on the island's outskirts, Boney remained unaware of her crew's antics. She suppressed her emotions as she reached the coastline, gazing out at the boundless ocean. Her spirits slightly lifted. "Wait for me, my dear crew," she murmured, exhaling deeply before turning to Linfo. "Let's proceed. I know you possess the ability to fly." Linfo was momentarily taken aback by her swift transition. Just moments ago, she had seemed reluctant, and now she was ready to move on. "Indeed, women are quite capricious," he mused, summoning his Kasaya and stepping onto it, gesturing for Boney to follow. "This mere scrap of cloth can fly." Boney approached, surveying the garment and exclaiming, "What a ridiculous notion!" Although she was astonished, Linfo felt a twinge of irritation at her dismissive words. "This is not just a scrap. It is my ancestral Kasaya." Boney scrutinized Linfo. "Isn't this just a piece of cloth? Am I mistaken?" Linfo scoffed, then with a thought, the Kasaya began to ascend gradually. "Allow me to demonstrate what a mere scrap of cloth is truly capable of." Suddenly, the Kasaya surged forward towards Laga Town, its speed astonishing, causing Boney to gasp in surprise. "So fast. Even a warship would be outpaced." Her perception of the Kasaya shifted from disdain to desire. As an idea struck her, Boney leaned closer to Linfo, speaking conspiratorially, "Fahai, let us make a deal." "What kind of deal?" Linfo regarded her quizzically, uncertain of what she intended to propose. "If you leave the Kasaya with me, I shall forego the golden bowl." As she spoke, Boney produced the golden bowl and offered it to him. Compared to the round golden object, she yearned far more for an item that could soar through the skies. Despite its appearance as a mere scrap, its utility was undeniable. Such a convenient piece of cloth was essential for any nefarious undertaking. With it, she could traverse anywhere she desired, unimpeded even by the Navy or the world government. Upon perceiving the thoughts of Boney, Linfo resolutely declined, stating that even if he were to grant it to her, she would be incapable of wielding it, for this robe could only be controlled by him. "I don't believe it," Boney retorted, curling her lips. "I have yet to see you utilize your fruit abilities. Surely anyone can use this rag." "It is a robe," Linfo emphasized, then continued, "I, a humble monk, have no need to deceive you. If it cannot be used, it simply cannot." Stingy monk." Seeing Linfeng's insistence, Boney refrained from further comments, and after a huff, she sat cross-legged atop the robe, gazing at the vast ocean below as if lost in thought. Linfo cast a glance at Boney, but chose to remain silent, channeling all his energy to propel the robe towards Laga Town. Chapter 161. The Navy's pre-war conference at the same time that Linfo was ferrying Boney towards Laga Town. Kaido and Big Mom had already arrived at the vicinity of Laga Town. They had heeded Quinn's counsel and collectively changed their attire to avoid detection. "Boss, is this the place where that Roger fellow was executed?" Quinn inquired from an island nearby, surveying the execution platform at the center of the town with a somber tone. Clad in an outfit reminiscent of a dragon, his physique rendered the sight rather amusing. Indeed, Kaido nodded, also gazing at the execution platform. To be frank, it was his first time here. He had not attended Roger's execution over 20 years ago, as he was busy seizing territory in the New World. Similarly, Big Mom had never set foot in this place, having only read about it in newspapers. It is truly a pity that a man like Roger met his end in such a manner. Big Mom's tone carried a hint of sadness, for no one understood Roger's strength better than their generation. In summary, he was incomparably powerful. At the height of his prowess, Roger alone could contend with the Rocks pirates. In fact, prior to the battle at God Valley, they had encountered Roger on several occasions, yet he always managed to turn danger into fortune. The era has changed. Had Roger known he had ushered in the great pirate era, his character would likely have him laughing from the grave. Kaido spoke with a nostalgic tone. Even he, known as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, felt no pride in the presence of Roger. Haha, Big Mom chuckled at the thought, her expression peculiar as she looked towards the distant execution platform. What expression would Roger wear if he knew that that old white beard was executed in the same place? Upon hearing this, the members of the two emperors' crew exchanged glances. You really dare to say that? Aren't we here to rescue Whitebeard? Someone murmured. We haven't even begun the rescue, and you're already cursing. That's rather inappropriate. Though such thoughts crossed their minds, none voiced them, for they understood that even if Big Mom hesitated to rescue Whitebeard, she would be compelled to do so. After all, the man orchestrating it all had yet to appear. Yao Xing, Fahai. With 48 hours remaining until the execution, there is ample time. Once that Fahai arrives, we shall take action. Agreed. The two sovereigns exchanged brief words before turning to venture deeper into the island. Ice Block Kid, I advise you not to engage in any peculiar antics. Otherwise, you know the consequences. As they walked, Kaido warned Akiji, his intent to threaten evident. I am no longer a member of the Navy. There is no need for me to engage in meaningless actions, Akiji replied, casting a deep glance at Kaido. Oh, Kaido scrutinized Akiji for a moment, but said nothing more, continuing alongside Big Mom into the depths of the island. Akiji remained silent, glancing towards Luoga town with a sigh, pondering how Akainu would deal with Fahai, who had formed an alliance with the two emperors in this battle. With such thoughts, Akiji retracted his gaze and fell in line with Kaido and Big Mom, disappearing into the island's depths. At the same time, Kaido and Big Mom arrived. A small-scale meeting regarding the unexpected situation in Luoga town was taking place at the Marine headquarters in New Marineford. The office was filled to capacity, with even the lowest-ranked officers being commanders. Those beneath the rank of commander had no authority to participate in this meeting, underscoring the Navy's determination regarding Whitebeard's execution. Kizaru, Fujitora, Green Bull, you three are responsible for internal security. Should any pirate breach the execution platform, it is your duty to handle it. Akainu addressed the three figures below him with a grave tone. Rest assured, Admiral, we will ensure the plaza's safety, Kizaru replied, his demeanor still laid back yet tinged with seriousness. Good, Akainu nodded, then turned his gaze towards the two figures standing at the door of the meeting room. Will you be participating in this battle? The attendees turned their attention to the entrance, their expressions instantly becoming serious. The two figures at the door were none other than Sengoku and Garp, both esteemed veterans of the Navy. Sakazuki, do not utter meaningless words. This concerns the very survival of the Navy, and we cannot possibly stand by idly, Sengoku stated, his gaze penetrating. In contrast, Garp, who usually prattled, had grown quiet, his eyes fixed on the ground, a glimmer of thought dancing within them. Since you are joining the battle, then the task of ensuring the port's safety will fall to you and Garp, Akainu declared solemnly. Compared to the plaza, the outer perimeter would be the primary battleground. Unlike the Navy headquarters, Luoga town's structure lacked an inner bay to access the execution platform. One could only enter through the port on the outer islands. However, Akainu's insistence on having Sengoku and Garp guard the port harbored ulterior motives. Hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku's expression darkened, a cold smile escaping him. Are you already attempting to divide our internal forces? Akainu's maneuver was rather cunning. If Sengoku and Garp declined, they would lose the right to participate in the battle. Yet if they agreed, they would face a direct assault from Fahai and the others. In that scenario, should they be defeated or forced to retreat, their reputations within the Navy would suffer a severe blow. At that point, Akainu could leverage the situation to oust them from frontline duty, consolidating power for himself. Contemplating this, Sengoku glanced at Garp, who had seemingly transformed since the battle at Marineford. His demeanor drastically altered. Were it not for Sengoku's certainty of Garp's presence, he might have thought Garp's mind had been taken from him. Old friend, what has become of you? Sengoku sighed inwardly, more concerned about Garp's state than Whitebeard's execution. Noticing Sengoku's lack of further action, Akainu proceeded to detail the operational specifics. In addition to Sengoku and Garp guarding the port, there was another location that required safeguarding to prevent pirate ambushes. As he spoke, Akainu produced a document revealing the current roster of the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo, Mihawk, Hancock. These 3 are the remaining warlords, and they are responsible for directly safeguarding the execution platform. Upon hearing this, the naval officers became agitated. You want pirates to guard pirates? What kind of joke is this? Admiral, I protest. The first to step forward was Yin Shu, questioning the decision made by Chijio. Although the Shichibukai have been incorporated into our ranks, they're still pirates after all. Is it not absurd to have pirates guarding other pirates? Do you have doubts about my decision? Chijio gazed at Yin Shu with a cold demeanor. Indeed, unfazed by Chijio's icy glare, Yin Shu replied in a deep voice. The atmosphere in the office reached a freezing point. It is indeed somewhat inappropriate to have pirates guarding pirates, as they are pirates at heart. However, with Chijio directly overseeing the execution platform, these pirates are merely there to assist in monitoring, which should not lead to any issues. What are you thinking? A pirate remains a pirate, and even if they are incorporated, they are still untrustworthy. As discussions arose among the attendees regarding Chijio's decision, the majority voiced their support for Yin Shu. The reasoning was succinct. A pirate is a pirate and untrustworthy. Listening to the murmurs, Chijio spoke calmly. Is everyone thinking the same? Untrustworthy? Absolutely. Hua, Xiao Shan interjected. Commander, a pirate is a pirate, and I certainly do not trust them. With a slight chuckle, Chijio acknowledged Hua Xiao Shan's words, yet he himself did not wish for the Shichibukai to guard the execution platform. However, this order was not his own, but rather a directive from higher authorities, specifically the Fleet Admiral Kong and the Gorosei. Their intention was to place Snake Princess and Don Quixote Doflamingo in this position, and once the battle commenced, let Dracul Mihawk deal with them. Mihawk had already allied with the world government and was deemed trustworthy. His allegiance was contingent upon the elimination of Doflamingo and Snake Princess. This plan was known to less than 6 individuals, including Chijio. After all, the eradication of the Shichibukai could not afford to be taken lightly. Chijio merely assumed the role of scapegoat. He surveyed the crowd and declared solemnly, pirates are indeed untrustworthy, yet the Shichibukai are different. They deserve our trust. This declaration left everyone astonished, as they could not comprehend how someone who had always held extreme views on evil could utter such words. Commander, what do you truly mean? Confusion spread among the attendees as they gazed at Chijio. Very well, it is settled. If anyone has objections, feel free to voice them. But whether or not to heed them is my prerogative. After concluding, Chijio announced the meeting's adjournment, slowly rising from his seat and exiting the conference room, leaving the naval officers exchanging glances. Kizaru and Fujitora also departed, showing little concern for Chijio's decision. In Kizaru's eyes, only Lin Feng posed a significant threat in this battle. As for the others, they were hardly worth mentioning. Yawning, Green Bull, who had been dozing off, glanced around the room and muttered, "It's over, they've left." He then exited the conference room amidst the astonished gazes of others. Only Green Bull could manage to doze off in such a meeting. No, there was also Carp earlier. Upon leaving the conference room, Chijio walked through the corridors of the naval headquarters and turned a few corners to arrive at a concealed door, which he slowly pushed open. The room was spacious, with 5 figures seated in their respective places, looking towards Chijio. "Have you managed everything, Sakazuki?" inquired a bald elder, his voice hoarse, one of the Gorosei. "You old men certainly have put me in a troublesome position," Chijio grumbled, not responding directly to the question, instead focusing his gaze on one among them. With scruffy stubble, crimson hair, and 3 scars across his eyes, his identity was unmistakable. It was none other than the Yonko, red-haired Shanks. Beside him sat Mihawk, who was set to execute the allegiance. "Chijio, I apologize for the trouble concerning Mihawk," Shanks said, looking at Chijio. "Oomph." Chijio scoffed, choosing to ignore Shanks. If it were not for the pressure from the Gorosei and Kong, he would not have extended assistance to them. In his view, all pirates should be eliminated, and there was no need to incorporate them in this manner. What allegiance? One day, I will annihilate all pirates. Chijio thought to himself. The plan had been established, and the next matter at hand was regarding law. The bald Gorosei's voice echoed, then turned to Chijio, inquiring about his thoughts on dealing with law. "Oomph." Chi Jio coldly huffed, succinctly stating, "We all know the strength of law. My battle strategy is to besiege him. First, let Sengoku and Carp wear him down. And once Law and his allies enter the plaza, we will unleash our full strength to besiege him." As he spoke, a cold light flickered in Chi Jio's eyes. No matter how strong Law is, he is but one person. We can exhaust him into submission. Is that it? The bald Gorosei expressed disbelief at Chi Jio's words. Is simple besiegement truly a strategy? This is utterly foolish. Yes, that's it. Chi Jio, evidently oblivious to the Gorosei's underlying message, asserted firmly. If we cannot deal with Law, then there is no need for the Navy headquarters or the world government to exist. Very well, the bearded Gorosei nodded. Though it may be crude, it is the most effective method at this moment. He then spoke solemnly. Let us lure Law to the plaza and carry out a complete extermination. Agreed. Let us proceed as such. The remaining two Gorosei contemplated briefly, raising no objections and expressing their concurrence. Perhaps in the battle against Law, besiegement is indeed the best, albeit not the simplest approach. After all, every human has their limits. Unless Law is a monster. Sakazuki, carry out your plan as you see fit. When the time comes, not only will we be there, but that person's guards will also arrive at Lowtown. With the addition of this force, Law's demise is inevitable. The bald Gorosei spoke in a low tone, his eyes gleaming coldly, as if envisioning Law's gruesome end. However, Chi Jio's attention was elsewhere, murmuring, "That person's guards?" Suddenly, an unusual glint sparkled in his eyes. Just as the bald Gorosei mentioned, if that force joins us, collaborating in the assault, then not only Law, but even figures like Rox, Roger, and other legendary characters would be no match for them. All right, if that is the case, I will convey the plan. With that, Chi Jio turned and exited the room, disappearing at the corridor's end. Shanks, what do you think of Chi Jio's plan? After Chi Jio had left, the bald Gorosei inquired of Shanks. It is feasible. Shanks nodded and replied with a smile. However, my assertion of feasibility hinges upon the involvement of that person's guards. Oh, the bald Gorosei discerned the implication in Shanks' words, suggesting that without the guards' intervention, Chi Jio's plan would surely fail. What do you propose we do about Law? The bald-headed Wu Lao, Xing inquired with keen interest, casting a glance towards Hongfa, seeking a relatively effective solution from him. Hongfa lifted his head to meet his gaze, refraining from directly answering Wu Lao Xing's question. Instead, he began to narrate his understanding of Lin Feng. I have clashed with Fahai, and as you have witnessed, the opponent's strength far exceeds the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In the face of such a formidable foe, mere numerical advantage is futile. Are you implying that Akainu's proposed strategy is inadequate? Upon hearing Hongfa's words, Wu Laoxing furrowed his brow. No, Hongfa replied slowly, shaking his head. It is not that Akainu's method is faulty. However, it hinges upon the presence of that esteemed gentleman's guards. Without their intervention, our chances of securing victory in this war are almost non-existent. Hongfa perceived significant drawbacks in Akainu's approach, the most critical being an excessive reliance on those esteemed guards. Should they arrive, it would suffice. However, if they're delayed or do not come at all, our chances against Lin Feng would diminish considerably. You need not worry. The guards have already arrived in Luoga town and are lying in wait. Sensing the implication in Hongfa's words, Wu Laoxing gradually responded. Then I have nothing further to say. Hearing this, Hongfa smiled and added, although the guards possess immense strength, we cannot place all our hopes upon them. After all, we must confront Fahai. After speaking, Hongfa nodded to the Wu Laoxing and, accompanied by Yin, departed through another concealed door. Observing Hongfa's retreating figure, Wu Laoxing's expression grew grave. The final words from the other party seemed laden with significance, though he chose not to dwell on it. The combined might of the Navy and the Wu Laoxing, alongside the guards, should they be vanquished by Fahai and his ilk, would only signify a shift in the world's dominion. Meanwhile, aside from Lin Feng and the actions of the world government, other major factions had also turned their gaze towards Luoga town. The Jier Ma 66 war fortress was steadily advancing across the sea, where Sanji, Suolong, and others had gathered. except for Captain Lu Fei. Nearly all members of the Straw Hat crew were present. Deep within the fortress, seated on the throne, Jiaji, the king of Jierma 66, regarded Sanji and the others with a solemn expression. Have you made up your minds? Are you truly set on going to Luoga town? Jiaji began, exuding a natural aura of authority befitting his high station. Spare me the meaningless chatter. We will rescue Lu Fei, even if it costs us our lives. Sanji, cigarette clenched between his teeth, spoke in a cold tone. He held little affection for this estranged father. Had it not been for the latter's offer to assist in rescuing Lu Fei, Sanji would never have returned to this place. Jiaji's eyes grew heavy at Sanji's words. While others remained oblivious, he understood all too well the consequences if war erupted in Luoga town. First and foremost, the balance of power in the world would be disrupted, followed by the fragile status quo. Since you have made your decision, I shall say no more. Jierma will lend you our full support in this battle, as a form of repayment for the kindness shown on Cake Island. Once this battle concludes, you shall have no further ties with Jierma. With that, Jiaji rose, casting a glance at the imposing portrait behind him, his countenance somber. He was acutely aware that he was gambling with the fate of Jierma. If victorious, all would be well. However, should they fail, they would face catastrophic repercussions. The world government would never allow a force like his to persist. Observing Jiaji's somewhat despondent figure, Sanji, who had previously held little regard for this estranged father, felt a stirring within him. Jiaji, sensing Sanji's gaze, slowly turned to survey him and the Straw Hat crew. Very well, there are 48 hours until the execution of the Straw Hat brat. This may very well be your final moments, so we'll make the most of it. With that, Jiaji exited the room, followed silently by Yongji and the others. Among them was Lei Qiu, who, just before leaving, winked at Sanji and said, Sanji, and all of you from the Straw Hat crew, do not feel overly pressured. Alongside your captain, Whitebeard will also be executed. As a formidable member of the old guard of the Four Emperors, many will surely come to rescue Whitebeard, and perhaps your captain will be saved as well. Upon hearing this, Sanji gazed at Lei Qiu in silence, understanding that she was offering him comfort. For even with the assistance of some of Whitebeard's crew, breaching Luoga town to rescue Lu Fei would still be a daunting endeavor. Reflecting on this, Sanji managed a forced smile and replied, Thank you. Please take care of yourself. Lei Qiu nodded, turning to exit the room. Once she departed, the atmosphere within the room fell into silence once more. It was Usopp who broke the uncomfortable silence, forcing a smile and saying, Everyone, as she said, let's rest well. We still have 48 hours before the execution. Surely someone will come to aid us. Indeed, Lu Fei's father is Monkey D. Dragon. Surely he will return to rescue Lu Fei, right, Robin? Nami chimed in with a nervous laugh. Hearing this, Robin glanced at Nami, her expression grave. She had been in contact with Dragon since learning of Lu Fei's impending execution. Yet, inexplicably, there had been no response from him. Uncertain of the reasons behind this silence, she chose not to voice her concerns, instead saying, Yes, Sabo and the others are on their way. I believe they will soon arrive in Luoga town. The Straw Hat crew turned their attention to Robin. As longtime companions, they knew her well. She had a habit of brushing her hair back when she lied. Just as she spoke, Robin subtly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Although she may not have been aware of it, the Straw Hat crew noticed. Yet, despite this, they chose not to expose Robin's deception, knowing it stemmed from goodwill. Let us rest for now. Everything remains uncertain until the battle begins. At this moment, Zonda stood up, solemnly stating, removing his weapon from his waist and laying down to sleep. Seeing this, Sanji murmured softly. He understood that Zonlong's actions aimed to alleviate the group's tension. With Zonlong leading the way, the others began to rest as well, recognizing that worrying at this juncture would yield no benefit. As Zonlong mentioned, all remained unknown before the great conflict. It was better to rest adequately. Just then, a strange yet curious voice resonated from the windowsill. Who are you? The Straw Hat Pirates? Chapter 164. An unexpected encounter with the Straw Hat crew. Who? Upon hearing the voice, the Straw Hat crew was taken aback, having been completely oblivious prior to its utterance. Zonlong was the first to prepare for battle, adopting his three-sword stance, fixated on the windowsill. His instincts told him that the owner of the voice possessed formidable strength. Sanji stood beside Zonglong, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he too sensed the power emanating from the stranger, the feeling all too vivid due to his kin Bunchikahaki. To Sanji, it felt as though a fearsome beast lurked beyond the window. It truly is you. Upon witnessing the crew's readiness for battle, the voice's owner spoke with a hint of delight. As he spoke, a foot stepped through the window ledge, and soon after, the entire figure stood within the room, smiling warmly at the Straw Hat crew. "Who are you?" The crew gazed in astonishment, disbelief evident in their exclamations. Fahai. Indeed, the voice belonged to Lin Feng, who had been skillfully maneuvering the Kasaya through the skies. Due to the excessive speed, he had found himself slightly drained of spiritual energy. Just as he intended to recuperate, he unexpectedly spotted the Germo war fortress. He had planned to settle here, only to find a Straw Hat crew present as well. "It's me," Lin Feng replied cheerfully, surveying the crew with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. After spending so much time in the pirate world, he finally encountered the protagonists. Although Lin Feng had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting the Straw Hat crew, he never anticipated it would occur in this location. "Fahai, what brings you here?" The crew's wariness did not diminish in the face of Lin Feng's sudden appearance. To them, such an influential figure, comparable to the four emperors, surely had a purpose for being there. "There is no need to be tense. I'm merely passing through," Lin Feng reassured them with a gentle tone, easing their apprehension somewhat. However, just then, an out-of-place voice echoed from behind Lin Feng. "Monk, em hungry." Bonnie, rubbing her growling stomach, strolled in through the window. The crew exchanged bewildered glances. It seemed Fahai was not as serious as they had thought. "Wait, don't misunderstand. We're just collaborators," Lin Feng awkwardly clarified in response to their scrutinizing gazes. "Beautiful lady, what would you like to eat?" At that moment, Sanji, succumbing to his old habits, twirled over to Bonnie, his eyes turning into hearts. "Oh, who's this creep?" Bonnie remarked with a hint of disdain, unfamiliar with Sanji's fervent enthusiasm. "A perverted chef," Zoro replied nonchalantly, recalling Bonnie's identity as the one who had intervened when he attempted to strike a celestial dragon in Sabaody. As he sized her up, Zoro felt a bit bewildered. It had only been 2 years, yet she had transformed so drastically. Was it true that the female physique differed fundamentally from that of males? Pondering this, Zoro's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he queried, "Aren't you supposed to be a child? And you are?" Bonnie shot a glance at Zoro, recollecting their previous encounter, and blurted out, "The idiot who tried to attack the celestial dragon in Sabaody." Zoro's face darkened at being called an idiot. It was rather disheartening, especially since he hadn't known she was a celestial dragon at the time. Noticing their familiarity, Lin Feng gradually inquired about their purpose. "What are you all doing here?" The Straw Hat crew paused, realizing that Lin Feng's presence was indeed peculiar. Although they thought this, Robin stepped forward and truthfully explained, "We are devising a plan to rescue Luffy." "Rescue Luffy?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He was unaware of Luffy's impending execution alongside Whitebeard, and a question mark loomed in his mind. What had happened to him? "Yes," Robin affirmed. "In 2 days, the Navy will publicly execute Whitebeard and Luffy in Lowtown." Lin Feng was startled, staring intently at Robin. Uncertain as he questioned, "I sent the execution only for Whitebeard? Why is Luffy included?" "You didn't know?" Robin replied, slightly taken aback by Lin Feng's reaction. Before clarifying, Luffy was captured alongside Whitebeard, along with many others. She then produced a newspaper and handed it to Lin Feng. The enormous visage of Whitebeard dominated the front page, accompanied by the headline, "The strongest man will be executed." "That's not written here," Lin Feng remarked, glancing at Robin, who gestured for him to continue reading. As he turned the page, he discovered additional text beneath Whitebeard's image. "As the era shifts, the 2 brothers of the worst generation will be executed together." Below this, images of Luffy and Ace appeared, dwarfed by Whitebeard's imposing figure. Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss. It was not just Whitebeard facing execution, but Luffy and Ace as well. The Navy was audacious indeed. Did they not fear Garp's wrath? Contemplating this, he returned the newspaper to Robin and asked, How much combat power have you prepared to rescue Luffy? Has Dragon made contact? As Luffy's father, he would surely want to be present for his son's execution. The Straw Hat crew fell silent, the question hanging heavily in the air. How much combat power? Echoed painfully in their ears. Currently, it's just us along with Germa. Robin admitted honestly. Just you all? Lin Feng's expression shifted awkwardly. It was not that he underestimated the Straw Hats, but given their current strength. Rescuing Luffy seemed a distant dream. Yes, Robin nodded. Dragon is still trying to make contact. It's just us for now. I know our strength is lacking, but we will do everything we can to rescue Luffy. As her words resonated, the crew fervently echoed their agreement. Of course, we must save Luffy. With our super team, we will definitely rescue him. Even if it costs me my life, I'll fight with all my might. Although I'm already dead. Observing the crew's fervor, Lin Feng said nothing. He had no doubt about their determination to save Luffy, yet relying solely on their current numbers seemed insufficient. How about this? Lin Feng's gaze shifted as he sighed. Join us. Together we can rescue Luffy and Whitebeard. The crew stood stunned, exchanging incredulous glances at Lin Feng and Bonnie. Join you? Just the two of you expect us to join? Are you joking? Faced with their skepticism, Lin Feng clarified, I intend to rescue Whitebeard. In a sense, our goals align. While it may seem they're only Bonnie and me now, I assure you my allies have likely arrived near Lowtown. Allies? Near Lowtown? Robin furrowed her brow at Lin Feng's words, sensing that his allies must be formidable, especially given his reputation. However, she remained curious about the identity of these mysterious allies. Who are your allies? Robin boldly inquired, perhaps due to her personality. She preferred not to place her hopes in the unknown. Allies, huh? Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering whether revealing that his allies were two of the four emperors would cause an uproar among the Straw Hats. Is there an issue? Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Robin pressed further, her curiosity piqued. There's no issue. It's just that my allies prefer to remain in the shadows. You'll understand once we reach Lowtown. By the way, wouldn't he really be coming to witness Luffy's execution? Lin Feng casually shifted the topic to Rayleigh, glancing at Nami. Rayleigh hasn't he contacted us? Nami scratched her head, contemplating, but thinking about it. He should come. As you said, he is Luffy's mentor and has no reason not to be here. Nami spoke, while Robin, standing nearby, fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, her face hidden in silence. She could discern that the other party intentionally shifted the topic, igniting her curiosity about Lin Feng's true allies. Indeed, there was no reason for them not to come. Noticing Robin's scrutiny, Lin Feng turned his head aside. At that moment, Kaji and his companions burst through the door, having received a tip-off from the guards about unidentified individuals attempting to enter the castle through the window. Kaji feared they might be naval spies, hence his hasty arrival. Who dares to intrude here? Kaji, wielding a high-tech electric spear, surveyed the surroundings with a low voice. Yoji and Reiju stood on either side, displaying their vigilance. Suddenly, Reiju's eyes widened in horror as she spotted something terrifying, her pupils dilating as she looked towards Lin Feng's direction. You are Fahai. Fahai. Upon hearing this, Kaji's expression shifted dramatically, and he followed Reiju's gaze, his body trembling. Fahai, what brings you here? Kaji instantly positioned the electric spear before him, warily eyeing Lin Feng, puzzled as to why someone like him would appear here. Was he aiming to steal their genetic technology? As this thought crossed his mind, Kaji grew increasingly anxious, signaling Yoji, who immediately vanished from sight, launching an attack towards Lin Feng. With a whoosh, Yoji's fist, imbued with technological prowess, hurtled towards Lin Feng's face. Yoji cared little for anything else. In his mind, as long as he received orders from Kaji, he would strike without hesitation, even if the target was a celestial dragon. Hey, what are you doing, Yoji? Sanji shouted, sensing the danger, and with a burst of speed, he delivered a blazing kick toward Yoji. Though Sanji reacted swiftly, he was still a moment too late. At that instant, Yoji's fist was already descending towards Lin Feng's visage. Crankshaft execution. Quickly dodge. That guy's strength is immense, Sanji urged, realizing there was no time to save Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng paid no heed to Sanji's warning and merely watched as the fist struck his face. Boom! The impact reverberated through the air, demonstrating the formidable power behind Yoji's strike. Haha, you're done for. Yoji laughed arrogantly. But what followed was a scene that left him utterly bewildered. You still have much to learn. Let someone else take a turn, Lin Feng calmly stated. Extending a single finger to deflect Yoji's fist, a serene expression on his face. What? Yoji gasped in shock, leaping back several meters to distance himself from Lin Feng. Kaji stared at Lin Feng, incredulity etched on his face. Even he would take Yoji's full-force strike seriously, yet Lin Feng had effortlessly blocked it with a mere finger, appearing as though he had exerted no effort at all. Just how powerful is this individual? Kaji was alarmed, as he had believed Lin Feng's strength, while impressive, was not insurmountable. Yet, Yoji's attack shattered that belief. In Kaji's eyes, Lin Feng was not merely strong. He was extraordinarily so, conservatively estimated to possess boundless strength. Conversely, Lin Feng regarded Kaji and Yoji with indifference, asking, why such hostility? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Kaji's entire body trembled, realizing the inquiry was directed at him. He forced a smile, awkwardly responding, it was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Lin Feng regarded Kaji coolly. While he might have intruded upon the castle, there is no need for an immediate lethal response. Had anyone else been struck by Yoji's blow, they would have surely perished. Even Bonnie would have sustained severe injuries. Only he could withstand it. Such actions could not simply be brushed aside as a misunderstanding. Sensing Lin Feng's gaze growing colder, Sanji, standing beside Bonnie, hastily interjected, Mr. Fahai. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Please do not be angered. Though Sanji wished to distance himself from the Vinsmoke family at this critical juncture. If Kaji and the others were harmed, or if any mishap occurred, their endeavor to rescue Luffy would lose a valuable ally. That was a result Sanji desperately wished to avoid. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned to Sanji, remaining silent, and the room fell into a heavy silence. The members of the Straw Hat crew and Kaji's group felt a tightening in their chests, fearing Lin Feng might take a drastic action. Are you certain it was a misunderstanding? After a pause, Lin Feng finally spoke, his tone laced with doubt. He was providing Sanji with a chance to alleviate the tension. At this moment, Lin Feng did not wish to escalate the situation further. After all, the endeavor to rescue Whitebeard was already enough of a concern for him, and he sought not to waste time on trivial matters. It was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Seeing Lin Feng relent, Sanji let out a sigh of relief, quickly affirming, very well, I believe you. Lin Feng nodded, choosing not to say more, finding a comfortable spot to sit and begin recuperating his inner Buddha power. Nearby, Kaji exhaled deeply, glancing at Sanji, who in his eyes was an imperfect creation, yet he found himself beginning to appreciate him more. Meanwhile, Yoji glared at Lin Feng with fury, his eyes practically ablaze. Were it not for Reiju restraining him, he likely would have lunged at Lin Feng. Sighing deeply, Kaji lamented once more over the flaws in his genetic technology. Indeed, creations like Yoji, which had nearly lost human emotion, bore significant drawbacks. Subsequently, Kaji turned to Lin Feng. Bowing slightly, Mr. Fahai, please rest well. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Having said this, he departed, taking the furious Yoji with him. Chapter 166. Conversations in the underground prison after Kaji's departure. The room fell once again into silence. The group was at a loss for how to break this awkward stillness, until Bonnie's stomach growled, shattering the atmosphere. Bonnie looked at Lin Feng, who was in a meditative state, and complained, Monk, I'm hungry. Then have them prepare food. Lin Feng replied without opening his eyes, his tone indifferent. Clearly dissatisfied with Lin Feng's response, Bonnie snorted and turned to Sanji. Hey, I remember you're the chef of the Straw Hat crew, right? Go prepare food for me. Sanji hesitated for a moment, before a familiar heart-shaped expression appeared in his eyes, as he said to Bonnie, Wait for me, my beautiful lady. He then spun around and exited to prepare the meal. Idiot chef. Zoro rolled his eyes, disapproving of Sanji's behavior, though he could not reprimand him. After all, everyone has their hobbies, and being a gentleman towards women was Sanji's. Meanwhile, Robin had been observing Lin Feng intently, pondering who his so-called allies might be. This thought intrigued her greatly. Given Lin Feng's reputation in the Grand Line, it was clear that typical pirates or factions would not catch his eye. The allies he chose must at least be of the warlord level or higher. Who could it be? Robin mused quietly, forming a rough idea in her mind, though she dared not be certain. In this moment, Lin Feng remained utterly unfazed by the recent minor incident. His mind was preoccupied with a singular concern: the possibility of assembling his forces and facing defeat. This was his foremost contemplation. While he certainly wished to rescue Baihuzi, he would prefer to undertake the mission alone rather than lead his companions to certain demise. The names of Carp, Sengoku, Kong, Akainu, Karu, Fujitora, and Green Bull flashed through his mind, each representing the pinnacle of naval power. Alongside the rebellious red-haired and the formidable Hawkeye, as well as the three elders of Mary Geos. Lin Feng anticipated that this confrontation would not be easily won. He needed to catch the Navy off guard and allow Kaido and others to storm the execution platform. Lin Feng meticulously strategized the rescue operation in his mind. In terms of combat effectiveness, if the Navy were to mobilize their full strength, his side would undoubtedly be at a slight disadvantage, albeit marginally. Nevertheless, he believed he could compensate for this shortfall. His apprehension lay primarily in the unknown tactics that the individuals from Mary Geos might employ. Will you intervene in this battle? Lin Feng mused internally, always wary of the enigmatic figure of the king among the celestial dragons. Although rarely mentioned in the original narrative, Lin Feng understood well that, given the current trajectory of events, it would inevitably emerge as his ultimate adversary. Ironically, Lin Feng had yet to even glimpse M's appearance, only aware that this individual resided deep within Mary Geos. He remained oblivious to M's abilities, combat prowess, or even gender. Perhaps after this battle, the veil of mystery surrounding you may be lifted. Lin Feng's gaze drifted through the window toward the faint outlines of the red Earth continent. Meanwhile, as he pondered the rescue of Baihuzi in the depths of the new Marine headquarters within the prison of Marineford, a robust figure was confined in the innermost cell, encased in sea stone. It was evident that this was a remarkably powerful individual. Otherwise, such a valuable resource would not have been employed to restrain him. Uncle, I am starving. The muscular figure called out to the man in the adjacent cell, who lay lifelessly on the ground, clad in a straw hat. Quoi, straw hat blot. You've held out this long. That's impressive. The robust figure chuckled, his iconic laughter revealing his identity as the mighty pirate, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Uncle Whitebeard, I don't care. I'm about to starve to death. Luffy lamented. Despite being in a prison cell, it had little effect on him. His greatest adversary remained his hunger. At that moment, a stern voice emerged from the neighboring cell, tinged with reprimand. Shut up, Luffy. What good does it do to skip a few meals? I've already skipped 27 meals. Luffy replied hopelessly, convinced that he needed to eat 9 times a day, thus calculating that the duration of his confinement amounted to 27 meals. Sigh. Ace sighed in response, finding it increasingly difficult to endure. It had been 3 days since they had been captured, and the captors had allowed them to go hungry for that entire time. Shouldn't they at least provide a hearty meal before executing us? 3 days without food or drink. Do they think we are turtles? Whitebeard turned to Ace with a smile, saying, Don't sigh, Ace. We will be rescued. Trust me. Old man. Hearing this, Ace looked at Whitebeard, realizing that his sigh had been misunderstood. His sigh was not one of despair, but rather one of hunger. Like Luffy, he too was struggling. Yet he felt compelled to maintain a facade of strength in front of his younger brother. Old man, do you think Marco and the others are okay? Could they also be captured by the Navy? Ace inquired slowly. I don't know. Whitebeard replied, shaking his head before adding with a smile, They should be fine. Marco is clever. He won't be easily apprehended by the Navy. I hope so, Ace said with a bitter smile, even in his predicament, worrying about Marco. They should focus on escaping this wretched prison first. Just as he was about to speak, heavy footsteps echoed from a distance, each step resonating like a hammer striking the ground. This sound drew Whitebeard's attention as well. Who is it? As the owner of the footsteps drew near, A gleam sparked in Whitebeard's eyes. The newcomer was cloaked in a Navy-identified mantle that obscured much of their figure. Yet, the crucial detail was the fleeting glimpse of the face beneath the cloak, causing Whitebeard's eyes to narrow in surprise. The identity of the visitor was certainly unexpected. The figure stopped before Whitebeard's cell, slowly raising their head to reveal a mane of crimson hair, speaking in a calm tone. "Yo, Whitebeard, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard erupted into a hearty laugh that echoed through the prison, lingering in the air. After a moment of mirth, Whitebeard turned to the newcomer, grinning widely. "I never imagined we would meet in such a manner, red-haired brat." Chapter 167. The Past Within the Prison. Whitebeard's voice took on a low, chilling tone, as if it could freeze the very walls around them. Yet, the red-haired individual remained unfazed, wearing a subtle smile as he regarded Whitebeard. "I didn't expect our reunion to occur under such circumstances. Why not simply enjoy being a legend? Why meddle in the affairs of the youth?" Red-haired remarked lightly, his expression betraying an unusual sentiment. Whitebeard's gaze hardened, and he remained silent, stunned by the revelation that the young boy he had so diligently protected had allied himself with the government. He could only imagine the expression on Rock's face if he were alive to witness his bloodline aligning with the Navy he despised. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard slowly spoke, fixing his gaze on Red-haired. "What could compel a man like you to ally with the government? Don't give me some nonsense about the so-called greater good. Someone of your caliber wouldn't resort to such base excuses." "Haha." As expected of Whitebeard, Red-haired chuckled at the words. "Newgate, do you know my origins?" "Huh." The revelation caught Whitebeard off guard. He had gone to great lengths to conceal the truth of Red-haired's background. How could the other party be aware? Could it be that Law had divulged this information? Impossible. Law was not one to gossip. Moreover, they had made a pact not to reveal the secret of Red-haired's lineage. Lost in thought, Whitebeard could not fathom who had informed Red-haired of his origins. "It seems you truly know something." Red-haired smiled lightly, inching closer to the cell bars. His gaze fixed intently on Whitebeard. "What are you talking about?" Baihuzer averted his gaze from Hongfa, refraining from making direct eye contact. The lineage of Lox must remain concealed. Even if Hongfa had gleaned some truths, he could not divulge them. The implications entwined within this matter were far too extensive. Even a mere hint of revelation could reverberate throughout the world. "Do you still wish to conceal something from me, Baihuzi?" Hongfa's voice cut through the air, laced with fury, his commanding presence causing the very iron bars to tremble. "I harbor no secrets. Ignorance is simply ignorance," Baihuzi replied, lifting his gaze to meet Hongfa's, enunciating each word deliberately. "Once more I reiterate, I do not know your origins." A sardonic chuckle escaped Hongfa, his demeanor markedly different, tinged with a hint of madness. "Captain of the Lox Pirates, Edward Newgate. What could possibly compel you to safeguard such secrets until now?" "My curiosity is piqued." His piercing gaze fixed on Baihuzi. He bellowed, "Is it the unspeakable deeds of that scoundrel Lox that haunt you?" Upon hearing this, Baihuzi remained silent, casting a glance at Hongfa before sighing. "Since you are already aware, why ask me? Why ask me?" Hongfa retorted, a flicker of brutality dancing in his eyes. "You speak so lightly of responsibility. On the eve of the Battle of God Valley, my mother perished in childbirth. Do not tell me you were unaware of this. All those connected to Lox deserve their fate, including you." Hongfa's voice rose in an outburst as he vented the fury within him. Baihuzi chose not to counter, allowing Hongfa to unleash his wrath. His thoughts wandered back to the Battle of God Valley. "Newgate, I admit I am no virtuous man, but my ambitions must not be thwarted. Help me take the child away," Lox had declared, standing resolute against a multitude of Navy forces. Casting a fleeting smile toward Baihuzi behind him, "Consider it the captain's final command." With those words, he charged toward the peak of the confrontation with Garp and Roger, vanishing into the throng. At that time, Baihuzi, still with a full head of hair, cradled the infant in his hands and chose to depart. He disappeared into God Valley, later fearing that Shanks might be discovered by those with ill intentions. He left the child in the path of Roger's crew, trusting in Roger's character to care for an infant. As fate would have it, Roger took in the young Shanks. Years passed, and unbeknownst to anyone, a certain intern bearing the signature red hair appeared aboard Roger's ship. It was then that Baihuzi's heart finally found solace. His aspiration to train Ace as the next Pirate King was also a means to repay the kindness Roger had unknowingly shown in raising Shanks. After a moment of emotional release, Hongfa straightened his attire, regaining his usual demeanor. By the way, I forgot to inform you that him has dispatched guards to Lowtown. When the time comes, even if the sea rats wish to rescue you, it will be impossible. With that, Hongfa disregarded Baihuzi's expression and turned to leave. Shanks, is it you? Just then, Luffy's excited voice rang out, filled with incredulity as he fixated on Hongfa. Oh, Luffy! Hongfa turned back, his face adorned with the familiar smile, though beneath it lay a deeper significance. Shanks, are you here to rescue us? Luffy, still oblivious to the current predicament, expressed hope. Luffy, you remain as innocent as ever. Hongfa approached the prison door where Luffy was confined, his smile unwavering as he regarded the young boy who had embarked on the pirate's journey. His gaze fell upon Luffy's straw hat, and he said softly, "Take good care of that straw hat. I shall come for it." With that, Shanks turned away, walking into the distance, disappearing from Luffy and the other's sight. Shanks, you will rescue us, right? Luffy, unable to grasp the underlying implications of Shanks' words, murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Ace, standing beside him, bore a grave expression. Though Hongfa's conversation with Baihuzi had been shrouded by Hongfa's overwhelming presence, Ace could discern nuances from Baihuzi's demeanor. He was convinced that Hongfa had no intention of rescuing them, and likely harbored malicious intentions. Old man, what transpired between you and Hongfa? Ace called out to Baihuzi, seeking answers. Yet, the response left him disheartened. Baihuzi merely glanced at Ace before turning away, enveloped in silence. Realizing this, Ace's heart sank, confirming Hongfa's current status as an adversary. What perplexed him was why a man like Hongfa would choose to oppose them. Chapter 168, Crossing the Red Line. Isn't he merely a detestable intern for my father's ship? Logically, he should be aiding us. This notion confounded Ace. What are your true intentions, Hongfa? Ace narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Ace, I'm hungry. Why didn't Shanks bring any meat? Luffy's voice shattered Ace's contemplation. You fool. Ace, exasperated by Luffy's obliviousness, could not muster any ire. Even in such dire circumstances, Luffy's thoughts were consumed by food. I want meat, Ace, I want meat. Luffy called out, dragging his weary body toward Ace, seeking a solution. Endure it. If you can't withstand such minor discomfort, how can you aspire to be the Pirate King? Ace growled, attempting to spur Luffy with the title he cherished. This tactic proved effective. Upon hearing the words, Luffy fell silent, clutching his stomach, a look of determination etched upon his face. I will become the Pirate King. This challenge cannot defeat me. With a sigh, Ace recognized Luffy's spirit and felt his irritation dissipate. Having such a brother was truly remarkable. Ace chuckled wryly, his gaze shifting back to Baihuzi's prison cell, still mulling over the earlier exchange with Hongfa. What had caused their relationship to sour? Ace found it incomprehensible. Meanwhile, in the residential area above the prison, Sengoku observed Carp, who sat silently on the couch, his demeanor heavy with unspoken sorrow. Ever since his return from Impel Down, Carp had transformed into a shell of his former self, even neglecting the sunbae offered to him. It was as if he had become a different person. Were it not for the unchanged aura about him, Sengoku might have suspected that Carp had been replaced. My old friend, your grandson is set to be executed alongside Baihuzi. I hope he does not act foolishly, Sengoku said softly, placing a cup of tea before Carp in a bid to offer comfort. Carp remained silent, his gaze fixated on the cup, heedless of the heat. As he gulped the tea down without pause. Hey, that was freshly brewed. Aren't you afraid of burning yourself? Sengoku exclaimed, alarmed, as he swiftly snatched the cup from Carp's hands. It was too late. The tea in the cup had long been consumed by Kapu. Zhangwa stared blankly at Kapu, at a loss for words. The other's behavior was utterly perplexing. Kapu, do you harbor some concerns? Please share them with me, Zhangwa said as he prepared another cup of tea, placing it before Kapu. This time, Kapu finally spoke, his voice hoarse, uttering an inexplicable phrase. Zhangwa. I'm no longer myself. What? Zhangwa exclaimed, looking at Kapu in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he would utter such words. What does it mean to say you're no longer yourself? What are you trying to convey, Kapu? Zhanghua grasped Kapu's collar and spoke in a low voice, eager to uncover the meaning behind Kapu's statement. Kapu paid no heed to the grip on his collar, gazing at him with a serene expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. Zhanghua, if one day you find that I have changed, please end my life. Having said this, before Zhanghua could react, he broke free from the grip and strode towards the door. Please end my life, Zhanghua muttered in confusion to himself, just regaining his composure as Kapu had already departed. What are you trying to express, my old friend? Zhanghua sighed internally as he watched Kapu's retreating figure. Although he could not decipher the meaning behind Kapu's words, the ever-perceptive Zhanghua sensed something amiss in Kapu's mere phrases. He felt that Kapu had become embroiled in a substantial conspiracy, one whose orchestrator bore a terrifying identity, so formidable that Kapu dared not even utter their name to him. Who could instill such fear in you? Zhanghua whispered, his mind racing with thoughts. At this moment, he realized that he may have to confront a threat far beyond merely executing a white-bearded man. A chilling conspiracy was afoot, one capable of upheaving the very fabric of the world. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, the Jelly Ma 66 war fortress had already reached the base of the Red Earth continent. The towering Red Earth continent obstructed their path to Luoga Town. Once they crossed the upside-down mountain, they would arrive at their destination. Jiaji sat in his chamber, gazing at the towering red mountains before him. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry across, Sanji urged, believing that a mere Red Earth continent could not impede Jiaji's advance. Indeed, Jiaji nodded, casting a discreet glance at Lin Feng before issuing commands to the soldiers of Jelly Ma. Separate the fortress and prepare to cross the Red Earth continent. With Jiaji's orders given, the Jelly Ma war fortress abruptly divided, transforming into 6 formidable machines capable of traversing the vertical terrain of the Red Earth continent. Creak, creak. The separated war machines extended their colossal mechanical arms, firmly gripping the rock wall, and with the assistance of bottom rollers, they ascended vertically along the cliff. Wow, how cool! Usopp exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The Super War Fortress looks so impressive. Chopper echoed, his eyes alight with excitement, dancing in delight. Nearby, Frankie wore an expression of admiration. As the saying goes, an outsider watches the spectacle, while an insider perceives the nuances. Having perused the manuscripts of Vegapunk, he understood the immense technological prowess that Jelly Ma possessed to achieve such feats, the challenges of which were unfathomable. Truly magnificent, Frankie marveled, gazing out the window at the climbing war machines, contemplating whether to incorporate similar technology aboard the Sunny. We should be able to cross the Red Earth continent in about 4 hours, at which point we will reach Luoga Town, Jiaji remarked to Sanji and the others. Though his gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, vigilance still present. Thanks, Sanji said to his surrogate father, a rare expression of gratitude crossing his lips. He understood that once Jelly Ma reached Luoga Town, Jiaji, as the leader of Jelly Ma, would unequivocally reveal his stance. Jelly Ma would likely be erased from the royal roster by the government, and the legends of Jelly Ma would cease to exist in the North Sea. Enough with the pleasantries. I am not helping you, but repaying a debt, Jiaji snorted, declining Sanji's gratitude, and slowly approached Lin Feng. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Feng inquired, looking up at Jiaji with an air of indifference. He did not harbor animosity toward the man before him, yet neither did he feel inclined to befriend him. Thud! Before Lin Feng's words could fully escape his lips, Jiaji unexpectedly knelt before him. This act genuinely startled Lin Feng. What is the meaning of this? Lin Feng gazed at Jiaji with intrigue, subtly stepping aside, unwilling to accept Jiaji's kneeling without understanding the situation. Jiaji's kneeling was a cause, and should Lin Feng accept it, he would be embracing the consequence. In the Buddhist faith, one fears entanglement in cause and effect. Fahai, please help me. Jiaji looked at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes, his tone earnest. Be clear, Lin Feng replied, not granting his consent and insisting that Jiaji articulate his request. Jiaji hesitated momentarily before revealing the rationale. The battle for Luoga Town is imminent, and from any perspective, I will join the fray. However, the cost will be immense. I believe that once the war is over, the world government will expunge the Vinsmoke family from the list of royal families. Of course, a mere royal family holds no weight for the esteemed Vinsmoke family, Jiaji proclaimed with great bravado. Had he not been kneeling before Lin Feng, the impact of his words would have been even greater. "Ha! If you dismiss even the royal title, what more do you need from me?" Lin Feng replied, perplexed by Jiaji's request. He genuinely could not fathom why Jiazi, willing to forsake royal status, would seek his assistance. No, no. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiaji shook his head, worry flickering in his eyes. The position of royalty is merely an external possession. It holds little significance. I merely fear that after the war, the world government will annihilate our Vinsmoke family. Jiaji expressed his deep-seated anxiety. As the leader of Jelly Ma, he was unafraid of dying in battle. Yet he did not wish for the efforts of his ancestors to be in vain. "Your intent is to seek my help in preserving Jelly Ma's legacy?" Lin Feng discerned Jiaji's intentions. "Precisely," Jiaji responded, his voice low, a glimmer of hope sparkling in his eyes. "What will I gain?" Lin Feng asked, fixing his gaze on Jiaji. He was no altruist. If he were to provide protection, Jelly Ma must offer him a compelling incentive. Otherwise, how could Lin Feng justify assisting the other party in bearing the government's wrath? Is it out of love? Apologies, but Lin Feng is not one to meddle in others' affairs. Faced with Lin Feng's demand, Jiaji found himself in a quandary, uncertain of what leverage he could offer to sway Lin Feng. Bloodline factors? Jiaji tentatively suggested, as this was the only technology he could present along with the modified beings of Germa. "What do I need that for?" Lin Feng responded disinterestedly to Jiaji's proposition. Although the bloodline factor technology is a globally renowned treasure, its value is contingent upon the recipient. Perhaps that fellow Quinn might find it intriguing, but to Lin Feng, it was utterly worthless. And what about Germa's friendship? Jiaji ventured, as aside from the bloodline factor, this was the only bargaining chip he had. Lin Feng paused, regarding him with a peculiar expression. "You represent the entirety of Germa seeking refuge with me. What use do I have for your friendship?" It is redundant. Observing Lin Feng's reaction, Jiaji realized that his offer had fallen flat. Yet, apart from these, he truly had no other valuable assets to present. Helpless, Jiaji candidly expressed to Lin Feng, "Fahai, just tell me what you need. No matter how difficult, I will procure it, only asking for your protection of Germa." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Lin Feng, lowering his posture significantly. Lin Feng subtly shifted to the side, refusing Jiaji's bow, and calmly remarked, "Rise. Do not prostrate yourself without cause. Do you think this is a ceremony for ancestors? You agree?" At Lin Feng's words, Jiaji assumed that the other had acquiesced to his request, becoming overly excited. "Hold on, I have not agreed to anything. Stand up first." Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating he had not accepted, urging Jiaji to rise. Upon seeing this, the spark of hope in Jiaji's eyes extinguished, and he slowly stood, his robust frame towering over Lin Feng, exuding an imposing presence. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, staring at the formidable Jiaji, unsure of what to say. This fellow is exceedingly strong. Is power in the pirate world determined by height? The mightier the individual, the more imposing their stature. As these thoughts swirled, Lin Feng snapped back to reality and said to Jiaji, "Sit down. We have ample time. Let us converse at a leisurely pace." "Very well," Jiaji replied solemnly, pulling over a chair and settling beside Lin Feng. "Aside from bloodline genetics, what else can you offer?" Lin Feng inquired flatly, making it clear that if Jiaji wished for his protection, substantial benefits were necessary. Jiaji hesitated, contemplating, aside from bloodline factor technology. The only other assets available were the modified being technology or the Germa insignia. "What use do I have for that? Do you have anything more practical?" Lin Feng frowned. "Practical items?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiaji fell into deep thought, contemplating what Germa could possibly offer. In a moment of realization, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes, and he said to Lin Feng, "Fahai, please follow me." With that, he attempted to lead Lin Feng towards the door. "Where are we going?" Lin Feng swiftly evaded Jia Ji's grasp, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. While he did not doubt Jia Ji's intentions, caution was prudent at this juncture. Realizing Lin Feng's misunderstanding, Jia Ji quickly clarified, "Do not misconstrue. I wish to take you to our treasure vault, hoping you might find something of interest." "A treasure vault?" Lin Feng pondered, then asked, "You keep such confidential items here?" "Yes," Jia Ji nodded. "The treasure vault is located here, and it is difficult for the average person to access. Even if one day the vault were breached, it would signify that Germa had been overrun by enemies." As he spoke, Jia Ji reached the door and gestured for Lin Feng to proceed, saying, "Fahai, please." With that, he pushed open the grand entrance, inviting Lin Feng to step through first. Lin Feng glanced at Jia Ji, said nothing, nodded slightly, and stepped outside. Jia Ji followed closely behind. Chapter 170. Germa's Treasure Vault. In the main city of the Germa War Fortress, in a dark underground chamber, Jia Ji beckoned Lin Feng to follow him. As Lin Feng approached, he was greeted by a magnificent golden door entirely crafted from gold, adorned with the Germa emblem. "Quite affluent, Germa is," Lin Feng remarked, observing the opulent entrance. "It is undeniable that this door alone could cover the expenses of a small nation for several years." In Germa's eyes, however, it merely serves as decoration for the treasure vault. One can only imagine the profound heritage of the Vinsmoke family. Enough joking, let us step inside. Jia Ji, detecting Lin Feng's jest, felt a mix of embarrassment and pride as he pushed open the golden door. With a flourish, radiant beams of light spilled forth from the crack of the door. As the door swung fully open, Lin Feng felt as though his vision had been overwhelmed. "This is quite extravagant," he thought, staring in awe at the scenery beyond the door. He had anticipated Germa's wealth, but never to this extent. "Forgive me," Jia Ji replied. "This is merely a fraction of what we had before. Much has been relocated for research purposes." Noticing Lin Feng's astonished expression, Jia Ji felt a rare sense of pride, suppressing a chuckle as he spoke. "Oh, you are quite heavy, yet you still manage to breathe heavily." Lin Feng shot Jia Ji a sidelong glance, internally amused. However, at that moment, the long-forgotten system notification chimed once more. A substantial energy source from another world has been detected surrounding the host. It is estimated that this could elevate the host's third character's initial state to 60%, doubling combat power. Would you like to absorb it? Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, and his expression soured. How is it that Fahai's increase was tenfold? It becomes merely double upon reaching Duanda? Is this not a way for the system to artificially diminish his strength? The system, sensing Lin Feng's thoughts, swiftly clarified. Due to the constraints of world rules, the current enhancement can only allow the third character to achieve a double increase. Otherwise, the world rules would be overwhelmed. "I see," Lin Feng reflected as the furrow in his brow relaxed. "So, what you are implying is that if I were to reach a higher dimensional world, I could potentially break the limitations on Duanda's enhancement?" "Theoretically, yes, but it would require immense capability as a foundation for such a transformation," the system responded honestly. "That is reassuring." Lin Feng nodded inwardly, concerned that the summons from the Buddhist realm might one day call him forth. Fearing he would lack the necessary strength to hold his own, the system's response provided him considerable comfort, alleviating the unease in his heart. "Fahai, what troubles you?" At that moment, Jia Ji spoke, noticing Lin Feng's fluctuating expression and fearing that his words or actions had inadvertently offended him. "It is nothing, let us proceed inside," Lin Feng said, waving his hand dismissively before stepping into the treasure vault, now having extracted what he needed from Jia Ji. Upon witnessing the scene, the nearby Jia Ji promptly entered the treasure vault and began to introduce the treasures within to Lin Feng. Jia Ji casually picked up a somewhat antiquated sword and addressed Lin Feng, stating that this blade was forged by the renowned swordsmith Shuangyue Gung Erlang during his youth. Although it did not rank among the supreme swords, its sharpness and resilience far surpassed that of ordinary blades. As he spoke, fearing that Lin Feng might be skeptical, Jia Ji drew the long sword. With a hum, the blade sang as it was unsheathed, time leaving no marks upon its surface, emanating an icy aura. However, Lin Feng merely glanced at the esteemed sword and remarked nonchalantly, "It's decent." After uttering that, he disregarded Jiaji and continued deeper into the treasure vault. Noticing Lin Feng's lack of interest in weapons, Jiaji sheathed the sword and carelessly set it aside, hastily following Lin Feng. Then, Jiaji inexplicably produced a map from somewhere and handed it to Lin Feng, saying, "Fahai, take a look at this. It is said that the treasures within are related to ancient weapons." Ancient weapons? Lin Feng stole a glance at the map, feeling a flicker of curiosity about the ancient armaments. The three ancient weapons, Tian Wang, Ming Wang, and Hai Wang, were feared by the world. Even the world government aspired to them, going so far as to send CP9 operatives to infiltrate Water 7 for years, all in pursuit of the blueprints for Ming Wang. It was said that possessing even one of these ancient weapons could quell all enemies and forge a supreme nation. Yet, the old thief Oda had divulged little about them, and what was known was limited to the identity of Hai Wang. The Mermaid Princess, by Xing, was none other than the ancient weapon, Hai Wang Poseidon. Really? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, accepting the map from Jiaji and examining it closely. Seeing Lin Feng's interest, Jiaji, disregarding the truth of the map, earnestly insisted. "Indeed, it cannot be more genuine." Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Jiaji and replied, "If this were true, you would have eagerly ventured to explore it already. At that point, the world government's threats would amount to nothing, and you would not be here haggling with me. Don't be ridiculous." With that, Lin Feng resumed his journey deeper into the vault. A Jiaji, having been seen through, displayed no sign of embarrassment. He discarded the map and hurried after Lin Feng, beginning to chatter once more. However, he was interrupted as Lin Feng raised his hand and said, "Fahai, keep it down." Immediately, Jiaji fell silent and quietly followed Lin Feng. "System, you're not leading me astray, are you?" Lin Feng focused his mind to communicate with the system, having walked for some time without discovering the presence of a devil fruit. This caused him to harbor doubts about the system's credibility. Soon, the system's voice directed him, straight ahead, 13 meters to the lower right. "Got it." Lin Feng smiled and exerted himself to step towards the indicated position. Upon closer inspection, he found a jar made of an unknown metal, with a thin booklet resting atop it. "What is this?" Lin Feng muttered, brushing off the dust on the booklet and flipping through its pages. "This is..." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. This booklet was none other than the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. But unlike any printed version, it was handwritten. The contents were extraordinarily detailed, covering the three basic categories, Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, and extending to mythical and ancient subtypes. It was a veritable treasure trove of information. Who authored this divine work? It categorizes the devil fruits so clearly. Could they be a cultivator of devil fruit trees? Lin Feng stared at the descriptions in the booklet, utterly astonished. At that moment, Jiaji approached Lin Feng and, noticing the booklet in his hands and Lin Feng's current expression, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Fahai, are you interested in this?" Chapter 171. Jade Shatters, Tile Remains. Lin Feng glanced at Jiaji but remained silent, his thoughts wholly captivated by the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. After a long period of contemplation, he sighed inwardly. Indeed, one could not judge this world solely by conventional wisdom. The variety of fruits described in this encyclopedia was astounding. Each fruit's abilities and classifications were meticulously recorded. One particular fruit captured Lin Feng's attention, the Paramecia-type mythical Zoan, the immortal fruit, which granted its user the ability to tread the skies and command unparalleled winds, rendering ordinary beings powerless. Just this aspect alone compelled Lin Feng to take it seriously. Such a fruit was even more fearsome than Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. An immortal, such a being did not exist in this dimension. Just one fruit could bestow such power upon a mortal. Regardless of its authenticity, this world had diverged significantly from the previous pirate realms. Noticing Lin Feng's engrossment, Jiaji raised an eyebrow, silently concluding that Lin Feng had an interest in such matters. His expression brightened, for the Germa had never ceased their research on devil fruits. From documented literature to experimental outcomes, they possessed a wealth of information. This time, I've found your interest, Jiaji thought as he moved aside to rummage through his belongings. After a moment, Jiaji approached Lin Feng with a grin and suddenly said, Fahai. The booklet you have is incomplete. I just happen to possess a complete version. Please have a look. Lin Feng's thoughts were interrupted as he looked at Jiaji, whose hands held a book entirely different from the one Lin Feng possessed. Although both covers bore the title of Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, the booklet in Jiaji's hands was superior in both thickness and size. The contrast was akin to that of a father and son. Please take a look. Seeing Lin Feng hesitate to accept it, Jiaji, with a smile on his face, urged once more. All right. Lin Feng nodded and accepted the larger booklet, diligently studying its contents. As the illustrious leader of Germa, I should be able to comprehend what a monk has to offer. Noticing Lin Feng's serious examination, Jia Ji felt a surge of joy. Believing he had grasped Lin Feng's preferences, it was time to discuss the terms. However, just as Jia Ji was about to speak, he observed Lin Feng slowly shaking his head while examining the booklet. This sudden movement caused Jia Ji's heart to drop. No way. What does a monk shaking his head mean? Could it be he is not impressed with this booklet? That couldn't be. This was obtained from Vegapunk himself. And nothing in the Grand Line was more comprehensive than this. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Jia Ji was lost in thought. The reason Lin Feng shook his head was that despite the extensive records in the booklet handed to him, it lacked clear descriptions of legendary fruits. In contrast, the more ancient booklet, though thinner, provided detailed accounts of legendary fruits and included insights from ordinary individuals after consumption. Simply put, that aspect made it vastly superior to the one Jia Ji had presented. I don't need this. Lin Feng returned the slightly larger booklet to Jia Ji and then slowly bent down to lift the jar that had earlier housed the ancient booklet. The system prompted him, indicating that the immense energy source from another world originated from this very spot. Jia Ji took the booklet handed to him by Lin Feng, feeling quite despondent. Just as he was about to utter something, he noticed Lin Feng lifting a small jar, which piqued his curiosity. Although Jia Ji seldom frequented this treasure trove, he held a vivid recollection of every item within, save for this particular jar, which remained shrouded in mystery. He pondered the origins of the antiques emerging from the depths of the jar, yet Lin Feng's evident attachment to it suggested its significance. At that moment, Jia Ji resolved that regardless of the contents of a jar, he would exchange it for Lin Feng's protection. As the jar was opened, Lin Feng inhaled sharply, revealing a small mountain of devil fruits before them. At least 100, many of which were rare varieties documented in the booklet. No wonder the progress of digging up the corpulent fellow had surged to 60%. Should these fruits be utilized on Fahai, surpassing 100% was a tangible possibility. Lin Feng gazed at the fruits, mumbling to himself. However, despite his thoughts, he had no intention of doing so. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the inexplicable summons from the Buddhist realm while under the guise of 100%. What if hypothetically he were summoned away? What would become of Whitebeard and his crew? Lin Feng was loath to leave such a mess for Kaido and Big Mom. Without his own checks and balances, these two would easily commit outrageous acts. I will take these. Conversely, I accept your terms. Additionally, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure the survival of Germa, Lin Feng declared, turning to Jia Ji and gesturing toward the fruits. At this moment, Jia Ji's mind was in disarray. Staring at the nearly 100 devil fruits on the ground, his heart raced. Regret flooded his thoughts. Why had he not known of these fruits in the vault sooner? If all were used to bolster Germa, it would forge a formidable army of fearless, capable fighters. At that point, he would not need Lin Feng's protection at all. This army alone would serve as Jia Ji's capital against the world government. However, for now, all of this was mere speculation in his mind. He could see from Lin Feng's gaze that he would never relinquish these fruits to him. Reluctantly, Jia Ji wore a pained expression and acquiesced to Lin Feng. Yet he appended several demands. Very well, but you must guarantee that Germa will reunify the North Sea. Jia Ji spoke solemnly. Lin Feng regarded Jia Ji with a detached demeanor, recognizing that Jia Ji had discerned his need for the devil fruits and had attempted to leverage it. If you refuse, I will never allow you to take these devil fruits, Jiaji declared, feigning courage as he gritted his teeth. As he spoke, the electric spear in his hand crackled with energy. Lin Feng chuckled, dismissively pointing at the spear in Jiaji's grasp. Do you truly believe that this toy poses a threat to me? Not at all, Jiaji replied, shaking his head, his gaze locked onto Lin Feng. I am not foolish enough to think I could threaten you on my own. At least he possessed some self-awareness. Lin Feng regarded Jiaji coolly. But before he could respond, Jiaji's frantic voice broke the silence. But I can still destroy these fruits. He directed the electric spear toward the pile of devil fruits. His intentions were clear. Should Lin Feng refuse, he would exhaust every effort to damage the fruits, resulting in mutual destruction. Chapter 172, Agreement. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, observing Jiaji without leaving a trace of emotion. Are you threatening me? As he spoke, a radiant aura enveloped him, an overwhelming force surging toward Jiaji from all directions. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Lin Feng, Jiaji's expression grew grave. Even a Marine admiral could not exude such formidable aura. How powerful was Fahai, really? He silently pondered, struggling to withstand the oppressive force. In an instant, his palm gripping the electric spear was drenched in sweat, his back soaked. Are you threatening me? Lin Feng reiterated, his tone growing more pronounced, intensifying the pressure that bore down on Jiaji. It felt as though mountains were descending upon him. Jiaji contemplated yielding, but feared the catastrophic consequences it would bring to Germa. He could not afford to surrender. For Germa's sake, he must not concede. Jiaji silently urged himself, making an effort to straighten his back and meet Lin Feng's gaze. Indeed, he was the leader of a royal lineage, possessing a tenacity uncommon among ordinary folk. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Despite his lack of fondness for Jiaji, he could not deny the noble pride that emanated from him. Very well, Lin Feng sighed, waving his hand to alleviate the pressure on Jiaji. Instantly, Jiaji felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. He steadied himself, trembling, and faced Lin Feng with resolute determination. Fahai, I have but one request. Lin Feng remained silent, turning to gather the devil fruits, wrapping them in his robe, and tossing them toward Jiaji. Hold this for me. With that, he strode toward the exit of the treasure trove. Jiaji was momentarily taken aback, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. Then joy flooded his expression. He realized Lin Feng had acquiesced to his demand. As he stood there in a daze, Lin Feng's voice drifted back to him. Follow me, leader of Germa. Yes. Jiaji nodded emphatically, weary yet invigorated as he hurried to keep pace with Lin Feng, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Germa had a chance to unify the North Sea. Jiaji exulted internally. After leaving the treasure trove, Lin Feng did not linger with the Straw Hat crew, but requested Jiaji to find him a private room. Firstly, Lin Feng wished to conceal his appearance while absorbing the devil fruits from prying eyes. Secondly, he needed ample time to devise a strategy to assist Jiaji in realizing his ambitions. Master, I've placed the items here. Should you need anything, feel free to summon me, the maid of Germa whispered, setting the devil fruits on the floor before gracefully exiting the room. As she departed, she boldly cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Feng, her intentions unmistakable. With a soft thud, the door closed, leaving Lin Feng alone in the room. That Jiaji, Lin Feng sighed, shaking his head. It was evident that the maid was arranged by Jiaji. He felt neither disdain nor delight. While somewhat careless, Jiaji meant well. Moreover, in his current state, not even a maid, or even a spirit like Qingbai, could disturb Lin Feng's composure. Subsequently, Lin Feng's attention shifted to the devil fruits beside him. System. Commence absorption, he commanded, centering his mind. In an instant, a tremendous force emanated from Lin Feng as he absorbed the essence of the numerous devil fruits. The progress of his third persona increased by 1%, then 3%, and finally 8%. Before long, Lin Feng had absorbed over 100 devil fruits, elevating the initial progress of his third persona to 60%. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. After completing this task, Lin Feng stretched his back, Even though the absorption was solely directed towards his third persona, the immense energy from the devil fruits had bestowed upon him considerable benefits. His indestructible body underwent thorough refinement due to this powerful energy, enhancing his defense to an even more formidable level, nearly reaching the limits of his current capabilities. Further elevation would only be possible upon achieving 100% progress, a feat Lin Feng was unwilling to pursue. Surpassing that threshold would mean being summoned by the Buddhist realm, and without absolute certainty, he had no intention of hastening his ascent. Once he managed the affairs of this world, perhaps then he would consider departing. Gazing through the window at the vast expanse of the red Earth continent, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in New Marine Ford, within the subterranean prison, dozens of vice admirals stood flanking the cell. In the center stood the elite naval forces led by Akainu. The Magma Boy has personally come to escort me. Are you worried something might go awry? Whitebeard remarked slowly from within the cell, a chilling aura enveloping him. Enough with the useless chatter. By tomorrow, the seas will no longer echo your legend, Akainu retorted coldly. Directing the guards, get in position and bring Whitebeard out. Yes, Admiral Akainu. The guards responded, one of them approaching the cell, extracting a key to unlock the door. Subsequently, several guards armed with sea stone chains rushed in, binding Whitebeard tightly. Throughout the ordeal, Whitebeard offered no resistance, allowing himself to be restrained. Have you given up, Whitebeard? That was your last chance for escape, Akainu said blandly, fully aware that verbal provocation would likely have no effect. Yet he felt compelled to speak, wishing to gauge Whitebeard's resolve, to see if he would truly refrain from retaliating. Initially prepared to take action, Akainu was taken aback when Whitebeard exhibited no hint of defiance, permitting the guards to lead him out of the cell. You are quite compliant, Whitebeard, Akainu said, standing before him with a mocking expression. Whitebeard glanced at Akainu without uttering a word, yet his eyes shimmered with a fierce intensity, as if they could pierce through Akainu. Still harboring thoughts of resistance, are you? Whitebeard, Akainu remarked, observing the flicker of defiance in Whitebeard's gaze. He then subtly directed his finger elsewhere. Whitebeard followed Akainu's gesture, his eyes narrowing in alarm. He saw Ace and Luffy being dragged out, seemingly unconscious. Magma Boy, Whitebeard bellowed in fury, his conqueror's haki surging forth, causing the sea stone chains to rattle ominously. In an instant, nearly everyone present assumed a defensive stance, vigilantly watching Whitebeard. They understood that even with his powers curtailed by the sea stone, Whitebeard's strength remained formidable. This was the threat posed by the world's strongest man. Akainu, how do you wish to perish? Whitebeard growled, his aura exploding forth. Conqueror's haki crashing against the prison walls, leaving deep impressions. Many naval officers felt their nerves fray, cautiously eyeing Whitebeard, prepared for action. Yet, in the face of Whitebeard's sudden surge of fury, Akainu remained unfazed, leisurely removing his hat and meticulously adjusting it. Once finished, he replaced the hat and calmly regarded Whitebeard. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to eliminate me at this juncture? You. Whitebeard glared at Akainu, his conqueror's haki intensifying, causing weaker naval officers to feel disoriented, some even collapsing. Observing the fainting officers, Akainu dismissed them nonchalantly. See, you still lack the strength. He then addressed the remaining standing vice admirals. I leave Whitebeard to you. Ensure he is transported safely to Logtown. As for these two, he stepped toward Ace and Luffy, his eyes hardening. If it weren't for the orders from the elders, I would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them here and now. Akainu knew that Whitebeard had grown old, and the next generation to bear the pirate flag would emerge from Ace and Luffy. In his view, it was best to extinguish this threat before it could blossom. Admiral Sakazuki, do not act impulsively. Just as Akainu prepared to strike, Kizaru's languid voice rang out. At that moment, both Akainu and Whitebeard turned their attention to Kizaru, perplexed. Whitebeard was poised to retaliate at the slightest provocation against Ace or Luffy. But Kizaru's interjection caught him by surprise. Kizaru, Akainu replied, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes as his fists ignited with flame. Are you suggesting you wish to intervene on my behalf? Don't be absurd. I have no desire to involve myself in such troublesome matters, Kizuru replied casually. He continued, Admiral, do not misunderstand. Orders have been issued from above that these two must be executed alongside Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, Akainu's brow furrowed, the heat in his fists dissipating. In front of so many, he could not openly defy the command from above, so he merely snorted, Very well, then. I entrust them to you. Ensure their safe transport to Logtown. With that, Akainu abruptly turned and strode out of the prison, followed closely by the other officers. Within the prison, only 5 vice-admirals, Kizaru and Fujitora remained. As Akainu departed, Kizaru remained silent, glancing at the still unconscious Ace and Luffy, gesturing for the guards to take them away. His gaze then settled on Whitebeard, studying him with a meaningful look. Whitebeard, you will not perish just yet. We shall meet again in Logtown, Kizaru remarked enigmatically before departing. Vanishing from Whitebeard's sight. What is your true allegiance, Kizaru? Whitebeard murmured, fixating on Kizaru's retreating figure. Meanwhile, in Logtown, the crew led by No. 7 had arrived from the Red Earth continent. After surveying the terrain, they began to formulate their plans. Including their leader, their team consisted of 6 individuals, strategically positioned at the locations most likely to witness the appearance of pirates. Should Lin Feng, Kaido, or others dare to intrude during the execution, they would be met with fierce resistance. Fahai, I sincerely hope to cross paths with you. Number 7 stood atop a clock tower, gazing at Reverse Mountain, whispering softly. At this moment, atop the upside-down mountain, the war machine of Jiruma had successfully traversed from the opposite side, descending along the rocky cliff, soon to reach Logatown. Fahai, ahead lies the Logatown, the very place where Whitebeard and Luffy are about to face execution. Within the fortress, Jiaji stood by the window, introducing the scene to Lin Feng. I understand, Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping across the islands below. He recognized Logatown, yet his focus was not on this island, but rather on the location of Kaido and Big Mom. Found it. Lin Feng's eyes locked onto an island not far from Logatown. Although faint, he could still sense the Buddha power he had left on Akiji. What is that small island called? Lin Feng inquired, pointing towards the island where Kaido and Big Mom had landed. Which one? Jiaji looked closely before exclaiming, It's Guangwang Dao. Guangwang Dao, Lin Feng murmured. An island that guards hope. Indeed, a beautiful name. He then instructed Jiaji, change course, destination Guangwang Dao. Huh? Jiaji was taken aback, uncertain why Lin Feng wished to go to Guangwang Dao, but he complied, ordering his subordinates to head towards the island. Just then, Sanji's voice suddenly resonated from behind Lin Feng. Laced with confusion, Monk, weren't we supposed to rescue Whitebeard? Why the change in course? Hearing this, Lin Feng turned to Sanji and replied calmly, I told you before, I have allies who have already arrived near Logatown. They are currently on Guangwang Dao. Really? Sanji's skepticism was apparent. Lin Feng offered no further explanation, merely nodded, his gaze returning to Guangwang Dao. A fierce battle was imminent. Meanwhile, below the upside-down mountain, Marco and the others were navigating smoothly through the waters, one of the quickest ways to reach Logatown without alarming the Navy. How long until we arrive? Marco stood at the bow, glancing at the dark sea floor, directing his query to the helmsman. 3 hours. The helmsman replied promptly. Good, Marco nodded, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, a voice laden with malice pierced the air. I can sense the master's position directly above us. The speaker was Kenpachi, who had discerned Lin Feng's command and located Marco and the others not long ago. The master has arrived first. Hearing this, Marco looked at Kenpachi, excitement illuminating his face. Indeed, Kenpachi nodded, his gaze fixed upwards, where Lin Feng was situated. Excellent. Marco followed Kenpachi's line of sight and instructed the helmsman, accelerate. Yes. Simultaneously, in the doldrums, 2 massive ships, pulled by gigantic sea serpents, raced swiftly across the ocean's surface, unperturbed by the presence of sea kings. A figure clad in a floral robe stood at the bow, gazing towards Logatown, her face adorned with sweetness. Mr. Bai Zai, I shall finally meet you. Chapter 174, Convergence. We are nearly there. Fahai. As the various components of the Jirima fortress merged, the sea erupted in towering waves. And the colossal, fully formed Jirima war fortress slowly made its way towards Guangwangdao. Lin Feng stood at the pinnacle of the fortress, observing the approaching island. His eyes filled with apprehension. He was uncertain to what extent this battle would escalate. Whether his side could rescue Whitebeard remained an enigma in Lin Feng's mind. What is that? Jiaji immediately spotted a pirate ship flying the Beast Pirates flag, docked near Guangwangdao, his expression one of shock. Fahai, your allies wouldn't be Kaido, would they? Sanji, equally astonished, approached Lin Feng, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Not long ago, their Straw Hat crew had been in direct opposition to Kaido, their relationship teetering on the brink of life and death. Now, to be told that Lin Feng's ally was Kaido left the crew in disbelief. Not only Kaido, Jiaji's voice rang out, his gaze shifting to another massive ship, whose pirate flag emanated a menacing aura rivaling that of Kaido's. Fahai wouldn't be planning to deliver us to Kaido and Big Mom in exchange for support, would he? Chopper stared at the two pirate ships in the distance, his teeth chattering in fear, recalling their previous actions on Cake Island. He knew that Big Mom harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. If they were discovered by her, an attack would be inevitable. Sanji, Zoro, we must flee. Fahai is trying to set us up. Usopp flailed his arms in panic, urging Sanji and the others to escape before encountering Big Mom. Yet, upon hearing his words, the Straw Hat crew remained motionless. The leaders, Sanji and Zoro, directed their gazes towards Lin Feng. They understood that since he had the audacity to invite them, he must possess a method to address the grievances between Big Mom and themselves. Boom! With a resounding tremor, the Jirima war fortress docked alongside the small island, instantly capturing the attention of numerous powerful individuals within. Yerma, what brings them here? Kaido and Big Mom exchanged glances, both recognizing the confusion in each other's eyes. They then grasped their respective weapons and raced towards the shore. Though Jirima was insignificant, one must not forget its other identity, the royal Vinsmoke family. Heaven knows whether they're acting as scouts for the world government. If so, the consequences could be dire. At the shore, after the Jirima war fortress docked, Lin Feng leaped down from the window. Jiaji and the others followed suit, gathering on the beach to await Lin Feng's next move. Under the pressure of the two emperors, they dared not act hastily, instead choosing to wait for Lin Feng. Among the group, Bonnie observed Lin Feng beside her, tearing into a chicken leg while her mind raced with thoughts. So, you monk, your ally is an emperor. No wonder you spoke with such confidence. Bonnie reflected on Lin Feng's earlier words, now understanding why he exuded such assurance. At that moment, two colossal figures leaped from the island. It was Kaido and Big Mom. One soaring through the air, the other on the ground, their presence imposing. Due to Lin Feng's concealed position, Big Mom and Kaido did not notice him. However, Big Mom's gaze immediately landed on Jiaji and the Straw Hat crew, her expression turning icy. Prometheus. Yes, Mama. Prometheus roared, transforming into flames that enveloped Big Mom's head, causing the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. Zeus. Big Mom continued, and Zeus quickly responded, "At your command, Mama." He then morphed into a cloud of thunder, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. Shortly thereafter, Big Mom drew Napoleon and swung it towards Jiaji and the others, shouting, "You dare to appear before me?" Simultaneously, Kaido swung his Kanabo towards the Straw Hat crew and Jiaji, unleashing a thunderous assault. Unlike Dama, Kaido did not resort to his devil fruit powers, opting instead to engage in combat in his normal state. In his view, these individuals were insufficient to warrant his full strength. As the two emperors launched their fierce assault, Sanji and the others felt a pang of trepidation in their hearts. Usopp was so frightened that his spirit seemed to leave his body, collapsing to the ground with vacant eyes, convinced that with two emperors attacking, their doom was imminent. Usopp, seeing his state, Chopper shouted, shaking him vigorously, while Nami stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. The expressions of the others also darkened. There was no escape. No one could maintain their composure in the face of the Emperor's onslaught, let alone two of them. Prepare to perish. As these words were uttered, Dama's attack descended upon the group. Kaido's laughter echoed like thunder, with the ominous sound of thunderous energy following, seemingly intent on reducing them to mere rubble. Yet at that moment, Lin Feng's voice emerged from the crowd, commanding, "Stand down. We are allies." Upon hearing this, Kaido's movement came to an abrupt halt, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. He recognized Lin Feng's voice, but was puzzled as to why he was mingling with this group. Could it be that he had joined forces with the Whitebeard crew? What battle prowess could these individuals possess? Kaido found himself perplexed. Although he recognized Lin Feng's voice, Dama, in her rage, ignored Lin Feng's plea. Napoleon swung down with ferocious intent, and the sheer force almost shattered the beach. This was despite her effort to temper her strength. Otherwise, the entire island would have crumbled. "We're doomed." In response, Chopper, Usopp, and Nami's eyes rolled back as they screamed and fainted. Gaji and Sanji wore grave expressions, unleashing their electric javelins and demonic wind attacks, not hoping to fully withstand Dama's strike, but merely seeking to carve out a sliver of hope for their comrades. Simultaneously, a single thought echoed in their minds. Fahai, we trusted you in vain. Just as their attacks were about to collide with Napoleon, Lin Feng made his move. He leaped from the crowd, his face cold as he glared at Dama, shouting, "Wake up, Ling Ling. Startlet, Dama poset, had gudip on Napoleon faltering." The weapon hanging above Lin Feng's head. "Who are you?" "Fahai." Dama initially froze, then her face lit up with joy. Yet she shared Kaido's confusion regarding Lin Feng's association with this group. As Dama recognized him, Lin Feng snorted, "Now that you know it's me, are you not going to move that wretched blade?" As Dama remained unmoving, Lin Feng pressed further, his voice stern. "Do you intend to kill me?" "No, no." Dama's startled exclamation brought her back to reality, and she promptly tossed Napoleon to the ground. This action left Napoleon feeling despondent, yet it dared not express its anger, having narrowly escaped a fatal blow from Lin Feng. Had it been any slower, it might have been reduced to scrap metal. Napoleon still vividly remembered Lin Feng's terrifying strength. It was a natural enemy to them, the homies. Chapter 175, Experiment. Dama regarded Lin Feng within the crowd, then glanced at the Straw Hat crew and Germa, her expression growing peculiar. "Fahai, how come you're mixed up with these fellows? Can they really be of assistance?" Upon hearing Dama's words, Sanji and the others fell silent, wanting to retort, but finding themselves unable to voice their thoughts. In Dama's eyes, their combat capabilities seemed woefully inadequate. Lin Feng cast a glance at Dama, offering no further explanation, simply stating, "There is strength in numbers." "Oh," Dama responded, then cautiously turned to the Straw Hats, asking Lin Feng, can I eliminate a few?" The moment this was said, Usopp and the others were utterly terrified. "Mama, I want to go home. Is this hell?" Usopp, Chopper, and the others clung together, howling in despair. Sanji, Zoro, and Gaji instantly shifted into battle mode upon hearing Dama's words. Confronting such a capricious and volatile figure, as Dama demanded utmost caution, Lin Feng glanced at the panicked Straw Hats and calmly said, "No, they're our companions now." A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, their hearts racing with apprehension. If they faced Dama at this moment, defeat would be their only fate. Companions? Dama blinked in surprise, reluctantly looking at Lin Feng. "Truly not?" "Indeed," Lin Feng replied indifferently. After saying this, he called out to the Straw Hats and proceeded deeper into the island. What a pity, Dama sighed, glancing at the group, feeling frustrated as she wished to eliminate those who had once humiliated her. However, out of respect for Lin Feng, she was compelled to relent, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. "Haha, crazy woman, you have her day now." Kaido laughed heartily at Dama's predicament, as if nothing pleased him more than witnessing her distress. "Get lost." Dama snapped at Kaido, her expression darkening as she chased after Lin Feng. "Get lost? Not a chance. Wait for me, crazy woman," Kaido shouted back. Following after Dama, deep within the island, beside a massive bonfire, Dama's crew watched the Straw Hats with cold disdain. To describe the atmosphere as tense would be an understatement. Had Lin Feng not been present, a fight would likely have erupted. In contrast, Gaji's group found their relationship with the beast pirates rather delicate. Long time no see, Gaji greeted the robust figure of Quinn, a former research partner, with enthusiasm. He sensed the charged atmosphere and realized he needed a familiar face for support, and Quinn was the perfect choice. "Ha, it's been a while, Gaji," Quinn replied warmly, embracing Gaji so tightly that it nearly took his breath away. Upon breaking free from Quinn's grip, Gaji laughed heartily, giving Quinn a friendly pat on the shoulder. "You haven't changed at all, still as strong as ever." "You're not doing too badly yourself," Quinn replied with a grin, then raised an eyebrow. "How did you end up with Fahai? Tell me the story. Are you interested in Fahai?" Quinn's question narrowed Gaji's eyes. Knowing Quinn was not one to gossip, his eagerness to learn about Lin Feng suggested that Lin Feng held an unusual status in Quinn's eyes, be it fear, admiration, or enmity. "Just a casual inquiry. If you don't want to share, I won't press," Quinn said, narrowing his eyes. "Really?" Gaji regarded Quinn with a bemused expression, his demeanor playful. "Indeed," Quinn nodded, though inwardly he scolded Gaji for being overly cautious. "Then let us leave it at that," Gaji replied with a smile, causing Quinn to nearly explode with frustration. "Well then, if we're not discussing that, let us drink." Quinn suppressed his anger, lifting the wine glass and presenting it to Gaji. As the latter accepted it and was about to say something, the movement in the center of the bonfire captured both their attention. "Is what you said true? Fahai?" Big Mom stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, her expression one of shock. "Indeed," Lin Feng replied with a subtle nod, turning to Bonnie beside him. "If my reasoning is correct, this matter can indeed become a reality." Bonnie, feeling the pressure from the two emperors, shrank back, behaving quite differently from her usual carefree self. "Fahai, are you certain?" Kaido, glancing between Lin Feng and Bonnie, asked in astonishment. "Absolutely," Lin Feng responded with a smile. He then lightly patted Bonnie's shoulder, adding, "However, the idea has yet to be implemented, and I cannot ascertain whether it will yield satisfactory results. Hence, I called you both here to inquire who among you would be willing to serve as the test subject." Upon hearing this, Kaido and Big Mom exchanged glances, neither daring to respond. After all, in the face of devil fruit abilities, a moment's carelessness could incur dire consequences. "Who will it be?" Lin Feng pressed slightly as he noted their hesitation. "I'll do it," they both declared in unison, then exchanged awkward glances, neither wanting to be the first to volunteer as the test subject. "Since you cannot decide, allow me to choose for you," Lin Feng said, scrutinizing them before slowly pointing his finger at Kaido and then looking at Bonnie. "He goes first." "Why me? Why not let that crazy woman go first?" Kaido lamented, on the verge of tears, truly not wanting to be Lin Feng's experimental subject. Unfazed by Kaido's reluctance, Lin Feng merely stared at him coolly and said, "Does your broken horn no longer ache?" At this, Kaido tensed up, instinctively touching his severed horn, a chill sweeping over him. Quickly, he plastered a smile on his face and said, "Nonsense. To be a subject of the Master-S experiment is a tremendous honor." He then turned to Bonnie with bravado, exclaiming, "Little one, give it your all. I can take it." Kaido's words were filled with bravado, exuding an air of invincibility. "Very well," Lin Feng acknowledged, then turned his attention to Bonnie. Bonnie, understanding the cue, cautiously approached Kaido and asked, "Are you ready, Mr. Kaido?" "Let us go." Kaido gritted his teeth, exerting so much force that the veins on his forehead bulged. "MHM," Bonnie nodded, placing one hand on Kaido, and in an instant, the power of her devil fruit was unleashed. Chapter 176. 30 years younger, the pinnacle of Kaido. What is this? As Bonnie's power activated, Kaido felt an overwhelming surge of youth coursing through him. This was not a mere figment of imagination. It was a tangible transformation. The most notable change was that the horn Lin Feng had broken had now fully healed. "Hey, this can't be real. What kind of ability is this?" Big Mom stared, dumbfounded, at the progressively youthful Kaido. Just as she was about to say more, she caught Lin Feng's gaze and fell silent, though her astonishment lingered. She looked incredulously at Bonnie, who was performing the ability on Kaido, her mind filled with questions. Where on earth did Fahai find such an extraordinary little brat? Lin Feng, oblivious to Big Mom's shock, focused entirely on Kaido whose transformation thrilled him immensely. Kaido's changes were remarkable. Not only did he appear youthful, but even the cross-shaped scar inflicted by Odin had vanished. His body's vitality had returned to its prime. While it is understood in the pirate world that combat power does not diminish with time, the corresponding stamina does wane. Yet now, Kaido's strength and vitality were at their zenith. This spectacle captivated everyone's attention, especially the older members of the Beast Pirates, who were utterly exhilarated. This cannot be true. Our captain is becoming younger. Could this be a prelude to dominating the Grand Line? The most dramatic reactions came from the three calamities. Wait, this can't be real. The boss is actually getting younger? What kind of ability is this? Quinn's eyes nearly popped out, and he hurriedly took a swig of strong liquor to calm himself. Similarly, Jin gazed at the gradually rejuvenating Kaido, nostalgia washing over him. He couldn't help but remark that Kaido looked just like he did the first time they met. Meanwhile, Jack, the youngest of the calamities, remained relatively unfazed, though his gaze toward Kaido grew increasingly adoring. "All right," Bonnie said after a moment, exhaling slowly, her expression weary. Using her ability on Kaido was no simple task, as he bore the weight of 3 types of haki. Even with her intention to suppress, the effectiveness of her ability was significantly diminished. Had she not exerted herself fully, she would not have been able to alter Kaido's age at all. "Thank you," Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod toward Bonnie, then turned to Kaido, saying, "Take a moment to feel the changes within you." Before he could finish, Kaido had already procured a mirror from somewhere and was intently examining his reflection, his expression ecstatic. "This is me from 30 years ago," Kaido exclaimed, clenching his fists and gazing intensely at his reflection. Big Mom, too, stared fixedly at the transformed Kaido, murmuring in awe at the miracle. "Just as I suspected," Lin Feng whispered, observing the rejuvenated Kaido. The success of this experiment bolstered his confidence in his plans. "Bonnie," Lin Feng called to the recovering Bonnie, "is it possible to shorten the duration of your ability?" From a moment Bonnie had initiated her power on Kaido, Lin Feng had been keeping track of the time. In total, it had taken nearly 5.5 minutes. Given the rapidly changing situation involving Whitebeard, such a lengthy duration could easily alter the course of events. Lin Feng hoped to reduce the time to within 2 minutes, which he deemed the maximum feasible duration. 3 minutes? Bonnie pondered, furrowing her brow. After a moment, she replied, "It depends on the opponent's strength. If it's similar to Kaido." She paused, continuing, "The best I can manage is around 3 minutes, maybe 4 at most. Any longer would be impossible." 3 minutes? Lin Feng murmured, realizing this exceeded his anticipated time frame by half. He understood all too well that the extra minute could be catastrophic once the battle commenced. The threat of ambushes from the Navy and the 5 elders could materialize within that very minute. 3 minutes it is, Lin Feng decided, narrowing his eyes. Even amid peril, he would fight for every second. He then pulled Bonnie aside, quietly outlining his plan to her. Upon hearing it, Bonnie's expression shifted from shock to calm. She was no fool, and she had already surmised Lin Feng's intentions. "When the time comes, I shall escort you to the gallows, and you need not concern yourself with anything else. Simply devote all your abilities to Whitebeard," Lin Feng stated earnestly. "Understood, I will do my utmost," Bonnie nodded, then turned to Lin Feng and reminded him, "Do not forget your promise." "I shall not." Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. He had already resolved that regardless of Bonnie's success, after this battle, he would spare no effort to rescue Bartholomew from Mary Joa, not for any other reason, but to repay the debt of karma he owed. "Let us hope so." Bonnie observed Lin Feng's unwavering expression for a long moment before speaking softly. At that moment, a voice filled with a hint of anticipation rang out beside Lin Feng and Bonnie. "Excuse me, little girl, could you help me change my age as well?" The speaker was Big Mom, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at Bonnie, as if nothing could compare to her presence, not even the most delectable cake. "Allow her to rest," Lin Feng remarked, glancing at Big Mom. Changing Kaido's age has already exhausted Bonnie significantly. Upon hearing this, Big Mom's expression soured instantly. Although she was eager to change her age, the gravity of Lin Feng's tone compelled her to muster a smile for Bonnie. "Little girl, please rest for now. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." I will return shortly." As she spoke, Big Mom turned away, dejected, just as Bonnie's voice chimed in, sounding like a heavenly melody to her ears. "There is no need to rest. I can help you right now." "Really?" Big Mom's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as she fixated on Bonnie in disbelief. "Yes," Bonnie nodded, signaling for Big Mom to crouch down as she placed one hand upon her. Just as Bonnie was about to utilize her powers, Lin Feng interjected. "Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Continuous use of your abilities can burden your body." Upon hearing this, the once eager Big Mom echoed, "Lin Feng is right. It would be wise to rest for a moment, as overexerting oneself is unwise." As an experienced user of her fruit, no one understood the enhancements and perils it could bring better than she. Bonnie chuckled softly and replied, "It is fine. I can manage." With that, a mysterious aura emanated from her hand, enveloping Big Mom. Chapter 177. The Kindness of Two Sovereigns in an Instant of Contact. Big Mom underwent a transformation visible to the naked eye. This is the power of youth. The changes in her body filled Big Mom with exhilaration, as she could distinctly feel the alterations within each organ, be it her appearance or her internal organs. In this moment, Big Mom truly sensed that they were all progressing toward their prime state. "Mama, are you all right?" Sparrow was the first to rush from the crowd, concern etched upon his face as he witnessed Big Mom's transformation. "I am fine." Big Mom waved her hand, her face alight with joy. "Not only that, but I feel better than I have in countless years." "That is wonderful." Sparrow sighed in relief, then called out, "Mama, if anything happens, just shout for me." "Certainly," Big Mom replied heartily. In contrast to her joy, beads of sweat began to appear on Bonnie's cheeks. She had maximized her fruit's potential. Her ability was on the brink of awakening. Were it not for the fact that Bonnie's fruit lacked the essence of awakening, she would already be touching that realm. "Little girl, can you keep up with your stamina?" Big Mom's concern surged as she observed Bonnie's state, fearing that a lack of energy might lead to failure in her transformation. "I will manage." Bonnie gritted her teeth, and at that moment, her abilities surged violently into Big Mom's body, gradually altering her cells. 2 minutes had passed. Lin Feng silently recorded the time, noting that it had been 2 minutes since Bonnie began using her powers on Big Mom. Based on the changes in Big Mom's body, it would require Bonnie at least another 2 minutes. This exceeded the predetermined time Lin Feng had set, excluding physical stamina and the consumption of her abilities. In an optimal state, Bonnie should be able to reduce the time frame to under 3 minutes. Lin Feng assessed the bottlenecks of Bonnie's abilities and her stamina depletion. As he had surmised, if Bonnie could recover some stamina and harness her powers effectively, she could shorten the time needed to alter Big Mom to under 3 minutes. However, it could not be reduced too significantly. 3 minutes was already Bonnie's limit. She needed training to elevate her strength to another level before Whitebeard's execution to ensure the plan has success. Observing the perspiration-soaked Bonnie, Lin Feng's expression hardened with determination. Soon, just as Lin Feng had predicted, 4 minutes elapsed, and Bonnie successfully completed Big Mom's transformation. At that moment, Big Mom had transformed into a completely different being, slender and voluptuous, her appearance aligning with conventional beauty standards. Now, Big Mom was undeniably a stunning beauty, her state reminiscent of when she had just departed from the Rocks Pirates. Even Kaido beside her was left in awe, thinking, how did I never notice how striking the madwoman was in her youth? "What are you staring at, you brat?" Big Mom, irritated by Kaido's gaze, snatched the mirror from his hands and examined herself with a critical eye. "Indeed, I was this beautiful in my youth." Big Mom smirked, her face brimming with pride as she glanced at the exhausted Bonnie, warmly declaring, "Little girl, our entire crew owes you a great debt of gratitude. If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it ISNT to become Pirate King, I can manage anything." Faced with Big Mom's bold proclamations, Bonnie stood momentarily speechless, her expression turning dazed. The goodwill of a Yonko carried immense weight. Such things were once beyond her wildest dreams. Who would have thought she could earn Big Mom's kindness? Regardless of the outcome, joining Lin Feng on this journey had proven exceedingly worthwhile. Seeing Bonnie speechless, Big Mom assumed her gesture was undervalued and suddenly nudged Kaido beside her with a glare. The latter instantly grasped her intent and added, "And I too. If there is anything the madwoman cannot handle, feel free to seek me out. The beast pirates will always stand by you." At Kaido's words, Bonnie felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. In that instant, she was completely bewildered. The goodwill from both Big Mom and Kaido, two sovereigns, was a treasure. As long as she did not act recklessly, the kindness of these two would allow her to navigate the Grand Line with confidence. Thank you," Bonnie said respectfully to the two sovereigns, slowly bowing her head. "There is no need for such formality. We are friends." Kaido quickly lifted Bonnie with his enormous hand, a smile adorning his face. "Indeed, friends," Big Mom echoed, also smiling. In that moment, Bonnie felt as though all the beauty in the world was beckoning her. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Not far away, Katakuri and others watched with envy. Indeed, some people are destined to shine, while others toil without reward. Despite their struggles, they had never attained Big Mom's friendship, while Bonnie had achieved it effortlessly in mere minutes. Katakuri clicked his tongue, feeling a twinge of bitterness at the disparity. Beside him, King could not help but mock him, saying, "At your age, what do you have to compare with a young girl? You haven't gained our leader's goodwill, yet you still have me, right? As long as you offer up the Germa bloodline factor, I assure you that Kaido will certainly grant you a prominent position. Get lost." In response to Keen's words, Gaji replied with a dark expression, "The bloodline factor is the culmination of Germa's lifelong efforts. Trading it for resources would be a folly. If I truly sought support, it would be far more advantageous to hand it over to the world government directly. Besides, I already have Lin Feng's promise, so there's no need to barter with the bloodline factor. Don't be so hasty in your refusal, Gaji," Keen said, seemingly unfazed by Gaji's cold response. He wrapped an arm around Gaji's shoulder and continued, "Everything is negotiable. Consider this. Our artificial devil fruits combined with your bloodline factor, once fused, would possess unimaginable power. At that point, your ambition to dominate the North Sea would be easily accomplished. Think it over, Gaji." Keen's voice was like a devil's temptation, echoing in Gaji's ears. It was evident that Keen was highly eager to obtain the bloodline factor. As a scientist, such advanced technology was like a treasure in Keen's eyes. "Oomph." Gaji let out a cold snort. He was well aware of Keen's ulterior motives. If it weren't for his collaboration with Lin Feng, such words would indeed stir his interest. "Just think, Gaji, once our technologies merge, the world will tremble beneath your feet, and the glory of the Vinsmoke family will be revived in your hands." Keen continued to entice him. Yet, Gaji's reply remained frigid. "Get lost." Chapter 178, The Treasure of Rocks. While Lin Feng was testing Bonnie's abilities, a massive fleet sailed towards Rogue Town from the doldrums. The warships were filled with admirals and commanding officers of the Navy, leaving no room for ordinary sailors. At the helm of the fleet was a figure representing the pinnacle of naval power, the new three admirals, along with Sengoku and Garp among other seasoned warriors. Inside the warship, in a prison specially designed for those with abilities, Whitebeard sat calmly. At the prison door stood 5 small platforms, where several imposing figures sat cross-legged. The leader among them was the supreme commander of the army, known by the codename Steelbone, Mr. Kong. On either side of him were the Gorosei and Akainu. This formidable security arrangement could be described as luxurious. Even if Lin Feng attempted to confront the warship, they possessed the capability to eliminate him before he could rescue Whitebeard. "Whitebeard, do you have any final words before your demise?" Kong raised a teacup, taking a gentle sip while gazing at Whitebeard. The other figures also fixed their eyes upon him. "Kulala." In the face of their scrutiny, Whitebeard laughed heartily. "To have you all here for my funeral. Even Roger couldn't command such an audience. What more is there for me to say?" One of the Gorosei sneered, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. "Newgate, you know what we wish to uncover. Don't you think it a pity to take such secrets to your grave?" Another Gorosei coldly regarded Whitebeard and added, "If you divulge what we seek, we can ensure you are imprisoned forever in the Holy Land, sparing you from a needless death." Upon hearing their words, Whitebeard laughed even louder, causing the small platforms to tremble. He then turned to them. "Have you all sunk to such depths? We both know that I would never reveal the location of Rock's treasure." With a playful smile, he continued, Such things should not remain in this world. They are better off disappearing with me. You. Seeing Whitebeard's resolute attitude, the Gorosei began to lose their composure. The matter of Rock's treasure was shrouded in secrecy. A collaboration between the world government and the Navy, having only recently learned that Whitebeard knew its whereabouts. They seized this opportunity to deploy considerable military force to capture him, hoping to use Whitebeard as bait to lure Lin Feng and eliminate him simultaneously. Moreover, they sought the treasure's location. As Whitebeard stated, such things should not remain in this world. For Rock's treasure was none other than the specific locations and introductions of the three ancient weapons. Aside from what they knew about Pluton, the other two, Poseidon and Uranus, were entirely unknown to the world government, only understood through ancient legends. However, it was confirmed that the three ancient weapons were interconnected. Once combined, they could unleash world-destroying power. What the Gorosei desired was precisely that power, the power to dominate all. Whitebeard, think carefully about the consequences of your silence, Akainu interjected, his voice chilling. Consequences? In response, Whitebeard scoffed disdainfully. What could threaten me when I fear not even death? Just as he prepared to mock them further, his body suddenly stiffened, as though it had been filled with lead. His eyes fixated on the objects in Akainu's hands. More precisely, they were two hats, one a straw hat, the other a red one, belonging to Luffy and Ace, respectively. Whitebeard stared at the hats in Akainu-esque grasp, speechless. His gaze icy. What? Akainu chuckled, slowly rising and approaching the prison bars, looking at Whitebeard with a mocking gaze. Whitebeard, I know what you're thinking. You wish to use law to rescue these two kids while you meet your end in Rogue Town. Dying in the same place as Roger would be a fitting conclusion to your pirate career. Akainu's eyes glimmered with malice as he casually asked, Am I right? Whitebeard fixed his gaze on Akainu. He could not deny the truth in those words. He did indeed harbor the intent to leverage Lin Feng's abilities to save Ace and his brother. After all, the future world belonged to the youth. They could not be allowed to perish at this moment. Whitebeard had already resolved himself to embrace death. Have you conceded? Seeing Whitebeard's silence, Akainu smiled faintly, his expression chilling. If that is the case, I must apologize in advance. The first to be executed in Rogue Town will not be you, but rather those two. At these words, Whitebeard's eyes widened, and his aura surged as rage reached a boiling point. Akainu paid no heed to Whitebeard's transformation, knowing that under such a formidable arrangement, escape was impossible. He continued, A pirate like you should wait for the grand finale, shouldn't you? Only then can you witness the seed being crushed in its infancy. Magma Brat. The final words of Akainu ignited Whitebeard's fury completely. He had never anticipated that the other would use Ace and Luffy to threaten him. Do not be angry, Whitebeard. If you were to die here, those two kids would face a grim fate indeed. Upon witnessing the furious countenance of Baihuzi, Chi Inu, instead of being alarmed, burst into laughter. Adjusting his hat, he leaned closer to the railing, fixing his gaze upon Baihuzi, and declared in a measured tone, Of course. You have one opportunity to assist these two young souls. Reveal the location of the rock's treasure, and I shall permit you to ascend the execution platform first. What say you? Each word he uttered was deliberate, suggesting that this would afford Fahai the chance to rescue the two youths after your demise. To trade your frail existence for the hope of two young lives is a bargain most worthwhile. As Chi Inu spoke, Baihuzi's wrath only intensified. The decision before him was excruciatingly difficult. Should he divulge the treasure's whereabouts, the Navy would have a formidable advantage in eradicating the era of great pirates. Conversely, refraining from speaking would lead to the imminent execution of Ace and his companion. Regardless of the choice made, Baihuzi confronted an insurmountable dilemma, one devoid of resolution. Whether he consented or not, the outcome would be favorable for the Navy. At that moment, Kong, who had been silently observing their exchange, rose and cast a detached glance at Baihuzi, stating, I understand this is a challenging decision. Reflect upon it and provide us with your answer upon our arrival at Rogue Town. With that, he turned and walked away. Chi Inu, noticing this, followed suit. Casting a final glance at Baihuzi as he departed, You do not have much time left, so make haste. The three elders did not accompany them. choosing instead to remain in place, mindful of their precarious identities. Chapter 179. The Decision of Dorag. After Chi Inu and his companion departed, Bai Huzi fell into a deep silence, contemplating whether to exchange the rock's treasure for a glimmer of hope for Ace and his companion. He was not one to vacillate, yet this decision eluded him. The impact of ancient weapons on the world's equilibrium was profound. Should the Navy and others uncover the locations of the remaining ancient weapons, the fragile balance maintained by various world powers would inevitably shatter. Such a scenario could ignite a world-spanning conflict. This was precisely why Bai Huzi hesitated to use the rock's treasure as a bargaining chip. "Ace, will you despise me?" he murmured, staring blankly at the ceiling. Deep down, he had reached a tentative conclusion. While Bai Huzi deliberated, not far from the fleet, several pirate ships sailed quietly, their destination unmistakably Rogatown. Aboard the lead vessel, the ever-defiant Emperor Qi sat at the prow, gazing towards Rogatown, his eyes glinting with intensity. "Captain, that rascal Akiji has yet to respond to my message. I hope he hasn't been eliminated by that crew of Big Mum or defected to them," whispered Raphael, standing beside Emperor Qi, his expression grim. Though reluctant, Akiji was undeniably one of their ship's key combatants. At this critical juncture, the absence of his support could significantly hinder their plans. "Nonsense," Emperor Qi replied, shifting his gaze from Rogatown. "I do not believe Akiji would betray us. Moreover, which faction would dare to shelter him under the reputation of a former Marine admiral? Even the emperors must weigh the risks of facing the Navy. Thus, Akiji's absence could only imply one of two possibilities. He had either rejoined the Marines or sought to remain uninvolved in this maelstrom. Let us wait. Regardless of the unexpected twists, I will ensure Bai Huzi's corpse is mine." A frenzied expression crossed Emperor Qi's face. Initially, he had contemplated relinquishing Bai Huzi's abilities in favor of another, yet the impending execution at Rogatown presented a newfound opportunity. With that, Emperor Qi turned to Raphael and commanded, "Lower the pirate flag and notify Saint Juan to lead us into the depths of Rogatown. Is the least likely place to attract attention." "Understood, Captain," Raphael responded dutifully before turning to convey the message to Saint Juan. Emperor Qi stood upon the deck, his eyes gleaming with a merciless glint as he murmured softly, "Father, do take your time in dying. Your son eagerly awaits to seize the treasures you possess." Simultaneously, not only Emperor Qi, but also powers from across the world had their sights firmly set upon the legendary island of Rogatown. Within the Grand Line, at an uncharted island adjacent to the Twin Gorges, key members of the Revolutionary Army temporarily gathered. The leaders of the four major divisions, Chief of Staff Sabo, and the Okama King Ivankov were all present, representing a significant portion of the Revolutionary Army's elite forces. "Little Sabo, when will Dorag arrive? He is usually quite punctual." Ivankov inquired of Sabo. "He should be arriving shortly. Mr. Dorag would not forget such a monumental matter," Sabo replied, forcing a smile as his gaze fell upon the newspaper in his hand. Despite its subtlety, Sabo's hand trembled with anxiety. "Luffy Ace, I will surely rescue you." Anger flickered in Sabo's eyes. Had it not been for the need to await Dorag's arrival to take charge, he would have already stormed Rogatown. "Apologies for my tardiness." A deep voice resonated, followed by a figure descending from the sky, landing amidst Sabo and the others, slowly removing his hood to reveal a bold and commanding visage. "Leader, Mr. Dorag, you have finally arrived." The crowd erupted in various tones, yet excitement was unmistakable. Without Dorag, the Revolutionary Army lacked its soul. My apologies, Dorag chuckled. Addressing the group, "I was delayed by a few CP0 agents." The revelation elicited gasps, prompting immediate concern. "Were you harmed?" "Dorag, you must exercise more caution. How could you let CP spot you?" "I'm fine," Dorag reassured them with a calm smile that exuded a sense of security. "That is a relief," Sabo sighed, relieved, as he certainly did not wish for any unforeseen troubles to befall Dorag. Ivankov, transforming into his female form, playfully remarked, "This is unlike you. Could it be that your thoughts were distracted due to the matter concerning young Luffy?" The moment those words were spoken, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Even Dorag's expression darkened. Perhaps I misspoke. Ivankov stammered, feeling the weight of the atmosphere. Dorag, breaking the tension, stated, "It does indeed pertain to Luffy." Then, as if having resolved within himself, he surveyed the room and spoke gravely. "Ladies and gentlemen, what I am about to say may come across as selfish. Yet I must voice it. Luffy is on the brink of execution, and I implore you to assist me in rescuing this little rascal." With that, a look of conflict crossed Dorag's face. Originally, this meeting was convened to strategize an assault on Mariewa, aimed at rescuing Kuma. Now, he felt a profound sense of guilt for betraying that purpose. However, given the information at hand, while Kuma had been transformed into a cyborg, his life was not immediately at risk. Conversely, Luffy's execution loomed less than 24 hours away. Reluctantly, Dorag made this decision, uncertain of how many among them would be willing to aid him after his plea. He had already prepared himself to venture alone to Rogatown. "Leader, let us set forth." Dorag gazed incredulously at the speaker, who was none other than the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Division, Betty. Dorag himself had not anticipated that the first person to respond affirmatively to his request would be her. However, Betty's subsequent words left Dorag utterly bewildered. "Chief, Sabo and the others have already boarded the ship. You're the only one left." As she spoke, Betty gracefully maneuvered past him and hurried toward Sabo. Dorag, momentarily taken aback, surveyed his surroundings only to find that the seats were devoid of any figures. The others had embarked the ship the moment he had finished speaking. This group of individuals. Dorag felt a mix of annoyance and amusement and shook his head. "Mr. Dorag, hurry aboard. There are less than 24 hours until Luffy's execution. We must rescue him before the execution and then proceed to Mariewa to save Mr. Kuma." Sabo called out from the deck, gesturing toward the distant Dorag. "Coming." Dorag chuckled, his figure vanishing from his original spot and reappearing on the deck in an instant. Destination: Lowtown. Set sail. Chapter 180. Clear Awareness of Hazards. On Guard Island. Ever since Bonnie utilized her powers to alter the ages of Big Mom and Kaido, the attitude of those around her had transformed dramatically. Previously, in Gaji's eyes, she was merely a somewhat formidable pirate. However, the ability to manipulate age was undeniably extraordinary from any perspective. "Your name is Bonnie, is it not?" Gaji approached Bonnie, stealthily, wearing a self-satisfied grin that was barely more appealing than a frown. His smile nearly startled Bonnie. "I am. What do you want?" Bonnie replied cautiously, eyeing Gaji warily. "There's no need to be anxious, little girl. Do you think I can benefit from your abilities at my age?" Gaji chuckled, rubbing his hands together, his intentions unmistakably clear. He desired Bonnie's assistance in rejuvenating himself, thus enabling him to maintain his dominion over the North Sea for a longer duration. Bonnie's face displayed signs of distress. Having already exerted herself to aid Kaido and Big Mom, her stamina was at a critical point. She needed ample time to recover. Otherwise, it could jeopardize the mission at Lowtown. Sensing her hesitation, Gaji reassured her, "There's no rush. You can assist me when the opportunity arises at Germa." "All right." Bonnie nodded, relieved that she would not need to assist him immediately. "Thank you, little girl." Gaji beamed with delight upon receiving her agreement, then turned to return to Germa's ranks for recuperation. "Is this ability a blessing or a curse for me?" As she watched Gaji leave, Bonnie felt a sense of unease. He was the sixth individual to seek her assistance. The subordinates of Big Mom and Kaido all wished for her help in altering their ages. Bonnie found it difficult to refuse, opting to postpone the requests. She silently hoped that these individuals would not pressure her. Just then, Lin Feng appeared beside her and casually inquired, "How is your recovery?" "Not bad. I should be able to avoid delaying the mission at Lowtown," Bonnie responded promptly, her demeanor markedly different around Lin Feng, infused with respect and a hint of trepidation. Bonnie was perceptive through her observations. She had discerned that both Kaido and Big Mom regarded Lin Feng with a profound sense of caution, mingled with reverence. Few individuals in this world commanded such respect from two emperors. This piqued Bonnie's curiosity about Lin Feng, pondering what manner of person could instill such fear and awe in figures like Kaido. "As long as there are no delays," Lin Feng mused, glancing at Bonnie before suddenly furrowing his brow. "Come see me shortly." Without allowing Bonnie to respond, Lin Feng turned and walked away. Bonnie, momentarily taken aback by his nonsensical remark, scratched her head and muttered, "What a peculiar person." She was uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions in summoning her, but assumed it could not be anything detrimental. Meanwhile, after departing from Bonnie, Lin Feng wore an expression of grave concern. Through his spiritual insight, he had discerned that Bonnie was being adversely affected by the side effects of her devil fruit power. Every devil fruit possesses its drawbacks, akin to how the gum fruit can shorten one's lifespan. Bonnie's ability was no exception, and its repercussions were even more severe than that of the gum fruit. Through his spiritual perception, Lin Feng realized that Bonnie's power did not merely reverse a person's age. Instead, it absorbed their aging process into her own body. If the user were youthful and vigorous, it might be manageable. However, should Bonnie ever find herself exhausted, the absorbed aging could manifest within her. In other words, Bonnie's moment of fatigue could coincide with her demise. Lin Feng's goal was to devise a method to eliminate this latent threat. He pondered whether his Buddhist energy could neutralize the effects entirely. With that thought, he cast a deep glance back at Bonnie. Although he held no significant confidence, he still wished to attempt it, for no other reason than to ensure she witnessed him successfully rescuing Mr. Kuma from Mariewa after liberating Whitebeard, thus resolving their intertwined fates. Soon after resting, Bonnie made her way to Lin Feng's location, a temporary dwelling constructed specifically for him by Kaido. The interior was fully equipped, even featuring a bathroom, indicative of Lin Feng's esteemed position in Kaido's eyes. "This place is rather nice," Bonnie remarked, surveying the room. Truthfully, she felt a tinge of envy. Having assisted both Kaido and Big Mom, she had not experienced such treatment. So why did this monk deserve it? "Please take a seat before me," Lin Feng commanded, ignoring Bonnie's fleeting emotions. "All right," Bonnie replied, slowly approaching and settling into her designated spot. The moment she sat down, Lin Feng's powerful hand pressed against Bonnie's small head, causing her complexion to flush. "What are you doing?" Bonnie exclaimed, springing to her feet, her eyes wide with apprehension. "Remain seated," Lin Feng instructed, disregarding her reaction. He exerted a slight pressure, compelling Bonnie back into the chair. Bonnie felt an irresistible force pinning her down, just as she was about to protest. Lin Feng's hand radiated a brilliant light. A gentle glow enveloped Bonnie, washing over her and instilling a sense of warmth and comfort. What is this monk intending to do to me? Although Bonnie contemplated this, her emotions and body completely relaxed, as if every cell within her was proclaiming that all was well. Little karma technique. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as the Buddhist light flowed from his hand into Bonnie's body. Wherever it traveled, her fatigue and weakness vanished entirely, leaving behind only a core of negative energy associated with aging. It was proving to be more troublesome than anticipated. Lin Feng exerted his Buddhist power, gradually purging the negative energy from the fruit within Bonnie's body. To his astonishment, a significant portion of the Buddha light was counteracted, making it impossible to eliminate these forces entirely. Moreover, a considerable amount of negative energy began to coalesce within Lin Feng, as if it had found an outlet and sought to take root within him. How audacious! Lin Feng's expression hardened, and he unleashed a more potent burst of Buddha light to eradicate the audacious negative energy attempting to invade his body. Subsequently, he lifted his other hand and forcefully pressed it against Bonnie's back. The purifying power of the Ming Wang Jingxin spell was activated, for the sake of the poor monk. Be extinguished. As the incantation took effect, Bonnie felt something within her being stirred, as if a force were desperately trying to escape her body. Alarmed, she glanced at Lin Feng and inquired, "Monk, what is happening?" "Silence, just sit still," Lin Feng replied sternly, his countenance far from pleasant. Bonnie was taken aback by Lin Feng's demeanor, her expression wavering between speech and silence. But ultimately, she complied and remained seated. At this moment, Lin Feng was at the most crucial juncture of the purification process and had no time to explain to Bonnie, hence his brusque manner. The negative energy from the fruit inside her was proving to be more troublesome than Lin Feng had anticipated. Although the Ming Wang Jingxin spell accelerated the purification pace, it also drained Lin Feng's Buddhist power significantly. Before long, he realized he had expended nearly 50 to 60% of his strength. It was remarkable. Even when Zhuo Wu released the seal of the Elephant Lord, he had not used this much energy. Truly vexing. Who on earth conceived such a thing? A weighty expression settled on Lin Feng's face as curiosity about the origins of the devil fruit began to take root in his mind. Despite these ponderings, Lin Feng's hands remained in motion. After invoking the Jingxin spell, he unleashed 5 successive, small karmic techniques, all of which surged into Bonnie, enveloping the mass of negative energy within her. Under the formidable power of the Buddha light, it gradually dissolved, with the residual remnants being completely extracted from Bonnie's body by Lin Feng. While it seemed straightforward, this was undoubtedly a time-consuming endeavor. Each of Lin Feng's movements required utmost precision. Otherwise, if the negative energy were to be provoked, it could explode within Bonnie, leading to catastrophic consequences. As time passed incrementally, the moon hung high in the sky outside. "Monk, how much longer?" Bonnie asked Lin Feng, her face reflecting exhaustion, not from the purging process, but from hunger. It was well known that Bonnie was nicknamed the Big Eater. In terms of appetite, she was second only to Luffy and had not consumed anything for nearly 10 hours, which had pushed her patience to its limits. "Monk, how much longer?" Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Bonnie could no longer bear it and attempted to rise from her seat, only to be halted by a large hand. Lin Feng's voice came, tinged with fatigue. "Almost there, just 30 more minutes. This period is crucial. You must endure a little longer." Recognizing the seriousness in Lin Feng's tone, Bonnie refrained from further protest, striving to stay seated despite feeling on the verge of fainting from hunger. Simultaneously, she thought that once it concluded, she would feast heartily. After such a lengthy wait, the members of the Double Emperors began to grow restless. They speculated on what Lin Feng and Bonnie might be doing inside that could take so long. "Lord Quinn, it has been over 13 hours," reported a subordinate from the Beast Pirates, providing a real-time update on the duration since Bonnie entered Lin Feng's room. 13 hours? Quinn stroked his chin, a playful expression crossing his face as he waved the subordinate away. His gaze drifted toward Lin Feng's dwelling, tinged with a hint of envy. Fahai is indeed extraordinary. Not even the sturdiest of backs could withstand such a duration. With that thought, Quinn hurriedly made his way to where Kaido was located. Meanwhile, Kaido and Big Mom reminisced about their time with Rox. Old hag, those were the days. Though Rox was a rogue, one cannot deny that his combat prowess and ambition were unmatched by anyone of this era. Kaido took a hearty swig of alcohol, nostalgia washing over him. Even he held a deep admiration for Rox. Big Mom glanced at Kaido, bursting into laughter as she delicately sampled a sweet treat. Needless to say, had that incident not occurred, the history of this world would have been rewritten. Those fellows have no say in this matter now. Big Mom pointed disdainfully at the sky, recalling the moment Rox was defeated by Garp, which had deeply saddened her. At that time, she had envisioned marrying Rox once he unified the world, dreaming of establishing her utopia. All those days are long gone. "Let's drink." Upon hearing this, Kaido chuckled, raising his cup to clink against Big Mom's before downing a hearty gulp. Just then, Quinn rushed in, panting heavily, his massive frame causing the ground to tremble. "Boss Kaido." Quinn halted, saluting Kaido, breathless and struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Take a moment to catch your breath before speaking," Kaido advised, frowning and tossing a cup at Quinn to help him regain his composure. Quinn accepted the cup and downed its contents in one go. "Ah, refreshing." He exhaled, his breath finally steadying. "Was so urgent." "Speak," Kaido prompted, his gaze fixed on Quinn, who appeared anxious. Big Mom, intrigued, sipped her drink, eager to hear what was so pressing. Quinn cautiously glanced at Big Mom before speaking. Fahai has been in the room with that young lady for over 13 hours. Boom! As soon as Quinn's words landed, Big Mom's cup shattered in her grip, her expression contorting with fury as she glared at him, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. "What did you say? 13 hours without coming out?" Yes, indeed," Quinn stammered, feeling as if he were being scrutinized by a top predator. "Very well." Big Mom gritted her teeth, squeezing the words out, then abruptly stood, summoning Zeus to her side in an instant. "Let's go to Fahai." She stepped onto Zeus and sped towards Lin Feng's humble abode. Watching Big Mom's retreating figure, Quinn looked at Kaido in disarray, concerned. Boss Kaido, she seems furious. Do you think she will confront Fahai? Relax, Linlin is not so reckless. Kaido waved dismissively, unconcerned about Big Mom's actions. Raising his cup to his lips, he took several hearty swigs, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 13 hours. Fahai, you are indeed bold, vigorous, and quite the man. Should we not check on them, boss? I fear something might go awry. Quinn felt a twinge of concern. He had experienced the unpredictable temperament of Big Mom firsthand. To put it mildly, one could call it capriciousness, but in less charitable terms, it resembled madness. If left unchecked, trouble was sure to ensue. Hearing a noise, Kaido raised his head to glance at Quinn, displaying a hint of exasperation before slowly rising and stating, "Indeed, let's go take a look, lest matters escalate." With that, Kaido hurried towards the wooden cabin where Lin Feng was located. Chapter 182. Let me go, you shorty. Fahai, come out here. Just as Lin Feng had purged all the negative energy from Pony, a furious voice from outside erupted, belonging to Big Mom. What kind of madness is this woman unleashing now? Lin Feng muttered, turning to Pony and saying, "You take a moment to recover. I'll check outside." He then stepped out of the cabin. Upon exiting, Lin Feng was greeted by the sight of Big Mom riding Zeus, her expression one of deep resentment directed at him, causing a chill to run down his spine. Is she in heat? Fahai, you claim to have a beloved. Yet here you are with this young girl for over 10 hours. Big Mom glared at Lin Feng, her teeth clenched, as if she had caught her husband in the act of infidelity. Lin Feng dared not meet her gaze, intentionally avoiding her eyes as he replied, "You're misunderstanding. I was merely assisting Pony with some latent issues." Latent issues? Big Mom was skeptical. What could possibly require over 10 hours to resolve? Yet Lin Feng's demeanor made her heart flutter with uncertainty. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? Just as she was about to speak, Pony emerged from the cabin, disheveled and groaning. "Monk, you really can endure, my waist is killing me." Her intention was to express that prolonged sitting had left her stiff, but Big Mom interpreted it differently. Aching waist? Enduring? Big Mom's eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her gaze on Pony. She would not allow, under any circumstances, her chosen man to be taken by another, not even if it was a benefactor. Zeus. Big Mom extended her hand and grasped at the air. "Yes, Mama," Zeus responded, instantly conjuring a portion of thunderclouds that latched onto Big Mom's hand, crackling with electricity. The dark clouds brimmed with overwhelming thunderous energy. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Should Big Mom unleash her attack, not only would the island be devastated, but the Navy would undoubtedly take notice. In such a scenario, they would be compelled to act prematurely, consequently losing their initiative. "Calm down, Lingling, there's nothing between us," Lin Feng said with a composed countenance as he attempted to reason with Big Mom. "I don't believe you, perish," she roared, her madness escalating as she began to hurl the thundercloud towards Lin Feng and Pony. What is happening? Pony was nearly paralyzed with terror. She could not fathom how the once amiable Big Mom had transformed into such a frightening figure. The temperament of a woman can indeed change in an instant. With no other recourse, Lin Feng sighed and summoned his staff, preparing to counter Big Mom's assault when suddenly, a figure surged from the distance. It was Kaido, who forcefully knocked Big Mom off Zeus. "Hey, crazy woman, get a grip," Kaido exclaimed, although he anticipated Big Mom might become enraged. He did not expect her to resort to violence. As Lin Feng had surmised, should they expose themselves now, all their prior efforts would be rendered futile. They would lose the upper hand, and the Navy would thoroughly uncover their combat capabilities. "Let me go, you shorty," Big Mom shouted, struggling against Kaido's grip, her fists raining down upon his head. Each strike was delivered with near full force, leaving Kaido dazed. However, his focus was not on the pain, but rather on Big Mom, his draconic visage glaring at her as he squeezed out a retort. "What did you say, crazy woman?" Kaido could tolerate many things, but being called short was not one of them. Only the old crew aboard the rock ship understood the weight of that phrase, as it evoked a past Kaido wished to forget. "What did I say?" "I said, let me go, you shorty," Big Mom continued, oblivious to Kaido's transformation. Very well. Kaido gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and with a mighty throw, he sent Big Mom crashing to the ground. Crazy woman, today. Only one of us will leave alive, he bellowed, his roar echoing through the vicinity as he fully transformed, his azure scales shimmering, ready for battle. Are you afraid? Seeing Kaido's resolve, Big Mom reciprocated without hesitation, swinging her hand to summon a dark from afar. Napoleon, whom she had tossed aside on the shore. I'm coming, Mama. Napoleon exclaimed excitedly as Big Mom gripped him, their wills intertwined, brimming with combat fervor. With a single foot planted on the ground, Big Mom readied herself, wielding Napoleon as if preparing to strike. In an instant, the blade gleamed brilliantly as it was drawn. Thunderous strike. The formidable slash surged toward Kaido, uprooting the earth in its wake, an awe-inspiring display of power. Huh, Kaido scoffed, gripping his kanabo tightly as he fixed his gaze on the impending attack. Just as the strike was about to reach him, he unleashed his own, infused with Conqueror's Haki. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The two sovereigns' assaults collided with a thunderous crash, the residual force knocking several powerful figures on the island into unconsciousness. Hey, what is going on? Have a navy discovered us? Gaji, filled with dread, glanced towards the battlefield where Kaido and Big Mom clashed, sensing the cataclysmic struggle unfolding. Yongzi, Leiju, Gaji called out, seizing his electric spear as he rushed towards the fray. Coming. Yongji and others responded, following closely behind. On the Straw Hat side, everyone fixated on the battlefield, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern. Let us take a look, Sanji declared, casting a cold gaze towards the source of the commotion, beckoning Zoro to accompany him as they dashed towards the combat zone. Be careful, Nami and Usopp warned the duo, their voices tinged with anxiety. The aura of their captain, the aura of Mama. What has transpired? Simultaneously, the officers of the Beast Pirates also took note of the intense energy emanating from the clash between Big Mom and Kaido, their confusion palpable. Yet they rushed to the scene without hesitation. Monk, what has caused this conflict? Pony quivered behind Lin Feng, her voice trembling. The residual pressure radiating from the two emperors left her dazed. Without Lin Feng shielding her from much of the overwhelming force, she might have succumbed to unconsciousness. It's nothing. They're merely having fun, Lin Feng remarked casually, glancing at Pony. In the shadows, a powerful aura of Buddhist energy enveloped the entire Showong Island, preventing any traces of battle from seeping out. Due to his assistance to Pony in mending the negative energy, Lin Feng refrained from suppressing the strength of the two combatants. As he observed the escalating conflict between Kaido and Big Mom, a glint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He needed to restore his Buddhist power to intervene. Playing? Pony was bewildered, watching the fierce clash between Kaido and Big Mom, utterly speechless. Was this truly a game? Such life-and-death combat could hardly be called playful. Chapter 183. The Wrath of Buddha. A deafening tremor reverberated through the surroundings. Big Mom and Kaido were engaged in a fierce confrontation, their conquerors' Haki colliding. A clash of top-tier devil fruit users. Almost everything around them lay in ruins, save for the wooden cabin where Lin Feng stood. Monk, are you certain they're merely playing? Pony asked, her voice trembling with fear. In her eyes, the manner in which Big Mom and Kaido fought was far from playful. She worried that if the battle continued, she might be drawn into the fray. Indeed, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the combatants. He did not intervene. On one hand, he needed time for his stamina to recover, and on the other, he wished to witness the peak combat prowess of Kaido and Big Mom in their youth. Fortunately, he had a rough assessment in his heart. At that moment, a languid voice broke the tension beside Lin Feng. Fahai, the Navy has already reached Road Town. If they continue fighting, they might attract unwanted attention. Lin Feng turned to see Aokiji, his face solemn as he observed the battle. Fear not. With my Buddhist power shielding us, the aftermath of their battle shall not escape. Lin Feng cast a glance at Aokiji and spoke calmly. Yet his mind was curious about why Aokiji felt the need to warn him. Could it be that he was beginning to align with him? Unlikely, Lin Feng shook his head. He believed he lacked the ability to sway a vice admiral's loyalty in such a short time. His alliance with Kaido and others was merely a matter of mutual need, bolstered by the Buddhist incantations. Let us hope so, Akiji remarked. Sensing Lin Feng's indifference, he sighed and leaned back against the wooden cabin, redirecting his gaze to the battlefield. Big Mom and Kaido engaged in close-quarters combat, Napoleon narrowly slicing through Kaido's hair. Simultaneously, Kaido swung his kanabo towards Big Mom's face. Seeing this, Big Mom swiftly raised her arm, enveloped in haki, to counter the blow. Though she emerged unscathed, the immense impact left her arm numb. You little runt. Are you truly intent on crossing me? Big Mom glared fiercely at Kaido, shaking her numb arm. Say that again, you crazy hag? Kaido's eyes blazed with rage. The term runt igniting old wounds from his past. When he first joined the Rocks Pirates, Kaido was far smaller than he was now, leaner than most, earning him the derogatory title of runt. His competitive nature made him loathe this label, though he felt powerless to change it. Among the ragtag crew, he struggled to find his place as an intern. As time passed, Kaido grew stronger, systematically defeating those who had belittled him. He even dared to challenge the then second-in-command, Shiki the Golden Lion. Though he lost that battle, it was a hard-fought encounter, and neither side could claim absolute victory. Kaido's audacity earned him the admiration of Rocks, who decreed that no one was to call Kaido run again. From that point on, the title faded from memory. However, Big Mom's reckless taunt had resurrected it, igniting Kaido's fury. You can't even say that in jest. Big Mom remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, mocking Kaido. Very well. Kaido's anger reached a boiling point, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he charged at Big Mom with his kanabo. With a ferocious swing of his kanabo and a blast of dragon breath from his mouth, he aimed to utterly defeat and obliterate Big Mom. Bring it on. Big Mom was undeterred. With a commanding shout, she fused Zeus and Prometheus into Napoleon. The three homies merged once more, their blades shimmering with fire and lightning as they charged at Kaido. Akiji, witnessing the impending clash, grew increasingly anxious. He understood that should their attacks collide, even with Lin Feng's protective Buddhist power, the island would crumble from within, vanishing from the map. Hey, Fahai, why aren't you stopping this? Akiji's voice trembled with urgency, admitting that he felt a pang of panic in that moment. Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sky above the island, where a swirling aura of causality lingered at the weakest point of his Buddhist shield, imbued with a sense of retribution. It's almost time, Lin Feng murmured, his voice too soft for Akiji to hear clearly. What is coming? The Navy? Not quite, you'll see. Lin Feng replied, his eyes still locked on the air above. You. Akiji was at a loss for words, frustrated that Lin Feng remained enigmatic even in such critical moments. At the heart of the battlefield, Kaido and Big Mom prepared to unleash their full-force attacks. Und. You are the one destined to perish, you madwoman. Both hurled threats at one another, each unwilling to yield, their true fury igniting as they sought to annihilate the other. In unison, they unleashed their assaults, ready to collide. Just then, an inexplicable voice echoed in the hearts of both Kaido and Big Mom. Violation of the oath. Punishment. The instant the voice resonated, their attacks froze in midair. No amount of force could budge them. It was as if an unseen barrier of immense power had formed before them. What was happening? Confusion reigned in their minds, an experience unlike anything they had ever encountered. They exchanged glances, recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Punished. At that moment, the earlier proclamation echoed once more in their minds. Following this, a colossal swastika descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Kaido and Big Mom. With a resounding boom, the entire island trembled upon impact. The overwhelming force contained within the symbol rendered them utterly powerless, sending the two emperors deep into the island's core. Simultaneously, the ancient, resonant voice reverberated within their minds once more. Those who forge oaths shall not harbor murderous intentions toward one another. One punishment, next time a penalty. As the mysterious voice faded away, the residual power continued to reverberate within the hearts of Kaido and Big Mom. Hey, Runt, do you think we've been punished by the gods? Big Mom turned to Kaido, her eyes filled with palpable fear. The undeniable force left her shaken. Perhaps. It could be, Kaido replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. At this moment, Kaido's mind was in disarray, failing to register even when Big Mom called him shorty. In front of the wooden cabin, Lin Feng observed the scene before him with an expression as calm as a placid lake. The moment he sensed Kaido's murderous intent, he anticipated the arrival of the wrath of Buddha. Did they truly believe that the oath binding the three of them was frivolously established? Absolutely not. Chapter 184. Attempting to leave the Buddhist karmic oath is not easily violated. Even a figure of the Buddha's caliber would not dare to breach it lightly, for it embodies divine rules that signify absolute obedience. Fahai, did you foresee this moment? Akiji stared blankly at the two emperors buried in the ground, turning to Lin Feng with a forced expression of disbelief. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded slightly, his tone flat. The oath must be upheld, and the five of us can break it. Gulp. Akiji swallowed hard, still uncertain about what Lin Feng meant by the oath. However, the fate of the two emperors indicated that it must be an unbreakable power. At that moment, members of the Double Emperor's crew had gathered, standing before the deep pit formed by Kaido and Big Mom, their faces instantly revealing anger. They believed it was the fault of the opposing crew that their captain had ended up in such a predicament. Katakuri, do you want to die? Jin's head radiated flames, his eyes beneath the mask glinting with defiance as he fixed his gaze on Katakuri, his hand lightly resting on the hilt of his sword, suggesting he was ready to strike at any moment. Want to die? You're not capable of making me, Katakuri retorted sharply, gripping his trident with eyes full of cold light. Only Jin exhibited a hint of murderous intent. With Katakuri's exceptional observation skills, he would swiftly respond to any threat. The standoff between the two main forces heightened the tension within the Double Emperor's crew. Observing this, Lin Feng stepped forward and coldly snorted, breaking the tense atmosphere. What are you doing? First, dig out Kaido and Linlin. Fahai. Both Jin and Katakuri turned to Lin Feng, their eyes flashing with fear. Without uttering another word, they signaled their comrades to extract the two emperors. Queen, rescue the captain first. Brother Spiro, dig out Mom first. Understood. The command prompted Queen and Spiro to exchange glances, both sensing the bitterness in each other's eyes. You handle the showboating while we bear the consequences. It's tough. Soon, Queen and Spiro managed to unearth Kaido and Big Mom. The two sovereigns had yet to recover from the wrath of the Buddha, remaining in a dazed state. Fortunately, it was merely a minor punishment. Lin Feng approached them, meticulously examining their conditions, and breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering they were unscathed. He genuinely feared that the Buddha's wrath might have harmed them. Otherwise, what would be the point of saving Whitebeard? They would simply languish in injury and await death. Fahai. Kaido gradually regained his senses, casting a bitter glance at Lin Feng. What kind of oath did you establish for us? Its power is utterly monstrous. Big Mom shot Kaido a glance and chimed in, her expression equally sour. Fahai, tell us the truth. What on earth is this? How could Kaido and I possibly resist it? Recalling the moment of the Buddha's punishment, both Big Mom and Kaido felt lingering dread. The essence of the oath primarily serves to solidify our alliance, Lin Feng replied calmly. Really? Big Mom appeared somewhat skeptical, but reflecting on the voice that had echoed in her mind earlier, she suddenly understood. Indeed, with this entity in place, no matter how much she and Kaido might clash in the future, they could not harbor murderous intent. To some extent, Lin Feng's words held no flaws. Seeing that you both are unharmed, take some time to recuperate and prepare to advance on Roadtown. As Lin Feng spoke, he waved his hand, casting two rays of Buddha light that entered the bodies of Big Mom and Kaido, aiding in their recovery. All right. Witnessing this, Kaido and Big Mom said nothing further, nodding to each other as they helped one another rise, their eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. Crazy old lady, it seems we can no longer be enemies. Indeed, Shorty. Having spoken, both paused simultaneously before bursting into laughter, leaving the others bewildered. Subsequently, both sovereigns issued commands. You all recuperate and prepare to assault Roadtown. Yes, Captain Mom. Seeing this, Lin Feng chose not to say more and turned ahead towards the wooden cabin. Bonnie, you should also take the time to recuperate. With your current fruit abilities, you should be able to control the time within 2 minutes. Lin Feng addressed Bonnie, confident that without the interference of negative abilities, she could achieve the time she mentioned. Really? Bonnie seemed doubtful. Yes, when the time comes, I will do my utmost to send you to the execution platform. And you need only focus on using your maximum ability to alter Whitebeard's age. There's no need to worry about anything else. Lin Feng nodded slowly. All right, Fine. Although Bonnie remained somewhat uncertain, she responded to Lin Feng's gentle gaze with agreement. Thank you. I'm counting on you. Lin Feng expressed, turning to glance at Akiji and giving him a nod, signaling him to enter the cabin. Akiji furrowed his brow, unsure of what Lin Feng wanted from him, but followed suit nonetheless. Inside the wooden cabin, Lin Feng looked at Akiji and spoke slowly. Kazan, you have 2 choices. Either join us in forging the oath, or refrain from leaving the island for the time being. After the war, I will naturally grant you your freedom. Choose your path. After finishing, Lin Feng fell silent, patiently awaiting Akiji's response. He could not afford to let someone with Akiji's combat prowess roam freely. An oath? Akiji murmured, understanding Lin Feng's implication, recognizing that his identity was too sensitive. A former Marine admiral involved in the rescue of Whitebeard, such a situation would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. While he acknowledged that forming an oath was not out of the question, witnessing Kaido and Big Mom being punished left him drenched in cold sweat. That kind of power was something he had never encountered in his life. Even the one from Mariewa would not be capable of subduing the 2 emperors with a single move. Furthermore, Akiji sensed that once he entered into that kind of oath, he would be thoroughly restrained, unable to act against Lin Feng or the 2 emperors. Such limitations made him uncomfortable. Have you made up your mind? In the midst of his thoughts, Lin Feng's voice broke through, his gaze fixed on Akiji as he sought to discern the latter's answer. Fahai, what would you do if I refused to forge the oath? Akiji inquired, wanting to understand the consequences of non-compliance. What did Lin Feng mean by not leaving the island? Refusing to forge it? Lin Feng regarded Akiji with indifference, waving his hand to cast a Buddhist restriction that enveloped the entire wooden cabin. He then calmly told Akiji, try to leave this place. Try to leave? Akiji was puzzled by Lin Feng's intentions, his suspicion evident. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, shifting to the side to clear a significant portion of space for Akiji, his meaning unmistakable. Chapter 185. A Yearning to Return. As long as you can escape from here, I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs. Lin Feng, noticing that Qing Ji had no intention of striking, added, really? A flicker of concealed excitement flashed in Qing Ji's eyes as he surveyed the wooden cabin. Although he was unaware of Lin Feng's manipulations, it was evident that confining himself to this humble abode was somewhat unrealistic. I never go back on my word, Lin Feng stated calmly, fixing his gaze on Qing Ji. Very well. Qing Ji gritted his teeth, doubting that even Lin Feng, despite his formidable prowess, could wield enough strength to confine him within an ordinary wooden cabin. Please. In response, Lin Feng moved slightly towards the edge, finding a chair to sit down leisurely, granting Qing Ji ample space. Fahai, do not regret this. Qing Ji removed his eye patch, casting a wary glance at Lin Feng, concerned that he might renege on his promise. Rest assured, please. Lin Feng remained unfazed, extending a hand in a gesture of invitation. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Qing Ji, causing the entire cabin to tremble as if it were on the verge of collapse. Double-pronged spear. With arms crossed, 4 long spears made of ice materialized beside Qing Ji's shoulders, launching in all directions with fierce intensity. The spears struck the wooden walls with a force that reverberated throughout the cabin. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as wooden splinters flew about the room, some even grazing Lin Feng's cheek. To think you could restrain me with just this wooden cabin. Fahai, you underestimate me. A trace of disdain flickered in Qing Ji's eyes, only to be met with an astonishing sight. The wooden cabin began to visibly mend itself, the scattered splinters reassembling to repair the damage. Stunned, Qing Ji stared at the wall he had just destroyed, even reaching out tentatively to confirm whether what he saw was an illusion. How about it? Shall we continue? Lin Feng inquired slowly, observing the unfolding scene. Humph. Qing Ji's expression soured, his actions speaking volumes. Sage. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted below freezing, and a chilling frost spread throughout the cabin. Some trees outside, unable to withstand the cold, became brittle, shattering into icy fragments at the slightest breeze. Had it not been for Boney's departure in search of food, she too would have been caught in the frigid wave. Oh, have you awakened? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, observing the frost forming on his hand, contemplating silently. Shatter. Qing Ji commanded, an array of ice shards emerging from him and launching outward. Boom! 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 A series of reverberations shook the cabin, which now teetered on the brink of collapse under Qing Ji's assault. Some areas were so severely damaged that the outside scenery was visible. This should suffice, Qing Ji thought, retracting his icy aura, preparing to push the door open. At that moment, a flash of golden light illuminated the space, and the cabin began to repair itself once more. The debris on the floor gradually pieced itself back together until the room returned to its original state. Even the severely damaged exterior was restored. Qing Ji could scarcely believe his eyes. His near full-strength attack had failed to breach this modest wooden structure. While he understood that the cabin was likely imbued with some ability by Lin Feng, the realization was still a significant blow to his pride. Shall we continue, Kazan? Lin Feng remained seated, nonchalantly producing a cup of tea and savoring it with an air of detachment. How infuriating! Qing Ji glared at Lin Feng, his frustration boiling over. Time slipped away as he eventually emerged from his fury, a resigned expression crossing his face. He abruptly seized Lin Feng's cup and drank deeply. Hey, it's gone cold. Don't you prefer hot? Lin Feng remarked lightly. Ah, it's fine. Cold tea is refreshing, Qing Ji replied, finishing the drink in one go and exhaling contentedly. Not continuing? Lin Feng reiterated, his tone subtly altered as he sensed Qing Ji's acquiescence. No, it's futile. It cannot be destroyed. Better to conserve my strength. Qing Ji replied slowly, shaking his head. Then what is your choice? Lin Feng inquired, gazing at Qing Ji with a hint of amusement. Taking a deep breath, Qing Ji replied with a hint of resignation, as if relinquishing something significant. I shall form a pact. Good. Lin Feng nodded, devoid of surprise. From the moment Qing Ji accepted the choice, Lin Feng had been certain he would agree to the pact. The reason was simple. The restrictions placed upon this cabin were a secret technique of the Buddhist sect. Once the formation was complete, everything within the cabin became closely tied to Lin Feng. In essence, at that moment, Lin Feng and the wooden cabin had become one. To put it another way, Qing Ji was not merely attempting to breach the cabin. He was sparring with Lin Feng in a different guise. After all, confining Qing Ji with a mere wooden cabin was beyond the capabilities of even a true deity. That's formidable strength, by the witness of the heavens and deities. I swear an oath. Lin Feng placed one hand upon himself and the other on Qing Ji's shoulder. In an instant, Qing Ji felt as though all of his secrets were laid bare before Lin Feng, utterly devoid of privacy. Then, Lin Feng's voice resonated within Qing Ji's mind. Disciple Fahai, Kaido Linlin, Kazan, I bind this oath, never to forsake one another. With the utterance of those words, the four individuals involved in the pact simultaneously heard the voice of the heavens and deities echoing in their minds. By the witness of the Buddha, it is granted. As the decree concluded, apart from Qing Ji, the others felt an additional layer of restriction imposed upon them, with Qing Ji being the newly added party. That will do. Lin Feng withdrew his hand from Qing Ji's shoulder, regarding him with a newfound glimmer in his eyes, a sense of trust. What is happening? That fellow Fahai has brought Qing Ji into this as well. Kaido and Big Mom, recuperating on the island, turned their gazes towards the cabin. Unbeknownst to them, the implications of Qing Ji's involvement remained uncertain, despite the constraints of the oath. Could he truly abandon his former identity as a Marine admiral and strike against his former comrades? Kaido and Big Mom harbored doubts. They would not believe it until they witnessed Qing Ji's actions firsthand. Inside the cabin, having completed all the proceedings, Lin Feng rose and gazed into the distance, as if his sight could penetrate the walls. Let us depart. It is time to head to Luo Gu Town. Chapter 186. The Choice of Life and Death. Luoga Town. Since the news of Whitebeard's impending execution spread, it has become the focal point of global attention. Have they not yet relented? At the bottom of the prison in Luoga Town, Kong arrived and questioned the 5 elders guarding the entrance. No, the bald elder replied with a chilling glare, suggesting that rather than pursuing the treasure of rocks, they should simply eliminate Whitebeard without the need for a public execution. However, this was merely his personal opinion and could not be agreed upon by all. Let us wait a little longer. I refuse to believe that Whitebeard does not care about the fate of those 2 boys, Kong stated solemnly, his gaze fixed on the figure within the prison before departing. In another section of the prison, Akainu and several Navy vice admirals stood watch, observing the tormented forms of Ace and Luffy, whose humanity had been stripped away. Akainu held a fierce belief that pirates were undeserving of sympathy. Have you made up your minds, boys? Akainu coldly inquired, having already relayed the situation regarding Whitebeard. If the 2 agreed to become his hostages, they could secure a sliver of hope for Whitebeard. However, Ace and Luffy remained obstinately silent. Of course, even if they agreed, it was merely a part of Akainu's scheme. Whitebeard must not live, and neither must Ace or Luffy. Red Dog, do not think you can use us to threaten our father. Ace glared coldly at Akainu outside the prison, already formulating a plan that involves self-destruction should Akainu attempt to use him as leverage against Whitebeard. He had resolved that he could not allow Akainu and his ilk to threaten his father. As for Luffy, Ace harbored no concerns about the Navy threatening him. After all, Garp still held a significant position within the Navy and would not stand idly by while his grandson was used as a pawn. Akainu fixed his gaze on Ace, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips as he gestured for the vice admirals to take Ace away. He intended for Ace to witness Whitebeard's frantic despair firsthand. You truly dare? Ace scoffed, pressing his tongue against his teeth, surveying the vice admirals entering the prison. His meaning was clear. Should they lay a hand on him, he would not hesitate to take his own life. Better to perish than to allow them to use him as a bargaining chip. Admiral Akainu. The vice admiral's face tightened at the sight, turning to seek Akainu's judgment. Ace was no ordinary prisoner. Should he take his life due to their actions, the vice admiral's future would be irrevocably marred. At least, without the explicit orders from the 5 elders or figures like Akainu, Ace could not be allowed to die. You are truly stubborn, Akainu remarked coldly, his gaze lingering near Ace's mouth as he contemplated how to subdue him before he could take his own life. The answer, however, was elusive. Ace, being the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard's crew, possessed undeniable strength. Even Akainu lacked the confidence to stop him from self-immolation. Is it truly worth sacrificing your life for that old man? Akainu's eyes narrowed as he spoke to Ace's face. If you agree, I will let you go, and the Navy will cease its pursuit of you. You will have a place in this world. Does that not sound appealing? Upon hearing this, Ace offered no response, merely gazing indifferently at Akainu, embodying a disregard for life and death. You are truly ungrateful. Seeing this, Akainu ceased his insistence, understanding that he could not compel Ace to acquiesce. Now, he could only manipulate the situation with Luffy. Fire Fist, you must consider carefully. If you do not comply, your dear brother will meet Roger before you do, Akainu threatened, shifting his gaze to Luffy. Ace's eyes softened as he looked at Luffy, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Luffy's faintness was not due to the Navy's torment, but rather from hunger. His innate craving for meat persisted even in his unconscious state. I'm sorry, Luffy, Ace thought, his resolve solidifying as he gambled that Akainu would refrain from harming Luffy due to Garp's influence. Let us see. Even if you threaten me with Luffy, I will not agree to your cooperation. Ace fixed his unwavering gaze on Akainu, articulating his words with a slurred tongue. Besides, Luffy is Garp's own grandson. Dare you lay a finger on him? Akainu chuckled coldly, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Let us see if you dare. Bring out the Straw Hat Kid. He commanded the vice admirals within the prison to retrieve Luffy. The vice admiral hesitated, knowing well that Luffy was Garp's grandson, a fact that was no secret. Garp represented the Navy's spirit. Even if they tortured Luffy, they would never dare to kill him before he reached the execution platform. Should such an act occur, who could predict Garp's response? Oomph. Noting the hesitation of the vice admiral, Akainu scoffed, his hand transforming into magma as he unleashed a torrent of flames at the officer. Ah! The vice admiral cried out, thrown violently against the distant wall, his body scorched. The Navy had no need for those lacking conviction. Akainu cast a cold glance at the fallen officer before stepping into the prison, reaching for Luffy. Fire Fist. I will ensure that you witness the tragic demise of the Straw Hat Kid. Luffy. Ace roared, fear gripping him as he worried that Akainu would disregard Garp's authority and harm Luffy. What should I do? What should I do? Torn between his brother and the father who had been a pillar of support, Ace found himself at a loss for choice. In the midst of his turmoil, Luffy was seized by Akainu, raised high in one hand while the other glowed with magma, ready to strike. Red Dog, how dare you? Ace's rage was palpable, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Yet Akainu remained unfazed by his outburst, coolly stating, Fire Fist, I offer you one more chance. Agree to my terms, and you shall perform for Whitebeard. This way, the life of the Straw Hat Kid will be spared. What do you say, Red Dog? Ace disregarded Akainu's proposal, shouting vehemently, If you dare harm Luffy in the slightest, I will ensure you find no rest in death. Akainu smirked, perhaps you will escape execution this time. But in 2 years, you might pose a threat to me. But do you truly believe that is possible now? He shot a glance at Ace, his hand momentarily halting. Fire Fist, I reiterate my offer. Agree to my terms, and the Straw Hat Kid will survive. I grant you 10 seconds to contemplate. Chapter 187, The Divine Intervention Plan. 10, 9, 8. Akainu's eyes remained fixed on Ace as he began the countdown. With each word spoken, Ace's anxiety intensified. Red Dog, should you touch Luffy, I will not let you go unpunished. Ace shouted, yet his cries fell on deaf ears, unable to stop Akainu's countdown. 5 more counts, Akainu remarked coolly, his hand already moving as the searing magma descended towards Luffy. Sizzle. The intense heat began to cause Luffy's clothing to smoke. No! Ace screamed, his mind swirling in chaos. What should I do? If I refuse Akainu, Luffy will perish. Yet, if I agree, I cannot manage things on Old Man's side. What on earth should I do? Amidst my turmoil, Akainu has already commenced the countdown, his gaze lingering on Ace with a playful demeanor, slowly uttering, 3, 2, I agree. Ace was on the brink of collapse. He could not bear to witness Luffy die before his very eyes. Just as he was about to concede, a cold snort echoed from the entrance of the prison. Sakazuki, what are you doing? The voice contained suppressed fury, resonating like thunder. Old Man. Ace turned toward the sound, spotting Carp, who had appeared at the prison entrance, his expression frigid. Carp. Akainu too, heard Carp's voice, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. At this moment, he should have been detained by Mr. Kong. So how could he be here? Without further thought, Akainu shouted the final number. 1. With the sound reverberating, a hand engulfed in magma surged towards Luffy, the searing heat promising dire consequences upon contact. Stop! Carp's gaze darkened, and in an instant, he vanished from his position. With a resounding crash, a fist enveloped in supreme haki stood between Akainu and Luffy. The immense force shattered the magma, while another hand enveloped Luffy in a protective embrace. Mr. Carp, are you protecting a pirate? Akainu's eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance as he shook off the numbness from his hand, cautiously observing Carp before him. After all, he was one of the pinnacle forces of the Navy. Despite his age, his combat prowess remained undiminished. Let us not stray from the point. I am merely safeguarding my grandson from the perspective of a family member. Carp fixed his gaze on Akainu, his eyes briefly flickering towards Luffy and Ace, internally acknowledging that all his grandsons were indeed pirates. Old Man Ace looked at Carp, a heavy sigh escaping his heart. In the presence of this elder, he felt a tinge of guilt. Countless times, Ace pondered whether his fate might have been different had he chosen the path Carp suggested. Enough with the meaningless words, Carp. Akainu's eyes grew increasingly frigid. Even if the Straw Hat is your grandson, do not forget your current position. You are a member of the Navy. Akainu's words struck Carp like a heavy hammer to the heart. Indeed, Carp was a Navy man. Not only that, but he was a revered hero of the Navy, a spiritual pillar for countless successors. Yet he was also a grandfather, an elderly man, yearning to protect his grandson. Sakazuki Carp stared at Akainu, falling silent. At that moment, a strange voice echoed within Carp's heart. "Kill the Straw Hat Kid, kill Fire Fist." "Who are you?" Carp exclaimed in horror. The voice felt like a nightmare, shaking his very soul. "Me?" That voice scoffed. "I am you, the true reflection of your innermost self." Impossible. Carp's eyes widened. No matter the circumstances, he would never willingly take the lives of Ace and Luffy. Is it that person? Carp quickly deduced, recalling his earlier conversation with Sengoku, where he had expressed concerns about losing himself. The root of the matter lay in the voice that had been haunting his mind. It had manifested the mysterious power of that great being. Akainu observed Carp's reaction, a subtle excitement flickering in his eyes. Carp was formidable. Even Akainu lacked absolute confidence in defeating him. Thus, the Navy's higher-ups had unanimously decided to ensnare Carp in a plan unbeknownst to him, named the Divine Descent Plan. The objective was to allow the being who could not leave Mariewa to attach itself to Carp, thereby eliminating this potential threat. Whether it was during the advance on Impel Down or when Kenpachi and Shanks attacked Marineford, as long as Carp's heart wavered, that being would descend upon him. "Get out of my body," Carp bellowed, his voice strained, veins bulging upon his forehead as he resisted the voice within. "Haha, you cannot escape. I am you, inseparable." The voice echoed eerily in Carp's mind. "Get out," Carp screamed, pushing his thoughts to their utmost peak, attempting to expel it. It seemed the attempt had failed. Sensing Carp's rejection, the voice sighed softly before speaking again. "Do not rush. One day, I shall descend upon you once more. When that time comes, I shall preserve your will, allowing you to witness the execution of these two little brats." "How dare you?" Carp was driven to madness, his eyes bloodshot. The words ignited his fury. Why would I not dare? Just wait. That moment shall not be far off." The voice laughed softly, gradually fading from Carp's mind. In that instant, Carp felt utterly drained, nearly collapsing. He set Luffy aside and sank to the ground, gasping for breath. "Have we failed?" Akainu observed Carp's state, shaking his head in disappointment. With the Divine Descent having failed, it was futile for him to persist. He could never slay Ace and Luffy under Carp's watch. Facing Carp, such actions were far too perilous. Thus, Akainu chose to depart, preparing to report this matter to him. In a flash, as Akainu and his companions exited, only Carp, Ace, and Luffy remained in the prison. "Old man," Ace gazed at Carp with concern, though he could not fathom the strange ordeal Carp had encountered. However, it was evident from Carp's state that he was not faring well. "It's nothing." Carp waved his hand, struggling to rise from the ground, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Had Ace and Luffy not been present, he might have succumbed to that voice's temptation. The emergence of that entity within him was truly terrifying. Turning his gaze to Ace and the still sleeping Luffy, Carp spoke slowly. "Before the execution, Akainu should not trouble you." A bittersweet tone tinged his voice. Carp could do no more. No matter how unwilling he was, his position prevented him from rescuing Ace and Luffy from imprisonment. He could only do what was within his power. Having said that, Carp cast a glance at Ace and the slumbering Luffy, sighing deeply as he trudged out of the prison. In that moment, Carp seemed to have aged considerably. Old man watching Carp's slightly stoop back. Ace felt an ache in his heart, silently lamenting, "I'm sorry, Grandpa." Meanwhile, deep within Mariewa, a pair of indifferent eyes opened from the chaos, speaking with a hint of regret. "Failed, did we?" It seems Carp is still quite attached to those two little brats. Next time, when the opportunity arises, it should succeed. With that, the owner of the eyes directed their gaze towards Logtown, their voice ethereal, resonating around, rendering one unable to discern gender. Chapter 188. Strive for 3 minutes. On Guard Island, Lin Feng summoned Kaido and the others to gather. The execution of Baihuzi is merely 6 hours away. This moment is crucial for consolidating forces and forming a cohesive formation. Lin Feng contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Rogtown. However, after careful consideration, he decided against it. The strength and capabilities of the Navy remain an enigma. In such precarious circumstances, A rash assault could prove to be a costly miscalculation. Additionally, Lin Feng sensed that Jianba and the others were nearing their location. The residual Buddhist energy he left on Jianba allows him to perceive their presence as long as they are not too far apart. They have arrived. Lin Feng stood at the forefront, gazing toward the distant horizon. With a thunderous roar, a massive bulge emerged from the sea, as if a colossal sea creature were striving to break free from its depths. As everyone focused their attention, a grayish-white pirate ship surged forth from the water, floating majestically upon the waves. It was none other than the Moby Dick. Finally, they have arrived. Marco stood on the deck, peering toward Rogtown with a look of anxiety in his eyes. Baihuzi is about to be executed there. Father Ace, we will rescue you even if it costs us our lives. Marco's face reflected determination. Little Marco, our master is over there, Jianba said, approaching Marco and gesturing toward the nearby Guardian Island, where Lin Feng stood observing them. Master. Upon hearing this, Marco's eyes lit up with excitement. To him, Lin Feng was like a steadfast anchor in turbulent waters. With Lin Feng present, a substantial portion of Marco's anxiety dissipated. Make landfall and rendezvous with the master. Marco shouted to the helmsman. With a resounding boom, the helmsman responded, skillfully maneuvering the Moby Dick to adjust its course toward Guardian Island. As Marco drew closer, Lin Feng's expression became subtly enigmatic as he waved to Kaido, who was a short distance away. What is it, Fahai? Kaido queried, uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions. You are supposed to be Marco's adversary after killing Odin. If the opposing party has serious grievances, you will need to bear some responsibility, Lin Feng said, his tone grave. The enmity between Baihuzi and Kaido had always weighed heavily on Lin Feng's mind. However, now is not the time to address this matter. All focus must remain on rescuing Baihuzi. Understood, Kaido replied, raising an eyebrow. He was acutely aware of the implications of the situation, as Baihuzi's capture was intrinsically linked to him. Master. At that moment, the Moby Dick had docked, and Marco was the first to leap toward Lin Feng, a look of joy illuminating his face. Marco, you have finally arrived, Lin Feng said, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Marco's recovery. It appeared that the defeat by the mysterious figure had not left any detrimental aftereffects on him. Yes, Marco nodded emphatically, just as he noticed the youthful Kaido and the statuesque Big Mom nearby. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he looked at Lin Feng. Master, what is their role in this? Recognizing Marco's reaction, Lin Feng understood that an explanation was inevitable. With a sigh, he replied, they will join us in rescuing Baihuzi. Together with them? Marco was taken aback, although he could not fathom why Kaido and Big Mom appeared youthful. The notion of enlisting two emperors to rescue his father was utterly implausible. Moreover, the long-standing grievances between his crew and these two emperors were significant. While Baihuzi had no desire to contest the title of Pirate King, tensions with Kaido and Big Mom had been constant, marked by frequent clashes. The conflict with Kaido was particularly severe, stemming from the murder of Odin, the former captain of the 2nd Division, which had propelled Ace to Onigashima. The animosity between them was not to be understated. Given this history, it seemed inconceivable that Kaido would willingly assist in the rescue of Baihuzi, especially as the latter faced execution. Marco was unconvinced. Regardless of Lin Feng's perspective, he found it difficult to believe. We will address the details later. We have less than 6 hours until Baihuzi's execution, Lin Feng said, anticipating Marco's reaction. He then motioned for Bonnie to come closer. This is Bonnie, a fruit user whose ability allows her to manipulate age. He gestured toward Kaido and Big Mom. As you can see, they have altered their ages. Altered their ages. Marco was taken aback, staring incredulously at Bonnie, astonished by her extraordinary power. The ability to change age could almost be considered miraculous. Indeed, Lin Feng continued, disregarding Marco's astonishment. What we must do is spare no effort to get Bonnie to the execution platform and buy her time. Are you suggesting? Marco's brow furrowed, beginning to grasp Lin Feng's rescue plan, though still somewhat incredulous. You mean to restore Baihuzi's peak combat prowess? Lin Feng's voice resonated like thunder in Marco's ears. Master, are you serious? Marco exclaimed, his shock evident as he regarded Lin Feng. He understood better than anyone what Baihuzi's strength had been at his zenith. During that time, he was truly the strongest in the world, without exaggeration or embellishment, an absolute powerhouse. The gravity of Lin Feng's plan left everyone stunned, especially the members of the Double Emperor's crew, many of whom wore troubled expressions. They understood that should Baihuzi regain his peak strength, it would fundamentally alter the balance of power among the four emperors. In their minds, no one could defeat Baihuzi in his prime. Even Roger, the Pirate King, could only stand on equal footing with him at his peak. Yes, Lin Feng affirmed, looking at Marco. This plan holds the greatest potential for success. We do not know the extent of the Navy's preparations. If a battle ensues, the outcome remains uncertain. Thus, we must bolster Baihuzi's strength from the ground up, coordinating our efforts to decisively crush the Navy. As he spoke, Lin Feng glanced at Bonnie and then surveyed the group. Therefore, we must exhaust all our efforts to get Bonnie to the execution platform. We need to secure those precious 3 minutes. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, an overwhelming pressure gripped Bonnie's heart. Though brief, those 3 minutes would be a matter of life and death for her. Chapter 189. Armoring Bonnie. Take this. Lin Feng handed Bonnie his robe, which would help shield her from the Admiral's attacks. In the event that I am unable to protect you, it can serve as a life-saving trump card. Thank you, Bonnie replied, a somewhat forced smile appearing on her face as she accepted the robe. With this garment, she felt a modicum of reassurance. How many attacks can it withstand? Bonnie inquired, rubbing the fabric of the robe in her hands. A moment of surprise crossed Lin Feng's face. He had never truly tested how many attacks he could withstand. Wait a moment, Lin Feng exclaimed, seizing the Kasaya and calling out into the distance. Qingji, come and attack me. A languid voice responded, and soon a figure leaped beside Lin Feng. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Marco and the members of the White Group wore expressions of utter disbelief. Qingji, the former Marine Admiral? Master, you have taken Qingji under your wing. Marco stammered, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Well, it's not quite that. It's merely a collaboration, Lin Feng clarified, then nodded at Qingji, signaling him to proceed with the attack. Are you certain this is safe? I'd rather not incur the wrath of the oath. Qingji sighed, apprehensive about potentially provoking the oath by striking Lin Feng. Not all, Lin Feng reassured him, shaking his head. As long as you harbor no intent to kill, the oath will not punish you. Come strike me. Very well, Qingji replied with resignation, slowly raising his hands before his chest. Suddenly, an intense cold aura radiated from him, spreading outward. Double-spiked spear. 2 ice spears materialized beside Qingji, hurtling towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! The speed of the ice spears was astonishing, and their proximity generated sonic booms. Master, Marco exclaimed in concern, uncertain about the true nature of the relationship between Qingji and Lin Feng, fearing for Lin Feng's safety. Boom! At the instant Marco's voice faded, the double-spiked spear struck just before Lin Feng. An explosive sound erupted, sending ice shards flying. Even some of the slightly weaker members of the White Group sustained injuries from the shards. Qingji, if you dare harm the Master, I will not let you off easily. Marco growled, glaring at Qingji from a distance. Qingji, seeing this, shrugged his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Marco, you saw it. It was Fahai who compelled me to act. If anything were to happen, it would be beyond my control. Besides, before he could finish, Lin Feng's voice rang out. Moreover, the double-spiked spear cannot harm me at all. Master, Marco shouted, his agitation palpable. Seeing Lin Feng unscathed as Qingji acclaimed, he finally relaxed. Qingji, how much strength did you just use? Lin Feng inquired as he removed the Kasaya. Although it showed no signs of damage, the impact of the double-spiked spear had clearly penetrated from the outside. He could withstand it, but it would not be the same for Bonnie. 8/10, Qingji indicated, it's just the casual force I would typically exert in battle. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. With Qingji's explanation, he understood how to modify the Kasaya to better suit Bonnie's needs. 8/10 of strength might be negligible for Lin Feng, but it could seriously injure Bonnie. He needed to infuse the Kasaya with all his Buddhist power to maximize its defensive capabilities. Focusing intently, Lin Feng slowly rubbed his hands over the Kasaya, channeling immense Buddhist energy into it. After a moment, the Kasaya was thoroughly infused with Lin Feng's energy. "Let us try again," Lin Feng said, draping the Kasaya over Boni and signaling Qing Ji to proceed. "All right," Qing Ji responded, once more conjuring the double-spiked spear around him, preparing to strike Boni. This terrified Boni, who hurriedly waved her hands in protest, wait. Upon hearing her plea, Qing Ji halted his ability and turned to Boni. She looked at Lin Feng with fear etched on her face, trembling as she said, "Monk, you're not actually trying to kill me, are you?" Boni was eager to rescue Kuma, but didn't want to sacrifice her own life in the process. "Rest assured," Lin Feng, sensing Boni's trepidation, replied with a reassuring smile, "I have enhanced the Kasaya's defense. Theoretically, Qing Ji's attack should pose no threat to you." Ignoring Boni's protests, Lin Feng gently pushed her forward, signaling Qing Ji to act. No, Boni was on the verge of tears at that moment. She truly felt the grim reality of being sent into peril without having achieved her mission. "I haven't saved Mr. Kuma yet." This was the last thought racing through her mind as Qing Ji's attack neared. Boom! A violente explosion échouée. With memories of the ice shards flying earlier, the group instinctively took defensive stances, fearing injury from the shards. To their astonishment, however, this time, no ice shards emerged from the attack. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Turning to Boni, who was enveloped by the Kasaya, which swirled around her, its Buddhist light entirely absorbing Qing Ji's assault. The ice shards melted under the illumination of the Buddhist light, transforming into clear water. Observing the Kasaya effectively defending against his attack, curiosity sparked in Qing Ji's eyes. He had exerted far more than 8/10 of his power, yet had been completely thwarted. This revelation surprised him. "Indeed, it appears as I suspected," Lin Feng remarked, a smile gracing his face as he witnessed the Kasaya shield Boni from Qing Ji's strike. Lin Feng had enveloped the Kasaya in Buddhist energy, utilizing its ability to nullify the fruit's effects, thereby elevating the Kasaya's defensive strength. This time, it should be foolproof. Lin Feng chuckled softly, stepping closer to Boni, only to find her curled up in a corner, murmuring anxiously, "Please don't let me die. I still need to save Mr. Kuma." Boni's trembling form reflected her deep-seated fear. The presence of an admiral like Qing Ji left an indelible mark of dread among their generation of pirates, an inescapable terror. Noticing her distress, Lin Feng smiled gently and lifted Boni from her corner. Boni, still in prayer, suddenly found herself suspended in midair, confusion washing over her face. Turning, she met Lin Feng's cheerful gaze. Her expression shifted from confusion to anger as she inwardly chastised Lin Feng. Does this monk not understand the difference between men and women? "Monk, put me down." Boni struggled to break free from Lin Feng's grasp, but found it impossible. With a calm smile, Lin Feng finally released her. Ouch! With a thud, Boni landed on the ground, the impact causing her to wince in pain, her face a mix of embarrassment and fury. She shot Lin Feng a fierce glare, rising to rub the sore spot on her rear, her complexion alternating between green and white. With the final hurdle overcome, "It's time to set sail," Lin Feng declared, surveying the crowd as his expression grew increasingly serious. "Everyone, the mission to rescue Whitebeard relies on us all." Yes, the collective shout resonated, a thunderous affirmation echoing through the air. Set sail. Chapter 190, Green Bull. Wishing everyone a happy new year. In the coastal waters surrounding Rogtown, the once bustling sea had fallen into an eerie silence. At this hour, the waters would typically be teeming with numerous trade vessels traversing the waves. Yet now, this realm of former prosperity lay hauntingly still, as if an ancient leviathan were poised to break free from its shackles and surge forth from the depths. Luoga Town, the harbor. This is the sole path connecting to the execution platform. Only by following the harbor can one reach the gallows. The original inhabitants of this place have all been dispersed, each taken by the Navy to refuge. Yet, a few stubborn residents refuse to comply with the Navy's arrangements, determined to defend their homes. Ben Song is one such individual. Old man, are you truly not going to leave? His partner, GZ, asked him, her face etched with concern. You should go. I cannot abandon the family knife shop passed down by my ancestors. Ibn Song sat on a stool at the door, lifting his pipe to his lips, exhaling clouds of smoke, his tone resolute. Observing this, GZ sighed deeply. She understood Ibn Song and did not press him further, instead walking past him with the other women. Take care of yourself. With those words, GZ led the women toward the location designated by the Navy. ZZ. Ibn Song watched his departing beloved, a flicker of relief crossing his face. He genuinely feared she would choose to stay with him. If that were the case, he would indeed become a sinner. Find a good place to live, GZ. Ibn Song exhaled the last puff of smoke, gazing deeply at the path his beloved had taken before closing the door and turning back in the knife shop. Many like Ibn Song remained in Luogo town, most unwilling to forsake the legacies left by their forebears. The fruits of decades of hard work through storms and trials cannot simply be abandoned. In the streets, over 1,000 squads of Navy personnel secured their positions, with each 1,000-man team led by at least a rear admiral. 100,000 Navy personnel, and these are merely the forces guarding the streets. The remaining elite sailors have been stationed in the square under the unified command of Admiral Akainu. Their numbers also total 100,000. A grand total of 200,000 Navy personnel is the utmost that the Navy can mobilize. Among them, many were recently conscripted from the world recruitment. They had not experienced much combat, yet were hastily summoned to fill the ranks. There was no choice. This execution was of great importance, and the Navy had to deploy every resource available to prepare for Lin Fang's arrival. In the center square of Luogo town, upon the execution platform, the originally small gallows had been expanded more than threefold to accommodate 3 executioners, including Whitebeard. Would such a display deter Fahai? Huang Yuan stood above the platform, surveying the vast expanse of Navy forces below, murmuring softly. He was acutely aware that achieving a level of strength like Lin Fang's could not be accomplished merely by sheer numbers. After this war, countless families would undoubtedly be torn apart. At that moment, a heavy voice resonated as a robust figure appeared behind Huang Yuan. It was Admiral Fujitora. It's rather unseemly for an admiral to be so melancholic, Huang Yuan jested, though his tone bore a weight of seriousness. Fujitora discerned the underlying meaning in Huang Yuan's words and solemnly replied, if there were a way to prevent this battle at the cost of a life, would you take it? What method? Huang Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Fujitora's proposition. He could not fathom what means could exist to avert the impending conflict. Fujitora did not respond, but took a step forward, his observation haki sweeping over the multitude beneath the execution platform. Sensing their auras, Fujitora smiled, turning to Huang Yuan. The justice of a navy cannot be forged with blood. I will do everything in my power to prevent this war. I shall minimize the sacrifices. With that declaration, Fujitora slowly departed, descending the steps of the platform. Huang Yuan gazed in confusion at Fujitora's retreating figure, unable to comprehend what his intentions might be at such a critical juncture. The significance of those words eluded him. I need to inform Calm. Otherwise, if Fujitora stirs up some trouble during the battle, it would be quite problematic. Huang Yuan pondered Fujitora's statement, feeling it necessary to relay the message to Calm. What are you thinking, Huang Yuan? Just as he intended to leave, a voice boomed beside him, brimming with a hearty vigor that suggested its owner was an appealing figure. Huang Yuan paused, glancing at the speaker, inwardly sighing at the premature arrival of this troublesome individual. The newcomer boasted a mane of flowing curls and a charming smile that easily evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth. It was none other than one of the new 3 admirals, Green Bull. Due to being directly conscripted, Huang Yuan harbored some negative feelings towards Green Bull. To him, it seemed unjust for someone who had not endured the trials faced by the previous generation of warriors to be promoted to admiral. Nevertheless, Huang Yuan managed to smile, saying, Green Bull, you're here as well. Did you encounter Fujitora on your way? Just left? I didn't see him. Green Bull shook his head, then took a deep breath, gazing at the expansive sky. Is this the scenery the Pirate King beheld at the end? Truly romantic. Romantic? Huang Yuan was speechless. What was so romantic about the last sights before death? Was there something amiss in his reasoning? What? Do you not find it romantic? This sky is precisely what that fellow Roger saw last, Green Bull inquired, noting Huang Yuan's lack of response. It's all right, rather romantic indeed. Huang Yuan shrugged, somewhat exasperated, and turned to leave, intending to report Fujitora's words to Kong. Why rush away? Let us take a look together. Before long, this romantic view may vanish, Green Bull exclaimed, leaving Huang Yuan perplexed. What a peculiar fellow. Huang Yuan ignored Green Bull's entreaty, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing from the scene. Seeing Huang Yuan depart, Green Bull said nothing further, reclining on the execution platform, savoring the gentle breeze against his face. After this battle, the true Joy Boy shall appear, and the world will inevitably change. Fahai, will it be you? Or perhaps those two with the Dwill? Green Bull's words were light, uncertain if they were meant for anyone. Perhaps for himself, or perhaps for the wind. Yet one thing was certain. Green Bull harbored knowledge of some earth-shattering secret. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned Joy Boy's name. Chapter 191. The war commences. 2 hours. Less than 2 hours remain until Whitebeard's execution. At this moment, Luo Gatown is under a state of absolute vigilance. In addition to the nearly 200,000 troops, seasoned veterans like Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru have also been deployed within and around the town. Sengoku and Garp are stationed on either side of the harbor, forming the first line of defense against Lin Feng and his allies. The second line of defense consists of Tsuru and a host of veteran vice-admirals. These individuals, though aged, wield considerable combat strength and could potentially stall even an admiral-level opponent. They're all concentrated at the front of the square. The third line comprises the new 3 admirals and Admiral Akainu himself. They're seated not far from the execution platform in 4 chairs, with 4 warlords of the sea standing behind them. Tian Yekatang, Jaikid, Duafulangming, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the clown Buggy, and the world's most formidable swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. The decision to rank the Shichibukai after the admirals has stirred considerable unrest within the Navy. However, all dissent was quelled by Akainu alone. To the ordinary sailors, regardless of their so-called allegiance, pirates remain pirates, and who knows what they might do next. Although they sensed Akainu's arrangements, their vigilance towards the Shichibukai was no less than that towards Lin Feng. The fourth line of defense was established at the execution platform, commanded by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and a man shrouded in a black cloak. Very few within the upper echelons of the Navy were aware of this mysterious figure's identity. Only a select few understood who he truly was. These 4 lines of defense were merely the visible front. In the shadows, the Gorosei and the guards who had come from Mariewa lay in wait throughout the island. This represented a force that rivaled, if not surpassed, the Navy's visible combat capabilities. 3 members of the Gorosei, 5 guards, and a leader, altogether 9 peak-level warriors, coupled with the admiral-level strength visibly present in the Navy. This formation could easily unify the seas without skepticism. Fahai, will you be able to rescue Whitebeard from our grasp? I truly look forward to it. Concealed in the darkness, Number 7 bore a sinister smile, his cold eyes fixated on every movement in the harbor. A total of 20 peak-level warriors, the highest number ever mobilized since the Navy's inception for a single battle. The most extravagant campaign. Whether victory or defeat awaited was unknown. However, it was certain that once this battle commenced, the world would tremble. They have arrived. On the sea, a voice shouted, and all eyes turned toward the nearby waters. 3 enormous ships and a technologically advanced war fortress glided towards Road Town. That is, the eyes of Sengoku, who stood closest to the sea, darkened as he murmured, "The Vinsmoke family, Kaido the Beasts, and Big Mom. How could they be here together?" Sengoku was horrified, unable to comprehend why these individuals had gathered. The large screen behind the execution platform, originally intended to broadcast Whitebeard's execution, now displayed the war fortress of the Yonko Alliance and the Vinsmoke family. This truly startled us. Kizaru turned to look at the scene on the screen, his expression somewhat grim. He understood that this war would be arduous. "Fahai, what kind of leverage did you promise to persuade the 2 emperors?" Akainu's expression was equally grim, his gaze fixed on a figure aboard the ships. He never anticipated that Lin Feng would have the support of two emperors. What was once a seemingly certain victory had suddenly become shrouded in uncertainty. With the addition of two emperor-level powers and Lin Feng's own strength, the outcome of this war was anyone's guess. Kaido and Linlin have come to stir the waters. Indeed, a thrilling spectacle awaits. Number 3 focused on the two pirate flags in the sea, an excited expression gracing his face, wondering if they would be shocked to see us. Silence. Once Fahai enters Road Town, we shall initiate the assault. The leader scoffed, his gaze fixed on the Yonko flags, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He too had not anticipated that this battle would draw in the other two emperors. On the sea surface, Lin Feng stood aboard the Moby Dick, gazing somberly at the distant road town. Through his spiritual perception, he sensed the presence of no less than 10 peak-level warriors within the town. The Navy has truly invested heavily. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he turned to Aokiji and Jin, declaring, "The harbor is in your hands. Do everything in your power to block Sengoku and Garp." Lin Feng had not expected the enemy to have Sengoku and Garp leading the charge. "No problem," Jin responded solemnly, aware of the gap between himself and Sengoku. Yet he was not without the capability to fight. In contrast, Aokiji wore a conflicted expression. As someone of his standing, the thought of battling Garp unsettled him. "Fine. How about you send someone else? I truly do not wish to engage with Mr. Garp," Aokiji said with a pained expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng pondered deeply. According to his plan, only a few could contend with Garp. Aside from himself and the two emperors, the best candidate was Aokiji. As a Logia-type devil fruit user, he could withstand Garp and Sengoku without risking his life. Coupled with Jin's ability to fly, even if they could not win, they could stall for time to rescue Whitebeard. Changing personnel, Lin Feng deliberated, glancing at the others. It was easy to suggest swapping fighters, but how many could truly withstand Garp? Just then, a voice rang out beside Lin Feng. "Mu!" The little Minotaur had appeared at his side, fists raised, eyes brimming with combativeness. Lin Feng was taken aback, turning to him and asking, "Do you mean you want to take the lead?" "Mu." The little Minotaur nodded vigorously, his body surrounded by crackling lightning, filled with fighting spirit. Lin Feng regarded the little Minotaur, although he was eager for battle, based on Lin Feng's assessment. Even if the little Minotaur was strong, he could not withstand Garp. Perhaps it is better to refrain. Fighting someone of Garp's caliber is too much of a stretch for you. Lin Feng shook his head, unwilling to place the little Minotaur in danger. "Mu, mu." In response, the little Minotaur displayed a stubborn expression, raising his fists with determination, as if to say, "I can do it." Seeing this, Lin Feng sighed, about to continue persuading when Kenpachi's voice suddenly broke in. "Master, let the little calf go. He can do it," Kenpachi asserted firmly, having the most insight into the little Minotaur's combat capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng gazed deeply at Kenpachi, who nodded in affirmation. "Very well." Lin Feng sighed, agreeing to let the little Minotaur engage in battle, but added, "If you feel overwhelmed, you and Jin retreat immediately to the execution platform. We will come to your aid." "Understood." "Mu." Jin and the little Minotaur both responded in unison. In the midst of their exchange, Lin Feng and the other ships were now less than 100 meters from the harbor. "Mu?" The little Minotaur and Jin exchanged glances, recognizing determination in each other's eyes, and they nodded slightly before charging toward the harbor. With dark wings blotting out the sun, a storm of thunder and fury was unleashed. Jin and the little Minotaur launched their assault with all their might, fearlessly charging towards Sengoku and Garp. The war had commenced. Chapter 192, a well-timed retreat as Jin and the little Minotaur struck. Lin Feng and the others also moved. In an instant, they all landed on Road Town. According to their earlier plan, they would storm the execution platform. Lin Feng let out a fierce shout as his staff appeared in his hand, aiming straight for the platform. Lin Feng's actions attracted the attention of numerous Navy commanders, shifting the dynamics of the battlefield. Below the execution platform, Snake Princess watched Lin Feng's figure with a blissful expression, her eyes filled with affection. "My beloved, you have finally arrived. Beside her, Doflamingo grinned wide, his expression peculiar. Fahai, to what extent will this war escalate? Fahai. Eagle Eye fixed his gaze on Lin Feng's silhouette, his brow furrowed. Yet, judging by the other's imposing aura, he discerned that Lin Feng had grown even more formidable. Behind the crowd, Buggy cowered in a corner of the execution platform, trembling with fear. He had no desire to partake in this battle, but due to the government's coercive summons, he had no choice but to comply. How infuriating! If you're going to execute Whitebeard, just do it already. Was it to drag me into this? Buggy gritted his teeth, aware that he was indeed weaker than the others. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Buggy, and a daring idea surfaced in his mind. If I were to kill Whitebeard amidst this execution, the world would be astounded by my power. Wouldn't the throne of the Pirate King then be within my grasp? The more he contemplated, the bolder he became, a flame of desire igniting in his eyes. With this thought, he stealthily glanced at the others, turned, and vanished, setting out to locate Whitebeard. I shall slay Whitebeard before the world and proclaim myself king. Buggy mused excitedly. Meanwhile, Steelbone observed Lin Feng and his companions storming into Rogue Town, his expression darkening. Everyone attack and block Fahai and the others. Steelbone scoffed. He had anticipated that Lin Feng would come alone, allowing them to execute their plan to encircle and eliminate him. Little did he expect that Kaido and Big Mom would join as well. Setting aside their combat prowess, merely their names would instill considerable shock in the hearts of the Navy soldiers. They are the 4 emperors, sovereigns of the Grand Line. The plan has changed. The execution must be expedited. Steelbone's face darkened, and he produced a den mushy, speaking into it solemnly. Yes, Commander, the voice on the other end replied, followed by silence. In the depths of Rogue Town's underground prison, Whitebeard, Ace, and Luffy awaited their impending doom. Father, do we still have a chance? Ace inquired softly, gazing at Whitebeard. Yes, Whitebeard responded firmly. Our allies will surely come to rescue us. What we must do now is to hold on to hope and await their arrival. Master, Ace pondered, recalling Lin Feng's visage, shaking his head as he looked at Whitebeard. Can Fahai and the others truly save us? What if they find themselves in peril as well? Ace's sincerity resonated, for his concerns were not unfounded. The Navy's preparations for this war were undoubtedly more thorough than during the Paramount War. Relying solely on Fahai might prove insufficient. Time is still on our side. Do not leap to conclusions. Whitebeard asserted with a resolute tone, wishing to prevent Ace from sinking into despair, though he himself felt shaken. Faced with such formidable preparations from a navy, even Whitebeard, who understood Lin Feng's might, felt a twinge of doubt. Father, Ace glanced at Whitebeard, remaining silent, a deep sigh escaping his lips. He perceived that Whitebeard was merely comforting himself. Just as he was about to speak, Luffy's boisterous voice rang out. Hey, don't say gloomy things, Ace, Uncle Whitebeard. We will definitely survive. My friends are surely coming to save us. We just need to believe in them, Luffy declared, radiating an inexplicable confidence. Luffy, you. Ace shook his head helplessly, for Luffy always exuded an unwavering confidence, regardless of the circumstances. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Whitebeard erupted in laughter. Kuahaha, the Straw Hat Kid is right. We must trust our comrades and leave the rest to fate. Besides, we are not dead yet, Whitebeard proclaimed, his laughter inspiring hope in Ace, who felt a renewed sense of optimism. Yes, Father is right. As long as we are alive, life should be filled with hope. Ha ha, that's the spirit. With Ace's newfound brightness, Luffy grinned beside him, eager to say more. However, an untimely voice resonated from outside the prison. Execution is to be expedited. Bring the notorious Whitebeard, Fire Fist, and Straw Hat to the execution platform. As the command echoed, several figures emerged from outside the prison, approaching Whitebeard, Ace, and the others. It is time to go, the executioner whispered, grasping the chains binding Whitebeard with a tremor in his voice. Even the most seasoned executioner felt a twinge of fear when facing someone like Whitebeard. Whitebeard offered no resistance, exchanging a glance with Ace. He slowly rose and began to move alongside the executioner. Father, Ace's eyes widened, perceiving this as the opportune moment for escape. Just as he was about to act, A mere glance from Whitebeard held him back. Do not act rashly. Whitebeard's voice reached Ace's ears. If we resist now, the Navy will certainly execute us without hesitation. That would betray the efforts of our rescuer and the others. Understanding, Ace nodded and ceased his struggle, allowing the executioner to lead him away, while silently signaling Luffy to remain calm. Luffy's eyes sparkled with determination. Years of camaraderie allowed him to grasp Ace's silent message instantly. He too followed suit, allowing the executioner to guide him. Sighing in relief, the leading executioner noted the absence of resistance from Whitebeard and his companions. He had witnessed too many individuals succumb to madness in their final moments, with some even opting for self-destruction to escape execution. The cooperation exhibited by Whitebeard and his comrades was indeed unexpected, a testament to the spirit of a great pirate. The executioner cast a respectful glance at Whitebeard and the others before leading them toward the execution platform. At this moment, in the harbor outside, Sanji charged ahead, accompanied by the technological marvels of the Vinsmoke family, surging into the harbor. Behind him, Marco, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, and the remnants of the Emperors followed suit, converging with the 100,000 Navy soldiers. Meanwhile, Xiao Nyodo and Jean joined forces, battling fiercely against Carp and Sengoku, creating a chaotic melee. The tremors of the Buddha fruit clashed with the might of the dragon, as top-tier haki cleaved through storms of lightning. Amidst this tumult, few dared to intervene. Xiao Nyodo is truly formidable? Lin Feng marveled, astonished that Xiao Nyodo and Jean could withstand Carp and Sengoku. No, Lin Feng quickly assessed the situation. It was evident that Carp was intentionally holding back. Even you cannot escape the bonds of family? Lin Feng murmured, choosing not to dwell on Xiao Nyodo and the others. Instead, forging ahead along the path opened by Sanji and the others, racing toward the execution platform. Lin Feng was acutely aware that with Carp employing such tactics, a resolution to the battle would not be reached swiftly. This, in turn, provided Lin Feng with an extraordinary opportunity. What on earth are Kapu and Zhangwu doing? On the execution platform, Gangu gazed out over the battlefield at the harbor, feeling an intense fury rising within him. Based on his understanding of Kapu and the others, he knew they were not exerting their full strength. Perhaps even half of their combat potential was unutilized. Linyu, Huang Yuan, and Teng Hu, Gangu shouted toward those below the execution platform, instructing them to intervene and stop Fahai and his crew. Acknowledging the command, the three admirals slowly rose from their seats, their gazes fixated on Lin Feng and his companions. The countless Navy soldiers were thrown into disarray by Lin Feng's onslaught. Not a single one of the thousands of naval personnel guarding the harbor's entrance could stop him. Regardless of their ranks, they were all sent flying as if they were mere vegetables. In an instant, Lin Feng charged toward the execution platform as if it were an unoccupied realm. Impressive. Lin Yu, grinning widely, revealed his bright teeth, his eyes reflecting Lin Feng's figure. He exclaimed, "This guy is strong. I like him." As he spoke, Lin Yu rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush toward Lin Feng's position, only to be halted by Teng Hu. Don't be impulsive. Fahai is not easy to deal with. A reckless attack is inadvisable, Teng Hu cautioned, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, poised for action. I shall take the lead. Huang Yuan squinted, glancing at the two, and spoke coolly. Although he felt a twinge of fear toward Lin Feng, he could no longer refrain from acting, especially since the commander-in-chief, Gangu, had issued the order. The other two admirals regarded Huang Yuan in silence, their thoughts aligned with his. Among the new three admirals, only they had not yet engaged Lin Feng in battle. It was an opportune moment to observe Huang Yuan's confrontation with Lin Feng and ascertain whether he was indeed as formidable as rumored. Be cautious. We are ready to assist at any moment, Lin Yu declared cheerfully, while Teng Hu remained silent, the half-drawn sword at his waist signifying his readiness. Rest assured, Huang Yuan replied nonchalantly, crossing his arms as he unleashed a beam of light that refracted toward Lin Feng's position. 8-foot mirror. In an instant, the speed of the light was unparalleled, and Huang Yuan appeared before Lin Feng. Huang Yuan? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, gazing at the admiral who stood before him. What is this? The Navy is so confident in sending you to the front lines? Aren't you afraid I might slay you on the spot? In response to Lin Feng's mockery, Huang Yuan let out a deep sigh. Words are futile. Let us battle. With that, he drew the Tian Sanjian sword and swung it toward Lin Feng, the blade enveloped in haki. It seems you have not forgotten the way to combat me, Lin Feng remarked, observing the incoming light sword with an unperturbed expression. With a gentle wave of his staff, he thought to himself that if Huang Yuan remembered the combat style, he should also realize how foolish it would be to engage in close combat. With a swift motion, Lin Feng's staff expanded dramatically, crashing down toward Huang Yuan. The staff danced against the wind, generating enough force to momentarily halt Huang Yuan's breath, instilling a sense of dread within him. Fahai had grown stronger, remarkably so. Great might heavenly dragon. In the midst of his thoughts, Lin Feng's staff was already upon Huang Yuan. Faced with the staff suffused with Buddha's light, Huang Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he hastily utilized his devil fruit ability to accelerate his escape from the staff's attack range. But it was too late. Thinking of escaping, Lin Feng scoffed, and the staff descended with a resounding crash. It echoed like thunder from the heavens, striking forcefully at the spot where Huang Yuan had previously stood. The shockwave sent all objects within the vicinity flying, shattering the ground and hurling stones into the air. The surrounding structures collapsed under the immense force of the impact. "Admiral Huang Yuan!" exclaimed the nearby Navy personnel in disbelief. "This can't be real. Even the giants do not possess such overwhelming strength." They gasped, unable to fathom that even an admiral could not withstand Fahai's assault. "Impossible. He is an admiral. The pinnacle of our Navy's might. What monster!" The Navy soldiers stood frozen, initially believing that with Huang Yuan's arrival, they might have a chance to halt Lin Feng. Yet, they were astounded to discover that Lin Feng had not even unleashed his full power. What they had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg as he decimated the majority of their forces. "Hey, Huang Yuan, stop hiding. I know this little display of power won't be enough to end your life," Lin Feng said nonchalantly, directing his gaze toward Huang Yuan's concealed position. "You found me." Huang Yuan sighed as he emerged from the ruins, having initially planned to strike when Lin Feng let his guard down. "Fahai, you have indeed grown stronger." As Huang Yuan stepped out from the debris, he surveyed Lin Feng from a distance, his attire tattered and numerous wounds adorning his body, remnants of the staff's impact. "You have not fared poorly yourself," Lin Feng replied coolly, observing the transformation in Huang Yuan's combat prowess over the past 2 years. Based on Lin Feng's assessment, Huang Yuan had reached at least the peak of the general level, standing on equal footing with Kapu. "Let's engage in battle." Lin Feng's eyes radiated intensity as he lifted his staff and charged toward Huang Yuan. "Luniu Tenghu!" As Lin Feng advanced, Huang Yuan shouted, having accomplished his task. Lin Feng's combat style and strength were now clearly observed by Tenghu and the others on the execution platform. "Here they come." Luniu grinned widely, his figure vanishing from sight as he rushed toward Lin Feng. Tenghu followed suit. Gravitational wave slash. Feral barrage. The two admirals unleashed their fierce attacks, resembling two shooting stars as they sped toward Lin Feng. The force of Tenghu's strike altered the gravitational field in Lin Feng's vicinity, while Luniu swung his colossal fist directly toward Lin Feng's face. 8-foot jewel of the universe. In that very moment, Huang Yuan also initiated his assault, unleashing a torrent of dark energy projectiles that cascaded down upon Lin Feng. Yet, amidst the united onslaught of the three admirals, Lin Feng's expression remained entirely composed. The staff in his hand expanded infinitely as he swung it toward the approaching admirals. "Petty tricks, daring to flaunt your skills before me," Lin Feng coldly exclaimed, hurling the staff toward Luniu, its speed swift and its power formidable. "Not good." Luniu's expression darkened, a green shield materializing around him as thousands of morning glories bloomed, forming an absolute defense. "Ah, the superhuman pea flower fruit." Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Having thoroughly studied the Devil Fruit Compendium, he recognized Luniu's ability at once. The pea flower fruit, an anomalous existence straddling the line between the superhuman and natural types, could be classified as a plant-type fruit. Although rare, did he truly believe this ability could block my advance? Lin Feng's expression hardened as radiant Buddha light enveloped him, and the staff transformed instantaneously. Two golden dragons erupted from the staff, encircling Lunyu entirely as they soared into the sky. Great Might Heavenly Dragon, World-Honored Earth Store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bama Home. As the incantations resonated, the two golden dragons coiled around Lunyu and ascended into the heavens. Fahai, the green bull roared, attempting to break free from the grasp of the golden dragons. However, he soon realized that escape was futile, and he could only allow the two golden dragons to carry him toward the horizon. We shall meet again, Lin Feng mused, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Golden light flickered across his body as he activated the Rohin golden body, braving the gravitational pull of Fujitora and the barrage of light projectiles from Kizuru, charging toward the duo. Chapter 194. A grin from the old man, a modest gift. Lin Feng radiated golden light, resembling a Rohin confronting countless light projectiles as he advanced toward Kizuru and Fujitora. This is bad. Kizuru's expression darkened as he instantly transformed into a myriad of light droplets, scattering in all directions, while he cautioned Fujitora, "Be careful, do not let Law get too close." "Understood," Fujitora replied solemnly, quickly distancing himself from Lin Feng. "Can you truly avoid me?" Lin Feng smiled lightly, his speed suddenly increasing several-fold as he disrupted the rain of light Kizuru had created. With a thud, Kizuru reverted to his physical form and fell to the ground. How could this be? Kizuru gazed at Lin Feng in shock, never expecting his opponent to be swifter than himself. Surprised? Lin Feng's gaze remained indifferent as he unleashed a powerful attack, the Great Buddha Dragon. A golden dragon leaped from Lin Feng's hand, moving with a grace akin to that of a real dragon as it roared toward Kizuru. Just as it was about to collide with him, Fujitora's cold snort echoed. Gravitation slash. A strike, comparable in size to the golden dragon, surged forth, the accompanying gravity causing the ground around them to sink. The golden dragon roared, only to be shattered by Fujitora's attack. Lin Feng smiled faintly. While the Great Buddha Dragon was a casual release, it was not something an ordinary person could counter. The ability to sever the golden dragon indicated that Fujitora's power had ascended to the ranks of the likes of Karp, not far from his peak. "Pleasure to meet you. I offer a modest gift," Fujitora said politely, as if perceiving Lin Feng not as an adversary, but as an ordinary monk. As he spoke, Fujitora sheathed his weapon and then swung heavily toward the sky. A series of gravitational rings surged from Fujitora's body toward the clouds. "As this is our first meeting, I present this modest gift. Please do not decline, Law." Fujitora's tone was calm, yet a piercing sound erupted from deep within the clouds. A meteor hurtled toward Rogue Town from outer space, its target being Lin Feng. "Hey now, such a thing cannot be a gift." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of helplessness on his face. "Wasn't it you who gifted me during the Cake Island incident?" Fujitora remained silent, cautiously observing Lin Feng's movements. In the blink of an eye, the meteor breached the atmosphere, its surface glowing like a massive fireball as it descended. "Such a modest gift. Do you not fear the repercussions for the Marines?" Lin Feng smiled lightly. "This is not your usual style, Fujitora. To uphold justice, sacrifices are inevitable," Fujitora replied solemnly. "As long as we can eradicate evil, any cost is worthwhile." "Quite the transformation you've undergone," Lin Feng sighed, gazing at Fujitora. While in the original narrative, Fujitora adhered to the principles of justice, he was never the type to achieve his goals through any means necessary, as evidenced by his decision to spare Luffy and his crew during the Dressrosa incident. The meteor loomed in the sky, and Lin Feng pondered the consequences if it were to strike Rogue Town. Not only would rescuing Whitebeard become impossible, but the entire island could be obliterated. What a predicament! Lin Feng lamented, gathering his spiritual energy to shatter the meteor. Just as he was about to act, a hearty laugh resonated from above. "Ha ha! I never expected you to be this strong." Lin Feng looked up to see the green bull, whom he had previously sent skyward, returning at that very moment. With a thud, the green bull landed heavily on the ground. Although he had evaded the Great Buddha Dragon's pursuit, his state was far from pristine. His clothes were in tatters, exposing his robust upper body to the air. Yet despite this, the fervor of battle burned brightly in the green bull's eyes as he glared at Lin Feng, roaring, "Law, let's fight." With that, he charged at Lin Feng, his hands weaving through the air, summoning a flurry of poisonous morning glories that released toxic pollen into the atmosphere. Inhaling this would induce dizziness and numbness. This is troublesome, Lin Feng thought, his gaze shifting between the advancing green bull and the meteor poised to fall. He swiftly made a decision. "Kaido, Big Mom," Lin Feng called out to the two emperors engaged in battle with the Marines. "I will handle the meteor. You two focus on breaching the execution platform." With that, Lin Feng leaped into the air, resembling a sword thrusting straight toward the meteor's trajectory. Trying to escape? The green bull grinned widely, redirecting his attack and pursuing Lin Feng. "Do not act recklessly." Kizaru and Fujitora both chased after him, knowing that the green bull alone could not defeat Lin Feng. At that moment, Kaido and Big Mom simultaneously responded, clearing the Marines entangled with them and rushing toward Lin Feng. "Stop them!" Steel Bone, standing on the execution platform, roared at the Marines, determined not to let Kaido and Big Mom reach their destination. Upon hearing this, the Marine generals, fueled with fervor, led their troops to block Kaido and Big Mom, preventing them from advancing even an inch toward the execution platform. "Do you think you can stop me?" Kaido laughed maniacally, swinging his kanabo with ferocity, sending numerous Marines flying with each blow. Big Mom was equally fierce, wielding Napoleon to devastating effect, unleashing waves of power that filled the air with cries of despair. Soon, the two emperors broke through the heavy encirclement, nearing the plaza. "Come on, Marines, embrace your fear," Kaido and Big Mom shouted in unison. Just then, two figures leaped from the surrounding buildings, attacking Big Mom and Kaido simultaneously. "Who are these interlopers?" Big Mom fumed, swinging Napoleon to strike at the assailants. Meanwhile, Kaido's expression darkened as he charged up the Thunder Bagua, clashing with the intruders. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, sending thick smoke billowing, obscuring the figures of both the emperors and the assailants. As the smoke began to clear, Big Mom's incredulous voice pierced through. "How can it be you?" Her expression shifted through shock and disbelief. "Old hat, what is wrong?" Kaido asked, concern etched across his face. But as he caught sight of the faces of the attackers, his eyes widened in astonishment. "It's you." As Kaido's shocked voice echoed, the smoke finally dissipated, revealing two figures standing before them, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. "Long time no see, Old Hag and the Rookie." Chapter 195, Legends Resurface. "Who are you?" Kaido and Lingling widened their eyes, hardly believing the appearance of the individuals before them. Wangji, John. The utterance of these names sent shockwaves throughout the surroundings, leaving both pirates and Navy personnel in utter astonishment. Wangji and John were renowned figures in the world of piracy, having gained notoriety long before the likes of Whitebeard and Big Mom dominated the seas. Their existence instilled fear across various factions. Such individuals should have faded into the annals of history, executed by the government over 30 years ago. How could they possibly be present in this location? Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they appear to be aligned with the Navy. This unexpected development left Kaido and Big Mom momentarily bewildered. Little Lingling, Kaido the dwarf. "It seems that time has left no marks upon you," Wang Ji remarked, his emerald green attire adorned with serpentine black dragons, his icy gaze imposing a considerable pressure on the onlookers. With an unmistakable aura of malice in his tone, Wang Ji made it clear to Kaido and Big Mom that they were in peril. "Have you allied with the government?" Kaido's expression hardened as he confronted the sudden appearance of Wang Ji and John, recognizing them as equals in battle prowess. Even within the formidable Rocks pirates, they held significant standing. It was evident that Wang Ji chose not to respond to Kaido. Instead, John replied coolly, a disarming smile gracing his face. "John." Big Mom regarded him with caution. Appearances could be deceiving, and only seasoned warriors understood the implications behind such a benign smile. If one considered themselves a natural destroyer, then the other could only be deemed a born killer, though their names might have faded from memory. Every veteran warrior knew of the name that once echoed across the seas. Captain of the Rock's 5th Division, The Butcher John, who would later become Captain John. Little Lingling, Kaido. Our reminiscing ends here. It is time to engage, John stated politely, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the title of Butcher. Yet, the irony was palpable. Wait, Big Mom interjected, her voice low, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in her eyes. John, how did you and Wang Ji come to ally with the government? Don't tell me it was through threats. Given your personalities, you would rather die than be coerced. Tell me what could possibly lead you both to submit to the government. Lingling's expression darkened. She sought to uncover the identity of the individual who could sway Wang Ji and John to such an extent. Had a remarkable figure emerged from the government ranks? After so long, Lingling remembers our natures. What an honor, John replied with a refined smile, even going so far as to offer Lingling a gentlemanly bow. Without waiting for a reaction from Lingling and Kaido, John moved swiftly, launching an assault alongside Wang Ji. Human slaughter, killing halberd. John's weapons were his hands. As he often said, nothing was more exhilarating than the sensation of blood flowing through his fingertips. In contrast, Wang Ji wielded a massive halberd, 3 meters in length, an impractical weapon for most. Yet in Wang Ji's hands, the halberd seemed to come alive, the tip encircled by the formidable flow of haki, its power astonishing. Faced with the onslaught, Lingling and Kaido braced themselves. Napoleon swept through the air, meeting the incoming hand blade head-on. The spike club surged forward, crashing directly against the halberd's tip. Boom! At the moment of their clash, a pitch-black lightning erupted, illuminating the surroundings, causing those with weaker mental fortitude to faint under the immense pressure. A visible transparent barrier formed around the four, a product of the clash of conquerors' haki. Wang Ji, John, why do you fight for the government? What is your true objective? Lingling's gaze was piercing as she scrutinized the two, her tone sharp. Is that what you wish to know? John replied with a faint smile, reaching for Napoleon's blade with one hand, adding, defeat us, and we'll tell you. Very well. Lingling's eyes turned icy as Zeus and Prometheus enveloped Napoleon, startling John into hastily retracting his hands, his eyes betraying his astonishment. You truly accomplished it, melding the 3 great homies into one. It seems you have achieved a new breakthrough in your fruit abilities. Congratulations, John remarked, a glimmer of admiration crossing his features. Unmoved by John's praise, Lingling intensified her assault, each strike aimed at John's vital points. Meanwhile, Kaido faced off against Wang Ji, the spike club against the halberd. Their combat was a sheer clash of might, a contest of armed haki. Dwarf, it appears your fighting style has significantly improved over the years, Wang Ji stated. Swinging his halberd down upon the spike club, their haki colliding to create a vacuum between them. Do not call me a dwarf, Kaido growled, clearly displeased with the moniker. Haha, Wang Ji chuckled lightly, disregarding Kaido's ire, using his foot to pivot, the halberd slicing through the air in a deadly arc, causing Kaido to lose his balance. Seizing the moment, the halberd lunged toward Kaido's heart. Die, dwarf, Wang Ji declared calmly, exuding confidence in his lethal technique. Even the formidable rocks had praised this move, claiming that even he would find it difficult to fully withstand it unprepared. Given that even rocks had expressed such sentiments, Wang Ji doubted that the dwarf from back then could endure his assault. This was his confidence, the confidence of Wang Ji, captain of the 6th Division of Rocks. In response to Wang Ji's lethal strike, Kaido unleashed all of his armed haki, wrapping his conqueror's haki around the spike club. He then shifted into a half-dragon form, leaping into the air, swinging the spike club down toward the halberd. Descend, 3 worlds into the abyss. Whoosh! The spike club arced through the air, crashing against the halberd, the immense force nearly dislodging it from Wang Ji's grasp. This moment left him in disbelief. When had this dwarf become so powerful? A look of incredulity flashed in Wang Ji's eyes. Yet, it was far from over. Following that strike, Kaido swung again, channeling his strength to spin the spike club in a circular motion toward Wang Ji. Diamond arrow, buzz. The spike club whipped through the air, hurtling toward Wang Ji, the ground shaking beneath its path. Oof! Wang Ji snorted, redirecting the halberd to stab at the incoming force. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the two forces collided, sending everything in the vicinity flying. Even the battle between Big Mom and John was affected by this tremendous clash. Chapter 196. The Meteor Falls. Hey, how did that brat Kaido become so strong? A look of shock crossed John's face. In his recollection, Kaido was at most a mid-tier royal-level fighter, incapable of contending with Wang Ji to such a degree. It was worth noting that aboard the Rock's ship, Wang Ji once stood toe-to-toe with Whitebeard. One sword, one halberd, once instilled fear in countless foes. For many years, even though Kaido experienced some growth, his combat prowess has never approached the level of Whitebeard. The young man, John, gazed at Kaido, who was evenly matched against Wang Ji, a heavy expression clouding his eyes. If they could not even deal with Kaido, what face would they have to return to the Holy Land? To think that one could fight me and still be distracted? Just as John's focus wavered, Lingling seized the opportunity to strike, with Zeus and Prometheus detaching from Napoleon and flanking John from both sides. The violent thunder and unyielding flames would not spare even a formidable warrior like John if struck. Lingling, an old acquaintance, could not afford to hold back. After all, I once shared a beautiful night with you. John sighed, his tone sincere, leaving one unsure of his authenticity. At that moment, instead of retreating, John advanced, launching two swift strikes that landed on Zeus and Prometheus. The ferocity of his attack caused the two homies to change their expressions drastically. Such an assault was beyond their capacity to withstand. Mother! Both Zeus and Prometheus signaled simultaneously. Bastard! Lingling's eyes darkened, having expected John to evade her attack. She was taken aback by his audacity to confront it. Come back, she shouted, and in an instant, Zeus and Prometheus returned to her side, narrowly avoiding John's strike. Lingling, you still love me. Upon seeing this, John smiled lightly, a mocking expression adorning his face. Oomph. Lingling snorted coldly, her anger ignited by his words. The two homies attached themselves to her fists, enveloped in thunder and flames, striking toward John. Thunder Fire Blitz. This was one of Lingling's signature moves. If struck by her electrified fist, the opponent would suffer continuous burning, rendering them in agony. Familiar with the terrifying nature of this attack, John swiftly leaped backward, creating distance between them. Don't think you can escape. Lingling roared, determined to land a blow on John. Sigh. John sighed, a nostalgic look crossing his face. Lingling, can you really bear to kill me? I still remember that night on Honeycomb Island, with the moonlight illuminating us. Shut up. Hearing his unabashed reference to her past, Lingling was consumed by rage, her speed escalating as she closed in on John. In the midst of the chase, her gaze shifted to Lin Feng in the sky. Fearing her past indiscretions might be overheard, she knew that if that were the case, her chances with Lin Feng would vanish. Fortunately, she sighed in relief upon noticing that Lin Feng was not paying attention to her, and she resumed her pursuit of John. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was engaged in a stalemate with the three admirals. Fahai, you cannot destroy the meteorite. In the name of justice, I will bury you all here. Fujitora stood on a rock, facing Lin Feng. His comrades stood ready on either side. A colossal morning glory sprouted from the ground, its massive flower reaching into the sky. With green bulls standing atop it, gazing intently at Lin Feng. Kizaru, utilizing the properties of his fruit, briefly hovered in midair, his expression equally grave. The three had recently reached a unanimous decision to do whatever it took to prevent Lin Feng from destroying the meteorite. This meteorite was Fujitora's utmost capability, not merely a threat to Lin Feng. Its primary purpose was to hinder Lin Feng's advance towards the execution platform, effectively trapping his side in place. Your words carry weight. I just wonder if you can uphold them, Lin Feng remarked, surveying the three with indifference. What if I joined the fray? As Lin Feng's voice fell, a searing aura radiated from beneath him. With a whoosh, a fist engulfed in lava surged towards Lin Feng. The ever-watchful Admiral Akainu had finally made his move. Red Dog. Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly, his arm bursting forth with golden light as he met the molten fist head-on. Boom! The two forces collided, and Akainu's lava fist was shattered by Lin Feng's strike. Countless lava shards rained down, ensnaring both Marines and pirates alike. A cacophony of cries filled the air as Akainu transformed back into his human form. Landing on the stone where Fujitora stood, his expression was grave, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth, a consequence of being struck by Lin Feng's overwhelming force. Oh! Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that Akainu remained unscathed. He had not held back. A nearly full-force strike had failed to eliminate Akainu. "Looks like you've become clever," Lin Feng remarked, noting how Akainu had severed control of the lava fist at the moment of contact. Otherwise, he would not have only sustained a light injury. "Thanks to you." Unyielding in the face of Lin Feng's mockery, Akainu retorted fiercely. "Huh!" Lin Feng smiled lightly, glancing around at the gathered crowd, declaring, "Reveal any hidden strategies you have. Otherwise, with just the four of you, you are no match for me." "You." Akainu faltered, the reactions of the four varying. "Ha, quite the bravado." Green Bull grinned, displaying a set of pearly whites. Kizaru and Fujitora remained silent, cautiously monitoring Lin Feng's every move. Just then, a swift sound echoed from the sky, a massive shadow suddenly enveloping the entire island. "The meteorite has arrived." Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the descending meteorite. "No way, if that thing crashes down, the whole island will be obliterated. What is the laughing giant doing? Are the Marines planning to perish with us?" Expressions varied among the crowd. Yet they all understood one thing. If this meteorite fell, the battle would come to a definitive end. "Master, can you handle this?" Marco, engaged in battle with several vice admirals, revealed concern as he gazed at the figure in the sky, his words filled with hope. On the battlefield, Kenpachi, having felled a vice admiral, turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, instantly activating his moonwalk to rush to his aid. Just as Kenpachi was about to make a move, an attack launched from the shadows. "Who?" Kenpachi's expression darkened as he glared at the newcomer. "Huh!" Following Kenpachi's gaze, a cold chuckle escaped, and three figures emerged from the darkness. "Don't think about going to assist, evil spirit Kenpachi. Let's have another round with you. This time, we will ensure you perish here." Three voices rang out, their tones chilling. "Who are you?" Kenpachi asked, his expression turning wild upon recognizing the faces of his adversaries. "The Five Elders." Chapter 197. The Legendary Fruit Ability. "With you lot?" Kenpachi scoffed, unleashing his spiritual pressure without reservation. The murderous intent within causing those with slightly weaker wills to falter before him, either collapsing to their knees or losing consciousness. "Conqueror's Haki?" The bald-headed Wu Lao Xing's eyes darkened, mistakenly believing that Jian Ba's spiritual pressure was the manifestation of Haoshiku Haki. That is not the case. Another Wu Lao Xing shook his head. Haoshiku is a type of aura. Even cultivated to the highest degree, it cannot be materialized in such a manner. Such a Haoshiku could not be wielded even by Roger during his lifetime. Moreover, if the demon truly possessed such Haoshiku, then our only option would be to flee. This kind of power cannot be matched. The Wu Lao Xing were filled with caution. Although they had previously battled with Jian Ba, it was primarily due to the involvement of Steelbone Kong. They were merely a supporting role, not the main fighting force. "Stop your endless chatter. If you're not going to fight, I shall go assist my master," Jian Ba said, displaying impatience as he noticed the Wu Lao Xing hesitating to attack. With that, he lifted his Zanpakuto and slashed towards the three. With a single stroke, whoosh, Jian Ba's blade created a colossal slash that extended several dozen meters, accompanied by a chilling wind, hurtling towards the three. This was a technique resulting from the fusion of his fruit's abilities with his own spiritual power. Just this one strike possessed the might to rival or even defeat a general. Not good. The three Wu Lao Xing's pupils constricted sharply as they felt the invincible force emanating from the slash, retreating in haste to avoid its edge. Trying to escape? Jian Ba smirked, instantly utilizing Shuinpa to pursue the three, but it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three more slashes came at the Wu Lao Xing from exceedingly tricky angles. "Be careful," they shouted, but found it impossible to evade. "We must stand our ground." The three Wu Lao Xing braced themselves, preparing to take Jian Ba's attack head-on. With resolve, the Wu Lao Xing wielding the original Kido held his breath and focused. then suddenly opened his eyes wide with a frenzied look, drawing his sword to slash. On my OG, Buzz, the original Kido traced an eerie arc, and wherever its tip touched, the air turned bloodthirsty. Shatter! The bald-headed Wu Lao Xing roared, his sword clashing against the incoming strike. The other two exchanged determined glances. The Wu Lao Xing with 3 strands of beard followed suit, and flames began to slowly ignite around him, a dark glow emerging from his form. All beings shall perish. Whoosh! At the moment the words left his lips, a gust of eerie wind swept through, transforming the bearded Wu Lao Xing into his Bunraku form, brandishing claws to counter the slash. Oh! Lin Feng, who was confronting Akainu and others, raised an eyebrow, captivated by the transformation. What a rare ability indeed. The mythical Zoan-type Bunraku fruit. It seems Oda has drawn heavily upon the famous Yukai from his homeland. Lin Feng murmured in a language incomprehensible to Akainu and the others, pondering whether Jianba could indeed overcome these 3. As he spoke, the last Wu Lao Xing also made his move, exerting force through his arms, causing his garments to burst apart, revealing a physique adorned with enviable muscles. Huh! He clasped his hands together, intricate patterns manifesting across his body, while his face twisted into something strange. Oh! Observing this, Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with amusement. Without the devil fruit encyclopedia, he would have been clueless about the nature of their powers. But now he understood. This Wu Lao Xing's ability also belonged to the mythical Zoan type, known as the Susanoo fruit. As the name suggests, the ability derives from the legendary figure Susanoo, with so many legendary elements appearing in succession. One can only hope that true deities do not materialize. Lin Feng quietly mused, astonished by the extraordinary capabilities of the Wu Lao Xing. He felt fortunate he had not encountered these individuals earlier, instead having fortuitously captured the only 2 powerless ones. However, Lin Feng knew that the 2 sealed within the Golden Bowl had also been powerless. Thus they sought to act against him to quell the turmoil in the Holy Land, hoping to gain a fruit from that great figure in exchange for their merits. Life is unpredictable. One can never tell whether misfortune or fortune will arrive first. With a deep breath, Lin Feng called out to Jianba, "Jianba, exercise caution. Do not worry about me. Focus on defeating these 3 old men. Then go assist Kaido." Understood. Jianba responded with a cruel smile as he released his Bankai, charging towards the 3 Wu Lao Xing who were blocking his slashes. Jianba has arrived. Prepare to meet your demise, old men. As his words echoed, Jianba was already upon the 3 Wu Lao Xing, raising his blade to strike. In an instant, everything around him was enveloped by Jianba's violent, murderous intent, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. Be careful. Seeing Jianba holding his ground against the 3 Wu Lao Xing, Lin Feng exhaled, glancing at the nearby meteorite with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He too was ready to act. Boom! Suddenly, to the astonishment of Akainu and the others, Lin Feng vanished from his location, only to reappear near the meteorite. Block him! Akainu roared, his body instantly transforming into magma, coalescing into a massive canine that lunged at Lin Feng. True Dog Bites Crimson Lotus. Seeing Akainu spring into action, the other 3 also unleashed their attacks. Jata no Kagami. A gravity slash descended. Brahma's Bloom. All beings perish. The combined might of 4 peak generals surged towards Lin Feng, the force contained within far beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. Even Kaido and Big Mom would need to evade such an onslaught. But who was Lin Feng? Empowered by several times the might. He feared not the combined assault of 4. This is somewhat interesting. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, swinging his staff towards their combined technique. All Buddhas, blazing flames in the sky, great law spell, salvation for all beings. As he chanted, the staff shimmered with an unusual light, transforming into a radiant Buddha, completely absorbing the onslaught of attacks. How is this possible? The 4 were taken aback. Their expressions varied as they realized their earlier strike had drawn upon their utmost strength. They had not expected it to be effortlessly neutralized by Lin Feng. Moreover, judging by Lin Feng's demeanor, he appeared utterly unfazed. This scene struck a significant blow to the 4. In contrast, after deflecting their attack, Lin Feng turned to the impending meteorite, a spectral figure of the Mingshi appearing behind him. In the blink of an eye, the figure solidified, stepping forth from Lin Feng, and with a vibrant blue fist, it struck the meteorite. Chapter 198. The Fusion of Magma and Light Speed. Be steady, Lin Feng murmured as the Mingshi's assault landed upon the meteorite. An overwhelming force suspended the meteorite in mid-air. The colossal rock, larger than even Road Town, found itself unable to move an inch. How could this be? Feeling Lin Feng's actions, Fujitora trembled. This meteorite was summoned using all his abilities. It could only be utilized once within a short time frame. He had anticipated that even if this attack did not affect Lin Feng, it could not be so easily thwarted. Could it be that his strength has surpassed our comprehension? Fujitora whispered, a flicker of fear evident in his grayish-white eyes. At this moment, it was not only he who was shaken, but also Huang Yuan and others, facing such an immense meteorite. Even if they possessed the capability to destroy it, they certainly could not maintain the calm demeanor of Lin Feng. We must fight with all our might, Huang Yuan whispered, his eyes revealing a fierce determination as he glanced at the figure of Akainu, Sakazuki, beside him. Upon hearing this, Akainu looked at the solemn Huang Yuan and nodded slowly. The two of them summoned all their strength, and instantly, the colors red and yellow nearly engulfed the entire island. This is indeed troublesome. Lin Feng observed their movements with a hint of resignation, contemplating the urgent need to eliminate the meteorite before Huang Yuan and the others could conjure up any unforeseen complications. With that thought, Lin Feng cast his gaze upon the meteorite, his eyes narrowing as he coldly commanded, "Shatter," with Lin Feng's words echoing. The majestic figure of the Ming Wang suddenly clenched its fists and began to strike the meteorite indiscriminately. Each blow was imbued with the power of the Arhut. The meteorite was battered and bruised, teetering on the brink of collapse as countless fragments rained down upon the island like a torrential downpour. "Hurry! The meteorite is about to be destroyed," Akainu roared, his voice strained as the muscles in his face tensed. "I know, just a moment," Huang Yuan responded, as he and Akainu aimed to fuse their powers together to unleash an unparalleled might. They had attempted this before, but their lack of proficiency had led to a heavy disaster for the Navy. However, the situation was different now. After decades of honing their abilities, they had completely mastered their respective powers. Merging them should pose no significant issues. With a deafening explosion, the colossal meteorite hovering over Roga Town was shattered by the Mingwang. Countless stones rained down upon the island, with some larger fragments demolishing buildings into ruins. Yet, this was merely a fraction. Most of the meteorite had been reduced to rubble by the Ming Wang's onslaught. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, gazing at Huang Yuan and Akainu. At that moment, the two had begun to seamlessly merge their powers. A massive magma giant, controlled by Akainu and enveloped in Huang Yuan's fruit abilities, surged forth. This was the awakened form of Akainu's fruit, now enhanced by Huang Yuan's powers, embodying both speed and strength. "My goodness, what is this creature? Akainu has gone berserk. Run, we will perish," some bewildered Navy personnel exclaimed in horror, urging their comrades to distance themselves from the battlefield. At the harbor, Sengoku and Garp, engaged in a fierce struggle against the duo of the Bull and Jean, sensed the turmoil and momentarily pushed their opponents back to glance towards the island center. Has Akainu lost his mind? To unleash his awakened powers here, merging them with Huang Yuan's abilities. Do they intend to annihilate this island completely? Sengoku's eyes trembled, his face etched with concern, not for his own safety, but for the Navy personnel on the island. What justice do you adhere to, Sakazuki, to go to such lengths for the eradication of pirates? Sengoku bellowed, wishing to rush into the fray to halt Akainu. Sengoku, focus on your current task and disregard them, Garp's voice echoed, low and somber. Garp, are you truly willing to stand by and watch these inexperienced Navy members fall into despair? Sengoku retorted, turning to glare at Garp. No, Garp shook his head. Although Sakazuki and the others appear formidable, they cannot maintain this state for long. The Navy will be fine. What? Sengoku was taken aback, struggling to believe Garp's assessment. Are you certain? he inquired. Indeed, Garp affirmed with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further as he raised his fist and charged towards the bull. Seeing this, Sengoku hurriedly followed suit, and the four engaged in battle once more. A fierce exchange ensued. Of course, this was facilitated by Sengoku and Garp holding back. Otherwise, even the strongest bull and Jin could not withstand their combined might. Contrary to Sengoku and Garp's approach, the other powerful figures were intrigued by the combination of Akainu and Huang Yuan's abilities. The fruit powers can be wielded in such a manner. This is indeed enlightening. During the skirmish, Kaido glanced at the towering magma giant not far away, his brow furrowing. The little one dares to be distracted while fighting me. You truly are overstepping. Wang Ji, displeased with Kaido's momentary distraction, swung his massive halberd toward him. Kaido looked at the approaching Wang Ji with a mocking expression. Is that how you wish to be defeated so swiftly? Allow me to oblige. With that, Kaido swung his kanabo to clash against Wang Ji's halberd once more. And unlike before, Kaido now held the upper hand against Wang Ji. He had thoroughly grasped Wang Ji's full capabilities. It was merely a matter of time before victory was his. Meanwhile, not far from Kaido, Lin Lin and John engaged in battle. Unlike the brute force exhibited by Kaido and Wang Ji, their combat style was more refined and elegant. Their extravagant techniques collided beautifully, each engagement resembling a work of art. Lin Lin, your stamina is waning. I advise you to surrender, John commented, evading Lin Lin's fiery attack as he landed at a distance, concern evident in his eyes. Nonsense. Lin Lin retorted furiously, unleashing her conquerors and armament haki, which enveloped Napoleon as she slashed towards him with a series of formidable strikes. I speak nothing but the truth. John sighed, manifesting his own armament and conqueror's haki, countering Lin Lin's onslaught. The clash of their powers resonated thunderously. After weathering Lin Lin's attacks, John created distance between them and calmly stated, Lin Lin, cease this futile struggle. I can assure you, you will inevitably lose this battle. You're talking nonsense. Lin Lin's eyes glinted with cold fury as she charged at him, brandishing Napoleon. I am merely speaking the truth, John lamented, once more forced to engage with Lin Lin. At that moment, the magma giant created by Akainu and Huang Yuan also stirred, vanishing from its previous position. When it reappeared, it was directly behind Lin Feng, swinging its fists, engulfed in magma and beams of light, toward him. The speed of the magma giant was astonishing, defying belief for such a massive being to move with such agility. Faced with the oncoming fist of the magma giant, Lin Feng maintained his calm demeanor. Just as the fist was about to close in, a brilliant blue hand emerged, positioning itself between Lin Feng and the magma giant's attack, striking back against the fiery punch. The hand belonged to the still resplendent Ming Wang. Chapter 199. The commander takes action, executing justice ahead of time. The Ming Wang roared, a resonant Buddhist sound accompanying his movement as the azure hand, brimming with boundless strength, descended upon the approaching magma fist. This is bad. In the midst of the battle, Akainu felt a profound sense of foreboding and hastily retracted his fist, unwilling to engage the Ming Wang Fa Xiong directly. The colossal form of the magma giant shifted slightly, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow from the Ming Wang Fa Xiong, which sent molten rock cascading down. It was a close call. Akainu, still shaken, instinctively sensed a life-threatening peril during the assault from the Ming Wang Fa Xiong. Had he not adjusted his position, the magma giant, formed in conjunction with Kizuru, would likely have been obliterated by the opposing force. Even in this formidable state, could they truly withstand the might of Fahai? A wave of disbelief washed over Akainu as he grappled with the reality before him. Despite the fusion of their powers, he and Kizuru could not endure Lin Feng's onslaught. At this moment, Akainu found himself ensnared in confusion, pondering how powerful one must be to vanquish or even slay Fahai. Indeed, the situation was perilous. Lin Feng sighed, recognizing that the magma giant forged by Akainu and Kizuru was not without its merits. He discerned that, in terms of offensive capability, the magma giant could pose a challenge. However, the opponent's defenses were woefully inadequate, starkly mismatched to the giant's striking power. A single blow from a Ming Wang Fa Xiang could render the magma giant incapable of further combat, perhaps even destroyed entirely. One could liken the giant formed by Akainu and Kizaru to a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon enemies while also endangering its creators. They had sacrificed defensive capabilities to elevate their offensive prowess to its zenith. Such a tactic might have proven effective against others, but they were up against Lin Feng. With the Ming Wang Fa Xiang at his side and the protection of the Luo Han Jinshun, few among those present could inflict damage upon Lin Feng. Even when considering the entirety of the realm, only a handful could hope to defeat or even kill Lin Feng. Red Dog, if you like a backup plan, it is time for me to retaliate, Lin Feng remarked coolly, observing the magma giant. At that moment, the Ming Wang Fa Xiang erupted with a radiant Buddhist light, extending its hand into the void to grasp a long sword. The blade shimmered in gold, seemingly forged from the finest metal, adorned with sacred Sanskrit inscriptions. It was indeed the weapon of the Ming Wang Fa Xiang, the Daluan Ming Wang Jian, capable of dispelling all illusions of the world. Fahai. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, the magma giant gazed upward, its eyes filled with fury. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, casually inquiring, "What? Do you still have a trick up your sleeve?" No sooner had he spoken than the magma giant let out a low growl, transforming into a blood-red canine. Lunging toward Lin Feng. "Dog bites red lotus." Lin Feng sighed, exasperated. "After 2 years, can't you come up with something new? You're still relying on the same move." With that, he gestured toward the oncoming crimson dog. The Ming Wang Fa Xiang erupted with a terrifying aura, and the Daluan Ming Wang Jian cleaved toward the charging blood-red dog with ferocity. A colossal swastika materialized in the air, colliding with the magma canine. In that instant, the anticipated chaos of battle fell into silence. Following this, a flash of white light surged forth, ensnaring the magma blood-red dog in place, with beams of light radiating from the corners of the swastika, forming an impenetrable cage. "Bastard!" Akainu roared, frantically assaulting the confines that bound him, yet no matter his efforts, he could not breach the barrier. Furthermore, this vast swastika cage seemed to sever the magma giant's abilities, rendering the island, which should have been engulfed in flames, remarkably cooler. Damn it! The scene elicited a cold expression from Steelbone Kong on the execution platform, who abruptly tore off his navy coat, revealing a torso riddled with scars. He was preparing to act. Lin Feng sensed the shift and turned his gaze toward the execution platform, locking eyes with Steelbone Kong's icy demeanor. Impressive. A mere glance revealed to Lin Feng that his opponent was no ordinary foe. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from Steelbone Kong sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. He had never encountered such a potent aura of malice, even from Kaido and Linlin. Moreover, the killing intent surrounding Steelbone Kong was almost palpable, leaving one to wonder how many lives he had claimed. Fahai. While Lin Feng scrutinized Steelbone Kong, the latter was equally observant. The two supreme powerhouses poised to influence the outcome of the battle locking gazes. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew palpably tense, just as they seemed ready to strike. The sound of clashing iron echoed from below the execution platform. Clang, clang. Whitebeard approached with heavy steps, followed closely by Ace and Luffy. Reporting to the Supreme Commander, "The criminal has been brought." The executioner saluted Steelbone Kong before stepping aside. Steelbone Kong remained silent, a rare hint of relaxation crossing his features as he glanced at Lin Feng, the meaning clear. "The person is in my grasp, regardless of your commotion. The execution of Whitebeard and Ace is inevitable. Prepare for execution." Suddenly, Steelbone Kong produced a den mushi, his voice resonating across the entire island. All present halted, instinctively turning their attention toward the execution platform. Steelbone Kong was seen pressing the executioner's blade against Whitebeard's chin. "Old man Whitebeard, can we not make it in time?" The powerful figures on both sides harbored divergent thoughts, yet they were united in one understanding. Lin Feng was about to unleash his wrath. The most epic confrontation was on the verge of commencing. As Lin Feng hovered in the air, he gazed at the imposing figure on the execution platform. Although the early execution had been anticipated, he had not expected Steelbone Kong to take matters into his own hands. Did pirates not value principles? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he regarded Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong also fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, their eyes clashing in the air as if igniting sparks. At that moment, Steelbone Kong spoke first, smiling at Lin Feng. "Fahai, I concede that you are indeed formidable, but if you wish to rescue Whitebeard from my hands, you are not yet worthy." Steelbone Kong's declaration ignited the spirits of all the Navy personnel. Long live Mr. Steelbone. The pirates shall perish. Justice will prevail. The final victory belongs to justice. Execute Whitebeard. The Navy soldiers nearly erupted with fervor, their voices growing louder, as if to vent their frustrations regarding the impending conflict. Lin Feng paid no heed to the soldiers' shouts, casting a peculiar glance at Steelbone Kong and replying with a faint smile, "Are you certain?" Faced with Lin Feng's smile, Steelbone Kong felt a tightening in his chest. Just as he prepared to act, a shadow surged toward him from below the execution platform. "What?" Steelbone Kong gasped in shock, realizing that the approaching shadow was a sword, small, yet imbued with an astonishing momentum. The actions of Sheiji elicited astonishment from both Yin and Minga. "Fahai is your man? What a jest. He is a monk, after all. What sort of profession allows for a wife?" Ignoring their shock, Sheiji gazed sweetly at Lin Feng suspended in the air, her eyes transforming into heart shapes. Indeed, it is a truth universally acknowledged that a woman in love possesses an intelligence that diminishes to naught. Minga chuckled, drawing from his own experiences with a Bay 5. Hence he possessed some understanding of women in love. In contrast, Yin, with his naturally brooding demeanor, felt an unusual spark. His mission was to eliminate all the Shichibukai, thus demonstrating his resolve to join the government. While this task held no weight for Yin initially, he was taken aback to discover Sheiji's connection with Lin Feng. Would Lin Feng go berserk after eliminating her? This thought lingered in his mind, causing him to hesitate. Meanwhile, Qianbening shot forth from Sheiji's grasp, hurtling towards Gangu Kong. Although the blade was slender, the aura it exuded was not something a mere mortal could withstand. Feeling the exhilarating pressure from the sword's tip, Gangu Kong's mind jolted, and he swung his hand down to swat the incoming blade. Shatter! His might surged forth as Luiying swirled around his palm, intent on crushing the small sword. "Do you truly underestimate me?" Lin Feng replied with a calm smile, aware that although Qianbening remained sealed, its sharpness was not something Gangu Kong could simply break with a strike. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be called a Zanpakudo. "Transform," Lin Feng commanded, initiating his shift from Fahai to Baizai. The transformation occurred swiftly, and in a heartbeat, Lin Feng completed the metamorphosis. He then raised his hand and gently flicked Qianbening, which had been restrained by Gangu Kong's palm. Instantly, the small sword dispersed into countless cherry blossoms, scattering throughout the surroundings. "What?" Gangu Kong's eyes darkened as he observed the sky filled with blossoms, murmuring, "Is it a natural system?" Then, he turned his gaze to Lin Feng, noting the change in his appearance, and his eyes widened in realization. Indeed, these two identities belonged to the same individual. Despite having heard of Lin Feng's true identity from the red-haired, Gangu Kong had been skeptical. He had never before encountered someone capable of embodying two roles. However, he was convinced now, astonished deep within, though his surprise was fleeting, and he quickly resumed his serious demeanor. "Qianbening, scatter!" "Qianbening!" Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, and as he spoke, the previously scattered blossoms around the execution platform began to shift. The entire platform descended into the realm of Qianbening. Countless blades emerged from the void, extending in rows from the platform towards Lin Feng. "Fahai!" Gangu Kong's countenance darkened, although he was still unclear about Lin Feng's abilities. He realized at that moment that he had fallen into the grasp of Lin Feng's powers. "Mr. Gangu, it appears that it is just you and I now. Shall we converse?" Lin Feng smiled lightly, and as he spoke, countless blades surged forth from the void, their tips aimed directly at Gong Kong. Ha! Gong Kong scoffed coldly as Liu Ying swirled around him, presenting an exceedingly bizarre state. There is no need for conversation. Even if we were to speak endlessly, Whitebeard and the others will still face execution here. With that, Gong Kong moved, his speed astonishing enough to leave Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Gong Kong, adorned with Liu Ying, charged at Lin Feng from his left side, exuding tremendous force. This is bad. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply, his feet executing rapid steps as he waved his hand, unleashing countless blades towards Gong Kong. He understood that if this strike connected, the consequences would be dire. Facing the barrage of blades, Gong Kong did not even glance back, instead directing his leap towards Lin Feng. Boom! 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 Countless blades struck Gong Kong, resulting in a series of explosions and billowing smoke. Is it resolved? No. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, initially believing he had subdued Gong Kong, but his expression darkened upon seeing a robust figure burst forth from the smoke, surrounded by the formidable aura of Liu Ying. Fahai, you shall perish. Gong Kong fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, charging towards him once more. How could this be? Lin Feng was baffled. He had witnessed Liu Ying before, yet neither Lingling nor Kaido had utilized it in such an unrelenting manner. What perplexed him further was Gong Kong's ability to envelop himself entirely in Liu Ying, transforming himself into a war machine. Anyone he brushed against would suffer from the effects of Liu Ying. This was indeed an overwhelming advantage. As Gong Kong barreled towards him, Lin Feng continuously utilized rapid steps to evade, simultaneously launching attacks with Qinbening. Yet, regardless of how he struck, Gong Kong seemed undeterred, absorbing the attacks before continuing his charge. Gong, you truly live up to your name. You are indeed as tough as nails. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, having expected to dispatch his opponent with ease, only to find himself faced with such an outrageous adversary. Indeed, the commander-in-chief should not be underestimated. On the other side, in the world surrounding Qinbening, Lin Feng and Gong Kong vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers bewildered and speculating. Where has the commander-in-chief been taken by Fahai? Unclear. Without the commander-in-chief's presence, what will happen to Whitebeard and the others? Execution, or? The Navy personnel murmured, clearly unsettled without their leader's guidance. The execution will continue. I shall personally intervene. The bloodied Akainu and Kizaru, having somehow broken free from confinement, spoke solemnly. Despite their bloodied state, their authority within the military remained unscathed. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru. Upon seeing their return, the Navy's morale was instantly restored. Whitebeard must perish. Justice shall prevail. Akainu roared, his expression dark as he leaped towards the execution platform, with Kizaru silently following in his wake. Splendid. The Admiral is taking action personally. Whitebeard is doomed. Indeed, once Whitebeard falls, the war will come to an end. As Akainu made his move, countless Navy personnel ignited with the flames of victory in their hearts. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, at the outskirts of the square, Lingling and Kaido were held back by Wang Ji and John. At the connection to the square, Marco and Han Jian were obstructed by Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. At the square's entrance, Jack, Queen, and Kaido teamed up to battle against Crane and a host of vice admirals. Towards the harbor, Jean and the Little Bullhead were engaged in a fierce exchange with Sengoku. As the majority of Lin Feng's allies were entangled in battle, opportunities to rescue Whitebeard dwindled. Are you prepared to meet your end, Whitebeard? At this moment, Akainu had reached the execution platform, one foot planted upon it as he coldly regarded Whitebeard. Chapter 201 Akiji Akainu Kizaru. The onlookers collectively gasped. The former general had been ambushed in the West Sea, primarily due to the threat posed by the Western Sea's Demon Sound Corps. It was said that once under the control of the Demon Sound, one would immediately lose all rationality, becoming a puppet easily manipulated by others. If their suspicions were correct, then these bodyguards were intended for Li Yundi's use. But how had he managed to associate himself with the Western Sea's forces? In the darkness, Li Yundi's expression remained composed, his cold gaze fixated upon them. The music grew increasingly closer and more frenzied. Ji Tian hastily suppressed his dark powers, which clamored to break free, using his internal energy. Clenching his teeth, he coldly commanded, "Use your internal energy to suppress it and block your hearing." Dong Jin and Xing Lai promptly complied. However, the ghost doctor remained frozen in place, his spirit disoriented, his eyes gradually turning red as he convulsed uncontrollably. With determination, Ji Tian struck the ghost doctor unconscious to prevent him from being ensnared by the demonic melody and turning into a puppet against his own comrades. When the two turned back, the ghost doctor lay motionless on the ground, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding nearby. There was a ditch beside the highway, and with resolve, Ji Tian tossed the ghost doctor into it, knowing that these bodyguards had become soulless beings, certain to cause harm. "Boss, won't the ghost doctor die?" Xinglai asked anxiously. Ji Tian coldly stared ahead. "No, it's better than being torn apart by puppets. Aim for their heads when the time comes." The bodyguards on the highway, unable to escape in time, fell under the spell of the demonic music, transforming into lifeless puppets, becoming assistants to Li Yundi. This fellow had successfully orchestrated his scheme from the very beginning, gathering 100 individuals, regardless of whether they were bodyguards or not. As long as they were human, they would fall under the control of the demonic melody. Ji Tian's internal energy began to coalesce in his palm as Dong Jin and Xing Lai charged forward, engaging in combat with these grotesque beings. Xing Lai delivered a powerful punch, causing a significant portion of his opponent's left cheek to cave in. Under normal circumstances, a person struck in such a manner would surely faint. Yet, these creatures were impervious to external force. Even Xing Lai's immense strength failed to leave a mark. On the other side, as Dong Jin launched his attack, he quickly realized that his strikes were utterly ineffective, as if he were hitting soft cotton. Their flesh showed no signs of being affected by external forces. Even in the territories of the western regions, such music was utilized on the battlefield. Yet these creatures employed it for the assassination of Ji Tian, which seemed an extravagant misuse of resources. The Li family had long been a financial powerhouse. Even after their clan was destroyed, Li Yundi still possessed the means to confront Ji Tian, with the ability to summon the forces of the western regions. Li Yundi was intent on annihilating Ji Tian at any cost. Standing on a highway, it was peculiar that not a single vehicle passed by. Ji Tian concentrated his internal energy and soared into the sky. A beam of white light shot forth, instantly becoming the center of attention. The bodyguards were sent flying by Ji Tian's internal power, but after a moment of pride, they began to rise once more, preparing to charge again. "I can hardly believe this. Why won't it end?" Ji Tian mused in confusion. Logically, even if they were puppets, once his internal energy was unleashed, they should have had no chance of rising again. To Ji Tian's astonishment, all these puppets stood up again, their mangled forms shambling toward him with outstretched claws. Li Yundi stood opposite, his grin exceedingly wild, the darkness of night failing to conceal the hatred in his eyes. "Ji Tian, today is your day of reckoning. Do you understand how much I have suffered all this time? Losing my father at such a young age. Do you know how painful that is?" In a turn of events, Ji Tian coldly chuckled, stepping lightly past the throngs of puppets to confront Li Yundi directly. "My dear fellow, is your brain malfunctioning? It was you who kidnapped my wife. Should I greet you with a smile?" Li Yundi fell silent, and upon mention of Lu Xianxian, his heart ached profoundly, recalling the beautiful woman who had once devoted herself to Ji Tian. How could this scion of a noble family be rendered worthless by Lu Xianxian's affections for Ji Tian? This couple must perish at his hands. First, Ji Tian must be killed, followed by the violation of Lu Xianxian. "Did you think you could escape today? I left long ago to ensure this day would come. Did you believe I would let you go so easily?" Ji Tian remained unperturbed, shrugging nonchalantly. "There's no need for you to let me go. I shall leave boldly, but first, I must eliminate you." With that, Ji Tian advanced toward him. Suddenly, a man appeared out of thin air, broad-shouldered and large-eyed, a Westerner. Ji Tian smirked, having sought this individual for quite some time, only to encounter him here. Meanwhile, not far away, Xing Lai and Dong Jin were desperately battling against the grotesque beings. The skirmish had intensified. Xing Lai's massive form lacked agility, making him susceptible to being outmaneuvered in combat. His left shoulder bore several bite wounds, as these creatures charged at him like ravenous wolves, tearing hungrily at him. Their fists seemed mere decorations. Once they spotted a person, they latched on without releasing. Dong Jin, being more agile, had managed to avoid serious injury. Xing Lai, for heaven's sake, dodge better, or you'll be in trouble. Stop standing there like a wooden block, Dong Jin exclaimed in exasperation. Although he was unaware of the exact origins of these creatures, he could foresee that if they continued at this pace, Xing Lai would soon be torn to shreds. Xing Lai felt utterly aggrieved, his body and mind exhausted after half an hour of fighting. Unlike past encounters, he now felt the severity of his injuries. Previously, half an hour of combat left him unscathed, but today was different. He sensed a peculiar medicinal scent in the air, an unpleasant yet strangely alluring aroma emanating from the puppet bodyguards. Dong Shi, do you smell that? In the midst of battle, Dong Jin could not help but curse. What smell? You better focus on protecting yourself. If you die, you want to be a martyr. Xing Lai could only grit his teeth and endure, his words reaching Ji Tian's ears. Indeed, there was a distinctly medicinal scent in the air. The music had long ceased, and it was this scent that controlled them. The music would swell again and again, and each time it played, Ji Tian and the others proactively suppressed their hearing with internal energy. But what was the origin of this medicinal scent? Stop struggling. If you don't die this time, I feel remorseful. If you know what that's good for you, kneel before me and beg for mercy. Let us see if I'll be merciful enough to forgive you. Li Yuni boasted arrogantly, but Ji Tian remained unfazed. Chapter 202. A resounding victory? Damn it. You're using your awakening abilities so soon. It seems you're ready to fight with everything you have. Qing Ji's freezing powers significantly impacted Qi Inu, causing his lava-like body to cool against the near-absolute zero temperatures. Subsequently, Qi Inu bellowed at Huang Yuan, urging him to hasten his pace. Boris Areno, I understand. Huang Yuan's expression darkened, despite his powers not being countered by Qing Ji's abilities. The extreme cold caused his body to stiffen, slowing his movements considerably. Little girl. At that moment, seeing that he had held off the two, Qing Ji turned and called to Boney, hang on tight. Whitebeard is counting on you. Boney, initially dazed by the sudden high-stakes battle, snapped back to reality upon hearing Qing Ji's voice, realizing what she needed to do. I will. Boney replied with a serious expression, taking small, determined steps toward Whitebeard. Who are you? Whitebeard was somewhat bewildered. Without considering anything else, he could not comprehend why anyone would come to his aid. Hang in there, Whitebeard, he thought, as Boney's tiny hand made contact with him, activating her fruit power instantly. What? Baihuja, perplexed and uncertain, found himself oblivious to the intentions of Boney. Was he truly placing his hopes upon this girl? Churchan raised an eyebrow, mockingly stating, Chunger, I truly do not know what to say to you. Have you become so dull-minded since leaving the Navy? In the face of Churchan's derision, Qingdru merely responded with a faint smile, choosing silence as he released a torrent of freezing air that spread outward. Soon, the execution platform and its surroundings were enveloped in a world of ice and snow. Eliminate him. Instinctively sensing the impending danger from Qingdru's actions, Churchan quickly shouted to the nearby An. I will. An nodded, an array of light beams materializing around him, as if he was gathering strength or biding time. This was a new technique he had developed over 2 years, concentrating all his light beams into a single point to amplify destructive power. If the previous might of the Bachachagir was rated a mere 2, this new technique boasted an impressive 8, quadrupling its potency. The reason Oyan had refrained from attacking Lin Feng earlier was twofold. First, he lacked complete confidence in his ability to eliminate Lin Feng. Second, neither of them were weaklings and could not fully unleash this technique in Lin Feng's presence. Although the build-up was brief, he understood that it was precisely these fleeting moments that could determine the outcome of their confrontation. However, the circumstances had changed. Now, facing Bunyi and the restrained Huang Yan was confident he could defeat them all. What do you intend to do, Huang Yan? Qingzhu sensed Huang Yan's shift, as several beams of light converged before him, radiating a terrifying power that even made Qingzhu tremble. If this attack landed, not only would he and Behujic be in peril, but even he might not withstand its full force. As he spoke, Qingzhu attempted to evade Kurchen and advance towards An. Stop! Qingzhu bellowed, summoning freezing air from all directions to form ice spears targeting An. In your dreams, Kurchen, noticing Qingzhu's intent, wore a cold smile as torrents of magma erupted from his body, transforming into countless magma projectiles that melted the ice spears aimed at An. Damn it! Qingzhu gritted his teeth, glaring at Ruchen with indignation. Ha ha, Tru Chang sneered, arching an eyebrow in mockery, and said disdainfully, You aspire to contend with me while attempting to restrain another admiral? You truly are foolish. You. Faced with Chuchen's taunts, Qingzhu's teeth clenched in frustration, yet he felt powerless. The truth was undeniable. In terms of combat strength, the three of them were evenly matched. His ambition to restrain both opponents was inherently unrealistic. No, it was a mere fantasy. Do not harbor delusions of saving Befeng. Instead, prepare to witness his demise. Kujin. Tru Chang smirked, glancing at who was readying his attack, the delight on his face growing. Those not belonging to this era ought to be eliminated entirely. Bai Hujit should have perished during the war on the top. Allowing him to linger for these additional years was already a great mercy from the Navy. Now, it is our duty to rectify the errors of this age. The more he spoke, the more fervent his excitement became. And as he turned towards him, he asked, What are you waiting for? It is ready, Huang replied nonchalantly. As a massive sphere of light formed before him, imbued with a chilling power. He then exerted a slight force with his hands, pushing the sphere forward, stating coldly, Perish. Suddenly, the sphere shot towards Vavute and the others with unparalleled speed. Ice Age, Qingzhu shouted, gathering all the freezing air around him to erect several resilient ice walls in the path of the sphere. It cannot be resisted, Huang remarked, shaking his head slowly. True to his prediction, when a sphere made contact with the ice walls, they shattered like glass, scattering into shards that glimmered in the sunlight. Run! Seeing the ice walls fail to withstand the sphere's might, Qingzhu urgently yelled at Bui. Yet Bui was currently in a state of utilizing her powers, unable to respond to Qingzhu's call. In this condition, Bui could neither reply nor move. This was precisely why Linfeng had entrusted the robe to her. Her power was immensely potent, yet it came with drawbacks. Once activated, unless the wielder underwent a complete transformation, Bui would remain immobile. It was too late. They would all perish here. Observing Bunny's lack of action, a cruel glint flashed in Kurchen's eyes as he envisioned the moment when she and Bavin would be obliterated by the sphere. Damn it, Qingzhu lamented, realizing that even if he were to sacrifice himself to shield them, it was already too late. Whoosh! The sphere sliced through the air like a nightmarish arc of death. Although the ice walls had diminished its speed considerably, it was of no consequence, as it was soon to descend upon Bui and perish. Ong's eyes darkened as he discreetly signaled, and with a resounding boom, the sphere detonated before Bui and instantly, the execution platform, reinforced multiple times, collapsed under the force of the explosion. A powerful gust of wind swept across the scene, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes. The impact of the explosion was so immense that even Qingzhu was propelled several meters away. When he landed, he gazed helplessly at the execution platform engulfed in flames. Letting out a desperate roar, Xiao Yato, Look, Kujan, this is the fate of those who oppose justice. Churchan declared, landing not far from Qingzhu, a look of triumph gracing his face. Ongan landed beside Kujan, his gaze fixated on the burning execution platform, lost in thought. Saka Suji, hearing Tru Chan's taunts. Qingzhu's eyes reddened with fury, and he launched several ice spears towards his adversary, simultaneously charging at Ruchen. Tru Chen nimbly dodged Qingzhu's attack, his laughter echoing across the island as he proclaimed, Navy, today's execution will be our resounding victory. Just as Ruchen reveled in his triumph. A cold scoff resonated behind him. Is that so? Chapter 203. You still look handsome with long hair. As the voice echoed, Tru Chen's body went rigid, mechanically turning to look back. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. You, how could you? Fear etched across Shre's face as he struggled to comprehend how the other party appeared before him, completely unharmed and seemingly rejuvenated. Kulala, magma brat. Why such a look of concern? Are you worried I might kill you? Bai Hujur laughed heartily, his flowing golden hair billowing in the air, brimming with formidable confidence. There must be something wrong. How could you have grown younger? Tru Chen, thrown into disarray, became frantic, grappling with the overwhelming shock. Bai Hujur not only survived but stood before him in a youthful form. Where exactly lies the problem? Akainu's mind raced, ultimately settling on Bonnie. It was she. In that instant, Akainu deduced that Whitebeard's youthful transformation was likely connected to Bonnie. He vividly recalled the power of her devil fruit. What a masterstroke, Fahai! Akainu gritted his teeth, and in that moment, everything became clear to him. He understood why Akiji appeared at the execution platform and why they placed their bets on Bonnie. Even if you have regained your youth, you shall still meet your demise. Akainu was consumed by fury as he swung his hand towards Whitebeard, refusing to believe that his opponent's strength had also become formidable with his youthful appearance. A torrent of flames erupted. The air sizzled, scorched by Akainu's assault, as his intensely heated fist surged towards Whitebeard. Kawahaha, Magma Brat, what hope do you have of resisting now? Whitebeard laughed heartily, standing unwavering against Akainu's onslaught. As the fist drew near, he suddenly struck out with his right hand. Crack! The atmosphere shattered like glass, and Akainu's magma fist was dispersed by a single blow. The shockwave from Whitebeard's quake ability surged through, penetrating Akainu's very being. Cough! Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood, barely stabilizing himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. In that moment, he understood Whitebeard's power had returned to its peak. The man who once shook the world had come back. Whitebeard! Akainu growled lowly, his eyes brimming with despair. No matter what he did now, it would be futile. In the face of the peak Whitebeard, he had no chance of victory, not to mention the added threat of Lin Feng, that monstrous opponent. While he pondered, a cold shout reverberated, seemingly emanating from another realm. Subsequently, the already destroyed execution platform stirred, and two figures shot forth, landing beside Akainu and Whitebeard. Truly troublesome. As expected of the commander-in-chief, his strength is extraordinary. One of the figures was Lin Feng, who had been embroiled in a deadly struggle with Steelbone Kong within the realm created by Qin Bining. He had anticipated a swift conclusion to the battle, but his opponent proved far too powerful, his combat prowess undeniably at its pinnacle, even surpassing Carp. Lin Feng realized that prolonging the stalemate would yield no results, prompting him to shatter Qin Bining's space and escape alongside Steelbone Kong. Fahai, like Lin Feng, was equally astonished. Lin Feng's fighting capability was indeed abnormal. His unpredictable figure combined with that elusive cherry blossom sword rain seemed to possess abilities that should not exist in this world. Master, just as the two exchanged glances, Whitebeard's voice resonated, imbued with gratitude. Ah, Whitebeard. Upon hearing, Lin Feng glanced at Whitebeard, briefly pausing at the sight of his flowing locks, smiling. You looked quite dashing with long hair. It was so splendid. All thanks to the master. In response to Lin Feng's teasing, Whitebeard bore no resentment. Rather, his face radiated excitement. What you say is true. With my hair back, I feel as though I could take on 10 admirals. Ha ha ha, with such confidence. I shall leave Akainu and Kizaru to you. Lin Feng laughed heartily, discovering a humorous side to Whitebeard for the first time. Leave it to me, it's a cinch. Whitebeard flashed a brilliant smile, nodding in agreement. Listening to the exchange between Lin Feng and Whitebeard, Akainu felt a surge of rage, preparing to report the events to Steelbone Kong, only to be interrupted by a dismissive gesture. No need for further words. I'm not blind. Steelbone Kong spoke firmly, his gaze sweeping between Lin Feng and Whitebeard, his expression darkening. With such a lineup on their side, allowing Whitebeard to be rescued was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the Navy in front of the world. Whitebeard must die, and Fahai must remain here. Steelbone Kong whispered, then suddenly bellowed, Come out, all of you. Fahai is yours to handle. I will deal with Whitebeard. Steelbone Kong's peculiar behavior made Lin Feng raise an eyebrow, hastily transforming into Fahai's form and scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Oh, hidden figures. Upon reverting to Fahai, Lin Feng's expression darkened as several silhouettes leaped from the shadows, revealing the remaining unengaged members of the Divine Guards. Among them, Lin Feng recognized a figure that surprised him. Although cloaked in black, he discerned the individual's distinctive hair. Shanks. Lin Feng's gaze narrowed, fixating on one person amidst the black-clad figures. The moment the cloaked figures appeared, Steelbone Kong's expression improved, and he addressed the leading figure. Fahai is yours to handle. I will confront Whitebeard. Understood. The leader replied coolly, the silver hook embedded in his wrist glinting ominously. Who are you? Whitebeard's eyes widened as he noticed the silver hook on the leader, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. What is it, Whitebeard? Observing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to the leader, asking casually, do you know this person? I cannot be certain. Whitebeard shook his head. Although the individual bore a striking resemblance to someone from his past, he could not ascertain their identity without engaging in combat first. No worries. We will know after the fight. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, reaching out to summon his staff, which he then hurled towards Steelbone Kong and the others. He had no habit of allowing the enemy to set up their tactics before he acted. The principle of striking first to gain an advantage was timeless. Swish! The released staff transformed into a golden dragon, roaring as it surged towards Steelbone Kong and his allies. Fahai, you dare? Steelbone Kong was taken aback, having never anticipated that Lin Feng would strike at this moment. Huh! In response to Steelbone Kong's words, Lin Feng smiled faintly, slowly uttering fool. Chapter 204. Indeed, it is you. You. Steelbone Kong, alarmed, was about to say something when the dragon formed from the staff was nearly upon him. Shatter. Steelbone Kong roared, a thick layer of bones manifesting around his fists as he struck towards the dragon's staff. Buzz. A deep resonance echoed, shaking the souls of all who heard it. The staff and Steelbone Kong's fist collided, creating a formidable shockwave that enveloped the area in swirling mist, obscuring the vision of Lin Feng and his allies. Was this the extent of Steelbone Kong's power? Akiji observed in awe. A strike that could withstand Lin Feng's abilities was indeed extraordinary. Even as an admiral, it was Akiji's first encounter with Steelbone Kong unleashing his capabilities. Fahai, today you shall perish. Steelbone Kong's voice emerged from the explosion, laden with fury, revealing his seething anger. Huh! Lin Feng chuckled lightly, entirely unaffected by Steelbone Kong's declaration. He turned to Whitebeard and inquired, Newgate, would you utter pointless banter during battle? Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on past battles, and blushed slightly. As the strongest man, he was no stranger to verbal exchanges in combat. Whitebeard scratched his golden locks, feeling a bit sheepish. Master, I must confess, I have indeed done so. Lin Feng was left speechless, unable to suppress a sigh within his heart. Indeed, this was the world of the Pirate King, rife with a hint of adolescent bravado. Oof. At that moment, as the dust settled, a cold snort emanated from Gangu Kong. Fahai, prepare to meet your demise. With that, Gangu Kong leapt into the air, surrounded by a multitude of bone spikes, launching himself towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained unfazed, casually retracting his staff and swinging it towards the oncoming Gangu Kong. Do you still think I am in my Bai Zai form? He remarked playfully as the staff in his hand seemed to come alive, emitting continuous dragon roars. Oomph. Gangu Kong coldly snorted, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng's every movement, unleashing countless bone spikes towards him. In an instant, Lin Feng found himself enveloped in a world of bones, the massive spikes radiating an eerie chill. Oh, so you fancy yourself as Jumalu? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, noting the striking resemblance between Gangu Kong's abilities and those of Junma Lu from Huaying. However, he lacked the mark of the Snake Uncle. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have certainly mistaken him for a member of the Kagaya clan. Regardless of what you say, today you shall surely perish. Gangu Kong, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's words, intertwined his hands in front of him, forming a gigantic bone spike aimed directly at Lin Feng's head. Oomph. Observing this, Lin Feng remained calm, letting out a faint cold snort as he waved his hand towards the approaching bone spike. You truly underestimate me. Dwei Tianlong. Roar. Accompanied by Lin Feng's voice. The staff flew from his grasp, transforming into a golden dragon that roared as it lunged at the incoming bone spike. Merely a trick, Gonggeu Kongroled Loli. Yet his expression tightened instinctively, sensing that this dragon was entirely different from the one Lin Feng had previously unleashed. Suddenly, Gangu Kong took a deep breath, his armed color rapidly spreading across the bone spike, which had once been as white as snow, now turning pitch black. The apex of the spike, enhanced by the armed color, exuded a chilling aura, sharp and unstoppable. Hee. Lin Feng smiled faintly, although Gangu Kong had honed his armed color to perfection. His Dwei Tianlong was not to be underestimated. After extensive training and his understanding of Buddhist doctrines, the power of Dwei Tianlong had evolved significantly. Upon closer inspection, the golden dragon not only radiated Buddhist light, but also bore the faint silhouettes of countless arhats whispering above it. Justice shall prevail. Gangu Kong also realized this, fully aware that Lin Feng's technique was beyond his capacity to counter. However, with no way to evade, he had no choice but to charge forward. In that moment, the bone spike collided with the golden dragon, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. The dragon's roar intertwined with the bone spikes, shattering noise echoed resoundingly. Oh! Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gangu Kong's bone spike could withstand his Dwei Tianlong for so long. I underestimated you. You truly are a figure standing at the pinnacle of the Navy. Lin Feng murmured, initially believing Gangu Kong's combat prowess to be among the highest in Navy. Even Karp would think twice before engaging him. Yet, it now appeared that the opponent's strength was far greater than he had anticipated. Had Lin Feng not exerted himself fully, the golden dragon would likely have been pierced by the bone spikes. Lin Feng spoke with an indifferent tone, neither mournful nor joyful, as he waved his hand to unleash another Dwei Tianlong roar. Another golden dragon emerged from thin air, charging towards the one entangled with the bone spikes. In an instant, the two dragons fused into one, their bodies radiant with Buddhist light. In a brief moment, the black bone spikes that had been contending with the dragon shattered under the immense force, scattering across the ground. Not good. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Gangu Kong's eyes widened, and he shouted to the divine guards beside him, "If you do not act now, I might just meet my end here." Hehe, no ruse. The figure in the black robe chuckled ominously, having observed the battle between Gangu Kong and Lin Feng since it began, attempting to discern Lin Feng's weaknesses and the possibilities of overcoming him. However, after such prolonged observation, Lin Feng left them with a singular impression, powerful and unfathomable. They had only felt this sensation from one other individual, the great being standing at the pinnacle of the world. Still not making a move? Gangu Kong shouted desperately as the divine guards remained inactive. He was genuinely anxious. His bone spikes had already been largely destroyed by the golden dragon, and if this continued, they would eventually be completely obliterated, putting Gangu Kong himself in jeopardy from the golden dragon. All right, we will act immediately. The leader of the divine guards, clearly irritated by Gangu Kong's insistence, vanished in an instant, followed by several others who also dissipated. In the distance, Lin Feng observed the movements of the divine guards, furrowing his brow. The reason he had yet to resolve the situation with Gangu Kong was precisely due to these divine guards. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed a threat to his life emanating from them. Although faint, it was a feeling Lin Feng had never experienced before. As he contemplated this, a silver axe quietly materialized from the shadows, accompanied by a chilling voice descending towards the nape of Lin Feng's neck. Kikiki, Fahai, it is time for you to die. Master, Whitebeard, witnessing this, rushed forward to intervene. The tremors of his power rippled through his entire being, distorting the very air. Yet he was obstructed by two shadowy figures. Captain Newgate, do not engage in futile endeavors. Let the vice captain deal with Fahai first. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. So it is you. Chapter 205. The Three Emperors Unite. Happy New Year. Only just realizing it. Captain Whitebeard, it seems you truly are aging. Your reflexes have dulled considerably. One of the figures spoke ominously, their serpent-like eyes fixed on Whitebeard, while another shared the same gaze, emitting a laugh that sounded unnaturally sickly. You. Whitebeard's eyes grew profound, memories flooding his mind like tide. He could not fathom how these individuals could possibly be connected to the world government. Could it be that individual still lives? A fleeting thought crossed Whitebeard's mind, only to be quickly dismissed. It was impossible. He had witnessed the other's demise, their body consigned to the sea, beyond survival. But if that were the case, what kind of person could command these figures? Whitebeard found himself at a loss. At that moment, the silver axe descended directly towards Lin Feng's neck. Fahai, should you perish beneath this strike, you will be the first to meet your end since the dawn of the great pirate era, the wielder of the axe declared coldly. As these words were spoken, Gang Gukong trembled with anticipation, envisioning the scene of Lin Feng's body being cleaved apart. In Gang Gukong's mind, countless souls had perished beneath this very axe. Fahai, your time has finally come. Gang Gukong clenched his fists, hope glimmering on his face. At this moment, not just him, but nearly everyone's gaze turned towards Lin Feng. It can be said that Lin Feng's condition profoundly impacts the entire situation. With a swift motion, the silver axe descended, its gleaming blade slicing through the void, aimed directly at Lin Feng's neck. "D!" roared its wielder, emitting a sound that was anything but human. "Master!" Bai Huzi exclaimed in panic. He was all too aware of the formidable power wielded by the axe's owner. Just as he was about to make a move, the two figures that had previously hindered him surged forward from either side, ready to encircle him. "Captain Bai Huzi, I believe I advised you to remain still. Would it not be preferable to stay put?" Swiftly, the two assailants reached Bai Huzi's side, one armed with a spear and the other with a hook. Both aimed at him. "Wang Zhijian," Bai Huzi shouted, the incoming attack inducing a sense of otherworldliness. "Hee, it's an honor that you still remember us." The two chuckled in response, their assault unwavering as they targeted Bai Huzi's vital points. "How could I forget?" Bai Huzi murmured, his gaze indifferent as he observed the duo. Just as their strikes were about to land, Bai Huzi sprang into action, his hands suddenly crossing over his chest as he struck outward. With a crack, his fists collided with the air, triggering a shockwave that shattered the atmosphere like glass, producing an eerie sound. Following this, two shockwaves erupted on either side of Bai Huzi, hurtling towards John and Wang Zhi. "Not good, it's the shockwave." The two recognized the gravity of the situation, refraining from confronting Bai Huzi directly and instead altering their attacks to evade. This shockwave was unlike any before. Imbued with a seismic force, Bai Huzi had unleashed an ability akin to that of a fruit awakened. Such an attack, upon contact, would prove disastrous even for them. Observing their evasion, Bai Huzi snorted coldly and expanded the shockwave's range, the air becoming laced with spiderweb-like fractures that followed the two. Damn it, as expected of Newgate. This attack is truly troublesome. Their expressions shifted as they deftly dodged, desperate to avoid the impending impact. Just then, a fiery inferno, accompanied by a dragon's roar, descended from the heavens. Dragon breath. Kaido, in his half-dragon form, exhaled flames directed at the duo, intent on sealing their escape routes. "Kaido, you little brat." Wang Zhi's face contorted in disbelief. He never anticipated Kaido's sudden intervention. After barely evading, he glared coldly at the distant figure of Kaido. "Wang Zhi, don't get distracted. Watch your back." John, having sensed something, urgently warned Wang Zhi. "What?" Wang Zhi was taken aback. Before he could react, a life-threatening danger surged within him. Lingling had appeared behind Wang Zhi, her hands gripping Napoleon tightly, clearly having charged her attack for quite some time. "Weigua!" With a fierce cry, Lingling unleashed a lethal strike toward Wang Zhi. "You dare!" Wang Zhi was on the verge of madness. His earlier bravado vanished. Even he recognized that facing the combined onslaught of the three emperors would spell disaster. A moment's lapse could lead to his demise. In a moment of crisis, Wang Zhi swung his halberd desperately, attempting to counter the incoming Weigua. Yet it was too late. His hasty strike paled in comparison to Lingling's well-prepared assault. In an instant, a mouthful of reverse blood erupted from Wang Ji, his body sent flying far away by Weigua's force. Wang Ji! John screamed in shock, unable to fathom how his companion had fallen to such a fate. After dispatching Wang Ji, Lingling and Kaido approached John, their gazes icy with intent to kill. Bai Huzi also advanced, the imposing presence of the three emperors causing John to tremble with anxiety. Damn it, John thought, frustration etched on his face, knowing he was no match for the three. Suddenly, John howled to the heavens, "Number 6, if you do not act now, I may truly meet my end here." Number 6? At this, Bai Huzi, Lingling, and Kaido turned their attention, intrigued by John's mention of this mysterious figure. As they pondered, a somewhat languid voice emerged from the depths below. "I knew you would falter." Who? The three emperors were taken aback, glancing toward the source of the voice, utterly unaware of the intruder's approach. In such an environment, the stealth was almost unfathomable. It was known that Bai Huzi and Lingling had honed their observation haki to its zenith, yet they had been approached without a sound, indicating the formidable prowess of the newcomer. Suddenly, Lingling's expression shifted as if she had deduced the identity of the speaker. "It's you." Her face bore an incredulous expression, even more exaggerated than her reaction to Wang Ji. "Oh, you remember me? That is quite an honor." The figure emerged, a willow branch slowly rising from the ground. As the branch appeared, shock registered on the faces of Bai Huzi and Kaido. "It's you." They had recognized the identity of the intruder, their expressions a blend of astonishment. The ability to elicit simultaneous shock from three emperors spoke volumes about the enigma of this individual. As the figure fully emerged, a semblance of a smirk adorned their face. "It is indeed an honor that the two captains still remember me." In response, Bai Huzi and the others remained silent, their tightly clenched fists speaking volumes of their concern. The newcomer was undeniably formidable. Relax at this moment. It would be wiser to focus on that individual named Fahai rather than engage me in battle. The odds of survival for him are rather slim. Chapter 206, The Glory of Bai Huzi. Upon hearing the words of number 6, Bai Huzi and the others were suddenly taken aback, their hearts heavy with worry for Lin Feng. Facing the Axe's master, even they could not guarantee a successful defense against such an onslaught. That was no other than the vice captain of Rocks, known as Silver Axe Jones. Countless powerful adversaries had met their demise at the hands of his razor-sharp short axe. Had it not been for philosophical differences with Rocks, which had kept him from participating in the battle at God Valley, the outcome of that war could have been drastically different. However, it was certain that even Roger and Garp combined would struggle against Jones and Rocks. "Master," Bai Huzi gazed toward Lin Feng, where dust and debris swirled, countless silver axe blades flickering within. This was Jones's signature move, the head-severing strike. As the name suggests, it was designed to separate enemies from their heads. With Jones's formidable might, coupled with an axe that rivaled the sharpness of the most supreme blades, one could only imagine Lin Feng's perilous predicament. "You all hold them off. I will go to support the master," Bai Huzi declared decisively, speaking softly to Lingling and Kaido. Lingling and Kaido exchanged no words, merely nodding in agreement. Having once sailed together, their level of understanding was palpable. "All right," Bai Huzi replied, suddenly launching an attack against number 6 and John, unleashing shockwaves that shattered the ground around them. Meanwhile, Lingling and Kaido seized the moment to engage, their weapons cleaving through the air with purpose. The division of labor was clear. In the face of Lingling and Kaido's assault, 6 exhibited an unperturbed demeanor, as countless willow branches erupted from ground, launching towards the two assailants with the intent to obstruct the movements of Kaido and Big Mom. "Open up, Weigua!" Lingling and Kaido's expressions darkened as they wielded their weapons to strike down the encroaching willow branches. In an instant, a multitude of these branches was cleared away by their efforts. Lingling and Kaido exchanged glances, each launching an attack towards 6 and John in a coordinated strike. "Hey, you two are truly reckless." Despite being besieged, 6 remained calm, a hint of amusement in his voice, warning them, "Watch your backs, you fools." "What?" Startled, Lingling and Kaido glanced behind them, only to witness a rain of small meteors cascading down, interspersed with countless flowers. Observing the battlefield, Fujitora and Green Bull seized the opportunity to strike. They had been recuperating their strength, waiting for the right moment to act. Lingling and Kaido's offensive provided them with a perfect chance. If they could thwart the two, they could subsequently ally with Six and John. Together, the four would possess the capability to permanently confine the two formidable emperors in Road Town. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Akainu were not idle. After a brief recovery, they approached to hinder Whitebeard, flanking him on either side to impede his advance. This is rather troublesome, Madwoman, confronted by the deluge of meteors and flowers. Kaido sensed the gravity of the situation, sighing at Lingling. Enough talk, let us fight. Lingling shot him a glare, brandishing Napoleon as she mounted Zeus, charging towards the two admirals. Sigh. Kaido sighed again, choosing silence. Lingling's intentions were clear. She aimed to fight alongside him. Though reluctant, they had little choice but to engage in this manner. In the blink of an eye, Lingling and Kaido were embroiled in battle with Six and the others. The spectacle astonishing. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Whitebeard faced a dual assault from Akainu and Kizaru. He appeared somewhat flustered, despite having regained his youthful combat prowess. However, Kizaru and Akainu were no mere pushovers. Akainu's fruit ability was among the most formidable of all devil fruits. Coupled with Kizaru's support, Whitebeard quickly found himself stalled. Magma brat, light brat. Whitebeard's gaze was fixed on the two, but he peered through them to Lin Feng, a wave of concern washing over him. You dare to assist Fahai against us? Akainu stated coldly. You will remain here forever, Whitebeard. To die alongside Roger is but a release for a failure of your era. Kulala. In response to Akainu's words, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Once his laughter subsided, he slammed his hands together in the air, and an ear-piercing shatter echoed. Instantly, an overwhelming aura enveloped Whitebeard, rendering him regal, gazing down upon Akainu and Kizaru. Magma brat. Do you still see me as an old man? Whitebeard chuckled lightly, and in that moment, the void ruptured, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere towards Akainu and Kizaru. Damn it! Akainu exclaimed in alarm, acutely aware of the might behind Whitebeard's move. The shockwave bore a semblance of awakened power. Typically, one would assume that a power like Whitebeard's could not awaken further, given its already extraordinary nature. Generally, awakenings occur only in the lower-tier fruits. Yet Akainu clearly sensed the awakened aura emanating from Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I truly underestimated you. With a grim expression, Akainu dodged the threats of the shockwave while muttering, Kula la. Magma brat, if you wish to take my life, you still have 10 years to wait. Whitebeard laughed boisterously, crossing his arms, a transparent shockwave barrier manifesting around him. Not good. Akainu's expression darkened further. He recognized Whitebeard's intention to unleash a tsunami, intending to leave them all behind. Kizaru joined forces. Akainu barked at Kizaru, who nodded gravely, having also perceived the threat posed by Whitebeard. In an instant, Kizaru vanished, using his abilities to appear behind Whitebeard. Hakishaku Kogo Extreme. Kizaru clasped his hands together, summoning countless light orbs before launching them towards Whitebeard's back, aiming to disrupt his powers. Light brat. Facing Kizaru's assault, Whitebeard's tone turned frigid. Although he yearned to evade the attack, his current state rendered him immobile. The shockwave ability, if mishandled, could bring catastrophic devastation to the entire island. Since many comrades, including his beloved sons, were present, Whitebeard would never allow such calamity, opting instead to withstand Kizaru's strike. Old man, at that moment, a voice filled with fury erupted from Whitebeard's side. An imposing figure landed behind him, hands interlaced before him, quickly forming a wall of flames. Boom! 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 Countless light orbs disintegrated upon contact with the flame wall, sending plumes of smoke into the air. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged, eyes glimmering with fire, staring intently at Kizaru. How can my father's glory be so easily tarnished? Chapter 207. The Interloper. Fire Fist. Observing the figure emerging from the smoke, Kizaru's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on the opponent. The distinctive emblem on their back, coupled with their unique abilities, unmistakably identified them as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The bloodline of the Pirate King, Fire Fist Ace. Huh. Noticing Kizuru's grim demeanor, Ace chuckled lightly, gathering flames across his body towards the sky. In an instant, an enormous orb of fire radiating heat akin to the sun materialized above. Intai Dainkai, Ace shouted, unleashing his pinnacle strength, fully activating his devil fruit powers. Such might would not falter even against an admiral. I shall defend my father's honor, Ace bellowed, hurling the sun like fireball toward Kizuru. The intense heat warped the air around it, a phenomenon achievable only at peak temperatures. Roger's bloodline should not be underestimated. Facing Ace's onslaught, a rare flicker of fear crossed Kizuru's expression. The opponent could presently confront him with equal strength, given a few more years of development. How formidable would Ace become? Kizuru could not fathom, but he was certain that Ace would emerge as a powerhouse akin to Roger, or perhaps even surpass him. Finally, he understood why Sakazuki desired to eliminate Fire Fist. As the fiery orb drew nearer, Kizuru muttered, then his gaze hardened. Clasping his hands together, he focused, forging a blade of light. It was his signature move, the Amaterasu sword. There is potential, but to confront an admiral now is still a bit premature. With a light smile, Kizuru gripped the Amaterasu sword, slicing towards the approaching fireball. Swish! The speed of Huang Yuan was astonishing, truly affirming the adage that speed is power. With a single slash, the massive fireball controlled by AIC was cleaved in two, creating a scene of sheer shock. How could this be? As he witnessed his full-force attack being effortlessly shattered by Huang Yuan, AIC's expression fell into a state of disbelief. He was aware of Huang Yuan's strength, having engaged in several battles with him before, yet he never anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Was it possible that during their previous encounters, Huang Yuan had been holding back? Just as this question crossed his mind, Huang Yuan's voice abruptly echoed beside AIC. Fire Fist, you may take a well-deserved rest. What? Before AIC could react, a blinding light flashed to his right. In the next instant, an immense force struck him, sending AIC flying far away, crashing through several buildings before finally coming to a halt. Seeing AIC being struck down by Huang Yuan, Whitebeard's face betrayed a hint of concern. He was well aware of AIC's strength. Although formidable, he was still vastly inferior compared to the admirals, let alone when facing a seasoned combatant like Huang Yuan. Once Huang Yuan decided to get serious, defeat was inevitable for AIC. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Akainu's cold voice rang out nearby. Whitebeard, stop struggling. Even if you gather your tremors, you won't arrive in time to assist Fahai. He is already under siege by the Divine Guard and the Air Commander, his life hanging by a thread. Akainu spoke with cruel satisfaction, gesturing towards the direction behind him. Whitebeard, gathering his tremors, followed Akainu's indication and his expression darkened. Just as Akainu had stated, Lin Feng was indeed surrounded and in a precarious situation. Damn it! Whitebeard's eyes burned with rage. His tremors were almost fully gathered. Yet even if he wished to aid Lin Feng, he was powerless to do so. Magma Brat, if anything happens to my master, I will ensure that you all accompany him to the grave. Whitebeard glared at Akainu, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. Akainu snarat, transforming his arms into magma and launching a strike towards Whitebeard. You should worry about yourself first, Whitebeard. Dog bite Red Lotus. A wave of heat, even more intense than AIC's earlier attack, enveloped Akainu as the magma in the shape of a hound lunged at Whitebeard. Simultaneously, Huang Yuan swung his Amaterasu sword, attacking from behind Whitebeard. The two admirals coordinated their assault, creating a formidable front. Should this attack succeed, Whitebeard would undoubtedly fall into a trap. This is a splendid grave. Akainu's voice was icy, as if he could already envision Whitebeard's blood spilling on the ground. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan remained silent, his focus solely on Whitebeard and the sword of light in his hand. Damn it! Whitebeard fumed, desiring to counterattack, but in his current state, he was utterly immobile. It would take at least 3 seconds to fully gather his tremors. Although this seemed brief in the realm of powerful adversaries, a mere second could determine victory or defeat, let alone 3 seconds. Am I to perish here? Whitebeard muttered to himself, filled with unwillingness. He had just been rescued by Lin Feng. To leave without making any impact was infuriating. As he braced for Huang Yuan and Akainu's impending attacks, a strong voice suddenly rang out. "Do not strike at Uncle Whitebeard. King Kong gun." In an instant, a figure appeared before Huang Yuan, radiant in crimson with intricate patterns adorning his body. It was Luffy, who had entered the Gear 4th state. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Huang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Luffy's interference at this moment. Yet, unbeknownst to Huang Yuan, Luffy had intended to strike alongside AIC from the onset. However, at that time, Luffy had yet to fully recover his stamina. What a delightful surprise, Straw Hat. In a flash, Huang Yuan regained his composure, maintaining his force as he swung the Amaterasu sword towards the incoming King Kong gun. He remarked, "Even if you block me, how will you handle the other side?" Huang Yuan's intent was clear. Even if Luffy managed to stop him, Akainu posed a far greater threat. Against an immobile Whitebeard, a single strike from Akainu could render him powerless. "That is not my concern. I only need to block you." Luffy grinned, unleashing his King Kong gun with full force. At that moment, Akainu also recognized the unstable factor Luffy introduced, his expression darkening further. The bloodline of the devil must not be allowed to persist. Akainu shot Luffy a cold glare, simultaneously accelerating his assault. After all, his primary target was Whitebeard. Eliminating him would ensure that the Navy did not face total defeat in this battle. Justice belongs to the victors. Akainu bellowed, the magma hound poised to strike Whitebeard. Just then, a colossal bird made of ice emerged, interposing itself between the magma hound and Whitebeard. Following this, a languid voice resounded, "Apologies, but I must intervene." Chapter 208. The demise of the assassin, the bank in the heart of the imperial capital, was undeniably bustling. Even an outsider would feel a sense of inferiority upon witnessing its grandeur. Yet, the two individuals strode in confidently, plopping down on the chairs and awaiting service. This bank was private, its decor reminiscent of a royal banquet hall, lacking any semblance of the seriousness one would expect from a financial institution. "Hello, gentlemen. Are you here to conduct business?" A courteous attendant greeted them with a smile, which irked Ji Tian slightly. He shifted in his seat, responding, "No. I came to invite you for tea." The white man awkwardly replied, "Apologies, I prefer women." "Is that so? Your wife is cheating, and that is my sister's man. Are you not going to do anything about it?" Ji Tian shot back, his tone biting. The white man's mouth hung open in disbelief. His large eyes filled with skepticism as he looked at Ji Tian. "But how do you prove that is my wife?" Dong Jin, filled with disdain, stood up, glaring at the white man like a rogue. "How to prove? Don't you two have a marriage certificate? What more proof do you need?" He stood there, fists clenched, silently placing the items in his hands aside before resuming his seat. "Since you're not here for business, let's discuss this. You just claim my wife is cheating and that she is involved with your sister's husband, correct?" Ji Tian lifted his chin, proudly nodding. "Indeed, I have verified it. Hurry up and give me an explanation, or I will create chaos." The white man remained silent for a long moment, his blue eyes shimmering. He sneered coldly, standing up and making a gesture of invitation. "You should leave. This place is not suitable for you. I fear that the combined amount in your pockets is insufficient for a deposit here." The audacity! Ji Tian fished out a card and tossed it on the table. "What? You look down on us? Let us see if this card holds the amount you need." He continued, "And you and your wife must be in a contractual marriage. Am I right?" Once again, the air was thick with silence. It seemed that over the years, only Ji Tian had come to stir up trouble. He appeared somewhat at a loss and questioned, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Ji Tian rose to fix him with an intense gaze, declaring, "I wish to know if all the spies from the western regions are as inept as you. So easily seen through, so easily outplayed, am I correct?" The fear that filled the man's eyes was almost pitiful. Meanwhile, Dong Jin stepped forward and executed a shoulder throw, successfully subduing him. "Come with us." You're not just a Huaxia man. You're a spy. You need to return with us. Stop the nonsense. Call for help. A number of security personnel gathered, weapons drawn, aiming at the two. Stand up. This is our company's manager. Who do you think you are? It appeared that the white men held significant authority within the company. Ji Tian gestured for Dong Jin to release the man, and they both took a step back, smiling as they said, "Apologies, we mistook you for someone else. This is a bank after all. We thought it was a restaurant. Our intended target is next door. Sorry." The pair exited with smiles, leaving the security guards feeling somewhat embarrassed. They retracted their weapons and addressed the white man. "Mr. Simic, are you unharmed?" Upon hearing this, Simic rose from the ground, suppressing the rage in his eyes, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. I truly had no idea what was happening. Thank you for saving me." The security guards boastfully assured him, "Rest easy. As long as we are here, you are completely safe." Simic masked his disdain as he returned to his workstation. Yet the coldness in his gaze remained. He could not believe Ji Tian and Dong Jin had merely made a mistake. Once outside, Ji Tian and Dong Jin wore grim expressions. It seemed the status of white men within the company was quite elevated, and that individual posed a significant problem, likely a minor spy. "Boss, if he is not a spy, I wouldn't believe it," Dong Jin protested. "However, the company holds him in high regard. If anyone were to learn of such a scandal, they wouldn't dare to act. They would rather watch the spectacle." Ji Tian furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed on the bank in the distance. He spoke quietly. "After work, let us find a secluded spot and bind this fellow." The two informed their four main commanders before returning to the hotel. At 6 p.m, the four of them lingered near the bank, but saw no sign of the man, not even a shadow. "What is going on?" The boss said he would be here. "Have we scared him off?" "That is unlikely. The boss doesn't make mistakes. Let us wait a bit longer." At 9 o'clock, they finally spotted the man emerging, clutching a briefcase and eyeing his surroundings suspiciously. Without hesitation, the four seized the opportunity under the cover of darkness to bind him and brought him back to the hotel. A young woman was watching television, unaware that they had brought a bound man, and her face turned pale with fear, her legs trembling. "Don't be afraid. This man is a scoundrel. We just need to ask him some questions. You can go play with your phone in the other room." With that, Dong Jin tossed his phone to her. The four men exchanged lewd smiles, teasing Dong, "Who would have thought you had such a compassionate side? No wonder you attract young ladies." Ji Tian tore off the black hood over the man's head, demanding, "Now, tell us who your superior is. Don't even think about denying it. If I hadn't verified my suspicions, do you think I would have come looking for you?" Simic glared at Ji Tian, struggling to speak. "Who are you? What gives you the right to interrogate me? What authority do you have?" Ji Tian slapped him, unceremoniously stating, "What gives me the right? I am the commander of Tianlong Pavilion. Who do you think I am? What authority do you think I wield?" Simic swallowed hard, his anxiety apparent. "What do you mean? You are from Tianlong Pavilion? That can't be. The commander is always masked. You cannot possibly be the commander. To impersonate the commander is a death sentence. Are you seeking death?" Ji Tian shrugged, dismissively. "It's not a death sentence. What's wrong with impersonating myself? That's my freedom. But you know the commander of Tianlong Pavilion is Gue Mian. Have you been on the battlefield?" The man held his breath, falling silent. His fists clenched tightly as he contemplated biting his tongue to end his life. Dong Jin swiftly intervened, prying his mouth open and stuffing a large cloth inside. "Want to commit suicide? It's not that easy. We're all soldiers, and you know we won't let you off easily. So speak well, and perhaps you may be spared." Chapter 209. The identity of that esteemed individual. "Who exactly are you?" Jones was thoroughly panicked. Faced with Lin Feng's overwhelming combat prowess and tactics, this former vice captain of the Rocks Pirates was lost. "What is wrong with you?" Lin Feng expressed a hint of helplessness, having already stated he was Fahai of Jinshan Temple. Yet the other party continued to inquire. Is it no longer fashionable to communicate properly? Lin Feng tightened his grip on Jones's neck, slowly drawing closer as he coldly stated, "I will give you 3 seconds to answer my question. Otherwise, you shall meet your end in the Western Paradise." Jones was taken aback by Lin Feng's words, particularly at the mention of the Western Paradise, which exceeded his comprehension. Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Feng began counting down. 3, 2. With every count, Lin Feng's grip tightened, making it difficult for Jones to breathe, forcing him to cough violently. Cough, cough. Jones felt death drawing near, and a singular thought consumed him. If he remained silent, Lin Feng would undoubtedly kill him. This was indisputable. Oh, still stubborn, are we? Not willing to speak? Noticing Jones's silence, Lin Feng's face showed a hint of surprise, and he prepared to increase his force to eliminate him. But at that moment, Jones weakly raised his arm to rest on Lin Feng's hand, his eyes reflecting a desperate desire for life. Lin Feng recognized that Jones was yielding. Ha! He chuckled softly and eased his grip slightly, allowing Jones the chance to speak. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as the pressure was relieved, Jones began to cough again. The sensation of asphyxiation was unbearable for anyone. Speak, who are you? As Jones regained some composure, Lin Feng asked indifferently, what is your name? I am Jones. He sighed, his expression resembling a wilted eggplant, never imagining he would find himself in such a predicament. Jones? Lin Feng paused, having heard that name before. A long time ago, he had discussed matters concerning the Rock's pirates with Whitebeard, and Jones's name had indeed come up, accompanied by high praise. The strongest under rocks, the second in command of the crew, a pinnacle of maritime combat prowess. In just a few words, Jones's entire identity was almost laid bare. You are Jones? Lin Feng looked at the man in his grasp, incredulous. How could someone at the peak of combat prowess, the second in command of the Rock's pirates, appear so feeble? Yes. Jones nodded, his expression one of deep dejection, knowing that Lin Feng might not believe him. Yet he was indeed Jones. Very well, I shall accept you as Jones. Upon witnessing the expression of the other party, coupled with Lin Feng's perceptive awareness, he was inclined to believe the words spoken. He then inquired, answer me the remaining questions. Why does Gonggu refer to you as Shunwei? And what is your relationship with Malikia? Shunwei Jones let out a wry smile, seemingly recalling some painful memories. After a pause, he began to elucidate, as the term suggests. Shunwei refers to the guardians of the divine. We have long served that esteemed individual. That esteemed individual? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, catching wind of significant information from Jones's fragmented phrases. Such a notion had previously been echoed by the five elders, and Lin Feng had wished to delve deeper, only to be met with vehement resistance. Reluctantly, he chose to abandon his pursuit, failing to extract any valuable intelligence from the five elders. Lin Feng had thought he would no longer encounter news pertaining to that esteemed individual. Yet unexpectedly, he gleaned such information from Jones. Pray tell, who is that esteemed individual? Lin Feng inquired with a calm demeanor, sensing that perhaps all these events were intertwined with that individual. Understanding the identity or some secrets of that esteemed person could unravel all the mysteries. Jones sighed, casting a glance at Lin Feng before shifting his gaze towards the red Earth continent. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. I cannot reveal the precise identity of that esteemed individual, but I can assure you that even if all of you were to unite, you would still not stand a chance against them. Oh! Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. With his current combat prowess, he might not claim to be invincible, but he could assert that he had few equals. The mere assertion that he and his companions would be no match for that individual stirred a profound curiosity within Lin Feng. Noting Lin Feng's reaction, Jones recognized that he was met with skepticism and continued, Fahai, I acknowledge your strength, yet it is limited to the imperial or royal level. In terms of combat capability, that esteemed individual is divine, transcending all existence. As he spoke, Jones's voice trembled, his eyes instinctively drifting towards the red Earth continent, a manifestation of profound fear that had seeped deep into his bones. Lin Feng was taken aback, observing the trembling Jones, his expression subtly shifting. Even if he could not wholly trust Jones's words, the gravity of the assessment was indicative of the individual's formidable power. Divine? Following Jones's gaze towards the red Earth continent, Lin Feng began to form a rough conjecture regarding that individual's identity. The celestial dragon's sovereign, beyond his person, Lin Feng could scarcely fathom anyone whose identity could compel the five elders to remain tight-lipped, nor instill such trembling fear in Jones. Will you let me go? Jones inquired cautiously, noting Lin Feng's prolonged silence. Those who have lived long tend to cherish life, and, compared to I'm, Jones felt a greater trepidation towards the present Lin Feng. After all, it resided far away in the Holy Land, while Lin Feng's threat loomed right before him. Let you go? Lin Feng turned to Jones, a faint smile gracing his lips. He did not respond directly to the query, instead stating, I am quite pleased with your answers. Now, please take the time to rest. At the moment the words left his mouth, Jones felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Just as he intended to make a move, a golden bowl flew from Lin Feng's hand, descending upon him. The golden bowl emitted a powerful suction, and before Jones could struggle, he was drawn within, leaving behind a cry of unwillingness. Fahai! Lin Feng disregarded Jones's lament, retrieving the golden bowl. Ever since Bonnie had rescued Whitebeard, Lin Feng had stealthily reclaimed the golden bowl from Bonnie's possession. Having completed this task, Lin Feng murmured, This battle must come to an end. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the surrounding dust and scanned the area, ultimately focusing on Ling Ling and Kaido, who were besieged by Fujitora and others. He exerted force beneath his feet and leaped towards them. Chapter 210. The Dual Emperors Unleashed. Lin Feng prioritized aiding Ling Ling and Kaido, for their predicament was significantly more perilous than that of Whitebeard. Though both were of Imperial combat prowess, they faced two generals and two other Imperial-level fighters of equal strength. Just as Lin Feng moved, a crimson figure obstructed his path. Upon closer inspection, it was red-haired Shanks. Lin Feng held no fondness for him and coldly remarked, Red-haired, at such a critical moment, do you truly wish to impede my path? Red-haired remained silent, slowly drawing his griffin, his intent unmistakable. Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle, his hand curling as a staff materialized in his grasp. The two were on the verge of battle. Meanwhile, Ling Ling and Kaido faced relentless pressure from the four Navy members, who combined their efforts to keep them at bay. Both were exceedingly cautious, unwilling to unleash their full potential for fear of being caught off guard. Ling Ling, after all these years, you remain as beautiful as ever. Why not join us? That way, I won't have to mar your lovely visage, Number 6 jested. However, contrary to his words, his attacks showed no signs of relenting, with each strike of the willow branches aimed with lethal intent. Enough with the nonsense, you green-hatted brat. You think you can make me submit? Even if rocks were resurrected, it would be impossible with you. Ling Ling replied sternly, commanding her 3 homies to fend off Number 6's onslaught. Ah, that complicates matters, Number 6 remarked, a look of regret crossing his face as he cast a fleeting glance at Ling Ling. His expression quickly morphed into one of malevolence. If that is the case, then I shall send you to your demise. With his words, countless willow branches erupted from the ground, enveloping Ling Ling and Kaido, catching them completely off guard. Not good. Kaido's countenance darkened as he struggled against Fujitora and Green Bull's offensive, previously able to stand his ground against the two generals. The introduction of Number 6 dramatically escalated his danger. Now he had to contend with the omnipresent willow branches while also carefully countering the abilities of Fujitora and Green Bull. Kaido found himself in the most precarious position among them. Crazy woman, if you can't hold on, be cautious. Amidst the torrent of attacks, Kaido shouted a warning to Ling Ling. He was soon overwhelmed by the barrage from Fujitora and Green Bull. Ling Ling called out worriedly to Kaido, but he had no time to respond. Curse it, she muttered, her gaze shifting to Number 6 and John nearby, mentally calculating her chances of victory against them. Yet, no matter how she computed, her odds remained dismal. Even with a full-out burst of power, she could only stave them off for a time, and once her strength waned, death would be her only fate. At that moment, Number 6's voice echoed once more. Ling Ling, I advise you to surrender. It would spare you from much suffering. He regarded her with an inscrutable expression. Oomph, you think you can make me surrender? Dream on. Ling Ling scoffed, without hesitation directing her 3 homies to attack Number 6 and his companions. Napoleon, I'm here, mama. Combine. Yes. Who? In a fleeting moment, Ling Ling seamlessly fused the 3 formidable homies Z together, gripping Napoleon's blade imbued with thunderous flames tightly in her hand. At that instant, She resembled a sovereign queen standing atop the world. Weigwa, with a swift motion of her arm, she unleashed a secret technique of the giant clan, striking directly at the two figures known as Six. D. Lingling roared, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Observing the impending strike, Six sighed helplessly, murmuring, "If you refuse to take the hint, then I shall not be held accountable." With that, countless willow branches coalesced before him into a spear-like formation, piercing through the oncoming attack. A thunderous explosion ensued as the once unbeatable Weigwa was pierced by the spear-shaped willow branches, scattering the strike all around in a cacophony of destruction. How could this be? Lingling gasped, astonished that her earlier assault, which could not be considered anything less than a full-force strike, could be so effortlessly countered. The realization eluded her comprehension. However, before she could regain her composure, a glimmering silver light flickered from the shadows. A wave of life and death peril surged within her, prompting an instinctual defensive posture as she leaned forward slightly. Swish! A bloodied silver hook left a crimson mark on Lingling's back. "John!" Lingling winced in pain, instantly recognizing the assailant. Only John, the second assassin aboard the rock's ship, could approach her so stealthily and inflict harm. "What a pity, I miss your neck." John, realizing he had failed to land his strike, quickly distanced himself, disappointment etched across his face. At the same moment that Six's strike was countered, John launched his attack from the shadows, wielding his silver hook with the intent to eliminate Lingling. Unfortunately, her innate combat instincts allowed her to evade this lethal blow, preventing him from succeeding. Yet, the outcome was sufficient. With a few more attempts, Lingling would undoubtedly be worn down to the point of losing her combat capabilities entirely. At that juncture, they would only need to deal with the stout dwarf, and all would be well. "Your flavor is quite exquisite," John remarked, licking the blood from his silver hook, savoring it with a ghastly expression. "You pervert!" Lingling seethed, her anger palpable, and at that moment, even Six, her ally, wore an uncomfortable expression. After all, no one desires a deranged teammate. "Six, once more attack again. Let me savor Lingling's essence." John, oblivious to Six's discomfort, twisted his previously gentlemanly demeanor, bellowing. In response, Six fell silent, merely manipulating the surrounding willow branches to assault Lingling, believing it unworthy to engage with a pervert. At that moment, Lingling felt her physical capabilities wane significantly after John's ambush. Faced with the onslaught of willow branches, a sense of helplessness surged within her for the first time. Am I truly destined to meet my end here? This thought crossed her mind when Kaido's voice resonated beside her. What are you thinking, madwoman? As his words echoed, Kaido swiftly broke free from the grasp of the two vine tigers. Battered but relentless, he charged to Lingling's side, leaping into the air and wielding the Hachizaiki against the incoming willow branches. Descending to the netherworld, a multitude of thunder rumbled forth, striking the branches from all directions, reducing them to ashes wherever the Hachizaiki passed. "Shorty!" Lingling felt a flicker of gratitude as she gazed at Kaido standing before her, noting the injuries he bore from evading the two admirals. Yet, before she could fully appreciate his efforts, Kaido's voice erupted again, his expression darkening as he glared at her. "You're the short one. Your whole family is short. Damn it. I came to save you, and all I get is Shorty in return." The more Kaido thought about it, the angrier he became, ultimately transforming into his dragon form and soaring into the sky, exuding an aura of danger as torrents of dragon breath descended, launching a relentless assault. Some of the blasts grazed Lingling, leaving charred marks on her body, seemingly retaliating against her remark. "You bastard!" Lingling's expression darkened. Disregarding all else, she separated Zeus from Napoleon, landing on a cloud and soaring to the same height as Kaido, ready to retaliate. Thunderous roars echoed, as thick bolts of lightning cascaded alongside the dragon breath, transforming the ground below into a hellish battlefield. "Marine, is this all you're capable of?" The frenzied Lingling and Kaido roared unabashedly, instilling great psychological pressure on the gathered Marines below. Before their words could settle, Six and John charged forward, one a dwarf, the other a broken shoe, daring to speak. Surrounded by countless willow branches, Six was enveloped in them, while John's elusive silver hook posed a significant challenge for Lingling and Kaido. Six, John, Kaido's gaze sharpened. Facing their assault, even he could not take them both on simultaneously and would have to defeat them one at a time. Madwoman, Kaido glanced at Lingling, and their long-established understanding allowed her to grasp his intent immediately. Understood, she replied, and in an instant, the two launched their most ferocious attacks towards John. With Six's unparalleled defense, John became their sole target. "What are you doing?" John exclaimed in horror, his face a mask of fear. As an assassin, he was unafraid of facing either Kaido or Lingling alone. However, with both attacking him simultaneously, he found himself in a most awkward predicament. For his assassination techniques were tailored for one-on-one encounters. Descending to the netherworld, Zeus Wagwa, the Hachi Zaiki cleaved through the air, crashing down upon John, followed closely by Napoleon, unleashing a fierce strike. "Do you dare?" John's heart raced as he faced the onslaught of two of the four emperors. Even he felt the weight of their combined might. With Lingling and Kaido fueled by rage, their power surged beyond measure, leaving him unable to defend. "Do we dare?" In the midst of their assault, a cruel smile spread across Kaido's face. "We dare greatly. What is there to fear?" With a roar, their strikes met John, delivering a devastating blow that sent him reeling, blood splattering everywhere like a shattered water bottle. Next, after vanquishing John, Kaido and Lingling turned their attention to Six. Compared to Kaido, this individual was of particular concern due to his enigmatic identity. Even years ago, aboard the Rock's ship, no one knew Six's true nature. He had seemingly appeared from nowhere and vanished without a trace as the Rock's pirates disbanded. "Kaido, Lingling, have you truly resolved to battle me?" Six remarked casually, disregarding their cautious gazes. "Oomph." Kaido and Lingling retorted coldly, responding with a united, powerful strike. "Regardless of your identity, on this battlefield, we are adversaries. As enemies, we must be prepared for annihilation." In this exchange, Kaido and Lingling once again conspired, directing Inlay Luo and Thunder's might towards a formidable assault on number 6. Meanwhile, Lin Feng found his path of support obstructed by the red-haired. Neither party initiated conversation, merely gazing silently at one another. At this moment, the red-haired, seemingly unable to withstand the inexplicable pressure Lin Feng exuded, broke the silence. "Fahai, this war has lost all significance. Stand down, if only for my sake." The red-haired spoke with utmost seriousness, yet this demeanor merely amused Lin Feng. "Hey, we are enemies now. What do you think that I would grant you leniency? Do you truly believe yourself to possess the face fruit?" "What did you say?" Lin Feng's words left the red-haired utterly perplexed. "Face fruit? What is that?" Before the red-haired could fully comprehend, Lin Feng surveyed him with a discerning gaze and remarked nonchalantly, "Do not presume you possess the face fruit. Even if you did, I would not grant you such leniency." As he spoke, Lin Feng conjured a staff with a flick of his wrist, pointing it menacingly at the red-haired. "Do not mistake my restraint toward your bond with Whitebeard. You have 5 seconds. Whether you choose to fight or flee is entirely up to you." Upon finishing, Lin Feng fell silent, internally commencing his countdown. Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, the red-haired understood that there would be no mercy bestowed upon him. With a deep sigh, he declared, "Fahai, since you insist on this." At that moment, a phantom of the celestial dragon flickered in the red-haired's eyes, his expression shifting dramatically as he uttered coldly, "I have no choice but to kill you." The instant the phantom of the celestial dragon appeared in the red-haired's gaze, Lin Feng felt a surge of pressure unlike anything he had ever experienced. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that the man before him was no longer the red-haired. To be precise, the essence of the red-haired had been supplanted by another, a being of immense power. Instinctively, Lin Feng uttered a name, "Imu?" "Ha!" As Lin Feng's words echoed, the red-haired erupted into laughter, his aura transforming abruptly, a glimmer of white light surfacing in his eyes. As he laughed, the red-haired began to levitate, a mischievous glint in his gaze directed at Lin Feng. "What an astute guess. I am curious as to how you deduced it." Shaking his head dismissively, the red-haired added, It no longer matters how you figure it out. Now, all of you shall perish." With a wave of his hand, a blinding white light enveloped the entirety of Rogue Town. In an instant, everyone aside from the red-haired and Lin Feng was frozen in time, as though the very fabric of time had come to a halt. Kaido and Ling Ling's assault hung, suspended in midair, the serene smile on number 6's face frozen in place. On the outer harbor, Carp and Sengoku found themselves similarly immobilized amidst the onslaught of the Minotaur. The 5 elders, alongside Kenpachi, Whitebeard, Akiji, and Akainu, also came to an abrupt standstill. In this moment time, nay, space itself was suspended. What kind of ability is this? Lin Feng was struck with terror, feeling as though he was ensnared within a torrent of time. Countless bizarre powers surged toward him, instilling a profound dread. What is the matter? Is our Fahai not formidable? The red-haired's face bore a sinister smile. Are you afraid? His expression grew increasingly frenzied. Oomph. In response to the red-haired's mockery, Lin Feng let out a cold snort, unleashing the entirety of his Buddhist power. The consequence of this full release was that Lin Feng became even more formidable, drawn further into the realm of the Buddha. Though this method carried its own risks, Lin Feng had no alternative in the face of Imu's overwhelming strength. Only by relinquishing the constraints of his Buddhist power could Lin Feng hope to gain a slender chance of victory. As he shed these limitations, an aura of auspicious sound surrounded him, as thousands of arhats whispered in unison, seemingly striving to disperse the encroaching white light. Oh! Observing Lin Feng, now akin to an arhat descended from the heavens, the red hair displayed a flicker of astonishment, as if no one had ever breached his white light before. I must eliminate him within 1 minute. Lin Feng silently resolved, all the while contending against the magnetic pull of the Buddhist realm, striving to sustain this state for just 1 fleeting minute. Should he exceed this time limit, he risked being irrevocably drawn into the Buddhist domain, rendering him incapable of intervening in the pirate world. It seems you cannot maintain this state for long. The red-haired perceived Lin Feng's predicament, speaking nonchalantly. By my estimation, you can sustain it for a maximum of 1 minute. Haha, 1 minute. The red-haired laughed, tauntingly. You do not actually believe you can defeat me within that time, do you? With a dismissive shake of his head, he regarded Lin Feng with contempt. Such arrogance. Hee. Lin Feng responded with a chilling smile, remaining silent. With all his Buddhist power surging forth, multiple manifestations of the King of Light materialized behind him. Great Will King, Immovable King, Eternal King. The 3 formidable figures began to solidify, stepping forth from behind Lin Feng. Boom! The impact of the 3 kings' descent resonated throughout Rogue Town, causing the encompassing white light to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. Only then did the red-haired regard Lin Feng with earnest attention, sensing the anomaly he had conjured. Just as he intended to take action, Lin Feng clasped his hands together, speaking with reverence, Buddhist words, "The kings vanquish demons." The moment these words left his lips, the 3 kings surged toward the red-haired. Faced with their combined might, even the red-haired dared not underestimate them, condensing brilliant white light into formidable beams. The roar of Kronos, the red-haired shouted, unleashing the white light toward the 3 kings. Though the light appeared benign, it was imbued with unparalleled might, its source being the mythical Zoan devil fruit of the time god, Kronos. Such a fruit existed but once in the entire pirate world. Lin Feng, recognizing the nature of the red-haired's abilities, had no choice but to expend all his Buddhist power recklessly. As the white light cascaded, upon contact with the 3 kings, it transformed into numerous minuscule beams, attempting to seal them away. You dare! Lin Feng's eyes darkened. Should the 3 kings succumb to this control, his defeat would be instantaneous. Great Might Heavenly Dragon! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng hurled his staff, morphing it into 2 colossal golden dragons that charged toward the red-haired. At that moment, the red-haired had already made his move, casting a glance at the oncoming dragons. Seemingly unfazed, stepping forward into the void, the red-haired's body began to undergo a transformation. His skin glimmered with a golden hue, ancient divine patterns appearing as if branded upon him. In an instant, the red-haired had metamorphosed into an entirely different being, resembling a deity at the pinnacle of existence, evoking an awe that rendered one unable to gaze directly upon him. At this moment, the form of Kelanosi was fully revealed. Witnessing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. He realized he was no match for the red-haired one. If both were to exert their full strength, not only would Rogtown be unable to withstand it, but the entire pirate world would also be at risk. There was only one course of action left. Faced with the divinely transformed red-haired figure, Lin Feng's countenance darkened. Glancing at the still figures of Whitebeard and others, a sense of reluctance etched on his face. I apologize, but I may not be able to join you in this venture. With that, Lin Feng placed one hand on his abdomen, gathering the source of his Buddha power into his palm. In an instant, the gravitational pull from the Buddha realm was amplified infinitely. Enduring the overwhelming force, Lin Feng ignited the three great Ming kings, and in the aftermath of the explosion, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear directly behind the red-haired one. What are you doing? Red-haired was caught off guard, his eyes widening in terror as he felt an inexplicable gravity magnifying within his heart. It was an existence he could never hope to touch, fraught with danger and mystery. Let go of me. In an instant, the red-haired one perceived Lin Feng's intentions, his expression twisting into a snarl. Let go of you? Ha! Lin Feng scoffed, unleashing all the Buddha power within him without reservation. With a hum, as Lin Feng's power erupted, a formidable gravitational force formed above him and the red-haired one. A gigantic hand emerged from the void, reaching for Lin Feng and the red-haired one. In a sudden pull, it completely tore them away from this world. The end of the narrative.